Chapter 1. The year 1468 of the Sea-Round Calendar. Approximately 50 years since the original tale of Luffy setting sail. In a new world, amidst a certain maritime expanse, the sea lay tranquil beneath a clear azure sky. At the port of an uncharted island, a modest sailing vessel was anchored. Upon this vessel stood two men. One, towering at a staggering height of 2.8 meters, boasted exaggerated crimson hair reminiscent of octopus tentacles. His muscular frame and fierce visage seemed to bear the unmistakable warning, "Do not approach." This was none other than the future notorious pirate who nearly toppled the celestial dragons, renowned as the sovereign of the seas, Rocks.Tragically. Yet, in this moment, Rocks was merely a young man, yet to embark on his maritime journey, at the tender age of around 20, he had already awakened the conqueror's haki, exuding an aura of regal authority that compelled submission. Many found themselves lacking the courage to meet his gaze. "Lorn, are you prepared?" he inquired. "Once we set sail, there will be no turning back. Our mission is to stand against the entire world." Despite his fearsome appearance, a rare gentleness graced Rock's countenance as he addressed the young man named Lorn. The reason for this tenderness was simple. Lorn was his beloved younger brother, Lorn D. Zebek, his only family in this world. "Of course, brother," Lorn replied with a smile. "I cannot rest easy knowing you would venture out alone." The other man, standing at a similar height of 2.8 meters, shared the same striking red hair as Rocks, yet possessed a countenance as noble and handsome as an ancient Greek sculpture. This was Lorn, a time traveler who had arrived in the world of One Piece 18 years prior, unexpectedly becoming the brother of Rocks. Moreover, Lorn had uncovered a deeply concealed truth, the lineage of Rocks. Once, Rocks had been a slave to the celestial dragons. Both of their parents had also been enslaved by these tyrants. Their parents had met and fallen in love in the Holy Land, ultimately giving birth to Rocks and Lorn. Upon discovering this, the celestial dragons were not angered but rather delighted. It was the first instance of slave-bearing children in the Holy Land. Shortly after Rocks and Lorn's birth, the celestial dragons marked them with the brand of the celestial dragon's hoof, signifying their intention to claim the young boys as their property. This harrowing scene shattered the hearts of Rocks and Lorn's parents. They had resigned themselves to their fate as slaves, yet they fervently wished that their children would not suffer the same destiny. Thus, when Rocks was 6 and Lorn was 4, their parents conspired to escape the Holy Land. That night, a great fire engulfed the Holy Land, spreading rapidly and plunging it into chaos. In the ensuing turmoil, their parents, who had planned to flee amidst the chaos, were discovered by the minions of the celestial dragons. The parents fell victim to the malevolent hands of the celestial dragons, suffering a torment that led to their demise. Witnessing this atrocity at the tender age of 6, Rocks experienced a profound shock, awakening his conqueror's haki in that very moment. Not just any ordinary conqueror's haki, but one so powerful that it instilled fear in the guards and even CP0 present at the scene. Soon after, Rocks fled the Holy Land with his younger brother, escaping the clutches of the celestial dragons. Thus, the two forlorn youths embarked on a life of self-sufficiency, subsisting on the remnants of others' meals and donning tattered garments discarded in trash heaps. They served plates, labored in menial jobs, and toiled in the shadows, even suffering from wage theft at the hands of unscrupulous employers. They narrowly escaped being trafficked, almost becoming slaves once more. Fortunately, they managed to support each other through these trials. Now, with the moment ripe for action, Rocks resolved to exact vengeance upon the celestial dragons. After all, in their youth, both Rocks and Lorn had heard a saying in the Holy Land: "The D lineage is the enemy of the gods." This phrase, often echoed by the celestial dragons, revealed their deep-seated fear of the D lineage. Both Rocks and Lorn belonged to that very lineage. Ha ha ha. "Do you not trust me? You truly have the audacity to speak so boldly, Lorn." Rocks chuckled heartily at his brother's words. If it had been anyone else, the hot-tempered Rocks would surely have unleashed his conqueror's haki upon them. But how could he do such a thing to his own brother? After all, Lorn was his only family in this world, his one vulnerable spot. Becoming a pirate and opposing the world government and the celestial dragons was a perilous endeavor, fraught with peril. "I would prefer you remain here," Rocks said, his gaze turning toward Lorn, filled with complexity. Rocks longed for his brother to stay by his side, as they had been inseparable since childhood. The thought of parting ways threatened to bring tears to his eyes. Yet, the danger of becoming a pirate and seeking revenge against the celestial dragons was immense. To say it was a matter of life and death would not be an exaggeration. Rocks himself harbored no certainty of victory, thus he wished for his brother to remain distant from danger and to live a safe life. "Better to stay here, marry, and have children, giving me a few nephews and nieces," he continued. In this way, our bloodline may endure. At this point, a softness emerged in Rock's gaze. After all, he was human, with flesh and blood. The memories of their family's harmonious life in the Holy Land lingered in his heart as a sanctuary of warmth. Many times he had dreamt of those days when his parents were alive, and although life had been difficult, it had also been sweet. Yet now, only the two brothers remained. Akati matters not if I face life, and death Lorne should not have to endure such peril alongside me. Ha ha, brother, do you think I'm still that little brat who merely follows in your footsteps, relying on your protection? I am quite formidable. Perceiving the thoughts of Rocks, Lorne offered a mysterious smile. He then clenched his fists, his eyes widening slightly. A surge of invisible energy erupted from within Lorne. In an instant, it felt as though all surrounding entities had bowed in submission. The bustling crowd that had hurried past the port now lay sprawled on the ground, their eyes glazed, frothing at the mouth. It seems I have yet to master this power. My apologies, dear townsfolk. Lorne scratched his head, feeling a twinge of remorse as he gazed at the fainted crowd. Since childhood, Rocks and Lorne had lived on this island, which they had long considered their true home. The people here were exceedingly kind to the two brothers. In this small island community, they were quite renowned. After all, this island harbored but a single modest town, lacking in wealth, let alone being a member of the world government. Consequently, it often became a target for pirates, human traffickers, and other nefarious individuals. Every now and then, criminals would come to cause trouble, only to be repelled by the formidable Rocks, sparing the townsfolk from the pirates' harassment. Thus, Rocks and Lorne held immense prestige in this town. It is not an exaggeration to say that their renown surpassed even that of the mayor. Lorne? Was this? Witnessing the scene before him, Rock's eyes widened in shock, his tongue hanging out in disbelief. Isn't this the Conqueror's hockey? When did Lorne awaken this formidable power? Well, brother, do you now regard me with newfound respect? Lorne gazed at his brother's astonished expression, feeling quite pleased. In 18 years, it was the first time he had seen such a look on his brother's face. Just yesterday, on Lorne's 18th birthday, the standard system of a transmigrator had awakened. The system had bestowed upon him a starter gift package, enabling Lorne to awaken the 3 types of hockey, the Marine 6 styles, as well as various martial skills such as sword. Energy, his physical attributes, speed, strength, and stamina had also seen considerable enhancement, though he had received such a plethora of rewards at once. All these abilities were merely at the elementary level, the lowest tier anchored by the system. The system categorized all abilities into 6 tiers: elementary, intermediate, advanced, top tier, royal, and kingly. Despite being the most rudimentary form of the 3 types of hockey, coupled with various martial arts techniques, this was undoubtedly a significant enhancement for Lorne. To say nothing of the fact that even the elementary 3 types of hockey alone would allow Lorne to establish himself in these vast seas. Moreover, these abilities could be continuously upgraded through the system's specific methods. The system was named the Bountiful Offspring System. As the name suggests, the more wives and children one has, the greater one's abilities will continually expand. When the number of wives and children reaches a certain threshold, one may even acquire extraordinary abilities that transcend the pirate world. Ha 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 ha. Indeed, you are my brother? Lorne. Upon witnessing Lorne awaken the Conqueror's hockey, Rocks could not contain his joy. He excitedly patted Lorne on the shoulder. Brother, you're going to dislocate my shoulder, Lorne said, dodging and feeling helpless. His elder brother was endowed with immense strength and extraordinary talent. Even with his body enhanced by the system, he could not withstand the affectionate strikes of his brother. Isn't that the laughter of Lord Rocks? What joyous event has transpired in their household? His boisterous laughter resonated throughout the entire town. Ha ha ha, I am exceedingly delighted. Lorne, I knew it. No matter how talented my younger brother is, he could never be significantly inferior to me. This way, we can set sail together as brothers, and there will be no need for separation. Rocks was overwhelmed with excitement, lifting Lorne high into the air and catching him repeatedly, nearly causing Lorne to regurgitate his last meal. The Conqueror's hockey is a testament to one's royal disposition, signifying the potential to become a king. Typically, only 1 in a million possesses the ability to awaken it, and it can only be innately acquired, not cultivated through training. If one is not born with it, they are forever fated to be devoid of this formidable power. Possessing such potential clearly indicates that Lorne has the qualities and temperament befitting a king. His younger brother would undoubtedly not fall short in comparison. The same blood flows through both of their veins. By the way, brother, do you have any plans for setting sail? The celestial dragons possess profound roots. With nearly 800 years of history behind the world government, the Holy Land undoubtedly conceals some ancient monstrosity. Opposing them will not be an easy feat. At that moment, Lorne grew serious. As Rock's brother, he understood Rock's character better than anyone. His elder brother was essentially a lavishly equipped version of Don Quixote da Flamingo. Past experiences had shaped Rocks into a naturally cautious individual, one who was reluctant to trust others and believed solely in power. This philosophy ultimately led to a tragic fate in the original narrative. Overly reliant on strength, he entangled himself with the most formidable creatures of the time, launching an assault on the celestial dragons of God Valley. Yet, the scattered Rocks pirates ultimately perished in God Valley. Rocks himself was erased from existence by the world government. Lorne even speculated that during the battle at God Valley, Rocks may have been betrayed by his own crew. Otherwise, with the might of the Rocks pirates, how could they possibly fall to the world government if they were united as one? Surely, it must be that my elder brother has faced betrayal from his crew. Isn't it simple? Let us seek out the most formidable monsters in this world and enlist their allegiance. I refuse to believe that gathering the strongest from around the globe cannot bring down a single world government. With unwavering confidence, Rocks articulated his plan, his face brimming with anticipation for Lorne's praise. The principle of survival of the fittest, the law of the jungle, eternally governs the world. The one with the greatest strength holds the reins of power. Thus, in Rock's perception, his plan appeared flawless, devoid of any flaws. Brother, such a scheme is destined to fail. You are far too naive. Much to his surprise, Lorne shook his head, completely dismissing Rock's perspective. Oh, Lorne, why do you say that? Rocks was not angered, but rather puzzled. His younger brother, who would not undermine him without reason, must have valid grounds for his skepticism. Rocks was acutely aware of his own impulsive nature, often acting without forethought. In contrast, Lorne possessed the ability to perceive angles that eluded Rocks. Thus, Rocks inquired of Lorne, setting aside everything else, the world's strong are but a rare breed, akin to mythical beasts. Will they willingly submit to you, risking their lives alongside you? Lorne pinpointed the crux of the issue. Whitebeard, Gold Lion, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, Silver Axe, Wang Zhi, and others those deemed worthy by his brother were legendary figures. These individuals, proud and lofty, would never willingly accept subservience. Why not? Surely, all it takes is to subdue them. Rocks clenched his fists, producing a thunderous crack. Alas, Lorne sighed that he believed in his brother Rock's potential. However, sheer force could compel the strong to submit temporarily, but it would not engender their genuine allegiance, let alone inspire them to sacrifice their lives for you. At critical moments, refraining from betrayal would already be considered a display of loyalty. Ha ha ha. Lorne, you have no retort. You must heed your elder brother. It is settled. Let us find the strongest monsters in the world and have them join our pirate crew. We shall overthrow the world government. Seeing Lorne sigh, Rocks assumed his brother had run out of arguments. My dear brother, think carefully. Can mere strength truly subdue all? Let us consider this. If someone were to surpass you in strength, defeating you and demanding your allegiance, would you acquiesce? Lorne had to provide an example to Rocks. Of course not. Rocks exclaimed, growing animated. Then what will you do if you cannot defeat him and he forces you to join? Lorne continued to inquire. I shall feign allegiance to his pirate crew, diligently trained to enhance my strength, and await the opportune moment to usurp that scoundrel. In any case, I shall never submit to another. Rocks pondered for a moment before exclaiming, Isn't that precisely the point, brother? If you think this way, other formidable individuals will undoubtedly harbor similar intentions. Can you guarantee that they will wholeheartedly serve you when the time comes? At a critical juncture, if they do not stab you in the back, that would be considered an act of great benevolence, Lorne reminded him. Upon hearing this, Rocks fell into deep contemplation. Damn, it seems that you are indeed correct. Rocks smacked his thigh, realizing that his younger brother's words held considerable wisdom. By slightly immersing oneself in the situation, one can readily comprehend the reality. How could the strong willingly submit to the weak? Even if one were to forcibly compel the mighty to yield, they would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to usurp that power. How could I have overlooked such a crucial point? It is utterly infuriating to realize that I could make such a naive mistake. However, without the strength of the world's most formidable beings, my brother and I stand no chance against the colossal entity of the world government. Rocks was engulfed in confusion, discovering that his proud creed had been effortlessly dismantled by his brother's mere words. Truly, brother, this is hardly like you. Seeing Rocks in such turmoil, Leon endeavored to bolster his spirits. But, Rocks felt utterly devastated by Leon's words. After all, Rocks was merely a 20-year-old youth at this juncture, not yet the seasoned maritime overlord he would eventually become. Fear not, dear brother, for I am here. Are you not aware? Pray tell, what is the most reliable bond in this world? Leon spoke with unwavering confidence. Surely, it is family. Locks responded without hesitation. Anyone may betray you. But Leon would never forsake him. This elder brother would protect Leon to the utmost, even at the cost of his own life. Locks believed that Leon shared this conviction. Family is, indeed, the most dependable relationship in existence. By the way, crew members may betray you, allies may betray you, subordinates may betray you. Only family will never betray you. Leon nodded, wearing an expression that suggested he found his elder brother to be quite teachable. Only family will never betray you. Leon emphasized each word, his voice resonating like thunder in Locke's ears. Brother, your words resonate profoundly. How could I have failed to realize this before? In that moment, Locke delivered a resounding slap to his own face, the sound echoing loudly. Leon was indeed correct. Anyone could betray you, but only family will remain steadfast. How could I have overlooked this? I nearly committed a grave error. But alas, you are my only family in this world. Could it be that we have other kin? Did our parents perhaps bear other children? Locke stared blankly at Leon, pondering how wonderful it would be to have another family member. What are you thinking, brother? Our parents were executed before us. Leon shot a glare at his elder brother. From birth, our parents have always been by our side. Furthermore, we witnessed the tragic demise of our parents firsthand. Where could there be an excess of siblings? What should one do? The furrow in Rock's brow tightened, consumed by worry. Are you foolish, brother? Wouldn't one create their own family in the absence of relatives? Lorne regarded Rocks as though he were a simpleton. Two robust young men could easily find some maidens to procreate with. After all, with nearly 2 decades until the Valley of the Gods, there was ample time. Create one's own? Of course. Brother. Lorne observed Rock's expression, sensing an unspoken dilemma. A foreboding intuition suddenly welled up within him. Could it be that his elder brother had some unmentionable issue? Or perhaps Rocks was masquerading as a man? Or could it be that his elder brother had an inclination towards the same sex? What are you thinking, little brother? I am not that sort of person. Rocks, having sensed Lorne's thoughts, delivered a playful smack to his head. Ouch, brother. Lorne groaned, clutching his head and rolling on the ground. To create children? Does that not imply engaging in such activities with a woman? How utterly dull. I am simply not interested. Rocks declared, his face contorted in distaste. To clarify, Rocks was neither a cross-dresser nor an effeminate man. He was, however, entirely disinterested in romantic matters between men and women. His sole ambition was to topple the celestial dragons. Suddenly, an idea struck Rocks, and he turned to Lorne, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Little brother, although I lack interest in such matters, you are here. You must not refuse me this. Otherwise, I shall be quite vexed. Rocks, fearful that Lorne might share his disinterest in women, hastily continued. He appeared determined that Lorne's agreement was essential. But, brother, Lorne attempted to interject, yet Rocks pressed him down. Enough, Lorne. No more debate. It is settled. From now on, you shall be responsible for creating our family. I shall take care of you. As for matters regarding women, should you take a liking to anyone, do not hesitate to inform your elder brother, and I shall ensure it is taken care of, Rocks declared, exuding an air of determination, leaving no room for dissent. After all, in Rock's view, women were merely a source of trouble. Such troublesome matters can be entrusted to my younger brother. Faced with his elder brother's enthusiasm, Lorne reluctantly acquiesced. With that settled, we established our objective. The excitement radiating from Rocks was palpable, emanating an overwhelming aura of dominance. Splendid. With our goal set, we shall immediately put it into action. Come, Lorne, let us set sail. Rocks and Lorne made their way to the port, where a remarkably rudimentary wooden raft lay anchored. Starting off with a mere raft, it bears a resemblance to that fellow Luffy. Observing the incredibly simplistic raft brought a smile to Lorne's lips. In these original works, the men who possessed the qualities to stand at the pinnacle of the pirate world seemed to be remarkably unconcerned with trivialities. Just as the two were about to embark on their journey, a multitude of young individuals suddenly emerged from the port. The young individuals were overwhelmed with emotion, tears glistening in their eyes. We all heard the conversation just now. Lord Rocks, Lord Lorne, we never anticipated that you harbored such a past. How infuriating it is that you wish to depart without uttering a word to us. Lord Rocks, Lord Lorne, you are indeed being rather distant. Indeed. I too wish to accompany Lord Rocks and Lord Lorne. What are those celestial dragons, after all? Those scoundrels. Take us along with you. Lord Rocks, Lord Lorne, over the years, you have driven away numerous pirates and villains from our town. It is high time we offered our assistance in return. These individuals are the youth of this island town, idolizing Rocks and Lorne. Upon overhearing the conversation between Rocks and Lorne, these young souls felt not fear, but rather a surge of courage. After all, the reputation of the celestial dragons is far from favorable. Moreover, this town has devolved into a den of iniquity precisely because it could not meet the exorbitant demands of the celestial dragons. Indeed, they are also victims of the celestial dragon's oppression. Were it not for the unwavering guardianship of the brothers Rocks and Lorne, they would likely have been annihilated by the slavers and pirates that roam about. In the hearts of these young people, Rocks and Lorne stand as their spiritual totems. After all, the righteous Navy has never set foot in this town. Ironically, in the eyes of these youths, Rocks and Lorne embody justice more than the Navy ever could. Our adversaries are the celestial dragons. This journey is fraught with peril, not a mere game. Are you truly prepared? Before Rocks could utter a word, Lorne turned to those familiar faces and proclaimed, "What are the celestial dragons to us? For the sake of Lord Rocks and Lord Lorne, let us vanquish them. Indeed, let us obliterate them." The young individuals erupted in exuberant cheers. "Excellent, then let us follow in our footsteps." With that, Lorne cast a knowing glance at Lux. For the two brothers shared an unspoken bond. After all, they had weathered life's trials together for over a decade, and their understanding of one another ran deep. Lux and Lorne embarked upon the small wooden raft, which soon began to drift. The young people, who had earlier wished to accompany Lux and Lorne, exchanged bewildered glances. What does this mean? Wasn't it agreed that we would leave together? How is it that Lord Rocks and Lord Lorne have set off on the raft alone? To follow us, one must possess the resolve to face death at any moment. We do not require companions who lack even this minimal determination. Suddenly, from the distant raft, Lorne's voice rang out. This is a trial set forth by Lord Lorne. Indeed, if one cannot muster the courage to risk their life, what right do we have to follow Lord Rocks and Lord Lorne? The people on the shore instantly comprehended Lord Lorne's intent. Splash, splash, splash. Several young individuals leapt into the water without hesitation, swimming vigorously towards the raft. Of course, there were also those who faltered, with the retreating individuals making up the majority. This is not a calm belt. The waves and winds here are tumultuous, even ferocious. Tragically, there are often individuals who succumb to drowning in this treacherous sea. Even for those with commendable swimming skills, their strength can quickly wane, leading to dire consequences. In the face of imminent death, the distinction between cowardice and bravery becomes starkly evident. Soon, some of those who plunged into the water exhibited signs of exhaustion, their breaths quickening. Many even plunged headlong into the depths, showing no signs of resurfacing. Witnessing this, several onlookers on the shore gasped in horror, relieved that they had not foolishly leaped into the fray, for otherwise, they might have met a tragic fate. At that moment, Locks and Lorne sprang into action. I was nearly convinced I would not survive. I had already lost consciousness. Indeed, it was perilously dangerous. Before long, Locks and Lorne managed to rescue all those who had exhausted themselves, hoisting them onto a wooden raft. "Well done, young men," Lorne commended the group. "You have exhibited the invaluable bravery and determination that could cost you your lives. You are true warriors." Locks echoed Lorne's sentiments, declaring, "I announce that you have successfully passed the trial and are officially members of the Locks pirate crew. In the life of a pirate, beyond mere talent, the willingness to risk one's life and possess a resolute spirit is paramount. In fact, at times, such spirit may outweigh raw talent. Take Trafalgar Law, who boldly claims to possess a strategy capable of bringing down one of the four emperors. Though he lacks the innate regal qualities of Doflamingo, Law is unperturbed by the mere mention of Kaido's name. He refuses to be complacent with merely being a warlord of the sea. Instead, he is driven, constantly evolving and advancing. In stark contrast, Doflamingo, who considers himself the most astute among the warlords, revels in the security his title affords him. With the status of a warlord, the Navy refrains from pursuing him, while the world government regards him as an invaluable asset, thus sparing him from their wrath. Becoming an intermediary in the underworld, he aligns himself with the four emperors, securing his position as a vital trading partner, knowing that they will not turn against him. Indeed, how comfortable and easy this life seems. Indulging in the comfort of his current situation, he remains unambitious. Maintaining favorable relations with the major powers while profiting immensely, what a splendid existence. After all, he is a noble descendant of the celestial dragons. Why should he toil like the commoners? This fact ultimately determines that Luffy's potential far surpasses that of the clown, Doflamingo. These valiant warriors, fully prepared to lay down their lives, may currently possess limited strength. Yet, their invaluable spirit of determination will undoubtedly propel them to rapid growth, transforming them into a dependable force in the future. Most importantly, their almost reverent admiration for Rocks.Tragically renders any betrayal nearly impossible. These individuals have undoubtedly laid the foundation for the nascent Rocks team. How exhilarating it is to be in the presence of Rocks and Lord Lorne. The rescued souls erupted in jubilant cheers, overwhelmed with joy at the prospect of following their idols. Is it truly the case? Is this the trial? Then I too shall pursue Rocks and Lord Lorne. Witnessing the earlier rescues by Rocks and Lorne, others on the shore could no longer contain themselves and leaped into the sea. After all, should they falter, it would be the intervention of Rocks and Lorne. Yet, would Rocks and Lorne concern themselves with these cowardly souls? Some opportunities present themselves, but once in a lifetime. Once lost, they are never to be reclaimed. Ignoring the faint-hearted, the raft set sail into the horizon. Brother, have you made your decision? What shall be our next objective? After setting off, Lorne inquired of Rocks. The world of pirates is indeed vast. The seas here are more expansive than those of Lorne's previous world by more than tenfold. Encounters among pirates are exceedingly rare. Particularly now, the number of pirates pales in comparison to the era of great piracy that awaits in decades to come. In the original narrative, figures like Whitebeard and Roger would oftentimes meet only once in over a decade, underscoring the enormity of these waters. Presently, the Rocks pirate crew consists of a mere handful of individuals, yet they find themselves devoid of resources and wealth. Moreover, their vessel, the raft, is far too diminutive. A ship is the very soul of a pirate crew. With such a multitude of individuals, the raft shall soon be unable to withstand the weight and will inevitably collapse. It is imperative to swiftly establish objectives and seize essential supplies and vessels. Ha ha ha. Indeed, there are goals in mind, my dear brother. The nearest island, Larkta, lies within the territory of the Hungry Wolf pirate crew. We must first capture that location. A fierce glint emanated from Rock's eyes. This matter has been meticulously planned for quite some time, and I have even acquired the permanent compass leading to that island. To think that I initially set my sights on the Hungry Wolf pirates. I have heard that their captain boasts a bounty exceeding 100 million berries, making him one of the dominators of these waters. It is said that he is a towering giant, standing over 4 meters tall, possessing immense strength. And any target marked by the Hungry Wolf pirates meets a dire fate. Upon hearing the name of the Hungry Wolf pirates, the newcomers began to breathe rapidly, for it is essential to recognize that in this era, pirates with bounties surpassing 100 million are a rarity. After all, Crocodile, with a bounty of 80 million, was invited by the world government to become a warlord of the sea. The pirate Empress Boa Hancock was also invited to join the warlords at a bounty of 81 million. This current era is more than 20 years prior to their invitations to become warlords. It is no exaggeration to assert that pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million today possess strength that is undoubtedly comparable to the future warlords of the sea, if not superior. Such a formidable pirate could undoubtedly be deemed a sovereign in his own right. Oh, the Hungry Wolf pirates? Instantly targeting a bounty exceeding 100 million. You truly live up to your reputation, brother. Upon hearing Locke's ambitious goal, Lorne became invigorated. Setting his sights on a notorious pirate with a bounty of over 100 million right after setting sail was unexpectedly bold of his elder sibling. However, upon reflection, who exactly was his brother? He was none other than the future sovereign of the seas, a man who commanded the respect of countless pirate legends. He nearly toppled the celestial dragon's 8th century reign. Rocks.Tragically, a mere pirate with a bounty over 100 million was hardly a concern. Lorne himself was swept up in excitement. What is the story behind these two brothers? Hey, did you notice? The smiles of Lord Locks and Lord Lorne, such confidence radiates from them. So incredibly impressive. Truly, they are Locks and Lorne. The newcomers, initially daunted by the name of the Hungry Wolf, found courage ignited within them upon witnessing the self-assured demeanor of Locks and Lorne. After all, these are warriors prepared to face death at any moment. Their fear was merely fleeting. With that in mind, let us venture towards Larkta. Let us commence our own legendary tale. For 3 whole days, we drifted upon the vast ocean. For the past 3 days, a dozen individuals have been crammed onto a small wooden raft, subjecting the members of the Rocks pirates to considerable distress. Fortunately, the Rocks pirates have finally caught sight of their destination, the island of Lultak. From a distance, they could clearly discern the flag of the Hungry Wolf pirates fluttering atop the island. This is undeniably a veritable pirate island. The wealth of this island is astonishing, far surpassing that of our homeland. It is no wonder that the captain has a bounty exceeding 100 million, leading such a formidable pirate crew. Even the most ordinary of crew members adorn themselves with gold and jewels, exuding a regal presence. On the humble raft, a member of the Rocks Pirates, tasked with keeping watch, could hardly contain his drool. Upon hearing this, the other members craned their necks, straining to gaze upon the island. They beheld the pirates of Rocks Island, each bedecked with extravagant gold chains, embracing beautiful women, radiating an aura of wealth and power that was undeniably alluring. The members of the Rocks Pirates were left wide-eyed in astonishment. It must be noted that the Rocks Pirates had been living on a desolate island, one so impoverished that it could not afford even the sky's gold. They had never witnessed such a grand spectacle. Furthermore, for the past 3 days, they had been crammed together on a single raft, subsisting solely on fish caught from the sea, with sore backs and insufficient nourishment compared to the hungry wolf pirates. The Rocks Pirates were truly the starving wolves at that moment. Ha ha ha, my comrades, charge forth. Annihilate the hungry wolf pirates. This is the first step towards the renown of the Rocks Pirates. At this moment, witnessing that scene, Rocks himself became exhilarated, delivering a rousing pre-battle speech to uplift their spirits. After all, with such wealth and so many women, how splendid it would be to seize them for his brothers to take his wives and bear children. Let us take their riches, let us take their women. Charge. My valiant warriors of the Rocks Pirates, let us make a grand endeavor. Lorne, being well versed in the ways of 2 lifetimes, knew precisely how to galvanize morale to its utmost potential by appealing to their greed, especially for the impoverished lads. As expected, upon hearing of money and women, the members of the Rocks Pirates exhibited a fierce gleam in their eyes, resembling ravenous wolves. Follow Lord Rocks, Lord Lorne, charge forth. Indeed, we too shall sail on a grand ship. We shall feast and dress well. I desire women surrounding me. Let the name of the Rocks Pirates resonate across the seas. Let us vanquish the hungry wolf pirates. The morale of the Rocks Pirates soared to its zenith. Meanwhile, this commotion did not go unnoticed by the hungry wolf pirates on the island. Has someone invaded? Am I seeing this correctly? Just a small raft? A mere dozen souls cramped upon a tiny vessel? Who are these madmen? Are they truly pirates? Upon witnessing the Rocks Pirates, the members of the hungry wolf pirates stood frozen in disbelief, only to erupt into derisive laughter. After all, they had never encountered such a wretched band of pirates with such fervent spirits. No need to report this to the captain. Waste a few cannonballs and sink them. Beside him, a pirate resembling an official playfully teased the woman in his arms, too arrogant to even lift his eyelids. In his eyes, dealing with such a pitiful pirate was a task unworthy of cannon fire. Boom. 2 cannonballs shot forth, hurtling towards the raft. In the next moment, boom. The 2 cannonballs returned and scathed to the island. Catching cannonballs with empty hands, the members of the hungry wolf pirate crew, who had just witnessed the scene, were utterly astonished. They had seen with their own eyes a fierce-looking man with tentacle-like red hair on that raft, who had caught the 2 cannonballs and hurled them back with sheer force. Boom. The cannonballs thrown back by Rocks had a power several times greater than that of ordinary cannons. The bombs that were flung back landed harshly on the port, resulting in the immediate deaths of several unfortunate members of the hungry wolf pirate crew due to the explosion. Which scoundrel is this? Upon witnessing the chaos, the pirate resembling an official erupted into curses. Yet, before he could finish his tirade, a figure like a flash of red lightning descended upon the island. Like a shadow eclipsing the sun, the fearsome, muscle-bound red-haired man now stood before the official-like pirate. A massive hand completely enveloped the man's head. With just a gentle exertion, the official's skull would instantly shatter like a watermelon. Simultaneously, thud, 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 with the arrival of the red-haired man, every member of the hungry wolf pirate crew around them collapsed to the ground, their eyes rolling back in unconsciousness. Dominance, overwhelming power? The cadre was so frightened that he could hardly articulate his words. Hey, summon your captain. Locks grinned widely, but to the cadre, that smile was as terrifying as the grim reaper himself. Brother, why are you scaring this fellow? He's already so frightened, he's wet himself. At that moment, Lorne and the others stepped onto the island and noticed the cadre's trousers were completely soaked, emanating an unpleasant odor. Lorne couldn't help but pinch his nose. His brother was once again seeking entertainment. After all, Lorne understood that with Locke's mastery of observation hockey, locating the captain of the hungry wolf pirates on an island was hardly a challenge. His brother simply delighted in such antics, deriving amusement from them. Isn't this exhilarating? Lorne, this is our first voyage. Locke's excitement was palpable as he flexed his wrist. With a resounding bang, A crimson liquid splattered everywhere as the cadre's head was instantaneously crushed. Ugh, how disgusting. Brain matter is everywhere. I think I'm going to be sick. The newcomers who had just joined Locke's pirate crew quickly fell to their knees, unable to contain their nausea at the gruesome scene. However, Locke and Lorne remained unfazed, their expressions calm and composed. The brutal nature of the celestial dragons is renowned throughout the world, having been enslaved since childhood and raised in the Holy Land. The two had witnessed scenes far more gruesome than this bloodshed countless times. They had long since become accustomed to it. To them, the mere act of crushing a human head was mundane, stirring not the slightest ripple in their hearts. Have you finished throwing up? The enemy is drawing near. Locke and Lorne chuckled as they glanced at the retching crew members. After all, when they first witnessed the cruelty of the celestial dragons in the Holy Land, they had reacted no differently than these newcomers. Thus, they could empathize with the crew's predicament, not being overly critical, but rather waiting for them to acclimate. Yet, it appeared that these individuals were encountering such bloodshed for the first time, struggling to regain their composure. All right, Lorne, take care of them. I'm heading in. Sensing the enemy approaching rapidly, with even the figures of the hungry wolf pirates now visible, Locke resolved to no longer wait. He decided he could manage the group alone. After instructing Lorne, Locke vanished in an instant. Who are you? The red-haired man? What a terrifying aura. Who is this formidable being? The exclamations of the hungry wolf pirates echoed nearby, despite having endured numerous fierce battles against other pirates. They had never before encountered a formidable foe with the fierce aura of this red-haired young man. I am known as Rocks. Remember this name while you still draw breath. With a menacing grin, Rocks charged directly into the throng of several hundred adversaries, as if traversing an uninhabited realm. Members of the hungry wolf pirate crew fell one after another into pools of blood. The island reverberated with blood-curdling screams, the intensity of which seemed to herald the arrival of hell itself. That guy really is full of vigor, observed Lorne, a hint of a smile creeping across his lips as he witnessed Rock's actions. In this bygone era of piracy, crews with bounties exceeding 100 million were undeniably classified as large pirate factions, their strength and influence comparable to the 7 warlords of the sea in later times. Yet before this newcomer, they remained as fragile as paper. Which fool dares to stir trouble on my territory? Seeking death, a sudden roar erupted, and a towering figure descended from the heavens, halting Rocks in his tracks. The captain of the hungry wolf pirate crew, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 137 million berries, stood before him. Standing at approximately 4 meters tall, his bare torso showcased muscles akin to steel, exuding an overwhelming sense of power. The captain has arrived. Hungry wolf captain, you have finally come. Prepare to meet your doom, invader. The crew members of the hungry wolf pirate crew erupted in tears of joy upon witnessing their captain's arrival. Had he arrived even a moment later, they would have been slaughtered by this red-haired monstrosity. Finally, a worthy adversary appeared. Lifting his gaze to the man before him, a glimmer of interest flickered in Rock's eyes. This was his first encounter with a pirate of such a high bounty. You have killed so many of my crew. You shall perish, you red-haired brat. The captain, enraged by the sight of the fallen, felt fury swell within him. In an instant, his form darkened. His already imposing physique expanded further, transforming into a hybrid beastly form, half human, half beast. Those who consume zoan-type devil fruits gain 3 distinct forms: human, half-beast, and full beast. His head morphed into that of a wolf, and his hands became razor-sharp claws, revealing the power of the wolf fruit. An ability user, are you? Just a mere wolf. Rock scoffed at the transformation. Many pirates and criminals had previously visited his island, some of whom were ability users, all of whom had been thoroughly defeated by him. How audacious you are, little brat. Die. As he found himself scorned by a mere novice who had just set sail, the captain of the hungry wolf pirates was instantly consumed by feral rage. With claws sharp enough to sever iron, he aimed a vicious strike at Rock's head. Boom. Boom. Rock merely tilted his head slightly, extending his right hand to effortlessly intercept the lethal claw attack. The clash between them erupted with the distinctive fireworks of conqueror's hockey. It goes without saying that Rocks, a formidable figure from the bygone age of piracy with a bounty exceeding 100 million, possessed this powerful ability. The captain of the hungry wolf pirates too wielded the conqueror's hockey. How could such a young brat also possess this formidable power? The captain's eyes widened in astonishment, for he sensed that the young pirate's conqueror's hockey seemed to eclipse his own presence. In terms of spirit, he was entirely subdued by this red-haired youth. Where did such overwhelming conqueror's haki come from in a novice? With a fierce wind accompanying him, Rocks raised his free left hand, forming it into a fist. To his astonishment, the fist glimmered with threads of conqueror's haki as it was hurled toward the captain's head. Clang! The captain extended his other claw to block Rock's left fist. Newcomer, you are a century too early. Gripping Rock's hands tightly, the captain prepared to deliver a fatal blow with his signature heavy wolf hammer. Something's amiss. Soon, the captain's movements came to an abrupt halt. He felt an unsettling shift beneath him. The ground cracked and sank beneath his feet. A powerful gust transformed into a tempest of hurricane force, wildly expanding from the two of them. Boom! The captain's pupils constricted sharply. Within his body, his organs were suddenly struck by an unknown force. His heart, kidneys, and liver were violently displaced, causing excruciating pain. Gush! A mouthful of dark blood erupted from the captain of the hungry wolf pirates. The immense wolf-like form collapsed to one knee, stirring up a cloud of dust. As shadows flitted past, the captain reverted from his beastly form back to human, appearing gravely injured and utterly disheveled. What on earth is happening? How could the captain be spitting blood? What was going on? Observing this, the members of the hungry wolf pirates were left dumbfounded, entirely perplexed by the unfolding events. They could not comprehend how the captain had suddenly started to bleed. Clearly, neither had struck the other, and the clash of conquerors' haki was still ongoing. How could one party be so severely wounded all of a sudden? The newcomers of the Rocks pirates were equally bewildered. After all, it seemed that neither had landed a significant blow. How could one suddenly be spitting blood? Only Lorne among them understood the situation, his face alight with astonishment. If he was not mistaken, that earlier exchange had seen his brother unleash the conqueror's haki, entwining their spirits. Even after the captain of the hungry wolf pirates took a punch from his elder brother, he still suffered significant internal damage. To set sail and already possess the conqueror's haki, what manner of beast is my elder brother? The formidable chosen one, the Straw Hat Kid. Took 2.5 years at sea, enduring near-fatal blows before mastering the conqueror's haki under the tutelage of teacher Kaido. Yet, astonishingly, my elder brother has nearly reached the pinnacle right after embarking on his journey. Is this what talent truly is? Is this the caliber of a pirate worth a bounty exceeding 100 million? I had initially intended to extend an invitation for you to join my crew, but it appears that such a gesture is now unnecessary. Even Rocks could not have anticipated that his opponent would be so feeble, disdain evident on his face. I once held hope of inviting this formidable individual, but it is now abundantly clear that such a notion is entirely superfluous. Perish, you wretched fool. In the blink of an eye, nearly 2 months have elapsed. In the past 2 months, Locks has been incessantly urging Lorne and Sherry to conceive a child. Furthermore, Locks has meticulously sought to recruit various professionals, including female ship's doctors, nutritionists, chefs, and skilled seamen. For a pirate crew to endure over time, such positions are indispensable. Locks even went so far as to inquire about a doctor reputed for possessing secret recipes for childbirth, respectfully inviting him to the island. Influenced by Lorne, Locks' approach to building the pirate crew shifted from one centered around strength to one focused on lineage. Consequently, he has become fervently obsessed with expanding the Locks family. Now, all that remains is for Lorne to endure his hardships. Following him are those members who have been his loyal companions since their hometown, steadfastly supporting both Locks and Lorne. In recent days, they have not been idle. Rather, they have been tirelessly training to enhance their strength. Many among them have already mastered the 6 styles of the Navy through diligent practice. Moreover, those with exceptional talent have, under the personal tutelage of Rocks, grasped the concept of haki. The entire Rocks pirate crew is in a period of flourishing development. At long last, one day, the crew received magnificent news. Sherry has successfully become pregnant. The Rocks family will have successors. Wow, how splendid. Everyone, let us celebrate with a grand feast. Upon receiving this news, the most exhilarated was not Sherry, nor was it Lorne, but rather Rocks himself. I shall have a little nephew or niece. I shall gain another family member. Rocks, upon learning this news, erupted into a euphoric laughter that seemed to pierce the heavens. His laughter echoed, almost breaking through the clouds. In this cold and brutal world, blood ties are the most reliable connections. Lorne is Rocks' biological brother and his only family. Now, with his dear brother soon to have a child, it signifies that he too shall welcome a charming little nephew or niece. How could Rocks not be elated? Witnessing Rocks' nearly frenzied state, both Lorne and Sherry were momentarily stunned. Is my brother all right? After spending 2 months together, Sherry no longer approached him with the same trepidation as at the beginning. After all, Lorne has shown her considerable affection. In this light, Rocks has come to regard Sherry as a sister-in-law. The members of the Rocks pirate crew also hold great respect for her as their lady. Naturally, as a member of royalty, Sherry is an exceptionally intelligent and emotionally adept woman. She understands that the entire Rocks pirate crew's respect for her stems from her connection with Lorne. If ever Lorne were to show less care for her, her status would plummet. Thus, she must strive even harder to serve him well. My brother must genuinely feel delighted, thinks Lorne, observing his brother's excitement, while feeling a twinge of bittersweetness himself. Despite Rocks projecting an image of an invincible devil to outsiders, it is merely a facade of strength he has crafted. He and Rocks escaped from the Holy Land at the tender age of 6. As two defenseless little boys, if they did not exhibit a semblance of ferocity, would they not be bullied to death? Only in his own presence does Rocks reveal his softer side. Only Lorne knows that his brother was not invincible from the moment of his birth. He too has been beaten into a pulp. And he too has shed tears of despair. Deep within, he shares the same profound yearning for family and home as Whitebeard. Perhaps this is the reason why Rocks exudes a sense of excitement that even surpasses Lorne, who is now a father. Following this, Lorne instructed the ship's doctor to take good care of Shirley before leaving the room to delve into the workings of the system alone. Just at the moment Lorne learned of Shirley's pregnancy, the system's notification chimed in response. It detected that the host was about to welcome his first offspring and began to dispense rewards. The host was granted Intermediate Observation Hockey, Intermediate Conquerors Hockey, and Advanced Armament Hockey, Flowing Sakura. Additionally, the host received Intermediate Swordsmanship, a doubling of stamina, strength, and speed enhancements. Proficiency in the Navy's 6 styles increased. The host was awarded the passive skill Never Tire. The host was also granted the passive skill Golden Eye. Ding. Special reward. As this is the host's first experience of fatherhood, an extra reward of one of the SSS-level talents for the offspring, free cultivation, is bestowed. Finally, the system encourages the host to strive diligently, aiming for a future filled with descendants to cherish. The series of system notifications left Lorne momentarily bewildered. Good heavens. Are there really this many rewards? It took several minutes for the notifications to cease. The 3 types of hockey had all been upgraded, and armament hockey had soared to an advanced level, along with the comprehension of Flowing Sakura. Moreover, other abilities had seen varying degrees of enhancement. Lorne eagerly opened the system panel. Host, Lorne gender, male age, 18 speed, advanced strength, advanced stamina, advanced swordsmanship, intermediate armament hockey, advanced, awakened Flowing Sakura, observation hockey, intermediate, conquerors hockey, intermediate devil fruit, none other abilities, never tire, golden eye, free cultivation. Upon viewing his panel, Lorne felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. To achieve such a remarkable enhancement simply by fathering a child was truly exhilarating. By the way, system, what do the skills Never Tire, Golden Eye, and Free Cultivation entail? Lorne began to investigate the meaning of these 3 skills granted by the system. Subsequently, with the system's explanations, Lorne came to understand. Never Tire is a life skill that ensures he will never tire in the endeavor of creating children. There are only exhausted cows, not overworked fields. This skill is also designed to prevent Lorne from becoming a weary ox, showcasing a remarkable sense of humanity. The Golden Eye is categorized as a life skill. Upon acquiring it, one gains the ability to perceive a woman's auspiciousness index. In simple terms, the higher a woman's auspiciousness index, the more unexpected delights she can bring to Lorne. The system classifies a woman's auspiciousness index into 6 tiers: E, D, C, B, A, and S. Similarly, a child's innate talent is graded into 8 levels: E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. The offspring born from unions with women of higher auspiciousness indices also exhibit greater innate talents. A child born from an E-ranked woman will possess a talent level of EB, while one born from a D-ranked woman will hold a talent level of DA. Only by uniting with a woman of S rank can one bear a child with a talent level of SSSS. This also prevents Lorne from being overwhelmed and indiscriminately spreading his affections, thereby avoiding the possibility of fathering a multitude of irresponsible offspring. It is indeed a remarkably humane skill. As for the children's innate talents, they can be shared with Lorne. In other words, the higher the innate abilities of the children born, the more Lorne stands to gain. This time, the SSS grade talent of free training is indeed an extraordinarily powerful gift. As the name implies, free training allows for the effortless enhancement of one's abilities. In other words, Lorne need not exert any effort. All his capabilities will naturally develop and improve. Furthermore, offspring born with the talent of free training will also require no effort, as their diverse domineering abilities will elevate themselves autonomously. Detection reveals that the host conqueror's haki is undergoing self-training, current level, intermediate, progress, 5, 2. The host's observation haki is also self-training, current level, intermediate, progress, 6, 1. The host's armament haki is in self-training, current level, advanced, progress, 2, 6. The host's swordsmanship is advancing on its own, current level, intermediate, progress, 8, 3. The host's stamina is improving autonomously, current level, advanced, progress, 7, 5. The host's strength is undergoing self-enhancement, current level, advanced, progress, 7, 9. The host's speed is also in the process of self-training, current level, advanced, progress, 6, 6. Upon sensing the myriad changes occurring within him, Lorne felt an unparalleled sense of tranquility. Free training. This extraordinary SSS-level talent is truly formidable, unparalleled in its might. To grow stronger effortlessly is an unparalleled blessing. Is there anything more advantageous in this world? It appears that in the future, one need only to choose a woman with a strong auspiciousness index. If I can unite with a woman of such caliber and bear exceptionally gifted offspring, my prowess will soar to unprecedented heights. At this moment, Lorne finally comprehended the true nature of the system. The more children one bears, the greater the potential for extraordinary talents, and thus one's strength would surge like a wild, unbridled hound. The adage holds true. Abundance of offspring brings blessings aplenty. If he could sire several children endowed with SSS-level talents, he might very well evolve into an existence more formidable than his elder brother, Rocks. Moreover, these children, possessing SSS-level gifts, would themselves constitute a formidable force. Given the bond of blood, he need not fear betrayal from them. Perhaps the tragedy that befell the Rocks pirates in the Valley of Gods could have been entirely averted. History is indeed on the brink of being rewritten. With over a decade remaining before the events of the Valley of Gods, there should be ample time. Before long, Lorne found Rocks, whose cheeks were flushed with excitement, still reveling in the merriment alongside the core members of the Rocks pirates. "Brother, I wish to discuss something with you," Lorne said as he took a seat beside Rocks, downing a bottle of liquor in one go. "Ha ha, little brother. Have you come to seek advice on nutrition and medical guidance now that Sherry is pregnant? Rest assured, I have already made the necessary preparations. The newly recruited female ship doctor and nutritionist are both exceptionally skilled. Sherry will be just fine," Rocks replied, assuming Lorne had come to talk about Sherry's condition. "Of course, I am aware of that," Lorne responded with a smile. "Brother, I wish to take a few more wives and bear additional children." Upon hearing this, Rocks was momentarily stunned. "What, brother, is there an issue?" Lorne inquired. "And no, there is no problem. You've finally come to this realization, Lorne. I was just pondering how to broach this subject with you. After all, with Sherry's pregnancy, it will be quite a while before we can add to our progeny. I was in distress over how to convey this to you, and yet here you are, bringing it up first. Haha, what is happening today? One piece of good news after another. Am I dreaming?" Rocks slapped himself to confirm he was indeed awake, his joy intensifying. He even lost control of his conqueror's haki, unintentionally stunning several crew members nearby. Today marked the happiest day of his life. From Rock's perspective, dealing with women was an infinitely troublesome affair. It is indeed a hardship for one's brother to entrust such matters to Lorne. While one has not afforded Lorne a single day of respite, one has instead subjected him to a daily existence of toil and strife. This elder brother has proven to be utterly incompetent. Lorne has already endured such great injustice, and he feels too embarrassed to repeatedly urge Lorne to seek out more assistance. Now, Lorne has unexpectedly taken the initiative to express his desire to shoulder such a tedious task, which undoubtedly brings immense joy to Locks. In light of this, my dear companions, we shall set sail tomorrow. Upon encountering any women, seize them all. With a triumphant lift of his goblet, Locks downed the contents in one go, reveling in the moment. Upon hearing this news, the members of the Locks pirate crew were equally exhilarated. In the past 2 months, they have diligently honed their skills, significantly enhancing their strength. Yet they have lacked the opportunity to demonstrate their prowess. At last, they are about to set sail, ready to showcase the fruits of their labor. "Brother, I'm not the kind of person who desires just any woman," Lorne remarked, bemused by Rox's suggestion. He was not some insatiable stallion, welcoming all comers. What if they ended up with a horde of wastrels? "Oh, right. Lorne, you've just reminded me. Rocks exclaimed, slapping his thigh. To be worthy of you. She must be a renowned beauty of the world or a princess of a nation. How can one simply seize any woman they encounter? Thus, it was decided, tomorrow, they would seek out the princesses of the nations allied with the world government. Rocks had come to this realization, intent on making a direct move on the world government's allied countries. After all, the expenses incurred over the past 2 months, acquiring supplies, recruiting crew members, and catering to so many needs, had been considerable. Regardless of the motive, it was time to embark on a raid. Brother, that's not what I meant, Lorne chuckled, realizing Rocks had completely misunderstood his intention. Tomorrow, let us head directly to the pirate black market. There are numerous individuals there, and I wish to see if there are suitable candidates. According to the system's explanation, a woman's fortune-bringing potential is innate. It is not merely her noble lineage that determines this quality. Lorne certainly did not want Rox's pirate crew to expend considerable effort attacking the world government's allied nations only to return with a woman of merely D or E rank and fortune-bringing potential. Such an outcome would be far from worthwhile. Thus, Lorne planned to venture straight to a place abundant with women. Thus, one can confidently and boldly select women with a high fortune-bringing index, rather than resorting to indiscriminate choices. Where are women most abundant? Undoubtedly, in the black market. It is essential to recognize that female slaves are the most easily captured, the most readily available, and the most lucrative commodities among all slaves. Consequently, the majority of transactions in the black market involve females. Furthermore, when discussing illicit trade, Lorne has another thought. That is the formidable Charlotte Linlin, who possesses perhaps the highest innate talent in the world of pirates. Born with the terrifying ability of the steel balloon, she was capable of slaying a giant bear at the tender age of 5 and injuring a member of the giant tribe. The giants regarded her as a demon, referring to her as the natural destroyer. Given Charlotte Linlin's extraordinary talent and her future accomplishments, Lorne surmises she undoubtedly embodies an S-rank fortune-bringing index. The offspring she bears are highly likely to possess an SSS-rank talent. More crucially, Charlotte Linlin is currently in her prime, a stunning beauty. In this era, it is unlikely that any woman would dare claim superiority over Charlotte Linlin in terms of appearance and physique. At this moment, Linlin stands as a figure comparable to future empresses such as Shirahoshi and Nico Robin. At this moment, it is undoubtedly the optimal time to take Charlotte Linlin as a wife. Should this opportunity be squandered, Charlotte may transform into a figure of unwelcome proportions in the future. Even the most exceptional talents would find it difficult to approach her then. Regrettably, Charlotte Linlin is not yet well known. Her name has not graced the newspapers in the past 2 months. After all, Rocks has only just set sail. Thus, Lorne is unaware of Charlotte Linlin's whereabouts. However, in the chaotic milieu of the black market, where rogues and pirates converge, there lies the greatest chance of discovering this future empress. Even if she cannot be found, one can purchase intelligence regarding Charlotte Linlin in the black market. Excellent. Since my younger brother wishes to go, we shall embark for the pirate black market tomorrow. For Lorne's requests, Rocks has always been accommodating. He would not even inquire about the reasons behind Lorne's desire to visit the black market. If his brother wishes to go, there must be a reason. Moreover, since Lorne willingly undertakes the burden of interacting with women, it is the duty of this elder brother to fully cater to his younger sibling's needs. Early the next morning, the Rocks pirates set sail. After a full day of navigation, they successfully arrived at the black market. From a distance, one could witness the bustling scene of the market. The island was teeming with people, jostling against one another, exuding an air of prosperity and vibrancy. However, any ordinary person witnessing such a sight would likely be terrified and quickly turn their ship around to flee. For the island is predominantly inhabited by fearsome pirates and outlaws. A mere disagreement here could result in violent confrontations, with brains and blood staining the ground. It is a realm of chaos far exceeding even the lawless territories of the Sabaody archipelago. This is the pirate black market. As the name suggests, it is an illegal marketplace. Everything that cannot be satisfied in the open, human trafficking, arms dealing, bioweapons, and other illicit demands, can be found here. Ah, is that not the recently illustrious Rocks pirates? The Rocks pirates? Are they not the new pirate crew that annihilated the Hungry Wolf pirates? I am aware of this. I heard that the Hungry Wolf pirates were completely eradicated by them. Captain Rocks' bounty has soared to an astounding 200 million berries. Furthermore, it is rumored that his brother, Roan, possesses a bounty of 80 million berries, a debut bounty of 200 million and another of 80 million? My goodness. What on earth is the story behind these two brothers? Moreover, It is said that both brothers wield conqueror's haki. My word. Two individuals with conqueror's haki aboard the same ship? This certainly does not sound like a mere novice pirate crew. Upon landing, the Rocks pirates immediately captured the attention of some onlookers. After all, having obliterated the Hungry Wolf Pirates, a formidable pirate faction, the Rocks pirates are basking in the limelight. In this era, a bounty of 100 million berries signifies a great pirate. To achieve such an astonishing bounty of 200 million on their first appearance, Rocks is indeed a trailblazer. This is undoubtedly the dawn of a new era for pirates, with immense potential that could very well alter the future landscape of piracy. Who would have thought we would gain such notoriety? Truly remarkable, Lord Rocks and Lord Lorne. As soon as we set foot ashore, we overheard discussions surrounding the Rocks pirates, and each member could hardly contain their joy. Even Rocks and Lorne displayed a hint of delight on their faces. After all, being merely in their teens and early 20s, they are in the prime of their youth. To become the center of attention right after embarking on their journey is indeed exhilarating. Humph. It's merely a stroke of luck. This fellow, Rocks, is nothing short of a sensational newcomer. If I were to defeat him, perhaps I would gain fame as well. Yet, some envious souls find great displeasure in the attention lavished upon the Rocks pirates. A newcomer garnering such significant recognition leaves these seasoned pirates feeling slighted. In no time, a menacing array of pirates began to encircle the Rocks pirates, many of whom bore bounties exceeding 50 million. Step aside, you worthless scum. Rocks' keen observation haki detected the malevolent intent lurking nearby. By unleashing his conqueror's haki, he instilled fear in this group of pirates, causing them to hesitate in their advance. It is important to note that conqueror's haki varies in strength. Having mastered the advanced form, Rocks undoubtedly wielded a top-tier version of this formidable power. At this moment, the pirates finally comprehended the true significance of the initial bounty of 200 million berries. This cannot be elucidated merely by attributing it to good fortune. This individual possesses the qualities befitting one at the pinnacle of piracy. The future seas are destined to be tumultuous. Lord Rocks, do you notice the captivating slaves here? Each one is strikingly beautiful. Would you care to purchase a few? Lord Rocks, I also have a considerable selection of exquisite blades. Might you be interested in perusing them? They would be perfectly suited to a figure of your stature. Furthermore, Lord Rocks, I possess an array of military weaponry. Would you like to equip your pirate crew with some? Soon, several merchants recognized Rocks and Lorne. Having obliterated the Hungry Wolf pirates, it was evident that Rocks had likely acquired their wealth as well, thus he was certainly not short of funds. Consequently, the merchants eagerly began to promote their wares. Come, let us inspect the slaves. Before long, Rocks and Lorne arrived at a specialized establishment devoted to the sale of slaves. The variety of slaves here is astonishing, encompassing men, women, and others such as the long-armed, long-legged, fur-clad, and serpent folk. Lord Rocks surveyed the offerings and expressed his desires to his subordinates. The merchant's demeanor was excessively obsequious. Are there any human princesses? Rocks inquired. Indeed, there are. A recent arrival includes a batch of deposed princesses, the merchant responded, his face lighting up as he summoned 5 or 6 timid women. It is important to note that the price of these human princesses is quite steep. Given their noble lineage, their beauty and figures are of the highest caliber, naturally commanding a premium. The price of a princess can be as much as 10 times that of an ordinary woman. Are these truly princesses? Rocks asked, his skepticism evident as he cast a discerning glance over them. Absolutely. I wouldn't dare deceive you. The merchant replied, adopting a sycophantic tone, fearful of offending Rocks. One cannot deny that the appearances and physiques of these princesses are indeed exceptional, suggesting their genuine royalty. However, Rocks shook his head, declaring, these are of no use to me. Their fortune-bringing value is disappointingly low. The best among them barely reaches a C grade. Acquiring them would yield no benefit. Indeed, as the system indicated, the fortune-bringing value is entirely unrelated to one's lineage. These women, even those of royal lineage, possess a rather dismal fortune-bringing quality. After all, many princesses, accustomed to a life of luxury, often exhibit poor temperaments. It is unlikely that they could enhance a man's fortune. Bring forth all the female slaves you have, Lorne commanded with a sweeping gesture. Very well, very well. The merchant, not daring to delay, promptly showcased all the female slaves in his establishment, including those of various races. To Lorne's astonishment, there were hundreds, creating a scene reminiscent of a royal selection of brides. This one bears an appealing appearance but lacks the requisite fortune-bringing quality. This one, however, possesses the fortune-bringing quality, yet her looks are regrettably inadequate. One by one, The women paraded before Lorne, who shook his head in disapproval. The highest fortune-bringing index among them was merely an A grade, belonging to a woman of striking unattractiveness. Lorne would not compromise his standards for such a meager advantage. Even an S-grade fortune-bringing quality would be rendered meaningless by excessive ugliness. Before long, Lorne's gaze fell upon a particular woman. The woman's appearance and figure are quite remarkable. She possesses flowing golden locks and captivating, sparkling eyes. There is an undeniable charm reminiscent of the character Stella, the white rose of the Golden Emperor from the original work. However, her complexion is pallid, bearing a rather unhealthy pallor, and she is plagued by a persistent cough, suggesting that she may be suffering from a grave illness. Nonetheless, her aura of prosperity is undeniably of an S-class caliber. Today, Lorne encountered the only S-rank woman in existence. An S-rank. The highest rating bestowed by the system for a prosperous partner. This woman is the one. How much? I shall have her. Lorne's eyes sparkled with excitement as he swiftly resolved to purchase the woman before him. However, upon voicing his intent, the merchant displayed a look of distress, which incited the displeasure of Locks. What troubles you? My brother desires her. Do you dare refuse to sell? Locks glared menacingly at the merchant, his imposing presence formidable. The frightened merchant promptly fell to his knees. No, my lord Locks, I would not dare. He stammered. To speak candidly, this woman suffers from a grave illness that requires exceedingly expensive medicinal herbs for her recovery. Each herb is valued at hundreds of thousands of berries. To cure her affliction would cost at least several million, if not tens of millions of berries. Otherwise, she would perish shortly after being purchased. Had an ordinary person shown interest in this ailing woman, the merchant would have been pleased to make a profit. Yet, Locks was not an ordinary individual. If he were to discover that the woman could not survive for long after the purchase, it would reflect poorly on him. Thus, the merchant, fearing for his own well-being, divulged the truth without reservation. Leave that matter to me. I have set my sights on this woman. State your price, Lorne commanded with a flourish of his hand, dismissing the merchant's concerns entirely. For a mere sum of berries, acquiring an S-rank woman was an unparalleled bargain. Should my lord not mind, I shall offer her as a gift, the merchant replied, gritting his teeth and sweating profusely, as though resolved to make a decision. After all, she was a dying individual, and determining a price was no simple task. What if he set the price too high and incurred Locks's wrath? Conversely, if he set it too low, he would not miss the few thousand berries. Moreover, the woman's origins were rather humble, seemingly a commoner from a poor nation. In light of this, it would be wiser to extend a gesture of goodwill. These prominent figures are not to be trifled with by mere small-time merchants. Very well, given your understanding, I shall acquire an additional 20 maids. It is evident that merchants who thrive in the black market are exceptionally shrewd. Upon hearing this, Rocks felt a surge of joy and promptly waved his hand, making another extravagant purchase of 20 female slaves. After all, with Sherry's pregnancy and Lorne having found a suitable wife, professional maids are indispensable. Splendid, exclaimed Lord Lorne and Lord Rocks. These 20 individuals are skilled servants from various noble families, each priced at 100,000 berries. Are you satisfied with this? The merchant beamed with delight and swiftly delivered the 20 adept maids. This transaction alone would yield a profit of at least 1 million berries. The price of 100,000 berries per maid is not exorbitant. Having secured the 20 maids, Rocks led his pirate crew directly to the neighboring armory. Many crew members lacked suitable weaponry, making this an opportune moment for replenishment. If you wish to purchase fine swords and guns, do so quickly. Today, I am treating, bellowed Rocks with grandiosity. Once you leave this village, this shop will be no more. Captain Rocks is treating. How could I possibly refuse? Boss, wrap up that 50-berry swift sword for me. That Naginata looks splendid. I'll take that as well. And I want that exquisite handgun. Boss, I'll have the sniper rifle. In an instant, the crew of Rocks' pirate band scrambled to equip themselves with weaponry. After all, with Captain Rocks footing the bill, this was the perfect time to indulge. Brother, why are you in such high spirits today? Lorne chuckled lightly. Hiki, I've set my sights on another sister-in-law. How could I not be in a good mood? Rocks grinned foolishly. However, I inquired with the owner of the slave shop, and the treatment for that woman's illness is quite costly. How much do we have left? Lorne expressed some concern regarding their finances. After all, maintaining a pirate crew incurs significant expenses, and given his brother's lavish spending style, the 500 million berries seized from the hungry wolf might not last long. Do not worry, dear brother. I won't let you run out of money. You need only focus on giving me more nephews and nieces. Leave the rest to me. Rocks reassured him, dismissing the concern entirely. Once this matter is resolved, it will be time to contemplate a grand venture. Brother, I'm off to the information shop to see if there's anything intriguing. After procuring a substantial arsenal from the arms dealer, Lorne made his way directly to the intelligence shop. The underbelly of the black market is ruled by numerous emperors. Some wield control over weaponry, others oversee transportation. Some engage in usury, and naturally, there are those who possess valuable information. Boss, I seek information on an individual, Charlotte Linlin. Do you know her whereabouts? Lorne inquired straightforwardly. Upon hearing that Lorne was again inquiring about a woman, Rocks burst into laughter, amused by his brother's fearless spirit of sacrifice. I'm afraid I don't know. The shopkeeper replied with a shake of his head, but then quickly shifted the conversation. However, if you were truly eager to find out, I could inquire on your behalf. With that, the shopkeeper gave Lorne a knowing glance. As for remuneration, it will be no small matter, 50 million berries. You will only need to provide me with the precise location of Charlotte Linlin. That should suffice. However, payment is contingent upon your success in locating her. Rocks hastily interjected, displaying a demeanor of extravagant generosity. Of course, that is no issue. Rest assured, I will leave no stone unturned to deliver news of Charlotte Linlin. The shopkeeper was visibly exhilarated by Rocks' declaration. This is indeed a significant undertaking. Moreover, Lorne and Roxas have gained considerable notoriety, leaving them unconcerned about accumulating debts. Despite operating in the black market, reputation holds paramount importance. Even if one were a figure of immense power, without credibility, no one would engage in business with him. Once Lorne concluded his affairs, the crew of the Roxas pirate group meandered through the black market once more. They found little interest in organ trafficking or biochemical weapons, leading them to return to their stronghold. Ship's doctor, how is this lady's condition? Upon returning to the base, Lorne immediately summoned the ship's doctor to attend to the newly acquired woman, renowned for her exceptional fortune-bringing qualities. At present, the woman appeared so frail that she could scarcely utter a word, resembling a specter on the brink of death. Lorne was determined not to let such a remarkable fortune-bringing wife slip away. While her illness was not particularly difficult to treat, the medicinal ingredients were rather costly. The seasoned ship's doctor provided a prescription. Rest assured, this is a woman my brother has taken a fancy to. I shall spare no expense, even if it costs millions, to ensure her recovery. Before long, Roxas dispatched crew members to procure the medication as prescribed by the doctor, expending over 10 million berries in the process. After 2 months of treatment, the woman, blessed with S-class fortune-bringing attributes, was nearing full recovery. I shall forever be grateful for Lord Lorne's immense kindness. Feeling her health restored, the woman, bearing a striking resemblance to Stella, expressed her profound gratitude. She had originally considered herself a mere pawn in life, never imagining she would be purchased by a pirate. In the past 2 months, Lord Lorne frequently inquired about the well-being of the woman, deeply moving her. Furthermore, he generously spent a considerable amount of money on her treatment. Were it not for Lorne, her life would likely have been lost by now. By the way, where do you hail from, and what is your name? Once the woman regained her health, Lorne promptly asked, for he was keenly curious about the origins, homeland, and name of this woman with an S-rank fortune-enhancing aura. He wondered which renowned figure from the original narrative she might be. The young woman introduced herself as Edward Jasmine, hailing from Sphinx. Upon hearing her self-introduction, Lorne's expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment. Edward? Sphinx? Could it be that this woman has ties to Whitebeard? Just as Lorne and the woman were getting to know each other, in a new world, at the pirate black market, a tall, muscular man with flowing golden hair brandished a large naginata as he stormed into the port. This man was none other than the legendary pirate, the man who would stand at the pinnacle of piracy, Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard. At this moment, however, Newgate had yet to sport his iconic white beard. He did not even have facial hair. Hey, isn't that the supernova pirate Edward Newgate, who was just recently offered a bounty exceeding 100 million? Someone exclaimed. Why does he look so furious? As soon as Newgate set foot on land, he was recognized by those in the pirate black market. If Rocks was the most dazzling new pirate star upon the seas, then Edward Newgate was undoubtedly the second most radiant among the new pirate superstars. Both were newcomers. Both had achieved a bounty surpassing 100 million on their first attempt. Presently, Newgate's bounty had reached a staggering 110 million berries. Is this the place? Are you sure you weren't mistaken? Upon landing on the island, Newgate strode directly toward the slave trading shop, inquiring of a subordinate beside him. Lord Newgate, I can assure you, I did not make a mistake. Miss Jasmine was indeed sold to this shop by traffickers. the young subordinate asserted confidently. Boom. Upon hearing his subordinate's confirmation, Edward Newgate was immediately engulfed by a blazing fury. His eyes blazed with wrath as he unleashed his conqueror's hockey. Shopkeeper, get out here at once, or I will smash your establishment to pieces. Newgate slammed his naginata heavily onto the ground, creating a massive dent in the earth. The commotion startled everyone present. Meanwhile, on Sphinx Island, my Lord Lorne, what has happened? Upon witnessing Lorne's remarkable expression, Jasmine was momentarily taken aback. It's nothing. Lorne slightly restrained his expression before continuing. By the way, since you hail from Sphinx, do you know someone named Edward Newgate? Edward Newgate? Jasmine, upon hearing the name, was momentarily stunned before responding. To be honest, my brother's name is Edward Newgate. Brother? Edward Newgate is your sibling? Yes. Is he not tall and sporting a white crescent mustache? Tall? A crescent mustache? That doesn't seem to match Newgate at all, Jasmine replied, visibly puzzled. Ahem, I forgot. In this era, Whitebeard was probably still a youth. Where would he have a mustache? Lorne said, somewhat embarrassed, realizing that he had overlooked the current timeline. Whitebeard is likely only around 17 years old now, roughly the same age as Luffy when he first set sail. Can you describe what he looks like now? Lorne needed to confirm whether the Edward Newgate Jasmine mentioned was indeed the Whitebeard from the original narrative. It would be quite awkward if they merely shared a name. I'm not entirely sure what Newgate looks like now. He rarely returns home, and I haven't seen him in many years. Our family was too impoverished to sustain ourselves. Newgate left Sphinx at the age of 10 and occasionally sends some money back, Jasmine said, her voice tinged with sadness. Due to the dire poverty in Sphinx, young Newgate took it upon himself to venture out to support his family at such a tender age, bearing burdens that were not meant for one so young. Oh, how did you end up in a slave market then? A few days ago, human traffickers invaded Sphinx, and I was captured. After asking Jasmine a few more questions, Lorne began to piece together the situation. However, this information alone was insufficient to ascertain whether Jasmine was indeed Whitebeard's sister. Nonetheless, she possessed an S-rank fortune-bringing aura, which promised to yield substantial rewards. By the way, from now on, do not call me Lord Lorne. Refer to me as husband. Upon hearing this, Jasmine was left speechless. What? Are you unwilling to become my wife? Lorne inquired with a light chuckle. No, how could I be unwilling? I just never imagined it would be like this, Jasmine exclaimed, filled with delight, feeling as though she was in a dream. She had originally thought that being purchased by Lord Lorne meant she would serve as a maid, only to find herself elevated to the status of a lady. The surprise is indeed overwhelming. Sister, our task is to bestow more heirs upon the Jibek family. I am currently with child and require a period of rest. The forthcoming days will depend upon you. At this moment, Shelley also entered the room, displaying no signs of discontent regarding Lorne's intention to take a new wife. This also exemplifies Sherry's intelligence. Indeed, I shall endeavor to serve my husband well. Upon hearing Sherry's words, Jasmine felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. She had keenly observed and cherished the care Lorne had bestowed upon her in recent days. A man both handsome and considerate. He had expended considerable resources to save her life. Now, the prospect of marrying Lord Lorne was truly a delightful and unexpected surprise. That very evening, Lorne successfully took the first step towards becoming husband and wife with Jasmine. Soon, a week passed. Today, Rocks summoned the members of the Rocks Pirates for a meeting, primarily to discuss matters of plunder. The ranks of the Rocks Pirates had grown, and expenditures were flowing like water. Continuous raids were essential to sustain the daily expenses of the crew. Lorne, you need not join this time. Remain on the island to accompany Jasmine and Sherry. Sherry is with child, and you must take good care of her and the baby, Rocks instructed as he made arrangements for the crew before setting off. All right, I understand. Lorne nodded, aware that the pirate world was far from tranquil. The Rocks Pirates had invaded numerous nations, accumulating many adversaries. In the past 2 months, this island has endured multiple assaults from other pirates and military forces, all of which were repelled by Locks and Lorne. Presently, with Shelley and Molly on the island, it is indeed imperative to have someone remain to safeguard them. Subsequently, Lorne returned to his quarters, while Locks summoned his crew to assemble at the port. Captain Locks, a ship is approaching. Just after the crew had gathered, one of the underlings immediately spotted a vessel drawing near to Larkta Island. It's a pirate ship. Is it yet another band of blind ruffians? The members of the Locks pirate crew, accustomed to such encounters, readied themselves for battle. Boom, boom, boom. Several cannons took aim at the swiftly approaching pirate ship and fired. Thud, thud, thud. A wave of sword energy swept through, intercepting the cannonballs mid-air, causing them to explode. Then, on the deck of the pirate ship, a towering figure wielding a massive cleaver stood at the bow, swinging his weapon. With a crackling sound, the sword energy sliced through the air, creating fissures in the very fabric of space. These cracks extended from the ocean to the island, swiftly followed by a violent earthquake and a tsunami. What in the world is this? Witnessing this spectacle, the members of the Lock's pirate crew were struck with terror and instinctively fell back. Everyone, step aside. Sensing the imminent danger, Locks advanced a step forward. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a punch, infused with the weighty aura of a conqueror, which forcibly dispelled the tsunami and tremors. This scene left the towering figure at the bow momentarily stunned. In an instant, with a swift rush akin to lightning, the imposing figure surged forward from the surface of the sea. Gleaming golden hair sliced through the air like a bolt of yellow lightning. Thunderous. You must be Rocks, right? Prepare to meet your demise. In the blink of an eye, the man, propelled by remarkable speed, arrived directly before Rocks and raised his naginata, striking down without mercy. Crack. Rocks widened his eyes slightly and, with a single hand, firmly caught the naginata. Boom, boom. A terrifying shockwave erupted, shattering the ground beneath them. You are Edward Newgate? Gripping the naginata tightly with one hand, Rocks immediately recognized the newcomer. The recently renowned pirate, whose bounty had surpassed 100 million, the supernova, Edward Newgate. Truly worthy of a 200 million bounty. Edward Newgate attempted to retract his naginata but found it utterly immovable. How could Rocks possess such immense strength? Isn't this fellow also a novice pirate? Humph, daring to charge forward like that. You must be prepared for the consequences. Rocks gazed at the figure of Whitebeard before him, his eyes brimming with the fervor of battle. In truth, the disparity between Whitebeard and Rocks at this moment was still quite significant. After all, Whitebeard was merely 17 years old, far from becoming the world's strongest man in the future. Although Rocks was also a newcomer, his potential vastly surpassed that of Whitebeard. He was destined to become the future sovereign of the seas, a man who would gather countless legendary pirates under his banner. Even if Whitebeard were to reach his peak in the future, he might not stand a chance against the pinnacle of Rocks. And that was not to mention the current time frame. Having already mastered the Conqueror's hockey, Rocks found it exceedingly effortless to deal with the mere 17-year-old Whitebeard. If it were not for the appearance of Lorne, which altered the course of events, the initial encounter between these two individuals is likely to be postponed for another decade or more. With a sudden exertion of force, Rocks astonishingly twisted and shattered Newgate's naginata. At this moment, Newgate wielded merely an ordinary naginata, yet to obtain the legendary blade known as the Supreme Sword, Songyun Xie. Such terrifying strength. Newgate felt a surge of alarm, hastily relinquishing his weapon and retreating several paces to avoid being caught in the aftermath. With a thunderous crash, Rocks had already appeared before Newgate in the blink of an eye. A fist collided with Newgate's face, distorting it and causing him to spew forth a mouthful of blood. However, Newgate was not one to be easily subdued. Despite enduring Rocks' formidable blow, he stood his ground without being sent flying. Instead, he pivoted and retaliated with a powerful strike aimed at Rocks' chin. Not only that, but this formidable punch was also infused with the capabilities of the tremor fruit. Rocks, taken aback by the resilience of this newcomer, whose bounty had only just surpassed 100 million, was unexpectedly sent soaring by Newgate's counterattack, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. How intriguing, this young man. In midair, Rocks adeptly regained his balance through sheer physical prowess, leaping high and preparing to unleash a descending palm strike. What a monster! Newgate, too, was astonished that his punch, empowered by the fruit's abilities, had not inflicted greater damage. Surely, his internal organs should have been devastated by the tremors. What substance comprises this man's flesh? With a sudden push of his legs, Whitebeard exerted all his strength to evade Rocks' assault. Conqueror's strike. Seeing Whitebeard narrowly escape, Rocks was not one to show mercy. He unleashed the Conqueror's hockey with unrelenting force. What transpired? He had clearly evaded the blow. Whitebeard's pupils dilated in shock, as a sudden wave of agony surged within him, causing him to spit forth a mouthful of blood. Boom. Despite his grievous injuries, Whitebeard swiftly rose to his feet, an ethereal energy shield coalescing around his fist. Vacuum. With a tremendous swing of his bulging muscles, the very fabric of space seemed to shatter. Almost immediately, a terrifying tremor rippled throughout the island. The wildlife in the central jungle was startled into a frenzy, fleeing in all directions. What was happening? Had they been invaded? At that moment, Sherry, Molly, Lorne, and the other maids within the room sensed the commotion. It appeared that a battle was underway on the island. You must protect the two ladies. I shall investigate, Lorne instructed the maids before hastily exiting the room. Although pirate incursions were not uncommon, such a cacophony was unprecedented. Before long, he beheld his elder brother engaged in a fierce struggle with a formidable opponent. Who were these invaders? How could they withstand his brother's might for such an extended duration? Lorne approached a nearby subordinate and inquired, for typically, intruders were dispatched within mere minutes by his brother. The commotion was so intense that it resonated throughout the entire island. Lord Roan, it is Edward Newgate, one of the notorious pirate supernovas. My younger brother hurriedly reported to Roan. Oh, Edward Newgate. Observing the two combatants at the heart of the fray, Roan found it difficult to associate the man before him with the legendary Whitebeard of the future, were it not for his towering stature and flowing golden locks. After all, Newgate was currently in a rather pitiful state, his face marred with blood, and the naginata he wielded had been shattered by rocks. Furthermore, he lacked the signature crescent mustache that characterized his later persona. He bore little resemblance to the formidable man who would eventually be hailed as the strongest in the world. Could it be that he had come in search of Jolie? Roan pondered. In the original narrative, Whitebeard held a profound yearning for family and kinship, his dreams of venturing into the seas driven by the desire to have a family of his own. If Jolie were indeed Whitebeard's sister, the possibility seemed plausible. Brother, Newgate, cease your hostilities. Just then, Roan intervened in the clash between Rocks and Newgate with his formidable strength. Roan, what brings you here? I can handle this scoundrel on my own. Upon seeing Roan's arrival, Rocks hastily withdrew, wary of endangering his own brother. So you are Roan? The one who purchased my sister. You scoundrel, what have you done to her? She is gravely ill. Newgate confronted Roan with palpable fury. A few days prior, he had inquired with the proprietor of the pirate black market, discovering that it was not Rocks who had primarily acquired Jolie, but rather his brother, Roan. Indeed, Newgate had suffered a severe beating. Roan couldn't help but taunt upon seeing the bloodied visage of Newgate. Whitebeard was indeed left in a state of disarray. Such a scene is utterly inconceivable in the original work. Enough with the trivialities. Where is my sister? Has she been treated as a slave by you? Whitebeard raised his fist, aiming it at Lorne. Witnessing the threat against his brother, Rocks was filled with rage, immediately contemplating the dismemberment of Whitebeard. Do not be hasty, brother. Lorne intervened to restrain his elder sibling. This is the future strongest man in the world. Although he is merely a novice at present, one must invest in the original shares. It would be a tremendous loss to take Newgate's life now. Newgate, let me assure you, your sister is doing well and has recovered. Would you like to see her? Lorne said to Newgate. Is what you say true? Newgate, momentarily taken aback, struggled to respond. Of course it is true. If you wish to see her, I can take you, Lorne replied with a warm smile, exuding kindness. That's wonderful. Faced with Lorne's amiable demeanor, Newgate found himself at a loss, hastily lowering his raised fist. However, a flicker of doubt lingered in Newgate's mind, contemplating whether Lorne might be deceiving him. Yet, having awakened his observation hockey, he sensed a very familiar aura. Lorne, are you saying this fellow before me is Jasmine's brother? Rocks, too, understood and relaxed his tense body. Indeed, he is Jasmine's brother. Come, Newgate, I will take you to meet your sister. With that, Lorne led Newgate towards Jasmine's room. Soon, Lorne brought the bloodied and unrecognizable Newgate into the chamber. A ghost! A ghost has come! The maid screamed in terror upon Newgate's entrance. After all, standing nearly 6 meters tall and dripping with blood, he was indeed a chilling sight. Do not be afraid. He is a man, not a ghost. I brought him here to see Jasmine, Lorne reassured them, bemused. This was likely the most harrowing appearance of Whitebeard's life. Sister! Sister! How wonderful! You are alive! Upon entering the room, Newgate's voice trembled with emotion as he spotted his sister Jasmine. Given that their family had nearly perished, Jasmine was his only remaining blood relative. She was his sole family. Just days ago, he had heard from townsfolk that his sister had fallen gravely ill and had little time left. Alarmed, Newgate hastened back to Sphinx with his pirate crew. To his dismay, he discovered that his sister had been captured by a group of human traffickers and sold into slavery. In a frenzy, Newgate sought answers at the pirate black market. It was there that he learned from a shopkeeper that Jasmine had been purchased by the Rocks pirates. Thus, he arrived at Rocks Island, culminating in the earlier scene. Who is your sister? Jasmine, alarmed, stared at the bloodied visage of Newgate, resembling a malevolent spirit. It's me. Sister, I am Edward Newgate. Do you not recognize me? Whitebeard quickly proclaimed his name. Edward Newgate? Is it truly you? Brother. Upon hearing Newgate's words, Jasmine immediately stepped forward, glancing left and right, examining him with great care. After all, the last time the siblings met was several years ago. At that time, Newgate was merely a teenager, of average height. After years apart, it was astonishing to see how much he had grown. It truly is you, Newgate. I never expected to encounter you here. Wah. Upon confirming that the visitor was indeed Newgate, Jasmine embraced him, tears of joy streaming down her face. Oh, sister, it is such a relief. I thought I would never see you again. Newgate, disregarding the presence of Rocks, Lorne, and others, was also overcome with emotion, shedding tears. Let us leave this room, Lorne suggested, observing the siblings as they wept in each other's arms, feeling deeply moved by their reunion. He profoundly comprehended the sentiment of being able to see the only family member in the world. Even Rocks genuinely felt a surge of joy, with a glimmer of tears shining at the corners of his eyes. The bond between these siblings mirrored the connection I share with Lorraine. Soon, Rocks and Lorraine, along with the others, departed from the room. The siblings embraced and wept for a while, and as their emotions began to settle, they engaged in conversation. So, it was Lorraine who insisted on purchasing his sister from the black market? He then expended considerable resources to treat her ailments, which ultimately saved her life. Upon hearing his sister Jasmine's account, Newgate finally grasped the situation. Indeed, Lord Lorraine has treated me with utmost kindness. I am now his wife. Jasmine gently affirmed with a nod. Really? So that means Lorraine is my brother-in-law? Newgate was somewhat bewildered. This development was astonishingly swift. He suddenly found himself with a new brother-in-law. Yes, it was Lord Lorraine who restored my sister's life. Jasmine expressed her heartfelt gratitude towards him. Wait, so I almost... After hearing Jasmine's words, Newgate's face flushed with embarrassment. So that was the case. He had nearly caused a scene, and just moments ago, he had almost confronted Lorraine. How utterly mortifying. You are still so impulsive, Newgate. Thankfully, Brother Rocks was present. Otherwise, you truly would have escalated matters beyond repair. Jasmine chided gently, noting her brother's unchanged impulsive nature. What are you still standing there for? Go apologize to your brother-in-law and Brother Rocks. Jasmine asserted her authority as the elder sister, prompting Newgate to apologize. I understand, sister. Even if you hadn't said so, I would have done it anyway. After exchanging a brief farewell with Jasmine, Newgate hurriedly exited the room. Upon leaving, he encountered the bustling members of the Rocks pirates. The recent confrontation with Rocks had been intense, especially with Newgate's tremor-inducing abilities that had demolished several structures on the island. The crew was currently engaged in repairing those buildings. Lord Lorraine, Brother Rocks, I sincerely apologize. This was all a misunderstanding. I acted too hastily. Newgate approached Lorraine and Rocks, kneeling on one knee to convey his earnest apology. No worries, young man. I can understand your actions when it comes to family. Moreover, you are Jasmine's brother, making you my brother-in-law as well. Strictly speaking, I could be considered your elder brother-in-law. Rocks graciously accepted Whitebeard's apology and even expressed admiration for Newgate's strength. To endure under my mentorship for such a duration at the age of 17, this lad certainly has a promising future. Seeing the graciousness with which Rocks forgave his impulsiveness made Newgate feel even more embarrassed. So, you've heard everything from your sister? At this moment, Lorne gazed at Newgate and smiled. The current Whitebeard seemed rather naive, a stark contrast to his character in the original narrative, which felt rather peculiar. Indeed. I am immensely grateful to you, Brother Lorne. Had it not been for your intervention, my sister might have succumbed to that dreadful illness. Newgate expressed his heartfelt gratitude. If it weren't for Lorne's insistence on acquiring Jasmine and the considerable sum of berries spent on treating his sister, she would likely have already departed from this world. Having saved his only family member, Newgate's appreciation for Lorne was as boundless as the flowing waters of a river. By the way, these houses were damaged due to my actions. Allow me to repair them, Newgate said, momentarily at a loss for how to repay Lorne, resorting instead to compensating for his own misdeeds. There's no need for that. Since you've heard your sister's words, we are family now, are we not? Lorne gently declined Newgate's good intentions. Now was the time to forge bonds rather than delay. No, Brother Lorne, this is my responsibility. I must take care of it. Newgate insisted, feeling shy yet determined to make amends. What is this? You're treating me like a stranger, as if I were an outsider? Are you disregarding your brother-in-law's words? Lorne feigned anger, playfully chiding him. No. You saved my sister and took her as your wife. How could I dare treat you as an outsider, Brother Lorne? Newgate quickly waved his hands, fearing a misunderstanding. Not only have you married my sister, But even having her serve you would be an immense kindness. After all, life is singular and survival is paramount. And you still call me Brother Lorne? Oh, right. My mind is not quite functioning. Brother-in-law, brother-in-law. From now on, you shall be my brother-in-law, Newgate exclaimed, promptly slapping his forehead and correcting himself. Indeed, now that sounds appropriate. Lorne nodded with satisfaction, a smile gracing his face. Having gained such a brother-in-law effortlessly was truly fortuitous. Given Lorne's understanding of Whitebeard, this certainly represented a significant advantage. Even without any blood ties, Whitebeard had shown immense care towards his adopted son. In regard to his own brother-in-law, Whitebeard would undoubtedly treat him as genuine family. Should any trouble arise, Whitebeard would undoubtedly be the first to charge into action. Isn't this akin to effortlessly acquiring a warrior of royal caliber? Truly. She is indeed a remarkable woman with an S-level fortune-enhancing aura. Now, dear brother-in-law, dear brother, do you believe I should undertake any specific actions? I must admit, causing such a commotion is somewhat embarrassing, and I genuinely wish to contribute to the Rocks Pirates. Nevertheless, perhaps you should catch up with your sister, given that so many years have passed since your last meeting. Furthermore, it appears that your pirate crew has suffered quite a bit at the hands of our members. It would be prudent for you to check on them, Lorne remarked with a smile. The current members of Newgate's crew are rather inexperienced, certainly not comparable to the carefully selected warriors of the Rocks Pirates. This indeed attests to the correctness of the trials faced when venturing into the seas. Oh, how could I have forgotten? Newgate suddenly recalled the fate of his pirate crew upon slapping his forehead. After all, in that moment, he was consumed by a surge of emotions, solely focused on discovering the whereabouts of his sister. He rushed onto the island, with little regard for the members of his crew. Fortunately, his crew proved resilient and no lives were lost, given the average constitution within the pirate world. As long as one does not perish on the spot, even the gravest injuries can heal with a period of rest. Even after being struck by the conqueror's hockey of the world's strongest creature, one can still thrive after a few days. As the afternoon turned into evening, the tireless efforts culminated in a grand banquet proposed by Lorne, celebrating the alliance between the Rocks Pirates and the Edward Pirates. After all, gaining a brother-in-law with such royal prowess deserved a proper celebration. As the wine flowed, the faces of the attendees flushed with merriment, clearly intoxicated. Lorne and Newgate, finding a kindred spirit, delved deeply into conversation over the banquet table, sharing tales of their origins. As the conversation deepened, Newgate could no longer contain himself upon hearing Lorne recount the brutal murder of his parents by the celestial dragons during his childhood. How could those despicable celestial dragons even think of turning such a small child into a slave? They had the audacity to kill his own parents before his eyes. Were they even human? Newgate erupted in furious expletives, clearly revealing that the topic of family was a sensitive wound for him. Even as he listened to Lorne's narrative, he felt a profound empathy. They were certainly not human. They were deities in their own eyes. They were perceived as the creators of the world, the gods of creation. But what of gods? No one is born a god. Before attaining divinity, they were merely mortals like you and me. Our voyage into the seas is to overthrow the celestial dragons and avenge our parents. Lorne spoke with gritted teeth, vowing never to forget that fateful night. Beside him, Rocks tensed, his overwhelming aura causing the ground beneath to tremble. Indeed, my brother-in-law speaks the truth. They are not gods at all. They are scum, parasites, beasts. This entire wretched lot deserves death. Newgate joined in the condemnation, clearly aware of the celestial dragon's notorious reputation, which was known throughout the world. They truly deserve their fate. And let us not forget, Newgate, that the reason our homeland suffered such a fate was due to our inability to pay the heavenly gold, resulting in abandonment by the Navy and the world government. What justice is there? It is all a lie. Molly, too, was acutely aware that her homeland, Sphinx, had descended into lawlessness solely due to a lack of funds. Sister, you are right. I have always known that the true culprits behind my family's demise were not merely those criminals. Rather, we are regarded as mere livestock by the Navy and the world government. Had it not been for my brother-in-law's timely assistance, I believe you would now be. Moved by the words of Lorne and Molly, Newgate's emotions were stirred. So, Newgate, shall you join us in our quest? Let us rise against the celestial dragons, avenging our families and our hometown. Seizing the moment, Lorne extended an olive branch to Newgate. Newgate, stay with us, by your sister's side, alongside your brother-in-law. Do not forget how our father and mother met their tragic demise. The fleets of the world government and the Navy were but nearby. Yet they turned a blind eye to the heinous murder of our parents. At that moment, Molly added fuel to the fire. I understand, sister, brother-in-law. I set sail initially to find family, and now my family is here with me. I am willing to stand with my uncle and brother-in-law to overthrow the celestial dragons. Witnessing the relentless persuasion from my sister and brother-in-law, Newgate made his resolution. He prepared to join Lauren and Rocks in their endeavor, as Molly had articulated. When his family was brutally slain, the Navy and the world government's vessels were within sight of Sphinx. He had desperately cried out for help, only to be utterly disregarded. From that moment on, Newgate's admiration for the Navy and the world government vanished completely. Thus, he chose to set sail at the tender age of 10. Embracing the life of a pirate. Excellent, splendid. To celebrate the joining of Brother Newgate, let us raise our glasses, everyone. Rocks lifted his goblet, and all followed suit. Cheers. To the overthrow of the celestial dragons, cheers. On that night, the sound of clinking glasses did not signify the shattering of dreams. Rather, it solidified them even further. With the addition of Whitebeard, Lorne's resolve to pursue his chosen path only grew stronger, one that involved leveraging blood ties to attract formidable allies. The Rocks pirates would never replicate the failures depicted in the original narrative. With Whitebeard's presence, the potential of the Rocks pirates surged once more. The following day, a jubilant Rocks led his entire crew to seize a wealthy allied nation of the world government. Pirates were invading. Soon, the allied nation detected the presence of the Rocks pirates. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of cannonballs were fired towards them. However, these projectiles posed no threat to the Rocks pirates. All of them effortlessly intercepted. Fire the arrows. The allied nation swiftly organized 1,000 elite soldiers to rain down arrows from the port. In many respects, the barrage of arrows proved to be more effective than cannons. Quake the sky. Dominating strike. Armed hockey at Rocks, Lorne, and Whitebeard each unleashed their powers, successfully defending against the onslaught of this elite battalion. The Rocks pirates made it ashore without incident. Come on, lads. Let them witness the might of the Rocks pirates. Upon disembarking, Rocks grinned menacingly, resembling a devil. The members of the Rocks pirates behind him were all eager to engage. The notorious pirate, Captain Rocks, with a bounty of 200 million, alongside Lorne, who bore a bounty of 80 million. Once the Rocks pirates landed, the soldiers realized that they were facing the recently ascendant Rocks pirates. However, the names of Rocks and Lorne had been obscured by the letter D, indicating the world government's keen interest in it. Not to mention, another supernova, Edward Newgate, with a bounty of 110 million berries. The soldiers were utterly astonished at the sight of Edward Newgate. When did the Rocks pirates acquire another supernova with a bounty exceeding 100 million? Pirates, cease your actions. This is a territory of the world government. Your brazen invasion will undoubtedly lead to relentless pursuit by the Navy and the world government. The commanding officer shouted at the landing Rocks pirates, hoping to dissuade them. Then let them come after me and see how that turns out, Rocks retorted coldly, uninterested in further dialogue, and unleashed his conqueror's hockey. A tremendous wave of energy surged forth like a tornado, a truly spectacular sight. Whitebeard, together now. All right, I understand. Simultaneously, Lorne and Whitebeard also released their conqueror's hockey. Waves of energy cascaded one after another, an overwhelming force. With the simultaneous eruption of the three conquerors' hockey, the thousands of soldiers were utterly powerless to withstand it. In an instant, only a handful of resolute soldiers remained standing. Curse it. Quickly. Notify the world government and the Navy. Urge them to send reinforcements. Hurry and inform the king and the nobles to take cover. They must not be discovered by the Rocks pirates. How dare these marauders attack a member nation? They are utterly deranged. To our astonishment, they have indeed taken action. The leading commander hastily issued commands before turning to flee, not wishing to meet his demise here. How shameless of the leader to attempt escape, Rocks disdainfully remarked, swiftly approaching the commander. Such astonishing speed. A thrust. The commander, not to be outdone, retaliated with a counter-thrust. The impact struck Rocks' flesh. Yet it was as though he had pierced steel, remaining unfazed. Perish, worthless fool. Rocks sneered, delivering a devastating punch that tore through the commander, painting the scene in a gruesome spectacle. Witnessing the ease with which their commander fell, the soldiers arriving for support instantly crumbled, scattering in flight. Ha ha ha, what a pitiful bunch. Brothers, charge into the city. Our aim is treasure. There is no need to squander time on the common folk. Let us plunder this kingdom to its last coin. Rocks laughed heartily, turning to issue orders, having both risen from humble beginnings. Lorne and Rocks had established a rule within the Rocks pirates. No harm should come to ordinary citizens in the impoverished. After all, there is little profit to be gained from them. However, this was the general rule. Should any deranged individuals dare to obstruct the path of the Rocks pirates, they would not escape the ruthless nature of Lorne and Rocks. Charge forth, brothers. Let us lay waste to this kingdom. The Rocks pirates, alongside the newly allied Edward pirates, surged into the city with fervor. Truly, as a member nation of the world government, it exudes wealth. Without a doubt, there are treasures aplenty. Upon entering the city, they were awestruck by its opulence, towering edifices, and wide roads. It was a far cry from their homeland, which consisted of mere rows of rural cottages and farmland. Meanwhile, Lorne, Rocks, and Newgate made a beeline for the royal palace. As fate would have it, they collided head-on with the fleeing nobles. It was well known that, at the first sign of trouble, these nobles would be the first to flee. Reveal the location of your treasures at once. I may consider sparing your lives. The nobleman's conduct was all too evident to Leon, prompting his immediate rush to the royal palace. As anticipated, he encountered them there. Quick, summon aid for the king. Within the palace, hundreds of soldiers surged forth to provide protection. Stand aside, you worthless fools. Newgate's single punch sent all soldiers attempting to defend the king reeling back, resulting in death for some and injury for others. How infuriating. These madmen truly dared to storm in and engage in combat. Hurry, safeguard the king. At this moment, several warriors from the kingdom emerged. Among them were those wielding hockey and others possessing devil fruit abilities. After all, it was a member of the world government, and having such formidable individuals was quite commonplace. Brother, Newgate, leave these fellows to me, said Rocks, revealing a devilish grin, single-handedly halting the advance of the kingdom's warriors. The notorious pirate, Captain Rocks.Tragically, with a bounty of 200 million, became instantly recognizable. Aware of his strength, the warriors unleashed their full potential. Swords, axes, and guns were all imbued with hockey, while Zoan-type users began their transformations. Perish, insignificant insects. However, these attempts seemed like mere child's play before Rocks. In the very first moments of combat, lives were extinguished by Rocks' hand. How could this happen? Witnessing the soldiers and the kingdom's finest warriors utterly unable to fend off the pirates, the king, along with his queen and children, turned pale with fright. Trembling and rendered speechless, I give you 1 second to reveal the location of the treasure. Time's up. With that, Lorne brandished a steel knife and swiftly struck down the queen. Blood gushed forth, splattering those nearby. Father, mother has been killed. A sudden scream pierced the air. What a racket. Be quiet, Newgate thundered, unleashing a shockwave that rendered the noisy princesses unconscious, their fates unknown. The fortunes of these women are rated at levels E and D. Even in death, they would evoke no sense of loss. Lorne and Newgate harbor no fondness for these nobles, and when it comes to action, they show no mercy. I must say, upon receiving such provocation, the king trembled and immediately surrendered the location of the treasury and its keys. How considerate of you. I shall spare your life, Lorne remarked coldly. The moment they breached the palace, these noble lords could no longer hope to survive. You wretched scoundrel. You are not to be trusted. The king exclaimed in a fit of rage. Huh, what is trust to a pirate? Lorne scoffed, raising his blade. How audacious to attack a sovereign nation. Just then, several masked men in uniforms suddenly emerged from the side. These individuals must be the clandestine intelligence agency of the world government, CP. Reinforcements have arrived. Upon witnessing the arrival of CP, a glimmer of hope flickered across the faces of the king and the nobles. Indeed, such exorbitant payments to the heavenly gold are not made in vain. Has the government's lackeys finally arrived? Their response time is quite swift. It appears that those who have paid the heavenly gold receive preferential treatment. To think that the CP's minions could mobilize so swiftly, Newgate could not help but scoff. The brothers Rocks and Lorne, and Edward Newgate. Upon recognizing the three, CP was drenched in cold sweat. How did these three individuals unite? Immediately, the call for naval and governmental support was made, with the primary objective of escorting the king to safety. Aware that they stood no chance against this trio, the leading commander swiftly devised a strategy. Newgate, let us engage. Lorne smirked, summoning Newgate to confront the CP forces together. You two hold off Lorne and Newgate. We will prioritize escorting the nobility. Remember, it's merely a matter of stalling for time. Soon, the commanding officer dispatched 2 CP agents, while the rest focused on safeguarding the nobles. A swift resolution was imperative. No one must escape. Piercing spear. Quake. Lorne and Newgate exchanged knowing smiles, instantly comprehending each other's intentions. They faced a CP agent each. Iron block. Steel. Iron block, condense. The CP agents executed their iron block technique. With a thud, the one struck by Lorne collapsed, while the CP agent hit by Newgate remained standing. What is going on? Both Newgate and the remaining CP agent exclaimed in shock. Newgate, it seems you've been outmatched by your brother-in-law, Lorne remarked with a smug grin. The current Whitebeard had yet to manifest his full potential, relying on the external impact capabilities of the tremor fruit. In contrast, his own mastery allowed for internal destruction. One wielded external force, the other, internal. The disparity in power was undeniable. Ha ha ha. Truly, he is my brother-in-law. Newgate laughed heartily, proud of his brother-in-law's prowess. But I will soon catch up, brother. With another punch, Newgate finally overwhelmed the CP agent, who succumbed to the impact. The two hurried after the fleeing nobles. You two are rather slow, Lorne, Newgate. You nearly allowed this bunch of fools to escape. Just then, a dozen individuals were captured and piled atop one another on Rocks' shoulder. As expected of you, brother. Rocks praised. Well done. Lorne and Newgate sheepishly scratched their heads, feeling overshadowed by Rocks' formidable presence. Reinforcements from the Navy and the world government were already en route. Quickly, gather the treasure. I shall entertain them properly. A sinister smile crept across Rocks' face as he personally took it upon himself to dismember the CP agents, severing their heads and displaying them prominently atop the royal palace. It was the CP that had discovered and captured his parents all those years ago, subjecting them to unspeakable torment. As for the noble lords, Rocks bore them no grudge and chose not to inflict suffering upon them. Instead, he granted them the mercy of an intact corpse. Shortly thereafter, Lorne, accompanied by the members of his pirate crew, located the treasury based on the coordinates provided by the king. It is worth noting that the wealth of the world government member nations far surpassed that of any impoverished small states. The treasury was filled to the brim with gold and silver, towering like a small mountain. Brothers, we have achieved a resounding victory. Let us clear it out completely and then retreat, Lorne commanded. In the exuberance of their triumph, the ecstatic pirates plundered the treasury, amassing over 10 billion berries in cash along with 2 full ships laden with gold, silver, and jewels. These funds are sufficient for the Rocks pirates to wreak havoc for a considerable time. Retreat, my comrades. After plundering all the gold and treasures, the entire Rocks pirates will withdraw. The recent offensive proceeded remarkably smoothly. The Rocks pirates sustained only minor injuries among a few members, with no fatalities recorded. The entry of Edward Newgate has significantly augmented the strength of the Rocks pirates, even though Newgate is far from his prime. The sheer destructive power of the tremor fruit, coupled with his conqueror's haki, is already at an elite level. In terms of collective devastation, Lorne at this stage likely pales in comparison to his uncle. How infuriating! These lawless scoundrels, the Rocks pirates. Meanwhile, reinforcements from the world government and the Navy, responding to the call for aid, are met with the gruesome sight of decapitated CP agents and the corpses of nobility hanging in the royal palace. The fury of the world government and the Navy's reinforcements erupts like a tempest. The audacity of the pirates to launch an attack on a member nation of the world government is unfathomable. Moreover, with the nobility exterminated and the dispatched CP agents annihilated, the severity of this atrocity is staggering. Upon receiving this news, in the holy land of Mariehua, within the Hall of Authority, the 5 elders grit their teeth, their eyes ablaze with indignation. They order an immediate blackout of all information. This matter must not be allowed to circulate. Suddenly, one of the elders, as if struck by a revelation, speaks up. The ramifications of a pirate invasion resulting in the annihilation of an entire royal family from a wealthy member nation are too dire to contemplate. This is unprecedented. It is essential to note that the nation attacked by the Rocks pirates was exceedingly affluent, having paid substantial tribute, known as heavenly gold, for protection. If word of their conquest by pirates spreads, panic will undoubtedly ensue in other nations, severely tarnishing the credibility of the world government. Time is of the essence, dear elders. Numerous sovereigns and nobles from various countries are urgently sending messages, imploring the world government to deploy permanent forces to safeguard against pirate incursions. These nations, of course, are not to be underestimated. Each possesses its own intelligence sources. While it may be feasible to deceive the common folk, it is an entirely different matter when it comes to the noble aristocrats who fear for their lives. Upon learning that a member of royalty had been slain by pirates, they immediately demanded the world government to dispatch permanent troops. Outrageous. The 5 elders seethed with fury, yet they found themselves in a position of helplessness. Although the world government holds a lofty status, there are limits to what can be tolerated. If they continue to take advantage of their celestial authority without action, their credibility will inevitably diminish. Infuriating. First, they must appease those noble lords. Then, promptly inform the Navy headquarters to send forth a general. The Rocks pirates must be eradicated within a week. The recent offensive against the world government's allied nations has yielded profoundly detrimental repercussions, particularly tarnishing the reputation of both the world government and the Navy. After all, these allied nations have invested considerable wealth, and it is incumbent upon the world government to ensure their safety. In light of this incident, the world government's dignity is undeniably compromised. The five elders have exerted pressure on the Navy, demanding an immediate cessation of all ongoing matters to eradicate the Rocks pirates, the very source of the ensuing turmoil. Despite being newcomers, the severity of this incident has prompted the five elders to take decisive action against them. Moreover, the bounty on the members of the Rocks pirates has surged dramatically, with Rocks' bounty skyrocketing from 200 million to an astonishing 430 million berries. Lorne has successfully surpassed the 100 million bounty threshold, now set at 170 million berries. Edward Newgate's bounty has also risen to 160 million berries. Following this confrontation, the prestige of the Rocks pirates has ascended significantly. At Navy headquarters in Maryford, the news from the world government was promptly relayed. The then Fleet Admiral convened an urgent meeting. The initial bounty of 200 million berries for Jybeck Rocks has now escalated to 450 million berries. His brother, Jybeck Lorne, who possesses the Conqueror's hockey, now has a bounty of 170 million berries. Strangely, the pirate supernova Edward Newgate appears to have allied with the Rocks pirates in this endeavor, currently boasting a bounty of 160 million berries. It is noteworthy that all three possess the qualities of a king, being wielders of Conqueror's hockey. Soon after, an aide displayed the profiles of the key members of the Rocks pirates on the large screen in the conference room. It is remarkable that a single pirate crew boasts three awakened wielders of Conqueror's hockey. The potential of this crew is immense. If memory serves correctly, Rocks' name only emerged on the seas a few months prior. Such a pace of growth is truly alarming. The more seasoned naval officers felt a chill run down their spines. In merely a few months at sea, the bounty has reached an astounding 450 million berries. The other two members, Lorne and Newgate, also have bounties exceeding 100 million. These three individuals are all newcomers. Such unparalleled growth. If left unchecked, the seas will undoubtedly be thrown into chaos. The crux of the matter is that the Rocks pirates have committed an unforgivable transgression. The voice of the then Admiral echoed with authority, filled with righteous indignation. As pirates, they brazenly launched an assault on the allied nations of the world government, mercilessly slaughtering the nobility and royalty. The CP units sent for reinforcement also fell victim to their treachery. This attack has plunged the allied nations worldwide into a state of panic, casting doubt on the world government's ability to provide robust protection. The Holy Land is seething with fury. In response, the five elders have personally issued orders for us to focus our attention on the Rocks pirates. Thunder Dragon, this mission is entrusted to you. You must decisively vanquish the Rocks pirates. Do you have any objections? The Admiral turned his gaze to a tall figure beside him, Thunder Dragon, one of the three admirals of the Navy. His prowess is as formidable as his moniker, being the wielder of the rumble fruit. Ha ha ha, fear not. They are merely a few fledgling pirates. Leave this operation to me, Admiral. I shall ensure the Holy Land is satisfied. Thunder Dragon spoke with remarkable ease. After all, he is one of the highest combat powers of the world government, possessing the nearly invulnerable rumble fruit. It is no exaggeration to say that Thunder Dragon today resembles the future Kizaru. In numerous battles, he has scarcely suffered injury, with his only concern being a bit of soiled attire. He is also a strong candidate for the next Admiral. Excellent. Observing Thunder Dragon's confidence, the Admiral nodded approvingly. Admiral, I have several candidates I wish to recommend for this operation. At that moment, a man suddenly stood up, a then Rear Admiral, who would later become the Grand Commander of the three armed forces, Steelbone Kong. Of course, he was known simply as Kong at this time. Kong, what is it? Inquired the Admiral. Admiral, the pirates on the seas have experienced a sudden surge. I have a foreboding that the waters may become increasingly turbulent. Thus, it is imperative for us to cultivate talent within the Navy. I recommend 4 individuals, Garp, Sengoku, Tsuru, and Zephyr. They are the most outstanding prospects among this generation of the Navy and will be the backbone of the next. I believe we can take advantage of this operation led by Admiral Thunder Dragon to provide them with valuable training. The empty yet impassioned speech resonated with the naval officers present. Indeed, the recent seas have been anything but tranquil. Suddenly, a plethora of formidable newcomers has emerged. Aside from the notable figures of the New World such as Rocks, Law, and Edward, there are numerous others who have ventured into the Grand Line from all corners of the world, including Shiki, John, Wang Zhi, and Roger. These newcomers possess formidable abilities, and within mere months, they have consistently turned seasoned pirates into their vanquished foes. The pirate world is undergoing a frenzied transformation. The Navy, too, must cultivate talent to keep pace with the evolving times. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggested, the Admiral affirmed, nodding in agreement with Khan's perspective. Beside him, the Thunder Dragon also nodded in concurrence. The names of these four individuals are well known. They represent the strongest among the new generation of naval recruits. Aside from Crane, Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr are regarded as monsters by many within the Navy. Although Crane may not possess the same combat prowess as the three, she has demonstrated remarkable judgment and exceptional strategic acumen in several operations. With her cunning plans, she has enabled the Navy to achieve unexpected triumphs on multiple occasions. She is indeed a rare talent in military leadership. Remarkably, Crane, a strategist, holds a rank superior to that of the other three. These four individuals are indeed worthy of substantial cultivation. The CP has already commenced an investigation into the movements of the Rocks pirates. Upon receiving this information, you must act immediately. Have you heard? Major General Kong has recommended us for this operation led by Admiral Kaido. Soon, the Navy's quartet received this news, and all four were genuinely astonished. At last, they could enact their sense of justice. It is said that the target this time seems to be the Rocks pirates, observed he, who is typically composed. How splendid! Finally, I can let those scoundrels taste my iron fist. Those wretches who bring suffering to the people. I shall cast them all into the depths of the sea prison. Carp, brimming with excitement, rolled up his sleeves, almost showcasing his brawny muscles. Carp, do not act impulsively. Do you comprehend what the Rocks pirates signify? They are a notoriously vicious pirate crew that actively assaults the world government's allied nations. It is rumored that their captain, Rocks, has accumulated a bounty of 450 million berries in just a few months. They must not be underestimated as mere novice pirates, calmly analyzed Sengoku. A pirate of such a high bounty, exceeding 400 million, means that these newcomers are no match for them. Caution is paramount. Moreover, both Lorne and Newgate have bounties exceeding 100 million as well. No wonder this operation is personally led by Admiral Kaido. Carp, with your temperament, you must refrain from recklessness. When the time comes, heed Admiral Kaido's orders and do not act independently. Zephyr also cautioned his friend Carp. Hey, Carp, are you even listening? After their exchange, both bore expressions of exasperation, realizing that Carp had already wandered off. There is no time to lose. I must intensify my training to capture these ruffians who disrupt the seas, Carp declared to himself, leaving he, Sengoku, and Zephyr in a state of bewilderment behind him. Nearly the following day, CP had already tracked the whereabouts of the Rocks pirates. Thus, Admiral Kaido immediately summoned his naval subordinates. With a formidable lineup of 1 admiral, 3 vice-admirals, 10 rear admirals, and 2,000 elite soldiers, they set sail from Marineford into the New World. This time, having seized the world government's allied nations. The Navy and the world government will undoubtedly retaliate. I believe the naval pursuers will arrive shortly. Having slain so many nobles and CP agents, they will at least dispatch an admiral, I presume. After a day of celebration en route to Island, Rocks, Lorne, Newgate, and several cadre members convened for a meeting. An admiral, you say? How intriguing. I wonder which admiral they will send this time. Upon hearing the mention of the admiral, Rocks wore an expression of eager anticipation, his fists clenched, and his entire being resonated with the sound of crackling thunder. Brother, the time to confront the admiral is not now. Sherry is pregnant, and the terrain of this island is exceedingly poor. Even if we were to triumph over the pursuing navy, reinforcements would inevitably continue to arrive in droves. Lorne maintained a commendable composure, not due to a lack of faith in his brother Rock's capabilities. Given Rock's current prowess, he would undoubtedly hold an advantage against the admiral. After all, his brother had mastered the conqueror's haki. However, the island's geography was indeed too disadvantageous. It was flat and exposed, allowing for easy landings from all directions, rendering it nearly indefensible. Moreover, the well-being of the child within Sherry was of utmost importance. that child possessed SSS-level talent and could not be subjected to any peril. You are right, brother. Let us depart. I have long found this wretched island distasteful. Pirates invade with alarming frequency, and it is high time we seek a true treasure-laden land. Rocks nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the island's terrain was indeed subpar. Engaging the Navy now served no purpose, considering their endless stream of reinforcements. Furthermore, the safety of his unborn nephew or niece was at stake. In short order, the group reached a consensus. They would decisively abandon Rakelta Island in search of an island with a more defensible landscape. Given their departure, they naturally intended to leave the Navy with a parting gift. I have already contacted the pirate black market. They will promptly deliver a substantial supply of ammunition and weaponry. Lorne remarked with a mischievous grin. Soon, the faces of the group lit up with devious smiles. In the New World, at the port of Rakelta Island, chaos ensued. What is happening? I feel as though I have been poisoned. I can hardly breathe. My consciousness is gradually fading. Caution, there are landmines. The members of the Rocks Pirates had laid a trap early that morning, eagerly awaiting the Navy's arrival. An abundance of landmines and traps, along with chemical weapons and toxins procured from the black market, ensnared the Navy the moment they landed. Many sailors found themselves caught in explosions, suffering grievous injuries. Others inhaled toxic chemicals, succumbing to severe poisoning, their lives hanging by a thread. This assault took the Navy completely by surprise. It can be said that upon landing, the Navy suffered significant losses, with their numbers reduced by more than half. Fortunately, the operation was led by Admiral Ride-On, who, upon discovering the ambush, unleashed a tremendous bolt of lightning to clear the area. However, while Ride-On was able to eliminate landmines and artillery traps, he found himself utterly powerless against the insidious gas. How infuriating. We must retreat. These pirates are despicably cunning. And what are those CP fellows doing? Are they utterly incompetent? Witnessing the Navy continue to succumb to the poison, Admiral Ride-On had no choice but to urgently evacuate the island and call for reinforcements from headquarters. This operation has been nothing short of a dismal failure. At this moment, the Rocks Pirates have long departed from Larkta Island, abandoning this unremarkable isle. Cursed pirates! It is utterly despicable to have laid an ambush, to have been outwitted by a band of scoundrels. Such a profound humiliation. Originally, Carp, Sengoku, Crane, and Zephyr had hoped to hone their skills. Yet now they were expressions of sheer indignation. The Navy has been ambushed by pirates, suffering significant losses without even laying eyes on the enemy. It is a disgrace of the highest order. Swiftly, they must tend to the wounded. Contact headquarters for medical support. However, regardless of their fury, they cannot pursue at this moment. The ambushed Navy must swallow this bitter humiliation and urgently reach out to headquarters for assistance. Rocks Pirates, I, Admiral Linlin, shall not rest until we are adversaries. One day, I shall personally rend you limb from limb. Just then, after calling headquarters, Admiral Linlin unleashed a terrifying thunderbird that soared into the heavens. Following the report of the situation, the fleet admiral unleashed a torrent of scolding upon Linlin. He spared no words of reproach. After all, if the Rocks Pirates were allowed to escape, it would be an unforgivable offense in the eyes of the Gorosei. Ultimately, it would be the fleet admiral who faced the ire. With his anger nowhere to go, Admiral Linlin could only unleash his frustration into the void. He had been thoroughly chastised by the admiral. It is over. Upon returning, he is certain to face severe reprimand. The scene left Cap, Sengoku, Zephyr, Suru, and other Navy personnel present with a profound sense of unease. The tremendous commotion even caught the attention of the Rocks Pirates, who had already distanced themselves significantly from Larkta Island. It appeared that the Navy had dispatched one of the three admirals, the Thunder Dragon. Upon witnessing the soaring Thunderbird, a member of the Rocks Pirates remarked, "Oh, the Thunder Dragon? Has the Rumble fruit been seized by the current admiral?" Lorne was somewhat taken aback, having presumed that the Rumble fruit lay undisturbed in some corner of Skypiea, only to discover it had indeed been consumed by the present Navy admiral. In truth, Lorne held little fascination for devil fruits. He believed that Haki transcended all other powers. Every top-tier warrior meticulously cultivates Haki, while the abilities of a devil fruit merely serve as an auxiliary. Possessing the power of a fruit without Haki renders one ineffective. Yet, should the opportunity arise and the Rumble fruit be presented before him, he would gladly partake. After all, the capabilities of this fruit were undeniably formidable. And when combined with potent martial arts and Haki, it would create an invincible force. However, it seemed that such an opportunity was now lost. "What's this, little brother?" You appear to have a keen interest in the rumble fruit, Rocks observed, instantly discerning his brother's thoughts, having shared a close bond since childhood. Hee, brother. You saw right through me, but it seems I've missed my chance. I suppose I should focus on honing my hockey instead. Lorne chuckled, feeling no regret. As long as he perfected his hockey, he could still stand at the pinnacle. Ha ha ha. Lorne, fear not. The rumble fruit is indeed a remarkable one. And I will find a way to procure it for you. I know how to seize a devil fruit, you know. Rock smiled confidently, his demeanor calm. His years spent in the Holy Land were not in vain. There, he had encountered numerous ancient texts. Lorne was too young at that time to comprehend them, but Rocks, having matured enough, had secretly perused them and discovered the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, which documented the varieties and abilities of devil fruits. Among them was a Logia-type fruit known as the dark fruit, reputed to possess the most sinister ability in history. This fruit possesses a remarkable ability to seize other devil fruits. After departing from Larkta Island, Rocks and his crew steered their ship towards the pirate black market. Without a base of operations, the Rocks pirates were now in search of a new stronghold. The voyage was arduous, particularly for Sherry, who had been pregnant for several months. The discomfort of the journey posed a risk of miscarriage. Beyond Sherry, it was inevitable that Lorne would have more wives and offspring in the future. This necessitates an environment of absolute security. Hence, the Rocks pirates must urgently seek out a suitable island, preferably one that is impenetrable, where a single individual can hold back a multitude. This is where the advantages of Lorne, the traveler, must be fully utilized. As a seasoned traveler, Lorne is well acquainted with a certain island in the New World, Wano country. The geographical layout of Wano is remarkably unique, as the island possesses no coastline whatsoever. Instead, it is encircled by tumultuous waterfalls, making any attempt to reach Wano a perilous endeavor, requiring one to navigate through treacherous cascades. This is indeed an undeniable geographical advantage. In the original work, one of the four emperors, Charlotte Linlin, storms into Wano country accompanied by a host of core subordinates, only to be sent flying by one of Kaido's highest-ranking officers, King, with a single kick. This does not indicate the immense strength of Jin, but rather illustrates the formidable challenge of landing in the land of Wano. A formidable individual of the calamity level can safeguard half of a Yonko crew. This sufficiently demonstrates that Wano possesses a heavenly perilous advantage. Such islands are formidable fortresses, easily defensible yet challenging to conquer, making them exceedingly rare. They serve as an impeccable stronghold for a pirate crew. Furthermore, Wano country possesses another resource that greatly entices Ron: the immensely abundant raw materials for sea prism stone. An astonishing 80 to 90% of the world's sea prism stone originates from Wano. It can be asserted that, were it not for Wano's isolationist policies, the country could easily ascend to become one of the wealthiest nations allied with the world government, simply by monopolizing the sea prism stone resources. Even the world government must humbly engage and trade with Wano through intermediaries like Don Quixote da Flamingo. To seize Wano would be akin to acquiring an inexhaustible printing press and an impregnable fortress, combining two significant advantages. Thus, it is only natural that Ron considers Wano to be the primary target of the Rocks pirates. Upon sharing his thoughts with Rocks, the latter immediately expressed his agreement. The current objective of the Rocks pirates in the pirate black market is to procure a permanent log pose for Wano. Due to the complexities of magnetic fields and weather in the Grand Line, ordinary log poses become ineffective. To locate an island, one must rely on either the life cards of the island's inhabitants or a permanent log pose. With their goal in mind, the members of the Rocks pirates soon acquired the permanent log pose in the black market for a mere 200,000 berries. The merchant selling the Wano log pose was overjoyed, as permanent log poses are notoriously difficult to sell due to Wano's isolation. And to have it purchased at such a high price by the Rocks pirates was a windfall. Ron and Rocks were unconcerned by this transaction. Having just plundered the world government's allied nations, they were flush with riches. After securing the permanent log pose, the Rocks pirates continued to explore the black market. They first visited a slave auction house, where Ron once again sought a consort. However, this time, no women of particularly high fortune-enhancing value were found. Instead, Rocks procured several maids for Shirley and Molly. Subsequently, Ron and Edward Newgate visited a weapon shop, as Newgate's Naginata had been snapped by Rocks during their last encounter, and he had yet to find a suitable weapon. Soon, the two spent 3 million berries to purchase a finely crafted Naginata from the renowned swordsmith, Jakai. This is already one of the most expensive weapons in the armory. After all, whether it is the Supreme Great Knife or the Great Knife 21, their numbers are scarce across the globe, most of which are regarded as national treasures. Who would be willing to part with them to acquire one? One can only rely on serendipity. Fear not, Newgate, you shall undoubtedly possess the supreme great knife. Lorne patted Whitebeard on the back as a gesture of encouragement. Thank you for your kind words, brother-in-law. However, rest assured, even if I cannot attain the supreme great knife, I will ensure that the blade in my hand resonates throughout the world. Newgate proclaimed with great confidence and mirth. A sword can indeed be tempered with the will of its wielder. It can even grow stronger as it absorbs the essence of its user's spirit. Some renowned blades have gained their legendary status precisely because their masters were extraordinarily powerful, continuously imbuing the sword with their spirit, ultimately resulting in the supreme great knife being passed down through the ages. This object is akin to the celestial dragons. Before it became the supreme blade of unparalleled might, it was merely an ordinary knife. Ha ha ha, my dear brother-in-law, you possess great ambition. The two shared a hearty laugh before departing from the weapon shop. Brother, we have completed our tasks. We may now set forth, Lorne stated. At that moment, Rocks was intently examining the items displayed at a stall, remarkably oblivious to Lorne's words. This took Lorne by surprise, as such an occurrence had never transpired before. Was his elder brother privy to something extraordinary? Just as Lorne was engulfed in confusion, Rocks spoke up. Shopkeeper, how much for this treasure map? The shopkeeper instantly recognized that this was none other than the notorious pirate, Jiebeck Rocks, whose bounty had recently soared to an astonishing 450 million berries. He promptly bent his body in a gesture of respect and said, Lord Rocks, if you wish to acquire the treasure map, there are certain precautions I must first convey to you. I cannot ascertain the authenticity of this map. Should it prove to be a forgery, I implore you not to hold me accountable. Furthermore, if it is genuine, it is possible that others may also covet the treasure it depicts, and should any unfortunate events arise, I cannot bear the responsibility. The shopkeeper hurriedly elucidated the rules, as he feared that should any unusual circumstances arise, Rox's wrath would be directed at him. The great Buddha is not to be trifled with. Rest assured. I understand the rules. I shall offer you 100,000 berries. Locks, uninterested in further dialogue with the shopkeeper, tossed down the sum and carefully retrieved the treasure map, placing it gently into his pocket. An unexpected glimmer of excitement crossed Lox's face. What a remarkable item this is, shrouded in such mystery, he mused. Observing this, Lorne hurriedly approached to inquire. It was rare to witness his brother so exhilarated. The last occasion was when he learned of Sherry's pregnancy. Indeed, it is quite a treasure. Did you not express your desire for the rumble fruit? The contents of this treasure map could lead you to it. A smug smile emerged on Lox's visage. The reason was straightforward. The map detailed the location of the dark fruit. Even without having seen the devil fruit encyclopedia, Lorne, leveraging his understanding of Lox and his own advantages as a transmigrator, deduced the method by which Lox intended to seize the rumble fruit. It was none other than the historically infamous dark fruit, possessing the terrifying ability to nullify all other powers. It could even absorb the essence of the devil fruit upon the death of its wielder, attaching it to a mundane fruit to create a new devil fruit. The cost, however, was that as a Logia-type devil fruit, the dark fruit could not become elemental and could not evade physical harm, with inflicted pain being doubled. Nevertheless, compared to the capabilities of the dark fruit, these drawbacks were not fatal. Lorne, let us set aside matters concerning Wayno until we have secured the dark fruit, Lox declared, altering their course from seizing the island to prioritizing the acquisition of the fruit. After all, there was more than one treasure map. Who knew if others might possess one as well? It would be unfortunate if they were to be outpaced by competitors. Moreover, Lorne had expressed a keen interest in the rumble fruit. With his younger brother's words in mind, Lox was determined to give his utmost effort. Indeed, brother, that is wise. Wayno harbors many formidable warriors. We must strive to enhance our strength before embarking on the conquest of the island. Lorne nodded in agreement with Rock's perspective. Wayno country had long maintained a policy of isolation, rendering even the likes of Rocks and Whitebeard, as well as the Navy and the world government, entirely oblivious to its circumstances. Yet, as a traveler from another world, Lorne was aware that Wayno harbored numerous formidable warriors and clans, a force not to be underestimated. It was likely that Kazuki Oden had already been born, although he must still be quite young. Ultimately, the best course of action would be to strengthen oneself before attempting to seize Wayno. Speaking of strength, after days of leisurely cultivation, Lorne's capabilities had indeed seen some enhancement. Host, Lorne gender, male age, 18 speed, advanced, progress, 41. 2 strength, advanced, progress, 43. 9 stamina, Advanced, progress, 47. 5 swordsmanship, advanced, progress, 5, 95 armament hockey, advanced. Awaken flowing cherry, progress, 48. 3 observation hockey, advanced, progress, 4, 58 conquerors hockey, advanced, progress, 3, 64 devil fruit, none other abilities, eternal fatigue resistance, golden eyes. Leisurely cultivation. His swordsmanship, observation hockey, and conqueror's hockey had all reached advanced levels, while his armament hockey, strength, speed, and stamina had also seen significant improvements. At this moment, the effects of leisurely cultivation continued to manifest, with all abilities consistently on the rise. Coupled with his mastery of armament hockey, Lorne's strength was likely comparable to that of the current Whitebeard. The sole distinction lay in the fact that Whitebeard possessed the Tremor fruit, a devastating weapon, while Lorne lacked any powerful devil fruit. Thus, in a one-on-one confrontation, Lorne might have the upper hand over Whitebeard, but in terms of destructive capability against groups, Whitebeard far surpassed him. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Jasmine had been healed for at least half a month. With Lorne's ability of eternal fatigue resistance, Jasmine should soon be expecting. Lorne eagerly anticipated the potential talents that might arise from this. Following the coordinates marked on the treasure map, the Rocks pirates sailed for 2 days across the sea, finally arriving at their destination. What a desolate sight it was. Gazing upon the island, Lorne, Rocks, Whitebeard, and the others could not help but express their astonishment. The island is desolate and overgrown with weeds, appearing devoid of human presence. This island is the remnants of the Kingdom of Creek, once a prosperous realm. However, it was annihilated for some absurd reason. As Rocks walked deeper into the island, he explained to his companions, only the celestial dragons could obliterate such a bountiful nation. Newgate snorted dismissively. A wealthy allied nation is not easily conquered. Even if a notorious pirate set their sights on these allied states, they would merely plunder rather than annihilate them. Only the celestial dragons possess the capacity for such devastation. You are indeed correct, Newgate. The Kingdom of Creek fell victim to the celestial dragons. The king's failure to kneel immediately upon encountering them incited their wrath, leading to the destruction of this prosperous nation. Rocks recounted with a knowing tone. How terrifying. The celestial dragons. All for such a trivial reason. This kingdom truly met a woeful fate. His subordinates remarked in disbelief. How do you know all this? Lorne asked, filled with curiosity. The celestial dragons themselves revealed it, Rocks replied. When? I happened to sneak a glance at their diary while in the Holy Land. What a fortunate coincidence. Well, Lorne nodded, acknowledging the strange twist of fate. Thus, the group continued their journey, sharing their astonishment. After approximately half an hour, the remnants of crumbled walls appeared before the Rocks pirates. Furthermore, among the debris lay half-buried bones and uncorrupted corpses. Clearly, a fierce battle had recently transpired here, as the bodies had yet to decay. Upon seeing these remains, Lorne immediately heightened his vigilance. It was evident that a fierce conflict had occurred not long ago, likely over the coveted fruit. Newgate stroked his chin in contemplation. This must be the ruins of the royal palace of the Kingdom of Creek. According to the treasure map, the dark fruit lies beneath the palace ruins. Rocks surveyed the surroundings, commencing his search for the precise location of the dark fruit. Just then, he suddenly raised his gaze toward the front. Simultaneously, Lorne and Newgate instinctively followed Rox's line of sight. Someone is approaching. The 3 individuals spoke in unison. Upon witnessing the corpses, Rocks, Lorne, and Newgate immediately activated their observation hockey. Indeed, it appeared that the desire for the dark fruit was not confined to their own crew. The adversaries they faced this time were quite formidable. Sensing the presence of their opponents, Newgate could not help but exclaim. This marked the first time since setting sail that Newgate experienced an overwhelming sense of oppression. Indeed, it seemed quite intriguing. Lorne, on the other hand, was eager to engage. The aura of the enemy was formidable, arguably the strongest Lorne had encountered at sea. However, he felt no fear. After all, who was his elder brother? The infamous sea overlord, Rocks. What was there to fear? The sound of heavy footsteps echoed, instilling a suffocating sense of dread, as if a colossal weight was descending. Many members of the Rocks pirates swallowed hard. Prepare for battle, Rocks commanded, entering combat mode. Soon, the origin of those footsteps appeared before the Rocks pirates. The figure stood approximately 4 meters tall, an imposing giant with a bare upper body, showcasing perfectly sculpted muscles. Each sinew appeared as if forged from iron, exuding an indomitable aura. His eyes sparkled with intensity, sharp and hawk-like, instilling a lack of courage in those whose resolve was not steadfast. This was the notorious pirate with a bounty of 550 million berries, Pillar Gade. The members of the Rocks Pirates immediately recognized the formidable visitor. A pirate with a bounty exceeding 500 million was a rarity in these waters. No wonder such a powerful presence accompanied him. Both Newgate and Lorne were acutely aware of the name Pillar. A bounty surpassing 500 million certainly resonated throughout the seas with thunderous acclaim. It was hard to believe that they had not heard of him. Simultaneously, members of Pillar's crew discovered the presence of the Rocks Pirates. To their astonishment, they had encountered the monstrous newcomers of the sea, Jiebeck Rocks. It was unbelievable to find them here, having made a name for themselves with astonishing speed. This supernova had amassed a bounty of 430 million in just a few months. Beside him stood Jiebeck, Lorne, and Edward Newgate, both of whom could independently lead a pirate crew and ascend to supernova status themselves. The Pillar Pirates gasped upon seeing the Rocks Pirates. Although this was a new crew, their composition was indeed enough to make many established pirate crews, who had been around for years, feel a sense of inferiority. On this vessel, there are 3 formidable supernovas, each with a bounty exceeding 100 million. Furthermore, these 3 legends are said to possess the qualities befitting a king. Such a configuration surpasses that of many established pirate crews. After all, individuals with the potential of a king are seldom willing to bow to others. Who knows why the ship possesses 3 men endowed with the Conqueror's Haki? It appears that everyone has come for a common objective. Since that is the case, let us dispense with idle chatter, intoned Rock-Gade, his voice resonating like a thunderclap. The victors shall claim all, shall they not? A sinister smile crept across Rock's face, his aura erupting with sudden intensity. The Conqueror's Haki surged forth like a tempest, transforming the once tranquil island into a cauldron of turbulence. Boom. Rock-Gade unleashed a formidable wave of Conqueror's Haki as well. The 2 men's Haki clashed, giving rise to a mesmerizing spectacle of black and red lightning in the air. Amazingly, Rock's Haki was on par with that of Captain Gade. The members of the Rock Pirates were astonished by the strength of this newcomer. To hold his own against their veteran Captain's Haki was no small feat. Truly, he was a pirate worth 500 million. Lorne, too, was taken aback. The bounties in this era were indeed substantial, devoid of any embellishment. After all, pirates with a bounty of 500 million in the future would only reach the level of supernovas 2 years hence, far inferior to the warlords of the sea. As the clash of Haki reached a stalemate, Rock-Gade took the initiative. With a resounding crash, he activated his powers, causing a multitude of stones to coalesce into a colossal hand that descended upon the entire Rocks crew with tremendous force. With a thunderous punch infused with potent Haki, the massive stone hand was shattered by rocks. Debris rained down like a torrential downpour. A stone manipulator, perhaps? The stone fruit? Rocks remarked with a devilish grin, leaping toward Gade with fervor. Boom, boom. Gade, with a cold smirk, extended his finger, whimsically controlling the stones as they morphed into various forms. In an instant, spikes of rock erupted from the ground, aiming for Rocks. Is that all you've got? Rock scoffed, showing no intent to evade, allowing the debris to pummel his body. Such formidable physical strength. Witnessing this, Gade narrowed his eyes, conjuring a stone wall. Yet, in the next moment, Gade's eyes widened, as if sensing the future. He abruptly altered his course, melding into the ground and becoming one with the stone. Fascinating. Could he foresee a fleeting glimpse of the future? A subtle smile curved Rock's lips. Remarkable. Gade possesses the ability to predict the future. Lorne, too, recognized this. Truly, he was a pirate of the old era, having mastered the pinnacle of observation Haki to foresee the future with a mere bounty of a paltry 500 million. What an extraordinary individual, indeed. No wonder this monster of a newcomer had experienced a meteoric rise in bounty to 430 million in such a short span. Gade's voice echoed from the ground as a sharp stone spike suddenly formed beneath Rox's feet. Utilizing his foresight through the observation Haki, Gade realized that the stone wall would not impede Rox at all. If he remained stationary, he would undoubtedly be injured. Thus, he altered his course and melded into the earth, becoming one with the stone. Do not assume that only you possess the ability to foresee the future, Rox scoffed, having already discerned Gade's next move. With a series of rapid steps, he propelled himself several dozen meters away in an instant. Incredible! My brother can also predict the future. Lorne marveled in astonishment. Just how formidable was his brother's talent? It was indeed at sea level 999. With a crash, Gade emerged from the ground, transformed into a towering stone giant. Unfazed, Rocks charged towards Gade, and the two engaged in a fierce melee. "Rocks pirates, let us join in," Lorne commanded, leading the charge into the enemy ranks. Cherished. He unleashed a powerful kick infused with armament hockey, incapacitating one of the opposing cadre. "Beware of that man. He has a bounty of 170 million. Jaibeck Lorne. He's an individual of supernova caliber. Do not confront him alone. Attack together." Upon seeing Lorne, several members of the rock-solid pirates combined their efforts to face him. It was somewhat embarrassing that, as a seasoned pirate crew, aside from their captain boasting a bounty exceeding 500 million, none of the cadre in the rock-solid pirates had bounties over 100 million. In this era, a bounty surpassing 100 million indicated a truly formidable adversary. To dare harm my brother-in-law is a death wish. Seeing this, Newgate leaped high, brandishing the newly acquired Naginata while activating the powers of the Tremor fruit. With a thunderous slash, several members of the rock-solid pirates were instantly felled by the destructive force infused with sword energy. "Is my brother-in-law unharmed?" Newgate landed beside Lorne, expressing concern. "Newgate, do you underestimate me?" Lorne replied with a hint of reproach, though his expression was beaming. Having such a powerfully gifted brother-in-law felt rather splendid. Following Lord Lorne, "Let's charge forth, Lord Newgate." With Lorne and Newgate at the forefront, the Rocks pirates surged into battle. Unfortunately, the members of the Rocks pirates did not possess the explosive talents of Lorne and Newgate. In fact, many were genuine newcomers, appearing rather naive against a seasoned pirate crew. Fortunately, with Lorne and Newgate, two supernovas leading the charge, the two sides were evenly matched, with the Rocks pirates even gaining the upper hand in the fray. Who will contend with Lorne and Newgate? These two individuals are truly monstrous. How can a rookie pirate crew possess such formidable beings? The members of the rock-solid pirate crew let out cries of despair. Indeed, the rock-solid pirate crew lacks any officers capable of confronting the likes of Lorne and Newgate, both of whom have bounties exceeding 100 million. Consequently, the crew finds themselves retreating in disarray. Meanwhile, the captain of the rock-solid crew, Gade, finds himself at a disadvantage in his confrontation with Rocks, to the point of appearing quite disheveled. After all, Rocks has mastered the advanced technique of Conqueror's Hockey, a skill reserved for the elite of the future. Though Gade boasts a bounty of 500 million, he pales in comparison to these formidable adversaries. He must rely on his observation hockey to foresee Rocks' movements, coupled with the agility granted by the stone fruit, as he deftly evades Rocks' assaults. While it may seem that the two are evenly matched, Gade is, in fact, desperately fleeing. Were it not for the remarkable maneuverability of the stone fruit, he would have surely succumbed to Rocks by now. How infuriating. It appears I must resort to that technique, albeit it is somewhat troublesome. Sensing imminent defeat if things continue this way, Gade resolves to take a bold gamble. With a flourish, he transforms all objects in the vicinity into stone. This is the ability of the awakened fruit. The awakening of the fruit. Locks, Newgate, be cautious. Upon witnessing the manifestation of the awakened fruit's power, Locks quickly warned. As expected, in the next moment, the ground beneath Lorne, Newgate, and the members of the Rocks pirates transformed into stone and began to tremble. Take to the skies. With a rush, Lorne, Newgate, and the members of the Rocks pirates leapt upwards. Do you think you can escape? Such naivety. Dance of the stone. Soon, Gade manipulated the stone to form sharp spikes that shot skyward. Lorne, with a single kick, shattered the few spikes before him. Quake. Newgate swung his sword, obliterating all the stones in his vicinity. However, the spikes continued to surge relentlessly towards Lorne, Newgate, and the members of the Rocks pirates. Following the fruit's awakening, most of the island had turned to stone, allowing Gade to launch his spiked projectiles at will. Dominance. Seeing Lorne and the others targeted by Gade, Locks grew impatient and, sensing Gade's location, hurled a punch. Yet, Gade had anticipated Locks' attack and evaded through the stone, relocating elsewhere. You cowardly scoundrel, always fleeing. I will find your true form and tear you to shreds. Locks shouted in anger. In truth, Locks was not as fully developed as Lorne imagined. He was still quite distant from his peak form, to say nothing of his most lethal weakness, which, like Lorne, was a lack of devastating large-scale attacks. Faced with Gade's awakened abilities and his overly cautious tactics, Locks found himself momentarily stymied. Ha ha ha, come at me then. Gade's sinister voice echoed from the stone, clearly relishing the situation. Million stone spikes. After a brief pause, hundreds of stone spikes soared into the sky once more. Damn it. If I had the dark fruit in hand, I could dispatch this scum in a minute. Locks felt increasingly agitated and had no choice but to leap into the sky to assist Lorne and Ugate in countering Gade's stone onslaught. To defeat Gade, they must incessantly wear down his stamina. Once his energy is depleted, an opportunity to conquer him will arise. Brother, don't mind us. We can hold on. Go and slay his crew. If he has the ability, let him watch as his crew is annihilated. At that moment, Lorne reminded them. Indeed, brother. How could I have overlooked that? Hearing this, the enraged Locks regained his composure and reacted accordingly. Boom. Rocks plummeted from the heavens like a shooting star, landing ferociously beside the members of the Rocks Pirates. Conqueror's blow. With but a single punch, he could dispatch a member of the Rocks Pirates. How infuriating. Someone must stop him. Yet, it was utterly impossible to intervene. The members of the Rocks Pirates sought to confront Rocks. But if they could not withstand the might of Roger and Whitebeard, how could they hope to oppose Rocks? This is nothing short of a one-sided massacre. The despicable Rocks has dared to lay hands on my subordinates. You have no sense of martial ethics. Stone shatter. Gade has also realized this. The sound emanating from the Rocks has become piercingly sharp, clearly indicating his fury. He manipulates two large boulders to encircle Rocks. Gade intends to crush Rocks into a pulp. However, it is evident that such a rudimentary technique can be effortlessly thwarted by Rocks' sheer physical strength. In desperation, Gade employs the stones to form a colossal hand, lifting all his crew members to a safe location. Aha! A flaw revealed. A brilliant smile finally blossoms on the corner of Rocks' mouth. The stone fruit is not of the Logia type. When the user employs transformation, their true form must be concealed within. At this moment, Gade's true self is hidden within the enormous hand. Dominance. With a single punch, Rocks cleaves through the hand, sending the massive stone appendage soaring into the air. At this moment, the possibility of Gade retreating underground was utterly severed. This is disastrous. Gade realized Locke's intentions, but it was already too late. The one who only knows how to flee shall meet his doom. With a surge of power, Locke unleashed his mightiest strike upon the colossal hand. The terrifying force coalesced into a singular point before erupting forth like a torrential flood. The punch expanded into a massive shockwave, and around them, the ominous black lightning of Conqueror's hockey crackled. Boom. The shockwave surged through, instantly reducing the stone hand to rubble. With a resounding crash, Locke's fist shattered the enormous rocky appendage. Gush! Gade coughed up blood, his true form finally revealed as he plummeted from the sky. Despite being a notorious pirate with a bounty of 500 million, he was not easily vanquished by Locke's single blow. Simultaneously, his awakened abilities faded due to his injuries, and the island reverted to its normal state. Retreat. The wounded Gade understood that continuing the fight would lead to catastrophic losses. Thus, he decisively chose to escape with the remaining crew members. Do you think you can just run away? Stone Gade, you've harmed so many of our crew. Brothers, pursue them. We cannot let the Gade pirates escape. They are at their wits' end. Seeing this, the Locks pirates were unwilling to relent and pressed forward. No need to chase them, Locks interjected, raising a hand to halt his crew. Chasing them would lead to a futile deadlock. No matter the circumstances, Gade remained a formidable pirate with a bounty of 550 million. Pushing him to the brink would cost the Locks pirates dearly. Through this battle, Locks recognized his own shortcomings. His immediate priority was to locate the dark fruit. Once in possession of that fruit, Gade would pose no threat whatsoever. Locks examined the treasure map closely and stepped onto a plot of land. This must be the location. He affirmed the marked point with a tap of his foot. Let the excavation commence. With a command from Lorne, the members of the Locks pirates sprang into action. A dozen burly men wielded pre-prepared tools and began to dig. Dig. After several minutes of relentless effort, they reached nearly 100 meters below the surface and finally unearthed an unassuming box. We found a box. It was swiftly brought to Locks. With a click, he opened the box to reveal a demon fruit in the shape of a pineapple, emanating a dark glow. The fruit was a deep purple, adorned with the distinctive spiral patterns of a devil fruit. Indeed, this was unequivocally the genuine dark fruit. Absolutely correct. Upon beholding the fruit in his hand, Rocks could not help but feel a surge of excitement. The depiction of the dark fruit he had once glimpsed in his youth at the Holy Land was vividly etched in his memory, showcasing its appearance in unmistakable detail. It was identical to the devil fruit he now possessed. There was no doubt about it. Brother, what are you waiting for? Just consume it, Lorne urged, equally exhilarated. The taste was truly dreadful. After taking a bite, Rocks nearly retched but managed to suppress the urge and swallowed it down. Observing this, Lorne eagerly inquired, So, brother, do you feel any changes? Let me give it a try, Rocks replied, extending his right hand. As he concentrated, his right hand astonishingly transformed into a swirling mass of black smoke. This is the manifestation of the dark fruit. It is not that the dark fruit cannot be elementalized, but rather that its elementalization cannot evade physical attacks like other natural types, due to its unique gravitational effects. The abilities of the dark fruit are more inclined to absorb all attacks rather than evade them. Consequently, the user must endure excruciating pain multiple times over. However, for Rocks, this does not pose a significant flaw. In terms of physical strength, Rocks far surpasses the later Yonko, Blackbeard teach. Even in his battle against Gade, who had a bounty of 500 million, Gade was unable to leave any scars on Rocks. With a swift motion, Rocks aimed at a nearby massive boulder, which was irresistibly drawn towards him, engulfed by darkness. Upon releasing it, the boulder had been crushed into fine powder. Not satisfied, Rocks subsequently consumed an entire forest on the island into darkness. Once released, the forest was entirely reduced to dust. Gravitational and distortion forces? The exceptionally gifted Rocks grasped the principles of the dark fruit with mere experimentation. Yet, this ability was not what Rocks valued most. Newgate. Strike me with the power of the tremor fruit, Rocks commanded, turning to Newgate. All right. Newgate hesitated momentarily but complied. A translucent halo appeared around Newgate's fist, striking towards Rocks. In an instant, Rocks elementalized his right hand, making contact with Newgate's halo. A wondrous scene unfolded as Newgate's halo was absorbed into the darkness without a ripple. What is this? Newgate's eyes widened in astonishment. He felt as though his abilities were frozen the moment he made contact with Rocks, rendering him utterly incapable of unleashing them. This peculiar sensation was one that Newgate had never experienced before. Indeed, this was the most terrifying ability of the dark fruit, capable of nullifying all other powers. Upon contact with the user, it rendered them unable to wield their abilities. It is precisely for this reason that the dark fruit is regarded as possessing the most vicious power in the history of the Devil Fruit Compendium. Rocks, perceiving Newgate's confusion, elucidated the matter. After all, Newgate was now considered part of the family. There was no need for concealment. How frightening indeed, Newgate nodded solemnly, as it was the first time he had heard of such a capability. That guy, Gerd, is truly fortunate. Had I possessed such an ability earlier, he would have undoubtedly met his demise today. However, that is of little consequence now. He had best pray earnestly to never cross paths with me again. Haha. Rocks, too, was swept up in excitement, laughing maniacally. He recognized that he had long lacked the means for widespread destruction. With the acquisition of the dark fruit, this shortcoming was finally rectified. In the future, he would no longer find himself in such a dire predicament when facing formidable opponents. Congratulations, brother. This is truly splendid. Seeing Rocks so exhilarated filled Linlin with genuine joy for his brother. By the way, Linlin, at that moment, Rocks abruptly ceased his laughter and turned to Linlin. Weren't you quite concerned about the thunder fruit? Fear not. I shall certainly secure it for you. Rocks clenched his fist, exuding confidence. Haha, brother. I eagerly await your good news. Linlin beamed with happiness, despite the fact that the thunder fruit was currently in the hands of an admiral. He had unwavering faith in his elder brother, knowing that Rocks was a man of his word. After obtaining the dark fruit, Rocks and his companions saw no reason to linger on the island and returned to their ship. Captain Rocks, Lord Linlin, you have returned, exclaimed a maid who had been waiting for their arrival. The ship's doctor has urgent matters to report to you both. Upon boarding, the maid immediately addressed Rocks and Linlin. The ship's doctor is looking for us? Could it be something has happened to Shirley? Quickly, lead us there. The sudden need for a report from the ship's doctor left Rocks and Linlin anxious, uncertain of what had transpired. Oh, and the ship's doctor mentioned that if Lord Newgate is free, he may join as well. The maid seemed to recall something and turned to Newgate. Oh, is there something concerning me? Whitebeard Newgate appeared perplexed. What could the ship's doctor want with him? Nevertheless, the three individuals followed the maid into the cabin. The ship of the Rocks pirate crew was an exceptionally luxurious large sailing vessel. This vessel, seized from the member nations of the world government, has the capacity to accommodate over 1,000 individuals. The most opulent chamber aboard belongs to Sherry and Molly. Congratulations to Lord Lorne, Captain Rocks, and Lord Newgate. After our examination, we have confirmed that Lady Molly is with child. Upon entering the room and encountering the ship's doctor, she joyfully conveyed this delightful news to Rocks, Lorne, and Newgate. What? In unison, the three exclaimed, their astonishment palpable. Once they grasped the gravity of the revelation, Rocks, Lorne, and Newgate were consumed by overwhelming joy. Haha, how splendid. Truly, a double blessing. I shall soon have another nephew and niece. Lorne, you have performed magnificently. No wonder you are my brother. You are simply remarkable. Rocks laughed heartily, brimming with exuberance. Today has been nothing short of extraordinary. First, we acquired the dark fruit, and now Molly's pregnancy. It feels as if fortune smiles upon us. Gaha, how wonderful. Brother-in-law, sister is pregnant. Does this not imply that I shall gain another nephew? Gaha, I have yet another family member. Gaha. Whitebeard Newgate was equally ecstatic, his laughter so vigorous that it triggered a moderate tsunami, a terrifying spectacle indeed. Molly, you have worked hard. At this moment, Lorne approached Molly with great delight, stroking her hair. The long-awaited second offspring has arrived. Beyond his joy for Molly's pregnancy, Lorne eagerly anticipated the talents their child might possess. It is known that Molly is a woman of S-class fortune. Any child born of her will undoubtedly inherit at least S-class abilities. He too would receive a share of such exceptional gifts. Previously, he had attained the ability of effortless cultivation. One could only wonder what formidable talents awaited him this time. Do not tire yourself. This is all as it should be. Molly blushed as she nestled against Lorne. Now, let us speak no more. Molly, take good care of the baby. You must ensure that Miss Molly is looked after, without a hint of mishap. To celebrate this marvelous day, Rocks commanded the servants to prepare a grand banquet. So many good fortunes have graced us. How could we not hold a feast in celebration? Gahaha. Sister is pregnant. Brother-in-law, I shall assist as well. Excited. Newgate promptly left the room to attend to the arrangements for the banquet. I, too, took my leave to prepare. While you should take good care of Miss Shelley and Miss Jasmine. At that moment, Lorne also made an excuse to exit the room, finding solace in an unoccupied space. The system detected that the host was about to welcome a second offspring and commence the distribution of rewards. The host was granted Advanced Observation Hockey, Advanced Conqueror's Hockey, and Advanced Armament Hockey. Upon detecting that the host already possessed Advanced Armament Hockey, the reward was converted into progress. The advancement in Armament Hockey increased by 50. The host's swordsmanship, stamina, strength, and speed were all enhanced. Proficiency in the Navy's 6 styles also improved. Following a series of notifications, Lorne's capabilities were significantly augmented. Host, Lorne gender, male age, 18 speed, advanced, current progress, 94. 3 strength, advanced, current progress, 97. 5 stamina, advanced, current progress, 97. 9 swordsmanship, advanced, current progress, 81. For armament hockey, pinnacle, awakening flowing cherry, progress, 0. 31 observation hockey, advanced, progress, 6. 82 conqueror's hockey, advanced, progress, 4. 31 devil fruit. None other abilities. Never fatigued. Golden Eyes, freeform training. Lorne's strength was once again greatly enhanced. As the 3 types of hockey ascended to a higher level, his stamina, speed, and strength were on the verge of reaching their peak as well. However, these enhancements were not Lorne's primary concern. A particular line of system notification held his utmost attention. The host was rewarded with an SS-level talent, capable of nullifying the side effects of devil fruits. Indeed, he had obtained an SS-level talent, just 1 tier shy of the utmost SSS-level talent. This newfound talent is remarkably straightforward, liberating one from the adverse effects of the devil fruit. According to the system's elucidation, should Lorne acquire the powers of a devil fruit, he would not incur the ocean's disdain, nor would he be rendered immobile like a landlubber. Furthermore, this exemption from the adverse effects of the devil fruit extends beyond mere immunity to the sea. For instance, certain devil fruits possess formidable abilities, yet their weaknesses are glaringly apparent. Take the Sansan fruit, whose vulnerability lies in water. Any contact with water, even blood, renders it ineffective. Additionally, the poison fruit causes incessant gastrointestinal distress, leading to prolonged stays in the restroom, thereby significantly diminishing combat time. With this talent, all such weaknesses would be nullified. Even the thunder fruit, which Lorne holds in high regard, would undergo substantial enhancement. It is well known that the thunder fruit wields terrifying power. Yet its greatest flaw is its inability to affect insulators. However, with this talent, lightning would no longer be rendered ineffective against insulators, as the intense heat generated by the lightning can directly incinerate such materials. This is indeed a tremendous enhancement. It is impervious to seawater and can function effectively even when encountering insulators. If Lorne were to acquire the thunder fruit one day, he would be nearly invincible. In terms of practicality, this talent undoubtedly qualifies as an SSS-level gift. Yet, Lorne is perplexed as to why the system has merely classified it as an SS level. Come. Anyone who cannot finish their drink shall be fined 10,000 berry. What is left in your cup? Are you raising fish? Bring out 50 more platters of grilled fish. 50 platters of grilled fish. Hurry, the wine is running low. Bring out 50 more barrels. 15, 20, 15. Drink up. That night, the Rocks pirates held a grand feast. Everyone was joyously inebriated, and the camaraderie among them was remarkably harmonious, in stark contrast to the original portrayal of the Rocks pirates, who were rife with ulterior motives. Lorne's aspirations may indeed alter history and change the outcome of the battle at God Valley. The celebration lasted but a single day, after which Rocks rallied his crew, preparing to stir up trouble once more. The objective this time, as expected, is Wano country. According to Ron, Wano possesses an insurmountable natural fortress, an impregnable bastion that is difficult for even a multitude to breach. It serves as an ideal stronghold for the Rocks pirates. Furthermore, with Sherry and Molly both expecting, it is imperative to find them an island where they can safely nurture their pregnancies. This matter cannot afford even a moment's delay, particularly concerning Shirley, whose condition has advanced considerably. Enduring the uncertainties of the sea may prove detrimental to her. It is imperative that we swiftly locate a suitable island to establish a refuge. I have heard that Wano country is an exceedingly insular realm, having remained secluded for centuries, to the extent that even the world government and the Navy possess scant information regarding its true nature. During a morning assembly of the Rocks pirates, Rocks, while partaking in his breakfast, addressed the assembly. I have been informed that formidable warriors reside there, and many who have inadvertently wandered into Wano have never returned alive. Coupled with the natural fortifications of Wano's terrain, it seems that any attempt to invade could be fraught with peril. Newgate, taking a bite of his meal, furrowed his brow slightly. His sister is also with child, and it is essential to find an appropriate island for her to rest. Regrettably, no one possesses clear insight into the strength of Wano's inhabitants. A hasty assault could result in significant losses. Wano experienced a golden age centuries ago, during which a warrior named Ryuma emerged. His prowess was exceptional. He vanquished numerous invading pirate crews and noble factions to protect Wano, ensuring the world recognized it as a nation not to be trifled with. Ryuma was even rumored to have slain a dragon, solidifying his status as a hero of Wano. This has cultivated a culture of martial pride, with every citizen aspiring to become a warrior. Thus, it stands to reason that Wano's military might could surpass our expectations. Lorne, while enjoying his breakfast, spoke at length. Nearby, Rocks, Newgate, and other members nodded in agreement, acknowledging the legend of the dragon slayer Ryuma. Although centuries have elapsed, Wano remains synonymous with the warrior spirit. The highest authority in Wano, referred to as the shogun by the populace, operates under a hereditary system. The shogun commands immense respect and loyalty, and any reckless aggression would undoubtedly provoke unified resistance from the entirety of Wano. However, to my knowledge, the leadership of Wano is not entirely cohesive. At the very least, there are factions within the upper echelons that harbor aspirations of usurping the shogun's position. Perhaps we could exploit this discord to our advantage. Upon finishing his meal, Lorne wiped his mouth and remarked, "Oh, Lorne, do you truly mean this?" Rocks, though excited, remained vigilant in his inquiry. It was not a matter of distrust towards his brother, but rather the overwhelming scarcity of intelligence regarding Wano. Such meticulous intelligence. Where might one find a source to acquire it? Could it be that those unscrupulous information brokers are deceiving their own kin? To be honest, I am not entirely certain. But we could certainly venture to explore this together, could we not? Lorne chuckled softly, reflecting on the fact that he had arrived in this era far too early. At this juncture, Lorne remains rather uninformed about the internal affairs of Wano country. After all, this period is at least 50 years removed from the original narrative. Kazuki Oden, along with the Akazaya 9 and Kaido, are likely yet to be born. However, the adage holds true, like father, like son. Conversely, a son often reflects the nature of his father. Kaido's unyielding ambition to usurp the position of shogun leads Lorne to doubt that his father harbored no such aspirations. If his father were indeed a loyal and steadfast vassal, it stands to reason that he would not have sired a progeny like Kaido, who embodies rebellion. Nevertheless, all of this remains speculative. The veracity of Lorne's conjectures awaits confirmation. "Brother-in-law, how shall we proceed with our inquiries?" inquired Newgate, curiously devouring a large chicken leg. "Quite simply," Lorne replied with confidence. "Although Wano country is insular, they do require the export of sea stone, necessitating interaction with foreign merchants. We can masquerade as traders seeking to procure sea stone and conduct an investigation within Wano. He continued, the notion of isolation is relative. With so many inhabitants reliant on sustenance and clothing, it is implausible that all contact with the outside world has ceased. At least to my knowledge. Wano must sell sea stone to acquire belly, in order to purchase essential goods such as food and clothing. This provided Lorne and his companions with an excellent opportunity to infiltrate the land of harmony. Excellent. Let us act without delay. With newfound enthusiasm, Rocks prepared to embark on their journey to the land of harmony. Wait a moment, my friend. I shall promptly contact the black market dealer of sea prism stone. They will guide us into the land of harmony. There was no need for a large group this time. Just you, me, and Newgate would suffice. Lorne swiftly picked up the transponder snail and dialed the number for the sea prism stone merchant. At this time, the underground black market had yet to evolve into a realm characterized by intermediaries like Doflamingo, as seen in later eras. Numerous clandestine transactions still necessitated direct interaction between buyers and sellers. This also provided the Rocks pirates with an opportunity to enter Wano country. With the esteemed reputation of the notorious Rocks pirates, the black market merchant dared not refuse. Immediately, a bargain was struck, and a time was agreed upon, allowing the merchant to escort Rocks, Law, and Whitebeard into Wano country together. Soon, the appointed hour arrived. Disguised, Rocks, Law, and Whitebeard boarded a merchant ship alongside the sea stone merchant, ready to embark on their journey to Wano country. It is noteworthy that Whitebeard could not bring along his Naginata, lest it arouse suspicion among the people of Wano. Thus, the trio boarded the ship empty-handed, entering the waters of Wano country. Truly, the island boasted formidable natural defenses. The waterfall appeared as a veritable fortress. At the very sight of Wano country, Rocks and Whitebeard could not suppress their astonishment. The land of Wano boasts a formidable terrain, with the entire island encircled by tumultuous waterfalls. According to visual assessment, these cascades soar to a height of no less than a kilometer. To gain entry into Wano, one must navigate upstream against the relentless torrents of these waterfalls. It is no small feat. Traversing the waterfalls is nearly impossible without the expertise of a prodigious navigator, as only such a skilled individual could decipher the intricate patterns of the water to penetrate the realm of Wano. Alternatively, one might resort to soaring above or scaling the 1,000-meter peaks by sheer determination. It is no wonder that Ron has persistently extolled the virtues of Wano. This waterfall indeed presents a formidable natural barrier, easy to defend yet difficult to conquer. Gentlemen, please remain calm. The people of Wano will soon arrive to welcome us. Staying at the base of the waterfall, the tour guide is soothing the merchants aboard the vessel. Merchants hailing from various nations sought to acquire the precious sea stones of the kingdom of He. Soon, the valiant samurai of He descended from the waterfall and boarded their vessel. The sound of rushing water echoed splash, splash. The skilled samurai adeptly directed the helmsman, effortlessly familiarizing himself with the water currents of the kingdom of He. The merchant ship, propelled by the waterfall's force, swiftly entered the kingdom at a steep angle of 90 degrees. Do not panic, for the only means of entering the kingdom of He is by navigating this waterfall. We are accompanied by seasoned navigators who will ensure our safety, reassured the guide, observing the anxious faces around him. Upon hearing these words, Lux and Newgate's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Marvelous. The topography of the kingdom of He is simply unparalleled. Such treacherous terrain requires merely a handful of troops to fend off any intruders. This is truly the most exquisite sanctuary for nurturing life. Before long, the group entered the land of Wa. Under the guidance of merchants and samurai, Rocks, Lorne, and Newgate followed the merchant entourage directly into the factory of sea stone. A staggering 80% of the world's sea stone is produced in the land of Wa, which also boasts the finest artisans globally, ensuring unparalleled quality. The inhabitants of Wa passionately extolled the virtues of sea stone, yet Rocks, Lorne, and Newgate found themselves increasingly disinterested, nearly succumbing to slumber. Soon, the tedious presentation concluded. That evening, the people of Wa had reserved the most opulent brothel in the land for the merchants' entertainment. However, we opted not to partake in such frivolities. Having ventured to the reclusive land of Wa, I offered a generous tip of 1,000,000 berries, requesting a tour of the realm. Nevertheless, Lorne, Rocks, and Newgate chose to have their guide escort the three of them through the wonders of Wa. Very well, esteemed guests, this way please. The guide exclaimed with evident delight upon receiving the tip of 1,000,000 berries. He devoted himself wholeheartedly to showcasing the splendors of Wa to Lorne and his companions, oblivious to the fact that he was leading them into the most perilous of predicaments. Secretly, he noted the critical geographical positions of Wa. Ultimately, Lorne, Rocks, and Newgate returned to their accommodations, thoroughly satisfied. They awaited the deepening night, as the city fell into a tranquil silence. The land of Wa, the city of flowers. This is the most prosperous district of Wano country, its vibrancy rivaling that of any affluent member nation of the world government. Simultaneously, this flower capital serves as the residence of the rulers. Aside from the current general of Wano, another prominent clan, the Korizumi family, also resides here. The night has grown deep, and the entire Wano country lies in peaceful slumber, with only the sound of cicadas echoing in the stillness. Within the abode of the Korizumi family, the current lord, Korizumi Kichimatsu, father of Korizumi Orochi, is sound asleep. The bedroom is shrouded in complete darkness. A void where one cannot see one's own hand. Who goes there? Suddenly, Korizumi Kichimatsu jolts awake, his eyes wide open in terror, as if he has just emerged from a nightmare. At this moment, he distinctly feels an ominous presence in the room, akin to a ferocious beast invading his sanctuary, causing a profound unease to wash over him. Light the lanterns. He commands his servants in a voice laced with urgency. The oppressive darkness stirs a foreboding intuition within him, an enveloping dread that whispers of death. Are you Korizumi Kichimatsu, the Lord of Wano? The anticipated light does not illuminate the room. Instead, a dark and unfamiliar voice quietly rises within the chamber, heightening Korizumi Kichimatsu's fear. There is an intruder, he exclaims in alarm. Yet before he can finish his thought, he distinctly feels a cold sensation upon his neck. Korizumi Kichimatsu, I advise you to remain silent, lest the ominous voice, thick with malice, renders Korizumi Kichimatsu breathless with terror. At that moment, the lantern flickers to life, revealing a single candle. The light, though dim, is sufficient for Korizumi Kichimatsu to discern the environment within the room. 3 figures stand before him. 2 are approximately 3 meters tall with striking red hair, while the third, a colossal man towering around 6 meters, boasts a magnificent mane of golden locks. The candle rests in the hand of this giant. The presence of all 3 is undeniably formidable. After a prolonged silence, Korizumi Kichimatsu musters the courage to inquire, May I ask who you are? Jibek Lorne. The man at the center, smiling broadly, replies. The feeble light casts an eerie shadow upon Lorne's exceptionally handsome visage, rendering him almost devilish. Lorne? You are the infamous vice captain of the Rocks Pirates, are you not? Korizumi Kichimatsu's voice trembles with apprehension. Although Wano is somewhat isolated, it is not entirely devoid of information. Many merchants, upon visiting Wano, have spoken of a remarkable pirate crew emerging from the seas, known as the Rocks Pirates. Captain Rocks boasts a bounty of 430 million berries, while Vice Captain Lorne's bounty exceeds a staggering 100 million. Furthermore, a cadre member named Edward Newgate also commands a bounty surpassing 100 million. Korizumi Kichimatsu's gaze shifts to the 3 before him. Every characteristic aligns perfectly. The black charcoal cicada instantly comprehended the identity of the newcomers. Rocks D. Jibek, Lorne D. Jibek, and Edward Newgate. It was evident that the Rocks Pirates had set their sights on him. Do not panic, black charcoal cicada, Lorne said with a faint smile, weaving his words with care. I have heard of your keen interest in the position of general in Wano. How fortuitous. For our Rocks Pirates harbor a great interest in the sea stone of your land. We are willing to support your ascension to the position of general, with the condition that once you attain this rank, we receive 50% of the profits from your sea stone. What say you? Lorne smiled brightly, observing the reaction of black charcoal cicada. Why should I trust your words? As expected, after a moment of contemplation, black charcoal cicada found it difficult to believe Lorne's claims. He even harbored suspicions that Lorne might be a ploy devised by General Kazuki Oden to test him. After all, black charcoal cicada had previously entertained thoughts of rebellion, which had seemingly caught the attention of Kazuki Oden, though without any solid evidence. Thus, Kazuki Oden had little recourse against black charcoal cicada. The rift between them had already widened. It was entirely plausible that Lorne and the others were indeed sent by Kazuki Oden to probe his intentions. Should he utter any thoughts of rebellion, he would likely fall into Kazuki Oden's trap. Black charcoal cicada, do you think I am here to negotiate with you? Lorne scoffed coldly, then clapped his hands. Newgate. Understood, brother-in-law, Whitebeard replied, instantly comprehending the cue, lighting up every lamp in the room with the candle he held. In an instant, the room was ablaze with light. Upon seeing everything clearly, black charcoal cicada was rendered speechless with fear. For within the room, all his subordinates and servants lay unconscious, their eyes glossed over, devoid of consciousness. Witnessing the fright etched on black charcoal cicada's pale face, Lorne displayed a satisfied smile. Like father, like son, it was evident that he shared the same character as his father, Black Charcoal Kaido. Do you understand now, Black Charcoal Cicada? You lack the standing to negotiate with me. My intrusion into your home signifies that I could just as easily take your life. I could annihilate your entire Black Charcoal family at this very moment. What could you possibly do in response? Lorne's tone was not harsh, yet to Black Charcoal Cicada, it resonated like that of a demon. How terrifying these three individuals were. Not only did he evade all vigilance and silently infiltrate his own residence, but he also subtly incapacitated everyone within and around the estate, just as Jibek Lorne stated, if he so desired. The entire mansion of the Black Charcoal Lord would likely have been drenched in blood by the three of them, all without a trace of awareness. This, in fact, attests to the notion that the likes of Lorne and Rocks were not merely hired by Kazuki Oden to test him. Their formidable strength was such that Kazuki Oden could have simply employed them to eliminate him directly, rather than subjecting him to a mere trial. Very well. I consent to your terms. Assist me in ascending to the position of shogun, and upon success, I shall allocate to you 50% of the profits from the Sea Prism Stone of Wano, declared Kurozumi Kinemon, seemingly resolved after regaining his composure. Ha ha ha, Kurozumi Kinemon. It appears you have misunderstood something. To penalize you for your earlier refusal, I have decided to elevate your share to 70%. Should you decline once more, I shall increase it to 90% next time, Lorne replied, his eyes crescent-shaped as a smile graced his face. Then so be it. 70% it is. But you must guarantee that Kazuki Oden does not survive. Although Kurozumi Kinemon harbored dissatisfaction, he gritted his teeth and acquiesced to Lorne's demands. After all, he recognized that he held no bargaining power against such formidable opponents. 70% was certainly preferable to 90%. Furthermore, having witnessed the prowess of Rocks, Lorne, and Newgate, Kurozumi Kinemon sensed that this was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. After all, there was already a rift between him and Kazuki Oden. If he did not act now, Oden would inevitably seek to eliminate him in the future. It was wiser to strike first. Excellent, Kurozumi Kinemon. I did not misjudge your character. You are indeed a clever individual. I shall grant you 1 week to procure precise intelligence regarding all military forces and warriors within Wano. After 1 week, we shall lead the Rocks crew to Wano. At that point, our coordinated efforts will surely secure victory. Should any matters arise during this week, contact me using this transponder snail, Lorne stated, handing a transponder snail to Kurozumi Kinemon. Understood. Rest assured, I will fully cooperate with the Rocks pirates. Kurozumi Kinemon affirmed as he accepted the transponder snail. Very well, I await your news, Lorne remarked with a smile, subsequently departing the Kurozumi clan's mansion alongside Rocks and Newgate. Do you think Kurozumi Kinemon will truly follow through? Upon exiting the mansion and returning to his quarters, Rocks expressed his concerns. Fear not, brother, I have made all arrangements. Kurozumi Kinemon is eager for our assistance in his rebellion, Lorne reassured him, exuding confidence. Does the Kurozumi clan truly have the opportunity to refrain from rebellion? Unless the celestial dragons undergo a sudden transformation and cease to proclaim themselves as the world's aristocrats, for the sake of caution. Lorne previously made a clandestine visit to the general's residence. He left behind a note, warning Kazuki Oden that Kinemon was scheming a rebellion. If Kinemon were to refuse this insurrection, Oden would undoubtedly seek justification to eliminate him, perhaps even the entire Kurozumi clan. Given Lorne's assertions, Rocks harbored no further doubts. The three departed from Wano country and returned to the Rocks pirates. Brother-in-law, we are on the verge of launching an assault on Wano, he announced. My sister is also expecting, so this endeavor must succeed. He continued, you previously mentioned a way to undermine the enemy's Busashoka haki, known as flowing sakura. Might you instruct me in this technique? During dinner one day, Whitebeard approached Lorne, scratching his head with a hint of bashfulness. This marked the first occasion in his life that Whitebeard sought counsel from another. He had long remembered Lorne's impressive display of Busashoka haki, specifically flowing sakura. In truth, with his innate talent, Whitebeard could have deduced it himself. However, with the impending attack on Wano and the need to secure a safe location for his sister, Maria, he resolved to master flowing sakura swiftly and thus came to inquire of Lorne. Ha ha ha, Whitebeard, are you truly seeking my guidance? Lorne marveled, astonished that the formidable captain would approach him regarding such matters of haki. This is none other than the illustrious Whitebeard, the future strongest man in the world. How intriguing that he seeks counsel from me regarding matters of dominance. Naturally, my intent is to successfully seize Wano country. Newgate, upon observing Lorne's mischievous grin, mistakenly assumed that Lorne was reluctant to impart his wisdom. Little did he know that Lorne's heart was brimming with delight. In the future, Lorne could boast that the world's mightiest man, Whitebeard, was personally trained by him. Of course, I can teach you, but first, you must call me master, Lorne said with a sly grin. Wouldn't it be even more impressive for Whitebeard to acknowledge him as a mentor? However, that was a notion Whitebeard would certainly dismiss. His pride would not allow it. A brother-in-law is one thing, but the title of master carries a significantly deeper connotation. Reluctant to refer to him as master, perhaps a simple acknowledgement as teacher would suffice. As Whitebeard prepared to depart, Lorne quickly took a step back. Such a splendid opportunity for boasting. Lorne certainly does not wish to let it slip away. Very well, Master Lorne, please impart to me the knowledge of Busashoka hockey. After a moment of contemplation, Newgate ultimately decided to seek Lorne's guidance. Lorne, with a demeanor befitting a teacher, graciously agreed to instruct him. True to his reputation as the future strongest man in the world, Newgate, with just a slight nudge from Lorne, was able to immediately manifest the flowing cherry blossom technique. However, he still lacked finesse. With merely a bit of practice, he would soon master it. Time swiftly passed, and before long, 2 days had elapsed. The other members of the Rocks Pirates, including Rocks himself, were diligently training, all with the aim of successfully conquering Wano country. Meanwhile, Lorne reclined leisurely on the deck, basking in the sun. With the luxury of cultivating his skills in comfort, what need was there for exertion? Goolalala, brother-in-law, I have already mastered the flowing cherry blossom, Newgate exclaimed, almost boastfully. I can even imbue it upon my swordsmanship. I have surpassed you now, brother-in-law. One could not deny that Whitebeard's talent was indeed extraordinary. Mastering the flowing cherry blossom in just 2 days, and further enhancing it with swordsmanship, was rather remarkable. Is that so? You wish to challenge your brother-in-law after merely a few days of practice? Lorne replied with a smile. Since Jasmine's pregnancy, he too had grown considerably stronger, though he was uncertain of the extent. Now seemed the perfect opportunity to spar with his younger brother-in-law and gauge his current prowess. As both prepared to engage in their friendly contest, a sudden sound interrupted them. Bururu bururu. The snail phone at Lorne's waist began to ring. Lord Lorne, upon answering, the snail mimicked an exaggeratedly terrified expression. Oh, Korazumi Kinemon, have you gathered the intelligence from Wano? Lorne inquired upon recognizing the caller. I have acquired it, but it seems that Kazuki Oden is aware of my treachery and is mobilizing his forces to march upon the daimyo's residence. Might I implore the Rocks Pirates to come to Wano in advance? I fear I may not survive until the appointed time. My entire family may perish. Kinemon's voice trembled with desperation, his tone heavy with dread. Little did he know that the reason Kazuki Oden had learned of his conspiracy was due to Lorne's machinations. Such a lack of fortitude, Korazumi Kinemon, Lorne sighed. The snail phone vividly imitated Kinemon's anxious demeanor, and Lorne surmised that the poor man was likely paralyzed with fear. How many troops has Kazuki Oden gathered this time? Ron inquired. The population of Wano country is approximately 300,000, with a military force of around 30,000. This time, Kazuki Shishio has recruited about 30,000. I only have around 3,000 men at my disposal. Lord Ron, when will you arrive? They are about to reach our doorstep, Black Carbon Kitchen said, his voice tinged with despair. Rest assured, we shall arrive shortly, Ron replied with a cold smirk, ending the call and immediately summoning Rocks and the other members. Is it truly beginning so soon? Rocks asked, his excitement palpable. Indeed. We have received word from Black Carbon Kitchen. The betrayal has commenced, Ron acknowledged, before addressing the members of Rocks. Everyone, gather immediately. We are heading to Wano country at once. Ron issued the captain's orders in place of Rocks. Rocks was indifferent to this, even willing to relinquish the captaincy to his brother. Ron himself was not particularly concerned about the title of captain. In their quest to seize Wano, the Rocks Pirates had anchored their ship in the waters near the country. Within half an hour, the Rocks Pirates arrived at the waterfall of Wano country. Quake. Newgate raised his fist, enveloped in the aura of the Tremor fruit. With a powerful strike, he shattered the very fabric of space, unleashing a tsunami. Seizing the momentum of this tidal wave, they surged forth towards Wano country. This is the method by which the Rocks Pirates land on Wano, simple and brutal. In the next moment, a tsunami erupts, waves soaring into the sky, reaching heights of thousands of meters. Charge forth, Rocks Pirates. This time, we must seize Wano. Rocks raises his arm in fervent rallying, as the ships surge upward with the tsunami. Meanwhile, within Wano's borders, the rhythmic sound of heavy footsteps resonates throughout the flower capital. At this moment, in the flower capital, the 30,000 troops led by Kazuki Sukiyaki have arrived at the gates of Korazumi Gyuketsu's mansion. Kurazumi Gyuketsu, if you surrender now, I may spare your life. Otherwise, I shall annihilate your entire clan. Clad in a general's cloak, Kazuki Sukiyaki stands before Kurazumi Gyuketsu's mansion, calling out to him. Inside the mansion, the Kurazumi family, led by Kurazumi Gyuketsu, is in a state of panic. Kurazumi Mukken, Kurazumi Shamaru, and the 4-year-old Kurazumi Orochi, along with Gyuketsu's loyal subordinates, are frantic. Master Gyuketsu, if it comes to it, we will fight them. As long as we can eliminate Kazuki Sukiyaki, the rest are insignificant, boldly asserts Kurazumi Shamaru, a man who has consumed the barrier fruit and is hailed as the foremost warrior of the Kurazumi family. After all, thus far, no one has ever breached his barrier. We must not act rashly. Kazuki Sukiyaki has gathered powerful allies like Shimatsuki and Amatsuki, along with numerous samurai. We cannot engage them head-on, cautions Kurazumi Mukken, who has consumed the mimic fruit and is still in his youth. With just the Kurazumi clan, we cannot hope to confront Kazuki Sukiyaki directly. Otherwise, we would have rebelled long ago. Why wait until now? Daddy, I'm scared, cries the young Kurazumi Orochi, overwhelmed by the situation, sobbing uncontrollably. What do we do now? Kazuki Sukiyaki is about to lead his army in. Kurazumi Shamaru replies irritably. Kurazumi Mukken quickly falls silent, realizing there is nothing more to say. The army is at their doorstep, and at this point, what can she do? As a user of the mimic fruit, she lacks the strength to stand alone against a multitude. Unlike in the original tale, where Kazuki Sukiyaki was on the brink of death, he is now in the prime of his life. Damn it. Kurazumi Gyuketsu is in a state of utter frustration. He never anticipated that Kazuki Sukiyaki would strike preemptively, seizing upon his plot for rebellion. And at such a critical moment, the Rocks pirates have yet to arrive. If this continues, his demise is inevitable. Perhaps surrendering is the only option. After a moment of contemplation, Black Charcoal Oni Cicada ultimately succumbed to fear. After all, Koyuki Yoshiaki had just stated that if he surrendered, his life would be spared. If he were to wait for Koyuki Yoshiaki to take action, it would surely bring ruin upon his entire family. My lord, do not place your trust in Koyuki Yoshiaki's words. Rebellion is a grave sin that warrants the annihilation of one's entire lineage. How could he possibly spare your life? Black Charcoal Cicada Maru urgently advised. Committing treason is a serious offense. If one chooses to embark on such a path, one must see it through to the end. Surrendering midway is akin to courting death. Enough of this, Cicada Maru. My mind is made up. I shall surrender, Black Charcoal Oni Cicada declared with a somber expression. Did he not understand that rebellion is punishable by the eradication of 9 clans? Yet, with the enemy forces bearing down upon them, the Black Charcoal clan could not possibly contend with the might of the entire land of Wano. Refusing to surrender would inevitably lead to death in battle. However, what if Koyuki Yoshiaki had a change of heart? As for the Rocks pirates, not a single shadow had appeared thus far. The heart of the Black Charcoal Cicada has silently cursed the members of the Rocks pirates countless times, even invoking the names of his ancestors in his ire. Had it not been for their invitation to conspire against the government, he would never have found himself in such a predicament. With a resounding thud, the grand gates of the mansion were kicked open, and as the Black Charcoal Cicada emerged, he prepared to surrender. In the next moment, a tremendous shadow enveloped the skies above the flower capital. The darkness blocked out the sun, prompting all present, including Kazuki Oden and Black Charcoal Cicada, to instinctively gaze upward. A colossal wave surged forth, racing towards the flower capital with relentless vigor. What is this? Is that a tsunami? Upon realizing it was indeed a tsunami, everyone stared in bewilderment, utterly unable to fathom the scene unfolding before them. How could a tsunami strike Wano? The ocean lies over 1,000 meters below. The roar of the wave grew louder, and there was no time for contemplation as it rushed forth, threatening to engulf the entire flower capital in an instant. Destroying Namu River. Magic cut. Bloodied scythe. Though the red scabbards had yet to be born, Wano was home to many formidable warriors. The warriors promptly unsheathed their swords, their gallant blades slicing through the sky, diminishing the ferocity of the impending tsunami. Nevertheless, it must be noted that their prowess had yet to reach the imperial level, merely aligning with that of high-ranking officers among the 4 emperors. Consequently, they could only mitigate the tsunami's force by half. The remaining wave, however, swiftly engulfed at least half of the 30,000 troops of Kazuki Oden. When the tumultuous waves finally subsided, a pirate ship appeared rather abruptly in the heart of Flower Capital, leaving both the forces of Kazuki Oden and Kinemon momentarily stunned. What was this vessel that had seemingly materialized out of nowhere? Was it a pirate ship? Why would a pirate ship be present in the Flower Capital? In an instant, All eyes were drawn to this conspicuous vessel. It was none other than the Rocks pirates. Immediately, some from Wano recognized the flag hoisted upon the ship. Unmistakably. It belonged to the infamous Rocks pirates. The Rocks pirates? Is that the notorious captain with a bounty exceeding 400 million? What brings him to Wano? The warriors of Wano began to stir with excitement. Clearly, despite the country's isolation, some had indeed heard of the Rocks pirates. They were filled with curiosity regarding how the Rocks pirates had suddenly appeared within their borders. Could it be that they were swept in by the tsunami? Ha ha ha, Whitebeard. Splendid job. You've managed to eliminate at least half of the enemy's forces in one fell swoop. Truly, you never cease to amaze, Whitebeard. At this moment, voices from the Rocks pirate ship, including that of Law and Rocks himself, echoed forth. Have they arrived? Kinemon stared, bewildered, at the pirate ship before him. He now confirmed that the Rocks pirates had indeed come. However, what Kinemon did not anticipate was that the Rocks pirates had entered Wano riding the waves of the tsunami. How did this come to pass? Are the Rocks pirates merely a band of lunatics? The infamous Kinemon of the Black Charcoal suddenly finds himself regretting his alliance with the Rocks pirates. Brothers, charge forth. Drive these scoundrels out of Wano. Rocks proclaimed with unparalleled bravado, elevating the spirits of his crew to a fever pitch. Charge. Onward. Though the Rocks pirates comprised merely a few hundred warriors, each was meticulously chosen for their valor. They resolutely surged towards the vast army of Wano. Oh, intruders, dare they invade this land that has remained untouched for centuries? Such audacity is tantamount to courting death. A mere 100 shall be sufficient to vanquish them. The forces of Kazuki Oden were initially taken aback. But as they witnessed the members of the Rocks pirates launching an assault upon them, the realization dawned upon them. This band of pirates has invaded Wano country. A mere 100 individuals dare to charge against an army of 10,000, a spectacle that is nothing short of ludicrous. Swish, swish, swish. The samurai and soldiers of Wano unsheathed their shimmering silver swords, launching themselves towards the Rocks pirates. Upon witnessing this, Lorne leaped onto the edge of the pirate ship. Gazing down at the vast, dark mass of Wano's forces below, a breathtaking sight to behold. This marked the first encounter of Lorne with an opposing force exceeding 10,000 since his foray into the seas. Alas, in the realm of piracy, the tactic of overwhelming numbers has always proven futile. It's our turn to strike, brother, Newgate, Lorne proclaimed. Beside him, Whitebeard and Rocks nodded in agreement. Leaping onto the edge of the pirate ship, standing resolutely by Lorne's side. In an instant, the three unleashed their conqueror's haki. A resonating hum filled the air, as three formidable waves surged forth, reminiscent of a tornado. The invisible aura emanated from the trio, expanding relentlessly, enveloping the entirety of Flower Capital. With a series of sharp sounds, the warriors of Wano, touched by this haki, fell like dominoes, their eyes glazing over, frothing at the mouth, collapsing in rapid succession. It was not solely the warriors. The residents of Flower Capital, including the common folk and geishas, were equally affected, succumbing to the overwhelming force. In a mere half-minute, under the combined release of the three powerful haki, the once mighty army of 15,000 was reduced to a mere 5,000. What on earth are these pirates? Over 1,000 have fallen. The warriors of Wano were astounded. Despite their isolation, they were aware of the existence of conquerors' haki in the world. Yet, to witness a single wave topple an army of 10,000 was beyond their wildest imaginations. Only this many incapacitated? One must commend the martial spirit of this nation. They had anticipated that merely 100 would remain standing, but it appeared they had miscalculated. Observing this spectacle, Lorne, Rocks, and Newgate were equally taken aback. It was evident that the military might of Wano was distinctly different from that of the ordinary nations aligned with the world government. Setting aside the prowess of these warriors, their almost fanatical loyalty made them particularly resistant to the effects of conquerors' haki. Reflecting on the resilience of Kinemon, who survived a direct assault of haki, one could understand that this scene was not entirely absurd. Moreover, Lorne, Newgate, and even Rocks had yet to reach their zenith. Simultaneously, the members of the Rocks pirates, who had initiated the charge, engaged in fierce combat with the forces of Kazuki Sukiyaki. The Rocks pirates found themselves at a disadvantage as facing a superior number. And contending with Wano's martial fervor was hardly surprising. Curse it, the military might of Wano is nothing like that of the world government. This was the first time they felt such strain. Several members of the Rocks pirates were encircled by dozens of Wano warriors, unable to break free. Teetering on the brink of peril. Dark water. A resounding voice echoed, and beneath the feet of the samurai from Wano, a dark fluid materialized. What is this? Is it the sorcery of these pirates? The samurai of Wano gazed in bewilderment at the ominous substance beneath them, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Although some among them possessed the powers of devil fruits, they were oblivious to their origins and mistook them for witchcraft. However, such details mattered little now. With a whoosh, the samurai were swiftly engulfed by the darkness. Moments later, when they were released, they emerged gasping, utterly devoid of their will to fight. Captain Rocks. In their moment of salvation, several members of the Rocks pirates looked at Rocks with admiration shining in their eyes. Charge ahead. Our target is the General of Wano, Kazuki Oden. With a grand gesture, Rocks pointed decisively at the conspicuous figure of Kazuki Oden seated upon his steed. Bolstered by their captain's encouragement, the members of the Rocks pirates pressed forward fearlessly. Come on, brothers, do not falter. Charge with me. Meanwhile, Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, utilized the powers of the tremor fruit to shield the members of the Rocks pirates as they surged forward. With the entrance of just these two formidable figures into the fray, the previously beleaguered Rocks pirates began to steadily erode the defenses of Kazuki Oden's forces. Samurai fell one after another, and the members of the Rocks pirates drew ever closer to Oden himself. Kanjuro, what are you doing? Hurry and unleash your men. At that moment, Lorne addressed the immobile Kanjuro, who stood like an unwavering pillar amidst the chaos. Oh, right. Kanjuro, momentarily stunned by the rapid shift from despair to vigor, came to his senses at Lorne's urging. Follow the Rocks pirates, warriors of the Kurizumi clan. Charge. Slay Kazuki Oden. Seize the title of general and claim Wano for ourselves. If we win this battle, Wano shall belong to the Kurizumi clan henceforth. Kanjuro unsheathed his katana with a fierce roar, rallying the spirits of his kin. He led the Kurizumi retainers, including Kurizumi Murasame and Kurizumi Ch Maru, along with 3,000 samurai, into a fierce assault on Kazuki Oden. Go, father. You are truly remarkable. Go, father. You are indeed incredible. Meanwhile, a mere 4 years of age, the unsightly child resembling a grotesque snake, with mucus clinging to his face, brandished a windmill toy, rallying the black charcoal family from a place of safety. Such poise at such a tender age suggests that this family is indeed destined for treachery. Lord Gitsumi, allow me to stand at the forefront. Barrier. With the formidable barrier fruit user, Black Charcoal Semimaru, leading the charge, the Black Charcoal family plunged into the fray. Under the steadfast protection of the barrier, they tore through the ranks of the Keizuki Shoyaki forces with the precision of a knife slicing through fabric. In an instant, a significant breach was carved into the defenses of Keizuki Shoyaki's troops. With the influx of reinforcements, the alliance between the Rocks pirates and the Black Charcoal family swiftly began to devour the Keizuki forces. The air was filled with the anguished cries of countless warriors. Blood sprayed forth as if it were of no consequence. Severed hands, broken feet, dismembered limbs, organs, and heads rolled across the ground. The entire flower capital descended into utter chaos. Damn it, protect Lord General. We must not allow these villains to prevail. In this dire moment, the elite retainers tasked with safeguarding the general, numbering over 10, emerged onto the battlefield. These individuals are comprised of ninjas and samurais, representing a formidable force that cannot be underestimated. Kawanami Protection Destruction, Lingering Snow Slash, Kappa Fury, Ninjutsu, Art of Concealment, Ninjutsu, Art of Shuriken. The sound of a resounding clash echoed as a dozen warriors unleashed their immense power. They boldly positioned themselves to obstruct the advancing path of the Rocks pirates and the Kurizumi clan. The strength of these more than a dozen individuals averages at the level of the Royal Corps officers, with some exceptional warriors even possessing the prowess of senior Royal Corps officials. Their emergence has, to some extent, hindered the advance of the Rocks pirates and the Kurizumi clan. However, this merely represents a slight delay. Before Rocks, the might of the Yut band is still woefully insufficient. Conqueror's Strike. With a single, powerful blow infused with Conqueror's Haki, one member of the Yut band was sent flying by Rocks, landing in a state of utter disarray, bloodied and battered, likely with shattered innards. Their demise was imminent. Furious at this sight, another member of the Yut band drew their sword to strike at Rocks, only to be seized and effortlessly slapped away. Their sword snapped in two by Rocks' might. In an instant, two members of the Yut band lay defeated. The breach had been opened by Captain Rocks. Charge forth. Like a small gap in a dam, once breached, it unleashed a torrent. With merely two members fallen, a chain reaction ensued. The samurai standing in front of Kazuki Sukiyaki dwindled in number. The Rocks pirates and the Kurizumi clan were now mere dozens of meters away from Kazuki Sukiyaki. How infuriating. Your Highness, we must retreat immediately. Sensing the dire situation, Several loyal retainers of Kazuki Sukiyaki hastened to advise him. Yet, he replied, I cannot abandon these samurai. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on Kazuki Sukiyaki. He never anticipated that Korizumi Orochi would conspire with pirates to instigate rebellion, leading to the devastating casualties among the samurai of Wano. As he gazed upon the fallen warriors, his heart bled for their sacrifice. Damn the pirates! Why must they invade Wano? We have never wronged you. The enraged Kazuki Sukiyaki turned a piercing gaze towards the yet-to-engage Lorne, his voice hoarse with fury. If looks could kill, Lorne would have perished countless times under his wrath. Ah, the innocent suffer for the guilty. Weakness itself is a sin. Wano, a land abundant in resources and strategically significant, is naturally coveted by the strong. Even if I do not seize it now, decades hence, Kaido will surely set his sights on this place. The outcome remains unchanged. Lorne, uninterested in exchanging barbs with Kazuki Sukiyaki, joined the fray, swiftly knocking down several samurai. Their fates uncertain. In terms of strength, Lorne now stood firmly at the level of a senior Royal Corps officer, augmented by the power of flowing Sakura. Even capable of contending with the top officials of the Royal Corps. How infuriating. The disdainful demeanor of Lorne cut deeply into Kazuki Sukiyaki's heart. How dare he declare Wano weak? Kazuki Shoyaki brandished his katana, even willing to fight fiercely against the band of rogues. Your Highness, you must not act recklessly. As the ruler of a nation, it is imperative that you do not fall into the hands of the enemy. Should you be captured by the Korizumi clan, your life would be in grave peril. Please, leave this place at once. We shall hold off the enemy. His subordinates implored earnestly, tears welling in their eyes. At this juncture, you still wish to flee? Kazuki Shoyaki, I have you now. Meanwhile, Korizumi Semimaru, utilizing his barrier fruit powers, swiftly tore through the defensive line of Kazuki Shoyaki's army, leading a number of Korizumi warriors directly before him. Most of Kazuki Shoyaki's forces were engaged against formidable foes like Rocks, Law, and Whitebeard. Thus, the defense here was relatively weak. My lord, retreat quickly. I shall hold them off. Several subordinates drew their swords, positioning themselves in front of Korizumi Semimaru. What are you? Get out of my way. Barrier bull charge. Korizumi Semimaru laughed heartily, conjuring a bendable, transparent barrier. Like a rampaging bull, he barreled through the guards protecting the general. Without the advanced haki of a level like flowing Sakura, it was indeed challenging to breach the barrier. Even a weaker individual consuming the fruit could wield formidable defensive capabilities. Got you, Kazuki Shoyaki. We, the Korizumi clan, have triumphed. Korizumi Semimaru grinned maliciously, extending a hand to seize Kazuki Shoyaki from his steed. Just at this critical moment. The audacity of the Korizumi clan to ally with pirates to invade Wano. Do they truly believe Wano is defenseless? Before his presence was felt, a resounding voice echoed across the battlefield. Following this, a towering figure suddenly appeared before Korizumi Semimaru. This individual was tall, bare-chested, with hair resembling blue flames, exuding a unique charisma. Wielding a sharp katana and donning sunglasses, he radiated an aura of authority without the need for anger. Behold the formidable underworld leader of Wano, Hanazono Higor. In the original narrative, he is depicted as the venerable elder who imparts the essence of haki to Luffy decades into the future. At this moment, Hanazono Higor is in the prime of his life, a towering and imposing figure, exuding an awe-inspiring presence, revered as the most esteemed boss of Wano's underworld, and even idolized by many of Wano's samurai. Kazuki Semimaru, you wretched creatures, how dare you conspire with outsiders to stage a rebellion? You deserve execution. Hanazono Higor unleashes an overwhelming aura, brandishing his katana to deliver a devastating strike. Barrier. Kazuki Semimaru invokes a protective shield, successfully repelling Higor's lethal blow. Do you really think you can breach my defenses? Semimaru scoffs at Higor. Humph. Higor emits a derisive snort, his fury igniting, his aura surging. The katana in his grasp is enveloped in a profound layer of haki. Hanazono Ikidri, Fury of the Blossoms. With a sweeping motion, he unleashes a torrent of powerful sword energy infused with flowing haki, charging towards the front of Kazuki Semimaru like a runaway stallion. A mere slash. Barrier sphere. Semimaru dismisses it with disdain, conjuring another shield in an attempt to withstand this terrifying strike. Alas, Higor's prowess is formidable, his haki honed to the level of flowing blossoms. A technique he would later impart to King Luffy. With all his might unleashed, he is far beyond the capabilities of a foe like Kazuki Semimaru to withstand. A sound akin to shattering glass reverberates as Semimaru's seemingly invincible shield crumbles. How is this possible? Semimaru stares wide-eyed, unable to fathom the reality before him. This marks the first instance of someone breaching their own defenses. Slash. Hanazono Higor wielded his blade with precision, the sword tracing a perfect arc through the air. No. Kuroten Semimaru's pupils dilated, sensing the imminent approach of death as he attempted to conjure a barrier. Yet, the tip of Higor's sword was already perilously close to his skull. The blade swept across with a clean, decisive stroke. Blood erupted forth like mist. With a dull thud, Semimaru's head rolled away, his eyes wide open, resembling brass bells. Fixated on Hanazono Higor. 2 seconds later, the lifeless body toppled to the ground. Lord Semimaru had been slain. How could this be? The death of Kuroten Semimaru incited chaos among the Kuroten clan. Semimaru was the undisputed champion of the Kuroten family. To have been struck down by an enemy commander on the battlefield dealt a devastating blow to the morale of the Kuroten clan. Ha. It seems they are nothing but a rabble. My esteemed general, please remain calm. I shall bring this motley crew to justice. Hanazono Higor laughed heartily, brandishing his sword as he charged into the ranks of the Kuroten family. Boss Higor, we stand with you. Charge. Let these pirates and the Kuroten family pay the price. Those foolish enough to invade the land of harmony will witness the might of the samurai. Higor's followers numbered in the hundreds. Though not a vast army, many among them were exceptionally skilled. Some possessed strength rivaling that of the renowned Akazaya 9 of later times, forming an elite unit. Their combat prowess may even surpass that of the shogun's trusted retinue, the YT band. Such an exceptionally elite force surged into the ranks of the Black Charcoal clan's warriors, akin to lions among a flock of sheep, resulting in a one-sided massacre. The anguished cries echoed. Within mere minutes of close combat, the Black Charcoal clan's warriors had suffered hundreds of casualties. The line, which had already been perilously close to Kazuki Shushibaishi's position, was now in a state of retreat, rapidly diminishing in morale. How infuriating. Rocks and Roan, for heaven's sake. Take action at once. If you delay any longer, the entire Black Charcoal clan will be annihilated. Witnessing this scene, Black Charcoal Onakage could not contain his fury directed at Rocks and Roan. He had discerned that in this battle, they had not exerted their full strength. Especially Rocks. With Rock's ability to almost instantaneously eliminate the Yantama, he could undoubtedly breach the warrior's blockade with ease. Yet, this individual appeared to be merely coasting along, not fully committing to the fight. This left Black Charcoal Cicada with a sense of being manipulated. How dare you, a lowly scoundrel, address the illustrious names of Rocks and Lorne so casually? At that moment, while Rocks and Lorne remained silent, Newgate stepped forward, casting a menacing gaze upon Black Charcoal Cicada. At this time, Whitebeard, still in his teenage years and not yet 20, was far from the composed and restrained figure he would later become. Unable to tolerate any disrespect towards his brother-in-law and uncle. Towering at 6 meters, his presence was overwhelmingly formidable. Under Whitebeard's penetrating stare, Black Charcoal Cicada felt a chill run down his spine and dared not act arrogantly any longer, instead speaking timidly. When will Lord Rocks make his move? If he delays, the Black Charcoal family will be annihilated. Black Charcoal Cicada, adept at bending to circumstances, immediately altered his tone. What's the hurry? The barrier fruit is indeed a rare treasure. Lorne approached Black Charcoal Cicada with a faint smile and subtly gestured to his brother Rocks. The two shared an unspoken understanding. And Rocks swiftly grasped Lorne's intent. What do you intend to do? Black Charcoal Cicada was utterly bewildered by the exchange between Lorne and Rocks. Dark water. Utilizing his powers, Rocks precisely absorbed the corpse of Black Charcoal Cicada into the darkness. What do you plan to do with Black Charcoal Cicada's body? His impatience grew, especially as the warriors of the Black Charcoal family were being slaughtered by the gang of Hanazono Gore. Yet, neither Rocks nor Lorne offered him any answers. 2 minutes later, the corpse of Black Charcoal Cicada was released. What? Nothing happened. Upon seeing the body once more, Black Charcoal Cicada was left utterly perplexed. The corpse had undergone no transformation whatsoever. What, then, was the purpose of this 2-minute delay? As the 2 minutes elapsed, numerous warriors from the Black Charcoal clan succumbed to defeat. It's in our grasp, Lorne. Although this fruit may not be of the highest caliber, it will nonetheless bolster the strength of the Rocks pirates, Rocks remarked with a light chuckle, revealing a devil fruit in his hand. Lord Semimaru. The sight sent the warriors of the Black Charcoal clan into a state of terror, as they were single-handedly intimidated by Garo, the flower warrior. Brothers, advance. Eliminate the traitors of the Black Charcoal clan and drive out the invading pirates. What is this? Black Charcoal Oni Semimaru's eyes widened in disbelief upon seeing the devil fruit in Rock's possession. although he was unaware of its name. He knew that Semimaru had acquired his peculiar sorcery only after consuming such a strange fruit. Rocks has seized Semimaru's sorcery. Brother, let it be. This fruit possesses commendable abilities, Lorne remarked with a gentle smile. While the barrier fruit may have a low ceiling for power, its potential is considerable even in the hands of the weak, allowing them to contend with stronger foes. Lorne contemplated that perhaps saving it for his future offspring might be a wise choice, or even bestowing it upon the valiant members of the Rocks Pirates. After sealing the fruit in a box, Rocks nodded, and the crew surveyed the battlefield. At this juncture, the members of the Rocks Pirates had retreated from the fray as per their captain's orders. The Black Charcoal Clan warriors found themselves embroiled in a one-sided struggle against the remnants of the Kazuki Shoshiyaki's forces and Garo's gang. Without the Rocks Pirates' interference, the Black Charcoal Clan was being decimated. How long will you remain idle? Black Charcoal Oni Semimaru cried in despair, harboring a deep-seated animosity toward the Rocks Pirates. It was nearly time. Observing that the Black Charcoal Clan's 3,000 warriors were now less than half their number, Lorne and Rocks prepared to intervene. The primary objective of the Rocks Pirates had always been to seize Wano country, rather than to chase profits from Sea Stone. It is essential to recognize that a united Wano holds formidable strength. Lorne's strategy was to conspire with the Black Charcoal Clan to eradicate General Kazuki Shoshiyaki and several other daimyos, ultimately expelling the Black Charcoal Clan from Wano. To accomplish this, mutual attrition was necessary. Thus, from the onset, the Rocks Pirates had been holding back, waiting for both sides to exhaust themselves before truly engaging. After all, the warriors of Wano, whether from the Black Charcoal Clan or the Kazuki Clan, must be expelled from the land. Those not of my kin will harbor different intentions. These warriors are nothing but traitors and infiltrators, while the Kurizumi clan members are nothing but treacherous ministers. They must not remain in Wano country. Collaboration with them is utterly inconceivable. The Rocks Pirates must solely claim Wano country. Onward, valiant warriors of the Rocks Pirates. Let the samurai of Wano comprehend the profound meaning behind the word pirate. With a rallying cry, Rocks invigorated his crew, and soon, the hundreds of members of the Rocks Pirates rejoined the fray. Dark water, quake in the sky. Under the leadership of the formidable trio, Rocks, Lorne, and Newgate, the tide of battle was swiftly turned. What is happening? The forces of Kazuki Sukiyaki were left aghast. How had the Rocks Pirates suddenly become so immensely powerful? Had they previously been holding back their full strength? With Rocks, Lorne, and Newgate at the helm, they found themselves utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught of the Rocks Pirates. It appeared that the true challenge did not lie with the Kurizumi clan after all, but with the Rocks Pirates. Hanazono Bingo also perceived the shifting dynamics. Did the Kurizumi family possess any real strength worthy of rebellion? It seemed they had allied with formidable foes. Youngsters, follow me to confront the pirates. With that, Hanazono Bingo brandished his katana and led his gang members to charge at the Rocks Pirates. I'll handle this one. I have yet to satiate my thirst for battle. Rocks noted, recognizing that the most formidable adversary on their side was indeed Hanazono Bingo. In this conflict, the protagonist had yet to unleash their full potential, leaving them quite unsatisfied. Thus, upon witnessing the approach of the flower warrior Goro, Rocks boldly charged forth. Simultaneously, Lorne and Newgate faced off against the strongest warriors of the gang, excluding Goro. The flower one-sword style, Raging Blossom, a splendid slash, harmonized with the armament color, Flowing Cherry, surged towards Rocks. Is this all you've got? Rocks, having sensed Goro's prowess with his observation haki, felt a profound sense of disappointment. With a swift motion, he enveloped his hand in the armament color, darkening it, and firmly grasped Goro's katana, holding it steadfastly. Again, Goro attempted to withdraw his sword for another strike, only to discover that the opponent's strength was so overwhelming that he couldn't pull it free. How can this be? His eyes, concealed behind sunglasses, widened in shock. Conqueror's blow. Rocks grinned menacingly as he struck with his free hand. A terrifying black lightning crackled and sparked upon Rock's right fist, as if it were on the verge of eruption. This maneuver undeniably entangled the Conqueror's haki. In an instant, Flower Warrior Gore relinquished his katana and executed a vigorous roll to evade Rock's assault. Yet, the terror of the Conqueror's haki entanglement was overwhelming. Even though Gore managed to dodge Rock's fist, he still sustained injuries. A spurt of blood erupted from his mouth as his body was propelled hundreds of meters away, only coming to a halt after crashing into a building, remaining motionless for an extended duration, his fate uncertain. Boss Gore. The onlooking gang members gasped in disbelief as they witnessed their revered leader subdued by a single strike. What manner of beast is this? The very man who had just dispatched Korazumi Semimaru with ease now lay defeated. Such was the might of the Rocks pirates. Observing this, the scheming Korazumi Semimaru couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Indeed, aligning with the Rocks pirates was a wise decision. After this battle, the leadership of Wano would surely change hands. Hey, where are you looking? Armament Haki, flowing Sakura. Much like the chain reaction triggered when Whitebeard was stabbed during the Marineford War, Gore's downfall instigated a swift domino effect. At the opportune moment, Lorne unleashed a deadly strike. With Armament Haki, flowing Sakura infused into his attack, he struck decisively at the heart of the warrior before him. A formidable foe on par with a high-ranking officer of the Royal Corps. The warrior collapsed, lifeless, his eyes glazing over. Meanwhile, Newgate achieved a similar outcome. How could this be? The strongest trio had fallen in an instant, leaving the remaining gang members with a sense of foreboding. You have no time to worry about others, warriors. Rock's voice thundered from above. Above us. The warriors collectively looked up, brandishing their swords. Domineering Rupture, King of Kings. Rocks descended from the sky, charging up before delivering a devastating punch. The shockwave emanating from his fist expanded rapidly, akin to a blade of wind, engulfing an extensive area. Terrifying bursts of black fireworks erupted everywhere, leaving one spellbound. Once the shockwave detonated, the battlefield was instantly cleared, revealing a vast and conspicuous expanse. This vacant lot leads directly to General Kazuki Sukiyaki. At this moment, there was not a soul in front of him. What a splendid opportunity! Lorne seized the moment and leaped forth, launching himself straight at Kazuki Sukiyaki. General, flee quickly. At that instant, several samurai emerged beside Sukiyaki, standing resolutely between Lorne and the general. Do not impede my brother-in-law. Clear the way. Simultaneously, Newgate also recognized the chance and charged forward. With a sweeping motion of his massive Nodachi, he unleashed a tremendous force. Coupled with Newgate's innate divine strength and the might of the Tremor fruit, the samurai were utterly powerless, sent flying through the air. Just in time, I am not one to be trifled with. Upon seeing Lorne approach, Kazuki Sukiyaki immediately drew his sword. Having slain so many warriors of Wano, he harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Rocks pirates and the Kurozomi clan. Oh, the Heavenly Feather Slash? Lorne's eyes sparkled at the sight of Sukiyaki's sword. He had already mastered advanced swordsmanship, but what he lacked was a worthy weapon. Although the Heavenly Feather Slash was not among the supreme blades, it was certainly one of the 21 great swords, reputed to be capable of cleaving the very sky, and was forged by the renowned swordsmith Kazuki Sukiyaki himself. Villain, perish! Sukiyaki roared, swinging his blade as a simple yet powerful wave of sword energy surged forth. Armament Haki. Pardon. With his near-peak Armament Haki, Lorne enveloped his arm in Conqueror's Haki and effortlessly nullified Sukiyaki's strike with a mere flick of his wrist. How can this be? Sukiyaki's expression darkened as he unleashed a flurry of sword energy. It seems your talents are squandered on forging, Lorne taunted, advancing towards Sukiyaki. Such a precious blade is wasted on a mediocre swordsman like you. Do you not hear the sword weeping? Lorne approached with a grin, brushing aside the sword energy as if it were nothing. Damn it! Protect the general. The surrounding gangsters and samurai rushed to shield their leader. I dare anyone to step forward and meet their demise. Newgate stood towering behind Lorne, his imposing presence and terrifying aura causing many samurai to hesitate. Reminiscent of Zhang Fei's legendary roar that sent the Chao army retreating at Changban Bridge. Meanwhile, Lorne swiftly disarmed and captured Kazuki Sukiyaki. Kazuki Sukiyaki has been taken. Who dares to move? Lorne, utilizing Moonwalk, ascended above the battlefield. One hand gripped Sukiyaki, while the other brandished the Heavenly Feather Slash against his throat, proclaiming to the entire battlefield. In the next moment, all eyes turned skyward. Hee, I have succeeded. The Black Charcoal Demon Cicada, the Black Charcoal Twilight Cicada, and the entire Black Charcoal family, including the merely 4-year-old Black Charcoal Great Serpent, all displayed triumphant smiles. Lord General. In stark contrast, the subordinates of Kazuki Sukiyaki and the gang members of Hanazono Gore froze in their tracks, their faces ashen. All samurai, lay down your weapons and withdraw from Wano. I will spare Kazuki Sukiyaki's life. Otherwise, the blade of the Heavenly Feather, held by Ron, had already drawn a conspicuous line of blood across Kazuki Sukiyaki's neck. Do not harm the general. We are willing to withdraw from Wano. We shall comply with your every demand. The samurai dared not resist further and prepared to heed Ron's command. In the eyes of the samurai of Wano, the general's life held greater value than the heavens themselves. They would never jest with the general's life. Soon, the samurai cast away their swords, which they held dear as their very lives, discarding them upon the ground. They then began to retreat from the flower capital in succession. Very well, brother. At that moment, Ron exchanged a knowing glance with Rocks. Understood, brother. A wicked smile crept upon Rock's lips as he grasped his brother's intent. The prowess of this group of warriors is formidable. To let them depart would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Seizing the moment while their fighting spirit is diminished, they must be dealt with swiftly. Rocks activated his ability, placing one hand upon the ground. Instantly, the entire surface of the flower city transformed into a viscous black fluid. What is this? Is it yet another manifestation of Locke's power? Upon witnessing this darkness, the retreating warriors felt an ominous shift. However, Locke showed no intention of granting them any time to react. Dark Abyss. With a resounding rush, the dark fluid unleashed an immensely powerful gravitational force. This terrifying pull ensnared the warriors, drawing them directly into the shadowy expanse beneath the ground. Not only the warriors, but the dark gravity was so potent that it consumed trees, buildings, and forests alike. It resembled an insatiable beast, greedily devouring everything within its reach. Moments later, a profound silence enveloped the scene. The structures, warriors, and trees, all consumed by darkness, have been liberated. Yet this time, the released entities resemble a stagnant pool, devoid of any vitality. Witnessing this scene, the Black Carbon Ghost Cicada, Black Carbon Twilight Cicada, and the members of the Black Carbon clan, including the mere 4-year-old Black Carbon Great Serpent, stand frozen in place, utterly bewildered by fear. Is this what it means to be a pirate? Hasn't the opposing party already surrendered? How can they still pursue total annihilation? The modus operandi of the Rocks pirates is indeed terrifying, sending shivers down the spines of the entire Kurizumi clan. How outrageous! How inhumane! Why must they take action against them? They have clearly laid down their arms and are withdrawing from Wano as you instructed. Why then? Do they strike with such lethal intent, leaving no avenue for survival? What could possibly justify this? Witnessing this scene, Keizuki Sukiyaki, captured by Lorne, shed tears uncontrollably, his anguish almost causing him to gnash his teeth in despair as he questioned Lorne. Keizuki Sukiyaki, this is the harsh truth of our world. Survival of the fittest, where the weak are stripped of even the right to choose between life and death. Lorne's tone remained utterly indifferent, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Even Whitebeard maintained a tranquil demeanor, finding nothing amiss in the situation. The prowess of these warriors is remarkable, and their numbers are substantial. Is it merely an invitation for them to return one day for vengeance by allowing them to leave Wano so brazenly? Although Lorne and Newgate are not of a cruel disposition, and have indeed vowed that their pirate crew shall not lay a hand upon the innocent, this principle applies only under normal circumstances. Now, as this group from Wano obstructs the path of the Rocks pirates, anyone, regardless of their status or rank, shall be mercilessly trampled under the iron hooves of the Rocks pirates. This is a responsibility towards the Rocks pirates, as well as towards Jasmine, Shirley, and the impending child. Though it is a gruesome truth, it reflects the harsh reality of our world. This era is no longer that of the future pirate king, Luffy, playing at piracy. For a moment, an eerie silence enveloped the flower capital. The once mighty army of 30,000 led by Kazuki Oden has been utterly annihilated. Kinemon, lead the way. Besides the flower capital, there should also be locations such as White Dance, Lady Hiyori, Rabbit Bowl, Nine Ridges, and Kiku in Wano. You are more familiar with the terrain of Wano than I. Immediately gather your men and join us in expelling all individuals from these 5 locations. After accomplishing this, without pause, Ron approached Kinemon and declared, there are likely many others in several areas that must be eradicated. I will make the necessary arrangements right away. Having witnessed the true nature of the Rocks pirates, Kinemon dared not raise his voice in Ron's presence any longer. With 30,000 eliminated, the mere 3,000 members of the Kurizumi clan must bow their heads in submission. By the way, Kazuki Oden has become useless. I leave him in your hands to deal with as you see fit. Ron carelessly tossed Kazuki Oden to Kinemon. The 30,000 warriors of Wano have largely perished, rendering Kazuki Oden a mere figurehead, with no impact on the grand scheme of things. Another week has passed. Under the leadership of the Kurizumi clan, the Rocks pirates thoroughly combed through the 6 regions of Wano, inside and out. Since the warriors had been conscripted by Kazuki Oden to confront the Kurizumi clan, most of the remaining populace in other areas consisted of the elderly, women, and children. The frail and defenseless elderly, women, and children were all exiled to foreign lands, stirring no significant turmoil. As for the remaining men, including young boys, they were dealt with on the spot, rooted out entirely, for if one must act, it should be done with absolute resolve. After tidying up the remnants of Wano, Lorne and Rocks began their final purge of the Kurazumi clan. For someone like Kurazumi Kinemon, who had once betrayed his master, Lorne and Rocks could never allow such a person to remain in their midst. Kazuki Oden had suffered greatly at the hands of Kurazumi Kinemon before ultimately meeting his demise. The cruelty shown towards their former master was intolerable to both Lorne and Rocks. Moreover, as a traveler from another world, Lorne was well aware that Kurazumi Orochi, Kinemon's son, mirrored his father's treacherous nature. Betrayal was a common trait within this family, ingrained in their very being. It was likely that if Kurazumi Orochi were to father a child, that offspring would also be adept at treachery. Now, with the war concluded, all samurai of Wano had been expelled. The land was left with fewer than 2,000 warriors from the Kurazumi clan and the Rocks pirates. What do you mean by this? Kurazumi Kinemon's face was a mask of disbelief as he witnessed the Rocks pirates revealing their fangs towards the Kurazumi clan. Do you think I would trust someone who has already betrayed his own master? Lorne approached the Kurazumi family with a tone rife with disdain. Despite Kurazumi Kinemon's contributions during the Rocks pirates' occupation of Wano, Lorne found his treachery utterly contemptible. Lorne, stop wasting words with him. Eliminate these worthless beings, Rocks declared bluntly, deeming dialogue with such a shameless character a waste of time. Let us get to it. Thus, within a day, the Rocks pirates, sustaining only minor injuries among a few members, completely eradicated the Kurazumi clan. At last, the vast expanse of Wano was left solely to the Rocks pirates. Cheers to our conquest of Wano. This place is simply magnificent. With this island, we shall no longer worry about unwelcome attacks. Shelley and Molly can also rest easy as they await their children. That night, following the annihilation of the Kurazumi clan, the Rocks pirates commenced a long-awaited celebration. At this banquet, we need not rush to a conclusion as we did during the last endeavor to seize the dark fruit. My dear brother, I propose we designate this day as the day of celebration for the Rocks pirates. Henceforth, each year on this date, we shall host a grand festivity to commemorate the resounding triumph of the Rocks pirates. During the revelries, Lorne, slightly inebriated and brimming with excitement, put forth this suggestion to Rocks. After all, with the conquest of Wano, Lorne felt a significant burden lifted from his heart. With such a formidable island as Wano, both Sherry and Molly can rest assured during their pregnancies. Moreover, the abundant supply of sea prism stone available in Wano has bestowed upon the Rocks pirates a seemingly inexhaustible treasure trove, firmly establishing their footing in the world of pirates. Indeed, Lorne, you are quite right. The name Victory Celebration is splendid. Let us hold a feast on this day each year to honor the magnificent victory of the Rocks pirates. Rocks proclaimed, raising a large cup of wine and downing it in one gulp, nodding in agreement. Hurrah for the Victory Celebration. How delightful. Newgate's face was flushed, clearly enjoying the festivities as well. Everyone, stand up and raise your cups. I declare that henceforth, this day shall be the annual victory celebration of the Rocks pirates. Revel in the merriment. Rocks lifted his goblet, prompting everyone to rise and drink heartily, celebrating with exuberance. The banquet continued for 7 days and nights, only concluding when every member of the Rocks pirates had fully indulged in the festivities. How long until Miss Sherry gives birth? Lorne inquired of the ship's doctor after the banquet. In Lorne's recollection, Sherry was likely to welcome her first child soon. Approximately 3 to 4 months, Lord Lorne. The ship's doctor replied with utmost respect. Please take good care of Miss Sherry and Miss Molly. The natural beauty of Wano is truly enchanting. Take Miss Sherry out for leisurely strolls to uplift her spirits. After the task is accomplished, ample rewards await, Lorne gently instructed. The current environment of Wano is breathtaking, with landscapes reminiscent of a celestial paradise, unlike the desolation wrought by Kaido in the later years. It boasts an array of forests, lakes, and grasslands. Lorne even contemplated constructing a grand garden for his wives to find solace within. After all, a serene state of mind significantly influences the process of childbirth. With these thoughts in mind, Lorne sought out Rocks to discuss his ideas, only to find Rocks seemingly troubled. Brother, why the furrowed brow? Do you carry some burden? Lorne was filled with curiosity. Having finally conquered the land of Wano, he should be celebrating. Upon Lorne's arrival, Rocks quickly remarked, Lorne, I have noticed that the crew of the Rocks pirates is rather insufficient. The abundant resources of Wano require extensive development, much of which involves arduous labor. The factory at Rabbit Bowl alone demands at least thousands of workers to maximize resource extraction. It seems we must devise a strategy to expand the ranks of the Rocks pirates and recruit more crew members. Indeed, brother, you speak wisely. I share your sentiments. Lorne nodded in agreement. The crew of the Rocks pirates was indeed too meager, aside from the few trusted individuals selected by Rocks and Lorne when they first set sail, and the additional 200 crew members brought by the formidable Edward Newgate after joining the Rocks pirates. They only numbered a little over 300. For a crew that had already claimed the land of Wano and aimed to topple the world government, 300 was woefully inadequate. As Rocks asserted, the Rabbit Bowl factory alone required at least 3,000 workers, and given the vast expanse of Wano, there were numerous other areas rich in resources yet to be exploited. 3,000 would scarcely suffice. It was high time for the Rocks pirates to embark on a significant recruitment drive. Brother, since you concur, I shall head to the pirate black market at once to announce our recruitment efforts for the Rocks pirates, Rocks declared, picking up the transponder snail to contact the underground overlord of the black market. Wait, brother, Lorne interjected. What we lack in Wano is not pirates, but laborers. If we recruit pirates, they will certainly be averse to undertaking such grueling tasks. Lorne halted Rocks, recalling that in the original narrative, Kaido employed prisoners or death row inmates for the quarrying at Rabbit Bowl, rather than utilizing the members of his own pirate crew. This indicates that the toil of the Rabbit Bowl is indeed arduous. A group of pirates has been recruited, only to find themselves laboring as mere laborers in the factory. It is akin to recruiting a group of top-tier individuals only to have them perform monotonous tasks daily. Even if they are enlisted, a significant number may well abandon their posts. One must recognize that these pirates do not possess the same docility as those elite students. They may even instigate trouble. So, what is to be done? After hearing this, Rocks set down the din mushy in his hand. Lorne's reasoning resonated. It indeed seemed unreasonable to recruit a band of pirates only to confine them to factory work. A light bulb went off in his mind. I've got it, brother. I know whom to recruit for Wano. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lorne slapped his thigh, beaming with excitement. Who is it, little brother? Rocks inquired with great curiosity. The fishmen of Fishman Island. Lorne replied with a smile. Fishmen? Indeed, fishmen. They possess immense strength, inherently tenfold that of an ordinary human. Tasks that may prove arduous for humans are remarkably effortless for them. Most crucially, fishmen have long been overlooked by the world government and discriminated against by the aristocracy. Living in the depths of the sea, in truth, they yearn to dwell on land and bask in sunlight, yet they lack the courage and opportunity to do so. Now, the Rocks pirates can offer them a splendid chance to live on land under the sun. I am confident they will not refuse. Lorne felt a sense of satisfaction with his idea. The fishmen could not only undertake factory work, but could also cultivate additional resources. Moreover, should the need arise, these fishmen could immediately engage in combat. There could be no more fitting candidates than the fishmen, who could serve as both laborers and formidable allies. You make an excellent point, Lorne. When shall we depart? Immediately, Lorne declared, preparing to set off. With the acquisition of Wano, he no longer feared incursions by other pirates. He had established a rapport with Neptune of Fishman Island and was certain he would welcome this proposal. Upon hearing that Lorne was heading to Fishman Island, Newgate also resolved to accompany him, as he had a connection with Neptune and was familiar with the island's circumstances. Oh, Newgate, you have a connection with Neptune? Lorne asked, somewhat astonished. In the original narrative, Whitebeard indeed had a close relationship with Neptune. However, Newgate was only around 20 years old, and Neptune was likely of a similar age. Had they truly established a bond so early? Gulalala, do not underestimate me, brother-in-law. I set sail at the tender age of 10. It has nearly been a decade since then, so in terms of seafaring experience, I am indeed your and big brother senior. Newgate chuckled. That is quite true. Lorne nodded in agreement. In terms of maritime experience, Newgate truly surpassed both himself and Rocks. He hoped this venture would proceed smoothly. Rocks nodded to himself. The three of them arrived at the 9-mile falls in Wano country, the sole entrance and exit of this land. There exists but one path into Wano, which is guarded by my most trusted individuals. Let us set forth. For the first time, the three formidable powers of the Rocks pirates departed from their base together. This also attests to the advantages of occupying Wano country. The three formidable powers can venture forth with confidence, allowing the Rocks pirates to achieve unparalleled growth. The trio embarked on a modest vessel. Utilizing the powers of the Tremor fruit, Whitebeard summoned a tsunami to facilitate their departure from Wano. After approximately 2 days of sailing, Rocks, Lorne, and Whitebeard first set their course towards the Sabaody archipelago for coating. Although our ship is small, the coating process will require no less than 2 days. Let us linger in the Sabaody archipelago during this time. Ahem, by the way, Lorne, it is time for you to seek a new wife. Rocks coughed lightly, addressing Lorne. After all, with both Jasmine and Shelley expecting, it is imperative to promptly find a new spouse to continue the legacy of the Jybeck family. Ahem, let us visit a slave trading establishment, then. Lorne concurred that it was indeed time to find a new companion. Whitebeard had no objections to this notion. This is a world of pirates, not the realm of reality. It is quite customary for men to have multiple wives. There stands the notorious pirate, Rocks.Tragically. Alongside him are his brethren, Rocks.Tragically, Law, and Edward Newgate. What business do these three have in the Sabaody archipelago? We must keep our distance from them. As soon as they entered the slave auction venue, the nobles of Sabaody recognized them instantly. Disgusted, they covered their noses and hurried to the opposite side, striving to put as much distance as possible between themselves and Jybeck, Law, and Newgate. Humph, what a tiresome bunch of nobles. Perhaps it would be best to eliminate them altogether, Jybeck remarked with irritation. Let it go, brother. We are quite near the Marine headquarters. And our purpose here is not to create a ruckus. We must remain as inconspicuous as possible, Law interjected, though he too was unsparing in his disdain for those frivolous nobles. Nevertheless, our paramount objective this journey is to establish relations with Fishman Island. As for the common nobility, such refuse is hardly worthy of the attention of the Rocks pirates. Only a celestial dragon of the world would merit their involvement. Soon, the auction commenced. An hour passed without any items of interest to the Rocks pirates making an appearance. Esteemed guests, we have now arrived at the piracy assistance of the auction. Please keep your eyes wide open, lest you miss this opportunity. As the music crescendoed, the lights dimmed, enveloping the entire auction hall in darkness. When the lights illuminated once more, gasps echoed throughout the crowd. To everyone's astonishment, several aquariums had mysteriously appeared on stage, housing merfolk, all of whom were stunningly beautiful female fish people. How intriguing, Lorne mused, a smile suddenly gracing his lips as he surveyed the enchanting mermaids. Among them, he recognized a long-lost S-class woman of fortune. Oh, brother, have you spotted a woman of interest? Rocks, attuned to Lorne's intentions, immediately discerned his brother's delight as an indication that he had found a potential candidate. Indeed, there is a woman suitable for a wife. Lorne abruptly rose, raising 2 fingers. 200 million. I shall take all the fish people on stage. The astounding bid of 200 million caused the assembled nobles to abandon any thoughts of competing. In this era, fish people were no longer as rare as depicted in the original narrative. While they commanded a high price, female fish people typically fetched no more than 23 million berries. The price of 200 million for these mermaids is undoubtedly exorbitant. However, Lorne remains indifferent. After seizing Wano country, money has become merely a number for the Rocks pirates. Once the resources of seastone from Wano are developed, the nation could very well emerge as the wealthiest island in the world. In the absence of competition, Lorne effortlessly purchased all 6 mermaids. The mermaids, having been acquired by Lorne, trembled with fear. Do not worry, I shall not harm you. I will return you to Fishman Island, Lorne gently assured them. Before that, you may enjoy yourselves at the amusement park in Sabaody archipelago. Upon hearing Lorne's words, the eyes of the mermaids sparkled with excitement. It is well known that amusement parks are a natural obsession for fishmen. In the original story, even a ruthless fisherman like Arlong constructed a place called Fishman Paradise. This illustrates that, even in the eyes of such a heartless male fishman, an amusement park holds a sacred status. One can only imagine the sentiments of these kind-hearted mermaids. It is indeed true, Lorne said with a smile, causing the mermaids' eyes to glimmer with hearts. Soon, Lorne fulfilled his promise, taking several mermaids to the amusement park where they reveled in delight. During their time there, Lorne also got to know one of the mermaids, named Summer, who possessed an S-level fortune-enhancing aura and had striking blue hair. This reminded Lorne of the fortune-teller Shiryu from the original tale of Fishman Island. As for her appearance, it goes without saying that the female fishmen are all stunning beauties, possessing figures that are nothing short of enchanting. Otherwise, they would not command such high prices. Brother, the coding is complete. It is time to set forth. 2 days swiftly passed, and Rocks arrived at the amusement park to find Lorne. Well, dear fish maidens, our journey here comes to an end. Let us depart. I shall escort you to Fishman Island. Oh, is it ending so soon? I wish to spend a few more days with Lord Lorne. Such delightful moments always seem to conclude too quickly. Lord Lorne, will I be able to visit you again in the future? This has been the most splendid day of my life. I have finally experienced the roller coaster of my dreams. The female fishmen expressed their sentiments of both regret and joy, with many of them even harboring feelings for Lorne. After all, he was the first man to play with them, having rescued them, and he was incredibly handsome. The amalgamation of these circumstances has rendered the mermaid folk utterly enchanted by Ron. Even Summer has found herself harboring a profound admiration for him. "Fear not, for I shall frequently join you in your revelries henceforth," Ron remarked with a smile. After all, the merfolk are destined to relocate to Wano country soon. So what does it matter if it takes a day or two longer? Before long, Rocks, Ron, and Newgate, accompanied by the mermaids, journeyed to Fishman Island, situated a staggering 10,000 meters beneath the sea. Good heavens, who is that? Am I mistaken? It seems to be Lord Newgate. No, it cannot be. Alongside Lord Newgate stands the notorious pirate, Captain Jybeck Rocks, with a bounty of 400 million. Beside him, there appears to be Jybeck Ron, whose bounty of 170 million exceeds even that of Lord Newgate. What brings them to Fishman Island? Regardless of their intentions, we must swiftly inform His Majesty. Several hundred nautical miles away, in the depths of the ocean, lies a lookout station for Fishman Island. As soon as the vessels of Rocks and Ron entered the observation range of the station, they were spotted by the station fishermen soldiers. Upon sighting the trio, the soldiers immediately contacted the ministers of Fishman Island via a transponder snail, who then relayed the news to King Neptune. Neptune, barely in his 20s, had ascended to the throne prematurely due to the untimely demise of the previous king. What? Captain Jybeck Rocks, Captain Jybeck Ron, and Newgate have come to Fishman Island? While Newgate's presence is one thing, what could Rocks and Ron possibly want here? Neptune pondered, a mix of curiosity and trepidation washing over him. The reputations of the brothers Rocks and Ron are far from favorable. They have been notorious for the massacre of a royal family in a world government-allied nation, a tale that has echoed across the globe. The world government has long depicted Rocks and Ron as merciless demons. Your Majesty, regardless of their purpose here, neither Rocks nor Ron are individuals we can afford to offend, remarked Minister Zwa, a catfish fishman, hastily. You speak the truth, Minister Zwa. We must prepare at once. I shall personally greet them to discern their intentions, Neptune replied, not daring to delay. He promptly led Minister Zwa and Minister Yu to the entrance of Fishman Island to await their arrival. One should never strike a smiling face by extending the highest courtesy. It would be difficult for them to find fault. Soon, they beheld the silhouettes of Rocks, Ron, and Newgate. Newgate, it has been far too long. Lord Rocks and Lord Ron have traveled from afar. We have prepared a sumptuous banquet, and we humbly invite you all to join us, Neptune greeted, first acknowledging Newgate before hastily welcoming Rocks and Ron alongside his ministers. Gulalala. Neptune, it is indeed commendable that you, now a king, have come forth to receive us personally, came the jovial response. Upon encountering Neptune, Newgate greeted his old friend, surprised by the thoughtfulness of the merfolk. Rocks, noticing the crown upon Neptune's head and the multitude of attendants, understood the significance of such a royal reception, a treatment of the highest order. It seemed that Fishman Island was extending a gesture of goodwill towards them, promising a smooth interaction ahead. Lorne shared a relaxed smile, and seeing both Lorne and Rock smiling, Neptune and the ministers of Fishman Island felt a sense of relief wash over them. By the way, Neptune, is it all right if I bring these ladies along to the banquet? Lorne expressed his intention to invite all the mermaids to the evening feast. Of course, Neptune replied, suddenly wary upon noticing the number of mermaids. He could not help but wonder if Rocks and Lorne were seeking to lay claim to the mermaids, considering their desirability in the current climate, where unscrupulous individuals often abducted mermaids for profit. Nevertheless, Neptune refrained from making assumptions and led Lorne and his entourage to the palace. The fish chef had long prepared a sumptuous feast. Neptune, I shall dispense with pleasantries. The reason we have come to Fishman Island is to discuss something of great importance, Lorne stated directly as the banquet commenced. Please, Master Lorne, speak freely, Neptune replied, all ears. It is quite simple. I wish for you to lead all of Fishman Island into joining the Rocks pirates. In exchange, I can ensure that your people will live upon the land, basking in the sunlight. What do you think, Neptune? What is your opinion? Upon hearing these words, Lorne noticed a tremor run through Neptune's formidable fish-like frame. Not only Neptune, but the left and right ministers and other officials stood frozen, akin to statues, as Lorne's suggestion detonated in their minds like a nuclear bomb. The inhabitants of Fishman Island were momentarily rendered speechless. After a considerable pause, Neptune stammered, unable to articulate a single word. If the entirety of Fishman Island were to join the Rocks pirates, would the fishmen not be transformed into pirates themselves? Embracing piracy would invite relentless pursuit from the Navy and the world government, forcing everyone to live with their lives hanging by a thread. Furthermore, Fishman Island is a member of the world government. Such an unprecedented event of an entire member nation aligning with a pirate crew has never occurred in these vast seas. Should the world government become aware of such matters, it is likely that the 5 elders of the Holy Land would pay a tremendous price to hunt down the entire race of fishmen. Can the fishmen withstand the full force of the world government's relentless pursuit? Neptune, are you truly afraid of offending the world government? As an old friend, Newgate immediately discerned the worries that plagued Neptune's heart. As a member of the world government, if Fishman Island were to join a pirate crew, it would undoubtedly stir a significant uproar. Given the nature of the world government, they would likely launch a large-scale military operation, perhaps even more terrifying than a demon-slaying decree. Indeed, we are a member nation of the world government, and to join a pirate crew would surely be inappropriate. Neptune hesitantly echoed Newgate's sentiments, choosing his words with extreme caution, fearful of inciting the displeasure of Rocks and Lorne. Although the fishmen cannot afford to offend the world government, they also cannot afford to cross the Rocks pirates. Ah, so you claim Fishman Island is a member of the world government? What a grand jest, Neptune. Despite paying a hefty tribute annually, the Navy and world government have never shown concern for your survival. I have yet to witness a member nation of the world government frequently besieged by pirates and human traffickers. In fact, it seems the number of fishmen slaves in Mariewa and the auctions has only increased over the years. Upon hearing Neptune's words, Lorne could not suppress a cold laugh. While it is true that Fishman Island is a member nation of the world government, it is undoubtedly the most unfortunate among them. Though the citizens often fall prey to black market traffickers, the world government and Navy have never contemplated sending forces to protect Fishman Island. Even the simple desire of the fishmen to reside on land has been utterly dismissed. Despite paying such a substantial tribute, they have received nothing in return. In the original narrative, they even resorted to relying on pirates' banners for protection. Fishman Island is undoubtedly the most wronged nation in the entire pirate world. Lorne's words struck Neptune and the attending ministers like a sharp dagger, each statement a brutal reflection of reality. The final remark pierced the hearts of Neptune and the ministers with particular severity. However, despite Lorne's extensive discourse, Neptune still hesitated to agree. Are you worried that your citizens would live as fugitives after joining the Rocks pirates? You need not concern yourself with that. Perhaps you are unaware. But our Rocks pirates have already seized Wano. We can allocate a portion of land for the residents of Fishman Island to inhabit. Newgate, well acquainted with Neptune, instantly grasped the source of his anxiety. As a ruler, Neptune must bear responsibility for his people. Should all his citizens become pirates and live a life fraught with peril, Neptune's reign would surely come to an end. Wano. Upon hearing about the land of Wano, Neptune and his ministers were visibly intrigued. Although Wano has long maintained a policy of isolation, it is precisely this stance that has rendered the nation quite renowned. The fact that it has survived intact without joining the world government is a testament to its unique geographical advantages. It is an island that even the world government and the Navy cannot breach, often referred to as a natural fortress. Neptune and his ministers had heard tales of this and were even somewhat envious. Is it truly so, Whitebeard? At the mention of Whitebeard's name, Neptune appeared to be swayed. Do you still not trust me, Neptune? I assure you, based on our many years of friendship, it is absolutely true, given Wano's terrain. Even if the world government and the Navy were to exert their utmost effort, they would never be able to conquer it. The residents of Fishman Island will never have to live a life fraught with the constant threat of piracy. On the contrary, residing in Wano would be far safer than remaining here on Fishman Island. At the very least, those pirates and human traffickers cannot infiltrate Wano. Have your people not always yearned to live on land, basking in the sunlight? Trust me, Neptune, this is indeed a splendid opportunity. With a hearty laugh, Whitebeard pounded his chest in assurance. After hearing Whitebeard's words, Neptune was undeniably intrigued. After all, each year, they paid a substantial sum to the world government, only to witness an increasing number of fishman slaves in the auction markets in Mariewa. Who among us can voice any grievances over such a change? It is merely that Fishman Island is too feeble to dare express discontent. Should the Rocks pirates truly seize Wano and extend the privilege of residence to the fishmen, it would undoubtedly be a vastly superior existence compared to our current lives in this lightless abyss of the sea. If such a scenario materializes, it would indeed be highly alluring for us fishmen. However, Lord Lorne, I must candidly state that such fortuitous offers do not descend from the heavens without a price. The generous conditions you have proffered to us fishmen surely come with expectations for reciprocation. King Neptune is acutely aware of this reality. He is neither a relative of Rocks nor an old acquaintance of Lorne. Such favorable circumstances would not simply be bestowed upon him without reason. The Fishman must inevitably bear some cost to obtain these benefits. Collaborating with astute partners is undeniably advantageous. I require your unwavering diligence in executing any tasks assigned by the Rocks pirates, and during times of war, Fishman warriors must fight side by side with the Rocks pirates. Furthermore, the tribute paid to the world government in heavenly gold shall henceforth be directed to the Rocks pirates. In exchange, we can allocate a portion of Wano's territory for the Fishmen to inhabit. You need not concern yourself with the safety of the Fishman residents within Wano's borders. Lorne asserted emphatically. If such terms are indeed on offer, they are quite appealing. Neptune pondered deeply, recognizing the allure of Lorne's propositions. After all, the heavenly gold must be paid regardless. Submitting it to the world government yields nothing for Fishman Island. However, delivering it to the Rocks pirates would not only ensure the Fishmen's safety, but also grant them the opportunity to dwell on land. Living on the surface and basking in sunlight is a long-held aspiration for the Fishmen. The unique geography of Wano would assuredly safeguard their well-being. It seems an undeniably lucrative arrangement. Neptune then glanced at his trusted advisors, the left and right ministers, and discerned that they shared his sentiments. Nonetheless, he remained somewhat apprehensive. After all, the Rocks pirates are merely a band of pirates. Can one truly place their trust in pirates? A mass migration from Fishman Island would undoubtedly offend the world government. If Lord Lorne does not take offense, I could offer a few of my sisters to him or to Lord Rocks, as wives or concubines, whichever they prefer. Neptune addressed Lorne and Rocks. After all, this expedition to foreign territory is a gamble of our very existence. It is imperative that we forge an indelible bond with the Rocks pirates. And how shall we bind ourselves? It is quite simple, through marriage. Bang! At the very moment Neptune's words fell, Rocks, filled with an overwhelming surge of emotion, slammed his hand upon the table and rose to his feet. "Ha! Neptune, do you take us for the untrustworthy scoundrels of the world government?" he exclaimed passionately. "Let me assure you, the Rocks pirates will honor every promise made to you. Do not dare to equate the Rocks pirates with that wretched assembly of the world government." His fervor resonated throughout the room, the oppressive aura of his presence causing the opulent crystal chandelier above to tremble precariously, while the floor beneath him cracked under the intensity. Rocks discerned the underlying meaning in Neptune's words. There was a palpable fear that the Rocks pirates might mirror the world government's notorious behavior of accepting payment without delivering on their commitments. Hence, the notion of a marriage alliance was proposed as a means to bind the Rocks pirates. This incited great fury within Rocks. Although he understood that pirates were not virtuous beings and acknowledged the bloodshed on his hands. To compare the world government with the Rocks pirates was indeed an affront to their honor. Rox's sudden outburst transformed the previously harmonious atmosphere into one thick with tension. "Your Excellency Rocks, please, temper your wrath." Neptune, the left minister, the right minister, and the rest of the inhabitants of Fishman Island dared not breathe. The fury of a notorious pirate with a bounty of 400 million could not be contained by all of Fishman Island. "Ha ha, my brother. There's no need to be so agitated. Ha ha ha. It's all right, it's all right. My brother is simply that kind of person, so please do not take offense." At this moment, Lorne intervened, gently pressing Rocks back into his seat while soothing the others. "Neptune, I have already chosen a female fishman to be my wife. That would be Summer." As he spoke, Lorne pointed towards the side where Summer stood. Lord Lorne? Suddenly being singled out, Summer felt a mix of surprise and joy. To think she had been selected as the wife of such an esteemed figure. The envy in the eyes of the other Fishman women was palpable. "Well, since Lord Lorne has made his choice, we shall refrain from further discussion. We are willing to join the Rocks pirates in their journey to Wano country. From this moment forth, Fishman Island officially aligns with the Rocks pirates." Neptune recognized that he could no longer hesitate. He had already displeased Rocks. Had it not been for Lorne's intervention, he would have made a grave mistake today. "Excellent, Neptune. You have made a wise decision." Newgate immediately gave a thumbs up. With the assistance of the Fishmen, Wano would gradually flourish. Moreover, with the Fishmen's innate affinity for water, having Fishmen warriors guarding the sole entrance, the 9-mile falls, would undoubtedly yield remarkable efficiency. You will have 1 week to organize all the Fishmen, leaving Fishman Island to head for Wano country. Upon hearing Neptune's acquiescence, Rox's expression softened as he spoke. "Very well, we shall now dispatch personnel to inform the citizens." Neptune did not dare to delay, and promptly instructed his subordinates to announce the matter to the residents of Fishman Island. "Good, I will attend to it at once." The catfish fishman, the left minister, bowed, and immediately departed from the Grand Hall to notify the populace. Hold on, Neptune, we have agreed to all your requests. Fishman Island should also demonstrate its sincerity and sever ties with the world government. At this juncture, Lorne also rose to speak. Lord Lorne, please instruct us on what is required. Upon hearing this, Neptune immediately comprehended that Ron intended to test Fishman Island, essentially demanding a letter of allegiance that would signify a complete severance from the world government. Having already pledged his unwavering support to the Rocks pirates, he recognized that there could be no hesitation. Regardless of the demands placed upon him, he resolved to acquiesce. Excellent, Ron remarked appreciatively, noting Neptune's decisive demeanor. The nearest island to Fishman Island was the Sabaody archipelago above. All pirate vessels seeking entry into the New World must first coat themselves at Sabaody before proceeding to Fishman Island. Numerous aristocrats inhabit the Sabaody archipelago, many of whom have purchased Fishman slaves. Let us surprise them. A smile graced Ron's lips. Are we to cause a commotion at Sabaody archipelago? Neptune was momentarily taken aback. What? Do you feel a moral burden? Ron casually inquired. The Sabaody archipelago is rife with illicit dealings, surely. You do not assume that all aristocrats who can reach Sabaody are virtuous individuals? The actions of certain nobles are hardly distinguishable from those of the celestial dragons. While the celestial dragons, as the world's elite, are notorious for their cruelty, many ordinary nobles emulate their behavior to display their own superiority, purchasing slaves, abusing them, oppressing their citizens, and treating the impoverished as mere refuse. Many nobles are no different from the celestial dragons, albeit lacking the backing of a marine admiral, rendering them less audacious. Deep down, they are all cut from the same cloth. Among the 200 member states of the world government, there are indeed some benevolent rulers. However, every noble who comes to the Sabaody archipelago to purchase slaves fits the same sordid profile. Understood, Neptune acknowledged Ron's intentions, contemplating the possibility of dispatching some fishmen who had once endured the shackles of slavery. These fishmen, having once been enslaved, harbor an intense hatred for humanity. Dispatching them would undoubtedly ensure the flawless execution of this oath. Alas, a grave situation has arisen. Your Majesty Neptune. At that moment, Minister Zhua, who had just ventured out to inform the citizens of their relocation, rushed back in a flurry. In his haste, he inadvertently knocked over several precious decorations within the Grand Hall. What could have caused such alarm? Is it possible that someone is unwilling? Neptune's expression darkened. A dire matter has arisen, Your Highness. The celestial dragons have arrived at Fishman Island. They are currently causing a ruckus in Mermaid Bay, sending individuals to apprehend our citizens. Minister Zhua exclaimed, breathless from his urgency. What? Upon hearing this news, Neptune was taken aback. How could the celestial dragons arrive at such a time? It was utterly perilous. The celestial dragons? What a fortuitous coincidence. In stark contrast to the panic exhibited by Neptune and the other fishmen, both Rocks and Lorne revealed wicked smiles. Their ultimate objective in setting sail was indeed the celestial dragons. However, the Rocks pirates had previously been preoccupied with establishing their footing and had not yet sought confrontation with the celestial dragons. To encounter them here was a stroke of serendipity. The celestial dragons, how intriguing. Even Newgate, rarely seen with a sinister smile, displayed a hint of malice. Unlike in the original tale, Newgate now had a beloved sister, a brother-in-law, and a soon-to-be-born nephew or niece. His aspirations had shifted from desiring a family to protecting and strengthening it, as well as ensuring that the celestial dragons, responsible for the tragedies in his homeland, paid the price they rightfully deserved. Neptune, now is the perfect opportunity for your Fishman Island to demonstrate its sincerity. Lorne cast a sidelong glance at Neptune, his smile sending shivers through the fishmen present. Is he contemplating an attack on the celestial dragons? Neptune's massive form visibly trembled. Indeed, these are the genuine aristocrats of the world. Should one dare to act against them, the world government would undoubtedly dispatch formidable admirals. However, very well, my Lord Lorne. I understand. As the sovereign of a nation, Neptune is acutely aware that one cannot reap rewards from both ends of the cane. Having resolved to stand alongside the Rocks pirates, one must possess the unwavering determination to forge ahead, even if it means confronting the world nobles. Immediately inform the royal guard to accompany me to Mermaid Bay. Meanwhile, at Fishman Island, in Mermaid Bay, this is the dwelling place of the merfolk. Although situated in the depths of the ocean, one can behold the azure sky, the white clouds, and the radiant sunlight, resembling a dreamlike realm beneath the waves. Yet, the tranquility of this enchanting world has been abruptly disrupted by an unforeseen visitor. What on earth is that? How could a ship have appeared here? Is that a vessel of the world government? Surely, I must be mistaken. On the deck, it seems that celestial dragons are present. What brings them to this place? I cannot shake off this ominous feeling. At this moment, Fishman Cove is engulfed in chaos. The merfolk exchange incredulous glances. For a ship adorned with the flag of the world government has anchored here, carrying the world's aristocrats, the celestial dragons. What a multitude of merfolk. Is this paradise? On the deck stands a figure clad in an astronaut suit, with a glass helmet atop their head. Their corpulent physique and short limbs evoke the image of a character from folklore, and their visage is marked by features reminiscent of Down syndrome. A bubble of mucus dangling from their nose. Upon witnessing the presence of so many merfolk, the celestial dragon erupts into a frenzy of excitement. Quickly, capture as many mermaids as possible, for they cost nothing. I desire beautiful mermaids, and my mother has mentioned wanting robust mermen. My father also seeks youthful mermaids. Do you hear me, CP0, the guard unit? Hurry and capture them for me. Rewards await those who succeed. Immediately, this celestial dragon issues orders to the guards nearby. Yes, Lord Isramani. The guards, clad in black suits with dark sunglasses, and the CP0 members, donned in crisp white suits and masks, heed the command and commence the hunt. Gunfire, cannon blasts, and cries of despair intertwine in a cacophony. Run for your lives. They are attacking our kin. Are we not a part of the world government? Anguish echoes as one cries, my fiancée has been taken. Who will save her? If she is sent to marry Geos as a slave, it will be catastrophic. Another laments, my young daughter has also been seized. I shall not stand idly by. Desperate cries resonate throughout Fishman Cove. The merfolk scatter in panic, some preparing to resist, only to be mercilessly slain by the CP0 and the guards of the celestial dragons. How amusing. What fun. Let it continue. This harrowing scene invigorated the celestial dragons as if they had consumed a potent aphrodisiac. Their arrogance was insufferable. Brazenly capturing individuals within our own territory without a shred of respect for our existence. Brothers, we must resist. A few impassioned young mermen yearned to seize their weapons in defiance. Leading them was a young merman clad entirely in red, approximately 16 or 17 years of age. Embodying the fervor of youth. Do not engage the celestial dragons. Otherwise, the Navy will dispatch admirals. Should that occur, it is likely that Fishman Island itself would face annihilation. The older mermen fervently restrained their younger counterparts. The celestial dragons, those nobles of the world, were not to be trifled with. Even the royal guard would not dare confront them here. How infuriating. Must we simply stand idly by and allow them to wreak havoc? This is our homeland. Why? Why must it be this way? The young mermen, gnashing their teeth, knelt in despair, tears of sorrow streaming down their faces. Why are these world nobles permitted to act with such impunity? Thankfully, this is the deep sea, a domain where the mermen hold some sway. Though they cannot confront the celestial dragons, they can indeed conceal themselves. After a brief tumult, the majority of the mermen retreated to the shadows of reefs and corals. Scarcely daring to breathe, the expansive Fishman Bay was devoid of any visible merman. Report to Lord Isramani. A total of 4 young female mermen and 2 robust male mermen were captured during this operation. A man in a black suit reported before the celestial dragons. Is that all? The celestial dragon's displeasure was palpable as his nose dripped with annoyance. Why, yes. The man in the black suit hesitated before cautiously continuing. Due to fierce resistance from the mermen during the capture, 22 female mermen and 37 male mermen were severely injured, with 85 mermen meeting their demise. Do you believe we should apprehend the injured? What purpose would it serve to capture the injured? It would merely squander resources. Forget it. Notify the king here to send a few mermen to me instead. The celestial dragon waved his hand dismissively, opting for a more straightforward request, finding it all rather effortless. Yes. The man in the black suit nodded respectfully, truly intending to request a few mermen from Neptune, regardless of how outrageous the demand. Anything proposed by the celestial dragons would be fulfilled, for they were deemed the deities of this world. Just as the man in the black suit prepared to contact Neptune via a transponder snail, the entire Fishman Bay suddenly dimmed. Looking up, he was astonished to behold a magnificent vessel, exquisitely crafted and drawn by a dozen swift sea beasts, emerging above Fishman Bay. It was the Royal Guard. Many mermen hidden among the reefs instantly recognized the ship. It was indeed the Royal Guard. Many fishmen lurking among the reefs instantly recognized the approaching vessel. Who dares to intrude so brazenly above me? The celestial dragon, visibly displeased, grasped a pistol adorned with precious jewels and diamonds, ready to pull the trigger. It appears to be the ship of His Majesty Neptune, remarked a man clad in a black suit. Oh, is he the king of this place? Summon him down and demand he presents a few fishmen to me. The celestial dragon nonchalantly replied, flicking away a piece of nasal debris. Neptune, His Excellency Isramani is here. Do not delay in presenting yourself. The man in the black suit shouted towards the colossal ship hovering above. Having followed the celestial dragon, these guards paid no heed to the king of a world government-allied nation, boldly addressing Neptune by name. Before long, the grand ship descended slowly to the ground. Neptune, accompanied by his left and right ministers and numerous royal guards, disembarked. Upon witnessing the multitude of injured fishmen and the fallen bodies, the expressions of Neptune and his entourage turned grave. Meanwhile, the members of CP0 and the guards present wore expressions of anger, for it appeared that Neptune and his companions showed no intention of bowing before the celestial dragon. Could it be that they had indeed crossed a line today? Regardless of the transgressions, they must endure. The celestial dragons are the deities who forged this world. How dare Neptune stand before them without kneeling? Before the celestial dragon could speak, a man in a black suit questioned arrogantly, "Kneel?" With a cold snort, Neptune swiftly advanced toward the black-suited man. "You come to Fishman Island, slaughter my people, and yet dare demand my submission? Die." In an unexpected turn of events, Neptune drew forth a beautifully crafted trident and plunged it directly into the black-suited man's skull. The head shattered like a watermelon, resulting in the man's immediate demise. "My dear Fishman, the celestial dragons have always regarded us as inferior beings, suppressing us to live in this sunless abyss of 10,000 meters deep. They have even captured our kin and brought them to the Holy Land Marie Joyce, enslaving them. What have we gained from our repeated forbearance? They refuse to allow us to live on land. Today, they dare to come boldly into our territory to commit murder. What can be endured must not be tolerated any longer. Warriors of Fishman Island, bravely arm yourselves and resist. From this day forth, the fate of our kind shall be determined by us alone." After eliminating the man in the black suit, Neptune raised his weapon triumphantly above his head and delivered a fervent speech. Instantly, those men lurking in the shadows were utterly taken aback. Is this truly our king? The ever-kind Neptune? What has prompted such a sudden shift in demeanor, compelling him to confront the celestial dragons? Yet, even amidst this fleeting moment of confusion, the mermen swiftly emerged from the shadows. Since their king has chosen to take a stand today, they had no reason to remain hidden. Kill them. Avenge our fallen brethren. My son was slain by their hands. I shall take their lives myself. My brother, my father, too, fell before them. And my sister, my beloved, perished in the chaos just moments ago. Return my fiancée, to me. Return my daughter, you vile celestial dragons. The residents of Fishman Island number in the hundreds of thousands. They surge forth, each individual brimming with fury, a sight both formidable and terrifying. What is happening? Neptune, have you lost your mind? Are you truly going to confront the celestial dragons? Is Fishman Island seeking to sever ties with the world government? The abruptness of this event caught several CP0 operatives off guard. After all, who could have anticipated that the usually docile and submissive Fishman Island would dare to raise arms against the celestial dragons? Severing ties? Such harsh words. We have merely come to some realizations. The world government has never regarded us as kin, thus, we naturally seek refuge elsewhere. From this day forth, the denizens of Fishman Island shall ally with the Rocks pirates. Warriors of Fishman Island, eradicate these intruders who dared to tread upon our land. With a disdainful snort, Neptune seized his trident and engaged the CP0 operatives before him. The elite members of the Royal Guard sprang into action, and an intense battle ensued. The Rocks pirates? Upon hearing this name, the CP0 agents grasped the situation. No wonder Neptune had the audacity to act. Damn it. The mermen have allied with the Rocks pirates. Quickly relay this information to the world government and the Navy. Summon the admirals at once, and immediately escort Lord Azuramani aboard a vessel to depart from this place. We shall hold the line here. In this critical moment, the CP0 agents demonstrated their proficiency as operatives. Understanding the gravity of the situation, they swiftly began to formulate a strategy. Lord Azuramani, this place is perilous. Please, follow us immediately. Several men in black suits hoisted the portly figure of Lord Azuramani and made their way towards the ship. You wretches, why are you fleeing? What fear do you have of these lowly beings? With so many mermen charging forth, it is the perfect opportunity to capture a few. With the intellect of Isramani's saint, he still failed to comprehend the actual circumstances at hand. Do not delay me. Seize the fishermen, you fools. Bang, bang, bang. Frustrated by the dragging situation, Isramani's saint unprecedentedly aimed his firearm at the man in the black suit. Several of these men instantly collapsed into a pool of blood. Even when a celestial dragon commits such an absurd act, immediately, a few other men in black suits stepped forward to take over the burdensome figure of the celestial dragon once more. These individuals have long been indoctrinated. Even when faced with the demise wrought by the celestial dragons, they would merely perceive it as their own fault. Soon, these guards escorted the celestial dragons onto the ship. "Hurry, set sail and leave this place," commanded the guard in the black suit. Yet the vessel remained motionless. What could be amiss? The guards instinctively surveyed their surroundings, only to discover that, unbeknownst to them, the slaves, shipbuilders, and all aboard, the servants, cooks, and helmsmen, had succumbed, their eyes glazed over, lying unconscious upon the deck. How amusing. The celestial dragons exhibit such a feeble demeanor. Brother-in-law, dear brother-in-law, how do you suppose they maintain their dominion over this world? At that moment, a deep and unfamiliar voice resonated from the deck. What is this? Instantly, the guards in black suits turned toward the source of the voice, a chill running down their spines. It was none other than Rocks.Tragically, Lorne, and Edward Newgate, the three formidable core members of the Rocks Pirates. When did you arrive? The guards felt their legs tremble. Even without unleashing their conqueror-esque hockey, the mere presence of these three powerful figures was enough to instill fear in these insignificant pawns. Go to hell, lackeys. Rocks and Lorne wasted no time, charging directly at the members of the Celestial Dragon's Guard. To them, these minions were as detestable as the Celestial Dragons themselves. Protect Lord Isramani. Even as death loomed, the lackeys remained fixated on shielding the Celestial Dragons. Rest assured, soon enough, this pig will reunite with you in hell, Rocks sneered, delivering a punch that caved in the chest of one guard. The sound of shattering bones was unmistakable. You lackeys shall experience the agony my parents endured before their demise. Rocks had no intention of killing them outright. That would be far too merciful. He intended to make them truly understand the essence of hell. Brother, you are being too merciful. Lorne's smile took on a devilish quality. Do you know what the most painful nerve in a human is? It is the fingertip. The nerve endings here are most abundant. Even a gentle prick with a needle would ignite a sensation akin to fire throughout the body. With a malevolent grin, Lorne produced a 1-inch steel needle from an unknown source. Seizing a man in a black suit, he deftly pierced the tip of the guard's index finger with the needle. Ah! A distorted scream erupted, reverberating throughout the fisherman's harbor. Brother-in-law, you truly are. This scene left Newgate with a chilling sensation coursing through his scalp. The agony was beyond his imagination, a pain that pierced to the very core. Oh, my dear brother, is there truly such a method? Upon hearing that gut-wrenching scream, Rocks, emulating the act, summoned numerous steel needles, each scarcely an inch in length. These items are exceedingly easy to find aboard the Celestial Dragon's vessel, as they excel in various forms of torture and torment. In an instant, a chorus of anguished screams erupted from a dozen men clad in black suits. The excruciating pain sent them rolling on the ground, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. At last, it was your turn, swine. After subjecting those men to torment, they were all mercilessly executed, as Rocks and Lorne gradually advanced towards the Celestial Dragon. Lowly commoners, stay back. At this moment, witnessing the annihilation of his guard, the Celestial Dragon finally grasped the perilous predicament he found himself in. Instinctively, he raised his firearm, attempting to intimidate Rocks and Lorne. With a resounding thud, Rocks delivered a forceful kick, sending the weapon flying from the Celestial Dragon's grasp, simultaneously shattering his hand. The Celestial Dragon's hand bent grotesquely at a 90-degree angle, a truly horrifying sight. The Celestial Dragon let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Simultaneously, he lost control of his bowels, staining the crotch of his white spacesuit with a conspicuous urine mark. The stench was overwhelming. Truly, a creature more repulsive than swine or dogs, Lorne remarked disdainfully. Please, spare me, spare me. The Celestial Dragon retreated in terror. Fear not. We shall not allow you to perish so easily. After exchanging a knowing smile, Rocks and Lorne approached the Celestial Dragon with sinister grins. Meanwhile, in Mariawa, the Holy Land. What did you say? In the Hall of Authority, the expressions of the five elders darkened to the point of threatening to drip with fury. They had just received intelligence from CP0, dispatched from Fishman Island. The Fishmen have allied with the Rocks Pirates. They are currently launching an assault on the Celestial Dragons. Upon receiving this news, the Gorosei were rendered nearly speechless. How could those submissive fishmen, who wouldn't dare retaliate even under duress, audaciously confront the Celestial Dragons? Are you jesting? Even if they had 500 times their courage, they wouldn't dare. Were it not for the direct report from CP0. The Gorosei would have suspected this to be a fabrication. Once again, it is the Rocks pirates? The last they heard, the Navy had deployed admirals to encircle them, only to fail. Now, yet another outrageous incident has arisen. These individuals, having only set sail for a matter of months, have already orchestrated one scandalous affair after another. And now they dare to target the member nations of the world government. The elders, radiating authority, shattered the flooring and windows of the Hall of Authority in their fury. The celestial dragons, as the nobility of the world, are absolutely intolerant of any desecration. Furthermore, the notion that a member nation of the world government would conspire with pirates to rebel is untenable. If they succeeded, where would the dignity of the world government reside? The last attempt to dispatch a naval admiral to eliminate the Rocks pirates proved futile, tarnishing the government's credibility. Should another incident of this magnitude occur, immediate action must be taken. Summon the Navy's admirals at once, and if necessary, obliterate Fishman Island. At the naval headquarters in Marineford, the fleet admiral's expression darkened upon receiving the news. "Report, Admiral," he commanded. "Only Admiral Ryulong remains at headquarters. The other two are currently deployed." "Then summon Ryulong to me." Moments later, Admiral Ryulong entered the fleet admiral's office. "Ryulong, we have an urgent mission. You are to take a contingent to Fishman Island immediately. The Rocks pirates have allied with the inhabitants of Fishman Island and are now launching an assault on the celestial dragons." The fleet admiral succinctly conveyed the intelligence to Ryulong. "Is it the Rocks pirates once again?" Ryulong seethed at the mere mention of their name. "Rest assured, Admiral, they escaped my grasp last time. But they shall not be so fortunate again." The humiliation he faced at the hands of the Rocks pirates still haunted him. Had he been able to resolve the situation previously, they would not find themselves in such dire straits today. If they were to escape once more, he would lose all standing among the celestial dragons in Mariewa. Ryulong, remember, the primary objective this time is to rescue the celestial dragons. If they have already perished, then Fishman Island has no reason to exist. The fleet admiral's eyes gleamed with determination. Should Neptune truly conspire with the pirates to slay the celestial dragons, then Fishman Island must face annihilation. If the fishmen have indeed colluded with the pirates, their demise would be justifiable. Ryulong held no objections to the sentiment. Although the residents of Fishman Island had committed no grievous offenses, any conspiracy with pirates would warrant a different consideration. With a decisive snap, Ryulong retrieved a golden transponder snail from his pocket. This is a specialized communication device for the Demon Slayer Order, accessible only to those of the rank of general. Soon, the vice admirals at headquarters received their orders and began to assemble with remarkable swiftness. In no time, 10 vice admirals and 15 warships were gathered. Aboard one of the vessels, hundreds of soldiers stood in impeccable formation, perfectly erect, awaiting the command to be issued. Among them were Carp, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Crane. What could be of such urgency? Were they truly initiating the Demon Slayer Order? Where would this operation lead them? The four engaged in hushed discussions. The target this time was Fishman Island, where the fishmen had allied with the Rocks pirates to strike against the celestial dragons. Everyone take note. The primary objective is the rescue of the celestial dragons. Should any celestial dragon perish, Fishman Island must face obliteration alongside them. The vice admiral of the Navy headquarters approached the soldiers, expressionless as he delivered the command. Upon its issuance, a significant stir rippled through the ranks of soldiers. What? The fishmen have attacked the celestial dragons? Surely, this cannot be. Is Fishman Island truly to be annihilated as well? Is this truly just? The civilians must be innocent, right? Some youthful, kind-hearted soldiers, filled with a sense of justice, voiced their concerns. How could the fishmen possibly ally with pirates? Is Fishman Island not a member state of the world government? Hearing such orders left Carp utterly perplexed. I never anticipated this day would arrive so soon, Sengoku remarked, appearing unperturbed. Oh, Sengoku, why do you say that? Carp inquired. At this moment, Crane took the opportunity to speak. Carp, are you truly so naive? Fishman Island, as a member of the world government, has consistently paid its dues. Yet the world government has never cared for the plight of Fishman Island. The number of Fishman slaves in the Holy Land has been steadily increasing, while the prices for human trafficking of Fishman slaves have soared. Any desire the fishmen had to live on the surface has been consistently denied. Were I in their position, I too would rebel. I just never expected them to ally with pirates. Crane possessed a profound understanding of the situation. Zephyr nodded in agreement, having some knowledge of Fishman Island. Indeed, the world government has indeed mistreated the fishmen excessively. But why turn against the innocent Fishman civilians? Even if the celestial dragons were to perish, the proper course would be to identify the culprits and punish them severely. How can we harm the innocent? Karp clenched his fists, filled with indignation. Enough with the idle chatter, soldiers. Obedience is the essence of a soldier. Should I hear another word, you will be promptly expelled from the ranks. At this moment, the cold, unfeeling voice of a vice admiral from the Navy headquarters echoed through the chamber. Although his youthful aspirations were once to uphold justice and eradicate evil, years of military service had left this vice admiral numb to such ideals. The notion of justice, he concluded, was nothing but a farce. The Navy ultimately served the celestial dragons. The so-called justice was merely a facade to obscure the truth and deceive the common folk. Silence enveloped the soldiers. Even the likes of Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Tsuru dared not exchange words. Soon, the troops were assembled, with Admiral Raijin appointed as their commander, preparing to set forth towards Fishman Island. What are we waiting for? Depart at once. Raijin commanded, noticing the fleet's stagnation. Report. Admiral Raijin. The warships have yet to be coded. A communication officer stammered. What? How could such a basic error occur? Raijin bellowed, gripping the soldier by the collar. Report. It is because the Navy has never provided reinforcements to Fishman Island, so not a single coded warship is available. The communication officer sheepishly scratched his head. How infuriating. Raijin reluctantly released his grip, suppressing his frustration. The Navy had indeed never concerned itself with the plight of Fishman Island, hence the absence of even one coded warship. Now, they were reaping the consequences of their negligence. All that remained was to await the swift completion of the coding. One could only hope that the celestial dragons would not meet their demise too swiftly. How long will the coding take? Even if we gather all the craftsmen, it will take at least 12 hours. 12 hours? Absolutely unacceptable. You have 6 hours to complete the coding. Meanwhile, in the depths of the ocean at Fishman Island, CP0 had been decisively dealt with by the furious fishmen. The celestial dragon's guard had been entirely obliterated by Rocks, Law, and Whitebeard, leaving behind a solitary celestial dragon. At that moment, this celestial dragon, tormented by Rocks and Law, was a pitiful sight, bloodied and battered. His glass helmet lay shattered, and his space suit was stained with blood. Limbs severed, he appeared grotesquely like a human meat stick. I will have the Navy's admiral kill you. Eliminate all of you. The dying Israelman saint still managed to utter defiantly. Before long, he found himself bound and suspended in the center of the expansive Geelong Code Square on Fishman Island. A conspicuous spectacle. Curse the celestial dragons. Look at his wretched state. Truly satisfying. At this moment, the square of Fishman Island was teeming with residents. With hundreds of thousands gathered in a bustling throng, all eyes were directed upward, filled with exhilaration as they beheld the tormented celestial dragon, reveling in the irony of the world's aristocracy facing such a fate. A hush fell over the crowd as King Neptune prepared to address them. The voice of the minister of the left resonated through the square, and instantly, the Fishman populace fell silent. As many of you are aware today, we have taken action against the celestial dragons. The reason is simple. For centuries, they have enslaved us, and countless fishmen have perished in the Holy Land. From 800 years ago until now, we fishmen have remained confined to the depths of the sea. Neptune's voice echoed throughout the square, moving many fishmen to tears. After enduring such oppression for so long, it was only natural for their emotions to surface. However, all of that changes from this day forward. Henceforth, we fishmen shall venture onto the land, where an abundance of sunlight, fresh air, and vast expanses await us. No longer will anyone dare to capture our kin. The holy land of the celestial dragons shall never again see a fishman slave. We will embark on a new life, one we have long dreamed of. At this, Neptune's emotion swelled, and tears streamed down his face. Allowing fishmen to inhabit the land was a dream he harbored as a king, and he never anticipated it would come to fruition so swiftly. Seeing Neptune in tears, the fishmen could not restrain their own sobs. Could it truly be possible to live on land? Some of the younger fishmen gazed on with hopeful expressions. Soon, Neptune composed himself and continued, of course. This bold stand is not without cause. Today, our defiance against the celestial dragons is made possible by them. They are the benefactors of Fishman Island. They are the heroes of Fishman Island. Neptune's voice was filled with fervor, and his words reverberated to every corner of Fishman Island. Dear residents, I shall now introduce you with great honor. They are Lord Locks, Lord Lawn, and Lord Newgate. It is because of them that we, Fishman Island, dare to confront the celestial dragons today. From this moment on, we shall bid farewell to our past and embrace a radiant future. Let us rejoice, fellow compatriots. Neptune proclaimed with a smile, turning his colossal form to the gathered crowd. Locks, Lawn, and Newgate then appeared before the astonished assembly. Roar. The crowd erupted in recognition. I know. They are the members of the Rocks Pirates. Without them, even with 100 bold hearts, we would never dare to confront the celestial dragons. After all, attacking the celestial dragons would undoubtedly provoke the wrath of the marine admirals. Admiral, the likes of which we, the inhabitants of Fishman Island, cannot contend with. Furthermore, they have granted us some land and assured our safety. All we are required to do is pay the celestial gold to the world government and assist them with various tasks. While these tasks may be arduous for humans, for us, who possess strength tenfold that of an ordinary human, they are merely child's play. Marvelous! Exclaimed His Excellency Lorne, His Excellency Rocks, and His Excellency Newgate. You are truly benevolent souls. The fishmen have begun to cheer and celebrate, their voices nearly piercing through the immense bubble that envelopes Fishman Island. After all, the fishmen are acutely aware of the capabilities of Neptune and the Royal Guard. Without substantial backing, they would never dare to confront the celestial dragons. It is precisely due to the presence of the Rocks Pirates that Fishman Island can hold its head high today, thereby averting tragedy. Otherwise, the celestial dragons would undoubtedly unleash a massacre here. In that moment, the admiration of the Fishman residents for Rocks, Lorne, and Newgate surged like an unstoppable tide. I swear, I will train diligently and join the Rocks Pirates. I yearn to become a member of the Rocks Pirates. So do I. I wish to follow Lord Lorne, Lord Rocks, and Lord Newgate. I too. Some young fishmen have already set their sights on joining the Rocks Pirates as their ultimate aspiration. Witnessing this scene, Lorne and his companions smiled with satisfaction, especially Rocks, who had not anticipated that his brother's suggestion would yield such remarkable results. It seems that these fishmen now regard the Rocks Pirates as their dream. The Rocks Pirates will gain a new batch of devoted members. Unexpectedly, the outcome was astonishingly positive. Brother, it is all thanks to you, Rocks said to Lorne. With the assistance of the fishmen, Wayno shall prosper. We owe it all to the celestial dragons, my brother. Lorne replied with a smile. Without the sudden intrusion of the celestial dragons, such an outcome would have been impossible. Indeed, you must admit. These foolish creatures can be quite useful at times. Rocks nodded in agreement. Now, fellow comrades, this is not the time for celebration. After striking the celestial dragons, the Navy will undoubtedly dispatch an admiral. We must leave Fishman Island immediately and head towards Wayno. Meanwhile, Neptune continued his speech. Following Lorne's suggestion, Neptune had already dispatched fishmen to monitor the movements of the Navy headquarters in Mariewa. After all, an attack on the celestial dragons would not go unnoticed by the world government and the Navy headquarters. The fishmen were surveilling the naval headquarters underwater, nearly undetectable. The naval headquarters, having long neglected Fishman Island, had yet to coat their warships. Although the Navy was preparing to dispatch a fleet admiral, the coating process required considerable time. This presented a perfect opportunity for the Fishman inhabitants to escape the island. Alas, Your Majesty Neptune. Just then, the Minister of Catfish, in a state of panic, rushed over. His face a portrait of impending doom. What troubles you, Minister? Neptune inquired. The Navy's warships have arrived. Moreover, aboard is one of the 3 admirals, the Thunder Dragon. Nanny? Upon hearing this news, Neptune almost lost his footing due to his immense stature. Was it not stated that the coating process would take at least 6 hours? Neptune's tone grew increasingly impatient. The fishmen dispatched for surveillance had reported that the coating would indeed require a minimum of 6 hours to complete. This led Neptune to believe there was ample time for escape. The fishmen stationed ahead reported that originally there were over a dozen warships requiring coating. However, it seemed that the admiral was exceedingly anxious about the safety of the celestial dragons. Thus, only one properly coated warship had arrived. Perhaps shortly, the Navy would send a continuous stream of reinforcements. Ministers would promptly relay the intelligence from the front lines to Neptune. The admiral was overly concerned about the safety of the celestial dragons, and, under the circumstances of having only one warship ready, took the lead and departed with the advance team. Damn that admiral! A mere lackey of the celestial dragons. Neptune could not help but curse before addressing his compatriots. Fellow citizens, please hasten your pace. The Navy admiral has already arrived at Fishman Island. His voice resonated throughout the island via the loudspeakers. What? The Navy admiral is here. Run for your lives. The fishmen, upon hearing this, hurriedly prepared to flee. The Navy admiral was not someone they could withstand. Meanwhile, dozens of nautical miles away from Fishman Island, a properly coated warship had indeed arrived. It was unexpected to find an ambush here. How tiresome. Can you mere fishmen truly hinder me? On the deck of the warship, the imposing figure of Admiral Raylong draped in a cloak of justice, unleashed his observation haki in the depths of the sea. Although the thunder fruit was formidable, one could not attain the rank of admiral solely through the power of a devil fruit. Mastery of armament haki and observation haki, along with formidable physical prowess, complemented by the top-tier abilities of the fruit. This is precisely the reason why the general is acclaimed as the pinnacle of naval might. The observation haki of the Thunder Dragon immediately sensed it. Surrounding Fishman Island, the hidden reefs and corals conceal numerous fishmen. After all, the fishmen would not passively await the arrival of the navy. From the moment they struck against the celestial dragons, Neptune, following the Council of Rohan, positioned several fishmen adept in naval warfare to lie in ambush around Fishman Island. Upon sighting a warship, they would not seek permission but would launch an immediate assault. In these depths of the ocean, as long as they could breach the warship's coating, even an admiral of the navy would meet a bitter end here. With a swift motion, upon receiving the command, the fishmen warriors hidden in the deep sea, upon spotting the warship, decisively initiated their attack from the concealment of the reefs and corals. In an instant, a torrent of projectiles surged forth from every direction surrounding the vessel. Most of these projectiles consist of sharp weapons such as arrows and crossbows. Their aim is not to inflict harm, but rather to pierce the membrane of the bubbles. Despite being in the deep sea, where the water pressure is immense, the shooting speed of these bows and crossbows remains astonishingly swift. After all, this is the domain of the fishmen. "There is an ambush," exclaimed the commander aboard the warship, urging the immediate destruction of the arrows and crossbows. If the membrane were to be breached, it would spell disaster. Here lies the abyss, where even the mightiest find themselves hindered without the protective membrane. Soon, several soldiers raised their rifles, preparing to shoot down the arrows. "No, we must not fire." The naval officer in charge of navigation swiftly thwarted their actions. To recklessly initiate an assault within the bubble's membrane would result in self-inflicted damage before the enemy's arrows could breach it. What then shall we do? Are we to merely stand by, watching these arrows approach? We are doomed. As the arrows drew ever closer, the naval soldiers were left in a state of helplessness and dread. If the coating of this abyssal depth of 10,000 meters were to deteriorate, the entire crew would find themselves without a grave. "Behold as I cast them away. I stand with you, Carp." At that moment, Carp and Zephyr, both devoid of devil fruit powers, followed the Thunder Dragon general, prepared to plunge into the depths and intercept the weapons. "Be cautious, Carp, Zephyr," admonished Sengoku and Tsuru, who had already consumed their devil fruits, knowing their powers would be rendered useless in the ocean. "This new batch of recruits is quite spirited. However, allow me to take the lead," thundered the Thunder Dragon, halting Carp and Zephyr. 30 million volts, Thunderbird. Unlike Enel, who needed to strike the drum behind him to activate his powers, the mastery of the Thunder Fruit by the Admiralty-level Thunder Dragon had reached an unparalleled zenith. With a mere flick of his wrist, he unleashed a fearsome Thunderbird, which rapidly spread across the sea. Though the abilities of the Devil Fruit would typically wane upon contact with seawater, the formidable powers unleashed by the Admiral Thunder Dragon would not diminish swiftly. Even in the brine, the terrifying electricity surged forth, taking advantage of the sea's conductivity. In an instant, the arrows and bolts shot by the fishmen were all struck down by the lightning. Moreover, the reach of the electric storm extended across dozens of nautical miles. Crackling and sizzling, the deep sea was ablaze with dazzling lightning. Moments later, the radiance of the lightning faded. The valiant fishmen warriors, alongside the myriad marine creatures, found their eyes glazed in a pallid hue, caught in the uncertain grasp of life and death. Truly, the might of Admiral Linlin is unparalleled. Remarkably, the powers of the Devil Fruit manifest even beneath the waves. After all, this is the pinnacle of strength from our marine headquarters, and it is only fitting that such feats are achievable. Those infamous Rocks pirates shall undoubtedly be apprehended this time. Following Linlin's decisive action, the morale of the Navy surged dramatically. What a formidable display! Indeed, the esteemed Mr. Linlin is a sight to behold. Beside him, Zephyr, Sengoku, and Tsuru regarded Linlin with utmost admiration. The grandeur of the marine admirals is truly awe-inspiring. I shall surpass Mr. Linlin one day. Meanwhile, Garp clenched his fists in fervor, brimming with determination. Since the day they joined the Navy, Garp, Zephyr, and Sengoku have all aspired to become marine admirals. Full speed ahead. I can sense the presence of the celestial dragons. Though faint, their essence lingers. They are not yet extinguished. Linlin's observation haki, combined with the power of the Thunder Fruit, allows him to perceive great distances. He immediately detected the aura of Saint Isramani. This brings immense joy to Linlin. As an admiral of the Navy, Raylong is a staunch supporter of the world government. His sense of justice is akin to that of the later Green Bull, believing that the celestial dragons are paramount. He perceives all other nations not allied with the world government as inferior species. This is also the primary reason for his ascension to the rank of Grand Admiral of Shanghai and his position as a formidable candidate for the next Navy Marshal. With a thunderous roar, the warships accelerated, swiftly entering the realm of Fishman Island, where the fishmen began to scatter in panic. The celestial dragons, upon disembarking from the warships at Jeloncote Square, maintained their formation as they advanced into the heart of Fishman Island. Upon their arrival at Jeloncote Square, the Navy quickly discovered the critically wounded Isramani, the celestial dragon. After all, the celestial dragon was bound hand and foot in the most prominent position of the square, making it nearly impossible not to notice. My heavens, how could the celestial dragon be reduced to such a state? Limbs broken, face bloodied, truly horrifying. The sight of the celestial dragon's plight left the naval soldiers in shock. It was their first encounter with the once glorious and imperious celestial dragons, now reduced to this pitiful condition, even worse than the slaves of the Holy Land. How amusing. Carp chuckled, seemingly unfazed by the brutal treatment of the celestial dragon. Nearby, Crane quickly tugged at Carp's sleeve, signaling him to refrain from such remarks. The Navy has arrived. It is the Grand Admiral, Thunder Dragon. Quick, retreat. Wait for me, don't leave me behind. The fishmen, upon spotting the Navy, hastened their escape even further. The celestial dragon's audacity stemmed from the protection of the Grand Admirals. What people truly feared was not the celestial dragons themselves, but the Grand Admirals. The despicable fishmen, the vile Rocks pirates, dared to torment the celestial dragons in such a manner. Witnessing the celestial dragon's unfortunate state ignited a furious wrath within Thunder Dragon. It must be understood that the celestial dragons are the deities of this world, descendants of the creators. Without the celestial dragons, there would be no world government. Such treatment of the progeny of the creators is unforgivable. Unforgivable! Thunder Dragon summoned forth a colossal lightning dragon, stretching hundreds of meters in diameter. With a deafening roar, the sky was filled with the tumult of thunder, as currents of electricity wreaked havoc throughout Jeloncote Square. In the next moment, Thunder Dragon waved his hand, sending the massive dragon surging towards the orderly retreating fishmen. Wait, Mr. Thunder Dragon, shouldn't we ascertain who harmed the celestial dragons? He struck out against innocent civilians. Is this a mistake? The sight of Grand Admiral Thunder Dragon launching an assault against ordinary fishmen left Carp, Sengoku, Zifa, Crane, and several new recruits utterly astonished. Their worldviews shattered. How could he directly attack innocent civilians? Is this truly the duty of a Navy? At the very least, they ought to ascertain who the perpetrator was that inflicted harm upon the celestial dragons before meting out punishment. They are being targeted. I'm doomed. I'm going to die. Please take care of my children. Look after my parents and my sister. Damn it. I haven't even savored life on land, basking in the sunlight, and now I must face death? Cursed Marine Admiral. The fishmen, marked by the Thunder Dragon, uttered their last words in utter despair. Once targeted by a Marine Admiral, escape was simply impossible. Awaiting them was nothing but death. In this critical moment, a thunderous crash resounded. The relentless and impetuous Thunder Dragon seemed to collide with an invisible barrier. After two anguished roars, the Thunder Dragon vanished without a trace. The top-tier combatants quickly recognized that it was the power of a devil fruit meeting the formidable armor forged by advanced hockey. In the next instant, Rocks, Law, and Whitebeard simultaneously appeared before the fishmen. Lord Rocks, Lord Law, Lord Whitebeard. They had been saved against all odds. They nearly believed their lives were forfeit. What a close call. They thought they would perish here. The fishmen, having narrowly escaped death, gazed at Law, Rocks, and Whitebeard with tears of gratitude. Not only the fishmen, but even Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr, Saru, and some truly righteous Marines breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the attack was thwarted. Otherwise, the strike from Admiral Thunder Dragon would have resulted in the deaths of thousands of fishmen. The sins of the Navy would have been monumental. Quickly, depart. We shall handle this. Law waved at the fishmen with a smile and then turned his gaze toward the Navy before him. How ironic it is that a Marine Admiral would directly assault innocent civilians. Is this what they call justice? Law's tone dripped with sarcasm and mockery. Even the Rocks pirates would not ordinarily target the common populace. What a farce of justice. It is merely the lapdog of the celestial dragons. Rocks chuckled coldly. Regrettably, their previous ambush had all been rendered futile. After all, they had not anticipated that the enemy would behave like a rabid dog. Whitebeard shared their disappointment. Just moments ago, Law, Rocks, and Whitebeard had devised a plan centered around the celestial dragons. They had expected the Navy to rush to the rescue of the celestial dragons, allowing them to strike unexpectedly. Who would have thought that the Thunder Dragon would angrily unleash its wrath upon innocent civilians? It was truly astonishing. What do these lowly pirates understand? The celestial dragons are descendants of the creators, beings akin to gods. To slander the divine is to pay the price. After being mocked by Lorne and Rocks, Raylong displayed no trace of anger. In his view, he had faithfully fulfilled his duties as a Marine Admiral and felt no shame in doing so. Given this mindset, he should not aspire to the rank of an admiral but rather to that of a Knight of God. Oh, how foolish of me to forget that he could never join the Knights of God due to his inferior lineage. He is simply unworthy. Observing that Raylong was unlike other admirals, Lorne intensified his ridicule. Ha ha, my brother, that was splendidly said. Indeed, if one cannot become a Knight of God, one must resort to being a lapdog of the celestial dragons, a Marine Admiral instead. Upon hearing Lorne's words, Rocks erupted into laughter. The brothers, who had once been slaves, were well aware of the existence of the Knights of God. As the name implies, the Knights of God are an organization directly under the celestial dragons. The uniqueness lies in the fact that each of the 9 members must be of pure celestial dragon descent. Furthermore, no matter how powerful one may be or how devoted one is to the celestial dragons, they can never become a Knight of God. Pathetic pirates. Last time you escaped by mere chance. This time, it shall not happen again. Die. As expected, upon hearing Lorne's words, Raylong instantly erupted in fury. These words pierced the heart of the Thunder Dragon like a dagger. After all, you, the celestial dragon, are a being of immense divinity. Yet, in the eyes of your master, the celestial dragon, the so-called Marine Admiral is merely a contemptible laborer, a beggar before the world government. Aspiring to become a Knight of God, to uphold the honor of the divine, your inferior lineage condemns the Marine Admiral to unworthiness. 100 million volts of divine retribution. Enraged, the Thunder Dragon unleashed a formidable torrent of lightning, 100 million volts strong. A colossal pillar of lightning descended from the heavens, crashing down violently upon Rocks, Lorne, and Newgate. Witnessing this, Rocks surged with power, propelling himself upward with a fierce thrust of his legs. Conqueror's strike, raising his right fist. Crimson lightning erupted around him in wild fury. With no fear, he charged towards the descending pillar of thunder. As his fist collided with the lightning, it was as if a hot knife sliced through butter. The pillar was cleaved open, a vast gap created by the sheer force of Rock's blow. Before him, the vibrant aura of Conqueror's haki formed an intangible barrier. The torrential rain of lightning was effortlessly repelled, as if it encountered an umbrella. The Conqueror's haki continued to emanate. And after a brief stalemate, the massive lightning column was shattered. Truly, Rocks is remarkable, having withstood the Marine Admiral's assault. The fish people erupted in jubilant cheers at this spectacle. Neptune, too, breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that his decision to follow Rocks and his pirate crew was indeed the right choice. How is this possible? The Thunder Dragon Admiral's attack was actually thwarted head-on. Even a pirate with a bounty of 400 million would struggle to achieve such a feat. The Marine soldiers on the other side were incredulous, particularly those seasoned veterans who had accompanied the Thunder Dragon Admiral on numerous missions. A pirate with a bounty of 400 million is undeniably a formidable threat in these waters. Yet, to confront a Marine Admiral directly is a different realm altogether. Generally, only pirates with bounties of at least 1 billion or more can contend with Marine Admirals. The likes of Rocks, with a mere 400 million bounty, directly facing the full force of the Thunder Dragon Admiral's strike is an unprecedented occurrence. This can only imply one possibility. Rocks.Tragically's bounty has been grossly underestimated. His true power far exceeds 400 million berries. It seems the rumors of him defeating the notorious Pirate Gate with a bounty of 500 million are indeed true. Observing this scene, the Thunder Dragon regained his composure, no longer clouded by rage. Recently, the Navy had heard that Rocks had vanquished the infamous Pirate Gate on some uncharted island. However, the authenticity of this claim remained unverified. Thus, the Navy has not elevated the bounty on Rocks and his compatriots. It now appears that this may indeed be the case. This individual has truly defeated the notorious Pirate Gate, whose bounty exceeds 500 million. Given that he was able to withstand the onslaught of Admiral Raijin, the rumors seem increasingly credible. The Navy personnel were momentarily taken aback by Admiral Raijin's words. Initially, they believed their adversary to be merely a pirate with a bounty of 400 million, expecting an effortless encounter. However, It now seems that the task's difficulty may far surpass the Navy's expectations. Indeed, the rumors hold true. Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Suru were equally astonished. The figure before them, appearing to be no more than 20 years of age, possesses such formidable power. The four of them seem to be quite distant from such prowess. Is Gade truly worth a bounty of 500 million? The bounties set by your Navy seem rather dubious. Or perhaps, if even someone like Gade commands a bounty of 500 million berries, it suggests a lack of competence within your ranks. Upon hearing Rajan's remarks, Rock scoffed. This is not mere arrogance on the part of Rox. Rather, it is the indelible memory of his encounter with Gade that leaves him feeling quite repulsed. The adversary solely relied on the powers of the stone fruit to contend with Rox. Throughout the entirety of the battle, Rox sustained no injuries. Regrettably, at that time, he lacked the means for widespread destruction, allowing Gade to escape. Now, having consumed the dark fruit, Rox is confident that should he encounter Gade again, it would not be a matter of instant annihilation, but rather a swift resolution within 5 minutes. Utterly arrogant. How dare a mere pirate exhibit such insolence? It is infuriating. This insignificant pirate dares to ridicule the Navy? The members of the Navy were equally incensed by Rock's hubris. Am I mistaken in my assertion? In the face of the furious Navy, Rox grinned. So it appears pirates are merely a collection of individuals skilled in the art of verbal sparring. Defeating someone like Gade seems to have inflated your ego considerably. At this moment, Rox maintained a considerable degree of composure, ironically addressing the situation. Although Kaido was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 500 million, he paled in comparison to an admiral of the Navy. How intriguing. The mocked Rox responded with a smile that bore an unsettling twist. At this juncture, Rox was exceedingly exhilarated, his body trembling slightly from overwhelming excitement. An admiral of the Navy represented the first true formidable adversary he had encountered since setting sail. The likes of the Hungry Wolf, Kaido, and even the nations allied with the world government, including Wano, were all vastly inferior to the opponent before him. Finally, he could unleash his full potential and test his mettle. My dear brothers, Newgate and Lorne, kindly step aside. I shall confront him. Rox advanced a step, positioning himself in front of Lorne and Newgate. At this moment, both Lorne and Newgate were no match for an admiral of the Navy. Brother. Lorne and Newgate observed Rock's silhouette and then instinctively withdrew. Though confident in their own strength, they were not arrogant enough to believe they could contend with an admiral. Despite the unfolding narrative of the Pirate King, where powerful figures gradually emerged and novel concepts were unveiled, it seemed as though the admirals, relying on their fruit abilities, were becoming less significant. Nevertheless, admirals remained the pinnacle of the Navy's combat prowess. When facing someone of the Four Emperors' caliber, it was uncertain whether victory could be claimed without a fierce struggle. Against those beneath the level of the Four Emperors, however, an admiral could be assured of triumph. The principle that those below the emperors were mere ants still held true. Brother, do take care. Lorne cautioned. Fear not, Lorne. Until I behold the birth of my dear nephew, I shall not meet my demise here. Moreover, did you not express a desire for the thunder fruit? As your elder brother, it is my duty to assist you in realizing your dreams. Rox laughed heartily, exuding confidence. Rox, your arrogance knows no bounds. I have served in the Navy for over 20 years, and I have encountered many fearless newcomers like you. I advise the three of you to unite. Otherwise, I fear you may not last 5 minutes. As for your so-called nephew, once I deal with you, I shall take care of your brother and crew as well. I will ensure you all reunite in the underworld. Rox, do not forget to thank me then. Upon hearing Rox's words, Thunder Dragon erupted into boisterous laughter. In his eyes, Rox, who merely boasted, would be an easier opponent to handle. Thunder Dragon, I advise you not to speak of my dear nephew. Otherwise, you shall meet a most dire fate. Upon hearing the words of the Thunder Dragon, Rox bellowed fiercely, his form suddenly erupting into motion. In an instant, he vanished from his original position and, in the blink of an eye, appeared directly before the Thunder Dragon. So swift, even the formidable admirals of the Navy found themselves momentarily unable to respond to Rox's velocity. Rox extended his hand and seized the Thunder Dragon by the head. A terrifying aura of Conqueror's haki radiated outwards, the crimson waves akin to blossoms in full bloom, exuding an essence of death. Boom. Perish. With the use of armament haki, he gripped the Thunder Dragon's head, preventing him from elemental transformation. Just as in the original tale, when Garp captured Akiji, Rox hurled the Thunder Dragon towards the ground. The series of actions unfolded with the swiftness of lightning, leaving no time for the Thunder Dragon to react. Crash, crash. The immense force shattered the earth. while the Thunder Dragon was driven deep into the ground. Mr. Thunder Dragon! How could this be? They had never imagined that the Thunder Dragon would be struck down to the depths. Are you all right, Mr. Thunder Dragon? Witnessing this scene, the Navy personnel expressed profound concern, calling out towards the gaping hole in the floor. It was the first time they had seen an admiral overtaken by a pirate. What are you worried about? Soon enough, you shall join him down there. Rocks lifted his gaze towards the Navy soldiers, grinning like a devil from the depths of hell. Damn it. Merely being scrutinized by Rocks caused the Navy soldiers to instinctively retreat. The aura emanating from him was utterly terrifying. As members of the Navy, we cannot falter. Let us not forget that reinforcements are on the way. We must hold our ground, even if it means perishing here. At that moment, Garp, sang Goku. And Zephyr boldly stepped forward, confronting Rocks directly. Are you mere recruits without ranks? Your courage is commendable. Observing the trio's empty shoulders, Rocks spoke with a hint of admiration. Just then, crackling sounds erupted, and the ground suddenly illuminated with dazzling lightning. A faint crackle of electricity was followed by a resounding roar. 100 million volts of thunder. A thunderous boom resonated as a colossal bolt of lightning surged from the depths of the earth. Shattering the floor beneath Rocks' feet, the terrifying column of electricity engulfed him entirely. The immense lightning bolt unleashed a horrifying energy, obscuring Rocks' figure from view. This was the Thunder Dragon. Mr. Thunder Dragon. Wonderful. You are unharmed. As the thunder cascaded forth, the formidable figure of the Thunder Dragon emerged before the crowd. Upon recognizing the familiar silhouette, the naval soldiers transitioned from despair to elation. However, the revelation of his injuries was a source of great concern. I had initially arrived here with a sense of tranquility. A sensation of fluid coursing from the head, struck by Rocks, was disconcerting. The Thunder Dragon touched the bloodstains on his forehead and let out a deep sigh. The considerable loss of blood indicated that the injury was indeed severe. After serving as an admiral for so many years, it was the first time he had sustained such a grave wound. It was astonishing that Admiral Thunder Dragon had been injured. This was the first time I had witnessed Mr. Thunder Dragon bleed. The naval soldiers also noted the injuries on Thunder Dragon, becoming solemn. Meanwhile, witnessing Rocks engulfed by the storm of lightning, Lorne and Ugate could not help but feel a twinge of concern. Soon, the tempest dissipated, revealing Rocks before the assembly. His attire bore signs of scorching, and the exposed parts of his body were marred with dark scars. Clearly, that strike had taken a toll on Rocks as well. Truly, he was an admiral of the Navy. Rocks wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. It was also his first experience of pain and injury. It appeared that the admirals of the Navy possessed a measure of skill and were not merely figures of reputation. Are you all right, brother? Lorne inquired with a note of worry upon seeing Rocks injured. Just moments ago, his brother could have utilized the powers of the dark fruit to absorb the attack. While the dark fruit could not evade strikes, one would think that, given his capabilities, he would not have bled or been harmed. Yet, he had chosen to withstand the blow with sheer physical might. This indicates what? Lorne, understanding the situation with Rocks, is acutely aware that his elder brother does not wish to prematurely reveal his fruit abilities, lest it incite caution in the Thunder Dragon. After all, the Navy remains oblivious to Rocks acquiring the dark fruit. Even Rocks' victory over Gade is merely regarded as a rumor by the Navy. Rest assured, Lorne, I am in splendid condition. Noticing his brother's concern, Rocks turned to Lorne and smiled. He has merely sustained a slight injury. How is this fellow such a monster? That was 100 million volts from Admiral Thunder Dragon. Witnessing Rocks endure a sneak attack from Admiral Thunder Dragon and emerge with only minor wounds left the Navy soldiers in a state of shock. The soldiers are all too aware of the formidable strength possessed by Admiral Thunder Dragon. The destructive power of the Thunder Fruit ranks among the best in the natural category. A bounty slightly over 400 million is indeed far too low. It seems this will be an intriguing battle. Observing the situation, a smile crept across Thunder Dragon's lips. He had not anticipated that a pirate with a bounty exceeding 400 million would possess such strength. Today he must showcase his true prowess. You all go and rescue the celestial dragons. I will handle matters here. Once you have rescued the celestial dragons, depart swiftly, the farther the better, or I will not be able to unleash my full potential. Thunder Dragon spoke to the Navy soldiers beside him. The presence of the celestial dragons significantly hampers Thunder Dragon's capabilities. If they were absent, Thunder Dragon's power could even obliterate Fishman Island along with its inhabitants. The Thunder Fruit is indeed that tyrannical. Understood. The remaining Navy personnel nodded and promptly took action. Accompanying Thunder Dragon are approximately 400 Navy soldiers. Apart from the logistics and medical personnel, around 300 of these soldiers possess combat capabilities. All 300 soldiers are elite, including the remarkable figures of Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Tsuru, whose prowess evidently surpasses that of ordinary naval personnel. "Leave Lorne and Yugate to me," said Rocks, "before the fishmen fully retreat. We must not allow them to rescue the celestial dragons." Rocks then entrusted Lorne and Yugate with the task. "Rest assured, brother-in-law, we've got this covered." Yugate and Lorne drew their weapons. Yugate wielded a massive naginata, while Lorne brandished the renowned sword, Tenkiyazan, one of the 21 great swords obtained from Wano. As their words echoed in the air, a thunderous clash erupted between Rocks and the Thunder Dragon. The terrifying Haki and formidable devil fruit abilities sparked fiercely in the sky. The shockwaves from their confrontation radiated outward, causing the entire Galongkod square to tremble violently. The ground cracked open, sending shards of stone soaring into the air. The rising debris, upon encountering the shockwave emitted during the clash of the two individuals, was crushed into fine powder. The terrifying shockwave, akin to a bulldozer, utterly leveled all the structures in the square. This serves as proof of the clash between sovereign-level warriors. Charge forth, rescue the celestial dragons, and annihilate the Rocks pirates. Just as Rocks and the Thunder Dragon engaged in a fierce battle, an unknown voice called out, prompting hundreds of Navy personnel to spring into action. "If I cannot handle an admiral, how could I possibly deal with you?" Lorne remarked slowly, observing the Navy soldiers charging towards the celestial dragons. With a swift glance at the system panel, he noted, "Host, Lorne gender, male age, 18 speed, supreme, current progress, 1. 34 strength, supreme, current progress, 1. 53 stamina, supreme. Current progress, 1. 97 swordsmanship, advanced, current progress, 97. For armament Haki, supreme, awakened flowing Sakura, progress, 2. 31 observation Haki, advanced, progress, 44. 54 conquerors Haki, advanced, progress, 23. 98 devil fruit, none other abilities, never fatigued, golden eyes, unfettered cultivation, no side effects from devil fruit. After days of unfettered cultivation, the attributes of strength, speed, and stamina have successfully ascended to the supreme level. Armament Haki has also reached its pinnacle, while swordsmanship is just a fraction away from achieving the same esteemed status. With a remarkable leap in his abilities, Lorne's strength has ascended to new heights, likely placing him among the elite cadre of the royal faction. "Newgate, let us engage together. Let us swiftly vanquish them, brother-in-law." After exchanging a knowing glance, Lorne and Newgate were in perfect sync. The air crackled with intensity as their conqueror's Haki was unleashed in unison. An invisible shockwave transformed into a mighty gust, sweeping toward the advancing Navy forces. "Exercise caution." The commander leading the troops, upon spotting Lorne and Newgate, urgently cautioned his soldiers. Yet, before he could finish his warning, he was rendered unconscious by the overwhelming presence of Lorne and Newgate's Haki. The moment the naval commander fell, a series of thuds echoed through the air. In an instant, the Navy soldiers, overwhelmed by the conqueror's Haki emanating from Luffy and Whitebeard, tumbled down like a cascade of dominoes. Within mere seconds, only a scant 4 naval personnel remained standing. Indeed, these 4 were Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Tsuru. Was it truly just the 4 of us now? Such formidable pirates, each with bounties exceeding 100 million. I had been anticipating a confrontation with them, and it seems the opportunity has finally arisen. As Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, and Tsuru exchanged glances, a palpable determination ignited in their eyes. Though their adversaries were undeniably powerful, they were no mere pushovers either, despite being new recruits. The combat prowess of these 4 was not to be underestimated. Garp, Sengoku, and Zephyr each possessed strength equivalent to that of a lieutenant colonel or even a colonel, while Tsuru held at least the rank of major. Oh, there are still a few standing? And they are merely new recruits? Observing the 4 who remained upright, Whitebeard felt a flicker of surprise. It was not uncommon for someone to stand firm amidst the pressure of conqueror's Haki. Yet it was remarkable that those standing were 4 new recruits. This indeed took him by surprise. It appears that there are quite a few youthful prodigies within the Navy. How remarkable, for budding talents. Lorne gazed at the 4 pillars of the Navy that had appeared in the original work, and for some reason, he felt a chuckle rising within him. After all, when they first made their entrance, these 4 were mostly in their golden years. Yet now, they appeared remarkably youthful, almost unrecognizable compared to their counterparts in the original narrative. Particularly Garp, who at this moment was of an age comparable to Whitebeard, merely 17 or 18. His resemblance to the young Luffy was striking, which left Lorne feeling somewhat bewildered. Admiral Sengoku, Zephyr, Crane, it seems we have been underestimated. The youthful Carp was now fixated on Lorne and Newgate, clenching his fists, the sound of cracking bones resonating clearly. Come on, everyone. We must not allow these pirates to belittle justice. Zephyr shared Carp's sentiment, feeling somewhat irked by their underestimation. Little did they anticipate that their opponents were two notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million. Carp, Zephyr, exercise caution, Sengoku remarked with a calm demeanor. Our sole objective is to hold out until reinforcements arrive. The strategic Crane added, her voice steady and measured. No sooner had she spoken than the force sprang into action. I've heard that Newgate is a devil fruit user. Leave him to me. Sengoku declared, his body emanating a radiant golden light. In a flash, he transformed, embodying the moniker he would earn in later years, the Buddha of Sengoku. However, at this moment, he was far from his peak, still at a nascent stage in his powers. In his Buddha form, he measured merely a few meters in height. Oh, a Zoan-type devil fruit user? Upon witnessing Sengoku's transformation, Newgate's eyes gleamed with a hint of combativeness. Gripping his Naginata firmly, he prepared for a fierce battle. He is a Zoan-type user, or perhaps a mythical Zoan. Newgate, do not let your guard down, Lorne cautioned, taken aback to discover that Sengoku had already acquired his powers at such an early point in the timeline. Ha ha ha. Just in time. It has been too long since I've had a proper fight. Newgate appeared exuberant, charging forward with his Naginata. With a powerful push from his legs, he leaped high into the air, plunging downward with a striking motion. The sheer force of his attack was akin to a devastating cleave. Boom. Sengoku was no pushover either. In his Buddha form, he clasped his hands together, exerting all his might to parry Newgate's strike. The ground beneath Sengoku cracked and splintered as his feet sank deeply into the earth. Perhaps at his peak, Sengoku could contend with Whitebeard on relatively equal footing. Yet, in this novice phase, it was evident that Newgate, having been at sea for nearly a decade, held a slight advantage over Sengoku. Did he actually catch that? Heh. Then how about this? Quake break. Newgate's eyes widened, and he broke into a wide grin as he activated his devil fruit ability. The blade of his weapon was suddenly enveloped in a translucent glow. What? Sengoku's eyes, in his colossal Buddha form, flickered with alarm as he sensed an ominous presence. Be careful, Sengoku. At that critical moment, the young Crane rushed forward. Newgate, be cautious. Don't let that woman touch you. She is also a devil fruit user. Lorne shouted urgently to Newgate. At that moment, Crane was strikingly youthful, her beauty rivaling that of future military flowers such as Tina, Peach Rabbit, or Dasbani. However, Lorne had no time to admire her allure under the circumstances. If Sengoku was already a devil fruit user, then Crane might very well be one too. Despite being a novice, that could not be underestimated. I understand, Newgate replied, promptly retracting his large sword to evade Crane's assistance. Now was not the time for Sengoku to be reckless. He was facing a supernova with a bounty of 160 million, and at present, he was no match for him. We must tackle this together, Crane encouraged Sengoku. I understand, Sengoku nodded. He was typically composed and would not act rashly. Meanwhile, Lorne thought to himself, you don't have time to be warning others, do you, Carp? Carp opened his mouth wide, muscles bulging as he charged forward like an arrow released from a bow. His speed resembled that of a human cannonball, a gust of wind that brought him before Lorne in the blink of an eye. Impact of the fist. A visible sphere of energy materialized around his fist. Carp was not a devil fruit user. Rather, the overwhelming power and haki he possessed created a shockwave. You are mistaken. I have all the time in the world, Carp. Lorne smiled slightly, sidestepping just enough to evade Carp's punch, which struck nothing but air. Lorne's observation haki had now reached an advanced level. Carp, having only recently become a novice, executed his attack too straightforwardly, making it easy for Lorne to see through it. What? Carp exclaimed, his embarrassment evident as he stared wide-eyed, crashing into a building before coming to a halt. What are you doing, Carp? This is not a training session for novices. Zephyr shouted in concern from the sidelines. Now it's my turn. Lorne drew his sword, Tengu Feather Slash, and turned towards the building that Carp had just damaged. Not so fast. In the next moment, a figure suddenly appeared before Lorne. His arms were enveloped in haki, displaying a dark sheen. Sparks erupted as Zephyr blocked Lorne's strike. At this point, Zephyr had yet to earn the title of Black Arm. Yet, he was still able to adeptly employ such a style of combat. How intriguing. Ron chuckled lightly, raising his blade once more. The sound of clashing steel echoed as Zephyr continuously parried Ron's strikes with his arms, igniting fierce sparks and shockwaves. How vexing. Such formidable ferocity. After a relentless exchange of blows exceeding a dozen, Zephyr sensed his haki depleting at an alarming rate. Ron's armament haki was overwhelmingly potent. With each clash, a significant portion of his own haki was consumed. If this continued, he would soon be left with nothing. The final straw that broke the camel's back had finally arrived. Following the clash, a sound reminiscent of shattering glass echoed through the air. Zephyr's arm, shrouded in the formidable haki, was unexpectedly shattered. Indeed, he was a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million. Such a foe was beyond my current capabilities to contend with. Hastily, Zephyr utilized the Marine 6 styles to create a distance of several meters, his emotions a tumultuous maelstrom. "Young Zephyr, I shall eliminate you here," he declared. Lorne harbored no intentions of sparing his adversaries. Among the 4 new Marine recruits present today, 3 were destined to ascend to the ranks of formidable powerhouses, with Crane poised to become at least a brigadier general in the future. More critically, these 4, as members of the Navy, would undoubtedly become significant obstacles to the Rocks pirates in their quest to topple the world government. Hence, eradicating them here was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Even the removal of just one would significantly diminish the challenges ahead for the Rocks pirates. With a swift motion, Lorne unleashed a blade of air from his sword, aimed directly at Zephyr. "Damn, I can't evade this." Zephyr's observation haki immediately sensed the overwhelming aura of danger. However, having expended excessive haki and physical stamina, his body was too fatigued to evade the impending strike. "Step aside, Zephyr." At that critical moment, Garp finally rose from the rubble. Iron block, steel. In an instant, Garp positioned himself before Zephyr, adopting a stance as his muscles tensed, activating the iron block technique. Bang! The sword's aura collided with Garp's chest, producing a resounding crack. The immense force seemed to penetrate Garp's very being. He was sent staggering back several meters, dropping to one knee, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood. "Are you all right, Garp?" Zephyr inquired with concern, fully aware of Lorne's strength after their encounter. He understood that neither haki nor sheer power could withstand such an adversary. Although Garp was slightly stronger, enduring Lorne's slash head-on would surely take its toll. "I'm fine, Zephyr," Garp replied, rising with an unexpected smile. "It is indeed a pleasure to encounter a supernova pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million today. If he is not captured, countless innocent lives at sea will surely lose sleep over it. Therefore, I shall not retreat, even at the cost of my life." Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Garp's determination surged anew. Words were futile. Strength is justice. "Come forth, Garp." Upon hearing Garp's declaration, Lorne felt a twinge of respect for his opponent. Though their paths diverged, he could not help but admire Garp's unwavering spirit. At the very least, Garp was a far cry from the hypocritical Marine admirals. "Yeah." Lorne and Garp charged towards each other in unison. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 combatants engaged in a fierce struggle, their fists colliding with resounding impact. Garp's blows struck Lorne's body, while Lorne's blade cleaved through Garp's defenses. Neither was willing to yield an inch. After numerous exchanges, both men were propelled backward simultaneously. Yet, Lorne quickly regained his footing, though marked by numerous wounds. His breath remained steady, indicating no serious injury. Garp, however, was in a different state. He struggled to rise, panting heavily as blood trickled from his lips, forehead, and nostrils. Although Garp had earned the reputation of a monster among the new recruits, facing Lorne, who possessed the prowess of a top-tier officer in the Yonko, was an arduous challenge. "Can you still stand?" Lorne inquired, a hint of admiration in his voice. He had not held back during their previous encounter, treating Garp as a legitimate adversary. Channeling his full strength along with the ultimate mastery of haki, Garp ought to be gravely injured. "Justice will never falter," Garp stammered, clearly nearing his limits. "It seems you have yet to grasp the essence of the notion that power equates to justice, Garp. Nevertheless, this will be the final blow." Lorne's observation haki detected the weakening of Garp's aura. "Enough, Garp. Don't force yourself." Zephyr, with tears streaming down his face, called out. He was not in much better shape himself, having exhausted his haki and needing time to recuperate. "Enough with the jokes, Zephyr. I am a Navy officer. I cannot fall here," Garp retorted fiercely, staring defiantly at Lorne. "To eliminate you here might herald a cataclysmic shift in the seas to come," Lorne remarked with intrigue. Should he truly vanquish Garp, many significant figures would vanish from the future maritime landscape. Notably, figures like Dragon and Luffy, both of whom held substantial sway over the world, would be eradicated. The repercussions would extend to Sengoku and Zephyr, undoubtedly altering their destinies. And even Roger's ambition to become the Pirate King would be cast into uncertainty in the absence of Dragon and Luffy. The fates of countless others would also be irrevocably transformed. Organizations such as the Revolutionary Army and the Straw Hat Pirates would dissipate into oblivion. However, these considerations were not Lorne's concern. His focus lay solely on the prosperity of the Jaibeck family and how to dethrone the celestial dragons of Mariewa. Were you not my adversary, I would have relished sharing a drink with you. Alas, it is not to be. Farewell, Carp. Lorne raised the heavenly feather blade, enveloping its blade with a formidable aura, and struck towards Carp. It seemed that trouble had arisen on Carp's side. How infuriating. I am acutely aware. Despite my fervent desire to provide assistance there, sensing the peril that loomed over Carp, both Sengoku, who was engaged in battle with Whitebeard, and Crane expressed their deep concern. For a moment, I found myself somewhat distracted. Hey, how can one still harbor concern for another side while attempting to intercept me? Enough is enough, Navy recruits. Whitebeard grinned widely, swinging his sword with a powerful slash. The combination of his haki and the Tremor Fruit's abilities unleashed a tempest of sword energy. The sword's aura exuded an intensity that seemed capable of cleaving a battleship in two. This is bad. Sensing the imminent danger, Sengoku and Crane hastily withdrew to defend themselves. Nevertheless, they were still sent flying a considerable distance by the fierce sword energy. As they regained their footing, both of them felt the taste of blood at the corners of their mouths. Meanwhile, bidding farewell to Carp, Lorne raised his Tianyu feather slash and aimed it at Carp. Crack! At that critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared before Carp. A naval officer's sword intercepted Lorne's Tianyu feather slash. Reinforcements had arrived. Carp, General Zifa, they are here. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Zifa exclaimed with tears glistening in his eyes. Indeed, the newcomer was an elite rear admiral from the naval headquarters. Ah, how wonderful. You've made it just in time. I truly appreciate your efforts, Zifa and Carp. I apologize for the delay in my arrival. If something were to happen to you, I would bear the burden of being a sinner in the Navy, Rear Admiral Clay said apologetically. Zifa, Carp. These individuals are the promising talents meticulously nurtured by the Navy. They embody the future of the Navy, and we cannot allow any harm to befall them. Zephyr, swiftly escort Carp for medical attention. I shall handle matters here. Rear Admiral Clyde blocked Lorne's path and turned to Zephyr, declaring understood. Although Zephyr's imposing presence had waned, he still possessed some strength. Seizing the opportunity, he promptly lifted Carp and retreated to a secure location. Not a chance, Lorne exclaimed, hastily drawing his sword, Tianyu, in an attempt to pursue them. He greatly underestimated the might of a Navy Rear Admiral, Lorne Jaibeck. With a cold snort, Rear Admiral Clyde brandished his sword, resolutely obstructing Lorne's advance. At present, Lorne's prowess was merely average among the elite cadre of the Imperial Corps, still quite distant from the true pinnacle of power. In the original narrative, whether it be the three calamities or the four commanders, or even the captains under Whitebeard, their strengths were undeniable. The distinction between the top officials of the Royal Corps and the strength of the admiral rank is indeed stark. The only individuals capable of contending with an admiral are true vice-captains of the Royal Corps, such as Beckman or Rayleigh, or elite second-in-commands like Marco. Currently, Lorne possesses only a middling level among the top officials of the Royal Corps, while he is certainly capable of engaging the elite vice-admirals of the Navy. Determining a victor would require a fierce battle. As for the notion of circumventing the Navy's elite to eliminate Carp and Zephyr, Lorne finds himself lacking the ability to achieve such a feat at this moment. Is this the manifestation of a protagonist aura? Lorne, rather than feeling anger, responds with a hint of self-deprecation. After all, he is not held back, but has exerted himself to the utmost, leaving no room for regret. Perhaps this is indeed the nascent aura of the unborn Luffy? If he were to truly eliminate Carp here, Luffy would surely never come to exist in this world. Lorne, beware of the Navy behind you. At that moment, the fleeing fishmen suddenly alerted Lorne. Spear of the Lion. A voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Iron Block, Jade. Reacting swiftly, Lorne activated his Iron Block to defend against the surprise attack from behind. He then quickly stomped the ground numerous times, widening the distance between himself and the assailant. Damn it, he managed to escape. The attacking Navy major exclaimed in frustration. Simultaneously, Whitebeard encountered his own predicament. He was ambushed by reinforcements from the Navy, forcing him to disengage from his battle with Sengoku and Tsuru. The Navy's reinforcements are increasing. Whitebeard retreated to Lorne's side, expressing his concern. Indeed, observing the relentless influx of Navy soldiers into the Jellincott Square, Lorne felt a sense of foreboding. With the growing strength of the Navy, they might not withstand the pressure for long. After all, the Rocks pirates are still merely seedlings, incapable of facing the Navy headquarters head-on. Continuing this confrontation would be detrimental to their cause. Whitebeard was acutely aware of the current situation. I understand. Lorne turned to Neptune and inquired, "How is the retreat of the Fishmen faring?" "Almost complete, Lord Lorne," Neptune quickly replied. The advantage of the Fishmen was now evident. After all, they could swim directly to the New World without the need for ships, thanks to their aquatic nature. Thus, a series of cumbersome preparations for the vessels were circumvented, allowing for an astonishingly swift retreat. The Fishmen simply utilized their inherent advantages to swim away. "Excellent. Let us commence preparations for our withdrawal." Lorne nodded. Since the Fishmen had successfully retreated, there was no need for his group to linger here any longer. To facilitate their exit, it was imperative to secure the Celestial Dragon first. Lorne immediately cast his gaze toward the Celestial Dragon, still bound in the square. With the Celestial Dragon in their grasp, the Navy would be hesitant to act excessively, much like the current confrontation between Raylong and Rocks, where Raylong found himself at a distinct disadvantage, his body marred by numerous wounds. In contrast, Rocks maintained an upper hand without utilizing his devil fruit abilities. This was largely due to Raylong's inability to unleash his full potential, fearing the repercussions for the Celestial Dragon. After all, the Celestial Dragon was teetering on the brink of death, and should they become embroiled in the conflict between Rocks and Raylong, their demise would be inevitable. Consequently, Raylong was restrained, unwilling to unleash his full might. Meanwhile, Rocks grew increasingly emboldened, establishing a dynamic where Rocks attacked while Raylong defended. Have reinforcements finally arrived? We must rescue the Celestial Dragon at all costs. At this moment, Raylong sensed the arrival of Navy reinforcements and urgently issued orders. Until the Celestial Dragon was rescued, he would be unable to unleash his full strength. The feeling was utterly suffocating. General Raylong. The newly arrived reinforcements were momentarily taken aback upon seeing General Raylong. They had presumed that he had already dealt with the Rocks pirates in one fell swoop. To their astonishment, he was ensnared in a fierce struggle, appearing to be at a disadvantage. It was the first time the Navy had witnessed General Raylong in such a predicament. All hands on deck. We must rescue the Celestial Dragons. Though taken aback for a brief moment, the Navy swiftly sprang into action. At that moment, 2 warships arrived, led by Rear Admiral Clay, accompanied by another Rear Admiral and 800 elite soldiers. Under the guidance of the 2 Rear Admirals, the Navy commenced their rescue operation for the Celestial Dragons, determined not to let them be taken away. I understand, brother-in-law. Lorne and Newgate immediately charged towards the Celestial Dragons. Clay, there are only 2 enemies. Let us join forces to intercept them. If we can halt their advance, everything will be fine, remarked the other Rear Admiral to Rear Admiral Clay. Clay nodded in agreement, and the 2 faced off against Newgate and Lorne. As long as they could delay these 2, rescuing the Celestial Dragons would be a simple matter. Shatter. Lorne unleashed his great scythe, while Newgate wielded his Tenyuhayuzen. Crack. Crack. The 2 Rear Admirals swiftly caught up, blocking the advance of the 2 foes. Damn those Rear Admirals. Although it was likely that the Rear Admirals would not prevail against the current Lorne and Newgate in direct combat, they could certainly buy time. Faced with the 2 Rear Admirals, Lorne and Newgate found it difficult to break through, helplessly watching as the remaining Navy soldiers rushed towards the Celestial Dragons. If the Celestial Dragons fell into the hands of the Navy, the situation would become dire indeed. Once the Celestial Dragons are rescued, you will be doomed. Indeed. At that point, General Raylong would no longer hold back. The Rocks pirates would perish along with this Fishman Island. Rear Admiral Clay and the other Rear Admiral spoke in low tones, as if victory was within their grasp. Prince Neptune, it is our turn to strike now, isn't it? Yes, we agreed to face this together. At that moment, the residents of Fishman Island had all dispersed. Prince Neptune and the Royal Guard surveyed the scene and decided to remain to aid the Rocks pirates. After all, they had made a pact to stand alongside them in battle. It was the Fishmen's duty to fight alongside the Rocks pirates. Now, with Rocks, Lorne, and Newgate assisting, they had bought sufficient time for the Fishmen to retreat from the advancing Navy. It was time to repay the favor. The king commanded, Royal Guard, drive these lackeys of the world government out of Fishman Island. Prince Neptune raised his trident and bellowed, "Oh, splendid. Leave at once, Navy. As the lapdogs of the Celestial Dragons, do not even dream of rescuing them. Brothers, drive these Navy officers away. Our families have already departed Fishman Island to embark on a new life." The warriors of the Royal Guard, unburdened by past concerns, now bravely charged towards the Navy. The strength of the Fishmen far exceeds that of ordinary humans, approximately tenfold. Moreover, the members of the Royal Guard possess even greater power than the average fishman. With their numbers exceeding 2,000, they swiftly gain the upper hand against the Navy. Lord Lorne, Lord Whitebeard, I come to assist you. Simultaneously, Neptune, wielding his colossal form, raises his trident to join Lorne, Whitebeard, and the two rear admirals in combat. Fishman Karate. See current whirlpool. Utilizing his immense physique, Neptune swiftly creates a massive whirlpool. Its rotation exceedingly rapid. Those ensnared within this vortex will either perish or be gravely injured. Danger. Rear Admiral Clay and another Rear Admiral sense impending doom and hastily employ the Navy's 6 styles to evade Neptune's ambush. What an opportunity! With the absence of the 2 Rear Admirals, Lorne seizes the moment to retreat from the battlefield, racing towards the celestial dragons. Damn it, stop him. Rear Admiral Clay advances with his blade drawn, determined to strike Lorne down. Yet, he is thwarted by Whitebeard, who blocks his path. In a moment of desperation, Rear Admiral Clay repeatedly stomps the ground, propelling himself forward in pursuit. Navy, your opponent is me. Neptune, brandishing his trident, accurately tracks Rear Admiral Clay's movements and delivers a powerful swing, effectively obstructing his path. Neptune, have you truly considered this? Are you resolved to confront the Navy and the world government? Rear Admiral Clay threatens with an icy demeanor, astonished by Neptune's alliance with pirates. As a Rear Admiral of the Navy, you should understand this better than I. We certainly do not wish to oppose the world government. Yet it has consistently been at odds with Fishman Island. The number of slaves in the Holy Land continues to rise, and the black market is flooded with fishmen, while your Navy turns a blind eye. Today, the celestial dragons even dared to invade Fishman Island to abduct our people, slaughtering hundreds of our kin. Since you exhibit such inhumanity, do not blame us for our actions. Die, Navy. Neptune's fury intensifies with each word, raising his trident as if to pierce Rear Admiral Clay's head like a watermelon. Damn it. Acknowledging his disadvantage, Rear Admiral Clay refrains from further words, instead rolling aside to evade Neptune's trident, attempting to advance once more, yet is blocked by Neptune's formidable form. Do not even think of escaping. Neptune and Vice Admiral Clay were locked in fierce combat. Well done, Neptune, Lorne remarked, his observation hockey perceptively attuned to the unfolding events, a sense of satisfaction washing over him. Meanwhile, he swiftly made his way towards the location of the celestial dragons. At that moment, an unexpected turbulence erupted behind celestial dragon Isramani, as an invisible air current suddenly manifested itself, revealing a great portal. From within this gateway, a figure emerged, swiftly seizing Isramani and retreating back through the portal. The individual was none other than a member of CP9, endowed with the powers of the Dordor fruit. For clarification, this is not Bruno from the original timeline. One may consider him a predecessor or even an earlier iteration of CP9. CP9 had made their move. The celestial dragon was saved. The Navy personnel observed this spectacle, their faces lighting up with joyful smiles. Once the celestial dragon was rescued, they could engage in battle without restraint. Trying to escape? I have long been aware of your presence, you rodent. Under Lawrence advanced observation hockey, CP9's movements could not remain concealed. As long as the hockey was sufficiently potent, it could nullify the powers of any devil fruit user. Although Lawrence observation hockey was merely advanced, it was more than adequate to contend with the likes of CP9. Lorne had been eagerly anticipating the emergence of this lurking CP9. With unwavering focus, he unleashed a soaring slash, flowing Sakura, rending the void. The strike was formidable, capable of severing steel and iron. Damn it! The celestial dragon was suspended in midair, and the CP9 agent, also airborne, found it impossible to fully unleash his abilities. Iron block. In a moment of desperation, the CP9 agent shielded the celestial dragon with his body, activating iron block. Whoosh! The slash pierced through the CP9 agent's form, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Unable to withstand the assault, his vision blurred, and he lost consciousness in the air. Moonwalk. Lorne swiftly propelled himself, executing the moonwalk technique, and firmly grasped the celestial dragon in his hand. The celestial dragon is in my grasp. Who dares to make a move? Maintaining his position in the sky with moonwalk, Lorne placed the blade of Tsubasa against the neck of Isramani Saint, his voice resonating throughout the arena. As expected, the moment his words echoed, the entire naval force froze, as if petrified, halting their actions immediately. This was dire. The celestial dragon was in peril. Even Admiral Rhydon was momentarily flustered upon hearing Lorne's declaration. "Hey, are you lost in thought? What an opportunity." Rocks grinned wickedly, knowing he could not let such a moment slip away. "Hey, are you lost in thought?" Conqueror's Haki, destruction. Keenly seizing this perfect chance, Rocks unleashed a sinister smile, his right fist rocketing forward like a cannonball. The vivid red of Conqueror's Haki stirred a tempest, accompanied by crimson lightning, symbolizing a flamboyant death. "Damn it, this is bad." Boom. With a punch unleashed, Rhydon reacted too slowly, slightly shifting his body to evade Rock's blow. However, it was still too late. Rock's right fist descended like a hammer driving a nail, crashing into Rhydon's left shoulder muscle. Had Rhydon not evaded swiftly, that punch would have struck his heart. Blood erupted like a geyser. "Admiral Rhydon, is he all right?" The Navy suddenly realized that Admiral Rhydon had been pierced. He had failed to evade using elementalization, resulting in a significant loss of blood. It was evident that the blow had inflicted severe injury. "Damn it, Rhydon," with a pierced left shoulder, attempted to elementalize away, but Rock's Haki firmly gripped his corporeal form, rendering him unable to escape. "It's over. Die, Rhydon," Rock sneered, his body suddenly radiating a terrifying aura. The Conqueror's Haki surged, enveloping his right fist entirely. Furthermore, within this Conqueror's Haki, Rocks infused the ability to destroy from within. The Armament Haki, flowing cherry blossom. Once Rocks unleashed his Haki, there was no doubt that the ensnared Rhydon would meet his defeat. The direst outcome, I fear, would be the shattering of one's innards, resulting in instantaneous demise. "You madman!" Thunder Dragon's pupils dilated in terror as an aura of death swiftly enveloped his heart. If he did not act decisively, he would undoubtedly perish. With a resounding crack, Thunder Dragon, true to his rank as a Navy admiral, resolutely severed his own right arm, finally liberating himself from Rock's grasp. A flash of lightning illuminated the scene as Thunder Dragon reappeared several dozen meters away. At that moment, his left shoulder and entire arm were completely severed. The freshly severed limb twitched on the ground, a vivid testament to life. Thunder Dragon, a formidable character, remained stoic even in self-mutilation, fixating his gaze intently on Rocks. Mr. Thunder Dragon has indeed severed his own arm. What on earth is transpiring? How did the situation escalate to this point? The Navy personnel were utterly petrified, dispatching an admiral to apprehend a pirate with a bounty of 400 million, only to have the admiral suffer a severed limb. This operation has completely surpassed the expectations of all present naval officers. It seems that the Celestial Dragon is indeed quite useful. I never anticipated that capturing a Celestial Dragon would inadvertently aid my brother in severing one of Rhydon's arms. Lorne remarked with a hint of interest. How infuriating. Rhydon lamented inwardly, regretting his excessive concern for the Celestial Dragon, which had led to his current predicament. "What is there to regret?" laughed Rocks, as if he had pierced through Rhydon's thoughts. "The Admiral is merely a lapdog for the Celestial Dragons. When the Master is struck, the dog will naturally panic. Return the Celestial Dragon to me." At this juncture, Rhydon had come to a resolution, redirecting his focus towards Lorne. The Celestial Dragon must be rescued by his own hands. As for Rocks, he could wait. Even if Rocks unleashed carnage upon the Navy, Rhydon was indifferent. 2 vials of poison, one must be chosen. Should Rhydon be forced to choose between the Navy and the Celestial Dragon, he would undoubtedly opt for the latter. Otherwise, he would not have sacrificed an arm out of excessive concern for the Celestial Dragon. "You desire the Celestial Dragon, do you? Very well, I shall give it to you." Without a moment's hesitation, Lorne tossed the Isramani Saint into the sky. "What?" Rhydon was taken aback by Lorne's actions. Instinctively transforming into lightning to ascend and catch the Isramani Saint securely in his grasp. Instantly, the skies above Fishman Island erupted with a thunderous roar capable of shattering eardrums. "Damn it, are you toying with me? The Celestial Dragon is already dead." Rhydon's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Lorne, filled with murderous intent, wishing nothing less than to rend Lorne to pieces. Indeed, at that moment, the Celestial Dragon had ceased to breathe. It was but a lifeless corpse. "Ha ha. To lose an arm for a dead man, a true loyal lapdog," Lorne scoffed, unperturbed by Rhydon's glare. The strike he had unleashed upon CP9 had been so powerful that it pierced through their bodies, and naturally, it had also penetrated that of the Celestial Dragon. The already near-death Celestial Dragon had perished instantly. Upon catching the Celestial Dragon, Lorne immediately realized it was lifeless. However, he had instinctively feigned a ruse against the Navy. Little did he expect such an unexpected gain. It was truly amusing. The celestial dragon is dead? Does that mean the mission has failed? The Navy personnel present understood the implications of Raiden's words. Now they comprehended why Lorne had so readily tossed the Isramani saint. It turned out to be a corpse. In light of this, let us execute the second mission. Completely annihilate Fishman Island and the Rocks pirates. At this moment, Leilong teetered on the brink of losing his sanity. After all, the celestial dragons were the deities of the world he revered. With the assassination of a celestial dragon before his eyes as a Marine admiral, how could he ever face the celestial dragons and the elder stars in the Holy Land again? He felt utterly unworthy of his position as a Marine admiral. It seemed that even the future role of fleet admiral would have to be entrusted to another. Under the weight of these compounding factors, Leilong's eyes began to turn crimson, and his body trembled uncontrollably from sheer rage. An ominous, shadowy aura enveloped him, emanating a sense of brutality and foreboding. One could say that Leilong now resembled a rabid dog on the verge of attacking. The storm was about to unleash its fury. Boom, boom. In the next moment, the already shattered Jellincod Square was besieged by hundreds of thunderous pillars. Leilong was utterly enraged. With the celestial dragons absent, he was determined to unleash a massacre. Boom, boom. Relentless bolts of lightning fell like torrential rain, saturating the Jellincod Square with electric chaos. In this state, Leilong no longer cared for the consequences and commenced indiscriminate bombardment. His targets were the Royal Guard's Fishmen and the Rocks pirates. Yet, should any Marines find themselves too close to the enemy, Leilong would still mercilessly send down his thunderous strikes. There was no room for mercy. Not a single Fishman or member of the Rocks pirates could escape. Even if it meant sacrificing some Marines, it was a mere trifle. War, after all, is fraught with sacrifice. This encapsulates the current thoughts of Lord Leilong. In a fleeting moment, numerous Royal Guards and even Navy personnel were struck by the lightning, collapsing onto the ground, unconscious and uncertain of their fate. Lord Leilong, please hold on a moment. The Navy has yet to withdraw from their battle with the Fishmen. Many of our men have already been hit by you. Kindly allow them to retreat before proceeding. The actions of Leilong left the Navy in utter astonishment. They could scarcely believe the scene before them. Was he truly willing to bombard his own comrades in order to confront the Fishmen? Had Admiral Leilong completely lost his sanity? In response to the Navy's pleas, Leilong opted for a different approach, unleashing another thunderous strike. 2 bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, targeting the Navy personnel who had just spoken. In the aftermath of the electric onslaught, those sailors lay charred on the ground, their fates uncertain. Quickly flee. Admiral Leilong has become enraged. Evacuate Fishman Island immediately. This place is now under the purview of Admiral Leilong. As Vice Admiral Clay, who had long served under Leilong, realized that his superior had entirely lost his reason, he promptly began organizing the remaining Navy forces to escape from Fishman Island. Newgate, Neptune, we must leave this place. We cannot unleash our full potential here. Witnessing this unfolding chaos, Ron promptly chose to retreat as well. The subordinates of the sovereign are mere ants. Even the highest-ranking officials of the royal faction cannot withstand a few blows from a wrathful sovereign-level powerhouse. Whether it was Kaido rendering the 5 emperors unconscious with a single strike, or Queen facing Charlotte Linlin, or Jin confronting Green Bull, or even the several captains engaged in the war at Marineford against an enraged Akainu, all of these instances serve as testament to this fact. Lord Ron, are you certain this is wise? Neptune expressed his hesitation. That is a Marine admiral who has lost all reason in a fit of rage. Can Lord Rocks truly handle this alone? Fear not, Neptune. Since we have chosen to ally with the Rocks pirates, we must trust in the captain's strength. Ron replied, flashing a bright smile. Lord Rocks has yet to reveal even his most formidable abilities. He is merely utilizing his hockey and martial prowess in combat against Leilong. With the celestial dragons extinguished, Leilong harbors no reservations anymore. What lies ahead is a genuine battle of blades and guns. The clash of sovereigns could very well obliterate Fishman Island. We must hasten our departure to avoid hindering our captain's potential. Ron, Newgate, Neptune, and the Royal Guard prepared to leave. Thinking of escaping? How could a furious Leilong, with bloodshot eyes, allow Ron and the others to flee? He immediately transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging toward Ron and his companions. Hey, do you truly think so little of me? Rocks swiftly maneuvered to intercept the Thunder Dragon. You wretched creature, step aside. The Thunder Dragon bellowed, unleashing a terrifying surge of thunderous power. His remaining left arm transformed into a sharp bolt of lightning, pulsating with a blue radiance as it struck towards Rocks, akin to a fierce dragon emerging from its lair. With a crack, Rocks extended his arm, covered in the armor of hockey, to deflect the bolt of lightning. However, the explosive energy and searing heat left a trail of blood upon his skin. Is this one-armed wretch still so arrogant? Rocks scoffed, seizing the Thunder Dragon with his other arm and then forcefully slamming him down towards the earth. The ground trembled with a deafening roar as the Thunder Dragon was driven deep into the ground. Now is your chance, Lorne. Depart from this place. I shall handle the rest, Rocks urged Lorne and the others. Understood, brother, Lorne replied, preparing to flee with Newgate, Neptune, and the others. Suddenly, a crackling sound erupted as the ground before Lorne, Newgate, and Neptune shattered. The Thunder Dragon burst forth, reappearing before them. Awaken, God of Thunder. In the next moment, the Thunder Dragon activated his awakened fruit form. A spectacular flash of lightning surged before Lorne and the others. Instantly, the Thunder Dragon's stature expanded dramatically from around 3 meters to several dozen meters. Moreover, this colossal figure resembled the legendary god of thunder. Enveloped in lightning and crackling with thunder, even his hair transformed into a manifestation of electricity. He appeared as a gigantic generator, radiating wild bolts of lightning all around him. This is the final form of the Thunder Dragon, the Thunder God. What is this? The Thunder Dragon General. Thankfully, he retreated in time. At this very moment, the Navy, having successfully withdrawn from the Jeloncote Square, arrived at the outer circle of Fishman Island aboard their armored warships, gazing in awe. Above Fishman Island, bolts of lightning, each several dozen meters in diameter, cascaded down with alarming speed. Each strike resembled a nuclear weapon, leaving the entire Navy in sheer astonishment. Die. The Thunder Dragon, with a face full of fury, suddenly unleashed a spherical bolt of lightning from his hand. 500 million volts of the Thunder God. The instant the lightning sphere detached from the Thunder Dragon's grasp, it began to swell rapidly. In the blink of an eye, its size expanded to several hundred meters in diameter, large enough to engulf an entire town in an instant. Crackling and roaring, the lightning sphere raced toward Lorne and the others, nearly consuming them. Ha ha ha! Perish, the Rocks pirates and the scum of Fishman Island. No one can survive this attack. The Thunder Dragon laughed heartily, as if victory was already assured. Dark water. Just then, Rock's voice resonated powerfully. Suddenly, a strange darkness emerged out of nowhere. Initially a minuscule singularity, it expanded like ink dispersing in water, swiftly growing to an unimaginable scale, resembling a gaping abyssal black hole. ZZZZT. The 500 million volts of the Thunder God, upon contact with the dark void, was as if it had encountered the gateway to another dimension. Instantly, it was devoured by the black hole. Without a trace of sound or ripple, the immense power, capable of obliterating a town in an instant, vanished silently. How can this be? Are you also a wielder of powers? Witnessing this unbelievable scene, the Thunder Dragon's eyes trembled violently, and he instinctively staggered back several steps. His Thunder God had been so effortlessly neutralized. Without a sound, it had dissipated into that dark void without causing any destruction. Such mysterious dark power could only be wielded by a capable individual. Rocks is a wielder. This means that from the very beginning of the battle, he had not even exerted his full strength. Is it a bit too late to realize that now? Prepare to meet your end, Thunder Dragon. Rocks wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his smile wicked, reminiscent of a demon emerging from hell. Enduring the 500 million volts, even doubled in damage, was no small feat, and even Rocks could not emerge unscathed. However, for someone with Rocks' naturally formidable physique, such damage was merely a fleeting inconvenience. Whoosh! Rocks surged forward, swiftly arriving beside the Thunder Dragon, his right fist imbued with the power of the dark fruit. In an instant, upon being touched by Rocks, the Thunder Dragon's godly form vanished, revealing his true visage. How could this be? Why can't I use my powers? The Thunder Dragon exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. It was as if the might of his thunder fruit had been siphoned away, rendering him utterly powerless. Is your ability capable of nullifying fruit powers? He speculated, gazing at the enigmatic dark force enveloping Rock's fist. Without a word, Rocks retaliated with a fist imbued with Conqueror's hockey, delivering a fierce blow to the Thunder Dragon's neck. The force sent the Thunder Dragon flying, crashing into several buildings before finally coming to a halt. Damn. It feels as if my neck is broken, he muttered, gingerly touching his neck, sensing the gravity of his situation. No sooner had he thought this than Rocks appeared beside him, as if teleporting. A flurry of strikes ensued, but the Thunder Dragon was no pushover. As an admiral of the Navy, he was among the pinnacle of their combat strength. In addition to his fruit abilities, He possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of stamina and formidable dual haki. His martial prowess was equally commendable, reaching an elite level. For a moment, he managed to parry Rock's relentless barrage of fists. The clash of haki and martial arts commenced. However, bereft of his fruit abilities, the Thunder Dragon was no match for Rocks in pure hand-to-hand combat. Moreover, he was now down to just one hand. In a mere span of a few minutes, the Thunder Dragon found himself bloodied and battered, with several ribs shattered. It seems your ability is akin to Sea Prism Stone. Upon contact, it can suppress the powers of other Devil Fruit users. Yet, your ability is not without significant drawbacks. Although you can nullify my powers, you must first make contact with me. The two had already distanced themselves by several dozen meters, both panting heavily, bloodied, and nursing broken ribs. Despite struggling to remain upright, the Thunder Dragon had managed to glean the essence of Rock's abilities during their recent skirmish. After all, having served as an admiral for so many years, he had encountered numerous formidable pirates. The level of combat intelligence and experience is indeed present. Yet, what does it matter? You are now but a shadow of your former self. I have stated before that you shall meet your demise today. The Thunder Fruit must be mine. Locks regarded the Thunder Dragon with a tantalizing gaze. His observation haki sensed the Thunder Dragon's dwindling stamina and declining vitality. Today, he was determined to kill him and seize his fruit. Do you truly believe you can achieve that, Locks? The Thunder Dragon laughed heartily and continued. I have discerned the essence of your abilities. There lies a significant flaw within your power. Even if your darkness can absorb my lightning does not vanish. It still inflicts harm upon you. Unlike other Logia fruit users, you cannot evade physical damage. Upon uttering these words, the Thunder Dragon's expression shifted to one of solemn determination. I have reflected upon your group's history. From your departure to defeat the Hungry Wolf Pirates, to your aggressive actions against the world government's allied nations. You have now allied with Fishman Island, slain the celestial dragons, bringing disgrace to the world government. I must say, Locks, while your crew may not yet be vast, its potential is alarmingly formidable. In just a few months at sea, you have grown to such an extent. Should I continue to overlook your actions, you will undoubtedly bring unimaginable calamity to the world government, the celestial dragons, and the Navy in due time. Therefore, even if it costs me my life, I shall ensure that you accompany me to the grave. With a crackling sound, the Thunder Dragon proclaimed, and the surrounding lightning surged forth like a dragon breaking free from its confines, flickering wildly and striking out in all directions. The radiance of the lightning was so brilliant that it was blinding. Awaken, Thunderfruit! With a thunderous roar, the ground of Fishman Island, its buildings, streets, palace, and forests transformed into a torrent of crackling lightning. It was as if one had stepped into a bizarre alien world. Everywhere one looked, all matter had morphed into leaping arcs of electricity. The entire Fishman Island seemed to have transformed into a boundless ocean of raging lightning. The roar of thunder threatened to rupture eardrums as the howling lightning surged from the sea, creating bubble after bubble, akin to a lava flow, instilling terror in all who beheld it. Has the very landscape of Fishman Island been altered? Is this the awakening? Is this the might of an admiral of the Navy? Witnessing this spectacle, Neptune stood frozen in disbelief. Even in his weakened state, the Thunder Dragon could unleash power capable of obliterating the entirety of Fishman Island. Oh my goodness! Behold, what on earth is that? What a magnificent spectacle! It is simply beyond belief. Is Admiral Raijin truly prepared to annihilate Fishman Island? Simultaneously, the Navy personnel surrounding the island gazed in wide-eyed astonishment, murmuring in disbelief. Before their eyes, the beautiful Fishman Island transformed into a realm of crackling lightning. Undoubtedly, this is the awakening power of Admiral Raijin. Moreover, hovering above Fishman Island, there appeared a colossal sphere of terrifying lightning, formed from the very essence of the storm. The sheer size of this lightning sphere is as vast as the entire Fishman Island itself. The thunderball descends slowly. Once it reaches the ground, it will obliterate the entirety of Fishman Island. Is Admiral Raijin truly prepared to sacrifice everything? At this depth of 10,000 meters beneath the sea, should Fishman Island be annihilated, he too would inevitably be affected. What on earth is happening? Some members of the Navy, writhing in agony, clutched their heads, utterly bewildered by the turmoil within Fishman Island. Does Mr. Raijin truly deem it necessary to go to such extremes? Vice Admiral Clay, who has followed Raijin for an extended period, gazes in astonishment, murmuring to himself. It is the first time he has witnessed Raijin cornered to such an extent. It is foreseeable that once this thunderball strikes, Fishman Island will be reduced to mere rubble. In this fathomless abyss, without the sanctuary of Fishman Island, even Admiral Raijin would find no resting place in death. Have the Rocks pirates driven Admiral Raijin to a point where only his life can extinguish them? Beside them, Sengoku and Tsuru, two brilliant strategists, discerned the gravity of the situation and spoke with profound shock. Admiral Raijin appears determined to perish alongside the Rocks pirates. At this very moment, within Fishman Island, here lies an ocean of thunder and lightning. Above, colossal orbs of electric light, comparable in size to Fishman Island, are slowly descending. Should they make contact, the island would be instantly reduced to rubble. This individual is truly mad. At a depth of 10,000 meters beneath the sea, should Fishman Island sink, he too would meet his demise. It appears he intends for us all to perish together. Newgate, wielding his massive nodachi, stood tall and resolute, speaking in a deep voice. Even in such a dire circumstance, Newgate remained remarkably composed. Truly a testament to the man who would one day be known as the strongest in the world. What shall we do, Lord Lorne, Lord Newgate? At this rate, we are all doomed. Fishman Island will indeed sink. Neptune was in a state of panic. For one, he was merely in his early 20s, still quite young. Moreover, as a non-pirate, he had never experienced life and death struggles, and this was his first encounter with such a scene. It was understandable that he found it difficult to accept. Neptune. Why the panic? In such circumstances, franticness serves no purpose. The reality stands as it is. What we must do is calmly accept it. And we must trust in my brother. Lorne sheathed his Tenyu Yuuzhan, his breathing steady, his expression calm as a placid lake, as if he were surrounded not by a tempest of thunder, but by a sea of blossoms. Lord Lorne. Perhaps Lorne's words resonated deeply with Neptune, for he ceased his frantic behavior and found tranquility instead. Aha. Have you come to recognize the situation and prepared to cease your resistance? Observing Lorne, Newgate, and Neptune's lack of panic, the Thunder Dragon burst into triumphant laughter. Excellent. Those who recognize the times are indeed wise. Enjoy your final moments in this life alongside me as we embrace our fate at the ocean's depths. The Thunder Dragon forcefully swung his remaining arm downward. The descent of the lightning surged with unprecedented speed, soon colliding with Fishman Island. The first to succumb to the onslaught of lightning was the highest structure on the island, the royal residence, Ryugu Palace, constructed of grand coral reefs, shells, and other precious materials. This opulent palace crumbled as if made of mere paper the instant it met the lightning. Following this was the lower-lying hard shell tower, the prison tower. The seemingly indomitable structures, upon the instant of contact with the lightning, crumbled as if made of mere paper. Soon, the lightning descended upon the Jalanko Square, where Lorne, Locks, and others were situated. Hidden passage, Locks exclaimed, seizing the moment to unleash his fruit's ability. A strange dark mist began to swirl and rise ominously from behind Locks. As the darkness ascended, the lightning plummeted swiftly. In no time, the two forces collided. The moment the lightning touched the darkness, it was akin to a celestial body encountering a black hole. A minuscule point of contact saw the lightning being voraciously absorbed, diminishing in size at a visible rate. What was this eerie darkness? Something felt amiss. At this very moment, the Navy personnel stationed at the periphery of Fishman Island also took note of the inky smoke. It was unsettlingly bizarre. A sense of foreboding crept into the hearts of many sailors. Locks, even if you can absorb my lightning, you will still endure multiplied damage. The lightning dragon, undeterred, spoke with unwavering confidence. He had already discerned the vulnerabilities in Locks' abilities. As anticipated, when the lightning had shrunk to a mere third of its original size, blood began to trickle from Locks' mouth. After all, the dark fruit, unlike other natural types, could not completely evade harm. Meanwhile, the darkness relentlessly consumed the lightning. As the lightning was continually devoured, Locks sustained further injury. With a final gasp, as the lightning was reduced to half its initial size, blood streamed from Locks' nose, eyes, and ears. The sound of cracking bones echoed within Locks' body, as he bore the brunt of the mightiest attack from a Navy admiral, compounded with the unique attributes of the dark fruit, equivalent to withstanding two such attacks. Even Locks' naturally robust physique struggled to endure the internal damage. Ultimately, when the lightning had dwindled to a third of its original size, Locks found himself unable to support his weight, leaning on one hand while one knee knelt on the ground, his once formidable aura rapidly diminishing. The struggle before death is truly amusing. The lightning dragon had completely let himself go. As long as he could take Locke's pirate crew and Fishman Island with him, his own life would be a worthy trade. Huh? Die? Don't be ridiculous, fool. The celestial dragons are not all dead. And I have yet to meet my unborn nephew or niece. How could I possibly perish in a place like this? Perhaps it was the thought of unfulfilled dreams. Or perhaps the notion of an unborn nephew or niece. Rock's fading resolve began to coalesce once more. With a forceful push of his palm, he rose from his previously kneeling position, standing tall once again. Meanwhile, the darkness's insatiable consumption of Ray-ing escalated rapidly. In a mere few minutes, the expanse comparable to Fishman Island was entirely engulfed by the shadows. Yet Rocks, bloodied and battered, stood resolutely in place, his imposing presence undiminished. How could this be? Witnessing this scene, the dragon froze, his smile frozen upon his face. Soon, that rigid expression was supplanted by an unmistakable fear. Indeed, it was fear, a sentiment that even struck dread into the hearts of the admirals. No, this is impossible. After forcefully absorbing Ray-ing, sustaining immense damage, how could he still be alive? The dragon roared in desperation. Just moments ago, he had exhausted all his strength in his awakening technique. The power capable of obliterating a town, or even an island, had failed to carry away the Rocks pirates? The dragon could not accept this. Yet the reality before him compelled him to believe. He had resolved to fight to the bitter end, to share the fate of his opponent, and yet he had failed to bring them down with him? Does this not imply that such a pirate crew, brimming with immense potential, will continue to thrive? Huh, I have stated it before, right on. I shall not perish in such a place. Today, the one destined to die is you. Locks grinned menacingly, the dried blood on his visage rendering him more fearsome than a grim reaper from the depths of hell. So, prepare to meet your demise, Rhydon. In a violent surge, Locks instantly appeared before Rhydon. At this moment, Rhydon, drained of all stamina, found his body entirely rigid. Confronted with Locke's advance, he could muster no response, standing frozen in place. His pupils constricting in terror. Overlord's dominance. Locks concentrated his right fist, enveloped in a vivid crimson hue reminiscent of blood, and struck fiercely at Rhydon's heart. Overlord's dominance. Locks, his fist entwined with the essence of the Overlord, launched another devastating blow toward Rhydon's heart. You wretched fool! Rhydon yearned to resist. Yet he was powerless to do so, helplessly witnessing Locke's fist hurtling towards his chest. Boom! The punch pierced his chest, a mist of blood erupting forth. A round, fleshy object fell with a thud. It was a heart. The naval justice cloak behind him lay tattered, reduced to bearing only the character for righteousness. The puncture just aligned perfectly with the location of his heart. Before he could utter a final word, Rhydon breathed his last. In those final moments, his eyes widened. Mouth agape, his body still poised as if to retaliate, presenting a visage of unyielding defiance. After all, the Thunder Fruit possesses a formidable ability, the capability to electrify one's own heart. Regrettably, Locks had already severed Rhydon's heart. He could not revive himself as the original Annala did. With a thud, Rhydon fell heavily to the ground. His eyes still wide, and his body still in a posture of intended retaliation. Is he truly dead? Witnessing this scene, Neptune could scarcely believe his eyes. The Admiral, the pinnacle of the Navy's might, one of the three admirals that instilled dread in countless hearts. Rhydon. Has he been slain by Locks? This is simply surreal. As if one were trapped in a dream. He must be dead. Newgate's observation hockey swept across the scene, confirming that the lightning dragon had utterly ceased to breathe. Brother, how are you faring? Lorne rushed to Rock's side, assessing his injuries. I am fine. Rocks deliberately suppressed his voice, fearing Lorne might detect something amiss. Yet, in the next moment, Rocks could no longer sustain himself, collapsing into Lorne's embrace. Brother, your injuries are surprisingly severe. Lorne's expression was a tapestry of emotions. He was acutely aware of Rock's resilience. Throughout their lives, his brother had rarely sustained injuries, shrugging off cuts and bruises as if they were mere trifles. His physique rivaled that of Charlotte Linlin's iron balloon. Once, when Rocks had fallen from a height of several dozen meters during his youth, he had only needed a day's rest to recuperate fully. That Rocks had now succumbed and fainted spoke volumes of the tremendous damage inflicted by the lightning dragon. After all, the unique trait of the dark fruit is that it doubles the damage sustained by its user, enduring the mightiest technique of an awakened marine admiral in one fell swoop. Compounded by the additional burden, alongside the formidable power and destructive capability of the thunder fruit, one of the most potent among the natural type fruits, was an overwhelming challenge. The confluence of these factors had even subdued Rocks, who had only recently embarked on his maritime journey mere months ago, marking him undeniably as a supernova. The situation remains precarious. One can only surmise that my elder brother possesses a certain protagonist aura, albeit lacking the formidable strength of the legendary Monkey D. Luffy of later generations. Thus, we must hasten our retreat. Fishman Island lies perilously close to the Navy headquarters, and I fear that naval forces may soon descend upon us. At this moment, Newgate also advised, "The vessels are prepared for your departure. Please follow me." Neptune nodded in agreement, and soon Lorne, accompanied by Rocks and his entourage, set forth to begin their journey home. Meanwhile, on the periphery of Fishman Island, several coated warships floated silently. Vice Admiral Kureha, Zifa, Sengoku, and other naval officers exchanged grave glances, their expressions laden with concern. What transpired at Fishman Island? How is it still standing? They wondered aloud. That colossal thunder sphere had clearly struck. And what of that eerie darkness we just witnessed? An ominous feeling grips me. What has become of Admiral Raijin? We are utterly in the dark. Soon, a cacophony of inquiries erupted within the naval ranks. All were filled with trepidation, pondering the events that had unfolded within Fishman Island. What could have transpired that allowed the island to remain intact after such a devastating blow? And what of the strange darkness? Most pressing of all, what was the current state of Admiral Raijin? All of this left the naval personnel present in a state of acute anxiety. "Admiral Cly, what should we do now?" Warring States, whose head and body were already wrapped in thick bandages, inquired as he approached Admiral Cly. With Admiral Leilong absent, Admiral Cly, being a direct descendant of Leilong, naturally held the highest command here. "First, let us consult headquarters. We shall act once reinforcements arrive," Admiral Cly said, a grim smile etched on his face. The situation was too bizarre for him to proceed recklessly, especially in the abyss of a deep sea, where a single misstep could lead to irrevocable disaster. His own fate was of little concern, but the futures of warring states, Zephyr, Carp, and Crane, the pillars of the Navy, could not be jeopardized. After a prolonged wait of nearly an hour, the 10 coated warships of the Navy finally arrived, albeit tardily. Under the leadership of several elite vice admirals from the naval headquarters, the Navy once again descended into Fishman Island. At this moment, Fishman Island lay in ruins. The iconic structures such as Dragon Palace, Hard Shell Tower, and Prison Tower had been reduced to rubble. Only a few locations, like Giancato Square and Fishman Harbor, remained somewhat intact. Upon stepping into Giancato Square, the naval officers were immediately taken aback, for there lay the lifeless body of Admiral Leilong. "Mr. Leilong, he can't be dead." At the sight of the fallen admiral, many Navy personnel widened their eyes in disbelief, questioning their own senses. However, upon observing the tattered Navy cloak and the visage of the corpse, they confirmed the grim reality. The deceased was indeed Admiral Leilong. In the immediate aftermath of this confirmation, several new recruits, unable to bear the weight of the moment, collapsed to their knees, tears streaming down their faces. A few vice admirals from the headquarters also found themselves overcome with emotion, shedding silent tears. These vice admirals, many of whom were directly promoted by Admiral Leilong, never anticipated that such an unexpected turn of events would transpire. A mere confrontation with a new pirate crew transformed into a poignant farewell between them and Admiral Leilong. How infuriating it is to feel so powerless. If only I could have been stronger and rescued the celestial dragon sooner, perhaps Admiral Leilong. Warring States and Zifa were engulfed in profound regret, kneeling on the ground, repeatedly striking the floor as tears of anguish streamed down their faces. Memories of the battle flooded their minds. If only they had been a bit more formidable, they might have saved the celestial dragons from the clutches of Ron and Newgate. Would that have spared Admiral Leilong from being distracted and having his arms severed by Rocks? Had both of his arms remained intact, perhaps the outcome for Admiral Leilong would have been different. Even the usually composed Tsuru found herself instinctively covering her mouth, leaning against a broken stone as her body trembled uncontrollably from overwhelming sorrow. Tears silently cascaded down her cheeks. Admiral Leilong of the Navy has perished in battle. This news undoubtedly serves as a seismic shock for the Navy, the global government, and indeed the entire world. When this information reached the Navy headquarters, the then Admiral could hardly believe his ears. "Raijin is dead?" At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, he responded with a stammer. "Raijin is truly dead?" Even in such a lofty position, accustomed to the tumult of the seas and seasoned by countless storms, the gravity of this revelation left him momentarily speechless. The current admiral, a man who has surpassed the age of 50, could not help but tremble upon receiving the news of the death of Thunder Dragon. Indeed, on the other end of the line, General Clay struggled to suppress his tears, endeavoring to make his voice sound steadier. However, the expression and the accompanying quiver in his tone were palpable enough for the Admiral to perceive. The Rear Admiral, who has partnered with Admiral Linlin the longest, is currently engulfed in profound sorrow. Not to mention Vice Admiral Clay, even the Fleet Admiral's visage is unwittingly streaked with tears. After all, Linlin was his most promising candidate for the next Fleet Admiral, a naval general he had personally nurtured. To think he met his demise in battle against the Rocks pirates is utterly shocking and unforeseen. No one anticipated that this seemingly straightforward operation would culminate in the death of Admiral Linlin. It is worth noting that the Rocks pirates are merely a fledgling crew that has only recently set sail for a few months. They must pay for this. The Fleet Admiral's eyes blaze with murderous intent. He immediately summons the other two admirals stationed elsewhere back to headquarters. Additionally, all high-ranking officers of the Navy, from Rear Admirals and above, are commanded to cease their current endeavors and convene an urgent meeting. Simultaneously, intelligence regarding the battle at Fishman Island swiftly reaches Mariewa. Upon receiving the news, the 5 elders of the Gorosei are left momentarily stunned, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. Linlin is dead, slain in the confrontation against the Rocks pirates? Upon receiving confirmation, the elders are not only bewildered, but also acutely aware of the substantial threat posed by this event. The death of Linlin does not evoke any sorrow within the 5 elders. Within the world government, particularly in the eyes of these high-ranking celestial dragons, the Navy is merely the superficial face of the world government. Although an admiral possesses formidable strength, he ultimately hails from a commoner background. Being of such origins inevitably precludes him from garnering the attention of the world government, especially that of the celestial dragons. To put it bluntly, he is akin to a relatively useful, obedient dog, capable of inflicting pain when provoked. The demise of such a person does not evoke any sorrow from the 5 elders. Upon receiving this news, their sole reaction was the realization of the formidable threat posed by the Rocks pirates. Captain Rocks.Tragically carries a bounty of 430 million berries. The first mate, who is also Rock's younger brother, Lorne.Tragically, has a bounty of 170 million berries. Additionally, the third in command, Edward Newgate, boasts a bounty of 160 million berries. Within the ranks of the Rocks pirates, these 3 individuals are the only ones with bounties. These 3 individuals, judging by the bounty on their heads, hardly seem capable of vanquishing an admiral of the Navy, let alone slaying one. The distinction between killing and defeating is of considerable magnitude. One must acknowledge that, given the formidable power of Wang Zhi and the speed bestowed by the Sound Thunder Fruit, orchestrating his demise would not be a trivial endeavor. However, the fact that Wang Zhi met his end in this conflict indicates that the world government and the Navy have significantly underestimated this emerging pirate crew. Alternatively, it could be that this crew, having set sail merely a few months ago, has experienced an unprecedented rate of growth. Regardless of the scenario, a sense of unease begins to permeate the hearts of the 5 elders. Such rapid ascendance portends dire consequences for the world government and the celestial dragons in the future. By the way, what is the status of Isramani? Having recklessly ventured to the depths of Fishman Island, resulting in the loss of an admiral, he ought to have been retrieved by now. At that moment, one of the 5 elders inquired about the report from the CP personnel who had made the call. The recent actions of the admiral were primarily aimed at rescuing the celestial dragons. The loss of an admiral is bearable, for they can be trained anew. However, should a celestial dragon perish, the ensuing turmoil from their family would undoubtedly pose a significant headache for the Gorosei. Report to the Gorosei. Saint Isramani has been confirmed deceased. The CP paused for a considerable time before daring to disclose this news. What? As anticipated, the moment the words were uttered, the expression of the phone bug neared collapse. The Gorosei member on the line appeared almost grotesque with disbelief. A celestial dragon has also met their demise? Sacrificing an admiral's life is one matter, but to fail in protecting a celestial dragon is utterly unacceptable. The Navy truly is a collection of incompetence. One member of the Gorosei, unable to contain his fury, erupted with an expletive. What a source of trouble the Rocks pirates have become. In merely a few months, the bounty of their captain has surged to 400 million, with the first mate and officers surpassing 100 million. Such a growth rate far exceeds that of other pirates. Now they have not only slain an admiral, but also a celestial dragon. This burgeoning pirate crew must be given greater attention. By the way, what does the Navy have to say? If memory serves, the Thunder Dragon was seemingly promoted by the fleet admiral himself. The Gorosei set aside their previous discussions to deliberate on the matter of the Rocks pirates. Given the rapid developments, it is imperative that they place heightened scrutiny on this crew. Report to the Gorosei. Saint Isramani's father is incensed and demands an explanation from the Gorosei for their family. Report to the Gorosei. The Knights of God have also received news of Saint Isramani's demise and expressed their deep regret. Hoping the Gorosei will provide an explanation to the family. A series of reports swiftly reached the esteemed hall of the Gorosei. Even the Knights of God are aware of this? What a headache. Upon receiving this news, the Gorosei were indeed troubled. The matter concerning Saint Isramani's family could be managed. But the fact that the Knights of God are now informed necessitates a clear response. In terms of status, the Gorosei are technically above the Knights of God. Being the visible supreme authority of the world, the rulers of the world government. If one were to draw a parallel, if him is the emperor, then the Gorosei are the cabinet, primarily responsible for external affairs and the governance of the world government. The Knights of God, on the other hand, are Im's direct team, tasked with managing internal matters concerning the celestial dragons, akin to eunuchs, with functions similar to the Ministry of Rights. In terms of official rank, the Ministry of Rights is far beneath the cabinet. However, in relation to the emperor, the Ministry of Rights far surpasses the cabinet in influence. The Knights of God resemble the imperial regalia, with all members composed of celestial dragons, maintaining a relationship with Lord Im that is far more intimate than that with the five elders. Thus, although the five elders hold a seemingly superior position, they must heed the words of the Knights of God. After all, in a certain sense, their utterances embody the will of Lord Im. Much like every action of the imperial regalia represents the emperor's intent. Given that the Knights of God have spoken, regardless of whether Lord Im is aware of the matter, the five elders must provide an explanation. Therefore, the affairs of Fishman Island cannot be concealed any longer. Immediate notification to the world is imperative, along with the issuance of bounties on the three individuals. Promptly inform the fleet admiral to deploy all available forces. The Rocks pirates must be eradicated. Reports indicate that the fleet admiral has been notified and is exceedingly furious. He is currently in the process of urgently recalling the other two admirals on assignment and convening numerous high-ranking vice admirals for a meeting. The Navy has announced preparations for a significant cleansing operation, aiming to completely eradicate the Rocks pirates and avenge Admiral Kaido. Soon, the strategies devised by the Navy headquarters were relayed to the Holy Land. Upon receiving the report, the five elders appeared exceedingly pleased. This aligns seamlessly with their thoughts. Even before any indication was given, the Admiral of the Navy had already contemplated this matter. After all, the appointment of the Admiral necessitates the personal guidance of the five Elder Stars. Typically, Admirals are promoted from the rank of Vice Admiral. If one does not take it upon themselves to uphold the interests of the world government and the celestial dragons, it is inconceivable that the five Elder Stars would elevate them to the position of Admiral. If a Vice Admiral serves as a mere lapdog to the celestial dragons, then the Admiral is but a more exalted version of that servitude. The Admiral was informed that this operation would receive the full support of the world government. Furthermore, it was mandated that at least 2, if not 3, formidable admirals must be deployed. The complete eradication of the Rocks pirates is imperative. At the very least, Rocks, Law, and Whitebeard must be eliminated. One day later, the deeds of the Rocks pirates were unveiled to the entire world. Fishman Island was disqualified and removed from the ranks of world government member nations. The Rocks pirates had enlisted the Fishmen. King Neptune of Fishman Island betrayed the world government, resulting in a bounty of 230 million berries for the most notorious fishman. Admiral Riolong perished in battle, and the celestial dragon Isramani was slain. All blame fell upon the Rocks pirates. Captain Rocks.Tragically, of the Rocks pirates had a bounty of 285 billion berries. The second in command, Law.Tragically, was given a bounty of 465 million berries. The third in command, Edward Newgate, had a bounty of 450 million berries. A series of sensational headlines left the world in utter shock. Admiral Riolong had fallen, a celestial dragon was murdered, and Fishman Island was claimed by the pirate crew. Any one of these three events would be sufficient to send shockwaves across the globe. Yet, on the same day, they were all accomplished by the same pirate crew. One of the 3 admirals of the Navy has perished in battle, and nearly 1 million inhabitants of Fishman Island, along with close to 100,000 Fishman warriors, have all joined the ranks of the Rocks pirates. These two events are monumental occurrences capable of reshaping the global landscape. Posterity shall refer to this battle that transformed the world as the War of Fishman Island. In an instant, the name of the Rocks pirates resounded throughout the world, unparalleled in its prominence. Captain Rocks.Tragically ascended to the status of a top-tier pirate with a bounty exceeding 2 billion, standing shoulder to shoulder with other eminent pirates of the seas. Consequently, the bounty on Lorne surged nearly threefold, reaching an astounding 465 million berries. Edward Newgate's bounty also successfully surpassed 400 million berries. A single ship boasting 3 pirates with bounties over 400 million berries, coupled with 100,000 fishermen soldiers, each possessing strength tenfold that of an ordinary human. In terms of scale, the Rocks pirates have indisputably become a colossal pirate crew. At this juncture in the pirate world, the title of the 4 emperors had yet to circulate. Otherwise, with the configuration of the Rocks pirates, they would undoubtedly claim a place among them. In a certain sea area of the Grand Line, aboard a sailing ship, the first mate of the Roger pirates, with a bounty of 137 million and merely 19 years of age, Rayleigh is lounging on a deck chair, savoring a fine bottle of wine and basking in the sun, thoroughly enjoying this rare moment of leisure. A seagull happens to fly by, carrying the day's news. Oh, is there a new newspaper? Rayleigh flicks a berry into the sky, and moments later, a copy of today's newspaper descends gracefully. Upon picking it up, Rayleigh glances briefly at the paper, only to become instantly frozen in place, unable to react for what seems like an eternity. Hey Rayleigh, what's wrong? Why are you standing there like a statue? Has the wine made you daft? Jabba, the second in command of the Roger pirates, wearing sunglasses and also just 19 with a bounty exceeding 100 million, notices Rayleigh's peculiar behavior and jests. However, Rayleigh does not respond, remaining in his rigid posture. What on earth is going on? Jabba approaches Rayleigh, unceremoniously snatching the newspaper from his grasp. In an instant, Jabba too becomes stiff as a statue, utterly dumbfounded. Hey, what on earth are you two doing? Jabba, Rayleigh. At last, the unusual behavior of the 2 second-in-commands captures the attention of Captain Roger. At this time, Roger, also around 20 years old and yet to grow his iconic black beard, boasts a bounty that has surpassed 300 million, making him one of the highest bounty supernovas on the seas, second only to Rocks. The news that Roger has received today is simply too. Rayleigh and Jabba simultaneously turn to face Roger, momentarily at a loss for words. After all, the news on today's newspaper is so explosive that they find themselves questioning its authenticity. Oh, it's just a newspaper. What's all the fuss about? Roger chuckled softly as he took the newspaper from Jabba's hands. In the next moment, the future pirate king was rendered speechless, his mouth agape in a perfect O shape upon glimpsing the headlines. Tears streamed from his nostrils, and his eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. What on earth? At this very moment, this scene was not merely unfolding within the Roger pirates. It resonated throughout the Grand Line. Anyone who paid heed to the news was undeniably shaken by the revelations of today's paper. My goodness, they actually brought Fishman Island under their banner? How utterly terrifying. The Rocks pirates, having set sail merely 2 months before us, have now left us far behind. A bounty of 2 billion. Even their officers command a bounty of 400 million? Is it truly so outrageous to have slain both an admiral and a celestial dragon? It is indeed astonishing. In an instant, the fame of the Rocks pirates spread like wildfire across the world. Concurrently, the supernovas of the sea, Shiki, John, Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, and many others, along with some long-established notorious pirates, all displayed expressions of sheer horror akin to that of Roger upon reading the paper. The slaying of an admiral, the killing of a celestial dragon, the annexation of Fishman Island. These events possess the potential to alter the very fabric of the world. A supernova pirate crew, having just set sail a few months prior, has astonishingly accomplished these 3 feats simultaneously. In a fleeting moment, the Rocks pirate crew has emerged as the most resplendent pirate faction across the vast seas. Their brilliance eclipses that of all other supernovae and even the long-established elite pirate crews. The Rocks pirate crew has etched its name into the annals of history. Consequently, they have become the most fearsome pirate crew in the eyes of countless ordinary citizens. The moniker of the most notorious pirate crew has begun to circulate across the ocean. 3 days have passed since the Battle of Fishman Island. In the New World, Wano country, the skies are clear and radiant. Within the flower capital at the Shogun's residence, this is the realm of the Rocks pirates. crafted from the finest timber and adorned with intricate golden inlays. The bed surrounded by opulence witnessed the awakening of Rocks after a prolonged slumber. In a world of pirates where survival is a matter of mere endurance, it is astonishing that Rocks, with his extraordinary resilience, lay unconscious for 3 full days. One can only fathom the magnitude of the struggle to emerge victorious from such a fierce battle. "Brother, you have finally awakened." Upon seeing Rocks open his eyes, Lorne, Newgate, and others including Shelley and Molly rushed to his side, expressing their concern. As Rocks regained consciousness, his gaze first fell upon Lorne, before shifting to Shelley, Molly, and Newgate. "Wonderful. Lorne, you are all unharmed." "It truly feels like I have danced with death," Rocks exclaimed, reflecting on the near brush with mortality. Were it not for the dreams unfulfilled and the unborn child weighing on his heart, he might not have endured. Such life-and-death battles inevitably transform a person profoundly. Indeed, recalling that day feels surreal, Newgate said, still haunted by the memories as if they belonged to a distant dream. "Doctor, please conduct a thorough examination of my brother." Lorne promptly instructed the ship's doctor. However, Rocks did not wait for the examination to commence. He rose from the bed, swiftly tearing away the thick bandages that enveloped him. "What are you doing, brother?" Lorne asked, bemused. "These things are too cumbersome, Lorne. Fear not. I feel remarkably well. I would not hesitate to face another Marine admiral." Rocks suddenly bellowed toward the heavens, exuding the exuberance of a great gorilla, his movements filled with unrestrained joy. Having survived a life-threatening clash with the Thunder Dragon, Rocks was acutely aware of his newfound strength. Moreover, his brother Lorne, Newgate, and the rest emerged unscathed. The Rocks pirates had achieved a significant victory. And with his power elevated, coupled with the safety of his cherished family, there was no greater joy to be found. All right. Enough of the jumping, you might reopen your wounds," Lorne cautioned. "I must jump. My excitement knows no bounds, Lorne," Rocks replied with fervor. Exasperated, Lorne, Newgate, and Molly found solace in his spirited demeanor. Once Rocks had sufficiently expressed his exuberance, he suddenly turned to Lorne. "By the way, Lorne, have you made arrangements for the residents of Fishman Island?" "Yes, I have allocated the areas of Jiuli, Shimi, Lingho, and Baiwu for them to inhabit. They will have the freedom to construct their homes and plan the land as they desire. The remaining flower capital is designated for the residents of our Rocks pirates. Naturally, there exists a seamless interchange. The fishmen can freely enter and exit the flower capital, and likewise, the Rocks pirates may wander into the territories inhabited by the fishmen. Moreover, the rabbit bowl factory has commenced operations, just as we initially envisioned. The industrious labor at the rabbit bowl factory is hardly burdensome for the residents of Fishman Island. The production of sea stone has even doubled compared to the previous times when Wano was still in existence, and a continuous stream of wealth will soon flow in. The 100,000 warriors of Fishman Island have also joined us, bestowing upon the Rocks pirates an impressive military force of 100,000. Additionally, I am tasked with ensuring that the elite Fishman troops guard the only entrance to the 9-mile waterfall in Wano, with the inherent advantages of the Fishman race. Even the mightiest adversary would find it impossible to breach Wano. As Lorne spoke, he became increasingly exhilarated. In the battle for Fishman Island, the Rocks pirates have truly reaped immense rewards. The spoils are bountiful. Not only have we garnered the unwavering support of all the residents of Fishman Island, but we have also acquired a formidable legion of 100,000 Fishman soldiers. It is important to note that these Fishman soldiers are profoundly loyal to the Rocks pirates, unwavering in their allegiance unto death. After all, during the battle for Fishman Island, the Rocks pirates rescued numerous residents from the clutches of the Marine admirals. Furthermore, we assisted the Fishmen in successfully migrating to the land, allowing them to bask in the sunlight. Simply these 2 accomplishments are more than sufficient to earn the Fishmen's steadfast loyalty to the Rocks pirates. Most importantly, the Rocks pirates have bestowed upon the Fishmen a sense of respect, a respect that allows the Fishmen to feel treated as equals, free from the shackles of slavery and the scourge of discrimination, truly regarding them as equal comrades. Such reverence is more precious to the Fishmen than sunlight and land. This is precisely the reason why the Rocks pirates have garnered the unwavering loyalty of the Fishman Island soldiers. Even numerous young fishmen have vowed to diligently train, considering joining the Rocks pirates as their ultimate aspiration. Ha ha ha, how splendid. Upon hearing this, Rocks burst into exuberant laughter. With so many devoted members, he felt he had made significant progress towards realizing his dreams. By the way, what about our bounty? After all we've accomplished, it must have increased. Rocks was indeed quite concerned about his bounty, as it represented a pirate's face. Take a look for yourself. Lorne tossed a newspaper to Rocks. The bounty has risen to 2 billion? Ha ha ha. Splendid. I am now a man with a bounty of 2 billion. Upon seeing the headline on the newspaper, Rocks erupted into laughter once more, causing his wound to split open. Really, brother, you should listen and refrain from reckless behavior. Lorne, unable to bear it any longer, pressed down on Rocks, prompting the ship's doctor to urgently bandage him. Once the bandaging was complete, Rox's expression suddenly turned serious as he fixed his gaze on Lorne. By the way, brother, I just remembered something exceedingly important. HM? What is it? It was quite rare to witness his brother emphasize something with such gravity. And Lorne paused for a moment before inquiring. Having achieved such a monumental victory as a pirate crew, how could we not have a banquet? Let us get the festivities underway. You cannot. Lorne attempted to restrain Rocks, knowing full well that his brother had yet to recover. Moreover, Lorne was acutely aware that in this battle, they had slain a Marine admiral and a celestial dragon. Both the Marine headquarters and the world government would undoubtedly not let this go unpunished. They were bound to launch a comprehensive war against the Rocks pirates, potentially rivaling the scale of the Marineford War in the original narrative. Now was not the time for a banquet. Vigilance against the counterattack from the Marine headquarters and the world government was imperative. Just as Lorne was deep in thought, Rocks interjected, "Hey, little brother. You're not as fast as I am." Ignoring Lorne's concerns, Rocks sidestepped him and swiftly dashed out of the room. "Whitebeard, come with me to catch him." "We must stop him." Lorne urgently called to Whitebeard to pursue Rocks. "I understand, brother-in-law." Whitebeard nodded and sprinted forward. However, it was all too late. Before Lorne and Whitebeard could catch up, Rocks eagerly pulled out a transponder snail and shouted to all of Wano, members of the Rocks pirates and residents of Fishman Island, "To celebrate our glorious victory, I declare the banquet open." The voice of Rocks swiftly echoed throughout the land of Wano via the loudspeakers. "Huh, are we having a feast? Lord Rocks has awakened? Splendid. I have been eagerly anticipating this banquet for quite some time. At last it has arrived. After a battle, it feels incomplete without a celebration. Indeed, I have also been looking forward to this moment. Excellent. Let us hasten to the flower capital and revel to our heart's content. We must arrive early lest we find no seats available." Upon hearing the announcement of the banquet, the fishmen and members of the Rocks pirates simultaneously set aside their tasks and hurriedly made their way to the most vibrant area of Wano, the flower capital. In an instant, nearly 1 million inhabitants of Fishman Island surged towards the flower capital, causing a complete blockade in the streets. Well then, since everyone is so enthusiastic, let us proceed with the feast. Witnessing such fervor among the people, Lorne could only acquiesce. After all, he too harbored a desire for the celebration. As pirates, it is essential to commemorate a significant victory with a grand banquet. As for the retaliation from the Navy headquarters and the world government, should they dare to approach, they shall regret it. Wow, Lord Lorne, Lord Rocks, Lord Newgate, the heroes of Fishman Island. So magnificent. Lord Lorne, Lord Rocks, Lord Newgate. The appearance of Rocks, Lorne, and Newgate was met with a tidal wave of cheers from the residents of Fishman Island. The roar was so thunderous it nearly shattered eardrums. The eyes of the mermaids turned into heart shapes. "Dear friends, let us celebrate in this land of Wano. Let us rejoice in our monumental victory. I hereby declare the banquet to commence." With this proclamation, the grand feast began. Fireworks, roasted meats, fine wines, beautiful maidens, music, and dance transformed the entire flower capital into a sea of revelry. People sang and danced with unbridled joy. The festivities continued unabated for 3 whole days, and still showed no signs of ending. "By the way, Lorne, do you know what day it is today?" The inebriated Rocks suddenly approached Lorne, draping an arm around his shoulder, and spoke in a conspiratorial tone. "What day?" Lorne, slightly tipsy and with flushed cheeks, inquired. "You don't remember? Today is your birthday." "You foolish brother." Rocks playfully rapped Lorne on the head. "Oh, is that so? It's my birthday? I had completely forgotten." Lorne chuckled heartily. Blissfully unaware of the significance of his own birthday, Lorne had never known the joy of a birthday. From the moment of his birth, he had never celebrated a single one. In the Holy Land, where his family lived as slaves, the notion of a birthday was utterly inconceivable. After escaping that wretched place, the dire poverty consumed his thoughts, leaving no room for the frivolity of birthdays. Over time, Lorne had forgotten his own birth date entirely. Coughing softly, he reflected on the hardships he had endured, realizing that his elder brother had never allowed him a moment of happiness. Now that we have finally found our footing, I must make amends, Locke said, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears, overwhelmed by the suffering his younger brother had faced. Why must we dwell in such sorrow on a day that should be filled with joy? However, Lorne appeared unfazed by the sentiment. Hey, little brother. I still remember your wish for the thunder fruit, Locke continued, a smile breaking through his somber demeanor. Since today is your birthday, as your most esteemed and cherished elder brother, I feel it is my duty to fulfill that wish. With that, Locke's joyous laughter filled the air, for he had meticulously planned a surprise for Lorne on this very day. Suddenly, he produced a devil fruit adorned with a spiral pattern and placed it before Lorne. What is this? The thunder fruit? Lorne exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. He instantly recognized it as the thunder fruit, a treasure he had once seen in the devil fruit compendium of the Holy Land. In terms of destructive power, the thunder fruit ranked among the top 3 within the natural fruits, or perhaps even second, surpassed only by the magma fruit. When it came to speed, the power of lightning was rivaled only by the famed light fruit of Kizaru, positioning it as the second fastest among natural abilities. Other than the light fruit, no other natural fruit could match the swiftness of the thunder fruit. Moreover, its aesthetic allure was undeniable. The thunder fruit was indeed one of the most striking devil fruits. With a mere gesture, it could summon lightning from the heavens, and in moments of wrath, it could unleash a storm of thunder. If paired with a colossal hammer, it would rival the legendary Thor of myth. Strength may be fleeting, but style is everlasting. Furthermore, the thunder fruit possessed a near-immortal capability. As long as its heart remained intact, it could utilize the powerful currents to rejuvenate itself, achieving a miraculous revival. Its formidable attributes placed the thunder fruit among the elite of natural devil fruits. However, the thunder fruit was not without its vulnerabilities. Aside from the protagonist's aura surrounding Monkey D. Luffy, the fruit proved ineffective against insulators and was also susceptible to seawater. These were its critical weaknesses. Particularly, its inability to affect insulators was a fatal flaw. Otherwise, Enel would not have been so easily defeated by Luffy, who lacked haki. Yet, Lorne possessed the unique talent to overcome all these shortcomings. It can be said that the thunder fruit, now in Lorne's possession, possesses the potential to unleash a power more formidable than that of the Navy Admiral. Ride on. What do you think, Lorne? Are you pleased with this birthday gift? It seems your elder brother truly has his ways. Observing the captivated gaze in Lorne's eyes, Rocks felt an immense sense of accomplishment. As an older brother, he has finally fulfilled one of his younger siblings' wishes. The sense of achievement and satisfaction derived from this moment surpasses even the thrill of defeating a colossal dragon. My friend, I shall not hold back any longer. Lorne, too, resolved to be unreserved with Rocks, seizing the thunder fruit and consuming it without hesitation. Indeed, Lorne had contemplated the wisdom of devouring the thunder fruit. After all, one can only consume a single devil fruit, should one possess a unique physiological structure. Ingesting a second would result in explosive demise. It is essential to recognize that in the later stages of the Pirate King saga, the natural-type fruits have begun to lag behind in terms of potency, with the most formidable variety being the Zoan fruits, particularly the mythical ones. Whether it be Kaido's fish fruit in its Azure Dragon form, or Sengoku's human fruit in its Great Buddha form, not to mention the elusive bat fruit, a mythical Zoan of the vampire variety, which remains undiscovered. The capabilities and potential of these fruits far exceed those of the thunder fruit. Especially noteworthy is Luffy's human fruit, a mythical Zoan embodying the sun god Nika, whose grandeur eclipses all others. Yet, after a moment's deliberation, Lorne resolved to consume the thunder fruit. Firstly, his current strength was not particularly formidable, merely at the level of a top cadre within the Emperor's crew, having already vanquished a Marine Admiral and a Celestial Dragon. It was certain that the world government and the Marines would soon take action against the Rocks pirates. The scale of the impending conflict could very well surpass that of the previous battle at Fishman Island. It was imperative for him to grow stronger. By consuming the thunder fruit, his abilities would undoubtedly experience an exponential enhancement. He might even ascend to the level of an emperor or a quasi-emperor. Moreover, the thunder fruit would compensate for Lorne's most pressing deficiency, the means for large-scale destructive power. In summary, at this juncture, the thunder fruit was undoubtedly the most suitable devil fruit for Lorne. What if he encountered an even more advantageous devil fruit in the future? Quite simple. He could seek out several S-rank women and endeavor to conceive a number of SSS-rank gifted children, potentially acquiring the dual or even triple devil fruit abilities. Oh, but enough of such thoughts. Where there is a will, there is a way. Hesitation and second-guessing are unbecoming of a pirate. What is there to fear? Just eat it. It tastes terrible. Lorne felt as though he were swallowing something vile, instinctively wanting to regurgitate, yet he persevered and swallowed it down. No sooner had it settled in his stomach than Lorne felt a marvelous transformation occurring within his body. It was as if an indescribable energy surged within him, radiating and dancing into every corner of his being. This wondrous energy seemed to communicate and merge with every single cell in his body. Lorne felt a warm, comforting sensation enveloping him, compelling him to close his eyes and immerse himself completely in this extraordinary experience. Hey, Lorne, have you noticed any changes in your body after consuming it? As Lorne comfortably closed his eyes, Rocks, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Brother-in-law, summon some lightning for us to behold." Meanwhile, Newgate, who was nearly intoxicated, had sobered up considerably and eagerly urged him on. "I understand," Lorne replied, opening his eyes, which now shone with brilliance. In the next moment, with a flick of his finger raised elegantly towards the heavens, he declared, 3,000 thunderclaps. Suddenly, the sky above Wano erupted with countless flashes of lightning, illuminating the night as if it were day. The extraordinary celestial phenomenon immediately captivated the revelers of the Rocks Pirates and the inhabitants of Fishman Island. Millions of people in Flower Capital collectively gazed upward. Suddenly, crackling sounds erupted as myriad bolts of lightning, seemingly imbued with consciousness, cascaded from the heavens. In the lofty heights, these flashes intertwined, bursting forth like fireworks, illuminating the night sky with their vibrant forms. What splendid fireworks! Has the lightning come to celebrate with us? How marvelous! Ha ha! How delightful it is to dwell upon the land. Indeed, I never envisioned such a day. Long live the Rocks Pirates! Long live Lord Lorne, Lord Rocks, and Lord Whitebeard! Witnessing this magnificent spectacle, the million citizens of Fishman Island erupted in heartfelt admiration, fostering an even deeper gratitude towards the Rocks Pirates. Amidst the chorus of cheers, the lightning fireworks seemed to respond to the call. With a deft flick of his fingers, Lorne commanded the explosive display, and the scattered bolts of lightning glimmered brightly, swirling in the air before inscribing the words "Long live the Rocks Pirates" high above. In that moment, the atmosphere of the celebration reached its zenith. Amidst the jubilant cheers, everyone raised their glasses and drank heartily. Laughter resonated throughout Wano country. Meanwhile, beneath Wano country, an inconspicuous small boat approached cautiously. On the deck, several men adorned with peculiar masks, varying in stature, meticulously surveyed their surroundings. Among them, a tall figure clad in a white suit, evidently the leader, raised his right hand, communicating via a snail phone bound to his wrist. It was clear that this was an intelligence agency directly linked to the world government, known as CP. The CP agents are continuously relaying intelligence back to the Navy headquarters in Mary Geos. Reports indicate that the 5 elders have detected the whereabouts of the Rocks Pirates. They are currently in Wano, or perhaps it can no longer be referred to as Wano. The Rocks Pirates have seized control of this island. However, they are presently engaged in a grand feast, leaving their defenses remarkably weak. Should we initiate a surprise attack from the Navy headquarters? Please advise. Mary Geos. Have they truly occupied Wano? Upon receiving intelligence from CP about the Rocks Pirates' control over Wano, the gravity on the faces of the 5 elders deepened. Wano is a land of great value, and the 5 elders are acutely aware of this. However, due to years of isolation, the world government lacks comprehensive information about Wano. They are only aware of the rumors regarding its formidable warriors, which has deterred them from taking action against it. Who could have anticipated that the Rocks Pirates would conquer it? Wano's terrain is treacherous, making it easy to defend yet difficult to attack. If the Rocks Pirates have indeed taken control, the challenge of eradicating them would undoubtedly increase exponentially. Are you certain their defenses are lax? To exercise caution, the 5 elders inquired once more. Reports to the 5 elders indicate that the inhabitants of Wano are attending the feast, lowering their guard. This is indeed the most opportune moment, CP asserted with confidence. Very well, immediately inform the Navy headquarters to execute a surprise attack. Upon confirmation, the 5 elders promptly issued the command. The terrain of Wano is exceedingly difficult to breach. It is prudent to strike while the Rocks Pirates remain unaware. This is indeed a fortuitous opportunity. Otherwise, should the Rocks Pirates become aware, it would be exceedingly challenging for the Navy to penetrate Wano. In fact, attempting to invade Wano would necessitate a considerable sacrifice, as its geography is remarkably perfect, with only a singular waterfall entrance. This time, we must eradicate the Rocks Pirates once and for all. However, just as the five elders issued their command, the situation shifted dramatically. No, that cannot be. What on earth is that? A voice filled with terror from CP suddenly resonated through the transponder snail. In the next moment, a deafening roar of thunder erupted. Even the five elders, in the holy land of Mariawa, felt as if the thunderous sound was on the verge of shattering their eardrums. The cacophony of thunder continued for several minutes before finally dissipating. What transpired over at CP? What on earth is happening? The five elders sensed something amiss and hurriedly inquired through the transponder snail. However, the only response was a repetitive busy signal. They immediately attempted to redial, but no one answered. Has something gone awry? The five elders, filled with fury, abruptly disconnected the transponder snail. CP would certainly not dare to ignore a call personally placed by them. The occurrence of such an event could only signify one thing. CP had most likely compromised their position and been silenced by the Rocks pirates. Moreover, what intensified the sense of peril for the five elders was the thunderous roar that had emanated from the transponder snail. This voice is all too familiar to the five elders. They know it intimately. This is the sound of thunder. Could it be that the Thunder Dragon's rumble fruit has been acquired by the Rocks pirates? A sense of impending doom surged wildly within the hearts of the Gorosei. Meanwhile, at the banquet in the flower capital of Wano, what is wrong, little brother? Rocks inquired with curiosity as he observed Lorne directing a pillar of lightning towards the only entrance of Wano, the 9-mile waterfall. Brother, are you unaware? The rumble fruit possesses another remarkable utility. When combined with observation haki, it can expand the range of perception to an astonishing degree. Now, with my observation haki enhanced by the rumble fruit, the entire Wano is within my scope. Every move and utterance of everyone is under my surveillance. Lorne chuckled softly, explaining to Rocks. So, there was indeed a spy just now. Rocks immediately grasped the situation. It was highly likely that the world government's lackeys, the CP, had come to scout the activities of the Rocks pirates. After all, having killed an admiral and a celestial dragon, the world government and marine headquarters could not simply let it go. Indeed, but I have already dealt with the dog. Lorne smiled as he raised a towering goblet filled with beer and downed it in one gulp. What are you two discussing, brother-in-law, big brother? Whitebeard looked at Lorne and Rocks, utterly bewildered. Ha ha ha, never mind that, Newgate. Come, drink up. At Marine headquarters in Mariford, within the largest conference room of the Navy building, the fleet admiral, 2 admirals, a vice admiral candidate, and 16 rear admirals had all gathered. The Navy was in a state of readiness, awaiting a command from the supreme authority, the Gorosei. Once the order was given, all but the fleet admiral, who needed to guard the headquarters, would depart Mariford at the fastest speed to launch the largest surprise attack in Navy history against the Rocks pirates. Soon, the transponder snail rang, and the fleet admiral answered the call. The admirals and the vice admiral candidate wore solemn expressions, while the rear admirals unconsciously swallowed hard, clearly tense. Damn it! Has the operation been cancelled? It wasn't long before the naval officers saw the fleet admiral's face twist in discontent. That expression soon morphed into a daze, culminating in astonishment and disbelief. Minutes later, the call finally ended. What happened, Admiral? A formidable figure, an admiral from headquarters, stepped forward to inquire as soon as the fleet admiral hung up. The surprise operation is temporarily cancelled. The CP agents we dispatched have all been eliminated. The Rocks pirates have already taken control of Wano. The admiral expressed his irritation. Wano country, is it? It is said that its terrain is treacherous and difficult to conquer. Indeed, the entire island has but a single entrance, a swift waterfall. One must traverse this waterfall to reach Wano country. However, with the fishmen now allied with the Rocks pirates, their proficiency in aquatic combat poses a formidable challenge for us to breach their defenses. To our astonishment, the Rocks pirates have stealthily captured Wano country. Upon hearing this news, the brows of the naval commanders furrowed deeply. With the geographical advantage combined with the inherent traits of the fishmen, if a surprise assault is unfeasible, we are left with no choice but to launch a full-scale attack. Such an endeavor would exact a tremendous toll on the Navy. Furthermore, the Gorosei have indicated that the Rocks pirates may have already seized the powers of the Thunder Dragon. The subsequent words of the Admiral sent shockwaves through the ranks of senior officers in the conference room. The Rocks pirates may indeed have acquired the powers of the Thunder Dragon. No sooner had he spoken than the 2 admirals, a vice admiral, and 16 rear admirals erupted into a cacophony of alarm. Among the 16 vice admirals at headquarters, it is astonishing to note that one has just ascended from the rank of rear admiral to vice admiral. What? The formidable abilities of Admiral Leilong have been seized by the Rocks pirates? Is this true? How on earth did they accomplish such a feat? Good heavens. Does this mean we are likely to confront Mr. Linlin and his terrifying thunderfruit powers soon? Is this truly the case, Admiral? It is hard to believe that they could actually acquire Linlin's abilities. The senior officers expressed their disbelief. For no one understands better than the Navy the immense strength and terrifying nature of the thunderfruit. The fact that such a dreadful power has fallen into enemy hands sent shivers down the spines of several vice admirals. Even without the thunderfruit, the Rocks pirates had already managed to eliminate Admiral Linlin. Now, equipped with the thunderfruit, they must be even more formidable than they were during the Fishman Island incident. In light of the recent defeat of CP and the absence of detailed intelligence on the Rocks pirates, the planned raid has been temporarily suspended. However, although the raid has been called off, we shall not relent in our pursuit of the Rocks pirates. I have just conferred with the 5 elders. Since a surprise attack is not feasible, we shall resort to a full frontal assault. All personnel will undergo intensive training for a month, during which no one shall be permitted to leave for duty. The technology department will utilize this month to assist us in urgently manufacturing a batch of specialized weaponry. Let us not forget, while the thunderfruit is indeed powerful, its weaknesses are quite evident. By targeting these vulnerabilities, we can significantly diminish the threat posed by the thunderfruit, potentially reducing it to a negligible level. In conclusion, this battle against the Rocks pirates must end in victory. Defeat is not an option. After all, this is a conflict that the entire world is watching. As the champions of justice, we must uphold the honor of the Navy and the world government. The fleet admiral, with both hands braced against the conference table, delivered an impassioned address. Indeed, it is well known that following the battle at Fishman Island, which resulted in the loss of a Navy admiral and the Celestial Dragons, the Navy headquarters and the world government will not rest until they exact their vengeance. A fierce confrontation between the Rocks pirates, the Navy, and the world government is inevitable. Consequently, nations around the globe, along with pirates and forces from the underworld, are closely monitoring the developments between the two factions. This fierce battle, it is not an exaggeration to say, will determine the fate of the entire world in the times to come. The words spoken ignited a fervor among the high-ranking generals gathered in the conference room. The marshal was indeed correct. While the thunderfruit possesses formidable power, its weaknesses are glaringly evident. After all, we are the Navy. There is nothing to fear. Following the decisive victory of the Rocks pirates in the Battle of Fishman Island, where Admiral Raijin was slain, the Navy's reputation has plummeted to an all-time low. It is imperative that we restore our military prestige through this conflict. Indeed, Rocks pirates, prepare for your demise. The spirits of the Navy's rear admirals and admirals were reignited. Soon, news spread from the conference room that the Navy would deploy no less than 2/3 of its forces, leaving only 1/3 to guard the headquarters. This announcement was posted in the Bay Area of the Navy headquarters, drawing the attention of nearly all soldiers and officers stationed there. Among them were the 4 prodigies of the Navy: Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Tsuru. At this moment, Sengoku, Zephyr, Tsuru, and Garp had fully recovered and appeared vibrant and energetic. Furthermore, despite still being novices, their exceptional performance in the Fishman Island battle, where they successfully stalled Newgate and Lorne, had significantly elevated their ranks. The highest ranked among them was none other than Garp, who, having sustained the most severe injuries during the battle, was exceptionally promoted several levels to the rank of lieutenant. Sengoku, Zephyr, and Tsuru were also promoted several levels, attaining the rank of second lieutenant. The surprise attack was unexpectedly cancelled. It seems the CP has been compromised. However, what was truly shocking was that Admiral Raijin's powers had been seized by the Rocks pirates. How infuriating! Upon reading the news from the Navy headquarters, the 4 were momentarily taken aback. The report clearly stated that the Navy may soon face the threat of the thunderfruit. All personnel must prepare mentally and implement special defenses. With only 1 month to spare, there is no time to waste. I refuse to witness a repeat of the tragedy at Fishman Island. With this in mind, Garp abruptly turned away from the other 3, heading directly to the Navy headquarters training grounds for rigorous practice. Observing Garp's retreating figure, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Tsuru hastily followed suit. They all understood that had their strength been greater during the Fishman Island battle, enabling them to defeat Lorne and Newgate, the tragedy might have been averted. This time, we must resolutely prevent a tragedy akin to the Battle of Fishman Island from occurring. Training must be pursued with relentless fervor. Even the slightest increase in strength will enhance our odds in battle. The month swiftly elapsed. This past month, the ocean has been remarkably tranquil. The entire Navy has been engaged in urgent training, delegating all troublesome security incidents to the base branches, with headquarters refraining from sending anyone on missions. The Naval Command has demonstrated unwavering resolve and tenacity in confronting the Rocks pirates. Surprisingly, the Rocks pirates have also refrained from causing disturbances during this month. This restraint is partly due to Sherry nearing her delivery, necessitating careful attention, and partly because the Rocks pirates are acutely aware that an intense battle with the Navy is inevitable. The Rocks pirates are diligently fortifying the defenses of Wano. The 100,000 Fishman soldiers are tirelessly training day and night. Meanwhile, throughout this month, the world government has persistently dispatched CP agents in pursuit of more intelligence regarding Wano, only to be thwarted and sunk by the Rocks pirates. The Rocks pirates have also attempted to infiltrate the harbor of Marineford with fishmen to gather intelligence, but their efforts were swiftly uncovered by the Navy headquarters. Both sides have engaged in covert confrontations several times, each resulting in failure. Everyone is awaiting the imminent clash of titans. Of course, during this month, Lorne has not been idle. Both Sherry and Molly are pregnant, and Lorne has also taken his third wife, the mermaid Summer. It must be said that interspecies experiences are indeed distinct, almost exhilarating. Who knows if there will be other S-rank women from different races in the future? Lorne feels he may be venturing further down a peculiar path. My dear husband, I feel a stirring in my belly. One morning, Summer awoke suddenly, feeling as if something had kicked her. Really? Summer, I will immediately summon the ship's doctor to examine you, Lorne exclaimed, filled with excitement, hurrying out of the room without even putting on his shoes to call for the doctor. Hard work pays off. Summer has shown signs of pregnancy. One can only wonder what kind of talents this will bring. Congratulations, Lord Lorne. Miss Summer is also pregnant. Under the thorough examination of the ship's doctor, it was quickly confirmed that Summer was indeed expecting. That is wonderful. Lorne felt immense joy, and soon he heard a series of notifications echoing in his mind. Detection indicates that the host will soon have a third offspring. Commencing reward distribution. Reward to host. Advanced Observation Hockey Progress, 50. Advanced Conquerors Hockey Progress, 30. Top-tier Armament Hockey Progress, 10. The host's swordsmanship, stamina, strength, and speed have been enhanced. Proficiency in the 6 forms of the Navy has increased. Reward to host, SS-level talent. Future Vision Observation Hockey. A cascade of system notifications resonated in Lorne's ears, each note sweeter than the last. At long last, the third talent has arrived. And to his astonishment, it is the Future Vision Observation Hockey. This is indeed a remarkably practical ability. The foresight of the future in relation to observation hockey resembles the connection between flowing cherry blossoms and armament hockey. It represents an advanced application of observation hockey. Only those who have honed their observation hockey to the pinnacle of strength may possess the fleeting ability to foresee the future. This stands in stark contrast to ordinary observation hockey, which merely anticipates an opponent's next move. The foresight through observation hockey allows one to clearly envision a definitive future. In other words, the enemy's subsequent actions are entirely within one's grasp. One can even foresee the very words the enemy is about to utter. In the realm of combat, the ability to foresee the future is undoubtedly an SS-tier capability. Upon receiving the delightful news of Summer pregnancy, Lorne immediately sought out Rocks and Newgate to share this joyous tidings with them. Soon, Lorne spotted the figures of Rocks and Newgate in an open area. During this past month, Whitebeard has not been idle. Rather, he has proactively sought guidance from Rocks regarding the techniques of hockey. After all, Newgate possesses a clear understanding of his own capabilities, recognizing that he is not yet sufficiently formidable to confront an admiral of the Navy alone. While he might manage to delay such an encounter for a time, engaging in a protracted battle against an emperor-level adversary would almost guarantee his defeat. Given that a fierce conflict between the Rocks pirates and the Navy, along with the world government, is inevitable, it is imperative that he enhances his strength as swiftly as possible. The avenues for such enhancement are straightforward. One could either engage in a life-and-death struggle, leveraging dire circumstances to unlock one's full potential, or seek out a suitable mentor for instruction. While finding a life-and-death battle may prove challenging, a fitting teacher stands readily before him, Rocks himself. With the ability to eliminate a Navy admiral single-handedly, is there a more qualified instructor in this world? Naturally, Rocks is pleased to share his knowledge with Newgate, as he now considers him family. Thus, throughout this month, Rocks devoted himself wholeheartedly to imparting all the techniques of Conqueror's hockey to Newgate. In terms of teaching prowess, Rocks stands on par with the illustrious teacher Rayleigh of later years, personally demonstrating each technique and guiding Newgate through the learning process. He generously shared all the intricacies, doubts, and focal points of mastery, leaving no stone unturned. The precision of his instruction far surpasses that of any mediocre teacher. Of course, the quality of instruction is one aspect. The student's innate talent is of paramount importance. Should one possess only average aptitude, even if Rocks meticulously breaks down the techniques and feeds them directly, a lackluster student would remain incapable of grasping them. But who is Newgate? He is, after all, the world's strongest man as depicted in the original narrative, a legendary pirate capable of standing toe-to-toe with the Pirate King. Following Gold. Roger's demise, he is widely acknowledged as the sovereign who precedes the throne of the Pirate King. Newgate's talent is nearly on par with Roger's, placing him among the elite of the elite. Even Monkey D. Luffy has demonstrated the capacity to rapidly assimilate techniques such as flowing cherry blossom, conqueror's haki, and fruit awakening, advancing several levels in a remarkably short span. The degree of his potential is astonishing beyond measure. Given this context, there is no reason for Whitebeard to struggle with mastering conqueror's haki. Moreover, he has the luxury of ample time, an entire month. After a month of rigorous training, Newgate has effectively mastered the technique of conqueror's haki. His strength has surged to an alarming degree, even achieving a qualitative transformation. The mastery of this technique has significantly amplified his destructive power, positioning Newgate at the threshold of emperor-level strength. However, it is merely the threshold, below the realm of emperors. All are but ants. To truly ascend to the rank of an emperor-level powerhouse, one must be devoid of all weaknesses across the board, regardless of physical strength, power, speed, or the mastery of the three-color haki. One must cultivate them to the utmost pinnacle. Consider the peak of Whitebeard. Even in slumber, he could thwart any surprise attacks. Newgate, my brother, I have delightful news to share. Upon spotting Newgate and Rocks, Lorne greeted them with exuberance. Gurara, brother-in-law, you've arrived. Just in time to test my latest mastery of conqueror's haki, Wrath. As soon as Newgate laid eyes on Lorne, he eagerly brandished his great naginata, eager to demonstrate the fruits of his month-long training. With a mighty roar, the aura of conqueror's haki conjured a tempest at the very spot, causing Newgate's lustrous golden hair to sway wildly in the wind. On the blade of the naginata, dark lightning of conqueror's haki crackled menacingly. This black lightning surged with wild intensity, enough to instill fear in the hearts of the faint-hearted. With a swift motion, Newgate swung towards Lorne. You truly are a handful. Lorne chuckled lightly, fully attuned to Newgate's impending actions through his observation haki. Before Newgate could complete his swing with the naginata, Lorne transformed into a streak of lightning, rapidly positioning himself behind Newgate. As Lorne settled behind him, Newgate finally unleashed his naginata. The fearsome conqueror's haki erupted forth like a raging tiger. The sword energy sliced through the air, and even the areas untouched by the blade were left in disarray, ravaged by the chaotic onslaught of conqueror's haki. This is the most formidable aspect of the conqueror's haki, the ability to strike from a distance. While it may seem merely a distant striking ability, the deeper reason lies in the fact that the energy density of the conqueror's haki is significantly greater than that of the armament haki. By compressing this high-density conqueror's haki around one's fist or weapon and then releasing it in a single breath, its power surpasses that of the armament haki by countless magnitudes. If we consider the armament haki to be akin to internal energy, then the conqueror's haki is a transcendent force several dozen times more potent. Well done, Newgate. You've swiftly mastered the conqueror's haki, came the sudden voice of Roan. But you still need more practice, Newgate. I've been standing here for a second now. Roan yawned as he appeared behind Newgate, drawing his sword. The heavenly feather slash. Sparks of lightning crackled along the blade. In a real battle, you would already be injured. As he spoke, Roan's heavenly feather slash was pointed directly at Newgate's waist. True to Roan's words, had it been a genuine fight, the blade would have pierced Newgate's vital point. When did you arrive, brother-in-law? Newgate was momentarily taken aback, astonished by Roan's swiftness in appearing behind him without notice. How about it, Newgate? Have you conceded? After all, I am your brother-in-law. How could I bear to lose to you? Roan's lips curled into a slight smile, his tone laced with playful mockery. Indeed, you remain a formidable brother-in-law. Newgate sighed, acknowledging his defeat. Although he had learned the conqueror's haki, its destructive capability had dramatically increased. Yet he had devoted the past month solely to mastering it. His training in observation and armament haki had undoubtedly lagged behind. to truly evolve into a formidable emperor-level warrior. He needed to hone all three types of haki, alongside speed, stamina, and strength to their utmost pinnacle. Newgate had originally contemplated surprising Roan, but he realized how swift the Thunder Fruit's power truly was. "Brother-in-law, it seems you evaded me thanks to your fruit's ability," he mused. "Oh, it's not merely a matter of speed, Newgate. Before your blade even swung, I had already positioned myself behind you. Your movements were entirely anticipated," Roxas interjected, revealing the underlying intricacies of the encounter. "Oh, so my brother-in-law sensed my intentions in advance?" Newgate stroked his chin, reflecting on the recent events. "Not sensed, but foreseen. He fully anticipated your actions and confirmed your intent, which allowed him to evade beforehand." After explaining everything to Whitebeard, Rox turned to the side and looked at Lorne, his tone filled with astonishment. "Lorne, your observation haki has developed remarkably fast. Have you already mastered the ability to foresee the future?" "There is no doubt about it." My young brother completely discerned Whitebeard's impending actions. That is why he appeared behind him even before Whitebeard swung his blade. This is undoubtedly the manifestation of foresight. Rox himself possesses such an ability. He is acutely aware of the advantages that this supreme observation brings in combat. His younger brother is growing increasingly powerful. It is truly wonderful. "Indeed, brother, I can now glimpse fleeting moments of the future," Lorne acknowledged with a nod. "So that is it. Has the observation haki taken effect?" "It appears I must hasten my training in observation haki as well," Newgate realized. Relying solely on Conqueror's haki is clearly insufficient. All three types of haki must be enhanced. Thus, Newgate prepared to train in observation haki on the spot. "Wait, Newgate, brother, I came here to share some good news. Summer is pregnant, and I am about to have a third child." Lorne hastily conveyed his purpose for being there to the two. "Really? Lorne, brother-in-law?" The two responded with astonished delight. Although Summer and Newgate share no blood relation, in Newgate's heart, he has long considered Lorne family, even without a blood bond. Newgate believes he is about to have another nephew. "Of course, it is true," Lorne confirmed. "Splendid. Haha, this is absolutely marvelous." Both Newgate and Rox laughed heartily towards the heavens. It must be said that Lorne is indeed quite capable. In just about a month, he can ensure a hit rate that is entirely infallible, truly a master marksman. By the way, Lorne, how long until Cheryl gives birth? "Approximately a little over a month. It seems the day is not far off. The anticipation is palpable." Both Rox and Newgate eagerly await the arrival of the little one. What on earth are the Navy and the world government plotting? They are slow and have not yet attacked. The waiting is becoming vexing. Surely, they would not time their assault for Cheryl's delivery. Newgate pondered this possibility with some concern. The Navy and the world government are cunning. Should they attempt to strike during Cheryl's childbirth, it would pose a significant problem. It shouldn't be the case. All the CP agents dispatched by the Navy and the world government have been dealt with. They are unaware of Cheryl's exact due date. They are likely up to some other scheme, Lorne thoughtfully analyzed. Regardless of their machinations, they will only meet with a dead end. Rox's gaze suddenly turned fierce. The world government and the Navy seek vengeance for the celestial dragons. These are adversaries. Those who dare invade Wano must pay a bloody price. "Captain Rox, Lord Lorne, and Lord Newgate, we have been searching for you." Just then, several male fishmen rushed in, breathless and in a state of urgency. These male fishmen are members of the Royal Guard. It turns out that while they were on Fishman Island, their duties primarily involved intelligence operations. This time, Lorne has tasked them with their old profession, sending them to monitor the naval headquarters. "Oh, has something transpired at the Navy?" Lorne inquired upon seeing the male fishman. "Indeed. The naval headquarters has begun assembling," the male fishman replied, panting heavily, evidently having rushed to deliver the news. "How many personnel have they likely mobilized?" Rox asked. "The specifics remain unclear. The Navy maintains a high alert. Our operatives are detected as soon as they approach, making it impossible to gather more accurate intelligence. What we know is that the Navy will deploy at least 2 admirals, 1 admiral candidate, along with a dozen mid-ranking officers and nearly 40 warships. As for the soldiers, they will likely mobilize at least 50,000. The male fishman relayed all the intelligence he had gathered. "Understood. You've worked hard. Inform the Mermaid Guard members to enhance patrols, not only around the 9-mile waterfall in Wano, but also patrolling the outer seas for dozens of nautical miles. Should they encounter the Navy, report immediately," Lorne commanded after a moment of contemplation. "Understood, Lord Lorne. Rest assured, with our Fishman Guard, the Navy will never breach the defenses of the 9-mile waterfall and enter Wano." The male Fishman pledged his allegiance. Truly reliable, Lorne smiled and praised. The loyalty of Fishman Island indeed alleviated many burdens for the Rocks pirates. Brother, it's time for us to prepare a grand welcome for the impending arrival of the world government and the Navy. Meanwhile, at the naval headquarters in Marineford, the Bay Square was teeming with people. 2 admirals, 1 admiral candidate, along with 16 elite vice admirals and 5 giant vice admirals, accompanied by 60,000 naval soldiers and nearly 45 warships, had fully assembled and were poised for action. In the crescent-shaped Bay Square of Marineford, thousands of elite sailors had gathered. The presence of 2 admirals, 1 admiral candidate, and the formidable assembly of 16 elite vice admirals and 5 giant vice admirals created an atmosphere of overwhelming might. It was truly breathtaking. The sheer force of their assembly left one gasping for breath. This was the first time I had witnessed so many vice admirals and admirals gathered in one place. Indeed, vice admirals typically are deployed for duty elsewhere. On the square, the 60,000 elite sailors drawn from around the world also marveled at the formidable assembly of the Navy. It was terrifying, with 1 admiral candidate, 2 admirals, and so many elite vice admirals. This may very well be the first instance in naval history where such a multitude of high-ranking officers has been assembled, all for the purpose of launching a long-range assault against a singular pirate crew. This is undoubtedly the most grandiose and astonishing expedition in the annals of naval history. Regardless of the outcome, this war will determine the fate of the world. At this very moment, the Navy Marshal stands atop the naval headquarters, a bastion of justice, in the most prominent observation platform. From this vantage point, one can overlook the entirety of the Marinvanto Bay Square. Conversely, from any position within the square, this observation platform is clearly visible. At this instant, the Navy Marshal holds a loudspeaker, capable of broadcasting his resonant voice throughout Marinvanto. Ladies and gentlemen, the town beneath our feet, Marinvanto, is the epicenter of the world. Our presence stationed in this pivotal location bears immense and profound significance. It is our duty to ensure that the weak no longer lie awake at night, fearful of losing their beloved. This is the reason we stand guard here. Let us not forget, behind us stands justice. The implications of this war need not be elaborated. In this conflict, we, the Navy, shall demonstrate to the world that evil can never triumph over virtue. Justice shall prevail. The Navy Marshal gazed down at the multitude of sailors and delivered an impassioned address. In the next moment, the Marshal's words rang true. Justice shall prevail. This simple yet profound mantra ignited within the naval soldiers the very dreams that inspired them to join the Navy. The declaration of justice's inevitable victory resounded throughout Marinvanto Bay Square. Onward to the land of harmony, the Navy Marshal bellowed, and the sailors began to mobilize. In an instant, 2 high-ranking admirals, a candidate admiral, along with all the elite vice admirals of the headquarters, boarded the warships. The sailors diligently transported crates of supplies onto the vessels. The rumble of the warship's engines echoed, poised for departure. Just at this critical moment, a swish. Suddenly, several figures emerged beside the Navy Marshal within the headquarters building. This sudden turn of events caused the seasoned admiral, the admiral candidates, and the vice admirals of the headquarters to halt in their tracks, their gazes drawn towards the Navy Marshal. The remaining naval personnel, witnessing the abrupt pause of the admirals and vice admirals, followed their line of sight to the position of the Navy Marshal. Beside the Marshal stood CP0. What brings them here? The Navy swiftly recognized the peculiar figures clad in white suits and donning strange masks. They were indeed the CP0, the organization reputed to be the strongest shield under the celestial dragons of Mariewa. CP0? What business do you have at the Navy headquarters? The moment CP0 made their appearance, the Navy Marshal turned to them with a cold gaze, his eyes filled with vigilance. Though they were both lackeys of the celestial dragons, the Marshal harbored a semblance of justice in his heart, concerned for the people. Conversely, CP0 regarded the Navy's self-righteousness with disdain. It could be said that both parties held mutual contempt for one another. The morale of the Navy was high. The implications of this expedition against the Rocks pirates were undoubtedly clear to the Marshal. The leader of CP0 regarded the Navy Marshal with a somewhat irreverent expression concealed beneath the mask, yet spoke in an amiable tone. Feel free to speak your mind. The Navy Marshal, though slightly impatient, felt compelled to suppress his irritation and responded kindly. For the appearance of CP0 likely signified the will of the highest echelons of the world government. Very well. The Navy Marshal understood well that, for the sake of the government's reputation, this war could only end in victory, not defeat. Thus, to avert any unforeseen incidents. The command of this war shall be entrusted to us. The leader of CP0 spoke in a congenial manner. Yet the content of his words sent a chill down the Navy Marshal's spine. What did you say? The Navy Marshal clenched his fists, an aura of fury emanating from him, his eyes bloodshot as if ready to unleash a blow upon this CP0 member at any moment. The recent conduct of the Celestial Dragon's underlings is all too familiar to the Fleet Admiral. CP0, a formidable organization capable of annihilating a nation at the mere whim of the Celestial Dragons. Their modus operandi is characterized by an unwavering resolve to achieve their objectives, regardless of the cost. The Rocks pirates had already established a formidable stronghold in Wano, a position that is both defensible and difficult to breach. One can only imagine the havoc that would ensue if they were permitted to command this war. They would undoubtedly incite the Navy's soldiers to launch reckless assaults, disregarding their own lives. The casualties among the Navy would likely surpass their wildest fears. Fleet Admiral, you possess no authority to refuse. This directive has been issued directly by the elders. Should you have any objections, you may address them to the elders themselves. With those words, CP0's tone grew increasingly assertive, and their leader nonchalantly produced a din-din mushi, placing it before the Fleet Admiral. Damn it. Gazing at the din-din mushi that connected directly to the elders, the Fleet Admiral hesitated for a moment before ultimately relinquishing his resistance. After all, the Navy is merely an arm of the world government, though he may appear to be the highest authority within the Navy, basking in glory. In the presence of the supreme power of the elders, he is but a creature slightly larger than an insect. Given this reality, as Fleet Admiral, I must take the lead and participate in this war. While I may not dare to contact the elders directly to express my discontent, I have resolved to join this conflict. The presence of an additional admiral would expedite the conclusion of the battle. Perhaps this will result in fewer casualties for the Navy. This can indeed be considered as the contribution of our naval admiral, within the scope of his capabilities. Oh, is that so? If you were to leave this place, the strength of Marineford would become rather hollow. CP0 stroked his chin, contemplating the implications of the admiral's participation in the battle. After a brief moment of reflection, CP0 realized that he lacked the authority to make such a decision. Thus, he relayed this information to the esteemed 5 elders. Upon concluding the communication, CP0 raised his gaze towards the naval admiral, a faint smile appearing beneath his mask. Excellent. The 5 elders have consented to your request. Therefore, the operation commences. Very well. Everyone, listen closely. The battle plan has undergone a transformation. The naval admiral will join us in the fray. Furthermore, the 5 elders have granted us full command over this war. All naval personnel, heed the order. Set forth immediately to Wano country. CP0 seized the transponder snail, a device reserved for the admiral, and amidst the incredulous gazes of all Navy members, issued the command. The command of this war lies with CP0. The admiral will accompany us as well. Does this not render Marineford exceedingly vulnerable? What is the meaning of this? The lower-ranking soldiers were utterly perplexed by the sudden and drastic alteration of the previously established battle plan. Enough of this chatter. Move out. Meanwhile, the admirals and other high-ranking officers remained composed, directing the bewildered soldiers to commence their actions. Such occurrences are all too familiar to them. Whenever CP0 intervenes, matters invariably become exceedingly complicated. However, the Navy is left with no alternatives, for CP0 serves as the most formidable shield of the Celestial Dragons. Even the Fleet Admiral must yield to them to some extent. As a soldier, it is one's duty to execute orders. Although some within the Navy harbor considerable disdain for CP0's actions, given the circumstances, they must comply with the commands issued. Boom. Boom. At last. Following this trivial, yet significant episode, the Fleet Admiral had no choice but to engage in battle. With matters having escalated to this point, the might of the Navy is nothing short of terrifying. The Fleet Admiral himself leads the charge, accompanied by 2 admirals and a vice admiral. The combined might of these top-tier admirals reaches an astounding 4. This is at a time when the Rocks pirates have yet to fully coalesce. In this era, it seems that only the Navy possesses the capacity to deploy such a formidable force all at once. A fleet of 45 warships has already set sail from Marineford, heading towards the land of harmony. Simultaneously, within mere hours of the Navy's departure, the entire world has become aware that the Navy has commenced its operations. After all, with such a large-scale mobilization, it is utterly impossible for the Navy to conceal its movements. It is far more effective to boldly advance towards the land of harmony, showcasing the Navy's unwavering determination to triumph before the eyes of the world. Has the Navy truly set forth? Even the fleet admiral has taken to the seas? My goodness, what an awe-inspiring scale this is. It appears the Navy has indeed unleashed its full might. As expected, at the very moment the Navy embarked, the global populace began to anticipate the unfolding events. After all, the turmoil and impact caused by the Rocks pirates since their emergence have been nothing short of terrifying. They have actively attacked the nations affiliated with the world government, directly annexed Fishman Island, and slain admirals of the Navy, as well as celestial dragons. These heinous crimes are of a nature unheard of by the populace. Until the Rocks pirates are eradicated, countless souls shall remain restless upon the seas. Innkeeper, swiftly bring forth the finest wine, for if we do not indulge today, we may never have the chance again. Indeed, today we must drink to our heart's content. Within the tavern, the drunken patrons have begun to contemplate the impending apocalypse. Oh, revered God, grant us your blessing and safeguard this world. Victory is imperative, Navy. Countless nuns and priests continue their fervent prayers. The people watch in hushed anticipation as this grand battle unfolds, while those predatory pirates, too, cannot help but keep a watchful eye on the conflict. With the Navy mobilizing such a formidable force, the Rocks pirates seem to be facing dire straits. Who can say? They are a crew known for their miraculous feats. Yet, even with their legendary prowess, they may struggle against the full might of the Navy. Regardless of who emerges victorious from this war, the world shall undoubtedly be reshaped anew. Ha 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 ha. Come forth. Let the war rage with greater ferocity. I wonder how much treasure awaits after the collapse of the Rocks pirates? Such anticipation is palpable. In that moment, countless pirates across the ocean are fixated on this impending monumental clash. Roger, Shiki, John, Silver Axe, Wang Zhi, and other supernovas of this era, as well as many renowned pirates like Gade, await in silent anticipation. Once this grand battle concludes, an era of frenzy shall soon commence. A mere day has passed. In the New World, the land of Wano, the Rocks pirates have meticulously established an intricate web, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the Navy. 100,000 Fishman elite warriors stand ready, steadfastly guarding the sole entrance to Wano, the 9-mile waterfall. Furthermore, around the 9-mile waterfall, the Rocks pirates have invested heavily in the installation of at least several hundred artillery pieces. The sheer number of these cannons instills a palpable dread. The firepower of Wano's artillery is, without question, on par with that of the Navy's headquarters at Marineford. After all, since the subjugation of the Fishman residents, Wano's production of sea prism stone has surged dramatically. As the monopolist of 90% of the world's sea prism stone resources, even with increased output, prices remain steadfast. Like a money-printing machine, the current wealth of the Rocks pirates rivals that of any nation affiliated with the world government. This immense fortune has been utilized by Lorne and Rocks to bolster Wano's armament. First and foremost, the weapons and armor of the Fishman warriors have been completely overhauled. Additionally, various exquisite cannons, biochemical weapons, and terrifying advanced technologies have been procured. When the time comes, it will undoubtedly deliver a monumental surprise to the Navy. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Wano's 9-mile waterfall, Rocks, Whitebeard, Neptune, along with the Fishman soldiers and members of the Rocks pirates, stand at the edge of Wano, awaiting the Navy's arrival. They soon catch sight of the fleet of naval vessels. Before long, atop Wano's towering lookout, the Fishman soldier assigned to surveillance bellows, his voice resonating enough for all within the 9-mile waterfall to hear. A total of 45 warships. According to the intelligence received the previous day, there are 2 admirals, 1 vice admiral, 16 elite rear admirals, 5 giant rear admirals, and tens of thousands of naval soldiers. Upon first sighting the Navy, the lookout Fishman immediately begins to assess the enemy's strength. There are minor discrepancies compared to the intelligence relayed the day prior, but that is understandable. As long as there are no inconsistencies at the admiral level, it suffices. However, the Fishman's voice suddenly falters. What has transpired? Neptune's eyes widen, an ominous premonition stirring within him. No, this cannot be. The Navy's fleet admiral has also mobilized. On the warships, CP-0 is aboard. The lookout Fishman exclaims in shock. To think the Navy has truly unleashed its full might. Even the fleet admiral has personally arrived. How can this be? Does that not mean they possess at least 4 admiral-level combatants? Neptune stands petrified, as if struck by lightning. Neptune's feelings are entirely understandable. For the Fishmen, there exists an innate and profound fear of the admirals. Any aggression towards the celestial dragons inevitably incurs the wrath of a marine admiral. Thus, whenever the Fishmen find themselves captured by the celestial dragons, they dare not resist, fearing the retaliation from the admirals. It is perfectly natural for Neptune to be alarmed at the mobilization of 4 admiral-level combatants. Fear not, Neptune, for we hold an absolute advantage. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of Rocks, Lorne, and Newgate remained unchanged, yet an exhilaration surged within them. Let us commence, warriors of the Rocks pirates. Let us deliver a grand offering to the Marines. With a wicked grin, Rocks raised his arms, proclaiming the onset of war. As Rocks issued the command, the members of the Rocks pirates raised their fists in fervent cheer. The war has begun. Ha ha ha, foolish Marines, behold this. Seismic wave. Without hesitation, Newgate stepped forward, solidly grounding himself in an unwavering stance, and tightened his grip with immense force. His sinewy muscles bulged like towering peaks, exuding an overwhelming sense of might. With an aura of power radiating around him, a tempest swirled as Newgate's golden hair danced in the wind. In the next moment, a translucent energy shield manifested around Newgate's fists. Master Newgate is about to unleash his might. Let the Marines taste this. Ha ha ha, the Marines are doomed. At this very moment, the members of the Rocks pirates, along with the soldiers of Fishman Island, wore expressions of smug satisfaction, even though they lacked foresight through observation hockey. The familiar posture of Master Newgate made them acutely aware of the impending event. Taking a deep breath, Newgate summoned his full strength, his fists coiling with energy before he unleashed a tremendous blow, striking the very air itself. In that instant, it seemed as if the entire world fell into silence. Then came the sound of crackling, akin to glass shattering, resonating in everyone's ears. It was as if the invisible air had transformed into a glass wall. And where Newgate's fists impacted, spiderweb-like fractures appeared. In the next moment, the air, nay, the very fabric of space, fractured. The current surged with sudden acceleration, the cracks blossoming outward. And following a brief silence, a thunderous rumble echoed from the distant sea, as if a cacophony of celebration had erupted. The Marines stared wide-eyed, completely bewildered as to what had transpired. Every one of them should remain alert for the bounty of 450 million berry on Edward Newgate. He is the wielder of the Quake fruit, capable of instigating earthquakes and tsunamis. At that moment, a vice admiral who had previously clashed with Newgate suddenly recalled something. His eyes widened, bloodshot and frantic, as he bellowed towards the entire naval fleet. No sooner had his words left his lips than a rumbling sound, reminiscent of thunder, grew increasingly nearer. What is that? Could it be a mountain? How could there be mountains in this vast ocean? The Navy was astounded to discover that, unbeknownst to them, 2 towering peaks had mysteriously risen from the sea. But those were not mountains. They were colossal tsunami waves. Quickly, sharp-eyed sailors recognized that the towering forms in the distance were not mountains at all, but rather gigantic tsunamis reaching heights of hundreds of meters. In an instant, tens of thousands of sailors stared in horror at the monstrous waves, trembling with dread. If these tsunamis were allowed to crash down, it would spell doom for the 45 warships, which would be swallowed in an instant. All hands to defensive positions. At that moment, witnessing this scene, the CP0 members displayed expressions of shock beneath their masks. Faced with the impending deluge, they could offer no decisive commands, merely uttering the hollow directive of all defensive positions. How on earth are we supposed to defend against that? Hearing this seemingly pointless order, the sailors were collectively bewildered. They certainly understood the need for defense. But how were they to execute it? Listen up, everyone. Advance, and do not be afraid. Black Hawk, White Horse, we entrust this tsunami to you. At that moment, the fleet admiral could no longer tolerate the incompetence of CP0, and, disregarding their dignity, boldly took command. I understand. Understood. The 2 individuals named by the fleet admiral nodded in agreement. The 2 individuals in question are none other than the 2 other admirals of the Navy headquarters, Black Hawk and White Horse. The man known as Black Hawk stands at an impressive height of approximately 3 meters, exuding an aura of formidable presence. His face and body are marred by terrifying sword wounds, a testament to his prowess. He is recognized as the world's foremost swordsman of this era, wielding one of the 12 supreme great swords, the Demon Slayer, as the Navy Admiral Black Hawk. The other, resembling the later figure of Kizaru, is the languid Admiral White Horse. With a seemingly relaxed demeanor, he nonetheless possesses an astonishing presence befitting his rank. In a flash, White Horse leaps into the air, using his moonwalk to hover aloft as he simultaneously extends his hands. Slow X-Sword. The Admiral White Horse unleashes a flurry of pale violet beams from the tips of his fingers. A miraculous scene unfolds. The colossal tsunami, struck by the beams of Admiral White Horse, suddenly slows to an almost standstill, appearing to linger in the air. To be precise, it cannot be termed as stopping. Rather, its speed diminishes to such an extent that it seems as if it has been suspended in the atmosphere. Not much effort was required. Just hold on for a minute, Black Hawk, White Horse remarks lazily as he lands, stretching his limbs. Could you not last a little longer, White Horse? Black Hawk responds, somewhat at a loss for words. That would be quite exhausting, White Horse sighs, as though his stamina has been thoroughly depleted. Understood. Leave it to me, Black Hawk nods, drawing the supreme great sword, Demon Slayer, from his side. The moment Black Hawk unsheathes his blade, the swordsmen among the Navy present hold their breath, not daring to blink. After all, the world's strongest swordsman is about to make his move. Slash. With a flick of his wrist, Black Hawk swings his sword. The seemingly unremarkable motion unleashes a terrifying sword aura. The massive wave of energy stretches for hundreds of meters, slicing through the air with a force capable of cleaving a mountain in two. In an instant, the sword aura cuts through the two tsunami peaks created by Whitebeard with ease, as if slicing through tofu. With a resounding crash, seawater cascades down like torrential rain, flooding the area. We are saved. The Navy soldiers, witnessing the two tsunami peaks dissolve into rain, were expressions of relief and survival. Huh. I never anticipated that a mere wave of a tsunami could carry you away, Navy. The tsunami was merely a feint. The true assault lies beneath the waves. Observing this scene, the smile on Rock's face grows ever wider. It is impossible for a tsunami alone to obliterate the Navy's fleet. The Rock's pirates had already laid a meticulous trap beneath the sea. With a sharp snap of his fingers, Rock signals to the fishmen, who immediately comprehend the command. In the next moment, the assault from the depths of the ocean commences. Fishmen forward. With a deft snap of her fingers, Rock signaled the action of the merfolk, who had been lurking hundreds of meters beneath the sea. A formidable legion of 1,000 merfolk warriors emerged, densely packed together, each wielding a specially crafted spear. These weapons were ordered a month ago by the Rock's pirate crew from the nefarious pirate black market. They incorporate the technological advancements of the Germa family. The tips of these weapons possess exceptionally unique explosive properties, resulting in a violent detonation upon striking a target. This weapon is particularly adept at targeting large vessels, such as warships and sailing ships. Indeed, in the next moment, a thunderous roar erupted. Thousands of fishmen warriors from the depths of the sea swiftly ascended to the location of the warship. Taking advantage of the admiral's attention being diverted by the tsunami conjured by Whitebeard, these fishmen brandished their spears and viciously thrust them towards the warship's propellers. A series of dull thuds resonated from beneath the waves, akin to firecrackers exploding underwater. What on earth is happening? Are Sea Kings attacking? That is impossible. Our warships are equipped with sea prism stone technology, rendering them immune to such assaults. The Navy paid little heed to the ominous sounds emanating from the ocean floor. However, before long, with a crackling noise, one of the warships unexpectedly began to spin uncontrollably in place. With another ominous sound, its engine catastrophically failed, leading to its swift demise beneath the waves. Damn it, this is disastrous. Quick, rescue the devil fruit users. Thousands of naval soldiers were dragged into the depths along with the sinking warship. Some soldiers hastily cried out for help, for among the Navy personnel were indeed several devil fruit users. Should these users encounter the vast ocean, their fates would be sealed. Yet, just as their cries echoed, the fishmen lay in wait beneath the surface. Those Navy members who had plunged into the sea to rescue their comrades were suddenly ambushed, with a fishman piercing them fatally, leading to their immediate demise. Following this, a cacophony of explosive sounds erupted, reminiscent of fireworks, as the deafening blast continued unabated. In an instant, 1, 2, 3, 4, 20 warships shattered in a manner akin to the first. The Navy had deployed a total of 45 warships, and in the blink of an eye, nearly half were lost to the depths. Close to 20,000 naval soldiers plunged into the water alongside the wreckage of their vessels. However, before long, these soldiers began to resurface. What a relief! Thankfully, we prepared specialized equipment from the technology department. Indeed, it is thanks to these innovations that we have not perished. The Navy personnel exclaimed in gratitude as they emerged from the depths. The reason for the Navy's delayed assault on the Rocks pirates a month later was becoming increasingly clear. In the past month, the Naval Technology Department has incorporated a considerable amount of insulating materials into the equipment of the Navy. These insulating materials were intended to counter the Thunderfruit. It is quite unexpected that they would be utilized in such a manner. Who would have thought the Navy would be so well prepared? It appears they are indeed targeting you, my dear brother. Witnessing this scene, Rocks felt a flicker of surprise. realizing the Navy was more formidable than he had anticipated. However, it is merely a futile effort. Lorne smiled faintly, confident that his abilities rendered any weaknesses irrelevant. Not even the likes of Monkey D. Luffy would be effective against him. Onward. Annihilate the Navy. The valiant warriors of Fishman Island rallied, determined to protect their homeland and the Rocks pirates. Concurrently, as the Navy fell into the water, even more fishmen emerged from the depths. A throng of fishmen, numbering well over 30,000, surged forth. In this underwater battleground, an intense clash erupted between the fishmen and the Navy. Though described as a fierce battle, it was, in truth, a one-sided massacre. The fishmen possessed strength tenfold that of an ordinary human. Moreover, the ocean was their domain. In the water, what could the Navy possibly wield against the fishmen? Some rear admirals, mid-ranking officers, and even colonels were relatively safe, as their mastery of the Navy's 6 styles allowed them to utilize the moonwalk to evade the fishmen's grasp. However, the ordinary soldiers, or those with insufficient rank or power, along with certain ability users, were not so fortunate. In an instant, tens of thousands of Navy personnel were mercilessly slaughtered, their losses catastrophic. The sea was instantly stained crimson with blood. Cursed be the distraction of Newgate's tsunami, which drew all attention away. Who would have imagined the fishmen had laid an ambush so far from Wano? The fleet admiral furrowed his brow in despair, realizing the Rocks pirates had allowed the fishmen to lie in wait at such a distance. The Navy had been careless. The treacherous fishmen were utterly incapable of intervening. In that moment, the 2 admirals, along with the admiral candidates and even the fleet admiral himself, found themselves at a loss. It was not that they were powerless against these fishmen. Rather, it was the sheer number of them, combined with the Navy's ranks, that created chaos in this confined oceanic space. With so many densely packed together, it was impossible to distinguish friend from foe, and thus they dared not act recklessly. Once a commander-level powerhouse unleashed their might, it would result in devastating consequences. A single strike could claim more Navy lives than fishmen. This situation rendered the admirals of the Navy utterly reluctant to take action. How infuriating. Navy, what are you doing? Dispatch these fishmen at once. Admirals, Fleet Admiral, can you not eliminate a mere handful of fishmen? At that moment, CP0 erupted in furious exclamations. In such a brief span of time, 5 warships had already been sunk. Most critically, the vessel they were to board also showed signs of impending destruction. In response to CP0's accusations, the admirals and the Fleet Admiral chose to remain indifferent. They could not prioritize the lives of ordinary sailors over confronting the fishmen, for they were not CP. A bunch of inept fools, CP0 declared. Since you are unwilling to act, I shall take matters into my own hands. With that, CP0 resolved to personally engage in battle. 6-style secret technique, gale kick. 6-style secret technique, round cut. The leader of the CP0 team possesses strength on par with the elite members of the royal faction. With a few swift kicks, he unleashed an enormous shockwave, exceeding 100 meters in diameter, crashing into the ocean and instantly staining a vast expanse of water crimson. Subsequently, numerous corpses began to float upon the surface, revealing that the casualties among the Navy were several times greater than those of the fishmen. CP0, you scoundrel! The Navy Admiral, witnessing the aftermath, became increasingly agitated. He seized the collar of the CP0 leader, his eyes bloodshot and filled with fury. In those brief moments, hundreds, if not thousands, of Navy personnel had fallen victim to the CP0 leader's assault, while those who perished at the hands of the enemy might have found solace in their noble cause. To die at the hands of CP0 felt undeniably unjust. Admiral, it is your Navy's incompetence that has led us to this disadvantage against mere fishmen. Do not forget, this is war, a war waged against the Rocks pirates. This conflict must end in victory. Defeat is not an option. You are acutely aware of this fact. Should we fail to eradicate the Rocks pirates, the 5 elders will not overlook this, and your tenure as admiral will come to an end. Prepare yourself for a military tribunal and the judgment that awaits you. Despite being grasped by the collar, the CP0 leader's tone remained laced with derision, and beneath his mask, his expression was one of utter disdain. This group of ineffectual naval forces is utterly incapable of dealing with even the most contemptible of fishmen. With the strength of an admiral, one individual should suffice to confront these tens of thousands of fishmen warriors. Yet, they show such cowardice that I must take matters into my own hands. To think that a mere admiral would dare to question my authority is simply outrageous. After this battle, regardless of the outcome, I shall report the situation to the 5 elders and thoroughly admonish this group of inept Navy officials. You, The admiral raised his fist, yet he dared not strike out at CP0, for the words of CP0 were indeed the unvarnished truth. Should this war end in defeat, the five elders would undoubtedly find it impossible to justify their actions. In such a scenario, even I, the fleet admiral, would likely find myself affected. After enduring for so many years, having finally ascended to the esteemed position of fleet admiral, would I be replaced before I even had the chance to settle in? Just look at your ineptitude, fleet admiral. If you wish to secure your position, you must swiftly eliminate these fishmen and march towards Wano. Do not forget, I am the supreme commander of this war, dear admiral. CP0 relished in the irony of your apparent disdain for me, while being utterly powerless to eliminate me. The sight of the fleet admiral raising his fist yet trembling at the thought of striking down was almost enough to elicit laughter from CP0. The words of the five elders proved to be undeniably true. The Navy is indeed a collection of inept fools. Damn it. After a brief internal struggle, the fleet admiral released his grip on the collar of CP0. He then leapt towards Admiral Black Hawk's side. Let us act, Black Hawk. Quickly dispatch these fishmen. The fleet admiral's tone was resolute and powerful. Is that true, Admiral? Of course it is. Act immediately. The fleet admiral urged once more. Upon hearing this, Black Hawk's eyes widened in disbelief. The Navy had lost a total of 30 warships, with over 30,000 personnel overboard. Despite the heavy casualties, at least 20,000 were still valiantly resisting the Fishman's advances. Should an admiral-level powerhouse intervene at this juncture, the Navy's losses would be catastrophic. My title as the world's foremost swordsman is not merely given by others. What alternative do we have? Shall we simply wait here? Do not forget, this is war. Our objective is to utterly eradicate the Rocks pirates. Failure is not an option. Upholding justice sometimes requires bloodshed and sacrifice. This is unavoidable, and as an admiral, you should comprehend this truth quite well. The fleet admiral's tone grew ever more resolute. In truth, even the current fleet admiral struggles to believe this principle. Yet it escapes his lips nonetheless. After all, during his tenure as fleet admiral, he has clandestinely engaged in many unsavory acts for the five elders. It is well known that each time the Navy enacts a demon-slaying order, an island vanishes. As for the number of civilians and innocents lost on that island, the fleet admiral has long abandoned pondering such matters. Reflection only leads to hesitation. Indecisiveness is the hallmark of weakness. This is how the fleet admiral justifies his stance. Though shameless, it proves remarkably effective. Understood, Black Hawk nodded in agreement, being an admiral and a direct subordinate of the Celestial Dragons. He certainly grasped the reasoning behind the fleet admiral's words. However, the prospect of turning against his own compatriots was indeed a considerable dilemma. Thud. After a brief moment of hesitation, the crisp sound of a blade being unsheathed resonated through the air. The Black Hawk drew forth one of the supreme blades, the black sword of demon slaying, and with a powerful push of his legs, soared high into the sky. In an instant, he swung his sword toward the surface of the sea. This simple maneuver had been practiced by the Black Hawk millions of times. A profound aura enveloped the demon slayer once more, and the already refined and exceptionally dark blade seemed to absorb even more shadows at that moment. Whoosh! A surge of azure sword energy shot forth, hurtling toward the chaotic battleground below, where a tumultuous clash ensued between the fishmen and the Navy. The diameter of this sword energy extends for thousands of meters, surging forth with immense force, evoking the sensation that it could instantly level a towering peak. Should this sword indeed descend, it would undoubtedly claim the lives of nearly 10,000 Fishman warriors. However, the cost would equally entail the demise of several thousand Navy personnel. Mr. Black Hawk dares to? Yet, there remains a multitude of Navy forces below. How many lives would be lost with this strike? Why must this be done? Why must you turn against us, Mr. Black Hawk? Upon witnessing this scene, the vice admirals and rear admirals of the Navy remained silent, their expressions serene. Conversely, it was the lower-ranking officers such as Carp, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Crane, along with the ordinary sailors engaged in battle against the fishmen on the surface, who were now engulfed in profound confusion and shock. The intervention of a formidable admiral into such a chaotic battlefield will undoubtedly exact a grievous toll. Although the blow would undoubtedly claim numerous lives among the fishmen, the Navy would also suffer significant losses. A naval admiral has actually intervened? Are they not concerned about the repercussions on their own ranks? This was utterly unexpected. The fishmen, feeling an overwhelming sense of oppression, looked up to see Admiral Black Hawk's intervention, which left them equally stunned. They had never anticipated that an admiral would dare to act in such a situation. How astonishing that the Navy, a body known for its supposed valor, would turn against its own. It appears that they are merely a collection of hypocritical champions of justice. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Wano country, Newgate, Neptune, and Rocks could not resist mocking this spectacle. Although they are pirates, entirely unassociated with the so-called justice, they would never engage in such a frenzied act against their own comrades. The unwritten law among pirates is to never turn against one's allies. Any act of violence against a fellow pirate is deemed an unforgivable sin in their eyes. Yet, the Navy brazenly tramples on such principles. How laughable. This behavior is hardly surprising. It is characteristic of the Navy. Lorne, the time traveler, remained remarkably composed. From his perspective, the Navy's actions were entirely predictable, as the original narrative was rife with similar transgressions. The Judicial Island incident, where Vice Admiral Ghost Spider opened fire on ordinary soldiers, and Akainu's brutal slaughter of civilians escaping on boats during the O'Hara incident, as well as the Navy's aggression against civilians in the film Red, where the red-haired pirates defended the innocent, serve as stark reminders of this truth. Such farcical spectacles continue to unfold, yet at their core, the Navy is merely a how-to-the-world government. However, we cannot idly witness the slaughter of our subordinates. Such an action will surely fracture our unity. It is time to take decisive action, my brother. Meanwhile, Lorne leapt into the air, poised to strike. With a swift motion, he descended from the cliffs of Wano, transforming into a streak of lightning. After a dazzling display of thunder and lightning, Lorne materialized beneath Admiral Black Hawk of the Navy. His speed was so astonishing that the majority of the naval elites present were caught completely off guard. Lord Lorne has arrived. Upon seeing this figure, the despairing mermen below suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. Indeed, you have seized the thunder fruit, you detestable Rocks pirates. As the brilliant flash of lightning revealed his sudden appearance, both the fleet admiral and Admirals Black Hawk and White Horse wore expressions of grave seriousness. Undoubtedly, the only force capable of traversing the vast distance of several dozen nautical miles from Wano at such speed is the thunder fruit. The sight of this formidable power inevitably reminded them of their former comrade, Admiral Thunder Dragon. This power, once belonging to their navy, has now inexplicably fallen into the hands of pirates. What a grave miscalculation. With a swift motion, Linlin drew the heavenly feather blade, surrounded by a tempest of lightning, radiating brilliance. The profound aura enveloped the blade, casting it in darkness before erupting forth with ferocity. The crackling sounds of lightning intermingled with the overwhelming presence of his might as a violent wind swirled around him. In the next moment, Linlin charged forward, undaunted, towards the strike of the world's foremost swordsman, Black Hawk. The clash of thunder and the formidable aura of his blade met the legendary strike of Black Hawk, halting it in an instant. Be extinguished, Linlin bellowed, his right hand's muscles swelling with raw power. As he rotated his wrist, the raging lightning harmonized with his strength, causing a shockwave that rippled through the air. The metallic sparks danced in the atmosphere, illuminating the space for a full half-minute. Ultimately, Linlin successfully neutralized the strike of the world's greatest swordsman. How could this man withstand the blow of Admiral Black Hawk? That was the strike of the world's premier swordsman. Infuriating. It seems he has grown significantly since the battle at Fishman Island. Witnessing this spectacle, many Navy officers were momentarily stunned, particularly Carp, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Crane, those who had previously faced Linlin in combat. Nearly a month had passed since the battle at Fishman Island, when Lorne's bounty was just over 100 million, and his strength was incomparable to that of an admiral. Yet now, he effortlessly dissipated the strike of Admiral Black Hawk. The meteoric rise in strength left Carp, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Tsuru utterly astounded. Despite their rigorous training over the past month, their own power had surged rapidly. Yet, the disparity between them and Lorne seemed to not only persist but to widen further. Lorne, the second in command of the Rocks pirates, with a bounty of 465 million, was a formidable pirate indeed. The audacity of this rogue. It wasn't just Carp and Sengoku who were taken aback. Even Fleet Admiral Akainu, General Black Hawk, and General Whitehorse were equally astonished. The ability to effortlessly neutralize the strike of the world's foremost swordsman showcased that Lorne's prowess had undoubtedly multiplied since his time on Fishman Island. Haha. This is all thanks to the thunder fruit graciously bestowed upon me by the Navy. At this moment, Lorne's gaze swept over Carp, Sengoku, Black Hawk, Whitehorse, and the Fleet Admiral, prompting an uncontrollable burst of laughter. With the enhancement of the thunder fruit, his strength had undoubtedly approached the threshold of a Yonko-level powerhouse. The fact that he could withstand the strike of the world's #1 swordsman, General Black Hawk, served as irrefutable evidence. Do not get too complacent. You scoundrel from the Rocks pirates. Perish before me. Lorne's words incited the ire of General Black Hawk. In an instant, Black Hawk leapt forward like a cannonball, reaching Lorne's side with remarkable speed. With his supreme blade, the Demon Slayer, he unleashed a devastating arc of elegant, yet lethal blue sword energy. Unfazed, Lorne raised his heavenly feather slash, engaging in a fierce battle with General Black Hawk. The air resonated with the sound of clashing steel. Hockey, lightning, fierce winds, and sword energy collided, creating a spectacle akin to a magnificent fireworks display. Each encounter between the Demon Slayer and the Heavenly Feather Slash unleashed terrifying shockwaves, upheaving everything in their vicinity. That fellow Lorne has truly matured to a point where he can contend with a naval admiral. Below, Carp, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Tsuru stood in stunned silence. In merely a month's time, one has grown to such an extent. Whitehorse, proceed to aid Black Eagle and resolve this swiftly. At this moment, the Admiral of the Navy promptly commanded another Navy general, Whitehorse. It is imperative to conclude this matter quickly. There must be no delays. Given that Lorne has chosen to strike first, the Navy cannot afford to squander this golden opportunity. Alas, though this approach may lack chivalry, it undeniably serves as an effective strategy for securing victory in war. The languid Whitehorse deliberately elongated his tone, speaking with a demeanor that was remarkably relaxed and leisurely, as if he were in the comfort of his own living room rather than amidst the chaos of battle. Even though it would be criticized by the world for two generals confronting a pirate with a mere bounty of 400 million, should they emerge victorious, all ignoble actions can be conveniently erased. This is the true essence of justice prevailing. Only the victor embodies righteousness. Suddenly, the Whitehorse extended his right hand, and his index finger swiftly emitted a laser-like beam of purple light, reminiscent of the future's Yellow Ape's laser. However, unlike the destructive rays of the Yellow Ape, the laser shot by the Whitehorse lacked any destructive force and instead inflicted a state of lethargy. This was the ability of the slow fruit. Anyone struck by it would find their movement slowed down by dozens or even hundreds of times, appearing as if they were frozen in place. One can imagine that in a battle among powerful admirals, if one side's movement suddenly became sluggish, the outcome could be decided in an instant. Ha ha ha. You shall not harm my brother-in-law, you scoundrel of the Navy. At that moment, from the heavens above, a colossal figure emerged, wielding a massive naginata, gliding through the air with the grace of the moonlight. His voice resonated like a thunderous bell, vibrant and powerful, echoing across the battlefield. The newcomer was none other than Edward Newgate, the vice-captain of the Rocks Pirates, with a bounty of 450 million berries. Newgate's eyes gleamed with a radiant crimson glow, his entire being rejuvenated. He raised the naginata high above his head, and a furious wind surrounded him, as the tip of the blade was enveloped in a dense conqueror's haki, instilling fear in all who beheld it. You scoundrel of the Navy! You shall not harm my brother-in-law! Newgate descended from the sky, his golden hair flowing majestically, as he swung his naginata downwards with the might of a mountain, aimed directly at Admiral Whitehorse. Danger! The once lethargic gaze of Admiral Whitehorse suddenly flickered with a sharp light, his previously relaxed posture stiffening instantly. Just moments ago, with the formidable observation haki of a marine admiral, he sensed a perilous aura rapidly approaching him. The infamous pirate, Edward Newgate, with a bounty exceeding 400 million. Boom. In the next instant, Admiral Whitehorse retracted his intended attack and leaped sideways with all his strength. Swish. Newgate's massive blade cleaved through the warship where Admiral Whitehorse had stood, slicing it cleanly in two, the cut as smooth and polished as a mirror. Boom. Furthermore, Newgate had employed a high-level technique of Conqueror's Haki, known as Conqueror's Haki, coating. This not only amplified his power, but could also inflict harm on the enemy without physical contact. Thus, while it appeared that Admiral Whitehorse had evaded Newgate's attack, a horrifying scar of blood still marred his pristine marine cloak. Admiral Whitehorse. Whitehorse has been injured. What is happening? How could this be? He should have dodged. What on earth is going on? The naval officers present clasped their heads in confusion. Just moments ago, General Whitehorse had deftly evaded the onslaught of the formidable pirate, Newgate, yet he was still injured. How could this be? Was it the Conqueror's Haki that ensnared him? Casting a glance at his wound, he noted that the potent aura still lingered upon the gash, which was deepening incessantly. His tone shifted from languid to earnest. The Conqueror's Haki, a highly advanced technique, is regarded as the pinnacle of such powers. It is widely acknowledged that the Conqueror's Haki is an ability that awakens in 1 out of a million, akin to a formidable spirit. Initially, the primary function of Conqueror's Haki is to intimidate, effectively clearing out lesser foes. For seasoned warriors, however, it bears little effect. In one-on-one confrontations among masters, Conqueror's Haki may seem rather trivial, far less useful than armament Haki. Yet, this is merely an illusion. Upon the vast oceans, there exist those extraordinary beings endowed with unparalleled talent from birth. These formidable individuals, through the accumulation of practical combat experience and rigorous training, have come to comprehend the true essence of Conqueror's Haki. This remarkable ability allows the powerful to envelop their fists, swords, or various weapons with Conqueror's Haki, unleashing a force that surpasses that of armament Haki by several magnitudes. If Conqueror's Haki merely signifies one's potential to ascend to kingship, then the application of Conqueror's Haki is the formal initiation into the path of sovereignty. However, what astonished Admiral Whitehorse was that this technique of enveloping with Conqueror's Haki is typically mastered only by the most elite warriors of the seas. He had encountered numerous pirates with bounties exceeding 1 billion, yet among them, few possessed the ability to wield Conqueror's Haki in such a manner. Edward Newgate, a supernova whose bounty had only recently surpassed 100 million after the battle at Fishman Island, astonishingly learned to envelop with Conqueror's Haki in just the span of a month? Is this fellow's talent truly so formidable? Gula-la-la-la. Whitehorse General, perish before me. Newgate bore a crescent-like smile, and with a hearty chuckle, he brandished his great Naginata, engaging the Whitehorse General in a fierce battle upon the already battered warship. Swish, swish, swish. The Naginata trembled. The sluggish rays of light intertwined with overwhelming might as the warship, having endured the tumult of these two titans, succumbed to its fate and sank into the depths of the sea. Yet, for those of royal caliber, this was hardly a concern. Both warriors were masters of physical combat, utilizing moon steps to soar through the air, resulting in a momentary stalemate where neither side gained the upper hand. How could Newgate, of all people, stand toe-to-toe with the Whitehorse General? He, much like Lorne, has experienced considerable growth. Damn it! Nearby, Carp, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Crane felt an overwhelming shock once again. Just a month prior, Newgate could only manage a stalemate against Sengoku and Crane. Now, he was capable of battling a general. The pace of their growth is nothing short of monstrous. It seems that the situation compels me to take matters into my own hands. At this moment, the Marine Admiral's expression darkened to an extreme, almost palpable with tension. Just a month ago, the bounties of Lorne and Newgate, two supernovas, barely reached around 100 million berries. Yet, after enduring a month of relentless battles, they have astonishingly acquired the strength to contend with formidable admirals. The astonishing pace of growth and potential truly instills a profound sense of fear within the heart of the naval marshal. If the Rocks pirates are not eradicated here, who knows what monstrous entity they may become in the future? They must be completely annihilated. Whitehorse, hold them off. I'm coming. The fleet admiral bellowed, rolling up his sleeves to reveal his powerful, muscular arms, ready to intervene in the confrontation between Newgate and Admiral Whitehorse. Ha ha ha, Fleet Admiral, your adversary is me. At the very moment the Admiral's words echoed, a profound voice resonated in the ears of the onlookers. The next moment crash, an overwhelming darkness suddenly descended, resembling a beast from the world of Cthulhu, swiftly enveloping the warship where the Fleet Admiral stood. What is this? Upon witnessing this shroud of darkness, the Fleet Admiral, several CP-0 agents, and a Marine Rear Admiral instantly employed the Marine 6 Styles moonwalk to escape into the air. Trying to flee? Is it that simple? At this moment, unbeknownst to them, Rocks had successfully landed on the deck of the warship. Behind him, eerie black smoke billowed upwards, morphing in the air into shapes akin to the claws of a demon, viciously lunging at the fleeing crowd above. Damn it! Quickly stop Rocks. Seeing this, several CP-0 agents, terrified, frantically used their moonwalk to escape, wishing they had been born with 2 more legs. Let me intervene. Observing the situation, the Marine Rear Admiral, with a resolute expression, seemed to make a firm decision as he ceased his moonwalk, drawing his marine sword in an attempt to halt the bizarre darkness. Crash! In an instant, the Rear Admiral was consumed by Rock's darkness. After the battle with Marine Admiral Raylong, Rock's strength had subtly begun to surpass that of a typical Emperor-level powerhouse. A mere Rear Admiral was destined to be obliterated. Crash! The Rear Admiral who sought to obstruct Rocks was instantly engulfed by his dark power. Mere seconds later, the Rear Admiral re-emerged from Rock's darkness. However, upon his return, His eyes were glazed, his body drenched in blood, and he fell straight into the sea, his fate uncertain. Rear Admiral Ryan was actually killed in an instant? What is happening here? Does the Rear Admiral possess no resistance whatsoever? Just how terrifying is this Rocks fellow? Witnessing Rear Admiral Ryan's utter inability to defend himself, the Marines present were left in stunned disbelief. That was an elite Rear Admiral of the Marine headquarters. In terms of strength, an elite Rear Admiral should at least be capable of holding their ground. After all, anyone appointed as a Rear Admiral must be proficient in observation hockey, armament hockey, and the Marine Six styles. The information regarding Chapter 1087 of the Pirate Saga reveals that the Cross Guild has placed a bounty of 1 billion berries on the Vice Admirals of the Navy, suggesting that this is on par with the top-ranking officials of the Emperor's crew, such as the 3 Calamities, the 4 Commanders, and the Division Leaders, indicating a possible gap in stature from the second-in-command of the Emperor's crew. Yet, astonishingly, they were instantaneously defeated? Is this the true value of the bounty of 285 billion for the infamous Rocks, the Great Pirate? Even the elite Vice Admirals of the headquarters are rendered powerless. Cursed be that scoundrel, Rocks. It is not only the Navy that is shaken, the heart of the Fleet Admiral also sinks at this sight. The Navy has lost yet another dependable ally. Moreover, aside from the Fleet Admiral, several members of CP0 appear as if they have seen a ghost, their legs flailing in panic as they leap towards the sky, employing the moonwalk in a desperate attempt to evade the clutches of Rock's dark powers. The lapdogs of the celestial dragons shall not escape. Rock stands on the deck, a sinister smile etched upon his face, his eyes glinting with a malevolent light. With adversaries present, it is only fitting to strike at them first. Whoosh! With deliberate control over the dark powers, those ominous claws swiftly abandon their pursuit of the Fleet Admiral, redirecting their full force towards the members of CP0. What the hell? Why are they charging towards us? The Fleet Admiral poses the greatest threat, does he not? This madman, this scoundrel. Witnessing the darkness forsake its pursuit of the Fleet Admiral to instead assault their group, the enraged CP0 cannot help but unleash a torrent of curses. Yet, no matter how vehemently they curse, it cannot alter the impending reality that the dark powers are closing in on them. How intriguing. Meanwhile, the Fleet Admiral perceives Rock's intentions and, with a shift in thought, utilizes the moonwalk to hover in midair, arms crossed, adopting a posture of detached observation. These bothersome CP0 agents are akin to a swarm of flies. Why not eliminate these pesky nuisances with the aid of Rocks? What on earth is the Marine Admiral doing? Hurry and stop those contemptible pirates. If I perish, the 5 elders will not spare your worthless navy. CP0 also noticed the Admiral's passive demeanor, unable to restrain themselves from cursing him. How amusing. Rocks too observed the Admiral's apparent indifference, seemingly dissatisfied with CP0 and eager to rid himself of them. Thus, Rocks was more than willing to be the instrument of their demise. A sinister black smoke advanced relentlessly towards CP0, now mere moments away. At that instant, Rocks moved through the smoke and appeared directly before them. Wretched, contemptible pirates. Gale foot technique, cannon, finger gun technique, flying shot, 6 styles technique, lotus. CP0 realized that the Marine Admiral would not come to their aid, leaving them to fend for themselves. Consequently, they launched a counterattack against Rocks. Dogs of the celestial dragons. Perish. Enduring the onslaught, Rock's body remained as steadfast as steel, untouched by the powerful strikes, merely emanating smoke. With a sweeping motion, Rock seized the heads of 2 CP0 agents, lifting them as if they were mere chicks. The remaining 3 were ensnared by his dark powers. In a single breath, Rocks captured all 5 CP0 agents before him. Die. Without uttering any unnecessary words, Rocks tightened his grip. With a sickening crunch, the heads of the 2 captured CP0 agents exploded like overripe melons, a gruesome spray of blood filling the air, a scene most unsettling. Well done. The Marine Admiral silently praised the spectacle, reflecting on past frustrations, had he not held the title of Admiral. These wretched CP0 agents would have perished countless times at his hands. You scoundrel, Admiral. If I survive, I shall report your crimes to the 5 elders. Witnessing the effortless demise of their comrades, the remaining 3 CP0 could not help but curse the Admiral. With the Admiral's strength, he could undoubtedly thwart Rocks. Yet he chose to remain a passive observer. It was clear he was orchestrating their demise by proxy. You still wish to return alive? What a farce. The Admiral of the Navy finally had the opportunity to express his triumph, retorting with scorn. In accordance with Rock's notorious style, he could not possibly allow these 3 CP0 members to escape unscathed. As the admiral had surmised, Rocks meted out their fates with ruthless precision, a bullet to the head, a bisecting slice, and a gruesome dismemberment by pulling apart their limbs. The CP0 agents, in their servitude to the celestial dragons, have undoubtedly committed countless atrocities. Their swift execution is a mere mercy for them. The Navy is not entirely devoid of merit. After dispatching 5 CP0 agents with unerring precision, Rocks lingered in the air, casting his gaze towards the distant admiral of the Navy. It is now time for us to settle our score, Rocks. In this battle, we, the Navy, shall eradicate your Rocks pirates. At that moment, the admiral shed his coat and the mantle of justice, revealing his bare torso. Despite having surpassed 50 years, with streaks of gray in his hair, his physique remained in peak condition. The contours of his muscles were chiseled with a perfection akin to that of sculpted stone, each bulging muscle harboring an immense potential for destruction. The sitting admiral of the Navy was a master of martial arts, having refined his physical prowess to its zenith, possessing the most formidable strength upon the seas. It was precisely this prowess that allowed him to rise above his peers and claim the title of admiral. Then let us see what you can do. Rocks chuckled heartily, brimming with anticipation. Since his confrontation with the Thunder Dragon, he had sensed a breakthrough to an elevated level of power. Now was the perfect opportunity to test his mettle against the admiral, merely a pirate. How audacious! Prepare to meet your end. The admiral, incensed by the audacity of Rocks' demeanor, could no longer contain his fury. With his legs bent at a perfect 90-degree angle, he propelled himself into the air, resembling a human cannonball as he swiftly approached Rocks. Unbeknownst to him, his right fist had begun to coalesce a terrifying visible stream of energy. Not just any energy, but one that crackled with ominous black lightning, rampant and uncontrollable. Undoubtedly, this was the manifestation of Haushiko Haki, the Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki, is it? How intriguing! Upon witnessing this, Rocks immediately recognized it as the rare ability possessed only by the elite warriors of the seas. The ensuing battle promised to be captivating. With the rare opportunity to encounter a master of martial arts, Rocks decided against employing the powers of his dark fruit. Instead, he unreservedly concentrated his own formidable Conqueror's Haki into his fist. The tightly clenched fist erupted with a series of explosive crackles as Rocks surged forward. With a tumultuous clash, a spherical energy orb formed in the space between their impending strikes. This is the unique ability of the Conqueror's Haki, which allows one to unleash power without physical contact with the enemy. The energy sphere situated at the center of their fists serves as the finest testament to this. Suddenly, a ferocious whirlwind erupts around the two, generating terrifying waves of pulsating energy. The expanse of this shockwave is both astonishing and formidable. The mighty force directly swept up the seawater beneath the feet of the two individuals, conjuring towering waves that soared hundreds of meters into the air, reminiscent of a tsunami unleashed by the tremor fruit. However, this was not a true tsunami, but rather a mere manifestation of their overwhelming might and presence. The sheer clash of their formidable will and power birthed such a breathtaking spectacle, underscoring the immense strength possessed by both. Even the dozen or so warships that had yet to succumb to the depths were relentlessly battered and pushed back hundreds of meters by this terrifying pulse of air. The sailors aboard the vessels clung desperately to anything within reach, striving to safeguard themselves from being swept away by the forceful surge. Meanwhile, the sea below, teeming with fishermen and naval personnel, was violently disrupted by the might of this colossal wave. Such is the formidable might of a sovereign-level warrior. Each movement and strike possesses the power to alter the very landscape surrounding them. Thunderous roars echoed as the two adversaries remained locked in a stalemate in the skies for at least 10 minutes. Suddenly, the energy sphere swirling between them erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that radiated outward. Flee. Quickly distance yourselves from the clash of these titans. Do not allow yourselves to be swept up in their battle. Those present, whether members of the Navy or the Rocks pirates, hastily retreated from the combat zone of Rocks and the Navy admiral. Once the energy sphere's detonation subsided, the two combatants re-emerged before the onlookers. Although the Navy admiral bore no visible wounds, he was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, his chest heaving violently. Conversely, Rocks appeared entirely unscathed, merely glistening with a hint of perspiration, his breathing markedly steadier than that of the admiral. With a single punch, the disparity was unmistakable. The admiral had indeed found himself at a disadvantage. What on earth is happening here? Just how terrifying is that fellow Rocks? Witnessing this scene, the faces of the Navy personnel were painted with disbelief, as if they had encountered a specter. despite the fact that neither party sustained injuries from the recent exchange. The reactions of the Navy Admiral and Rocks clearly indicated a shift in power. It is essential to recognize that the Navy Admiral ascended to his rank by distinguishing himself among the Navy generals. While the strength of the Admiral and the generals may not exhibit a significant tiered disparity, the Admiral is undoubtedly slightly more formidable than his peers of the same era. One must not underestimate this subtle difference. For top-tier warriors, even the slightest margin can lead to a catastrophic downfall. Although Navy generals are lauded as the pinnacle of the Navy's combat prowess, the true highest power resides with the Navy Admiral. However, the Admiral typically refrains from leaving the Navy headquarters to engage directly, only doing so in extraordinary circumstances such as this. Indeed, Rocks is remarkable. Haha. The Navy Admiral is but a mere shadow in comparison. Brothers, charge forth. Annihilate the Navy. Let the name of the Rocks Pirates resonate throughout the world. This scene also inspired every member of the Rocks Pirates present. Although neither Rocks nor the Admiral managed to claim victory in such a battlefield, the actions of these formidable warriors would capture everyone's attention. That recent display was sufficient to diminish the morale of the Navy, while simultaneously elevating the spirits of the Rocks Pirates to new heights. In that moment, the Fishmen once again plunged into a frenzied clash with the Navy, completely gaining the upper hand. Moreover, the Admiral, astonishingly, this scene, of course, did not escape the notice of the two admirals engaged in combat, Black Hawk and White Horse. They were utterly astonished to realize that Rocks had proven to be so formidable, managing to gain the upper hand in a confrontation with the fleet admiral. Hey, it seems you've momentarily lost focus. 3,000 Thunderblades. Seizing the fleeting opportunity presented by Black Hawk's momentary distraction, Lorne swiftly enveloped his blade, the Heavenly Feather Slash, with the power of lightning. With a swish, and in conjunction with the supreme hockey of observation, Lorne's Heavenly Feather Slash struck across Black Hawk's left chest. This is bad, Black Hawk thought to himself, attempting to raise his blade to deflect Lorne's strike. But alas, it was too late. With a swift motion, the Heavenly Feather Slash descended, leaving a horrifically deep gash across Black Hawk's left chest. Meanwhile, Girarur, White Horse, do you dare to lose focus while battling me? Are you afraid that your demise isn't swift enough? Newgate seized the fleeting moment of distraction from White Horse, raising his Naginata high, enveloped in the might of Conqueror's Haki. With a swift slash, he inflicted a deep wound upon White Horse's right waist. Black Hawk was injured. This was the first time he had ever been wounded. After all, he was renowned as the world's greatest swordsman. Even White Horse himself. The fleet admiral found himself at a disadvantage, and both admirals sustained injuries. The continuous influx of grim tidings plunged the Navy present into profound despair. The injuries of two admirals at once left the gathered Navy in utter hopelessness. They had initially anticipated this would be a remarkably effortless and dominating battle, especially considering the overwhelming force they had deployed. The Navy had mobilized an extensive array of troops, 2 admirals from the headquarters, 1 admiral candidate, along with 16 elite vice-admirals, thousands of sailors, and numerous warships, essentially unleashing the full might of the Navy headquarters. Even the fleet admiral himself had taken to the field. In terms of strength, the current Rocks Pirates were nowhere near a match for the Navy headquarters. Yet, they found themselves embroiled in a fierce struggle, with the Navy suffering grievous losses. The disparity between this war and our expectations is staggering, plunging the morale of the Navy into a profound despondency, even casting doubts on our prospects for victory. Fear not, valiant warriors of justice. Justice shall never falter. The mere Rocks Pirates are but a disorganized mob. Rally behind me, and let us charge forth. At that moment, a resounding voice echoed across the battlefield. The assembled troops turned to behold none other than another formidable figure from the naval headquarters, the Vice Admiral and candidate for Admiral, Jinshi. With only 3 positions for admirals filled, Jinshi must operate under the title of a mid-ranking officer and admiral candidate. Furthermore, due to the abrupt demise of Thunder Dragon, the Navy was unable to conduct his promotion ceremony in a timely manner. Thus he remains a candidate for admiral at this juncture. Although the strength of this candidate for the general's position may not quite match that of a true general, it is certainly not far behind. If one were to assess their power, the current 3 generals could be likened to the 3 legendary generals from the original text: Chicken, Dog, and Monkey, whose prowess is unparalleled. In comparison, the strength of this candidate is akin to that of Green Bull from the original narrative. Indeed, they possess the capabilities of a general, yet when juxtaposed with the overwhelming presence of their fellow generals, there remains a noticeable disparity. Nevertheless, This candidate's strength still firmly resides within the realm of the Emperor-level warriors, not significantly inferior to the genuine Emperor-level figures. They maintain an overwhelming advantage over those below the Emperor level. Even in the original story, despite Green Bull's cowardice, he triumphed effortlessly against top-tier officers like Queen and King, illustrating this point. Moreover, we have Mr. Golden Snake. Indeed, while the Rocks Pirates may only have 3 principal officers, we are fortunate to possess the candidate for General, Mr. Golden Snake. Our hope for victory remains bright. Upon witnessing the candidate, the eyes of the Navy personnel reignited with a blazing fervor, a flame named justice. After all, the premier powerhouses of the Rocks Pirates are solely Lorne, Rocks, and Newgate. Currently, these 3 are occupied by the Marshal, Black Hawk, and White Horse General, leaving the rest to be merely a disorganized rabble. Furthermore, behind Golden Snake stands a line of elite vice admirals from the Navy headquarters. The strengths of these vice admirals vary significantly. The formidable possess power akin to the top officials of the Royal Corps, while the weakest still boast the strength of a captain within the Royal Corps. Together, they form a considerable force. Eliminate the Rocks Pirates. Charge with me, bellowed the Vice Admiral Jean Shi as he led the charge towards the members of the Rocks Pirates. Fishermen warriors, valiant members of the Rocks Pirates, prepare for battle. Simultaneously, Neptune once again led nearly 10,000 valiant fishermen, joining forces with the members of the Rocks Pirates to confront the Vice Admiral candidates. Merely a race of fishermen, betrayers of the world government, scoffed Vice Admiral Jean Shi, disdain flickering in his eyes. Indeed, the strength of the fishermen is tenfold that of ordinary humans. But that is in relation to common humanity. When faced with the royal-level powers, whose might surpasses that of ordinary humans by thousands of times, what distinction remains between fishermen and commoners? I shall strike you first, the most notorious fisherman, Neptune. At this moment, Neptune bore the title of the most notorious fisherman as bestowed by the world government. After all, as a king, he led his people to betray the world government and join the pirates, inciting their utmost ire. Now, it was the perfect opportunity to eliminate him. Oceanic vortex. Neptune raised his trident, stirring the sea into a frenzy, and colossal waves surged towards Vice Admiral Jean Shi. Boom. With merely a display of his hockey, Jean Shi dispersed the waves Neptune had conjured. The disparity was infuriatingly vast, although Neptune's strength was not to be underestimated. It paled in comparison to that of a royal-level powerhouse. Perish, Neptune, Jean Shi sneered as he charged towards Neptune. At a critical moment, bang! A figure suddenly appeared beside Neptune, intercepting the attack from Vice Admiral Jean Shi. It was the user of the barrier fruit. After the battle in Wano, the barrier fruit had been claimed by Rocks and subsequently rewarded to a member of the Rocks Pirates. While the offensive capabilities of the barrier fruit may be modest, its defensive prowess is astonishingly formidable. Even at the peak of his power, Kazuki Oden found the abilities of the barrier fruit quite troublesome. It is worth noting that although Oden was somewhat foolish, his strength was undeniable, as he was the man capable of instilling psychological trauma in Kaido. At his zenith, Kazuki Oden was undoubtedly a royal-level powerhouse. Damn pirates! I was so close to capturing the most notorious fisherman, Neptune. Vice Admiral Jean Shi seethed with frustration, realizing that he had been thwarted by an insignificant nobody just when he could have slain Neptune. I am a member of the Rocks Pirates. This member of the Rocks Pirates, known as Dar, let out a fierce roar, exuding remarkable valor. This is precisely the advantage that Locks and Lorne reaped when they set sail from their homeland, selecting only those brimming with courage. Even when faced with a vice admiral, they would never yield. Insolent wretches, meet your demise. The vice admiral, Golden Serpent, launched another ferocious assault. Barrier. Dal resolutely thwarted the advance of the vice admiral, as his abilities and indomitable spirit could not penetrate Dal's defenses. Neptune, you should go elsewhere. I will take on this adversary. As he unleashed the barrier, Dal turned to Neptune and spoke. It is important to note that while the Rocks Pirates held a geographical advantage, their sheer strength was still inferior to that of the Navy. Although he had managed to hold off this vice admiral, there were still 16 elite rear admirals from headquarters to contend with. These individuals, united in their efforts, should not be underestimated. Neptune's involvement could alleviate some of the pressure on the Rocks Pirates. I understand. You must exercise caution, Dar, for this is a candidate for admiral. Neptune, without unnecessary words, nodded and engaged in combat with a distinguished vice admiral of the Navy, brandishing his trident. Charge. Annihilate the Rocks Pirates. Justice shall not falter. Destroy the Navy. Victory is assured for the Rocks Pirates. protect our homeland. This opportunity to live on land is hard won. We must withstand the Navy's assault. Meanwhile, the Rocks pirates and the Navy clashed in a fierce battle. Under the leadership of 16 elite vice admirals, the Navy displayed their prowess. Various forms of artillery, sword strikes, spear thrusts, tempest kicks, and other martial techniques rained down upon the sea. Some Navy members, endowed with special abilities, utilized moonwalk to soar into the air, maximizing their advantages. A dazzling array of powers unleashed upon the waters. The fishermen sought to capitalize on their home ground advantage, hoping to draw the Navy into underwater combat. However, despite the fishermen's advantages in maritime warfare, they were at a disadvantage against the Navy's martial specialists, such as Garp and Zephyr. Even submerged beneath the waves, the fishermen found themselves at the mercy of relentless assaults. At this juncture, the fishermen race lacked formidable warriors akin to Tiger or Jean Bay from later generations. The decline of the Rocks pirates became increasingly apparent. After all, the mid-level officers represented a significant weakness for the crew, although numerous and well-resourced. The pirate crew lacked mid-tier commanders with bounties exceeding 100 million. While top-tier combatants like Rocks, Lorne, and Newgate were present, the Navy had even mobilized the fleet admiral. To withstand the fleet admiral, 2 admirals, and an admiral candidate, the strength of the Rocks pirates could be deemed among the finest on the high seas. It appears that continuing in this manner may prove untenable. Lawrence's observation Hockey sensed that the dynamics of the battlefield were undergoing subtle changes. After all, Lawrence Thunderfruit significantly enhanced his observation abilities, allowing him to perceive the shifting tides of the battle. At this moment, the situation appeared increasingly dire for the Rocks pirates. Under the relentless assault of the Navy, the Rocks pirates had begun to show signs of fatigue, initially leveraging their home advantage and the inherent strengths of the fisherman race. They had decimated a considerable portion of the Navy's active forces, claiming the lives of at least 10,000 elite sailors. However, the Navy's strength was formidable, boasting an abundance of imperial-level powerhouses, alongside 16 elite vice admirals from the headquarters and numerous rear admirals. Additionally, figures such as Karp, Zifa, Sengoku, and Tsuru, all of whom had already achieved the rank of rear admiral, posed a significant threat. The Rocks pirates were now critically lacking in mid-level officers, rendering them ill-equipped to contend with the vice admirals and rear admirals from the Navy headquarters. Most crucially, the intelligence originally relayed by the fishermen indicated that only 2 admirals from the headquarters would be deployed, accompanied by a candidate admiral. The Rocks pirates felt confident in facing 3 imperial-level powerhouses. Yet, little did they know, the fleet admiral had personally entered the fray. Thus, the Navy headquarters deployed 4 formidable sovereign-level warriors. It is essential to recognize that these beings are exceedingly fearsome on the battlefield, no matter how much numerical superiority one possesses. It is rendered meaningless in the presence of a sovereign-level entity. One such warrior is equivalent to an army of 100,000 or even more. The Rocks pirates managed to withstand this onslaught largely due to the fact that my brother seized the shield fruit, which allowed them to barely hold on. Otherwise, they would have already faced utter defeat. You fool, it seems you have become distracted, Ron Jibek. Simultaneously, the admiral of the Navy headquarters, the world's foremost swordsman, Black Hawk, sensed Ron's momentary lapse in focus. Without hesitation, he brandished his renowned blade, launching a devastating strike toward Ron. Sizzle. Ron's observation Hockey accurately foresaw Black Hawk's intentions, and he swiftly elementalized, transforming into a bolt of lightning that appeared several dozen meters away, evading the lethal blow. Truly a troublesome adversary. Black Hawk grimaced in annoyance. Despite Ron's bounty of 465 million, his strength far surpassed that amount, at least for the time being. Black Hawk found himself at an impasse against this opponent. Hey, continuing this battle is futile. Seizing the opportunity, Ron cast a glance at the state of the battlefield, his eyes betraying deep concern. My brother, Rocks, was firmly in control of the fight against the Marine Admiral. Yet a decisive victor had yet to emerge. On the other front, Whitebeard and Admiral Whitehorse were evenly matched, and it would take at least 3 days and nights, if not longer, to determine a winner. However, Dar, having consumed the shield fruit, found himself struggling against the Marine Admiral candidate, Golden Serpent. Under the relentless assault from Golden Serpent, Dar was relegated to defense, unable to counterattack, and his shield was beginning to weaken. After all, maintaining such an ability demands stamina. And enduring this prolonged engagement against an Admiral candidate was an extraordinary feat for Dar. Moreover, the thousands of fishermen led by Neptune faced off against the remnants of the Navy, commanded by 16 elite Marine vice admirals. Though the casualties of the Rocks pirates were not yet significant, signs of decline were already apparent. If this protracted battle continued, the situation for the Rocks pirates would only worsen, particularly on the front of Admiral Candidate Golden Serpent. Once Dar's stamina was depleted, and he could no longer withstand Golden Serpent. The intervention of a sovereign-level warrior would undoubtedly escalate the casualties of the Rocks pirates to an irreparable extent, leading to an inevitable downfall. Ha ha, are you afraid, Ron? But it is too late. After your Rocks pirates committed such heinous crimes against the Thunder Dragon and the Celestial Dragons, the fate of your crew is sealed, death. Black Hawk, perceiving the worry in Ron's eyes, burst into laughter. It appears that the outcome of this war is already determined. The righteous Navy shall emerge as the ultimate victor. Heh. Afraid? You must be mistaken, Black Hawk. What you should truly fear is your Navy. Even the Naval Marshal has been mobilized. The defenses at the Naval Headquarters in Marineford must be exceedingly depleted at this moment. Given this situation, how does the headline? The Marine Headquarters at Marineford successfully conquered by the Rocks pirates sound for tomorrow's front page? A spark ignited in Lorne's eyes as an audacious idea suddenly surfaced in his mind to raid Marineford. After all, based on Lorne's understanding, the Navy has deployed nearly all its forces, including its most formidable admirals. It is highly likely that the remaining strength at Marineford is alarmingly weak. Marineford is the very heart of the Navy. If it were to fall to a band of pirates, what chaos would ensue among the global populace? And to what depths would the Navy's reputation plummet? The mere thought of this is exhilarating. What do your words imply? At that moment, Black Hawk seemed to grasp the underlying meaning of Lorne's words, and his tone shifted slightly. If Marineford were truly to fall to pirates, what horrendous ramifications would that impose upon the world? It is unfathomable to consider the extent to which the Navy's reputation would plummet in the eyes of the populace. Even Admiral Black Hawk is unaware of the magnitude of the impact such an event would have on the world. After all, the Navy headquarters is the very bastion of the Navy. Historically, it has never been breached. If it were indeed captured by pirates, how could the Navy ever hope to uphold the mantle of justice? If they cannot even safeguard their own stronghold, how could the public ever trust that the Navy could protect their safety? Heh, do you still not comprehend the implications? The fleet admiral has personally mobilized. Marineford must be in a state of utter disarray by now. Any formidable pirate could easily lay siege to Marineford. Just imagine the predicament the Navy would find themselves in. It's quite amusing to contemplate. A derisive smile crept across Lorne's lips as he meticulously scrutinized the expressions on Admiral Black Hawk's face. In truth, Lorne could not guarantee that his audacious idea, which had suddenly emerged, would succeed without fail. After all, it indeed necessitated a considerable amount of risk. This era is exceptionally unique, being decades away from the original narrative. Lorne was uncertain whether the Navy still harbored other formidable warriors in this time. If the Navy had high-ranking officers hidden away to protect Marineford, then his plan was likely doomed to failure. Thus, Lorne intently observed Admiral Black Hawk, attempting to glean any valuable information from his changes in expression. Unfortunately, Black Hawk exhibited little in the way of emotion. Do you think that by saying this, we will let you go? Heh. Perhaps you should concern yourselves with the survival of your Rocks pirates. The affairs of the Navy headquarters are not for a pirate like you to meddle in. Admiral Black Hawk sneered, brandishing his sword, Demon Slayer, rushing toward Lorne. Bang! The clash between Heavenly Feather Slash and Demon Slayer erupted in a shower of sparks, creating a vacuum around them. It is not that Black Hawk is unconcerned about the possibility of a pirate ambush on the Navy headquarters. In fact, the current strength of the Navy headquarters is alarmingly depleted. Should a powerful pirate set their sights on it, it would likely fall almost instantly. However, this is precisely why the Navy deployed a significant number of troops to patrol the vicinity of Marineford before their departure. Should any pirates invade, they would immediately receive an alert from Navy headquarters. As of now, no warning has reached me from the pirate headquarters. Thus, General Black Hawk was utterly unconcerned about the possibility of Marin Vondo being ambushed by the notorious pirates. At that moment, Lorne was oblivious to the thoughts swirling in Black Hawk's mind. His own brain was racing, contemplating how to repel the Navy. After all, if the battle continued, the Rocks pirates would undoubtedly falter. While Lorne, Rocks, and Whitebeard might not face immediate danger, the Fishman warriors and other members of the Rocks pirates were teetering on the brink of death. Before long, Lorne conceived a brilliant strategy. In a flash, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, darting several hundred meters away, extricating himself from the clash with General Black Hawk. "You cowardly pirate, are you so afraid of death?" Black Hawk exclaimed, visibly exasperated. The speed of Lorne's thunderfruit was indeed remarkable, leaving Black Hawk struggling to keep pace. How tiresome, Lorne mused. With the Navy headquarters forces so depleted, it presented an opportune moment. None among you in the Navy can match the velocity of my thunderfruit. With that, Lorne fixed his gaze on General Black Hawk, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his mouth. At that instant, Lorne transformed into a streak of lightning, flickering as he traced a comet-like tail through the air, hastily departing the battlefield and racing towards the Navy headquarters. Simultaneously, Lorne activated his observation hockey, enabling him to glimpse the fleeting future. As anticipated, through his hockey, Black Hawk saw Lorne heading towards the Navy headquarters, and his expression shifted dramatically. Following this, Black Hawk exchanged a few words with the fleet admiral on the battlefield before hastening to pursue Lorne with utmost speed. Beyond that moment, Lorne could not discern the future. Yet, in that brief glimpse, he had already concluded that the Navy headquarters harbored no surplus forces. All their might was concentrated in this maritime region. If he were to launch a surprise assault on the Navy headquarters now, the outcome would undoubtedly be extraordinary. With this thought in mind, Lorne quickened his pace. In the next moment, just as Lorne had foreseen with his observation hockey, General Black Hawk's expression changed drastically as he witnessed Lorne abandoning the battle and speeding towards the Navy headquarters like a thunderbolt, his pupils constricting in shock. Did this fellow intend to launch a direct assault on the Navy headquarters? A foreboding thought materialized in Admiral Black Hawk's mind. Given his recent encounter with Lorne, it was evident that Lorne possessed formidable strength, having already 1 foot poised at the threshold of the Emperor-level power, coupled with the terrifying abilities of the Thunderfruit. Should he succeed in a surprise attack, the station forces at Navy headquarters would be utterly defenseless. If that were to transpire, as Lorne had asserted, the headlines of the following day would unequivocally not announce the obliteration of the Rocks pirates, but rather a cataclysmic event, the destruction of Marineford at the hands of pirates. The ramifications on a global scale would be unfathomable, a thought that left Black Hawk in a state of disbelief. Especially considering that Marineford stood as the very heart of the world. Should it fall to pirates, the Navy would be rendered incapable of lifting its head again. What a despicable scoundrel! In an instant, Admiral Black Hawk, as if struck by lightning, envisioned the impending calamities. Thus, he promptly advanced in the direction Lorne had taken, employing the moonwalk technique to hasten his pursuit. Simultaneously, he did not hesitate to bellow at the top of his lungs to the battlefield. This is dire. Lorne intends to directly raid Marine headquarters, Marineford. What is happening? What in the world? In that moment, upon hearing Black Hawk's exclamation, the Navy Fleet Admiral, General Whitehorse, and Admiral Candidate Golden Snake immediately withdrew from their fierce combat. They turned their gazes toward Admiral Black Hawk, their expressions reflecting profound concern. In their sight, Lorne transformed into a streak of thunderous light, departing the battlefield with his trajectory unmistakably aimed at Marine headquarters, Marineford. At this very moment, in the waters surrounding Wano, the Navy Fleet Admiral, General Whitehorse, and Admiral Candidate Golden Snake gazed at the lightning-quick figure in the sky, their faces etched with terror. Was Lorne truly planning a long-distance assault on Marine headquarters, Marineford? Admiral, what shall we do next? At that moment, both General Whitehorse and Admiral Candidate Golden Snake turned their eyes toward the Fleet Admiral. Lorne's sudden decision had thrust the Navy into a state of vulnerability. The reason was clear. Marineford's defensive forces were exceedingly thin, and a pirate of Lorne's caliber could not be repelled with the remaining strength at Marineford. If he were not intercepted, Marineford would inevitably face annihilation. That was the center of the world, the Navy headquarters. Should it be destroyed by a single pirate, the Navy would become the laughingstock of the entire world, losing all face in the future. Yet, the Rocks pirates remained an enemy that must be eradicated, especially since the Navy had mobilized such vast forces, a full-scale deployment, with even the Fleet Admiral personally involved. The entire world was watching the unfolding of this war. It could be said that this conflict would determine the fate of the world to come. If the Navy were to retreat in such a manner, it would be utterly indefensible to the 5 elders in the world government, and the reputation of the Rocks pirates would soar. It can be said that they find themselves in a predicament where advancing or retreating presents formidable challenges. In this dilemma, neither Admiral Whitehorse nor the candidate Admiral Golden Serpent possesses the authority to determine the Navy's subsequent course of action. Only the Supreme Commander of the Navy, the Fleet Admiral, is entitled to make such critical decisions. Cursed pirates! The Fleet Admiral glared intensely at Lorne, while Admiral Black Hawk was already strenuously pursuing him. Yet it was a pursuit destined to fail. Lorne, being the wielder of the Rumble Rumble fruit, possesses a speed akin to lightning. Only other natural type or mythical Zoan-type devil fruit users could hope to catch him. The fleet admiral understood all too well that whether they retreated or continued their assault, the Navy would incur tremendous costs. Charge my subordinates. Leave no opportunity for these Navy scoundrels. Just as the fleet admiral hesitated, the unencumbered Rocks and Newgate launched a fierce offensive against the Navy. During this moment of indecision, numerous Navy personnel fell to the hands of the Rocks pirates. Damn it! The fleet admiral recognized that further hesitation was untenable. This was a time of war. A single second of indecision could yield dire consequences. Retreat. Should there be any repercussions from above, I shall bear full responsibility. Swiftly, the fleet admiral made a decisive call. They would retreat and protect the Navy's headquarters at Marineford. He understood the principle of choosing the lesser of two evils. Remaining to continue the battle would not guarantee the eradication of the Rocks pirates anytime soon. If Lorne were to launch a successful ambush, it could very well result in the destruction of the Navy headquarters without annihilating the Rocks pirates. Such an outcome would lead to the Navy being scorned by the world government and the global populace. Consequently, the most prudent course was to safeguard the Navy headquarters. If they could withdraw quickly, the headquarters would surely be preserved. One option involved staying and potentially failing to eliminate the Rocks pirates, while the other promised the protection of Marineford through immediate retreat. It was a choice even a fool could discern. Retreat. The fleet admiral's command reverberated across the battlefield. Was this truly the time to retreat? They had just gained the upper hand. Persisting in the battle would undoubtedly lead to victory. Carp, having struck a fishman warrior with a punch that sent him reeling, blood spilling from his mouth and his eyes glazing, surveyed the battlefield and, upon hearing the retreat order, was filled with confusion. That rascal Lorne had used the power of the rumble fruit to ambush the Navy headquarters. If they did not return, the headquarters would surely be lost. Sengoku, transformed into a golden Buddha, swiftly seized Carp by the collar and flew back to a warship, canceling his devil fruit powers. He immediately pointed to the streak of lightning in the sky and spoke to Carp. It was truly unfortunate that despite mobilizing such a vast array of forces, they had failed to eradicate the Rocks pirates. Zifa's words rang true. The inability to eliminate the Rocks pirates would undoubtedly draw the ire of the world government towards the Navy. Meanwhile, Zifa and Tsuru had also returned to the warship, both letting out a deep sigh. The recent operation failed to eradicate the Rocks pirates and instead opted for a direct retreat, effectively signaling the Navy's defeat. Both the world government and the global populace will undoubtedly cast doubt upon the Navy, and it is foreseeable that this will have significant repercussions. However, should the Navy headquarters fall, the ramifications would be even more profound. One could say that the admiral made the least unfavorable choice at this moment. The Navy, in this instance, has been thoroughly bested by Lorne. Who could have anticipated that this individual would attempt a long-distance assault on the Navy headquarters, compelling the Navy to withdraw? It is predictable that, having failed to completely annihilate the Rocks pirates, their notoriety across the globe will surge once more, potentially expanding into a formidable terror organization that could cause considerable distress for the world government. Captain Rocks, the Navy has retreated. Should we pursue? Observing the continuous withdrawal of the Navy, Neptune approached Rocks to inquire. In response, Rocks surveyed the fishmen below, without the resistance of mid-level officers. The fishmen used their numerical superiority to withstand the onslaught of the 16 elite vice admirals and numerous rear admirals from the Navy headquarters. Nevertheless, they have incurred significant losses. Stand down, Rocks pondered for a moment before deciding against the pursuit. The fishmen are heavily wounded and require time to recuperate. Further casualties must be avoided. Meanwhile, Whitebeard unleashed the tremor of his devil fruit ability, creating a roaring tsunami that caused considerable trouble for the Navy. Go back to your homeland, you scoundrels of the Navy, Whitebeard proclaimed triumphantly as he admired his handiwork. Simultaneously, Rocks dialed a special contact, a white transponder snail designated for communication with Lorne. Little brother, the Navy has retreated. You should return swiftly. The Admiral, Black Hawk, White Horse, and Golden Snake have all made their way back. As soon as the call connected, Rocks' concerned voice emanated. In truth, Lorne's decision was entirely spontaneous, unbeknownst even to Rocks. Retreated? It seems the objective has been accomplished. Lorne, still airborne and soaring at great speed, held the transponder snail in one hand, a smile gracing his face. It appears that my endeavors have borne fruit. However, my brother, since the Navy dared to launch such a large-scale assault against us this time, they will undoubtedly return with vengeance. What do you mean? Rocks discerned a deeper meaning in Lorne's words. It is imperative that they understand that mobilizing their entire force comes with consequences. Lorne's tone was resolute. If the Navy is not made to pay a heavy price, then my ambush would have been in vain. The Navy must face repercussions. Lorne's conviction was unwavering. I understand. Lorne, we must prioritize our own safety. After this great battle, I also intend to deliver a small shock to the celestial dragons. Do take care not to get injured. In 3 days, it shall be the time when the celestial dragons levy the heavenly gold. Upon hearing this, Rocks hastily offered his counsel. Fully aware of his brother Lorne's disposition, at such times, persuasion would be futile. After imparting his advice, Rocks concluded the call and turned to Neptune beside him. Neptune, take some men to intercept Lorne. Understood, Lord Rocks. Neptune nodded, swiftly leading a cadre of elite Fishman warriors into the depths of the sea, propelling themselves rapidly towards the Marine headquarters. Meanwhile, a few hours later, Lorne had arrived near the Marine headquarters. From a distance, he could discern the waters surrounding Marineford, where Marine patrol ships incessantly scanned the area, their searchlights piercing the dark sea. Concurrently, Lorne unleashed his observation hockey, synergizing it with the powers of the Thunder Fruit, rapidly expanding the range of his perception. Centered around him, his observation hockey extended over an area equivalent to that of an island, instantly enveloping all Marine patrol vessels and stationed troops at the Marineford port within his awareness. He chuckled softly, noting that only a few thousand Marines, along with a vice admiral and several rear admirals, were left to defend Marineford. The Marines certainly showed no signs of leniency. With this intelligence at hand, a smile crept across Lorne's lips. The might of the Thunder Fruit was undeniably formidable, augmenting his observation hockey to effortlessly grasp the stationed Marine forces. Would there be an ambush? Yet, Lorne found himself curious. The Marines must be aware of his impending assault, so why had they not reported to the world government? It is worth noting that even Lorne, as a traveler from another world, had scant knowledge of the true strength of the world government. The sovereign of the world, requires no introduction. Just the 5 elders, each bearing the title of warlord, are no fewer than 5 emperors of unparalleled strength. Coupled with the enigmatic god knights, they total 9 formidable beings. The prowess of these 9 individuals remains enigmatic, however. Their ability to execute celestial dragons at will and to refer to them as mere refuse suggests that among the members of this divine knight order, there are at least a few who possess the strength of imperial rank. In terms of might, the imperial-level combatants of Mariewa are certainly not inferior to those of the Navy, and may even be more formidable. It is crucial to note that Mariewa is in close proximity to Marineford, even with the Thunder Fruit at his disposal. Traversing from the New World would undoubtedly take longer than the time it would take for Mariewa to reach Marineford, if the Navy were inclined to seek assistance from the world government. It stands to reason that at least one member of the Divine Knight Order or a Celestial Elder should be stationed here. Why then? Does Marineford lack even a single Imperial-level warrior? This perplexes Lorne greatly. Could it be that Marineford already has an Imperial-level guardian in place? One whose presence is concealed and thus eludes his perception? Contemplating this, Lorne proceeded with caution. Nevertheless, he soon utilized his observation hockey in conjunction with the Thunder Fruit to eavesdrop on the diverse conversations of the patrolling Navy below. One of the abilities of the Thunder Fruit is to eavesdrop on conversations within the range of the observation hockey by utilizing the form of electromagnetic waves. In the Sky Island, this technique is referred to by Inaru as the Heart Network. How infuriating! If that notorious pirate, Lorne, with a bounty of 400 million, truly arrives. How could we possibly withstand him? We should seek assistance from the world government. Otherwise, we will not be able to hold our ground. The Navy asking the world government for help? How absurd. Are you seeking death? We are the Navy, subservient to the world government. How could they possibly send troops to defend us? Indeed, not even the Admiral would dare to request support from the world government. Everything rests solely upon us. Everyone must exert themselves, stay alert, and ensure we detect the enemy at the earliest opportunity. The sounds of hushed whispers and anxious murmurs reached Lorne's ears, and he quickly comprehended the situation. It turned out that the Navy had not sought help from the world government at all. Even if they did, it would yield no results, only inciting the ire of the world government. After all, they are the celestial dragons, the deities who govern the world. The Navy is merely the lapdog of the celestial dragons, a mere enforcer. What logic is there in a master personally guarding their kennel? Understanding this, Lorne nearly laughed aloud. To endure within the Navy, one must possess remarkable resilience. At the very least, Lorne himself could not abide the whims of the celestial dragons. Given this, it was time to deliver a small surprise to the Navy. With this thought, Lorne transformed into a flash of lightning, appearing instantaneously on the deck of a warship. Who is this guy? It was none other than Lorne Zhi, the second-in-command of the Rocks pirates, with a bounty of 465 million. He arrived with astonishing speed. Sound the alarm immediately. Upon seeing him, the hundreds of Navy personnel on the warship fell into disarray, hastily grabbing their weapons and firing wildly at Lorne. Unfortunately, their bullets posed no threat to him. He effortlessly evaded them through his elemental transformation. This was the power of Mr. Thunder Dragon. Lorne had seized Mr. Thunder Dragon's abilities. The Navy was taken aback by this revelation. What good is sounding the alarm? Can the Navy headquarters truly hinder me now? Lorne scoffed, then elegantly gestured toward the sky with his right hand. In the next moment, a thunderous roar erupted. The seas around Marineford seemed to explode, the sound of thunder resonating loudly enough to shatter eardrums. The clouds in the sky gathered ominously, darkening and swirling to form a colossal vortex. Meanwhile, this spiraling cloud appeared to be accumulating a tremendous power, with flashes of lightning flickering within. Then, Lorne spoke slowly. Thunder moves 3,000. The clouds in the sky seemed to respond to a divine summons, rumbling ominously. In a breathtaking display, dozens of lightning bolts cascaded downwards, akin to the descent of divine beings. Each bolt, with a diameter extending several dozen meters, effortlessly engulfed entire naval vessels. The thunderous roars echoed, boom, boom. Each flash of lightning corresponded to a warship, and in an instant, the multitude of vessels patrolling around Marineford was utterly consumed. After several minutes of relentless bombardment, not a single ship remained afloat in the surrounding waters. 30 patrol ships had been reduced to mere debris, adrift upon the ocean's surface. The naval personnel aboard these ships were also charred to a crisp by the terrifying thunder, some floating lifelessly on the water, while others sank to the depths. Their fates uncertain, a scene of utter devastation. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, Marineford, the highest authority at Marineford was the elite Vice Admiral, Clay. The lightning outside? Could it be that the enemy has arrived? Upon witnessing the sudden and terrifying flashes surrounding Marineford, reminiscent of an apocalyptic vision, Vice Admiral Clay immediately rose to inquire of the nearby naval soldiers. However, the moment his question left his lips, a bolt of lightning shattered the glass of Clay's office, manifesting before all present. Lorne Zhi. Upon seeing Lorne and recognizing that familiar power, Clay's expression turned grave, his pupils trembling. Although he had already been informed by the Admiral that Lorne had acquired the powers of the Rumble fruit, witnessing it firsthand left him utterly astounded. After all, he was a direct subordinate of Mr. Thunder Dragon. The fact that his superior's power had fallen into the hands of a pirate pained Clay profoundly. Vice Admiral, it's been a while. If it weren't for you, Carp might have already perished, Lorne remarked with a light chuckle, not expecting to encounter an old acquaintance here. How dare this audacious pirate launch a surprise attack on the Navy headquarters? He seeks his own demise. Anger surged within Clay as he drew his sword, enveloping it with haki, and charged at Lorne. Such a direct assault, clearly, I have been underestimated. Lorne calmly unsheathed his Tianyu slash, infusing it with haki while also channeling the electrical currents of the Rumble fruit along the blade. In a mere few exchanges, lasting no more than 2 minutes, Clay was struck by the electric currents and collapsed into unconsciousness. It was time for the Navy to pay the price it owed. After neutralizing Vice Admiral Clay, Lorne activated his observation haki once more. Instantly, the entirety of Marineford was enveloped in the aura of his heightened perception. I found it. Lorne's eyes glimmered as his observation haki pinpointed the desired information regarding the Navy's supply storage. In a flash, he transformed into lightning, disappearing from his location. Within seconds, he boldly arrived at the site where the Navy stored its supplies. Enemy attack. It was none other than Lorne Zhi. This is intolerable. We cannot allow him to destroy this place. At the moment of Lorne's arrival, the naval colonel and nearly 100 naval soldiers stationed there immediately spotted him. Upon discovering Lorne, the naval personnel swiftly drew their sidearms and cannons to fire at him. Without uttering a single word, Lorne unleashed his conqueror's haki, rendering the eyes of the hundreds of guards blank, causing them to faint instantly. Thunder punishment. After dispatching the naval guards, Lorne summoned terrifying bolts of lightning, obliterating the massive steel doors of the naval supply depot. As he stepped inside the warehouse, he was greeted by a bountiful array of supplies stacked into small mountains. Within this immense facility, nearly half the size of an island, there were over 100 naval vessels alone. Additionally, countless firearms, swords, uniforms, fresh water, food, ammunition, din mushi, and various other equipment and weapons were present. The estimated value of the items within this warehouse was conservatively in the hundreds of billions, if not exceeding 1,000 billion berries. Truly, the Navy was immensely wealthy. Lorne gazed upon the warehouse, unable to suppress a glint in his eyes that resembled a desire for wealth. As the foremost military force under the world government, the Navy certainly allocated the largest military budget to forge this bastion of justice. However, one must remember that those who take are often beholden. Due to the substantial military funding provided by the world government, the Navy was compelled to operate under its jurisdiction, obeying its commands, even stooping to become the enforcers and lackeys of the celestial dragons. Observing the towering piles of supplies, a triumphant smile crept across Lorne's lips. Even if the Navy had more money than it could spend, the loss of hundreds of billions, if not nearly 1,000 billion berries worth of resources, would surely pain both the Navy and the world government. As he ventured deeper into the warehouse, Lorne unexpectedly stumbled upon several devil fruits. How intriguing! Could these fruits possibly include the magma, ice, or lightning fruits? A spark of excitement flickered in Lorne's eyes at the sight of the devil fruits. It is noteworthy that the original narrative did not disclose the origins of the future 3 admirals of the Navy, Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru. Perhaps these fruits were entrusted to them by the Navy. If that were the case, these devil fruits could conceal 3 top-tier Logia-type powers. The strength of the Rocks pirates would be significantly augmented. If that were true, it would be splendid. Without further ado, Lorne decided to seize the fruits first. He carefully collected the devil fruits and then directed a bolt of lightning towards the mountain of supplies. 3,000 volts, Thunder King, crackling and roaring. Lorne unleashed a tremendous surge of electricity within the warehouse, as the lightning rampaged and ignited everything in its path. The searing heat, the explosions, and the flames persisted for several minutes, ultimately obliterating all supplies in an instant, leaving nothing in their wake. Furthermore, after annihilating the resources, Lorne turned his attention to the more than 100 warships that lay quietly anchored. 50 million volts of fury unleashed. 100 million volts of the wrath of Thor. Heavenly Thunder Cataclysm. Dance of the Thunder Formation. A continuous barrage of lightning was unleashed, consuming Lorne an additional half-hour to completely dismantle the fleet of over 100 ships. Such a price should certainly serve as a stern reminder to the Navy. Observing the warehouse filled with ashes, devoid of even a trace of resources, Lorne couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Nearly 100 billion in supplies had vanished just like that. Truly astonishing. One could only imagine the expressions of despair on the faces of those like Admiral Whitehorse, Black Hawk, and even the 5 elders upon learning of this loss. It was indeed a pity not to witness it firsthand. With this thought, Lorne nearly burst into laughter. However, it seemed the Navy was on the verge of closing in. Lorne then activated his observation hockey, extending its range to the maximum. As anticipated, he could faintly sense several formidable presences approaching Marineford. This must be the Naval Marshal, Black Hawk, and White Horse, utilizing their formidable physical prowess to swiftly return to Marineford. After all, if they were to follow the warship back, it would likely take at least an entire day. Since there is still a bit of time, let us proceed to demolish the naval headquarters. With a smile, Lorne departed from the supply depot and arrived outside the headquarters building of the Navy. It seems he has made it just in time. He had yet to make his move. What a stroke of luck. Simultaneously, in the air, the Naval Marshal, Black Hawk, and White Horse, who were hastily traversing the skies with moon steps, instantly detected Lorne's presence upon his appearance. However, they were unaware that Lorne had already obliterated all the supplies. Instead, upon seeing the naval headquarters building intact, a sigh of relief washed over the trio. It appeared Lorne had not yet inflicted significant damage. There was still time to act. Excellent. Everything remained salvageable. Upon witnessing Lorne's figure alongside the unscathed naval headquarters, the Naval Marshal, White Horse, and Black Hawk could not help but quicken their pace. Have they returned already? Very well, let me present you with a grand gift. Lorne also sensed their presence, and a wicked smile crept across his lips. Thunder King, Sheelan. Lorne unleashed the full force of his thunderous power, causing the clouds above the naval headquarters to spiral ominously, forming a colossal and terrifying vortex. Within the heart of the vortex, bolts of lightning erupted intermittently, accompanied by the resounding roar of thunder. What does this fellow intend to do? Witnessing this scene, the Naval Marshal, White Horse, and Black Hawk felt a tightening in their chests. The next moment, a stunning spectacle unfolded. The swirling clouds began to dissipate, revealing a massive sphere composed entirely of high-temperature lightning descending slowly from the sky. This gigantic lightning sphere boasted a diameter exceeding several thousand meters, rivaling the size of an island. Following this, amidst the thunder, a roar resonated, presenting an astonishing sight to the trio. The colossal lightning sphere seemed to be infused with consciousness. In mere seconds, it shed its original form, transforming into a terrifying creature with a gaping maw. It resembled the legendary divine beast, Cheelin. Roar! Roar! The mighty roar of the Cheelin echoed throughout Marineford, and its form expanded dramatically, accelerating its descent towards Marineford. If this Cheelin were to crash down, it would likely submerge half of Marineford. Well then, farewell to you, Navy personnel, may you relish the moment. As he gazed upon his own masterpiece, Lorne did not forget to greet the rapidly approaching Marine Admiral, the White Horse, and the Black Hawk. Confronting three admirals was out of the question. The prudent course was to unleash a devastating attack and flee. Without delay, Lorne unleashed the Kirin and instantly transformed into lightning, swiftly departing from Marineford. Damn that scoundrel! The Black Hawk attempted to pursue, but was halted by the Marine Admiral. No need to chase. We must first eliminate this troublesome threat. If it reaches the town, the consequences would be dire. The Marine Admiral quickened his pace, flames igniting beneath his feet. Hearing this, the Black Hawk regained his composure and accelerated alongside the Admiral, with the White Horse also hastening his steps. Crackling sounds echoed as they rushed forward. While the Kirin's thunder descended, striking the pinnacle of Marineford, the Marine Headquarters building. The structure, a symbol of justice, could not withstand such destructive force, shattering and collapsing in a cacophony of chaos. Damn it! The Marine Admiral, Black Hawk, and White Horse, witnessing the devastation, surged forward with renewed vigor. X-ray. At the moment the Marine Headquarters was consumed, just as the Kirin was about to descend upon the residential area, the three made their approach. In an instant, the White Horse Admiral activated his slow fruit ability, reducing the Kirin's speed to a crawl. Following this, with swift movements, the Black Hawk Admiral combined his exceptional swordsmanship with the Marine Admiral's formidable martial prowess. Together, the two admirals successfully dispelled the lightning-formed Kirin. Thank goodness we made it in time. Indeed, if the destruction had been limited to the Marine Headquarters, such a cost might have been bearable. The White Horse and Black Hawk exchanged relieved words, grateful that the damage was not more extensive. Yet, an unsettling feeling gnawed at them. They immediately began to search Marineford for any additional losses. Meanwhile, the Marine Admiral felt no sense of relief. Instead, a foreboding intuition lingered. With Lorne's capabilities and speed, would he be satisfied with merely demolishing the Marine Headquarters? Most of the Marines had been incapacitated by Lorne's Conqueror's hockey, and the remaining forces had yet to return. Thus, the Marine Admiral, Black Hawk, and White Horse, in an unprecedented show of diligence, commenced a thorough search of Marineford. Before long, they arrived at the warehouse storing marine supplies. That scoundrel! Damn pirates! They shouted, their voices filled with wrath, revealing an insatiable fury that wished to see Lorne torn to pieces. After all, over 100 warships and countless supplies, weapons, and equipment had been utterly annihilated. Materials worth at least hundreds of billions of belly have vanished just like that. How could the three not feel a surge of anger? It is essential to recognize that these supplies were not acquired without cost. After enduring the wrath of the five elders and laboring tirelessly for the world government, even serving as bodyguards and enforcers for those worthless celestial dragons, they have only managed to procure such a meager amount of resources in return. These are all substantial losses. Now, they have been utterly annihilated in one fell swoop. How will the Navy navigate the days ahead? Particularly, the destruction of those 100 warships, coupled with the obliteration of dozens of patrol vessels by Ron, has left a dire situation. Furthermore, the fleet dispatched to confront the Rocks pirate crew has dwindled to a mere 10 ships. This implies that the vast Navy headquarters is now left with only 10 operational warships, 10 vessels. In the face of a naval force numbering in the tens of thousands is nearly equivalent to having none at all. In the vastness of the ocean, being devoid of warships is akin to a swordsman without a sword or a fisherman incapable of swimming. How shall we proceed? A grand operation was meticulously planned, deploying numerous formidable individuals, all aimed at the annihilation of the Rocks pirates. Yet, here we stand, with the Rocks pirates still intact and the Navy's own resources laid to waste. How can one possibly explain such matters to the five elders? Moreover, with resources now depleted, the Navy finds itself in a position of subservience, compelled to beseech the five elders for assistance. One can only imagine the scornful expressions that will adorn their faces. Contemplating this, The Navy admiral felt his hair and beard momentarily turn gray with worry, even succumbing to a sense of despair. Blood began to surface at the corners of his mouth, a clear indication of the turmoil brewing within. Even the two formidable admirals, Black Hawk and White Horse, in the prime of their lives, found themselves bleeding from the lips, overwhelmed by frustration. In this conflict, the Navy has suffered a complete loss, akin to losing both the lady and the soldiers, effectively crippling themselves and inflicting grievous wounds upon their own strength. Consequently, they are poised to face global discontent, not only from the world at large, but also from the Five Elders and the world government, as well as the mockery of pirates worldwide. On the second day following the destruction of the naval headquarters in the Holy Land of Mariehua, the atmosphere within the Hall of Authority is palpably tense. The Five Elders, the highest authority in the world and the governing body of the world government, have gathered in the hall, each striking a distinctive pose. Yet all sharing a commonality, their eyes blaze with fury directed at the Navy's admiral, whose hair and beard have turned white overnight. After spending an exorbitant amount of money to support you, what do we have to show for it? A group of useless individuals, Admiral. The reprimand echoes loudly. As the elder responsible for finances, the god of war unabashedly unleashes his anger upon the admiral, disregarding the presence of other soldiers. Faced with such harsh rebuke, the admiral lowers his head like a schoolboy, utterly unable to retort or even meet the gazes of the Five Elders. Not only did you fail to eradicate the Rocks pirates, but you also allowed them to destroy nearly 100 billion berries worth of resources. Are you all a bunch of fools? How could you commit such a catastrophic blunder? A pack of imbeciles. Although the financial matters primarily fall under the god of war's purview, the other elders cannot help but join in the scolding. I will take full responsibility for this matter. The admiral mutters, still with his head bowed, his voice barely audible and lacking confidence. Will you truly be able to shoulder this responsibility? Or do you believe your life is worth 100 billion berries? The god of war's rebuke is merciless, carrying an undercurrent of murderous intent. While it is indeed rare to cultivate a powerhouse of admiral rank, the value of such an individual pales in comparison to nearly 100 billion berries. After all, even the most expensive devil fruit, the op fruit, is only worth 50 billion berries, and other formidable fruits do not even reach that value. Accumulating resources worth 100 billion berries could conservatively enable the world government to train 34 more admirals without difficulty. If my life holds any value, feel free to take it, the admiral asserts, steeling himself to bear the full weight of the responsibility. Upon hearing this, a flicker of relief appears on the faces of the Five Elders, for they recognize that further chastisement may be excessive. Ultimately, it is crucial that the Navy's defeat and the destruction of resources remain undisclosed, as such revelations would severely undermine the world government's credibility in the eyes of the allied nations worldwide. As for why the Rocks pirates have not been eradicated, one could easily fabricate an excuse, asserting that we have eliminated nearly half of their members, and that the next operation will truly annihilate the Rocks pirates. After all, the world remains oblivious to the actual outcome of this conflict. At this moment, the remaining elders of the Five Elders began to mediate the situation. Being the pinnacle of authority, the elders are not driven by mere impulse. What has transpired cannot be undone, and lamenting the past serves no purpose. The crucial task is to address the immediate challenges at hand. Ultimately, the world government still relies on the Navy as its enforcer. As leaders, a combination of carrots and sticks is essential. Relentless oppression will only yield contrary results. The stick has already been wielded, and now it is time to employ the carrot to win hearts and minds. Therefore, it is imperative to immediately seal off all information, ensuring that this matter does not leak and tarnish the credibility of the government and the Navy. Soon, the elders issue their orders. What of the Navy? Currently, their resources are depleted, with only 10 warships remaining. The admiral of the Navy spoke softly, treading carefully. What else can we do? Are we truly to neglect you? In a few days, when the celestial tribute from various nations is collected, we will inform them that this year's tribute has increased. The additional tribute collected will serve to replenish the Navy's funding. The financial elder cast a fierce glare at the Navy admiral before regaining his composure. I understand. I extend my gratitude on behalf of the entire Navy to the esteemed elders. The admiral could hardly believe the outcome, his expression one of unanticipated delight. He even lowered himself, addressing the elders with the utmost respect. Observing the admiral's excitement, the Five Elders exchanged subtle smiles. Although this incident is deeply embarrassing, as long as it remains confidential, it will not significantly impact the government's reputation. Conversely, despite the losses sustained by the world government, It has further secured the loyalty of the Navy, ensuring that it will transform into an even more obedient force of justice in the future. It may be said that every loss carries the potential for gain, effectively mitigating damages to the greatest extent possible. You need not linger here. Return to Marineford and reassure the troops. Inform the Navy that supplies will arrive in a few days, the elders urged decisively. Understood, I shall depart immediately. The Admiral expressed his gratitude and hurriedly exited the Grand Hall of Authority. Just as the Admiral had left, a messenger burst into the hall, panic evident in his demeanor. Elders, we have a grave situation, he exclaimed, his tone fraught with urgency. What is the cause of such distress? The elders queried, somewhat irritated. Please, you must see this for yourselves. The communication officer found himself momentarily at a loss for words in response to the inquiries of the 5 elders. After a prolonged hesitation, he finally produced a stack of newspapers, neatly arranging them upon the table. This is today's news. At this sight, the 5 elders fixated their gazes upon the newspapers laid out before them, and one of them reached out to take a copy. Mere moments later, a tumultuous uproar erupted within the chamber of authority. The very floor, windows, ceiling, opulent chandeliers, and exquisite furniture of the hall were all shattered into fragments. The cause was none other than the shocking headline that proclaimed the demise of the Navy's undefeated legend, the Rocks Pirates' resounding victory. A new sovereign of the seas emerges. The new king ascends, the Rocks Pirates. The mere titles on the front page were enough to instill terror. What incensed the 5 elders further was the brazen revelation within the news, disclosing the Navy's catastrophic defeat. Tens of thousands of naval soldiers had been annihilated by the Rocks Pirates. Even the destruction of naval supplies was laid bare for all to see. Unbeknownst to the 5 elders, as they perused the newspaper, the same news had already been disseminated worldwide by countless messenger birds. No way, this cannot be true. Is this some kind of jest? Am I dreaming? What on earth is happening? The Navy had deployed 2 admirals, a vice admiral, 16 rear admirals, 45 warships, and tens of thousands of elite sailors. Even the strongest shield of the Celestial Dragons, CP-0, had joined the fray. Moreover, the Navy's fleet admiral had personally taken to the battlefield. Yet, astonishingly, they failed to eradicate the Rocks Pirates. To exacerbate matters, the Navy became the side that suffered grievous losses. Due to an ambush by the Rocks Pirates, at least 30,000 naval personnel perished in this engagement, all of whom were elite soldiers. Furthermore, over half of the 45 warships had been destroyed, leaving a mere 10 vessels afloat. As if that were not enough, the Navy headquarters bore the brunt of the assault. The second-in-command of the Rocks Pirates, Wang Zhi, launched a direct strike on the naval stronghold. Rear Admiral Clay, a distinguished officer, was killed, and the Navy's supplies were nearly obliterated. A total of 100 warships, along with countless firearms, ammunition, swords, and other essential equipment, were annihilated by Wang Zhi. The total value of the destroyed resources exceeded 1 trillion berries. This is utterly terrifying. Moreover, Wang Zhi had acquired the power of the deceased naval admiral, Thunder Dragon, having consumed the Thunder fruit. My heavens, this spells disaster. What on earth is happening with these brothers? While Rocks may be formidable, his brother Lone is a veritable monster as well. At this very moment, on an unremarkable morning, situated at the confluence of the Grand Line, a unique archipelago known as the Shambadi Islands connects the New World with the first half of the Grand Line. As the newsbirds scattered today's newspapers, gasps of astonishment began to echo throughout the island. Upon comprehending the full content of the news, the inhabitants were momentarily rendered as if struck by lightning, their bodies frozen and expressions filled with dread. This scene unfolds not solely in the Shambadi archipelago, but also across the grand expanse of the first half of the Grand Line, encompassing the 7 water cities, Alabasta, and Magnet Drum Island. It extends to the New World, where Dressrosa, the land of flowers, and the kingdom of Lucia reside, as well as the realms of the 4 seas, including the kingdom of Goa and Provence. Upon witnessing today's news, the expressions of the populace were overwhelmingly marked by profound terror, as if they had been struck by a landmine. Every individual's hair stood on end. After all, the outcome was astonishingly unexpected for all. The Navy mobilized an extraordinary number of troops, deploying no less than 4 admirals alongside a multitude of elite vice admirals, 45 warships, and tens of thousands of sailors. Such a formidable fleet is more than capable of annihilating any pirate crew in existence. After all, in this contemporary era, for admirals of exceptional prowess can easily dominate the vast ocean. It is essential to recognize that we have yet to enter the golden age of piracy as depicted in the original narrative. At present, no pirate crew possesses a scale that surpasses the infamous four emperors of the future. In fact, there are not even any crews that come close to matching their magnitude. Thus, the collective strength of the Navy, when confronted with a solitary pirate crew, results in a complete and utter rout. Initially, as the war commenced, everyone anticipated an unequivocal victory for the Navy. However, the outcome greatly surpassed all expectations. Not only did the Navy fail to eradicate the Rocks pirates, but they also suffered the loss of 30,000 naval soldiers, along with the total destruction of their headquarters supplies. Ultimately, the entire naval base was left with only 10 warships, rendering it entirely devoid of mobility. Such outcomes have plunged the global populace into a state of profound panic. Without warships, how can the Navy safeguard the multitude of nations allied with the world government? Although there are naval bases scattered across various regions of the globe, in the absence of support from the naval headquarters, can these bases truly deter the pirates? Can the Navy still uphold the safety of the citizens and protect the so-called justice? All of this must be marked with a resounding question mark. In truth, numerous pirates, upon witnessing the news, have already discerned a golden opportunity. With the Navy stripped of its warships, is this not a prime moment for plunder? Consequently, pirates from across the globe have been stirred into action, commencing their incursions into affluent allied nations. Even some audacious pirates have begun plotting assaults on the naval branch bases. After all, bereft of support from the naval headquarters, the branch bases stand as rootless trees, sources of water without origin, utterly incapable of standing firm. The world has instantaneously descended into chaos. The credibility of the world government has suffered a catastrophic blow. All of this is attributed to a singular man, Wang Zhi. It was through his unwavering determination and strength that he penetrated the stronghold of the Navy, compelling their retreat and safeguarding the Rocks pirates. Following this monumental battle, Wang's name reverberated across the globe, standing proudly alongside that of Rocks. After this battle, the bounty of the members of the Rocks pirates soared dramatically. Captain Rocks.Tragically now boasts a staggering bounty of 2,985,000 berries. The first mate, Wang Zhi, experienced an even more astonishing rise, with his bounty climbing to 2,365,000 berries. The third in command, Edward Newgate, also saw his bounty escalate from 400,000 to 178,000 berries, rivaling the strength of Admiral Whitehorse. The notorious Fishman, Neptune, witnessed his bounty reach 395,000 berries. In a moment of glory, the Rocks pirates officer, Darrell, who managed to thwart the Admiral candidate Golden Snake, had his bounty rise to 215,000 berries. Thus, the first pirate crew in the vast ocean emerged, boasting 2 members with bounties exceeding 2 billion. That crew is none other than the Rocks pirates. Not only did they achieve dual bounties of over 2 billion, but they also became the first terrifying pirate crew to possess 3 members with bounties surpassing 1 billion berries. In an instant, the title of maritime overlord spread like wildfire, and the Rocks pirates were regarded as the most fearsome, ruthless, and dreaded crew upon the seas. Remarkably, this all transpired in less than a year since the Rocks pirates set sail. Ha ha ha, truly remarkable, the Rocks pirates. They actually defeated the Navy? That is indeed unexpected. Maritime overlord? How intriguing. A pirate crew with dual bounties of 2 billion, it seems this is a first, quite extravagant. With such astonishing feats, I am genuinely eager to encounter the Rocks pirates. Meanwhile, news of this monumental battle reached the ears of the new generation of pirates. Roger, Shiki, Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, John, and others from the same era were all astounded by the outcome of this grand conflict. Simultaneously, on the day following the exposure of this sensational news, Lorne successfully returned to Wano country. Given Lorne's speed, his journey from Navy headquarters back to Wano did not take long. However, after departing from Navy headquarters, he made a detour to the underworld, where he sought out the underworld mogul currently overseeing the news. This gave rise to monumental news that even the world government was unable to conceal. Haha, you truly are remarkable, Linlin. To prevent the world government from suppressing the information at the earliest opportunity, you actually thought to seek out the news king in advance. Upon encountering Linlin, Rocks approached with the newspaper in hand, brimming with excitement and a radiant smile on his face. The revelation of this significant event has undoubtedly propelled the Rocks pirates into the limelight, elevating their prestige to unprecedented heights. They are even subtly referred to as the most fearsome pirate crew, the sovereigns of the seas. After all, having vanquished the naval forces, the Rocks pirates can rightfully claim the title of dominators. Indeed, with the destruction of such substantial resources, it is certain that the Navy and the world government, those inept entities, are now plagued with considerable distress. Lorne nodded, his excitement palpable. This raid was remarkably smooth. Even Lorne did not anticipate such ease. The new bounty has been announced, and I have finally surpassed 1 billion berries. However, brother-in-law, your bounty has exceeded 2 billion berries. Newgate laughed heartily beside him. A bounty of 1 billion berries marks a significant milestone for pirates. In this era, a bounty exceeding 1 billion signifies the capability to contend with an admiral-level powerhouse. Beyond 1 billion berries, it becomes increasingly challenging to raise the bounty further, unless the threat to the world government intensifies dramatically. Just like Lorne this time. His bounty surged from just over 400 million to an astounding 2 billion berries. In reality, the disparity in strength between Lorne and Whitebeard is not nearly as vast as 10 billion. However, the threat they pose to the world government is incomparable. Haha. Even my bounty has increased. Neptune, too, was excited, as his bounty had surpassed 300 million berries, nearing the 400 million threshold. Yet, Neptune's bounty is more attributed to his betrayal of the world government. In terms of strength, he may only be at the level of a rear admiral. Gwahaha. Then what are we waiting for? Let us hold a feast. I can hardly contain my excitement. Newgate exclaimed exuberantly, as the pirates had won a great battle, and it felt incomplete without a celebration. Ha ha ha. Newgate, do not rush. We soon have another significant undertaking to address. We can hold the feast afterward, Lorne replied. What is it, brother-in-law? Newgate inquired with great curiosity. What grand endeavor cannot wait until after the feast? Of course, the heavenly gold. At that moment, both Locks and Lorne spoke in unison. Heavenly gold? Indeed, the heavenly gold is the protection fee that the allied nations pay to the world government annually. According to the calendar, these days are precisely when the payment is due. Locks and Lorne had once been enslaved in the Holy Land and remembered these matters concerning the celestial dragons vividly. Moreover, with the Navy's resources depleted, the so-called heavenly gold is even more essential to compensate for this loss. Let us provide the world with a grand surprise this time. A wicked smile crept across Locks' lips. Since we are already subtly labeled as the most notorious pirate crew in the world, the new maritime overlords, we must once again astonish the world government. Coincidentally, the news reported that over 100 Navy warships have been destroyed. Does this not mean that our operation will proceed without naval interference? Neptune, too, was exhilaratingly engaged. Precisely, thus our target is set. That is the wealthiest allied nation of the world government, the Iron Kingdom of Woldray. Upon hearing the name of the Iron Kingdom, the eyes of those present brightened with intrigue. Woldray, renowned as a prosperous nation, is synonymous with iron production. In a world dominated by piracy, where firearms, weapons, blades, and warships abound, it is undeniable that steel is essential for their creation. Consequently, Woldray has amassed great wealth, earning the title of the richest nation in the world. While the Rocks pirates found themselves financially secure after seizing control of Wano, their ambitions were not driven by monetary gain, but rather a desire to challenge the celestial dragons. Capturing the heavenly gold of the world's wealthiest nation would undoubtedly cause distress among the elite. However, Woldray seems somewhat distant from Wano. Nearby, Newgate stroked his chin, having heard of Woldray's affluence. Indeed, with the Navy thoroughly defeated and their warships destroyed, a bold assault could be confidently executed. This did not concern Lorne. That is fortunate. It is approximately a day and a half's journey from Wano to the Iron Kingdom Woldray. If we depart now, we shall arrive in time. Rocks calculated the time, realizing that less than 2 days remained before they could claim the heavenly gold. Without hesitation, Rocks and Lorne prepared to leave Wano. Thus, Rocks, Lorne, and Neptune led over 1,000 members of the Rocks pirates and Fishman warriors from Wano, while Newgate, Darl, and nearly 100,000 Fishman warriors remained behind. Given the Navy's previous blunders, Lorne was determined not to repeat their mistakes. What? You're leaving such a grand operation without me? This is simply outrageous. Brother-in-law, dear uncle. Newgate protested vehemently upon learning he was to stay behind to guard Wano, his fury evident. This is to prevent a situation like the Navy's, Lorne replied, both amused and exasperated. I don't care. If you don't take me, I will go anyway, Newgate declared, his temper flaring as he leapt onto the ship, refusing to budge. All right, Neptune, you stay behind in Wano and switch places with Newgate. Lorne had no choice but to rearrange the personnel. Now, that's more like it, Newgate replied with satisfaction. Although Neptune was merely a vice-admiral, with Darl, the barrier fruit user, present. Even an admiral-level adversary would find it challenging to infiltrate. Should any trouble arise, Lorne could swiftly return to provide support, utilizing the powers of the Thunder Fruit. Once arrangements were meticulously established, the Rocks pirates set sail. Captain Rocks soon caught sight of the Iron Nation, Waldray, in the span of merely a day and a half. The lookout from the Rocks pirates relayed crucial news to Rocks. However, it appeared that others had arrived before them. The voice of the lookout shifted in tone. Oh, who are they? Upon hearing this, both Rocks and Lorne inquired eagerly. The report revealed not just one, but multiple parties. Present were the notorious supernova, Wang Zhi. With a bounty of 295 million berries, the supernova captain, John, boasting a bounty of 267 million berries, and the fearsome Silver Axe, whose bounty reached 321 million berries. Additionally, there was the Amazon Lily pirates. These four factions seemed to have set their sights on the coveted treasure known as the Sky Gold. The lookout conveyed this alarming situation to Rocks and Lorne. In reality, the allure of the Sky Gold attracted far more than these four groups. Several lesser pirates, with bounties in the mere hundreds of millions, also coveted the prize. Yet, when faced with CP0, these smaller pirates were insignificant. The primary threats to the Sky Gold were indeed these four pirate crews. How intriguing it was that Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, and John had all converged here. A subtle smile graced Lorne's lips, for he had initially believed that it would be at least another decade before encountering the Rocks pirates. Yet fate had orchestrated this unexpected meeting here. The three individuals in question are destined to become formidable commanders within the Rocks pirates in the future. Their prowess may fall short compared to the legendary figures such as Whitebeard, Roger, Shiki, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin at their peak. Yet those who ascend to the rank of commander in the Rocks pirates must have reached the threshold of the Emperor level during their prime. It remains uncertain whether, at this juncture, they can be persuaded to join the ranks of the Rocks pirates, especially considering that the crew currently lacks mid-tier combat strength. Amazon Lily, often referred to as the Land of Women, has unexpectedly come into play. Rocks harbors no interest in the three supernovas. His sole fascination lies with the pirate crew of Amazon Lily. This realm, rumored to be inhabited entirely by women with no men in sight, is regarded as the ultimate dreamland for all males. However, due to the fierce and combative nature of its inhabitants, most individuals are deterred from venturing into Amazon Lily for exploration. Since the events of Fishman Island, the younger brother has not considered marriage, and it seems serendipitous to encounter individuals from the Land of Women here. Nevertheless, the guards dispatched by the world government are not to be underestimated. Nearby, Newgate stroked his chin, sensing with his observation hockey that within the ranks of the world government's escort, there are forces comparable to that of marine admirals. Concurrently, at the port of the Iron Kingdom of Waldray, a colossal transport vessel adorned with the flag of the world government is docked. Surrounding the transport ship are at least 5 military vessels, each flying the same flag, with 3 or 4 masked CP0 agents aboard each ship vigilantly monitoring the area for any unforeseen occurrences. It is noteworthy that there are no Navy personnel present here, as the current Navy is as incapacitated as a limping frog. Meanwhile, numerous bare-chested workers are tirelessly loading massive crates onto the transport vessel. Within these crates lie treasures of gold and silver, lavish offerings for the celestial dragons. The Sky Gold is surely accompanied by numerous rare artifacts and devil fruits. After an indeterminate period of labor, the workers finally ceased their efforts, and the cargo hold of the transport vessel was securely sealed. Report to the commander. The Sky Gold has been fully transported this year. Please review it at your convenience. Shortly thereafter, a senior official from Waldray, with utmost reverence, presented a thick ledger to the world government representative. After a cursory examination of the account book, the official nodded in satisfaction, confirming its accuracy. Without further ado, let us set forth for Mariewa. With no time wasted, a command was issued, and the colossal transport ship roared to life, accompanied by several warships that began to mobilize. Charge. Eliminate those guards and seize the Sky Gold, and we shall be prosperous. Hurry, for if we delay, we shall miss our opportunity. Listen up, everyone. Let us launch a full-scale assault. This endeavor will secure our fortunes for the rest of our lives. Seizing the moment, the pirates lurking around the Iron Kingdom of Waldray sprang into action, converging with great fervor. In an instant, no fewer than a dozen pirate crews descended from all directions, and the resounding boom of cannon fire filled the air. I anticipated the arrival of these petty thieves, utterly oblivious to their own limitations. 6 forms, gale foot. With a disdainful snort, several formidable CP0 members leaped into the air using the moonwalk technique, intercepting the incoming cannonballs with their gale foot technique, deflecting every shot aimed at them. Kill. Seizing this opportunity, the members of the pirate crews swiftly maneuvered around the warships, boarding them with haste. Pistol flower. Gale blade. Pistol break. Some of the weaker pirates met their demise at the hands of CP0 the moment they boarded the warships, while facing the Emperor-level CP0 proved disastrous for many. The strength of CP0 remained formidable against lesser pirates. Otherwise, they would not be regarded as the strongest shield of the Celestial Dragons. The strongest shield of the Celestial Dragons? I doubt it is as exaggerated as it sounds. Just then, one of the supernovas, a towering figure at least 6 meters tall, known as Wang Zhi, let out a cold laugh and charged forth, wielding a 5-meter-long greatsword. Iron block. The CP0 member targeted by Wang Zhi immediately activated the iron block technique. Blood gushed forth as the CP0 agent fell to the ground, struck down. Simultaneously, fellow supernovas John and Silver Axe engaged in fierce combat with CP0. The warriors of Amazon Lily, along with their captain, also joined the fray against CP0. While CP0 could easily dispatch lesser pirate crews, they found themselves at a disadvantage when facing those who would become legendary pirates in the future. Moreover, the members under these captains included many elite officers, and CP0, outnumbered, gradually found themselves in a precarious position. The detestable supernovas, have they actually joined forces? A CP0 officer, relentlessly retreating, could not help but curse. He never anticipated that these arrogant supernovas would collaborate. Do not be mistaken, you fool, I do not ally with anyone. However, this time, even a pirate crew from the heavens cannot be subdued alone, so I merely leveraged the strength of other foolish pirate crews. The Silver Axe chuckled, even licking the shimmering silver blade of his long-handled axe, his face brimming with pride. As Silver Axe stated, these supernovas had not united, yet they exhibited remarkable synergy, refraining from internal conflict and instead pooling their strength against CP0 and the guards of the Celestial Gold. Humph. If I cannot handle even these trashy, lowly pirates, must I personally intervene? Just as CP0 faced relentless defeat, a resounding voice suddenly echoed. Whoosh! A flash of cold light streaked by, and blood erupted like a burst dam. With a single strike, the Silver Axe, with a bounty exceeding 321 million berries, was instantaneously slain, collapsing into a pool of blood. Captain Silver Axe. In the face of this sudden turn of events, the members of the Silver Axe pirate crew could not help but exclaim in concern. The audacity of Silver Axe being killed in one blow? Who could it possibly be? Hearing their astonishment, Captain Amazon Lily, along with Wang Zhi and John, turned in disbelief to gaze upon Silver Axe's fallen form. What followed was a peculiar scene. As this man appeared, the remaining CP0 members immediately knelt on one knee, filled with utmost reverence. Simultaneously, they respectfully uttered, "We humbly request forgiveness from Lord Figurant Terry for our incompetence." Upon the man's arrival, all CP0 members knelt, expressing their deference. CP0 has knelt? Terry? Could it be that this man is a celestial dragon? Witnessing this spectacle, Wang Zhi, John, and their pirate crew members, along with those from Amazon Lily, were taken aback. Judging by the CP0's devout demeanor, could this individual truly be a noble from the world, a celestial dragon? Particularly when CP0 referred to him as Terry, for it is customary to add saint to the names of male celestial dragons and Miko to those of females. What intrigued the onlookers was the revelation that among the celestial dragons, there existed such formidable strength. The aura emanating from Figurant Terry, coupled with his ability to instantly dispatch Silver Axe, indicated that Terry's power vastly surpassed any present, even rivaling that of an admiral in the Navy. Are the celestial dragons merely a group of gluttonous, indulgent wastrels? Do such formidable individuals truly lie hidden among them? For a moment, Wang Zhi, John, and the captain of Amazon Lily stood frozen, utterly astounded. After all, they were still newcomers, entirely oblivious to the true nature of this world. The ineptitude of the Navy was glaring. Were it not for their incompetence, why would I have to intervene personally to collect the heavenly gold? The 5 elders are truly perplexing. What manner of inept Navy have they nurtured? It is imperative to swiftly eliminate these lowly, contemptible pirates. The lofty voice of Fegalantrina echoed, laced with disdain for the Navy, even bordering on contempt for the 5 elders themselves. After all, in terms of proximity to Lord M, the Knights of God share a far closer relationship than that of the 5 elders. If the five elders had not fostered such a cadre of useless Navy personnel, how could a lowly pirate crew, the Rocks Pirates, have defeated them, necessitating intervention from a member of the illustrious Knights of God? It is worth noting that all 9 members of the Knights of God are composed of the world's noble celestial dragons. The Knights of God typically only handle matters pertaining to the celestial dragons. As for other detestable, lowly pirates, organizations like the Navy and CP are more than capable of dealing with them, rendering the intervention of the esteemed Knights of God unnecessary. To think that I must personally take action to collect the heavenly gold, this is a first. All of this can be attributed to the inept Navy and, of course, the Rocks Pirates. Understood. The CP0 agent immediately sprang into action. Do not even think about laying a hand on my crew. John, Wang Zhi, and the captain of Amazon Lily rose up in defiance. Trash, do not waste your energy on futile resistance. At that moment, Fishman Tully made his move. He wielded a striking black blade, exuding a chilling and eerie aura. This sword, known as the Divine Execution, is one of the 12 supreme blades that exist in the world. Tully stood tall, his presence as a swordsman rivaling that of the world's foremost swordsman, the Marine Admiral Black Hawk. With a crackle and hiss, an invisible wave of energy suddenly surged around Fishman Tully. The wave of energy surged forth like the tumultuous tides of the sea, swiftly erupting into a striking and brilliant arc of black lightning. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, the feeble-willed members of the 4 pirate crews fell into a state of unconsciousness, frothing at the mouth. Is it the Conqueror's Haki? Indeed, I possess it as well. Witnessing this, Wang Zhi and John unleashed their own Conqueror's Haki to engage in a fierce contest against Terry. For John and Wang Zhi, who aspired to become commanders within the Rocks Pirates in the future, possessing Conqueror's Haki was a mere formality. However, their Haki paled in comparison to Terry's. After all, they had only just set sail and were merely 17 or 18 years old, still considered supernovas, far from their peak potential. Conversely, Faye Galantary was a member of the elite Celestial Dragon's Knights, a being of extraordinary power, standing at the level of a royal stronghold. As the 2 Hakis clashed, Wang Zhi and John's Haki shattered upon contact, forcing them to retreat several dozen meters before they could finally halt their momentum. No matter how much they struggled, they remained mere commoners. Even with the Conqueror's Haki, their inherent worthlessness could not be altered. The tone of Faye Galantary was laced with arrogance, his eyes and demeanor betraying a complete disdain for these common folk. Perish, you worthless scum. With a swift motion, 2 blades fell. The black sword energy sliced through the air with an unparalleled ferocity, possessing the might to cleave a mountain in 2, an unstoppable force. Damn it. Wang Zhi and John, having just regained their footing, widened their eyes in alarm. Faced with such an imposing aura, they attempted to defend themselves. One wielded a sword while the other brandished a pistol, ready to retaliate. Yet, against the strike of one who was nearly equivalent to the world's greatest swordsman, they were utterly shattered. With a whoosh, the sword energy swept past their bodies, instantly erupting in torrents of blood. Both collapsed to the ground, their vision fading to white, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. The scene resembles that of the original work, where Kazara effortlessly dispatches a supernova with a mere kick amidst the Sabaody archipelago. Before the esteemed members of the Knights of God, the supernovae fell like mere ants, each dispatched with ease by the valiant Fishman Tully. Next, it was the turn of the wretched denizens of Amazon Lily. After effortlessly vanquishing the supernovae Wang Zhi and John, Fishman Tully turned his gaze toward the current monarch of Amazon Lily. With a single stroke, yet another swift execution was delivered. The reigning king of Amazon Lily succumbed amidst a pool of blood. Captain Wang Zhi, Captain John, Your Majesty. In the span of a mere minute, the leaders of the 3 pirate crews were defeated, causing the remaining members to disband in utter chaos. All the men present were sentenced to death, while the women were spared, destined to be sent to the holy land of Mariawa as slaves. Fishman Tully sheathed his blade. To strike at the supernovae was an affront to the noble Knights of God. Having triumphed over the 4 captains, he resolved not to engage further. The ensuing matters would be left to CP0. Understood. With the command received, CP0 nodded slightly. Without the restraint of Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, John, and the king of Amazon Lily, they descended upon the members of the 4 pirate crews like lions among sheep, unleashing a merciless slaughter. In an instant, the air was filled with cries of battle, pleas for help, and anguished screams. Blood stained the sea, and the setting sun turned the sky crimson. Cursed world government! Do not lay a hand on my crew. All of you, flee with all your might. Escape as far as you can. The warriors of Amazon Lily must not be captured and turned into slaves in the Holy Land. It is a place more terrifying than hell itself. Flee with all your strength. Do not worry about me. At that moment, Silver Axe, Wang Zhi, John, and the King of Amazon Lily, still clinging to consciousness, yearned to resist. Yet, gravely wounded, they could barely rise. They could only hear the sounds of conflict, the cries of the dying, and the pained wails of their own crew members. Helplessly, they watched as CP0 ruthlessly slaughtered their subordinates, tears streaming down their faces. Though pirates, they still held deep feelings for their comrades. These are companions who have endured countless battles together, sharing life and death, yet now they find themselves perishing in this place. An unending torrent of hatred surges from their hearts, directed towards the world government and the celestial dragons, filling the chests of these four individuals at this moment. Yet, they are powerless. They can only collapse to the ground, consumed by this impotent loathing. In an instant, they are overwhelmed by a profound disdain for their own insignificance and weakness. After an hour, the battle swiftly reached its conclusion. The port of the Steel Kingdom, Valdry, became a river of blood, with thousands of pirate corpses scattered haphazardly across the ground, a scene of carnage that would forever haunt Wang Zhi, John, Silver Axe, and the King of Amazon Lily. Report to His Holiness, Fishman Island, the battle has concluded. In accordance with your orders, all male members of the 4 pirate crews have been annihilated, while the female members have been captured, prepared to be transported alongside the celestial gold to the Holy Land, destined to become slaves of the celestial dragons. A commander of CP0 knelt before Fishman Island, humbly proclaiming, it seems the 4 captains, Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, John, and the King of Amazon Lily, are still alive. Should they also be sent to the Holy Land to serve as slaves alongside the celestial gold? The CP0 commander, recalling something, spoke in a tone of trepidation. After all, some celestial dragons had grown weary of ordinary slaves. At times, they sought excitement, preferring to capture notorious pirates with bounties as their slaves or mounts. A pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million would surely thrill the celestial dragons. Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, John, and the King of Amazon Lily are all pirates with bounties approaching 300 million, making them particularly enticing to the celestial dragons. Have I not already stated the outcome? Do you wish for me to repeat myself? Fool! Fishman Island exclaimed with indignation, causing the CP0 commander to tremble in fear, his knees buckling as he could not bear to meet his gaze. Kill all the men. Bring the women back to the Holy Land as slaves. I understand. It is all my fault. Your Holiness, please quell your anger. The CP0 commander implored, frantically slapping his own face in a desperate plea for forgiveness. Even when insulted as a fool, he felt no anger. Instead, he regarded himself as such for failing to heed the commands of the celestial dragons, nearly provoking their wrath. CP0, execute Wang Zhi, John, and Silver Axe, and bring back the King of Amazon Lily to the Holy Land. After administering a self-inflicted reprimand, the CP0 commander issued his orders. Upon receiving the command, the CP0 members utilized their shave technique to appear before the 4 captains, now fallen and sprawled in a pool of blood. Now, meet your demise. Except for the King of Amazon Lily, the CP0 members unleashed their lethal strikes towards Wang Zhi, John, and Silver Axe, thrusting their fingers with deadly precision towards their hearts. Kill all my crew, you bastards of the world government. Even if I become a ghost, I shall not spare you. You trash. The 3 captains cried out with tears in their eyes, their voices laden with resentment and fury. Given another chance, they would undoubtedly make the CP0 and the celestial dragons pay a blood price for their actions. Unfortunately, no one would grant them that opportunity again. The 3 men simply closed their eyes, quietly awaiting the arrival of death. At this critical moment, a fierce gust of wind suddenly swept through the area, and in the perception of the onlookers, 3 exceptionally powerful auras suddenly manifested on the battlefield. Not only that, the distinct sound of bodies hitting the ground reached the ears of the 3 supernova captains with startling clarity. It seemed that a violent transformation was occurring on the battlefield. Am I not dead? Soon after, the captains realized they still had breath within them. The bullets had not penetrated their bodies. Out of curiosity, the 3 captains slowly opened their eyes. In the next moment, they were utterly astonished by the scene before them. At some point, 3 towering figures had suddenly appeared before their eyes. One of them stood around 8 meters tall, sporting an extraordinarily exaggerated octopus-like hairstyle, and his features exuded an intimidating presence that struck fear into the hearts of onlookers. The second figure also stood at approximately 8 meters tall, bearing a striking resemblance to the first, yet his features were remarkably handsome, radiating an astonishing charisma. The final figure towered at about 6 meters, with flowing golden hair and wielding a long-handled naginata, equally imposing in stature. The appearance of these three individuals caused Wang Zhi, John, and Silver Axe to breathe heavily, their eyes widening in astonishment as if they had witnessed something truly extraordinary. Indeed, these three were none other than the notorious pirate Edward Newgate, with a bounty of 178,000,000 berries, the fearsome pirate Rocks.Tragically, boasting a staggering bounty of 2,365,000,000 berries, and the formidable pirate Captain Rocks.Tragically, whose bounty reached an astounding 2,985,000,000 berries. Recently, the Rocks Pirates, having achieved remarkable notoriety by defeating the Navy and claiming the title of the new overlords of the sea, had astonishingly arrived in the ironclad nation of Whitebeard. This left the supernova captains Wang Zhi, John, and Silver Axe utterly astounded. Not only that, but it appeared that these three had also vanquished the three CP0 agents who had just been poised to take their lives, thus sparing their own. What on earth is happening here? It is not merely John, Wang Zhi, and Silver Axe. The remaining individuals, including the current king of the Amazon Lily and those who survived, originally destined for slavery and Mariewa as members of the Amazon Lily Pirates, as well as the CP0 personnel present and even one of the members of the Knights of God, Figureland Trits, all gazed incredulously at the trio before them, standing as if paralyzed, as if struck by a spell of immobilization. It seems we have arrived just in time. Indeed, it was a close call with CP0. However, it is unexpected that even the Knights of God have made an appearance. It appears that a grand confrontation is imminent. Simultaneously, Rocks, Law, and Whitebeard emerged on the battlefield, leaving all present utterly astonished, their eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. The Rocks Pirates have arrived? How is that even possible? Wano is so far from here. How could they have traveled such a distance? This is outrageous. What are we to do now? In an instant, three notorious figures, each with bounties exceeding 1 billion, two of whom surpassing 20 billion berries, descended upon the scene, prompting gasps from everyone around. Even the seasoned members of the Knights of God, accustomed to battle, and the exalted celestial dragon Figureland Trits were rendered momentarily speechless. Three pirates with bounties exceeding 1 billion. This is no jest. Men, eliminate every person connected to the world government and seize the gold from the heavens. With no superfluous words, Rocks issued his command. Thereupon, under the leadership of Rocks, Law, and Whitebeard, nearly 1,000 members of the Rocks Pirates launched an assault. Devastating strike, shattering impact, heavenly feather, shattering sky. Rocks, Law, and Whitebeard plunged into the ranks of CP0, akin to lions and tigers among a flock of sheep, as waves of CP0 members began to fall one after another. In the presence of these three emperors of the sea, even CP0, reputed to be the strongest shield of the celestial dragons, crumbled like mere paper. Only the captain-level members of CP0 managed to withstand a few blows without being instantly defeated. Yet, after a few exchanges, even those at the highest echelons of CP0 found themselves as casualties beneath the blades of Rocks, Law, and Whitebeard. Is this the might of the Rocks Pirates? It is no wonder they have earned the title of the pirate crew that vanquished the Navy. The title of the new sovereign of the seas is indeed not without merit. It is little wonder they could create such a tremendous uproar in such a short span of time. In this scene, the severely injured captains Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, John, and the Amazon Lily King, all formidable supernovae, were rendered speechless with astonishment. The CP0 member, who had just plunged their side into a fierce battle, was utterly defenseless against the onslaught of the Rocks Pirates. This is dire. Simultaneously, the air of arrogance and composure that once adorned Figureland Tully's face had vanished, replaced by panic and confusion. After all, he had never anticipated that the Rocks Pirates would appear in this Iron Kingdom, so distant from Wano. It was not only he who was caught off guard. The Gorosei and the Knights of God were equally unprepared for such an eventuality. The Iron Kingdom lies in the first half of the Grand Line, with Whitebeard being the first island one encounters after entering from the North Sea. Hence, the pirates here are mere petty thieves, and dispatching a single admiral-level powerhouse would suffice for protection. Otherwise, it would not require even one member of the Knights of God for defense. However, it was utterly unforeseen that the Rocks Pirates would launch such a lengthy assault on the Iron Kingdom. This was a grave miscalculation, a significant blunder. A singular thought swiftly emerged in Figureland Tully's mind: to flee decisively from this place, for three admiral-level beings were beyond his capacity to thwart. The cost, however, would be the loss of the heavenly gold. For the world government, this was a time of urgent financial need, particularly for the funding of their inept navy. Should this immense celestial gold be lost, I, as a member of the Divine Knights, may very well face repercussions. After all, this is the heavenly gold contributed by the wealthiest nation in the world. The sum provided by the Kingdom of Steel is equivalent to that of a multitude of other countries combined. If this were to be lost, it would be a tremendous loss. After a brief moment of hesitation, Fegalantiri made the decisive choice to flee. After all, losing gold in the heavens would merely result in punishment, but one's life is irreplaceable. As a noble celestial dragon, how could he possibly allow his life to be forfeited in such a place? Moonwalk. Fegalantiri resolutely employed the moonwalk technique, soaring into the air, eager to escape this realm of chaos. The members of the Knights of God, think you can flee? Dream on. Just as Fegalantiri was preparing to make his getaway, a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in his path. Following that was a colossal blade infused with terrifying haki and electricity crashing down upon him. In response, Fegalantiri wielded the supreme great blade in his hands, raising it to block the impending strike. Boom! A terrifying shockwave erupted in the air, transforming into a formidable hurricane that spread outward in all directions. The two combatants at the center of the clash remained as steadfast as a mountain, utterly unmoved. Lorn Jibek, the one who sees the power of the Thunder Dragon. I feel as though I have encountered you somewhere before. Gazing at the man before him, imbued with the might of thunder, Fegalantiri found himself momentarily dazed. The contours of the man's features seemed familiar, yet he could not quite place them. It appeared that Lorn also sensed the thoughts of his opponent, as he too felt a sense of disorientation. This individual, he seemed to recognize from somewhere. Yet, he could not recollect where. As his gaze shifted downward, Lorn noticed the sword in his adversary's grasp, and suddenly, memories surged forth like a tidal wave. In his recollections from over a decade ago, he remembered the moment when his parents, along with Rocks, fled the Holy Land, only to be intercepted by a man wielding that very sword, who seized them away. Lorn was but a child then, and his memories were not particularly vivid. Vaguely, he recalled the man who had taken his parents, brandishing a distinctive sword, and now, unexpectedly, he found himself confronting that very individual. It's you. You are the one. The turmoil in the Holy Land over a decade ago. It was you who abducted my parents. Lorn's voice suddenly rose, filled with venomous fury, wishing nothing more than to devour the man before him whole. You are. Lorn's words immediately triggered a long-buried memory within Fegalantiri. Approximately a decade ago, a great fire erupted in the Holy Land, inciting chaos. Amidst the turmoil, many slaves sought to escape, only to be recaptured by the Knights of God and CP0. As a member of the Knights of God, Fegalantiri had naturally participated in that operation. During the mission, he apprehended numerous slaves, among whom a couple left a profound impression on him, for they were holding 2 small children. The slaves of the Holy Land were remarkably rare in possessing their own offspring. This peculiarity left a profound impression on Fegalantiri. Upon gazing intently at Lorn's visage, he found an uncanny resemblance to the features of a slave couple etched in his memory. Could it be possible? Might you be the descendant of those 2 wretched slaves? Suddenly, Fegalantiri's tone shifted, his expression becoming intriguingly enigmatic. As he turned his gaze towards Lorn, he discerned a glimmer of murderous intent in the latter's eyes. It appeared to be true. To think that Lorn Jibek, the infamous pirate currently making waves across the seas, was indeed a descendant of those lowly slaves. Furthermore, the bond between Lorn and Rocks, the 2 notorious pirates, revealed them to be brothers. This implied that Rocks and Lorn were the very progeny of the 2 slaves he had captured long ago, mirroring the couple who once held their children in their arms. How amusing indeed. Fegalantiri erupted into hearty laughter, his mirth echoing with delight. After all, it was astonishing to consider that 2 men, each with a bounty exceeding 2 billion berries, had once been enslaved in the Holy Land. This is truly fascinating. As a celestial dragon, he naturally feels a sense of pride. Even the notorious pirate with a bounty of 2 billion was once a slave to the celestial dragons. Fegalantiri feels as though he could ascend to the heavens. Everything attests to the undeniable fact that the celestial dragons are, without doubt, the deities of this world. Is it amusing? The celestial dragons, akin to swine and dogs, have fallen into my grasp. They shall pay back 100-fold for all that transpired 16 years ago. Ron sneered, his eyes reflecting an intense murderous intent. In an instant, a figure swiftly intervened between Ron and Fegalantiri, just as Ron was about to strike. Ron, allow me. A familiar voice rang out. followed by a surge of formidable Conqueror's haki that enveloped the space. Conqueror's Strike. A fist, shrouded in Conqueror's haki, launched forth like a cannonball, its force immense, as if it could obliterate an entire town with a single blow. Seeing this, Figureland Terry hastily positioned his supreme blade in defense, enveloped in armament haki, attempting to withstand the oncoming strike. However, the sheer power was overwhelming. Even if he managed to block the punch with his weapon, he was still sent staggering back several hundred meters by the terrifying force. Brother. Ron gazed at his elder sibling, whose eyes were now aflame with fury, fixated on Figureland Terry. You must capture him and ensure he suffers. He cannot be allowed to perish so easily. The voice of Rocks brimmed with rage. He vividly recalled how his parents endured countless tortures before perishing in agony. It was that harrowing scene that awakened his Conqueror's haki, allowing him to escape the Holy Land with his brother. His ultimate goal upon setting sail was to bring the celestial dragons down from their lofty perch. As for becoming the king of the world, that would naturally follow once the celestial dragons were dethroned. Now, encountering a member of the Knights of God, the very man who had captured his parents, ignited a fiery rage. The commoners remain mere commoners. How dare they harbor the delusion of resisting the celestial dragons? What a farce. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Figureland Terry did not forget to mock. As a member of the Knights of God, he was not one to simply endure without retaliating. Armed with the divine blade, he concentrated, wrapping his Conqueror's haki around it. The once pitch-black blade now merged with the dark red haki, becoming even more ominously profound. Figureland Terry intended to exhaust all of his Conqueror's haki in one go. Yet, he harbored no illusions of confronting Rocks and Ron, both pirates with bounties exceeding 2 billion, head-on. His sole aim was to buy himself a moment's respite for escape. Divine fear. With that, he swung his blade. Whoosh. A terrifying strike, with a diameter extending thousands of meters, surged forth as if it could cleave an island in two. Within this strike, striking arcs of dark red lightning flickered incessantly, embodying the roar of overwhelming power. This strike is undoubtedly on par with the world's greatest swordsman, Admiral Black Hawk. Should this blow be unleashed, it is likely that the entirety of Sky Gold would be utterly obliterated. Along with it, the members of the Rocks Pirates and all bystanders would be engulfed by the sheer force of the sword's aura. He is eager to discover whether Rocks and Lorne would forsake their crew and the Sky Gold in pursuit of him. Is this truly the extent of the celestial dragon's might? In an instant, Rocks and Lorne discerned the ulterior motives of Figureland Terry, both displaying a shared brotherly smile. Swiftly, the two figures charged fearlessly toward the terrifying slash. Immediately, they unleashed their Conqueror's haki, surging forth to confront the attack. To Figureland Terry's astonishment, his prideful slash was effortlessly dispelled by Rocks and Lorne, dissipating into mist in mere moments. After all, he was facing two notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 2 billion berries. Lorne's strength had already reached the level of a seasoned admiral, while Rocks, capable of single-handedly defeating an admiral, had surpassed the pinnacle of the Emperor level. Figureland Terry, a mere Emperor-level fighter, would require several days and nights to determine a victor in a one-on-one battle with Lorne. Furthermore, he now had to contend with the formidable Rocks, whose prowess was even more terrifying. Against the combined might of Rocks and Lorne, Figureland Terry could only expect to be overwhelmed. After dispelling the sword energy, Rocks and Lorne advanced towards Figureland Terry from either side, one wielding a sword and the other employing fists. How could this be? Figureland Terry attempted to thwart their advance, but two hands were no match for four, especially against two admiral-level warriors. Bang! His divine weapon managed to block Rock's punch. Yet he could not defend against Lorne's heavenly feather slash in time. Iron block, Jade. He hastily activated his iron block, but the dense armament haki pierced through Figureland Terry's body. Blood gushed forth like a torrent. Damnable commoners. Do you only know how to bully the weak? Face me one-on-one. Figureland Terry shouted in frustration. What need is there for dialogue with a swine-like celestial dragon? Die. Rock scoffed, utterly disinterested in engaging in futile conversation with Figureland Terry. When it comes to the celestial dragons, there is but one word. Kill. Ball break. Another fist, enveloped in potent Conqueror's haki, descended with ferocity. Simultaneously, Lorne launched his own assault. Figureland Terry found himself unable to defend against both fronts, steadily retreating under their relentless onslaught. While his stamina rapidly waned, moments later, the formidable strength and vigor of Figureland Terry had utterly waned. With a swift motion, a heart-wrenching scream echoed, as Figureland Terry's hands were severed by the blades of Rocks and Ron Zhi. The chilling cry resonated once more, as both Rocks and Ronzi simultaneously severed Fegalanteri's hands. The esteemed Saint Fegalanteri. How could this happen? It was unfathomable that a mere pirate could inflict such a fate upon him. Upon hearing the anguished scream, some of the CP0 members still engaged in battle could not help but gaze skyward. At that moment, they were struck by the shocking sight of Saint Fegalanteri's hands, now brutally detached. Furthermore, his revered divine blade, one of the 12 supreme swords in existence, lay shattered upon the ground alongside his severed limbs. This scene utterly astonished CP0. Equally taken aback were Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, John, and the captain of Amazon Lily, each of whom had previously clashed with Figurland Tontata and was acutely aware of his formidable strength. In the face of such prowess, the four of them had no capacity to retaliate, being effortlessly dispatched one by one with a single stroke. Such a powerful adversary. Under the might of the two formidable figures, Rocks and Lorne, each boasting a bounty exceeding 2 billion berries, was astonishingly subdued within mere minutes, his hands severed with ease. This was the first encounter for Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, John, and the king of Amazon Lilies with the unparalleled prowess of the world's most formidable champions. This has allowed these prideful supernovas, whose bounties hover around 300 million, to experience the disparities of the world ahead of time. Their once grandiose notions of being the mightiest in existence are gradually crumbling. The god of supreme execution must never fall into the hands of pirates. Meanwhile, certain members of CP0 have also reacted, preparing to seize that unparalleled blade. Get lost, beasts! A booming voice rang out, and in an instant, a towering figure sent the CP0 agent crashing to the ground with a single punch. I shall claim this sword for myself. At the same time, observing the descending arm, Edward Newgate extended his massive hand to expertly catch the god of supreme execution as it plummeted from the heavens. Even the well-traveled Newgate was captivated by the sight of this extraordinary blade. This divine blade, entirely cloaked in black, is a sword refined to the utmost perfection. Furthermore, the hilt of this knife is adorned with numerous exquisite gemstones and diamonds, enhancing its inherent elegance and menacing aura. True to its name, divine grasp. Only a deity could wield it. Alas, Newgate employs a great naginata and remains oblivious to the allure of this divine weapon. Among the Rocks pirates, the only one suited for this blade is none other than brother-in-law Lorne. You wretched pirates! At this moment, Fegalanteri, his visage smeared with blood and twisted in fury, glared at Rocks and Lorne, continuing to hurl curses. Brother, let us first sever his tongue, lest his filthy mouth fail to utter pearls of wisdom. A wicked smile crept across Lorne's lips. A splendid idea, dear brother, echoed Rocks with a similar grin. Go on, kill me. You filthy peasants. Fegalanteri spat defiantly. As a sovereign-level powerhouse, he harbored no fear of death. Kill you? Does one wish for death so easily? I have vowed to repay the grievances of 16 years 100-fold. Lorne chuckled coldly. Soon after, with their combined strength, they effortlessly subdued the exhausted Fegalanteri, stripping him of his tongue with brutal precision. Bloodied and battered, Fegalanteri continued to curse, though Rocks and Lorne could no longer decipher his words. His current state was a disgrace, a proud celestial dragon, drenched in blood, with severed hands, reduced to the likeness of a beggar. Ah! What a spectacle it would be if the celestial dragon's wretched appearance graced the front page the following day. Indeed, this is no ordinary celestial dragon, but a member of the Knights of God. Soon, all shall realize that the so-called divinity of the celestial dragons is not but a sham. Only power reigns supreme. As they spoke, Lorne and Rocks envisioned the furious expressions of the 5 elders and other celestial dragons upon reading the news. This brought a wave of relief to the hearts of the two. Upon hearing this, Fegalanteri was momentarily taken aback. As a member of the Knights of God, he was far from the cowardly celestial dragons who feared death. On the contrary, he welcomed death. However, he was deeply concerned about tarnishing the reputation of the Knights of God. The thought of his pitiful state making headlines the next day, becoming a source of ridicule for the world, especially damaging the image of the celestial dragons and the Knights of God, was unbearable. Even more terrifying, as Lorne had remarked, was the prospect of his suffering being broadcasted globally, revealing to many formidable individuals that the divine nature of the celestial dragons was nothing but a farce. The harsh reality of this world was a singular truth, the law of the jungle, where the strong prey upon the weak. The might of one's fists was the ultimate truth. Please spare me. The celestial dragons can offer you great treasures. Fegalanteri found himself begging Locks and Lorne. Yet, the more he pleaded, the more satisfaction Locks and Lorne felt. After all, at Fagaland Terry's level as a celestial dragon, mere physical torment was ineffective. It was far more potent to psychologically torment him by targeting what he valued most, the dignity of the Knights of God. Furthermore, his own parents had once pleaded with the celestial dragons, but to what avail? Had it been effective, his parents would not have met such a tragic fate. Had it not been for Locke's sudden awakening of the power within him that night, the overwhelming conqueror's haki would have stunned everyone present. And it was likely that both Lorne and Locke would have perished at Mariehua. Get lost, you worthless dog of a celestial dragon. Your words hold no weight here. Lorne forcefully stomped on Fagaland Terry's head, crushing his dignity underfoot. Aren't you proud? Don't you consider yourself a member of the Knights of God? A noble of the world? Yet here you are, just like a stray dog, beneath my foot. You dare to trample on a member of the Knights of God. Is this the worth of the new maritime overlord? Witnessing this scene, Wang Zhi, John, Silver Axe, and others were once again awestruck. Beholding the splendor of the new maritime overlord, this also made them acutely aware of their own insignificance. Report to Captain Rocks and Lord Lorne. CP0 has been entirely annihilated. Meanwhile, a member of the Rocks Pirates has arrived to deliver news. Under the leadership of Edward Newgate, the Rocks Pirates effortlessly eradicated a dozen CP0 agents. The treasure from the heavens is now within reach. Excellent. Let the medical team attend to these 4 individuals first. Lorne promptly instructed to prioritize the treatment of Wang Zhi. Silver Axe, John, and the King of Amazon Lily. It is essential to recognize that this moment presents the most opportune time to win hearts and minds. Following this battle, all crew members of the supernovas Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, and John have been ruthlessly slain by the celestial dragons in CP0. The members of Amazon Lily were also on the brink of being entirely delivered to Mariehua to become slaves. Such treatment may be more harrowing than death itself. Consequently, the animosity of these 4 individuals towards the world government and the celestial dragons has reached its zenith. At this juncture, it is imperative for Lorne to ignite the flames of their indignation and clarify their future aspirations. As anticipated, upon hearing Lorne's command, the captains Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, John, and the King of Amazon Lily wore expressions of incredulity. They could not fathom why Lorne would choose to rescue them. After all, they are all pirates. Despite the vast disparity in strength, they are essentially competitors. If they were to find themselves in such a predicament, they would not even consider aiding another, let alone offer salvation. In no time, Wang Zhi, John, Silver Axe, and the King of Amazon Lily were rescued by the medical personnel of the Rocks Pirates. Each of them was wrapped in thick bandages, yet they were at least able to move. Why would Lorne Jibek, the notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 2 billion berries, choose to save us? As soon as they were capable of movement, Wang Zhi hastily inquired of Lorne. Beside him, John, Silver Axe, and the King of Amazon Lily also gazed at Lorne, equally curious about his motives. Why save you? Lorne replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. Because I see the reflection of my past within you. 16 years ago, my parents were enslaved in the Holy Land. After falling in love, they bore my elder brother Rocks and me. In a bid to prevent us from becoming slaves, my parents incited chaos in the Holy Land to facilitate our escape, only to be brutally murdered by the celestial dragons upon discovery. Today, your crew has also been slain by CP0 and the celestial dragons. The anguish on your faces mirrors my own from that time, which is why I see my shadow in you. Lorne's tone was unassuming. Yet the 4 captains discerned the profound sorrow lurking beneath his calm demeanor. Indeed, CP0 has taken the lives of all my crew members. I shall seek retribution for this, Wang Zhi declared. Yes, my officers and crew have perished. Even my younger brother, who set sail with me, lost his life in this battle. My childhood companions and friends who sailed alongside me have also been slain by CP0. My crew and I were on the brink of becoming slaves to the celestial dragons. Had that come to pass, it would have been worse than death. As anticipated, upon hearing Lorne's words, Wang Zhi, John, Silver Axe, and the King of Amazon Lily clenched their teeth in frustration. Indeed, their fates had been irrevocably altered by Lorne's crossing into this world. Had it not been for Lorne's arrival, which precipitated an early defeat of the Navy, causing the destruction of the majority of their ships and rendering them incapable of guarding the sky gold, these supernovas would not have coveted it. Without such aspirations, they would not have encountered the Knights of God here, nor would the tragic events of today have unfolded. Had Lorne not traversed dimensions, perhaps the supernovas would still be pursuing their journeys, only to be summoned by Rocks and subsequently defeated in the Valley of the Gods. Yet all of this was transformed due to Lorne's crossing, leading to a remarkable shift in each individual's destiny. It is even more accurate to describe it as a monumental upheaval of fate. Among the four supernovas, apart from the king of Amazon Lily, Wang Zhi, and Silver Axe had become true commanders in their own right. Hearing this, Lorne nodded in satisfaction and continued, thus, my brother and I set sail with a singular purpose. To avenge our parents' deaths, we must eradicate the celestial dragons. After saying this, Lorne gazed at the four before him. Indeed, it is not solely because of this detestable Knights of God that my crew has perished. The celestial dragons must pay the price. I seek vengeance for my brother. To comfort his spirit in the heavens, my companions, too, have suffered, for they are brothers with whom I have shared my childhood. How can I find peace without making the celestial dragons accountable? Upon hearing Lorne's impassioned declaration, Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, and John were filled with righteous indignation, nearly tearing off their bandages in fury. After all, among their companions at sea were brothers they had grown up with, as well as blood relatives. Given their natures, they could not possibly rest until the celestial dragons faced retribution. However, the celestial dragons are formidable foes, as you have witnessed today. The reason they are referred to as the world's nobility, the scions of the Creator and the divine, is not merely due to their lineage from 20 kings, but because among them are individuals of extraordinary strength. As Lorne spoke, he inadvertently increased the pressure beneath his feet. At this moment, Figolanteri had succumbed to excessive blood loss and fainted. The Knights of God? Surely, there are more like him among the celestial dragons. Wang Zhi, observing the unconscious Figolanteri, recalled the strength displayed during their skirmish, and a sense of trepidation arose within him. In the face of such elite celestial dragons, he found himself utterly powerless to retaliate. Indeed, the Knights of God consist of 9 individuals, all composed of elite celestial dragons. Lorne smiled. 9 individuals? That is to say, all 9 are such formidable beings? Upon hearing Lorne's words, the eyes of the 4 supernova captains widened in disbelief. Lorne's words utterly overturned their ingrained belief that the celestial dragons were nothing but worthless beings. They had previously thought of the celestial dragons as a group of gluttonous, lethargic hogs. Yet, to their astonishment, there were actually 9 formidable individuals like Figolanteri. This is utterly poised to upend the perspectives of the 4 individuals. If such formidable beings number 9, then relying solely on one's strength to exact retribution from the celestial dragons becomes an impossibility. Does this imply that it is futile to hold the celestial dragons accountable? The expressions of despair began to permeate the crowd. It is not merely these 9 individuals. Let us not forget, the 5 elders are also celestial dragons. Those 5 venerable figures are far from fragile. Their prowess is comparable to that of the Knights of God. Observing the despondency etched upon the faces of the crowd, Loren could not help but smile. This is precisely the effect he wished to achieve. Are the 5 elders truly that formidable? Surely not. To suggest that they rival the Knights of God? Could it be that the power of the celestial dragons surpasses even that of the Navy? How terrifying. The 4 supernova captains could scarcely believe their ears, and the despair upon their faces deepened once more. The mere existence of the Knights of God had already instilled a profound sense of hopelessness within them, rendering revenge nearly impossible. Now, with the addition of the 5 elders, who stand on par with the Knights of God, this revelation plunged them into despair. Upon hearing Ron's words, the 4 captains of the supernova felt an icy chill creeping down their necks, as if they had fallen into a frozen abyss. The might of the world government was, indeed, terrifying far beyond their wildest imaginations. The Knights of God and the 5 elders were formidable entities, appearing as insurmountable barriers, forever out of reach. Let us not forget that under the world government's aegis lies the Marine Headquarters, a violent organization of immense power. The strength of the Marines cannot be underestimated. Prior to their recent defeat, the acknowledged sovereign of the seas was not a pirate, but the Marines themselves. The mere configuration of the 3 admirals at the Marine Headquarters, along with the Fleet Admiral and the Vice Admirals, constituted a force that no pirate crew could hope to contend with, coupled with the unparalleled might of the 5 elders and the Knights of God. The power of the world government looms like a colossal behemoth from prehistory, almost insurmountable. Just contemplating it is suffocating. No wonder the world government has maintained its dominion over the world for over 8 centuries. If they were indeed a bunch of powerless celestial dragons, relying solely on the title of descendants of a creator, what use would that be? Does this imply that we shall never be able to avenge ourselves? How infuriating. The world government is far too vast. Damn it. In an instant, the 4 captains felt utterly deflated. The sheer magnitude of the world government made them acutely aware of the vastness of the ocean. In comparison, they felt as insignificant as ants. The strength of the world government extends far beyond this. The true pinnacle of their authority is not the so-called Five Elders, but rather an ancient fiend who has lived for 8 centuries. His power is truly unfathomable. Ron continued with a smile. What? The supreme authority is not the Five Elders? Is what you say true? This is the first time I have heard such a statement. There is indeed an ancient fiend who has lived for 8 centuries. The 4 captains were once again stunned by Ron's words, though they now harbored some doubts. Is there a king of the world above the 5 elders? Such matters are indeed unprecedented and astonishing. The individual known as him possesses the power of immortality bestowed by the fruit of surgery, wielding the true supreme authority over the world. Now, do you comprehend the formidable entity you must confront if you seek vengeance? Lorne, indifferent to their belief or disbelief, continued. Regardless of faith, should you desire retribution, you will inevitably face the 5 elders, the Knights of God, and him. The prospect of avenging the celestial dragons appears utterly unattainable. What shall I do? Doubts about life began to plague my mind. Have my comrades, my brothers, perished in vain? The 4 supernovas, Wang Zhi, Silver Axe John, and the King of Amazon, were rendered ashen, engulfed in despair. If the world government truly possesses the 5 elders, the Knights of God, the Marine headquarters, and a formidable being like him, who has lived for 8 centuries, how could one possibly succeed in revenge? It seems I have vastly misjudged you. Your own brothers, childhood friends, and companions have been slaughtered, yet you, each one of you endowed with conqueror's haki, are so easily daunted by such circumstances? How utterly ludicrous! I thought I saw a reflection of my youthful self in you, having saved your lives. Yet, I did not anticipate such cowardice. Regardless, my brother and I must bring the celestial dragons to their knees. As for you, consider it a mercy that I spared your lives. The path ahead is yours to choose. Observing their reactions, Lorne felt a twinge of disappointment and thus turned to depart. Is it possible that these legendary pirates are nothing more than cowards? Are they truly intimidated by the mere mention of the world government? If such individuals possess only this level of resolve, then perhaps it is best to abandon the notion altogether. In the realm of piracy, those who lack the spirit and determination can never ascend to true strength. Observing the departing figure of Lorne, the 4 captains appeared to come to a realization. They too harbored deep-seated enmity towards the world government. Why did Lorne and Rocks dare to seek vengeance against them, while they themselves hesitated at the mere thought of the world government's dread? Could it be that they were inferior? After all, they too bore the conqueror's haki. When they set sail, they aspired to become the kings of the sea. How could they allow themselves to be intimidated by such trivial matters? With this thought, the expressions of the 4 grew resolute. Suddenly, one of them broke away from the group, disregarding the thick bandages adorning his body, and knelt before Lorne, declaring, Lord Lorne, it is you who saved me and my people. Were it not for you, my citizens and I would have surely become slaves to the celestial dragons in Meriewa, subjected to their torment. Such a tremendous debt of gratitude I cannot repay. If you would not disdain me, I am willing to lead my pirate crew in allegiance to the Rocks pirates. The speaker was none other than the reigning king of Amazon Lily, the sole female among the 4 captains. Have you considered this carefully? The Rocks pirates will be facing the entirety of the world government. Lorne did not rush to acquiesce to her request, but instead inquired. Upon hearing this, the king of Amazon Lily clenched her teeth, as if she had resolved something significant, and responded with unwavering conviction, I have made my decision. Our nation has irrevocably severed ties with the world government. Once this information spreads, the world government will undoubtedly take action against Amazon Lily. Rather than sit idle, it is far better to strike first. Moreover, many of my citizens are among the slaves in Meriewa. As their king, I cannot stand by and do nothing. The king's voice was resolute, her eyes shimmering with the flames of vengeance. Indeed, many citizens of Amazon Lily had been captured by the celestial dragons and turned into slaves. Being a nation of women renowned for their beauty, they had often been coveted by the celestial dragons. However, Amazon Lily was too weak to resist and had no choice but to turn a blind eye. Had it not been for the intervention of the Rocks pirates, every member of their crew, including herself, would have become slaves in Meriewa. That would amount to the annihilation of their nation. If they continued to feign ignorance and refuse to resist, while this time they had the Rocks pirates to rescue them, next time, there would be no one to save them. Rather than wait for salvation, it was better to take matters into their own hands. Your courage is commendable, and thus, I acquiesce. Lorne nodded. The king of Amazon Lily now offers a bounty of approximately 300 million, making him one of the renowned supernovas. With such an esteemed individual joining our ranks, it would address the urgent need for mid-level officers within the Rocks Pirates. Moreover, the crew of Amazon Lily should not be underestimated. The land of the Daughters is a fiercely martial place, where nearly every pirate possesses the ability to wield haki, thus providing a significant enhancement to our strength. Additionally, the numerous beauties from the Daughter Kingdom are a considerable asset. One wonders if we might encounter an S-rank woman of fortune this time. Thank you, Lord Lorne. I shall undoubtedly lead the Amazon Lily pirates to unwavering loyalty to the Rocks Pirates, ready to brave fire and water. The King of Amazon Lily, upon witnessing Lorne's nod, could hardly contain his excitement. With the formidable Rocks Pirates as a formidable ally, the world government would think twice before seeking retribution against Amazon Lily. Excellent, however. I advise you to mobilize your citizens to relocate to Wano country. Amazon Lily is too distant. Should the world government launch a surprise attack on the Rocks Pirates, it is likely that we would be unable to provide timely protection, Lorne remarked after a moment of contemplation. Understood, Lord Lorne. Once our mission is complete, I shall return to my homeland to address this matter immediately, the King of Amazon Lily responded with utmost reverence. Through this battle, she had come to fully comprehend the vastness of the world. The once proud spirit within her had been considerably subdued by the divine knights and Lorne. To contend against a colossal entity like the world government with only Amazon Lily was akin to striking a stone with an egg. Only with the immense support of the Rocks Pirates could one find solace in the shade of such a mighty tree. Lord Lorne, I too wish to join the Rocks Pirates. Observing the King of Amazon Lily join the Rocks Pirates, Wang Zhi could no longer restrain himself and knelt, expressing his desire to be part of the Rocks Pirates. As a supernova and an awakened user of Conqueror's haki, Wang Zhi's spirit was undeniably lofty. Yet, in this battle, he had lost all his crew members, including his own brother, who had met a tragic fate here. This revelation led Wang Zhi to a profound understanding of his own insignificance. If he were to let this vendetta go unaddressed, he would be unworthy of the title of brother. Yet, as a solitary figure, how could he possibly contend with the world government, which commanded the Knights of God, the Five Elders, and the Navy headquarters? Consequently, Wang Zhi came to realize that his earlier ambition of becoming the King of the Sea had become obsolete. Furthermore, having witnessed the formidable prowess of Rocks, Lorne, and Newgate, he understood that, with such titans in the fray, his aspiration to reign over the seas was futile. In light of this, it seemed more prudent to relinquish his ambitions and join the Rocks Pirates to seek vengeance for his brother. Even you, Wang Zhi? The surprise was evident on the faces of John and Silver Axe as they observed Wang Zhi's request to join. As supernovas of this era, much like the 11 supernovas from the original narrative, they all harbored their own ambitions. Moreover, this generation of supernovas was exceptionally formidable, most possessing the Conqueror's haki. Unless absolutely necessary, they would never willingly subordinate themselves to another. Wang Zhi's actions indicated that he had forsaken his goal of becoming the King of the Sea, dedicating himself instead to avenging his brother. Reflecting on this, Silver Axe clenched his teeth, as if resolving to make a significant decision. He approached Lorne, knelt on one knee, and respectfully declared, "Then I too wish to join the Rocks Pirates." His companions, who had embarked on this journey from their homeland alongside him, had perished in this conflict. Although they shared no blood ties, the bond they formed was akin to that of brothers. In pursuit of revenge, he was willing to cast aside his dignity and join the Rocks Pirates. "I suppose I shall join as well," John interjected hastily, seeing the others declare their intentions. He too was a solitary figure. What could he achieve by remaining ashore? "Oh, aren't you all afraid?" Lorne questioned, recalling his earlier mention of the Five Elders, the Knights of God, the Navy headquarters, and even him. To seek vengeance, you must tread over their corpses. Are you prepared to do so? Observing the three kneeling before him, Lorne did not rush to grant his approval but instead inquired further. After all, the trio had been intimidated by his earlier words. Lorne was uncertain whether they still possessed the indomitable spirit and ambition that characterized their counterparts from the original tale. Without that fervor, their potential would be stifled, relegating them to the status of mere clowns like Doflamingo. Even those who trembled at the mention of the four emperors, who sulked after their defeat to Monkey D. Luffy, could not expect Lorne's respect. What is there to fear? My crew and comrades are already gone, even if it costs me my life. I shall confront the world government and the celestial dragons, declared Silver Axe passionately. I too, especially since Lord Rocks and Lord Lorne have vowed to exact revenge. We are all human. If you harbor no fear, then neither should I. Indeed, what nonsense about the Knights of God and the Five Elder Stars, come forth. The trio's demeanor reverted to its original fearless essence. Ha ha ha, splendid. Since you possess such spirit, then let it be so. Lorne laughed heartily, nodding in satisfaction. If these three individuals were to join, the strength of the Rocks pirates would undoubtedly experience a considerable enhancement. Do not be deceived by their current bounty, which hovers around 300 million berries. Their potential is undeniably formidable. With a bit of cultivation, they could very well evolve into genuine emperor-level powerhouses in the future. Their inclusion would also serve to bolster the currently feeble, mid-level cadres of the Rocks pirates. Ha ha ha. It seems the spoils of this war are quite substantial. Rocks, who had been silent until now, could not help but burst into an excited laugh upon witnessing this scene. Although these four individuals still lack strength, the fact that my younger brother decided to recruit them indicates he perceives significant promise in them. Since it is my brother's decision, there is no possibility of error. Rocks possesses unwavering trust in his brother, Ron. Quickly tally up the treasures from the sky, and then let us return to Wano, he exclaimed. I can hardly wait to host a grand banquet. Newgate also laughed heartily, displaying an eager demeanor. It is worth noting that the Rocks pirates had not properly celebrated after their victory over the Navy. Now that they have secured treasures from the sky and gained the allegiance of such formidable fighters, a lavish banquet is in order. Indeed. I too am looking forward to discovering what treasures await us from the sky. Ron nodded in agreement, and the group proceeded to open the treasure vault. The moment the vault was unveiled, a brilliant golden light flooded forth, nearly blinding everyone present. Before long, Newgate's eyes widened in astonishment as he immediately spotted an enormous naginata, stretching over 10 meters in length, radiating an extraordinarily dazzling brilliance. His gaze fixed upon this remarkable weapon, prominently displayed amidst the trove of riches. It was evident that this naginata, positioned in such a conspicuous spot, was a magnificent gift from the affluent kingdom of Valdry to the celestial dragons. Others soon took notice of the naginata as well. What a splendid blade, someone remarked. It exuded an undeniably peculiar aura, distinctly set apart from all other weapons. Meanwhile, many began to speculate whether this could be one of the legendary 12 supreme grade blades. At that moment, Wang Zhi's eyes widened, gleaming with excitement. Standing around 6 meters tall and well-versed in the art of blades, he quickly recognized that the naginata was indeed one of the 12 supreme grade blades. Indeed, it is one of the supreme grade blades known as Tsongyanxie. It suits you perfectly, Newgate. Ron also recognized the weapon, realizing it was the very blade wielded by Whitebeard in the original tale. This blade seems to have accompanied Whitebeard since before the battle in God's Valley, following him through the conflict at Marineford for at least 3 to 4 decades. It is truly a remarkable twist of fate to encounter it here. With a hearty laugh, he declared, "Then I shall humbly comply." Newgate exhibited no hesitation whatsoever. While he might feign reluctance with others, there was no need for such formalities with his brother-in-law. With a decisive motion, Newgate cast aside the 50-ri blade he had been holding, swiftly grasping the Tsongyun cutlass in his hand. The moment he held it, he felt an undeniable connection. The height and sharpness of the blade were perfectly suited to him, as if it were crafted for him by destiny itself. With a booming laugh, he exclaimed, "Behold the blade." In a surge of enthusiasm, Newgate's aura intensified, and he prepared to test the weapon. Newgate, do not be hasty in wielding that blade. This place cannot withstand your fervor. Lorne quickly intervened, sensing the impending chaos. In the heavens above, treasures abound, and one must tread carefully. Ah, I understand now. Perhaps it is best to wait a while before trying again. Prompted by Lorne, Newgate ceased his actions, his large hand gently caressing the blade, exuding an aura of utmost reverence. With this unparalleled great sword in his possession, his prowess would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. By the way, brother-in-law, there is one more item I nearly overlooked. Newgate suddenly remembered the spoils acquired from the battle against CP0 and the Knights of God, the divine artifact known as the Goddess Authority, one of the unparalleled great swords. Only a true deity can wield it. Oh, you managed to obtain it, Newgate? Upon seeing the Goddess Authority, Lorne's eyes brightened. The chaos of the battle had prevented him from noticing where the Goddess Authority had fallen among the Knights of God. To think it had been claimed by Newgate, what splendid fortune! The blade he wielded, the heavenly feather slash, although a mere great sword of the 21 crafts, was still remarkably sharp, not far inferior to the unparalleled great sword. However, with alternatives available, the heavenly feather slash would naturally take a back seat. As Lorne grasped the Goddess Authority, he could not help but feel an exhilarating sense of invincibility in his swordsmanship. In truth, Lorne's current skill was only at the pinnacle level, having yet to transcend into the royal tier. He was still a considerable distance from claiming the title of the world's foremost swordsman. This is the confidence that a fine blade instills within a person. After acquiring the unparalleled divine sword, Lorne's strength has undoubtedly surged. Let us now examine the system panel. Host, Lorne gender, male age, 18 speed, top tier, current progress, 80. 34 strength, top tier, current progress, 71. 53 stamina, top tier, current progress, 77. 97 swordsmanship, top tier, current progress, 77. For armament hockey, top tier, awakened flowing cherry, progress, 87. 31 observation hockey, top tier, progress, 23. 54 conquerors hockey, top tier, progress, 11. 98 devil fruit, thunder fruit other abilities, never fatigued, golden eyes, effortless cultivation. Devil fruit with no side effects special hockey, observation hockey foresight of the future. Lorne's current prowess undoubtedly positions him as a sovereign-level powerhouse. Regrettably, his dimensional attributes have yet to transcend from top tier to sovereign level. The three types of hockey remain at an elite status, should these abilities ascend to the sovereign level. Complemented by the Thunder Fruit's enhancements, Lorne would possess the confidence to defeat a sovereign-level adversary. However, this may require the acquisition of several concubines to come to fruition. Subsequently, the group continued to tally the spoils of the celestial gold. Countless golden ornaments, rare treasures, exotic beasts, and slaves from various races, along with several worthless devil fruits, collectively amounting to several 100 billion berries. Truly, the Steel Kingdom, renowned as the wealthiest in the world, demonstrated its extravagance by surrendering hundreds of billions in celestial gold all at once. So many days have passed since the heavenly gold was seized, and even the world government and the celestial dragons must feel the sting of this loss. After all, the Navy is in dire need of funds, and the world government is relying heavily on this heavenly gold. Yet it was intercepted by the Rocks pirates. The old bastards in the world government must be gnashing their teeth in frustration. Well then, everyone, let us return to Wano. After meticulously accounting for all the spoils, the members of the Rocks pirates, along with the newly joined supernovas Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, and John, embarked on their journey back to Wano. Meanwhile, the king of Amazon Lily decided to make a brief return to his homeland to persuade his people to relocate to Wano. The very next day, news that would once again send shockwaves across the globe was released. Reports emerged from various corners of the world, detailing the plunder of the heavenly gold by pirates. With the Navy having lost such a vital asset, all 170 member nations of the world government are compelled to contribute their share of the heavenly gold. These numerous member nations are scattered across the globe. These allied nations are scattered across the New World, the first half of the Grand Line, and the Four Seas, among other regions. It is impossible to defend them all solely with CP0 and the Knights of God. One could assert that this time, the world government has suffered a tremendous blow. Of course, making headlines once again is the Rocks pirates, who have audaciously plundered the wealth of the world's richest nation, known as the Steel Kingdom, Woldre, seizing the heavenly gold it offered. Moreover, they have slain a member of the Knights of God, Fegalin Terry. Even more alarming for the world government, overnight, for notorious supernovas with bounties around 300 million berries, Wang Zhi, John, Silver Axe, and the king of Amazon Lily have all declared their allegiance to the Rocks pirates. This action once again catapulted the Rocks pirates into the limelight. This recent endeavor has once again propelled the name of the Rocks pirates into the limelight, solidifying their reputation as the sovereigns of the seas. The bounties on all members have been significantly increased. Captain Rocks.Tragically now boasts a staggering bounty of 3,563,000 berries. His first mate, Lorne D. Zebek, has a bounty of 2,737,000 berries, while the third in command, Edward Newgate, is valued at 1,687,000 berries. Not only the trio of Rocks, but even the four supernova captains who chose to join the Rocks pirates have seen their bounties rise correspondingly. The supernova king, Zhi, has a bounty of 427,000 berries. Supernova John, 416,000 berries. Silver Axe, 469,000 berries, and the captain of the Amazon Lily, 431,000 berries. Within the entirety of the pirate crew, there exists a formidable pirate with a bounty exceeding 3 billion, a a first mate with a bounty of 2.7 billion, and a third in command with a bounty of 1.6 billion berries. Additionally, there are 4 pirates whose bounties surpass 400 million berries. As one gazes across the vast oceans, who could possibly rival the might of the Rocks pirates? The newspapers are filled with vivid accounts of the Rocks pirates' immense power, detailing their ruthless extermination of the members of the Knights of God, led by Fagalan Terry, and how they have compelled the 4 supernova captains into submission. In essence, the Rocks pirates are portrayed as a fearsome entity. However, beyond the Rocks pirates, the world has witnessed multiple other incidents of celestial gold hijacking. Yet, the most notorious of these events is attributed to the Rocks pirates, dominating the headlines. Of course, other celestial gold hijacking incidents have also been reported, albeit relegated to inconspicuous corners of the newspapers. Among the news that captured Lauren's attention were several noteworthy headlines. 5 billion bounty pirate Gate captured. The celestial gold of Telvetfo hijacked. Roger pirate's bounty skyrockets. Supernova red Count Barilic Layfield emerges. Supernova green pepper hijacks celestial gold. Bounty exceeds 100 million berries. Successful defense. The supernova captain of the flying pirates, Shiki, with a bounty of 319,000,000 berries, has been apprehended. A continuous stream of headlines, all pertaining to pirates launching assaults on the member nations of the world government. All of this can be attributed to the naval defeat and the revelation that the warships were entirely annihilated by Lorne, which has led other pirates to sense an opportunity. Under normal circumstances, each of these incidents would merit headlines of their own. However, in the shadow of the Rocks pirates, the misdeeds of other pirate crews appear trivial in comparison. After all, they merely engaged in the simple act of stealing gold from the heavens. The Rocks pirates, on the other hand, brazenly executed a member of the Knights of God. Not only that, but they also absorbed 4 captains of the supernovas in one fell swoop, significantly bolstering their strength and addressing the crew's most glaring deficiencies. That fool Shiki truly is a waste. Glancing at the inconspicuous headline in the newspaper, Lorne nearly burst into laughter. So many supernovas were unharmed, yet only the Golden Lion Shiki was captured and imprisoned and impelled down. This clearly illustrated his utter foolishness. However, considering his reckless nature as depicted in the original work, where he dared to storm Marineford alone to confront the peak powers of Garp and Sengoku, his capture is not surprising. After all, he was attacking one of the wealthiest nations in the world, likely guarded by members of the Knights of God. Given Shiki's current abilities, encountering the Knights would inevitably lead to his swift demise. Thus, his capture was entirely predictable. "Lorne, do you seem to care about this supernova?" asked Rocks, who stood on the deck, observing his younger brother intently as he lingered over the article regarding Shiki's capture. "How shall I put it? I have heard of this fellow. He is indeed one of the supernovas of this era, with a bounty exceeding 300 million berries, a promising talent. If the opportunity arises, it may be worth considering a rescue," Lorne replied with a nod. "Yet what does 300 million berries signify? His capture only proves he is an incompetent individual," Rocks scoffed. Having been profoundly influenced by Lorne's perspective, Rocks had abandoned his previous ambition of recruiting every strong individual into their pirate crew. Moreover, as the only supernova to be captured, Rocks held a certain disdain for the Golden Lion. "Ha ha ha, this fellow is indeed somewhat of a dimwit," Lorne chuckled, then continued, "Brother, you may not be aware, but his ability is quite unique. He possesses the powers of the float fruit. This grants him the capacity to make any inanimate object he touches float. A rather practical ability. Just imagine, during a battle, if our members possess such powers, we could conceal several islands in the sky and then suddenly drop them. The effect would undoubtedly be remarkable." Lorne harbors a profound interest in the Golden Lion, primarily due to the remarkable utility of the float fruit. Particularly during the tumultuous confrontations between factions, the advantages conferred by this fruit are nothing short of significant. The impact of hurling entire islands is bound to take adversaries by surprise. Moreover, Lorne's status as a time traveler grants him insight into the progression of future events. He is acutely aware of the formidable potential possessed by the Golden Lion. It is worth noting that the Golden Lion is revered alongside the legendary figures of Peak Whitebeard and Peak Roger, forming the triumvirate of infamous pirates. In his prime, the Golden Lion was even capable of pushing the Pirate King, Roger, to the brink of despair, had it not been for that fateful tempest. The annals of pirate history might have been irrevocably altered. All of this is indeed worth the Rocks pirates taking a gamble. "Oh, brother, is this fellow truly as intriguing as you claim?" Upon hearing this, Rox's interest was undoubtedly piqued. If what his brother said holds true, and that supernova, Shiki, possesses such formidable strength, then it is certainly worth considering. One must remember that the world government has been a colossal entity for 800 years, comprised of the 5 elders, the Knights of God, and the Marine headquarters, with at least 20 sovereign-level powerhouses among them. This does not even account for the formidable strength of that old monster, him. If we could indeed subdue him willingly, it would certainly be worth a try. After all, with the might of the Rocks pirates, breaching the deep-sea prison would be a trivial task. Moreover, the Navy's strength has yet to fully recover. If we do not strike now, when shall we? Of course, this fellow's potential is not inferior to that of Whitebeard, Lorne remarked with a nod. Haha. Then it is settled. All hands, turn the ship around. We shall launch an assault on the deep-sea prison. Rocks, a man of his temperament, felt invigorated by Lorne's declaration and immediately issued the command without hesitation. All crew, heed my orders. Change course. We are attacking the deep-sea prison. Rocks commanded decisively, without a moment's delay. Indeed, upon hearing this news, everyone aboard the ship, except for Lorne, was left utterly speechless, their eyes nearly popping out in disbelief, their tongues hanging in astonishment. Wasn't it agreed that we would return to Wano? How could there be such a sudden and drastic change of course to assault the deep-sea prison? Even Whitebeard appeared bewildered, utterly clueless about the unfolding events. What is happening? Why are we suddenly attacking the deep-sea prison? Is there something amiss? Are we not returning to Wano? Truly. The Rocks pirates are a band of lunatics. Aside from the king of Amazon Lily, who has already returned, the newly joined captains, Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, and John, were equally perplexed. They never anticipated the Rocks pirates' methods to be so wildly audacious. Having just seized the heavenly gold, they are now poised to raid the deep-sea prison. The rapid pace is simply irresistible. It seems that my previous pirate crew was merely engaged in a child's play of piracy, utterly insignificant compared to the wildness of the Rocks pirates. Yet, I find myself anticipating this frenzied style of operation. Could it be that, deep within, I harbor a penchant for masochism? Wang Zhi, John, and Silver Axe are engulfed in profound doubt regarding my intentions. Brother-in-law, what on earth is happening? Why the sudden assault on the deep-sea prison? Newgate approached, equally perplexed. Do you not find it intriguing, Newgate? The Navy is currently incapacitated. Seizing this opportunity to make the world government bleed a little seems rather advantageous, does it not? A wicked smile crept upon Lorne's lips. Gulalala, I see now, let us proceed. Upon hearing this, Newgate erupted into laughter. Indeed, it is imperative to take full advantage of the Navy's inability to act. I have just acquired the supreme great blade, Cloud Cutter, and have yet to test its edge. Let us practice on the inhabitants of the deep-sea prison. With a resounding splash, the colossal ship executed a complete turn and set its course toward the deep-sea prison. Meanwhile, within the confines of the deep-sea prison, on the top floor in the director's office, dozens of surveillance screens adorn the walls, monitoring every corner of the prison's 16 levels. Any slightest movement in any corner would be promptly detected by the prison director. In this era, the man who served as the warden of the deep-sea prison stood at an imposing height of approximately 4 meters, clad in the distinguished uniform of his office, exuding an extraordinary aura. He was a quintessential sovereign-level powerhouse. After all, the deep-sea prison, known as the Fortress of Hell, housed numerous notorious criminals of the ocean's depths. Without the presence of such a formidable sovereign-level figure, how could this place possibly earn the moniker of a hellish stronghold? It is worth noting that throughout the extensive history of the deep-sea prison, there has never been a single incident of escape. This is sufficient to attest to its reputation as an impregnable fortress. At this moment, the warden of the deep-sea prison is a man named Jed. He holds a small den mushy in his enormous hand, his demeanor exuding utmost reverence. It is evident that Jed is engaged in a conversation with someone of considerable authority. Is the newly incarcerated Shiki to be sentenced to immediate execution? Does this judgment not seem somewhat procedural? Upon receiving the command from the den mushy, Jed's body quivers slightly, his tone laced with palpable confusion. Typically, prisoners transported to the deep-sea prison undergo a rigorous judicial process before facing capital punishment. The entire process typically spans at least 3 months. It is unprecedented for a prisoner like Shiki, who was only brought in the day before, to be executed without delay. Now is not the time to concern oneself with such so-called procedures, Jed. The world government has suffered grievously. The Rocks pirates have absconded with the sky gold of the Iron Nation, a treasure valued at hundreds of billions of berries. Additionally, The Roger Pirates and various other factions have also plundered this sky gold. Of the 170 member nations of the world government, less than 100 have delivered their sky gold this time, resulting in catastrophic losses. The voice on the Den Den Mushi is unmistakably stifling its fury. It must be noted that Shiki possesses the powers of the float fruit, granting him remarkable mobility. This capability is of paramount importance to the currently incapacitated Navy. We must swiftly seize his abilities to restore balance to the world and prevent further losses. Do you understand? I command you, by the authority vested in me as the supreme commander of the entire military, to fully cooperate with the incoming CP agents and eliminate Shiki immediately, thereby capturing his powers. The tone from the Den Den Mushi has taken on a distinctly authoritative cadence, issuing commands. The world government now covets Shiki's abilities more than ever. For one, the mobility granted by the float fruit is invaluable to the current Navy. Furthermore, this power can effectively aid CP in surveilling the movements of the Rocks pirates from the skies. It must be understood that the world government has completely lost control over the actions of the Rocks pirates. Any monitoring vessels are promptly sunk by the Rocks pirates at the first opportunity. The absence of oversight regarding such a colossal destabilizing factor fills the hearts of the world government with profound unease. Who knows when this band of rogues will re-emerge somewhere in the world to incite acts of terror. Hence, the acquisition of the Piao Piao fruit must occur without delay. Acknowledging the gravity of the situation, Jade nodded in understanding. The Rocks pirates have recently garnered too much notoriety, having slain Admiral Raylong, vanquished the Navy, and seized the Golden Sky. The entire ocean now regards the Rocks pirates as the new maritime overlords. If the world government and the Navy fail to devise a countermeasure, the world may soon descend into chaos, leaving the populace engulfed in perpetual fear. Contemplating this, Director Jade ended the call, rose from his seat, and departed the room. Before long, Director Jade, accompanied by the Deputy Director and the Chief Warden, arrived at LV-6, where Shiki was imprisoned. Hey, is someone else here? The inmates wondered. What is going on? Director Jade, the Deputy Director, and the Chief Warden are all present. Is another execution impending? The simultaneous appearance of the three highest authorities of the deep-sea prison sent a wave of trepidation through the inmates of LV-6. After all, their presence signified that yet another prisoner would meet their demise. In the deep-sea prison, LV-6, the crimes committed by the inmates were typically so heinous that they were either sentenced to life imprisonment or death. At this moment, Director Jade, along with the Deputy Director and Chief Warden, along with a cadre of guards, entered LV-6. The sight of the three individuals caused a palpable sense of dread among the long-term inmates, who understood that this heralded another impending execution. Ha ha ha. Are these truly the inmates of LV-6? They are all so cowardly, a bunch of imbeciles. A mocking laughter erupted within the confines of LV-6, filled with derision. The source of the laughter was none other than the newcomer, the Golden Lion Shiki, who had been incarcerated just days prior. Having just set sail for less than half a year, Shiki had already made quite a stir, with a bounty exceeding 300 million berries, making him one of the most celebrated supernovas among his peers. Naturally, like all supernovas, Shiki possessed a fiercely arrogant disposition, believing himself to be above all else. Especially after awakening the Conqueror's haki, exuding an air of disdain towards everyone. What an utterly ignorant brat. Where did this insolent youth come from to be so audacious? This LV-6 has truly fallen into disrepute, housing such a wet behind-the-ears brat. Consider yourself fortunate to be in prison, if you were outside. I would teach you a thing or two about humility. Upon witnessing the laughter emanating from the crowd, the remaining LV-6 prisoners erupted in furious exclamations. What did you say? A bunch of decrepit bastards. Just wait until I escape. I will slay every last one of you. As a newly emerged supernova, the Golden Lion displayed rare ambition. Faced with a host of long-established pirate veterans of LV-6, he boldly retaliated without a hint of trepidation. Silence, all of you. At that moment, Director Jed's thunderous roar resonated, commanding an immediate stillness among the prisoners present. The LV-6 inmates were well aware of Director Jed's formidable prowess, recognizing him as a genuine sovereign-level powerhouse. Moreover, he possessed the authority to execute prisoners at his discretion. Thus, some of the seasoned LV-6 inmates understood that it was unwise to provoke the master of this infernal fortress, for he truly could take their lives. Ha ha ha, a bunch of cowards. Ha ha ha, you crack me up. Seeing this, the Golden Lion's laughter grew increasingly unrestrained, showing no signs of abating. At that moment, Jed, accompanied by the Deputy Director and the Chief Warden, approached the cell that housed the Golden Lion, halting their stride. "So, you are the Golden Lion, are you? Shiki the Golden Lion, you have been sentenced to death. The execution is to be carried out immediately." Without any further ado, Jed proclaimed the punishment and promptly commanded the guards to open the cell door. Upon hearing this, the Golden Lion's previously exuberant laughter abruptly froze, leaving him in a state of shock. "Ha ha ha, fool. It turns out the one sentenced to death is you, you imbecile. Ha ha ha. Can you still laugh now? Can you still manage a chuckle, you moron? Ha 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 ha. This clueless little fool has finally met his comeuppance. Ha ha ha. You deserve it." Concurrently, the earlier LV6 inmates burst into uproarious laughter, filling the prison with an atmosphere of merriment. "This fellow has been imprisoned for merely a few days and is already facing execution. How utterly amusing. Who could have imagined that his earlier insolence would lead to such immediate retribution? Surely, there must be some mistake. I have only just been incarcerated for 2 days," exclaimed the Golden Lion, somewhat bewildered. He had only recently been contemplating how to orchestrate a swift escape, and now he was confronted with the prospect of a death sentence. Moreover, it was to be carried out without delay. Could they truly have mistaken him for someone else? Upon hearing this, Director Jade lifted the bounty notice in his hand and scrutinized the Golden Lion once more. At that moment, despite being merely in his 20s, the Golden Lion possessed an extraordinarily thick mane of golden hair, the length of which nearly grazed the ground. The flowing locks of hair resemble the majestic mane of a lion, bestowing upon the Golden Lion Shiki an air of vitality and formidable presence, earning him the moniker of the Golden Lion. "Indeed, it is you, the notorious supernova, captain of the flying pirate crew, with a bounty of 319 million berries." Jed confirmed that the man before him was the very individual singled out for immediate execution by the Supreme Commander, and with a nod, he commanded the guards nearby to prepare the instruments of torture and execute the order without delay. The sound of snapping echoed as dozens of guards swiftly assembled a makeshift execution site, hastening the process as the world government desperately required the powers of the floating fruit possessed by the Golden Lion. Moreover, as instructed by CP, an assortment of ordinary fruits was placed beside the execution ground. It is rumored that when a capable individual meets their demise, the devils lurking within them attach themselves to the nearest fruit. Utilizing this ability, one can successfully gather devil fruits, albeit with a certain risk of failure. As the prison gates swung open, the guards began to enter, preparing to drag the Golden Lion forth for his punishment. "Hey, are you serious?" The Golden Lion observed the execution site that had been hastily erected, unable to suppress a gulp. Despite his status as a supernova, the fear of death was unavoidable. After all, he was merely 20 years old and had only just awakened his conqueror's haki. The vast ocean awaits conquest. How could one succumb in this place? "Get away from me." Clad in heavy shackles, which also possessed the power of sea stone, utterly sealing the abilities of the Golden Lion, he nonetheless resolutely chose to resist in the face of despair. To not resist would be to accept death, thus he fought back. With a resounding thud, he kicked the surrounding guards aside and seized 2 long swords from their hands, brandishing them with fervor. Wave cutter. The Golden Lion was not one to overly rely on powers. His formidable physical prowess marked him as a dual-wielding swordsman. The 2 swords unleashed astonishing sword energy, inflicting tremendous damage within the confines of the cramped LV6. Would it not be better to submit to death? Observing this, Director Jed intervened, standing at a towering 4 meters. His muscular form effortlessly raised a hand, utilizing his sheer physical strength to block the Golden Lion's fierce strikes. After all, the Golden Lion was merely a supernova at this stage, far from his peak potential. His current strength might surpass contemporaries like Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, and John, but not by much. Against the royal-level powerhouse Jed, the Golden Lion was destined to be obliterated. As expected, after deflecting the Golden Lion's sword energy, Jed swiftly appeared before him, pinning him to the ground with an iron grip. The Golden Lion sought to resist, yet was firmly suppressed, unable to move an inch. "Since you refuse to accept your fate gracefully, I shall take matters into my own hands." Witnessing the Golden Lion's fierce defiance, a chilling intent to kill surged through Jed. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the deep-sea prison, a massive sailing ship had docked at the harbor, adorned with the flag of the Rocks Pirates. At this moment, the grand vessel bearing the flag of the Rocks Pirates had indeed arrived at the port of the deep-sea prison. Is this truly the infamous deep-sea prison? Its construction resembles an indomitable fortress. Upon seeing the deep-sea prison, the supernovas Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, and John could not help but express their awe. The deep-sea prison is a colossal tower structure that plunges directly into the sea, its visual impact instilling a sense of invincibility. It is no wonder that Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, and John were taken aback by the sight of this formidable edifice. This location, notorious among pirates as the Hell Fortress, houses numerous heinous criminals. Gulalala, brother-in-law. Let's hurry. Young Edward Newgate eagerly grasped his newly acquired supreme great blade, Song Yun Xia, and was the first to leap from the sailing vessel, impatient to test his blade. After all, it was his inaugural use of such a treasured weapon, even for Newgate. With a swift motion, Newgate raised Song Yun Xia and struck fiercely, unleashing an unadorned yet powerful wave of sword energy. He was not a swordsman by trade. His technique was simplistic, relying solely on raw strength. Utilizing his immense power, the sword energy, though seemingly plain, exhibited astonishing force, rivaling that of some of the most renowned swordsmen of the age. Indeed, sheer strength often surpasses technique. With a resounding crash, the seemingly unremarkable sword energy effortlessly cleaved a massive opening in the ironclad gates of the deep-sea prison. Gulalala. What a magnificent blade! Newgate bellowed with laughter, thoroughly pleased with his creation. With this blade, his prowess would ascend to new heights. Indeed, I must also test my sword. Lorne, inspired by Whitebeard's fervent demeanor, leapt from the ship, recalling that he too had acquired a supreme great blade. This operation will not involve anyone below the cadre level, he declared as Rocks followed suit. However, the Rocks pirates had no true cadres, apart from the former Neptune and the barrier fruit wielder, Darl. Only the newly joined four supernovas barely qualified for such a rank. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, and John hastily followed in the footsteps of Rocks, Lorne, and Newgate. Suddenly, an enemy attack was announced. The commotion startled the guards in the monitoring room, who promptly activated the surveillance feeds to discern the source of the disturbance. As they grasped the unfolding events, a chill surged from their heels to the crown of their heads. Was that not the notorious pirate Edward Newgate? With a bounty exceeding 1 billion? Was he not a member of the Rocks Pirates? What could he possibly seek in this deep-sea prison? First to come into view was the formidable Edward Newgate, followed closely by an even more heavyweight figure in the guard's line of sight. That was Lorne Gibbeck, a pirate with a bounty surpassing 2 billion. Could it be that Rocks Gibbeck himself had arrived? My heavens! All three titans of the Rocks Pirates have come. We must inform the warden at once. The guards, upon witnessing the trio, were nearly fainting from terror in the monitoring room. The maritime dominators, the Rocks Pirates, had indeed arrived at the deep-sea prison. What could their intentions be? Were they here to stage a prison break? Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, they must promptly inform the director of this news. Meanwhile, Rocks, Lorne, Newgate, and Wang Zhi, along with Silver Axe and John, swaggered in as if they were entering their own backyard, boldly breaching the fortress of hell. For Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, and John, this was their inaugural mission alongside Rocks and Lorne, and they displayed remarkable enthusiasm. In just a few minutes, the trio stormed into the control room, dispatching the guards there and fortuitously retrieving the map and detention manual of the deep-sea prison. It appeared that Shiki was imprisoned on level 6. They first identified the level where Shiki was confined. To descend to level 6, they could either take the stairs or, for a quicker route, use the elevator, though the latter required the director's authorization. Thus, they were left with no choice but to take the stairs. Shortly thereafter, the trio discovered the way to level 6. These young men were indeed quite resourceful. Observing their competence, Rocks couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. His judgment of character proved accurate. These three were undoubtedly capable individuals, displaying intellect in challenging situations and organization in their endeavors. Simultaneously, Lorne expanded his observation hockey, coupled with the thunder fruit, encompassing the entire deep-sea prison within his perception. There was no time to waste. Taking the stairs would surely be too slow. The Golden Lion had been sentenced to death, and the execution was underway. A smile crept across Lorne's lips. Within his observation hockey, several formidable presences were detected on level 6. The thunder fruit allowed him to eavesdrop on conversations through the principles of radio waves. From the discussions occurring on level 6, it seemed they were indeed preparing for the execution of the Golden Lion. Although he couldn't comprehend why the Golden Lion was condemned to death merely 2 days after his imprisonment, it was better to arrive fortuitously than not at all. If he could save the Golden Lion's life, surely the latter would be grateful. What should be done? Upon hearing Lorne's words, Wang Zhi, John, and Silver Axe furrowed their brows. There are but 2 pathways leading to LV6. One may either take the elevator or ascend the stairs. Time is of the essence. And with the elevator rendered inoperable, would it not be a futile endeavor? Yet, is there not a simpler solution? One could merely create a grand opening and descend. Surely, this method would prove swifter than the elevator. With a faint smile, Lorne brandished the supreme blade, the god executor. What? Upon hearing Lorne's words, the three supernova captains were taken aback. The Rocks pirates were indeed audacious. Ha ha ha. No one else could think of such a thing, brother-in-law, exclaimed one. While another laughed heartily, Lorne, I must commend your ingenuity. Thus, the three notorious pirates, each with a bounty exceeding 1 billion, sprang into action. One wielded the cloud cutter, another the god executor, while the last raised his fist imbued with conqueror's haki. With a resounding roar, their conqueror's haki erupted forth, sending forth an overwhelming wave of power. Boom, boom, boom. The trio executed their combined technique, annihilation of nations, in perfect synchrony. Their ferocious might echoed like the wails of infernal spirits, producing a deafening rending sound. The supernova captains squinted in response, instinctively covering their ears. The amalgamation of conqueror's haki, the tremor fruit, unparalleled swordsmanship, and the thunder fruit culminated in a fearsome technique capable of obliterating an entire nation, soaring through the air with tremendous force. With a thunderous crash, the very floor of the deep-sea prison, akin to a shoddy construction, was swiftly shattered by their combined assault. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers, 4 layers, 5 layers. The immense commotion resonated throughout the deep-sea prison, felt distinctly by both inmates and guards alike. Even the colossal sea kings circling the prison in the depths sensed the formidable disturbance, stirring restlessly. What could possibly be occurring? At this moment, all prisoners in LV-6, along with Director Jade, Deputy Director, and Chief Warden, instinctively turned their gazes toward the source of the tumult above. Their eyes were filled with bewilderment. What is the cause of such a tremendous disturbance? What has transpired within the depths of the great deep-sea prison? What on earth is happening? Could it be an undersea earthquake? Why does it feel as though the prison is trembling? It seems that a disaster has struck. The thunderous sounds grow ever closer. Is it possible that the prison is on the verge of collapse? Hey, Jed, what is going on? As a person with abilities, should the prison fall into the sea, my demise would be inevitable. In an instant, the prisoners of Level 6, hearing the colossal commotion above, were thrown into a state of panic. No one knew what had caused such a tremendous uproar. At this moment, Director Jed also looked up, utterly perplexed. Having served as director for many years, he had never witnessed such a tremendous noise. What could be the explanation? The Golden Lion, who had narrowly escaped death at Jed's hands, gazed up at the ceiling. The ceiling roared ominously, with debris cascading down. The immense clamor felt as though something was striking with great force, instilling a sense that it might collapse at any moment. What is happening? Beside him, the Chief Warden, Kree, who possessed power comparable to Jed and was known as one of the 2 guardians of the great deep-sea prison, quickly retrieved his transponder snail to inquire with the guards. Unfortunately, no one could provide him with an answer. After all, those guards had already been dispatched by Wang Zhi, John, and Silver Axe at the first instance. Director, there is no response. Kree's brow furrowed in concern. Even if a deep-sea earthquake had genuinely occurred, there should at least be some guards on duty. The absence of any response from the guards strongly suggested that this commotion was not due to a natural disaster, but rather a man-made catastrophe. Could it be that someone has invaded the great deep-sea prison? The vice director immediately grasped the underlying implications, his brow knitting with worry. Typically, such a significant disturbance would not necessitate proactive contact with the guards. They would instinctively reach out. The lack of any guards' notification in the face of such a disturbance could imply that they had all been eliminated. An invasion of the great deep-sea prison? What nonsense! Who in their right mind would dare attack this fortress, so closely situated to the Navy headquarters? Upon hearing the vice director's words, the prisoners of Level 6 displayed looks of disdain. Although they were renowned pirates, they could not fathom the notion of an invasion of the impregnable great deep-sea prison, situated so near to the Navy headquarters. Furthermore, these Level 6 prisoners had been confined for so long that they remained oblivious to the changes occurring in the outside world. After all, not every prisoner was as fond of reading newspapers as Don Quixote da Flamingo. Boom, boom, boom. At the moment when disbelief enveloped the crowd, an unprecedented thunderous roar echoed through the air. Instantly, large chunks of debris cascaded from the ceiling. The LV-6 ceiling, composed of an exceptionally hard material, came crashing down with a resounding crash. Amidst the tumult, the ground was showered with fragments, and along with the falling ceiling, 6 figures emerged. It was none other than Rocks, Lorne, Newgate, as well as Wang Zhi, John, and Silver Axe. Could it be that an invasion has truly occurred? Are these individuals the intruders? They have shattered the floors from LV-1 to LV-6. Who exactly are these invaders? At this moment, the LV-6 prisoners, upon recognizing the 6 intruders, were left in sheer astonishment, their eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. Is it possible that someone has truly invaded this underwater fortress? These individuals truly exhibit remarkable bravery. After all, given the proximity to the naval headquarters, it would not be long before reinforcements arrive. Yet, to breach level 6 is indeed a courageous feat. Although unfamiliar with these intruders, the exploits of Rocks.Tragically, and others in their assault on the deep-sea Great Prison have garnered a sense of respect from the inmates of level 6. It is you. In that instant, upon catching sight of the 6 figures, the man known as the Guardian of Hell's Fortress, the director of the deep-sea Great Prison, Jed, was drenched in cold sweat, his countenance darkened, and even his body trembled involuntarily. Beside him, the warden Cree, renowned as one of the twin titans of the deep-sea Great Prison, stood frozen in disbelief. This is grave. An extraordinary force has invaded. Oh my heavens! We are doomed. The deputy director, slightly less powerful than the two, gasped in exaggerated horror, his voice reaching a shrill pitch. In the next moment, witnessing the usually stoic director Jed's expression of fear, Warden Cree's astonishment, and the deputy director's theatrical display, the inmates of level 6 were left in utter shock. It seems that Jed and Cree harbor an intense trepidation towards the intruders before them. What on earth is happening? Hey, who are these individuals? Why do Jade and Cleary display such expressions? Is there anyone who knows? Please, do share, for my curiosity is piqued. The situation with the level 6 prisoners is far more complex than they had imagined, and excitement ensues. After all, it is their first time witnessing such expressions from Jade and Cleary. It is evident that these intruders are formidable foes. It is none other than you lot from the Rocks Pirates. Just then, from a corner of the prison, a voice exclaimed in astonishment. The crowd turned to see that the speaker was none other than Gade, the notorious pirate with a bounty of 500 million, who had recently been imprisoned alongside Shiki in this level 6 facility. Gade's strength and bounty render him one of the most distinguished figures in this level 6 prison. After all, in this era, few pirates boast bounties surpassing 500 million berries. The Rocks Pirates? I have never heard of them. What sort of pirate crew is this? Are they newcomers? Who could they possibly be to provoke such expressions from Jade and Cleary? Gade, do enlighten us. Observing Gade's apparent recognition of the intruders, the level 6 inmates grew even more excited and anxious. After all, Jade and Cleary are not particularly well liked among the prisoners of level 6. Witnessing them so frightened by the intruders only heightened the inmates' urgency to know more. Indeed, the man leading them, with his crimson hair styled like an octopus, is named Rocks.Tragically, with a bounty exceeding 3.5 billion berries, one of the undisputed kings of these seas. Gade's tone was laden with complexity. He recalled that just a year prior, he had clashed with Rocks. Back then, they exchanged blows, but in less than a year, Rocks had ascended to become the maritime overlord. Meanwhile, he found himself confined in this deep-sea prison. The disparity between individuals is indeed vast. What? A bounty exceeding 3.5 billion berries? Gade, you must be jesting. Is there something wrong with my ears? Gade's words immediately stirred a commotion within level 6. A bounty surpassing 3.5 billion berries? How could this be possible? Upon hearing Gade's declaration, the prisoners of level 6 erupted in chaos. Some pirates, imprisoned for over a decade, were so astonished that their jaws nearly dropped to the floor. After all, during their time of incarceration, not only had there been no pirates with bounties of 3.5 billion, but even those exceeding 3 billion had yet to emerge. Only a decade has passed. Yet the inflation within the pirate realm has surged to such an astonishing degree. Moreover, the man beside him, the brother of Rocks, is none other than Lorne Jiebeck, the second in command of the Rocks Pirates, who carries a bounty exceeding 2 billion. Additionally, the tall figure with flowing golden locks is Edward Newgate, the third in command of the Rocks Pirates, a formidable pirate whose bounty has surpassed 1 billion berries. Gade gazed at the three before him, his eyes brimming with complexity. The growth of the Rocks Pirates is indeed terrifying. In the past, he could still share the stage with them, yet now Edward Newgate, the third in command, has already surpassed a bounty of 1 billion berries. This is utterly infuriating. Pray tell, a bounty exceeding 2 billion berries for the second in command and over 1 billion berries for the third in command? Gade, do you take us for fools? Which man with a bounty surpassing 1 billion would willingly settle for the position of second or third in command? You scoundrel. You are treating us as though we are simpletons. Upon hearing Gade's proclamation, the level 6 prisoners erupted in outrage, each face reflecting their indignation. a bounty exceeding 3.5 billion had already left them astonished and skeptical. And now, the second-in-command's bounty exceeds 2 billion berries? The third-in-command's bounty also reaches 1 billion berries? Is this truly an attempt to treat oneself as a fool? Whether you believe it or not. Are you aware of what the Rocks pirates are referred to upon the vast ocean now? Gade, in the face of the scorn from the numerous prisoners of level 6, dismissively remarked, "These simple folk have lingered in prison for far too long. Their minds have grown rusty, rendering them utterly oblivious to the current state of the vast ocean." "What are they called?" some inquisitive inmates inquired. "They have triumphed over the Navy and are hailed as the sovereigns of the sea," Gade articulated with deliberate clarity. Triumphed over the Navy and deemed sovereigns of the sea? Upon hearing this revelation, the inmates of level 6 could scarcely contain themselves. Each individual widened their eyes in astonishment, their tongues hanging out in disbelief. After all, the majority of them had been captured by the Navy. The Navy boasts 3 formidable admirals, in addition to the fleet admiral, along with a plethora of capable vice admirals and prospective admirals. No pirate crew could possibly rival the might of the naval headquarters. Yet now, the Navy has been vanquished? This is bound to shatter the worldview of these antiquated souls who have languished in the depths of the sea prison for over a decade. Indeed, they have engaged in fierce combat with the kingdom of God. The Navy deployed 2 admirals, 1 admiral candidate, along with the fleet admiral, a dozen vice admirals, and tens of thousands of sailors to confront the Rocks pirates in an intense battle. In that conflict, the second-in-command, Lord Jiebeck, single-handedly obliterated all supplies of the Navy headquarters. Thus, it seems the Navy is now unable to offer any support to this underwater fortress. Gade's tone was notably grave. He recalled the moment he read in the newspaper about the Rocks pirates defeating the Navy, which nearly made his eyes pop out in disbelief. "It is worth mentioning that my capture and subsequent confinement in this deep-sea prison can be attributed to the Rocks pirates. Had Lorne not destroyed the Navy's warships, I would never have contemplated robbing the celestial treasures and consequently found myself imprisoned here." Gade felt a twinge of regret, reflecting on how he had overestimated his own strength and attempted to seize the heavenly gold, only to encounter the formidable knights of God and end up captured and thrown into this deep-sea prison. "Hey, Gade, stop spouting nonsense. I don't believe a word of it," one prisoner exclaimed. "Neither do I. The second-in-command has a bounty exceeding 2 billion, and the third-in-command over 1 billion. How could I possibly believe that? They defeated the Navy and became the sovereigns of the sea. Is the Rocks pirates your father? Why do you sing their praises so?" Even if Gade elaborated further, the prisoners in level 6 scoffed in disbelief. They found it preposterous that one could possess a bounty exceeding 2 billion or 1 billion berries and still willingly serve under another. Believe it or not. "You bunch of fools," Gade thought, weary of explaining further. It was evident that the Rocks pirates had other intentions for their visit to this deep-sea prison, likely leading to a confrontation with Director Jade and Warden Cree. At that time, these fools would come to understand the true nature of the Rocks pirates. "Hey, you rascals. Are we to be completely overlooked? We are also officers of the Rocks pirates," they protested, feeling slighted. Just then, Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, and John overheard the conversation among the level 6 prisoners and were filled with dissatisfaction. Gade had been extolling the virtues of Rocks, Lorne, and Newgate while entirely neglecting their presence. "Oh, are you 3 supernovas? I never imagined you had also joined the Rocks pirates." Upon hearing their grievances, Gade finally took notice of Wang Zhi, John, and Silver Axe. These 3 individuals are contemporaneous supernovas of this era, each with a bounty hovering around 300 million. Who would have thought they would join the Rocks pirates? The brothers Rocks and Lorne truly possess remarkable prowess, managing to enlist 3 proud pirate supernovas simultaneously. Indeed. You decrepit old fools should take note. We are also officers of the Rocks pirates. I am known as Wang Zhi, with a bounty of 427 million berries. Remember this face, for I shall undoubtedly astonish the world in the future. I am John, a man with a bounty of 416 million berries. My bounty stands at 469 million berries, known as Silver Axe. The 3 voluntarily revealed their names. You imbeciles have actually surpassed a bounty of 400 million? It must be the influence of joining the Rocks pirates, Gade remarked with disdain, though he felt a twinge of envy within. After years of arduous toil as a pirate, his bounty barely reached 500 million berries. Upon joining the Rocks pirates, these supernovas saw their worth rise significantly, soon surpassing their former selves. In one corner of level 6, the prisoners, including the likes of Jeter, Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, and John, were engaged in a relentless exchange of banter. Meanwhile, on the opposing side, A tense standoff unfolded between Warden Jed, Chief Guard Cree, Deputy Warden, and the formidable trio of Rocks, Law, and Ugate. The atmosphere surged with palpable intensity, causing the already confined space of Level 6 to feel even more constricted and suffocating. The overwhelming presence of Rocks, Law, and Newgate's Conqueror's haki was so pervasive that it rendered the air nearly unbreathable. It was a testament to the unique fortitude of Level 6 that the many notorious pirate crews housed within remained unharmed, had they been incarcerated in any other prison. The sheer force of the Conqueror's haki would have surely rendered them unconscious. Nevertheless, even in this formidable environment, the prisoners of Level 6 could not help but sense the terrifying aura emanating from Rocks, Law, and Ugate. Such an imposing aura. The imprisoned LV-6 inmates have only witnessed it emanating from one type of individual, the formidable admirals of the Navy and the most elite pirates of the vast seas. It appears that Guard's earlier assertion may indeed hold truth. To have 3 admiral-level powers aboard the same vessel raises the question of whether such a terrifying pirate crew truly exists in these waters. The LV-6 prisoners are utterly astounded. The notion of 3 admiral-level pirates sharing a ship is unprecedented in their era. Has the outside world spiraled into such madness? Why have you come to this deep-sea prison? The expression of Director Guard, crushed under the weight of their overwhelming presence, darkened as he spoke in a lowered tone. When have pirates ever needed a reason for their actions? The Navy headquarters, Mariehua, and the deep-sea prison are the very cores of the world government. If one intends to overturn the world government, one must naturally target the weakest points. Wouldn't you agree? Lorne replied with a smile. You scoundrel. Do not tarnish the name of justice. In response to Lorne's scornful taunt, Guard and Cree remained composed, but the vice-director, whose strength paled in comparison to the two, could no longer contain his agitation. He brandished a large blade and charged at Lorne. Does a weakling dare to claim the mantle of justice? Lorne mocked, his observation haki sweeping over his opponent, revealing him to be merely of average rear admiral strength, far from the elite ranks. With a swift motion, Lorne drew the supreme blade, the sword of divine execution, channeling his formidable aura and infusing it with the power of lightning. This scene instantly left the Level 6 prisoners utterly astounded. The Thunderfruit, is it not the ability of the Marine Admiral Rhydon? How could it possibly manifest in this individual? Could it be that this fellow has slain Admiral Rhydon? Upon witnessing the Thunderfruit, a harrowing conjecture emerged in the minds of the Level 6 prisoners. It is widely acknowledged that no 2 fruits in this world share the same power. Thus, the appearance of the Thunderfruit's abilities within Lorne signifies that Rhydon must be deceased. Coupled with Gade's earlier remarks, has the Rocks pirates truly eliminated a Marine Admiral? The most formidable Marine Admiral, Rhydon, has been vanquished? The prisoners were engulfed in profound shock. Moreover, behold the blade in his hand. It is one of the mere 12 supreme blades in existence, known as the Divine Execution. I recall that this sword belonged to the formidable member of the Knights of God, Fegalan Terry. Has it also been taken by this man? This implies that Fegalan Terry has been slain as well? A collective gasp echoed among them. How terrifying, simply terrifying. Without even engaging in combat, merely showcasing a fragment of his capabilities, these Level 6 prisoners felt their worldview shattering. After slaying Rhydon, has he also dispatched a member of the Knights of God? The Rocks pirates are undeniably formidable. At this moment, these Level 6 prisoners became unwaveringly convinced of Gade's earlier assertions. It is indeed plausible that they have triumphed over the Marines, earning the title of the new sovereign of the seas. After all, the Thunderfruit and the Divine Execution are possessions that could only be acquired by vanquishing a Marine Admiral and a member of the Knights of God. The emergence of these 2 items in the hands of the pirates foretells the audacious deeds of the Rocks pirates. As the prisoners in Level 6 were profoundly shaken by the abilities displayed by Lorne, he made his move. With a swift motion, harnessing the powers of the Thunderfruit, coupled with the pinnacle of armament haki, Lorne unleashed a sword strike of unparalleled caliber. This blow, infused with an extraordinary sword aura, undeniably belonged to the realm of master swordsmen. With the enhancement of thunder, the destructive force of the sword aura escalated to new heights, rivaling that of any great swordsman in sheer devastation. The Vice Warden, witnessing this, resorted to using iron blocks in a desperate attempt to defend himself. However, it was evident that the sword aura effortlessly pierced through his form, blood erupting like mist. In the next moment, the Vice Warden collapsed onto the ground. Frothing at the mouth, his eyes glazed over, having completely lost consciousness, teetering on the brink of life and death. Damn it, he immediately notified the Navy headquarters, urging them to send reinforcements. Jed, taken aback, had not anticipated that the vice warden would be slain in a single stroke. He chuckled darkly, knowing that by the time they arrived, it would be too late. Rocks, at this juncture, also broke into a sinister grin, transforming into a human cannonball, charging fiercely towards Jed. Boom. As a formidable figure of the Admiral class, Jed's physical prowess and hockey were no trifles. He boldly advanced to meet the oncoming Rocks. Yet, he was still sent sprawling several meters back, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His power had indeed surged significantly. It seemed a mere Admiral-class warrior was insufficient to contend with him. Rocks felt his strength augmenting once more, facing Admiral-level opponents with newfound ease. Clearly, he had yet to reach his limits. Glug, glug, glug. I cannot lag behind. Meanwhile, Newgate, poised to test his blade, became invigorated and engaged in a fierce battle with the chief warden, Cree. Boom, boom, boom. The clash of these Admiral-class warriors transformed the already constricted level 6 into a precarious arena, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Newgate sought a swift resolution. Lorne approached Newgate, joining forces against the warden. Damn it, to contend with Newgate, a pirate worth a bounty of $1 billion, was already taxing. Now, with the addition of a pirate boasting a bounty of $2 billion, Cree felt a sense of despair creeping in. You must hold on, Cree. The Navy headquarters has dispatched an admiral for support. We only need to endure for 10 minutes. Jed too sensed the gravity of the situation. However, in the current predicament, aside from offering pale verbal encouragement, there was little else to be done. After all, facing Rocks, a pirate with a bounty exceeding $3 billion, was a formidable challenge in itself. Fortunately, the deep-sea prison was in close proximity to the Navy headquarters. Even without warships, the physical stamina and speed of an admiral would allow for a swift arrival. 10 minutes? That was perhaps an overestimation of their endurance. Lorne smirked, flanking the formidable Captain Cree alongside Newgate, creating a pincer attack. Confronted by the onslaught of two notorious pirates, Cree, despite his status as a vice-admiral, found himself overwhelmed and was forced to retreat under their relentless assault. After several exchanges, he was left bloodied and considerably diminished in spirit. He had exerted every ounce of his strength to hold on. Unfortunately, his adversaries were two formidable captains of the notorious pirate crew, rendering his willpower futile in the face of such an overwhelming disparity in strength. In less than 2 minutes, Clee was thoroughly defeated, collapsing to the ground, drenched in blood. Meanwhile, Jade was not faring much better. Alone against Rocks, he was under immense pressure. Although he did not succumb as swiftly as Clee, the signs of his defeat were becoming increasingly evident. With a swift motion, Lorne, having triumphed over Clee, arrived to assist Rocks. Under the combined might of the three great pirates, Director Jade soon fell as well, bloodied and sprawled on the ground, his fate uncertain. The Golden Lion and Shiki had indeed narrowly escaped death. After subduing Jade and Clee, Lorne approached the barely conscious Golden Lion. At that moment, the Golden Lion was gravely injured but still clinging to consciousness. Had Lorne arrived a minute later, the Golden Lion would have perished, and the history of the pirate world would have undergone a radical transformation. For certain, the era of the three legends would not endure. How are you? The Golden Lion struggled to speak. What will it be? Will you join us, or perish here? Lorne inquired, gazing down at the Golden Lion. The Rocks pirates, is this a fateful encounter? The Golden Lion mused. Living is certainly preferable to dying. He made his decision with little hesitation, having just experienced the brink of death, which imparted upon him a profound appreciation for life. How could he succumb here before realizing his inner ambitions? Very well, Wang Zhi. Tend to his wounds, Lorne instructed his companion. Wang Zhi dutifully complied, a scene that would not have unfolded had it adhered to the original narrative. Hey, let me join you too. Spare me and let me go, Rocks pirates. Indeed, I wish to join as well. I am worth 750 million berries. My strength is commendable. Count me in. Rocks pirates, let me go, and I shall join you. I'm a notable figure with a bounty of 832 million berries. Let me out. I can also me too. Rocks pirates, release me. Upon witnessing the Rocks pirates recruit the Golden Lion and Shiki as new members, the other LV-6 prisoners could no longer remain passive. After all, the warden of the underwater prison had been defeated, marking the perfect opportunity to escape this eternal hell. The LV-6 inmates were either serving life sentences or facing the death penalty. Unless an unforeseen event occurred, they were destined to perish here. With such a golden opportunity at hand, the LV-6 prisoners were determined to seize it. Silence, you fools. Rocks found himself slightly vexed by the incessant clamor of the prisoners, and he unleashed a vehement reprimand. His presence surged with an overwhelming aura, the terrifying conqueror's haki cascading around him, causing the very ground to tremble and cave in under its might. At this moment, he was unconcerned with these formidable adversaries. His primary focus was the imminent birth of his first niece or nephew. It seemed that in about half a month, Sherry would be bringing forth new life. And the anticipation was palpable. Why the rush? Now that we have reached this point, there is no way I will set you free just yet, Lorne remarked, a sly smile gracing his lips as he regarded the rowdy inmates. Hey, hurry it up. Don't just stand there. I am eager to bask in the sunlight outside. Release me, and I would gladly toil for you. The prisoners of level 6 were further stirred by Lorne's words, their excitement palpable. Now, behave yourselves. If you continue to disrupt the peace, I shall have no choice but to eliminate you all, Lorne said, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he fixed his gaze on the loudest among the level 6 prisoners, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Upon witnessing this, the prisoners fell into an immediate hush, knowing well they lacked the courage to oppose the Rocks pirates, especially after witnessing the effortless defeat of 2 Admiral-level warriors. Jed and Klee, at the hands of the Rocks crew, the level 6 inmates had gained a clearer understanding of their overwhelming strength. That's more like it. Those who obediently comply shall be rewarded. Lorne smiled contentedly at the now subdued level 6 prisoners. Many of you are undoubtedly captured Navy admirals or candidates, am I right? Listen closely. Reinforcements from the Navy will soon arrive at this level 6. This is your golden opportunity for revenge, Lorne continued with a grin. Lorne had no intention of subjugating these level 6 prisoners. Though they included some powerful individuals, their lack of familiarity made them susceptible to betrayal. However, Lorne had already devised a plan to exploit these prisoners. It would not be long before Navy reinforcements, likely at least of Admiral caliber, would arrive. If these level 6 prisoners were released, would such a multitude of strong individuals be able to withstand the onslaught? How intriguing. Wait, Navy admirals? Candidates? Are you referring to Black Hawk, White Horse, and Golden Serpent? One prisoner exclaimed. Damn it, I was captured by the demon-slaying order initiated by Black Hawk. I can never forget that scoundrel, White Horse. Where are Golden Serpent and the others? I shall tear them apart. As anticipated, upon hearing the names of the Black Hawk, the White Horse, and the Golden Serpent, numerous level 6 prisoners seethed with resentment. After all, those confined within the level 6 facility are far from ordinary. They are individuals who have been apprehended either by vice admirals or even directly by admirals themselves. Hearing the cacophony of curses and exclamations, Lorne wore a satisfied smile. Beside him, Rocks and Newgate shared a knowing grin. Expanding his observation haki, Lorne quickly sensed several familiar auras. Judging by their velocity, they would reach the depths of the underwater prison within minutes. Thus, the time had come to act. He instructed the release of their cell doors and the sea prism stone chains, freeing them all. With that, Lorne tossed the keys to Wang Zhi, John, and Silveraxe. Subsequently, Lorne, Newgate, and Rocks leaped forth, directly arriving at the port of the underwater prison. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the trio beheld the formidable figures of the Black Hawk, the White Horse, and the Golden Serpent. Moreover, they were flanked by 7 or 8 vice admirals from the Navy. The formidable individuals hastened towards their destination with the moonwalk technique, their expressions fraught with urgency. Such a rudimentary method of travel elicited laughter from Loren, who found it amusing. The Navy truly appeared to be in a state of disarray. Witnessing the Navy resort to such primitive means of transportation, Rocks, Loren, and Newgate could not help but break into raucous laughter. It was indeed the mastermind behind this chaos. The Rocks pirates. Once again, this band of ruffians had plundered the treasures from the heavens and now set their sights on the deep-sea prison. Their audacity was utterly outrageous. The Rocks pirates. Upon seeing the 3 elite combatants of the Rocks pirates, the approaching Black Hawk, White Horse, Golden Serpent, and a host of middle-ranking officers seethed with rage, their teeth nearly grinding to dust. Were it not for the Rocks pirates' destruction of their entire fleet, how could the Navy find themselves in such a passive position? Furthermore, the Rocks pirates had also stolen the celestial gold from the wealthiest nation in the world, leaving the Navy's funding in disarray. To sever one's source of income is akin to killing one's parents. The entire Navy held a deep-seated animosity towards the Rocks pirates, wishing nothing less than to scatter their ashes and grind their corpses to dust. However, it seemed they had not brought many crew members this time. It was the perfect opportunity to vanquish them here. Yet, the Navy soon realized that only the 3 elite combatants of the Rocks pirates had arrived. How fortunate. If it were merely these 3, uniting all of the Navy's strength could still lead to victory. If they could annihilate the 3 elite combatants here, The remaining members of the Rocks Pirates would pose no threat. Without the presence of their top-tier fighters, any pirate crew, regardless of size, was merely a disorganized mob. The plan was to take down all 3 members of the Rocks Pirates right here. Black Hawk, the general intoned solemnly, immediately issuing orders. White Horse, Golden Serpent, and the other middle-ranking officers were filled with zeal. Each drew their swords and weapons, charging forth with great fervor. Just then, swish, 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 3 figures appeared alongside Rocks. Linlin and Newgate. Oh, more allies? It was the newly inducted supernovas of the Rocks Pirates, Wang Zhi, John, and Silver Axe. And there was that nearly unconscious fellow, the former captive of the deep-sea prison, Golden Lion Shiki. Recognizing the newcomers, the Navy immediately identified them as the 3 supernovas rescued from the hands of the Knights of God by the Rocks Pirates just days prior. It seemed their purpose this time was to rescue Golden Lion Shiki. Some astute members of the Navy surmised the objective of the Rocks Pirates' mission. Ever since the loss of their warships, the Navy had set their sights on Shiki's float fruit. Consequently, the Grand Commander had personally ordered his immediate execution, only to be thwarted so swiftly by the Rocks Pirates. Nevertheless, even with the presence of 3 supernovas, they could not alter the tide of battle. This is the optimal location to vanquish the Rocks Pirates. Attention, Navy, charge forth. The trio of Black Hawk, White Horse, and Golden Serpent remains invigorated. After all, such a caliber of battle is hardly a concern for the supernovas. Even a single elite vice admiral could effortlessly handle it. Ha ha, who said we were going to fight you? Observing the fiercely advancing Navy, Lorne flashed a radiant smile. With his keen observation skills, he distinctly sensed the overwhelming murderous intent emanating from the recently released LV-6 prisoners. The pirates liberated from this infinite hell could unleash untold chaos. How intriguing indeed. The meaning behind Lorne's words had yet to register. Suddenly, a torrent of inmates clad in prison garb erupted from the depths of the underwater prison. These inmates, each a fearsome visage, exude a distinctly violent aura. Every one of them brandishes their claws, appearing exceedingly exhilarated. The air outside is remarkably fresh. It has been an eternity since I last beheld the azure sky and fluffy clouds. How splendid it is! I have finally escaped from the depths of an infinite hell. After all, these prisoners have been confined for far too long, and this is their first encounter with the fresh air beyond the confines of the deep-sea prison. Many inhale greedily, savoring the hard-won taste of freedom. Look, there's that scoundrel Black Hawk, and the rascal White Horse. Indeed, Golden Snake has also arrived. Before they could fully relish the sweet fragrance of liberty, the level 6 inmates spotted 2 commanding officers approaching, along with a reserve general and numerous vice admirals. In an instant, a tide of seething hatred emanated from this group of inmates. This terrifying hatred threatens to engulf every individual present. Are these fellows prisoners of level 6? Has the Rocks pirate crew released them all? My heavens! Upon recognizing several familiar faces, the expressions of the formidable generals, Black Hawk, White Horse, and Golden Serpent, all shifted dramatically. These individuals are the heroes and formidable figures of a bygone era, notorious pirates whose capture demanded the utmost efforts of the Navy. It is only through the deployment of admiral-level officers and their candidates that such powerful adversaries can be apprehended. Among them are even some of the most distinguished pirates from the previous age. With so many individuals released, how can this be tolerated? The Black Hawk, the White Horse, the Golden Serpent, and I even caught sight of several exceedingly familiar faces. These individuals harbor deep-seated animosities towards the Navy. In the face of such formidable opponents, Black Hawk, White Horse, and Golden Serpent found themselves in a rather precarious situation. They could manage to contend with the top-tier combatants of the Rocks Pirates. But the addition of the level 6 prisoners? The implications were simply unimaginable. Immediately, they resolved to inform the Marshal, requesting reinforcements. Before Black Hawk could finish his sentence, he was encircled by several pirates clad in prison garb. Black Hawk, because of you, my father has languished in prison for decades. His hair has turned white, and he has aged considerably. It is time for retribution. You have slain my crew. Prepare to die, Black Hawk. My brother and sister have also fallen victim to your hand. Today, I shall avenge them. Several prisoners, consumed by a profound hatred for Black Hawk, launched their assault. Pirates are nothing but worthless scum. Black Hawk, undaunted, engaged fiercely with the level 6 prisoners. Meanwhile, on another front, White Horse and Golden Serpent found themselves similarly surrounded by a group of level 6 inmates. Although these individuals may not possess the might of elite commanders, Their sheer numbers allow them to engage in a fierce struggle against such formidable foes for a time. Naturally, many prisoners cherish the hard-won freedom and flee at the first opportunity. They have no desire to remain confined within the depths of level 6. Additionally, there are some pirates who, unable to unite against the Navy, are quick to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Those who can focus on vengeance are primarily the prisoners harboring deep-seated grudges against figures like Black Hawk and White Horse. Ultimately, pirates are inherently rebellious. How could individuals accustomed to lawlessness ever cooperate harmoniously? Loxin does not expect them to band together to confront the Navy. He merely needs them to delay the Navy's advance long enough for the Rocks pirates to retreat. If the pirates could truly unite, the world government and Navy headquarters would have long since been toppled. Let us depart. Though Loxin yearns to witness the Navy's upper echelons in disarray, the proximity to Navy headquarters is far too perilous. Even in the absence of warships, most Navy personnel can swiftly arrive using the moonwalk technique. Remaining here is not a wise course of action, thus Loxin commands a retreat. Cursed Rocks pirates. With eyes wide open, the Navy admirals Black Hawk, White Horse, and Golden Snake see with rage as they watch the Rocks pirates make their escape, unable to intervene. The Navy admiral has personally rushed to provide reinforcements. This moment represents a prime opportunity to eliminate the Rocks pirates. However, encircled by several level 6 prisoners, even an admiral cannot free themselves from the fray, merely forced to observe the Rocks pirates' departure. The following day, the world is once again rocked by sensational news. The Rocks pirates have attacked the deep-sea prison, eliminating the warden, Jed, who is infamously known as the Hell Fortress's overseer, along with the deputy warden and chief guard, Chris. All prisoners from the Infinite Hell Level 6 have been released. Although the Navy admiral personally intervened to recapture some of the inmates, many more have escaped, seizing the chaos. Even some prisoners from levels 1 to 5 managed to slip away, plunging the world into panic once more. Following their defeat of the Navy and the annihilation of the Knights of God, they have now besieged the deep-sea prison, which stands alongside Navy headquarters and Eni's lobby as one of the 3 principal institutions of the world government. The Rocks pirates' dominion over the seas is now beyond question. In just a matter of days, the Rocks pirates have achieved a series of monumental feats, prompting a re-evaluation of their bounties. Captain Rocks.D. Jibek's bounty now stands at 3,783,000 berries. First mate Loxin D. Jibek's bounty is set at 2,897,000 berries. Third in command Edward Newgate's bounty has reached 1,947,000 berries. Officer Wang Zhi's bounty is at 515,000 berries. Officer John S. bounty is listed at 526,000 berries. The Rocks Pirates officer, Silver Axe, has a bounty of 569 million berries. Furthermore, the Navy has confirmed that one of the supernovas, Captain Shiki, has joined the Rocks Pirates, resulting in an updated bounty of 475 million berries. Consequently, the total bounty for the entire Rocks Pirates crew has surpassed 10 billion berries, making them the only pirate crew in the 800-year history of the world government to achieve such a milestone. After several days, the Rocks Pirates returned to Wano and hosted a grand banquet. Everyone was immensely delighted. Rocks even proclaimed that the festivities would continue for a full fortnight. Lord Lorne, Captain Rocks, and Miss Shirley are expecting a child. However, on the 10th day of the banquet, the ship's doctor hurriedly approached Lorne and Rocks. What is going on? Isn't the due date still half a month away? Could there be a problem? Upon hearing this news, Rocks displayed an urgency that surpassed even Lorne's. Why is the baby arriving so suddenly? The due date has been moved up. All doctors, follow me. The ship's doctor could not elaborate further, leaving with a hasty remark as he dashed towards Shirley's room. In an instant, a dozen female physicians abandoned their drinks and promptly followed suit. Witnessing this, both Rocks and Lorne quickly pursued them. Even the usually wine-loving Whitebeard set down his cup and joined them. The 3 arrived outside the delivery room, where the sounds of busy doctors and Shirley's voice filled the air. I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. I'm not ready yet. Outside the room, Rocks rubbed his hands nervously, a mixture of tension and anticipation on his face. With the due date still half a month away, the sudden arrival left him flustered. After all, this was the first bloodline of the Jibek family. The unexpected event was even more nerve-wracking than confronting the Navy. Brother, what are you so anxious about? Shirley will be just fine, Lorne said with a smile, taking a seat on a nearby stool, engaging in light banter. "Hey, brother-in-law. You're not much better than the older brother," Whitebeard remarked with a disapproving glance at Lorne. Although Lorne appeared nonchalant on the surface, his legs trembled uncontrollably. Even in the face of Admiral Black Hawk, Lorne had never shown such signs of anxiety, highlighting just how tense he truly was. After all, this was his first experience of becoming a father. Even in his previous life, Lorne had never encountered such a moment. Thus, despite having lived 2 lives, this was his inaugural experience as a parent. This was indeed the first bloodline of the Jibek family. "I have never been this anxious in my life." And the sweat was about to drip from Rocks. "Yes, I hope everything goes smoothly. I am looking forward to it as well." Lorne nodded, his heart racing with a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. After all, this was his first child, blessed with an extraordinary SSS-level talent, along with an innate ability for effortless cultivation. He was immensely curious about what a child with such formidable gifts would be like. Fortunately, the ship's doctor was quite considerate, and after approximately 5 minutes, he emerged from the delivery room to reassure Rocks, Lorne, and Newgate. The doctor's announcement eased the tension for both Rocks and Lorne. "Captain Rocks, Lord Lorne, the child is due to be born in 5 minutes." Soon after, another message from the doctor prompted their hearts to leap into their throats, causing their pulses to race with excitement. They were on the brink of meeting their child. Just 5 more minutes. Their breaths became slightly erratic. Both men frequently checked their watches, anxiously counting down the moments, knowing they would rush into the delivery room at the first sound of the baby's cry. Quickly, as the 5 minutes elapsed, an exhilarating voice rang out from the delivery room, followed by a sudden cacophony. Thud, thud, thud. It seemed as though something monumental had transpired within the room, accompanied by the sound of bodies collapsing to the floor. In an instant, the once lively atmosphere of the delivery room fell into a profound silence. "What is happening?" At that moment, Rocks, Lorne, and Newgate exchanged bewildered glances, utterly oblivious to the events unfolding inside. They even forgot to employ their observation hockey. Could it be that spies sent by the world government had disguised themselves as doctors to launch an attack? Considering this possibility, the 3 men disregarded their caution and burst through the delivery room door. What lay before them left Rocks, Lorne, and Newgate utterly astonished. Upon entering the room, they were met with a shocking sight. Several doctors lay unconscious on the floor, frothing at the mouth, their eyes glazed over. Even Sherry had succumbed to unconsciousness. Thankfully, none of them were in mortal danger. They had merely been overwhelmed by the sheer presence of Conqueror's hockey, which they were unable to withstand, being mere ordinary individuals. Who was responsible for this? "I will make them pay." Was it the world government? Those scoundrels. Witnessing the scene ignited a fierce rage within Rocks, his fury reaching its zenith, his eyes turning crimson, resembling a wrathful lion, an intimidating sight indeed. Just when his sister-in-law had given birth, such chaos had erupted in the delivery room. The only entities harboring immense animosity towards the Rocks pirates are the world government, the Navy, and the Celestial Dragons. The ability to wield Conqueror's hockey undoubtedly indicates that spies dispatched by the world government have initiated their operations. How infuriating. It was my oversight in failing to consider this aspect that has led to the current predicament. However, there is an oddity in this situation. If it were indeed the world government's agents at work, why have Miss Sherry and the ship's doctor remained unscathed? At this moment, Whitebeard stroked his chin, engaging in analysis. If the world government truly sent spies to infiltrate Wano country, and these spies possessed Conqueror's hockey, then they should have been able to easily eliminate defenseless individuals like Sherry and the female doctor. Such behavior aligns perfectly with the unscrupulous methods that the world government has consistently employed. Yet, despite having infiltrated, they merely resorted to the use of Conqueror's hockey to incapacitate rather than resorting to lethal measures. It strikes one as rather peculiar. At this moment, Lorne shared the same sentiment as Newgate, firmly believing that this could not possibly have been orchestrated by the world government. With tens of thousands of fishmen guarding Wano, coupled with its unique topography, it is utterly implausible for anyone to infiltrate so effortlessly. Moreover, considering that this transgression occurred right beneath the noses of the 3 formidable pirates, Rocks, Lorne, and Newgate, it becomes even less conceivable. Additionally, with Sherry and the others remaining unscathed, it clearly does not bear the hallmarks of the world government's handiwork. At this juncture, only one possibility remains. Could it be that Lorne realized it might be the extraordinary talent of his child that had manifested? After all, according to the system's explanation, this offspring possesses an SSS-level ability and is capable of self-cultivation from birth. It is entirely conceivable that upon birth, they unleashed their conqueror's haki, rendering everyone in the room unconscious. Daddy, daddy. Just as Lorne was lost in thought, a tender voice suddenly captured the attention of the three present. In an instant, a tiny figure appeared before them, stark naked, with large, adorable eyes. Not only that, but upon seeing Lorne, the child rushed over and tightly clung to one of his legs, repeatedly calling out, "Daddy, Daddy." What is this? Lorne was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected appearance of the little figure, and even Rocks found himself at a loss. Newgate was equally bewildered. Who is this child? Why does he call Lorne father upon first meeting? Could he truly be Lorne's offspring? But wait, which child can walk and run, let alone speak, right after birth? Are you Belle? Belle was the name that Rocks and Lorne had long decided upon for their firstborn. Is Belle my name, dear uncle? Upon hearing this, the little child blinked his large, innocent eyes, exuding an endearing charm. You call me uncle? Are you truly Belle? At this revelation, Rocks became equally exhilarated. Could it be that this child before him is indeed Lorne's progeny? To speak and move about right after birth is simply astonishing. But how do you know he is your uncle? Newgate found the situation somewhat peculiar and bent down, inquiring gently. I heard it while I was in my mother's womb. Belle timidly grasped Lorne's calf, retreating slightly. It seems you are indeed Belle. Come here and let your uncle hold you. Upon hearing this, Rocks displayed an expression of sheer delight. The child of his younger brother, possessing such clarity of mind and agility right after birth, was indeed a prodigy. Yes, father. I shall go to uncle for a hug, but do not be jealous. Belle teased Lorne before approaching Rocks. Lift me high, lift me high. Rocks bent down to scoop Belle into his arms, his face radiating joy. The once fearsome maritime overlord, the notorious pirate Rocks.Tragically, with a bounty exceeding 3.5 billion, now resembled an ordinary man, playfully engaging with his nephew and revealing a tender smile. By the way, Belle, could you share what transpired here earlier with your uncle? After playing with little Belle for a while, Rocks finally recalled his curiosity about the events that had unfolded in the delivery room. Well, it seems I couldn't control a force within me, which caused my mother and the others to faint. I felt a bit frightened, so I hid under the bed and only dared to come out when father appeared. Belle spoke shyly. What? That power just now was unleashed by you? Upon hearing Belle's words, both Rocks and Newgate widened their eyes in astonishment, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. What on earth is happening? Not only can it run and jump right after birth, but it has also awakened the conqueror's haki. This cannot merely be described as genius, it must be characterized as extraordinary. Otherwise, it would be impossible to elucidate all of this. This extraordinary talent is truly astonishing, one that even the formidable pirates Rocks and Whitebeard have never encountered. Congratulations to the host on the arrival of their first offspring, bestowing the reward of a doubled cultivation speed. Congratulations to the host on the arrival of their first progeny, granting a substantial amount of cultivation experience. Rewards include enhancements in speed, strength, and stamina. Additionally, rewards for the mastery of Conqueror's Haki, Observation Haki, and Armament Haki have been bestowed. Furthermore, rewards for the advancement of swordsmanship experience are included. Meanwhile, Lorne is experiencing an overwhelming surge of rewards from the system. At this moment, it feels as though a formidable force has been infused within Lorne's very being. The power continued to traverse through every corner of Lorne's being, imparting a sense of warmth and comfort. After several minutes, this sensation finally dissipated. Subsequently, Lorne felt as though his strength had undergone a remarkable transformation. A wave of warmth coursed through his body, leading him to perceive a significant leap in his capabilities. The experience reward was indeed bountiful. He accessed the system panel. Host, Lorne gender, male age, 18 speed, Emperor level, current progress, 3, 34 strength, Emperor level, current progress, 2, 53 stamina, Emperor level, current progress, 2, 97 swordsmanship, Emperor level, current progress, 0, 14 armament haki, Emperor level, awakened flowing sakura, progress, 2, 31 observation haki, Emperor level, progress, 1, 54 conqueror's haki, Emperor level, progress, 0, 98 devil fruit, thunder fruit other abilities, never fatigued, golden eyes, effortless training, no side effects from devil fruit special haki, observation haki predicts the future. Upon revisiting the system panel, Lorne realized his attributes had successfully transcended to the Emperor level. As the term suggests, this signifies a level of imperial prowess. Now, his stamina, speed, and strength genuinely resided at this exalted tier. Unlike before, When Lawrence's attributes merely reached the pinnacle, he could only contend with Emperor-level adversaries through the enhancement of the Thunder Fruit. Victory, however, had proved exceedingly elusive. Now, with all attributes at the Emperor level, Lorne could engage in fierce battles with formidable foes without reliance on the Thunder Fruit. Moreover, his mastery of the 3 types of Haki had also ascended to the Emperor level, and even his swordsmanship had surpassed to this echelon. Lorne could now hold his own against Emperor-level warriors solely through martial prowess, coupled with the amplification from the Thunder Fruit. His destructive capability likely eclipsed that of many an Emperor-level opponent. Never underestimate this slight edge in the realm of top-tier combatants, where speed, stamina, and strength are nearly equal. The contest hinges on whose strengths prevail. The triad of Haki, strength, speed, stamina, swordsmanship, fruit abilities, physical resilience, and destructive power forms the essence of their confrontation. As long as any one of these strengths is sufficiently pronounced, one can gain considerable advantage in battles at the level of sovereign power. In the original work, Kazara relied solely on his remarkable speed. Aside from a superficial cut inflicted by Rayleigh, he sustained almost no injuries, giving the impression that he had never truly exerted himself to his fullest potential. This illustrates the advantages of a sufficiently long board. It allows for both offense and defense. If victory is attainable, one engages, and if defeat looms, one retreats. Truly a strategy of utmost cunning. The host's Conqueror-S Haki has reached the royal level, granting the comprehension of Conqueror-S Haki, entanglement. Not only that, but upon reaching this royal level, the Conqueror-S Haki automatically comprehended the technique of entanglement. Now, Lorne stands as an overwhelmingly formidable force with no vulnerabilities. Should he encounter the Navy again, their losses will undoubtedly be far more severe. What just transpired, my husband? At that moment, Sherry, who had been momentarily stunned by the Conqueror-S Haki, regained her senses. The female ship doctors who had collapsed also came back to consciousness. After all, even a newborn blessed with Conqueror-S Haki would not possess extraordinary strength. Ha ha ha, Sherry, you are simply marvelous. You have greatly contributed to our Jibek family, Sherry. You have birthed an unparalleled prodigy, ensuring our family's legacy. Without waiting for Lorne to speak, Rocks, while allowing Belle to ride on his shoulders, joyfully recounted the recent events. Is it true that he possesses Conqueror-S Haki from birth? The female ship doctors were astounded. If this were indeed the case, he would be an extraordinary genius. It seems this child, even in my womb, was quite spirited, clearly inheriting the noble lineage of my husband's clan. Sherry, however, was not particularly surprised, as she had sensed the child's lively nature during her pregnancy. At times, the mother and child could even communicate through her abdomen, occasionally hearing the infant's voice. It was evident that this child was unlike others. Of course, all of this must be attributed to the strength of the Jibek family. Just look at Rocks and Lorne, both wielding the 3 types of Haki, standing shoulder to shoulder with, if not surpassing, the admirals. Remarkably, both brothers are merely around 20 years old, yet already so powerful. It is only natural that their offspring would inherit the formidable bloodline of the Jibek family. Sherry, you have bestowed upon our Jibek family such a treasure. Please, express any wish you might have, and I, your elder brother, shall certainly fulfill it. Rocks exclaimed, filled with joy, eager for Sherry to make a request. I have no particular desires. As long as I can serve my husband peacefully here, I am content. Sherry, being exceptionally astute, would never rely on her child's genius to seek elevation and status. She fully understood that her current position and stable life were entirely dependent on the immense power of the Rocks pirate crew. Her identity as a princess from a poor nation meant nothing in the presence of the Rocks pirates. She would never engage in the frivolous antics of a naive maiden. That simply will not do. You have accomplished something of such magnitude, and it would be remiss of me, as your elder brother, not to do something in recognition. Rocks insisted. Since you desire nothing, allow me to gift you the largest diamond from the heavens. Seeing Sherry's remarkable understanding, Rocks, as the elder brother, felt compelled to treat his sister-in-law with generosity. He promptly ordered his men to present Sherry with the largest diamond from the recently acquired celestial treasures. This exquisite jewel was specifically desired by a female celestial dragon from the Holy Land, yet it has now been seized by the Rocks pirates. Upon beholding the diamond, the usually composed Sherry could not help but have her eyes gleam with excitement. After all, hailing from a poverty-stricken nation, she had rarely encountered such splendid treasures. Otherwise, she would not have been abducted by the notorious Hungry Wolf, who had a bounty exceeding 100 million. Everyone has a bounty. Summon the ship's doctor with a generous reward. Besides Sherry, Rocks also commanded a substantial reward for the ship's doctor. Each individual was bestowed with a plethora of riches, and their faces radiated joy, hearts brimming with elation. "Come, let us commence the banquet, my dear Belle. Uncle shall take you to the feast." After concluding these matters, Rocks hoisted the young Belle by the neck and brought him into the celebration. "Ha ha! Everyone, behold, this is my little nephew, a prodigious talent who awakened the conqueror's haki at birth." As he traversed the path, Rocks could not contain his pride, thrilled to have gained a new family member. Awakened the conqueror's haki at birth? How terrifying. Indeed, just look at Captain Rocks and Lord Lorne. They are both monsters, and their family's lineage is undeniably formidable. The crew, including the newly joined supernovas Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, and Golden Lion, felt a shiver of apprehension within. The bloodline of the Jibet clan is truly fearsome. The two brothers, so young yet already such formidable beings, have now welcomed another naturally gifted genius who awakened the conqueror's haki. Such talent, when nurtured properly, will undoubtedly become a presence of imperial strength in the future. Is there a more terrifying family than this vast sea? Soon, Rocks brought his nephew, Belle, to the banquet. In the presence of numerous villains, the newly born Belle exhibited no fear. Rather, he curiously observed his surroundings with keen interest. Before long, his gaze settled upon a large piece of meat. The shank before them unmistakably originated from a colossal wild boar, towering several meters high, its flesh exquisite and delectable. As Belle gazed longingly at the substantial shank, saliva nearly dripped from his mouth. "I want to eat that," he exclaimed, pointing eagerly at the imposing delicacy on the table, his innocent expression utterly endearing. "Haha, what kind of meat can a newborn child consume? It's not good for your health," came the jest from nearby pirates, who chuckled heartily as they offered Belle a warm cup of milk. "I don't want milk. I just want to eat meat," Belle protested, his voice high-pitched and insistent, striking the table with such force that a noticeable crack appeared. The pirates gasped in astonishment. It is worth noting that this was the table set for the pirates' banquet, crafted from exceptionally sturdy wood. To think that a mere infant could create such a fissure in a surface so resilient. Surely, only a being with strength tenfold that of an ordinary human, such as a fishman, could achieve such a feat. What manner of creature is this little one? Ha ha, truly, he is my beloved nephew. Eat. Upon witnessing this scene, Rocks could not help but burst into laughter, growing fonder with each passing moment, as he offered a succulent piece of meat to little Belle. Though it may not be ideal for an infant to indulge in such rich fare, his nephew is decidedly unlike ordinary children. How many infants can leap and run and speak mere moments after birth and awaken the conqueror's haki? A bit of meat is surely harmless. Ha ha ha. Thank you, dear uncle. I shall indulge. Belle's saliva betrayed him as it flowed freely, and he began to feast. In the astonished gaze of the onlookers, within a mere 5 minutes, little Belle devoured a piece of meat that was far larger than his own form. Not only that, but after finishing one piece, he seemed unsatisfied, sitting at the table and relentlessly shoveling food into his mouth, showing no signs of stopping. This spectacle left the pirates utterly dumbfounded. What kind of demon is Lord Lorne's child, to possess such an insatiable appetite at such a tender age? As one grows, is it not expected to consume a quantity sufficient for 100 individuals as a starting point? Captain Rocks, hurry and intervene. It is alarming to witness such a small figure indulging in such excess. One fears for the consequences. The pirates nearby, feeling a twinge of trepidation, could no longer bear to watch and hastily urged Rocks to take action. At this moment, even Rocks found himself somewhat concerned. Is it truly acceptable for such a small child to consume so much? Ha ha ha, fret not, my friend, rest assured. Just as Rocks was about to lift Belle, a flash of lightning illuminated the scene, and Lorne appeared beside him. Is it really you, brother? Rocks inquired with concern, as this was indeed his first nephew, a blood relative. If something were to go awry, he would regret it for a lifetime. Belle, however, was exceptionally gifted. Consuming vast quantities posed no issue. Lorne was resolute, knowing his child better than anyone. Belle possessed an SSS-level talent, endowed with the conqueror's haki from birth, and like Lorne, had the innate ability to cultivate his powers automatically. Consequently, his energy requirements were considerable, making his appetite quite normal. Moreover, the faster he consumed, the quicker he would grow. At last, after devouring nearly 6 or 7 adult portions of food, Belle paused, contentedly patting his round belly and even letting out a satisfied burp. Before long, that plump belly visibly returned to its usual state. What in the world? The pirates were left bewildered. Daddy's here, Daddy's embrace. Soon, Belle noticed Lorne's arrival and opened his arms to him, seeking affection. Lorne lifted Belle, placed playfully engaging with him for a while. One must admit, this sensation was rather extraordinary. This little creature before him bore his blood and bore a striking resemblance to him. Moreover, he was quiet, obedient, and remarkably understanding. Having such a child was indeed a source of great relief. Time passed swiftly, and a month had elapsed in the blink of an eye. In this past month, little Belle has already exhibited extraordinary talents. According to Ron's incomplete statistics, Belle has demonstrated abilities including conqueror's hockey, observation hockey, armament hockey, and physical techniques on par with the Navy's 6 styles. Aside from swordsmanship, he has preliminarily grasped nearly all fundamental martial arts, albeit without proficiency. Yet, he is merely a 1-month-old infant. The speed at which he cultivates is nothing short of extraordinary, leaving every individual aboard the vessel, save for Lorne, utterly astounded, including the likes of Rocks and Newgate. Furthermore, Belle appears to be a training fanatic. Despite possessing innate abilities, he dedicates over 12 hours a day to rigorous practice. A week prior, Belle commenced his training under the guidance of Lorne and Rocks. Belle, you are still young. This is a time for joyous growth, not relentless toil, remarked Rocks, observing Belle drenched in sweat after an intense session, a twinge of concern evident in his voice. Such sentiments cannot sway me, uncle. To fulfill our family's aspirations, I must become stronger swiftly to aid my father and you in avenging our grandparents. Belle replied, his expression earnest and devoid of any jest. This statement utterly stunned Rocks. After all, Belle had only been born for a month, and neither he nor Lorne had mentioned anything regarding the celestial dragons to Belle. How did this little fellow come to know such things? Belle, how did you acquire this knowledge? Lorne inquired curiously. Neither I nor my brother Rocks had ever mentioned this matter to Belle, so how could he possibly be aware? Could it be that this is an innate ability of the SSS level talent? That would indeed be quite extraordinary. Not at all. I heard it while in my mother's womb. Belle replied with remarkable composure. From a very early stage, while still in my mother's belly, I could hear the conversations from the outside world and grasp their meanings. Thus, even before my birth, I was already aware of my father's and uncle's pasts, and I made a silent vow to assist them in any way I could. Truly, the bloodline of our Gibet clan is exceptional. Upon hearing this, Rocks couldn't help but feel both amused and deeply moved. This is what Rocks said initially: there is no relationship more reliable than that of blood. Well, the training is complete. Father, uncle, I am famished. Belle patted his stomach, appearing as if he had suffered an immense grievance, his demeanor utterly adorable. Ha ha, I've been prepared for this, everyone. With a clap of his hands, Rocks summoned a feast fit for 10 adults. Without a moment's hesitation, Belle dove into the meal, finishing it all within 10 minutes. Rocks and Loren exchanged glances of satisfaction as they observed the scene, the atmosphere brimming with familial warmth and joy. That very evening, the Rocks pirates received splendid news. Newgate's sister, Jolie's child, was about to be born. How thrilling! At this moment, outside the delivery room, it was Newgate, the towering giant at 6 meters, who felt the pangs of anxiety. Much like Rocks and Loren a few days prior, Newgate's massive frame had become somewhat rigid, his legs trembling uncontrollably. The arrival of his sister's child marked the second familial bond by blood in this world, apart from his sister herself. Newgate's emotions mirrored those Rocks once experienced. Everything will be fine, Newgate. Do not be anxious. The doctors conduct thorough examinations for Jolie and the child every day. Both Jolie and the baby are in excellent health, and the delivery should proceed smoothly, Loren reassured Newgate. Having gained experience from the first time, both Loren and Rocks appeared more composed. Of course, it was impossible to feel entirely at ease. However, compared to Newgate, the two were no longer trembling. That is good. That is good. After taking a deep breath, Newgate found himself unable to alleviate his nervousness, his legs shaking even more violently. Despite Loren's outward calm, he too felt a twinge of anxiety within. Loren worried whether this child would awaken the Conqueror's hockey upon birth, just like Belle, potentially overwhelming the ship's doctor and Jolie with their power. However, the system indicated that the child would possess an SS-level talent, endowed with a unique ability to negate the weaknesses of devil fruits. While SS level may not compare to SSS level prowess, by effectively utilizing the unique talent that ignores the shortcomings of devil fruits, one could still become a formidable figure of Vice Admiral caliber. Moreover, aside from the talents bestowed by the system, the bloodline of the Jibek family is equally remarkable. At the very least, both Rocks and Loren are awakeners of the Conqueror's hockey. If their offspring were to inherit an SS level talent, It could very well come with the Conqueror's haki too. With the addition of an extraordinary devil fruit ability and diligent cultivation, they could potentially ascend to the ranks of the Emperor-level strong. Indeed, these are all splendid visions for Lorne, yet everything must await the arrival of the child before further contemplation. Before long, news of a successful delivery reached those waiting outside the delivery room. However, an unexpected turn of events did occur. This unexpected turn of events, of course, did not result from an accident, but rather unfolded in a more auspicious direction. Congratulations to Lord Lorne. Congratulations to Captain Rocks. Congratulations to Lord Newgate. Miss Jasmine has successfully given birth, and this time she has welcomed a pair of twins, a boy and a girl. Congratulations to all esteemed gentlemen. The voice of the ship's doctor was exuberant, as if she herself had encountered some joyous occasion. Is this truly the case? Upon hearing this, the three distinguished gentlemen, Lorne, Rocks, and Newgate, gazed in astonishment, their faces a blend of disbelief and elation. It is indeed true. How wondrous. I am unsure why the examination did not reveal the presence of twins, but the birth has truly yielded a pair of them. Let us extend our congratulations to the three gentlemen. The ship's doctor proclaimed again with great excitement. Hurrah! Splendid! Newgate bellowed with laughter as he swiftly made his way into the delivery room, with Rocks and Lorne following closely behind, their faces illuminated by joy. Soon, the three entered to find Jasmine, her complexion somewhat pale, reclined upon the large bed, yet unable to conceal the happiness radiating from her smile. In her arms lay a boy and a girl, peacefully nestled against their mother, neither crying nor fussing, but instead gazing about with wide eyes, brimming with curiosity about the world. Their serene demeanor was indeed unlike that of ordinary newborns. However, compared to the grand entrance of Belle, they appeared somewhat ordinary. What lovely little ones! Are these truly my nephew and niece? Newgate exclaimed, his eyes filled with affection as he beheld the twins. In this original work, the man who embodies dreams is utterly transformed upon encountering his true family, his gaze nearly melting with emotion. Furthermore, Newgate was taken aback, discovering that he had unexpectedly gained two additional family members, one nephew and one niece. There exists no greater joy in the world than this. His life seems to have reached its pinnacle. Haha, I too have acquired two new family members. How splendid. At this moment, Rocks shares an identical sentiment with Newgate. Equally overwhelmed with happiness, this is the nephew and niece of Newgate, who, after all, are akin to his own kin. Regardless, they are family, and Rocks cherishes them equally. Are these my younger siblings? Even that fellow, Belle, has come to join in the excitement, his large eyes wide open. One hand resting on the edge of the bed as he gazes at his siblings. Sherry stands nearby, her face radiant with joy, showing no signs of jealousy at the birth of the twins, but rather feeling genuinely happy. I must say, this woman makes things incredibly easy for Lorne. He gazes affectionately at his second and third children for a moment. They have inherited his handsome features and the striking beauty of Mari. The boy is destined to be a handsome young man, and the girl will undoubtedly grow into a stunning beauty. At this moment, the system has also timely dispensed rewards, granting progress in the three-color haki, dimensional points, and various abilities. However, for Lorne, whose capabilities have all ascended to the royal level, these increments are insufficient to elevate his strength to the king level. Yet, having something is better than nothing, as it will allow Lorne to accelerate his ascension to the king level in all aspects. Ha ha ha, Mari, you have played a significant role. A grand reward awaits. Furthermore, the doctors and nurses who assisted in caring for Miss Mari will receive generous rewards. Rocks is in high spirits, bestowing bountiful rewards upon everyone. With such a momentous occasion, a banquet must be held. He swiftly announces to the entire Wano country that another feast is in order. With the arrival of twins, how could Rocks not be elated? Of course, a grand celebration is in order. Let the festivities commence. Newgate is equally overjoyed, wishing nothing more than to indulge in hearty revelry, doubling the joy. In an instant, the entire Wano country is engulfed in jubilation. However, while everyone else is celebrating, Lorne has sought out a secluded spot. System. Will the birth of twins affect the children's innate talents? Lorne is somewhat apprehensive, pondering whether the twins will have any impact on their capabilities. After all, he had never anticipated the occurrence of twins. There will be no adverse effects, and both children possess SS-level talents. Congratulations to the host. The system's response leaves Lorne immensely satisfied. This signifies that in the future, the Rocks Pirates will boast two formidable individuals devoid of weaknesses, Truly a remarkable fortune. By the way, might these two youngsters possess the Conqueror's Haki, considering their SS-level talents? Lorne pondered this and inquired further. As for that, it ultimately hinges on the host's own capabilities. The system's response was somewhat ambiguous, yet Lorne grasped the essence. The nature of SS-level talent lies in its ability to disregard the weaknesses of devil fruits. Bearing no relation to the Conqueror's Haki, whether the children possess such Haki fundamentally depends on their bloodline. Lorne harbored confidence in his lineage, for his elder brother is none other than the maritime sovereign, Rocks. Without an extraordinary bloodline, could one conquer such a multitude of monstrous pirates, compelling them to serve the Rocks pirates? As the younger brother of Rocks, sharing the same parents, Lorne's talents could not possibly be significantly inferior to those of his elder sibling. Conversely, it is likely that Lorne's abilities are closely aligned with those of Rocks. Although their 2-year age difference may create an illusion of disparity, once both reach their zenith, their strengths should be comparable. Moreover, let us not forget that Jasmine is also the sister of Newgate. Who is Edward Newgate? In the original narrative, he is depicted as nearly the pinnacle of strength, a peer of the Pirate King. Naturally, his sister shares the same illustrious bloodline. Furthermore, the system has rated Jasmine as an S-rank woman, the highest caliber. The union of the Edward family and the Newgate family must surely yield a lineage of exceptional quality. Indeed, reality swiftly confirmed Lorne's conjecture. Although these two youngsters do not possess the monstrous SSS-level talent of Belle, their SS-level talents cannot conceal the inherent might of the Jibek family bloodline. By the 3rd day of the banquet, the two little ones were already capable of walking independently. By the 5th day, they had learned to speak. Within a week, they were running about. Nearly a month later, the pair, barely a month old, astonishingly teamed up to chase away a tiger. Hey, have you heard? It's said that Lorne's bloodline is truly terrifying. Indeed, it is simply unbelievable. This event once again shook the very foundations of the Rocks pirates. Two little fellows, barely a meter tall and not even a month old, managed to band together and drive away a tiger? What does this concept entail? In any case, every member of the Rocks pirates considers themselves to have been merely a nursing infant when they had just turned 1 month old. They had likely not yet mastered the art of walking or speaking. How could they possibly have driven away a tiger? Although these two little fellows did not awaken the Conqueror's Haki as impressively as Belle did at birth, their talents have nonetheless astounded every member of the Rocks pirates. Lord Lorne's eldest son possesses an innate Conqueror's Haki, a gift that can only be described as monstrous. The second son and daughter are not vastly different from the eldest, Belle. Remarkably, just a month after their birth, these two little ones managed to collaborate and chase away a tiger, promising to evolve into formidable forces in the future. The bloodline of Lord Lorne's family is indeed terrifying. Ha ha ha. It is no surprise that they belong to the Jibek clan. Upon learning of this, Rocks couldn't help but burst into laughter, filled with pride for his lineage. What thrilled Rocks even more was the certainty that these children would undoubtedly become the backbone of the Rocks pirates. As their uncle, it is imperative for him to nurture these little ones diligently. After all, they are children born from Lorne's suffering for him, and he cannot let down his brother's goodwill. Time flew by, and 2 months had passed in the blink of an eye. Lorne and Rocks discussed the plan to have Gree and Lori train alongside Belle. Although the two little ones may not possess talent on par with Belle, they are certainly regarded as prodigies. As for Belle, he is a genius among geniuses, a veritable prodigy. This is a circumstance beyond their control. As Belle's SSS-level talent is overwhelmingly powerful, Lorne discovered that not only did Belle awaken the Conqueror's Haki innately, but his physical attributes are also astonishing. During various training sessions, Belle sustains almost no injuries, exhibiting remarkable recovery abilities, with vitality comparable to that of a Zoan fruit user. The only drawback is his prodigious appetite. Even at less than 1 year old, he consumes the equivalent of 10 adult meals in a single sitting. By the time he reaches adulthood, he will likely devour meals meant for 100 adults. However, for the illustrious and prosperous Rocks pirates, who dominate Wano and monopolize the sea stone trade, such an appetite hardly qualifies as a disadvantage. During one training session, an astonishing event unfolded that left everyone in awe. The two little ones, demonstrating their resolve, astonishingly awakened the Conqueror's Haki simultaneously during a sparring match with Belle. This left Lorne, Rocks, and Newgate utterly astonished. Once again, two wielders of Conqueror's Haki emerged. An overwhelming force indeed. This once again attests to the formidable strength of the Jibek family's lineage. How terrifying it is. This has instilled a greater sense of reverence among the members of the Rocks pirates, including the likes of Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, John, and Golden Lion, towards Lorne, Rocks, and their companions. Each of them is a potential heir possessing the qualities befitting a king. What exactly is the nature of this family? In this family, there are Rocks, Lorne, then Belle, Gree, and Lori. All possess the Conqueror's haki, truly a family of monsters. Before long, a month swiftly passed. Queen Guroliosa of the Daughters' Kingdom finally led her subjects to land in Wano country. So many men. This island indeed possesses formidable natural defenses. Is this the infamous Rocks pirates? Are they the ones who rescued Queen Guroliosa? They must be our saviors. A group of women, endowed with armament haki, chattered excitedly as they disembarked, gazing around in wonder. After all, these women rarely left the Daughters' Kingdom, aside from those who joined the pirate crew. Most citizens had never set foot beyond Amazon Lily in their entire lives. Thus, they approached the outside world with both fear and curiosity. Even upon hearing they were to join the fearsome, most notorious pirate crew, the Rocks Pirates, the citizens of the Daughters' Kingdom were concerned for their safety. The world government had painted the Rocks Pirates as a truly nefarious crew, one notorious for arson, slaughter, and pillaging. Lorne merely remarked that the world government could be satisfied. While the Rocks Pirates did acknowledge their reputation for robbery, they only targeted the wealthy and never touched the impoverished. As for the vile acts of pillaging, such deeds were the forte of the celestial dragons, not the Rocks Pirates. Yet, the citizens of the Daughters' Kingdom remained oblivious to the truth. Convinced of the crew's terrifying nature, Queen Guroliosa expended much effort and persuasion to convince her subjects to follow her to Wano. Of course, she did not expect them to abandon all for an unknown land merely through words. She promised her people that the Daughters' Kingdom would forge a marital alliance with the Rocks Pirates. No matter how despicable the Rocks Pirates may be, they would surely not harm their in-laws. It was this promise that encouraged the citizens to accompany Guroliosa to Wano. Feel free to choose any preferred location as your permanent residence. Leading the Rocks Pirates, Rocks generously allowed the citizens of the Daughters' Kingdom to select their desired spot. The land of Wano is vast, with the combined population of the Rocks Pirates and the residents of Fishman Island totaling less than 1 million. They barely occupy half of Wano's expanse. The citizens of the Daughters' Kingdom number fewer than 10,000, ensuring ample space for all. We thank you, Lord Rocks and Lord Lorne. After expressing her gratitude, Guroliosa instructed her subordinates to select the land, yet she herself seemed reluctant to depart. After all, she had something of great significance on her mind. What is it, Guroliosa? Are you contemplating a marriage alliance with our Rocks Pirates? As Lorne observed that Guroliosa had no intention of withdrawing, he directly inquired. Lorne had already utilized his foresight in the observation haki to predict what Guroliosa was about to say. Truly, Master Lorne possesses an uncanny ability to foresee events. Guroliosa, taken aback, found herself flustered, having not uttered a word before Lorne anticipated her thoughts. Ha ha ha, splendid. To be honest, Guroliosa, our Rocks Pirates are indeed in need of this. Locks laughed heartily, clearly sharing the sentiment. After all, Lorne had only fathered 3 children thus far, which was rather few. Locks believed that having a larger family would only be beneficial. Furthermore, the women of the Daughter Kingdom possessed formidable armament haki and impressive talents, ensuring that their offspring would undoubtedly be exceptional. Having already experienced the joy of becoming an uncle, Locks eagerly wished for Lorne to have several more nephews and nieces. With Guroliosa's proposal, it felt as though a pillow was delivered just as he grew weary, much to Locks' delight. Guroliosa did not expect the Rocks Pirates to agree so readily. She had anticipated resistance and had even prepared arguments to persuade them. Yet now, her carefully crafted words seemed to lodge in her throat, leaving her at a loss for what to say next. Ha ha ha, do not be so nervous, Guroliosa. Since we have decided on this union, the Rocks Pirates and the Daughter Kingdom shall become one family. However, I must make it clear from the outset that not just anyone is worthy of allying with the Rocks Pirates. If you wish for this union, you must select someone deserving of my brother's status. Of all the people in your Daughter Kingdom, the only one I deem suitable is you, the Queen, Guroliosa. As the esteemed Queen of the Daughter Kingdom, you are indeed worthy of my brother. Should it be anyone else, then that is out of the question. Nevertheless, rest assured, even without the union, your Daughter Kingdom is welcome to reside here. However, you would then be considered subordinates of the Rocks Pirates. Locks had long set his sights on Guroliosa, hoping she would become his sister-in-law. After all, she was the Queen of the Daughter Kingdom, brave, skilled in battle, and possessing beauty. Her physique, appearance, and status were all remarkably compatible with his brother. Locks wasted no time and decisively solidified this match. Aside from you, the queen, I truly see no one else worthy. Giroliosa shared similar sentiments but was taken aback by Lox's directness. What? Are you unwilling? Rox's eyebrow arched. No. How could I possibly refuse a union with either the Rocks pirates or Lord Lorne? Giroliosa quickly asserted. Lorne, with a bounty exceeding 2 billion, was not only a formidable pirate but also the brother of Rocks, possessing both strength and noble status. Though she was a queen, her kingdom, inhabited solely by women, was a diminutive entity, lacking in population and resources, and was not even a member of the world government. The citizens relied on a pirate crew to plunder to meet their basic needs. The only advantage of the kingdom of women was its location in the doldrums, which naturally shielded it from certain pirate incursions. In comparison to the Rocks pirates, her kingdom was insignificant. The Rocks pirates were the undisputed rulers of the seas, boasting unparalleled strength and 3 members with bounties exceeding 1 billion. With the addition of notorious supernovas like Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, and Gold Lion, along with the support of hundreds of thousands from Fishman Island and resource-rich lands like Wano, they monopolized 90 of the world's sea prism stone production, amassing immense wealth. Should the Rocks pirates declare independence as a nation, their collective might would likely surpass that of any world government member state. Presently, the Rocks pirates stood as the unquestionable dominators of the seas, with the navy unable to contend against them. Lorne, as the second-in-command of the Rocks pirates and Rox's only brother, was on a completely different level compared to her. The prospect of such a seamless marriage was something Giroliosa had never dared to envision. Prior to this, she had worried that Rocks and Lorne would look down upon her small kingdom and refuse the alliance. Yet everything unfolded so smoothly. Very well, since it is thus. You shall wed this evening, Rocks nodded, secretly elated. Brother, I've brought you a queen. You must make me proud and perform splendidly. I understand, Lord Rocks. Giroliosa nodded in agreement, recognizing that the sooner this was settled, the better. We shall be family now, so please, do not refer to me as Lord Rocks. It feels too distant. Just call me brother, Rocks instructed. Very well, brother. Giroliosa was taken aback by Rox's magnanimous demeanor. The pace of events felt surreal. Now, go prepare yourself, adorn yourself suitably for tonight's nuptials, Rocks commanded. At his words, Giroliosa froze momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure, nodded, and began to withdraw, only to be halted by Lorne. Wait, Giroliosa, I have something to ask you. What is it, Dr. Lorne's husband? The response from the ancient lowly OSA was remarkably swift. As soon as she spoke, she realized the address was inappropriate and promptly corrected herself. This prompted Lorne to nod in approval. Indeed, a clever woman is truly admirable. In your kingdom of women, is there a woman named Shaki? He inquired. Note, Giroliosa, the young queen, was once a stunning beauty, and even in her old age, retains her charm. Lorne's question stemmed from a previous observation. While welcoming the citizens of the kingdom of women, he had utilized his skill, golden eye, to scan the populace. Besides the Queen Giroliosa, who is an S-rank woman, there was another woman of the same rank. Her appearance bore a striking resemblance to Shaki from the original tale. After all, Shaki is one of the few women who, even in old age, has not undergone significant changes in appearance or physique. Given her prominence in the original narrative, Lorne speculated that this other S-rank woman was likely Shaki. However, he did not wish to assume, hence his inquiry. Indeed, there is a young woman named Shaki, who is quite promising among the next generation of queens, Giroliosa replied candidly. I am nurturing her as a potential successor, not fully grasping Lorne's motivations for the question. Giroliosa divulged this information without hesitation. Oh, is that so? Excellent, Lorne said, a sly smile gracing his lips. Since she was being groomed as the next queen, it must indeed be Shaki. In that case, summon her. I have matters to discuss with her, Lorne instructed. Understood, my lord, Giroliosa responded, uncertain of Lorne's sudden specific interest in Shaki. Nevertheless, she felt compelled to comply with his request. Giroliosa was a woman who maintained her position with dignity. Her title as queen seemed insignificant compared to the formidable Rocks pirates. Lorne held great admiration for such intelligent women. Before long, Shaki arrived. She appeared no older than 18, exuding a youthful innocence, while Giroliosa, at around 25 or 26, appeared more mature. Both women possessed striking beauty and physique, though one embodied youthfulness while the other embodied maturity. In the original tale, To ascend to the throne of the kingdom of women, one must possess beauty, strength, and capability. After all, the kingdom is not lacking in either beautiful women or formidable warriors. Only those who are both powerful and beautiful can stand out among women and become queens. Lord Lorne, what brings you to seek me? Shaki asked. Her nature was generally cheerful and composed, unflinching even in dire circumstances. However, upon seeing Lorne, she felt a twinge of shyness. After all, she had participated in the incident when the Kingdom of Women had captured the Golden Beasts. During that conflict, Queen Guroliosa was defeated, and members of the pirate crew, including Shaki, were captured and destined to be sold as slaves to the celestial dragons in Mariewa. This left Shaki trembling, engulfed in a profound sense of despair. Who in the world has not heard of the brutality of the celestial dragons? Many citizens of the Amazon Lily have been captured and reduced to slavery by them. Among those taken to the Holy Land, the chances of returning alive are astoundingly slim, often less than 1 in 100. Even those fortunate enough to survive the ordeal bear the marks of hopelessness upon their faces. Some women are tormented daily by painful memories, ultimately choosing to end their lives to escape their suffering. Shaki had heard whispers of these horrors and understood that should she ever fall into the clutches of slavery, a journey more dreadful than hell itself awaited her. Yet, amidst such despair, a figure emerged to rescue them. Like a hero descending from the heavens, he liberated them from the grasp of CP0 and the Knights of God. Indeed, that figure was Lorne. Consequently, Shaki developed feelings for Lorne and found herself behaving unusually shy in his presence. Something was amiss with her. Guroliosa, familiar with Shaki's character, also sensed the change in her demeanor upon encountering Lorne. Do not be anxious, Shaki, Lorne said. I merely wish to ask if you would consider becoming my wife. After appraising Shaki and confirming her status as an S-class woman, he posed the question. Upon uttering these words, the presence of Gurolio, Shaki, and Rocks was met with astonishment, particularly for Rocks, who was taken aback to discover that his younger brother had taken an interest in another woman, a revelation that filled him with immense delight. Rocks had long wished for Lorne to take the initiative. As the elder brother, it would not be fitting for him to always suffer on behalf of his younger sibling. With Lorne now taking the lead, Rocks felt a sense of relief from any lingering guilt. Ha ha ha, dear brother, you truly surprise me. If that is the case, then Miss Shaki should indeed agree. Thus, the relationship between the Rocks Pirates and the Kingdom of Women would be further solidified. Rest assured, the Rocks Pirates shall treat you well. From this moment, the Kingdom of Women will be our own. Anyone daring to oppose the Kingdom of Women shall be considered an enemy of the Rocks Pirates. Before Shaki could utter a word, Rocks burst into hearty laughter, thoroughly delighted. Since his brother had taken the initiative, it was only fitting for him, as the elder, to fan the flames of this newfound romance. Of course, I would be willing. Shaki replied, equally surprised by the sudden turn of fate, as her white knight, who had once rescued her, now sought to take her as his bride. A truly fantastical notion. Ha ha ha, splendid. Clearly, the people of the Kingdom of Women are quite astute. Observing Shaki's immediate acceptance, Rocks laughed with abandon, envisioning Shaki and Gurolio as the charming nephew or niece yet to be born. That very evening, the Rocks Pirates held a grand wedding ceremony, with Lorne marrying 2 women and consummating the union that night. The 3 of them spent an unforgettable night without slumber. In the blink of an eye, a month and a half had elapsed. The 4th heir of Lorne, conceived by the mermaid Sherry, was born, another boy with SS-level talent, endowed with an innate mastery of observation hockey. Rocks beamed with joy at the addition to their family. Not only that, but joyous news arrived that very night. Congratulations to Lord Lorne and Captain Rocks. Miss Shaki and Miss Gurolio are showing signs of pregnancy. The ship's doctor quickly relayed this news to Rocks and Lorne. What? Is it true? Rocks questioned, momentarily incredulous at the cascade of good fortune bestowed upon them in just one night. Absolutely true, Captain Rocks. Ha ha ha. Lorne, you are indeed remarkable. Always hitting the mark, never missing a shot. Rocks laughed heartily, clapping Lorne on the shoulder, brimming with excitement. A double win. His younger brother was simply exceptional. In this regard, Rocks had to concede that he had been far outpaced by his brother, so much so that he could no longer see the dust trailing behind. Be sure to let them rest well and take good care of them. At this moment, Leon spoke with a cheerful tone, for just moments ago, the voice of the system began to resonate. A series of melodious sounds filled the air, and Leon could sense that the rewards from the system were extraordinarily generous. After all, even before he had glimpsed the rewards, he could already feel a substantial surge of power flowing into his body. This surge of power instilled in Lorne a profoundly subtle sensation, a feeling of invincibility with such strength at his command. It is worth noting that Lorne has now attained imperial-level prowess. Whether it be the tricolored domineering aura, or his swiftness, strength, stamina, and even swordsmanship, all are of imperial caliber. Yet, this reward still grants Lorne a considerable enhancement. It must be said that it is indeed bountiful. At the very least, it qualifies as an SSS-level reward. Note: I apologize to everyone for my recent lack of diligence. Starting next Monday, I shall endeavor to provide at least 2 to 3 updates daily. Thank you to the charming readers who have continued to follow this journey. Your support is cherished. This time, the reward undoubtedly encompasses an SSS-level talent. However, Lorne finds it rather inconvenient to access the system at present, as he is engaged in revelry with Rocks, Whitebeard, and the likes of Shiki, Wang Zhi, and Silver Axe, all prominent members of the Rocks Pirates. Unable to contain his excitement, Lorne hastily sought a pretext to retreat to a secluded spot where he could unveil the system interface. The plethora of messages brought him immense satisfaction. After all, this occasion marked the simultaneous pregnancies of both Garoli and Shaki, resulting in the addition of 2 heirs in one breath, thereby doubling the rewards. Congratulations to the host on the arrival of new progeny, with rewards including mastery in armament hockey, conqueror's hockey, and observation hockey. Additionally, enhancements in speed, stamina, and strength have been granted, along with an elevation in swordsmanship and proficiency in the Navy's 6 styles. These are the rewards bestowed upon the birth of each progeny. Rather similar in nature, which Lorne has grown rather indifferent towards. After all, each of his abilities has already reached the imperial level, rendering the benefits of these experience rewards rather insignificant. Unless he can transcend the imperial tier and ascend to the royal level, Lorne's prowess will not see any substantial enhancement. Beyond these experience rewards, what truly captivates Lorne's interest is the reward of innate talents. This is truly an extraordinary treasure. As expected, delving deeper reveals an SS-level talent. Congratulations to the host for welcoming a descendant and receiving the SS-level talent reward, Eternity, at its peak. What does this eternity at its peak entail? Lorne inquired of the system. The system promptly provided an explanation. Essentially, eternity at its peak signifies that from this moment forward, Lorne's prowess shall not wane due to any external factors, including age, injuries, aging, and various other influences that could otherwise diminish one's strength. Remarkably, even his appearance will remain as youthful as in his prime. So, does this mean that even when I reach the age of 100, my abilities will still be at their zenith? Lorne could not help but feel a surge of excitement. This talent may initially seem inconsequential, yet it holds immense significance. After all, age is an insurmountable barrier that everyone must confront. We all inevitably grow old. As one ages, the various functions of the body begin to decline steadily. Even with a rigorous training regimen maintained daily, one's capabilities will still deteriorate significantly. Strength, speed, and stamina all experience varying degrees of decline. Even a formidable figure like Garp, who possesses virtually no hidden ailments and remains dedicated to his training, succumbed to defeat at the age of 80 against the likes of Akainu and Shiryu, the formidable members of the Blackbeard pirates. It is crucial to remember that in his prime, Garp was a powerhouse on par with Roger and Whitebeard, having successfully repelled the once mighty Rocks pirates alongside Roger in the original narrative. Yet, he could not escape the clutches of aging. Moreover, it is not solely age that plays a role. Even factors such as injuries and latent health issues have been entirely ruled out. It is noteworthy that Whitebeard's decline in strength was significantly exacerbated by the combination of age and hidden ailments, as evidenced during the Marineford War when he was unable to unleash his conqueror's haki. However, from this moment onward, regardless of the challenges faced, Lorne's strength shall never wane. It will only ascend. Such a talent is undoubtedly of SS caliber. In fact, Lorne believes that this talent could easily be classified as SSS level. The concept of eternal peak existence is, without a doubt, a coveted aspiration for any top-tier powerhouse. However, merely possessing the ability of eternal peak existence alone cannot instill in Lorne a profound sense of significant enhancement. This time, both Shaki and Girolioza find themselves pregnant simultaneously, which surely merits an additional reward talent. Lorne continued to gaze at the notifications on the system interface, and upon seeing the reward, he couldn't help but be astonished. His mouth agape in disbelief. Congratulations to the host for adding offspring and receiving an SSS level talent reward. The awakening vitality of the animal system mythical beast. No wonder he felt invincible. It was due to this extraordinary talent. The awakening vitality of the animal system mythical beast, as the name suggests, endows one with a life force as formidable as that of an awakened animal system user. It is well known that among the three categories of devil fruits in the world of One Piece, animal, nature, and paramecia, the most powerful is undoubtedly the animal system mythical beast category. Whether it be the 5 formidable warlords, or the mightiest creature in the world, Kaido, or even Monkey D, Luffy, who transformed from the gum-gum fruit into the human fruit mythical beast sun god Nika form. All these peak powers are users of the devil fruit mythical beast. It is even suspected that the king of the world, may also be a user of the animal system mythical beast. These formidable beings are all capable users of the Zoan-type devil fruits, revealing that the Zoan category represents the pinnacle of power within the world of pirates. After all, has wielded control over the world government for 8 centuries, and the formidable 5 elders under his command are all Zoan-type users. It is no mere coincidence that the 5 elders are exclusively of the Zoan type. Such strength could only arise from the extraordinary capabilities of these fruits. Upon consuming a Zoan-type devil fruit, one experiences not only a significant enhancement in physique, speed, strength, and defense, but also a remarkable boost in vitality and stamina. Once the fruit's abilities are cultivated to their awakened state, the true might of the Zoan type is revealed. This manifests as an astonishing regenerative capacity, allowing one to swiftly recover to full strength, even after defeat. It is akin to a low-tier version of immortality. It is evident that the Zoan-type mythical beasts undoubtedly represent the pinnacle of the pirate world. Now that Lorne has acquired the awakened abilities of the Zoan-type mythical beasts, it signifies that he possesses a physique, strength, and vitality comparable to those formidable beings. Most importantly, he has gained remarkable regenerative capabilities. According to the system's explanation, even if Lorne were to lose an arm or a leg, he would swiftly recover. In summary, obtaining this ability not only significantly enhances Lorne's prowess, but also renders him akin to an indomitable cockroach. As long as Lorne cannot be killed, he can rapidly recuperate. Even if his limbs are severed, he can be reborn anew. No wonder Lorne feels such an immense surge in strength. This extraordinary talent is truly worthy of its reputation. This also sparked a conjecture within Lorne. Regardless of his fear of death, he pondered whether, in future encounters with top-tier powerhouses, he could adopt the audacious strategy of trading injury for injury, thereby achieving a genuine victory over formidable generals. This speculation ignited Lorne's excitement. If he could truly vanquish and slay a formidable general, akin to his elder brother, the odds of toppling the celestial dragons would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. In any case, the next time he encounters the celestial dragons, the Navy, or the world government, as well as the Knights of God, he vowed to ensure they would not escape unscathed. Lorne mused to himself, by the way, is there any distinction between the awakening of the Zoan type and the awakening of the mythical Zoan type? He suddenly recalled a pressing question. If it were merely the awakening of life force in the Zoan type, Lorne could comprehend that. However, this time the reward pertained to the awakening of life force in the mythical Zoan type, which clearly delineated a difference between the two. How to articulate it, though, remains unclear. It appears that only through practical combat experience could the host discern the specifics. The system's response was quite ambiguous. Ha ha, is that so? I find this answer delightful. The system's vague reply inexplicably filled Lorne with exhilaration. This mysterious power indeed evokes a sense of exhilaration. When it is truly unleashed, not only the adversaries, but even Lorne himself may be left in awe. The anticipation for the next encounter with the celestial dragons of the Navy is palpable. A faint smile crept upon Lorne's lips, as he believed that the next meeting was just around the corner. However, Lorne was mistaken. 3 years swiftly slipped away in the blink of an eye. Now, it is the year 1472 of the Oceanic calendar. In the span of these 3 years, the Rocks pirates have remained largely dormant. After all, the youthful members are still in their formative years. Regardless of their exceptional talents, they remain mere saplings in the eyes of formidable admirals. Should the members of the Rocks pirates recklessly initiate an attack, Rocks would genuinely fear a sudden onslaught from the world government or the Navy. The enmity forged with both the Navy and the world government over the years is profound. Any sign of unrest within the Rocks pirates would undoubtedly provoke significant reactions from the Navy or the world government. It is crucial to understand that the Navy and the world government harbor a seething hatred for the Rocks pirates. Although years have elapsed, it is impossible for them to forget the animosities of the past. Fortunately, the Rocks pirates have firmly established themselves in the bountiful land of Wano. With the abundant resources of sea stone at their disposal, the Rocks pirates thrive, lacking for nothing. Even prominent figures from the dark underworld have sought to ally themselves with the Rocks pirates, including the kings of usury, maritime trade, and entertainment. The protection fees paid annually by these sovereigns of the shadowy realm amount to a considerable fortune. Thus, despite 3 years devoid of piracy, the Rocks pirates remain exceedingly affluent, verging on an independent pirate kingdom. On the other hand, having learned from their previous defeat in Wano, neither the Navy nor the world government dares to recklessly engage the Rocks pirates. After all, if Rocks fears being raided, why would the Navy and the world government not share the same trepidation? The painful lesson from the last incident, where the theft by Lorne resulted in the destruction of resources worth billions of berries, lingers vividly in their minds. Consequently, both parties have maintained a delicate equilibrium, refraining from any significant actions during these 3 years. Of course, the Rocks pirates have not been entirely inactive during this time. Primarily, they have successfully incorporated several islands surrounding the waters of Wano into their dominion. In this manner, should any force attempt to strike against the Rocks pirates, the crew would possess the foresight to anticipate their moves and adequately prepare for subsequent actions. Furthermore, the cadre members such as Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, John, and Gold Lion have undergone rigorous training over the past 3 years, significantly enhancing their abilities. They are now far more formidable compared to their former selves during the supernova era. When faced with adversaries of admiral caliber, they are capable of momentarily contending with them. However, it is evident that, given enough time, these officers would ultimately be overcome. Nevertheless, Lorne remains unperturbed. For the present is not the opportune moment to assault the world government. The ideal time for the Rocks pirates to launch a full-scale offensive against the world government would coincide with his offspring reaching adulthood, fully realizing their inherent potential. By any calculation, it would be prudent to wait until Belle, Gree, and Laurie are at least 17 or 18 years old, which affords them several years to prepare. Such a span would also provide ample opportunity for individuals like Gold Lion to mature. By that time, the strength of the Rocks pirates will far surpass that depicted in the original narrative. Moreover, with the family as the nucleus, the cohesion of the entire pirate crew will be exceptionally robust. "Brother, perhaps you should contemplate taking another concubine," Rocks suggested one day, hesitantly and with a hint of embarrassment. It turns out that Lorne had not taken another concubine in the past 3 years. This predicament has left Locks in a state of distress. Although Lorne has already fathered 6 offspring, this number falls woefully short of Locks's expectations. In Locks's vision, Lorne ought to bestow upon him at least 20 or 30 nieces and nephews. Of course, 40 or 50 would also be acceptable, and 100 would be even more splendid. After all, abundance is paramount. My dear brother, I fully comprehend your intentions, however. If you wish for me to take a concubine, I must first encounter a woman of suitable merit. It would be folly to wed just anyone. Lorne waved his hand in resignation, acutely aware of the rarity of S-rank women. Over the past 3 years, the Locks pirate crew has failed to find a single S-rank woman. While women of other talents are plentiful, many princesses from various kingdoms even aspire to wed Lorne. Who wouldn't he wish to lean against the mighty tree that is the Locks pirate crew? Yet, the talents of those princesses are simply inadequate, and Lorne has no interest in them. It is essential to recognize that the Locks pirate crew aims to upend the world government. Offspring lacking in talent would not only be of no use, but would instead become a burden. This is not a matter of Lorne being cold-hearted. Rather, it is precisely because Lorne possesses an overwhelming sense of responsibility. If the child born were to lack talent, could Lorne possibly turn a blind eye? Certainly not. For the blood of his lineage courses through their veins. Yet, how would he manage such a situation? At that point, the entire Rocks pirates would be at odds with the world government, and he would still need to dispatch several formidable warriors to safeguard those less capable children. This is truly a source of frustration. It was precisely this realization that led Linlin to resolve never to marry a woman of less than S rank. Oh no, oh no. Captain Rocks, Lord Linlin, we have a grave situation. At that moment, a panting officer from the Rocks pirates rushed before Rocks and Linlin, his expression fraught with urgency. What is the matter? Captain Rocks, Lord Linlin, we have received alarming news from Island Number 1. It has been invaded. Moreover, young Master Bell, young Master Gree, and Miss Laurie are all present on that very island. Isn't Silver Axe stationed there? Linlin inquired. The invaders are extraordinarily powerful. Even Captain Silver Axe is struggling to fend them off. Silver Axe cannot hold them back? Which fool dares to invade my Rocks pirates? Upon hearing this, Rocks became increasingly agitated. His concern was not for Silver Axe, but for his nephew and niece who happened to be there. Should any harm befall them, he would not hesitate to flay the invaders alive. It is a tall woman. I believe her name is Charlotte Linlin. What did you say? What is the name of the invader? Before Rocks could speak, Loren could no longer contain himself. He sprang to his feet, grasping the collar of the Rocks Pirates member and demanding loudly for answers. This scene nearly terrified the members. What has Master Lorne done? Even Rocks appeared somewhat astonished, for he seldom witnessed his younger brother displaying such a side. Call Charlotte Linlin, the member repeated once more. Are you certain? Absolutely. Beyond any doubt. Excellent. Wonderful. It has finally arrived. Upon hearing this, Lorne released the collar of the member, a smile gracing his face. What has gotten into you, little brother? Why are you so elated? Rocks inquired, bewildered. To be honest, the transformation of Rocks compared to his original portrayal is truly remarkable. In the original narrative, Rocks was an ambitious figure, well acquainted with the names of numerous formidable individuals, otherwise he would not have summoned them. Yet now, he seemed unaware of even Charlotte Linlin's name. However, it is understandable. Charlotte Linlin is not particularly renowned at the moment, especially after Lorne's arrival disrupted the original progression of the pirate world. The misdeeds of other pirates pale in comparison to those of the Rocks pirates. Consequently, apart from the members of Rocks' crew, the bounties of other pirates have been rising very slowly. Currently, Charlotte Linlin's bounty seems to have yet to reach 100 million, rendering her not even a supernova. Nonetheless, despite the bounty, Charlotte Linlin's strength continues to grow. According to the timeline, she is now in her early 20s, a time of youthful bloom. Given her talent, she should have realized considerable potential by this age. It is indeed normal that Silver Axe would struggle against her. Brother, did you not wish for me to take a concubine? Is this not the perfect opportunity? Lorne jested with Rocks. Oh, you mean to say you were quite interested in this woman named Charlotte Linlin? Indeed, brother. Just think about it. A woman who can thwart Silver Axe certainly piques my interest, Lorne teased. You make a valid point. Rocks stroked his chin, acknowledging that Silver Axe's prowess is far beyond what it was 3 years ago. A woman capable of troubling Silver Axe indeed aligns with little brother's taste. However, with our current notoriety, it is rather strange that she would dare to invade us so boldly. Lorne, too, found this perplexing. Based on his understanding of Charlotte Linlin as a time traveler, she does not strike him as a mindless individual. After all, the reputation of the Rocks pirates is at its zenith, and even the Navy and world government would not dare to act against them lightly. For the first time in many years, someone has dared to actively invade the Rocks pirates. Could it be that Charlotte Linlin intends to employ such a tactic to draw attention to herself? How melodramatic. Although somewhat perplexed, Lorne, along with Rocks, hastened to depart from Wano country, making their way to the location of Island Number 1. Within the waters of Wano country, the surrounding dozen islands had all been seized by the Rocks pirates. These islands are scattered across various orientations of the Land of Harmony, each island resembling a devoted guardian encircling the sovereign realm. Heavily fortified, Island Number 1 is under the command of Silver Axe, the captain of a division within the Rocks pirates. At this moment, chaos reigns on Island Number 1. Linlin, regain your senses. This is the territory of the Rocks pirates. If we provoke them, we are doomed. At the very center of the island, a diminutive man adorned with a magician's hat and possessing a distinct sausage-like mouth clings desperately to a tall, exquisitely beautiful woman, approximately 7 meters in height. This small man is none other than the user of the chi-chi fruit, known as Longbread. Get away. Do not impede Linlin. However, Longbread's petite stature proves utterly insufficient to restrain the towering woman, who effortlessly tosses him aside, sending him crashing to the ground, where he is met with several harsh stomps. Indeed, the graceful and stunning woman is the young Charlotte Linlin. One cannot deny that the youthful Charlotte Linlin is an unparalleled beauty, possessing a figure and countenance that are simply extraordinary. Yet at this moment, her eyes seem entranced. Shimmering with circular patterns, her hair standing on end like a demon. Drool drips from the corner of her mouth as her arms reach out, searching for something. While she incessantly mutters, "Delicious candy. There has to be scrumptious candy here." Linlin can already smell it. Hurry and present it to her. It turns out that Charlotte Linlin does not intend to invade the territory of the Rocks pirates. Rather, while passing through this domain, she caught a whiff of the fisherman's specially crafted delectable candies. After all, these confections are renowned for their exquisite taste, perfectly catering to the palates of children like Belle, Gree, and Loli. The aroma of these delightful candies is so irresistible that it has triggered Linlin's insatiable craving for food. This act has driven Charlotte Linlin to the brink of madness, compelling her to invade the territory of the Rocks pirates. Were she in her right mind, Charlotte Linlin would never dare to trespass upon the domain of the maritime overlord. How audacious! We must thwart this woman. Her insolence in invading the Rocks pirates is tantamount to seeking her own demise. We must ensure the safety of young Master Bell and his companions. Should they suffer even the slightest harm, our fate would be sealed. The members of the Rocks pirates are oblivious to Charlotte Linlin's reckless ambition. If she dares to invade the Rocks pirates, she must be prepared to employ lethal force. However, with Silver Axe already defeated, these ordinary members and low-ranking officials pose no threat to Charlotte Linlin. Hold her off, Captain Rocks. Lord Lorne is on his way. At that moment, two figures suddenly appeared, invigorating the members of the Rocks pirates. Captain Rocks, Lord Lorne. The arrival of these two individuals was enough to send even the likes of Charlotte Linlin into a state of panic. Even if a Marine Admiral were to invade, they would surely flee in disarray. What? Rocks and Law have come? Linlin, I can only wish you good fortune. I must take my leave. Upon hearing the names of Rocks and Law, the Long Loaf, having been trampled by Charlotte Linlin, immediately sprang to his feet, dirted and disheveled, preparing to escape. Figures of such stature as Rocks and Law were far beyond his capacity to confront. Thinking of fleeing? First, I must eliminate you. Law, from a distance, spotted the Long Loaf. He held no fondness for this individual, especially since Charlotte Linlin placed immense trust in him, treating him almost as a paternal figure. Obeying his every command, Law aspired to marry Charlotte Linlin, but he certainly did not wish for an unwelcome father-in-law. Divine punishment. With a flash, a bolt of lightning descended, instantly engulfing the fleeing Long Loaf and reducing him to a pile of ashes. With another flash of lightning, the Long Loaf was turned to mere dust. Lord Law has arrived. Lord Law is incredibly handsome. Ha ha ha. Invaders, prepare for your demise. Witnessing the familiar and dazzling lightning, the members of the Rocks pirate crew cheered in unison, filled with exuberance. Quickly, bring Linlin some candy. Delicious candy. Meanwhile, Charlotte Linlin remained consumed by her gluttonous desires. The destruction of Island No. 1 was appalling. Had it not been for the affection her younger brother held for her, she would have made this scoundrel pay dearly. Observing the ruins of Island No. 1, Rocks expressed his displeasure. Rebuilding what has been destroyed is feasible. Yet this marked the first invasion the Rocks pirate crew had faced in many years, a truly humiliating experience. Had it not been for Law's prior warning, Rocks would have already charged forth to eliminate Charlotte Linlin. However, considering she might be his future sister-in-law, he hesitated, fearing that a single blow from him could inflict severe harm upon her. She desires candy. Wouldn't it suffice to simply provide her with some? It is hardly a rare treasure. After dealing with the Long Loaf, Law, transformed into a being of lightning, approached several members of the Rocks pirate crew, who were clutching candy tightly and unwilling to let go. Yes, Lord Law. Several crew members were momentarily taken aback. How had they not thought of this? It is not that one had not considered the situation, but rather that one would not dare to bestow sweets upon an intruder. After all, these confections are the favorites of Master Bell, Master Gree, and others. To offer them to an invader would surely result in dire consequences. Following Lord Lorne's command, several members of the Rocks pirates unceremoniously cast all the candies at the feet of Charlotte Linlin. In this matter, neither Bell nor Gree raised any objections. Though these treats are their most cherished indulgence, the command of their esteemed father takes precedence above all else. They were indeed aware of this. Candy. Delicious candy. Charlotte Linlin indulged herself in the sweets right before everyone's eyes. Eat, eat, eat. How delightful. I have never tasted such exquisite candy. My. The most delectable candy in the world. Linlin was truly elated. As she savored her treats, she soon devoured dozens of pounds of candy all by herself. After finishing the sweets, her voracious appetite finally subsided, and she transformed back into her stunning self. Initially perceived as a madwoman, she proved to be quite different once she calmed down. She truly deserved her younger brother now. Roxas was taken aback by Charlotte Linlin's serene demeanor. He had previously thought her insatiable craving made her utterly insane, unable to fathom what his brother saw in her. Though Lorne remained silent, Roxas felt it inappropriate to inquire. Now, with Charlotte Linlin restored to her normal state, everything became clear to Roxas. This appearance, this physique, truly befits my esteemed brother. Where am I? The once calm Charlotte Linlin found herself in a state of bewilderment, surveying the desolation around her, a result of her own chaos. Upon gazing at the figures before her, Charlotte Linlin swiftly regained her composure. You are the maritime overlord Rocks and Law. Even with her unwavering confidence in her own formidable talents, the sight of the two left Charlotte Linlin momentarily tongue-tied. The renown of these two individuals is exceedingly formidable. One has a bounty exceeding 3.5 billion, while the other surpasses 2 billion, marking them as unparalleled pirates of the high seas. Could it be that I have unwittingly trespassed into their territory, causing such extensive destruction? This is disastrous. Even with an unwavering self-assurance, Charlotte Linlin realizes that provoking the Rocks pirates spells certain doom for her. I sincerely apologize. This is all my fault. I truly regret the inconvenience, and I am willing to compensate for any damages incurred. With this thought, Charlotte hastily expressed her apologies, hoping to earn the forgiveness of Rocks and Lorne. It is well known that pirates are notoriously unruly, and her willingness to apologize speaks volumes. Are you certain? The items you have damaged were crafted from exceedingly precious materials. Can you afford to compensate for them? Lorne jested. What am I to do then? Upon hearing Lorne's words, Charlotte was momentarily taken aback, for her nature remains quite innocent. Do not fret, I have a splendid idea. Remain with the Rocks pirates as my wife, and all that you have damaged will be forgiven. Moreover, you shall indulge in delightful confections, as many as you desire. Lorne chuckled lightly. In the meantime, Lorne also took the opportunity to assess Charlotte Linlin's fortune-enhancing potential. At this sight, Lorne was taken aback. It was, astonishingly, an S level of fortune value, surpassing even the highest rank provided by the system. This marks the first encounter for Lorne with a woman of the S caliber. Is it truly possible? This revelation has left Lorne utterly astonished. Is it really true? For a moment, Charlotte Linlin was taken aback, but as realization dawned upon her, her face blossomed with delight. Initially, she had anticipated that Lorne would demand her life, but to her surprise, he instead proposed that she become his wife. Moreover, she would be treated to delectable candies every day. The surprise arrived rather abruptly, did it not? Of course, it is genuine. Very well, when shall we tie the knot? The mere thought of not having to compensate for so many things, coupled with the prospect of indulging in the most exquisite confections daily, has Charlotte Linlin displaying a sense of urgency that surpasses even that of Luffy. Truly, she is the epitome of a glutton among pirates. This evening, you must immediately inform the staff to prepare for the wedding banquet tonight. Without hesitation, Luffy decisively instructed his subordinates. What? This scene left everyone astounded. To think that one would marry an invader, with the wedding set to take place that very evening. Lord Lorne's decisiveness is truly remarkable. While the initial shock lingered, his subordinates swiftly immersed themselves in their tasks. That very evening, the Rocks pirates held another grand wedding celebration. Everyone indulged in revelry. Following the wedding, yet another sleepless night ensued for Lorne and Charlotte Linlin. Captain Rocks, Lord Lorne, Miss Linlin is with child. A month later, the ship's doctor excitedly delivered the news of Charlotte Linlin's pregnancy to Rocks and Lorne. Brother, you are truly impressive, Rocks exclaimed, giving Lorne a thumbs up. When it comes to precision, his younger brother is undeniably exceptional. Each time, it is precisely 1 month, neither a day more nor a day less. Ha! Excellent. Lorne eagerly anticipated this day as well. He wondered what reward awaited him this time. After all, she is the sole S-class woman. Lorne was equally filled with anticipation regarding Charlotte Linlin's pregnancy. She is indeed the first woman to possess an S+ rating. One can only wonder what extraordinary talents her offspring may inherit. Additionally, it remains uncertain whether she herself might attain an even more formidable gift than that of an SSS rank. All of this is incredibly exhilarating. As anticipated, it was not long before the system's notification chimes resonated wildly, causing a buzzing sensation in Lorne's head. Observing this, Lorne hastily sought an excuse to retreat to a secluded area, where he accessed the system panel. Congratulations, host, you have added a descendant. Rewards include experience in armament hockey, conqueror's hockey, and observation hockey. Congratulations, host, you have added a descendant. Rewards include experience in speed, strength, and stamina. Congratulations, host, you have added a descendant. Rewards include experience in swordsmanship. Reward, proficiency in the Navy's 6 styles. A continuous stream of notifications surged forth, and unlike previous occasions, these experience rewards were exceedingly generous. Each aspect of ability saw an increase of at least 15 points. It is worth noting that during the previous birth of the child between Shaki and Gurolio, Lorne's experience had only grown by around 5 points. Glancing at the system panel, Lorne noted, Host, Lorne gender, male age, 21 speed, royal level, current progress, 38. 34 strength, royal level, current progress, 37. 53 stamina, royal level, current progress, 39. 97 swordsmanship, royal level, current progress, 33. 14 armament hockey, royal level, awakening flowing cherry, progress, 40. 31 observation hockey, royal level, progress, 42. 54 conquerors hockey, royal level, progress, 29. 98 devil fruit, thunder fruit other abilities, never fatigued, golden eyes, free training. No side effects from devil fruit special hockey, future sight from observation hockey, flowing cherry from armament hockey, and binding from conquerors hockey. Most of his abilities had surpassed a progress of 30, a commendable achievement, and the future looked promising. However, what Lorne anticipated most was the talent reward. He quickly checked the system notifications, and upon seeing the talent reward, even Lorne, who had weathered many storms, was left utterly astonished. His eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. Detection confirmed the addition of a descendant, thus rewarding him with an SSS tier upgraded talent that grants immunity to the side effects of devil fruits uses. 1. Goodness. It truly is an SSS tier reward. Upon viewing the system panel, Lorne couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. An upgraded talent, surpassing the highest SSS tier talent threshold provided by the system. My heavens, does this mean the child born will possess talents even more formidable than Belle's? Belle, at merely 3 years old, has already mastered the 3 types of hockey and various martial arts abilities. He stands at 1.5 meters tall, far exceeding his peers. It is no exaggeration to say that among children of the same age, even the young Rocks and Charlotte Linlin would likely not have been a match for Belle at 3 years old. Now, with the arrival of a child possessing an SSS tier upgraded talent, Lorne was left pondering just how extraordinary this child's innate abilities would be. Certainly, what exhilarates Lorne even more is the additional capability of this SSS tier talent, the power to absolve others from the detrimental effects of the devil fruit. Though it may be limited to a single occasion, it is more than sufficient. This talent is undeniably astonishing in its practicality. After all, it possesses the remarkable ability to elevate the upper limits of the strong. It is a well-known fact that any ability capable of enhancing the potential of the powerful is an invaluable treasure, regardless of the world one inhabits. Imagine, if I were to utilize this talent to eliminate the side effects of Rock's dark fruit, just how formidable would he become? It would not be an exaggeration to say that his strength could ascend to an entirely new level. Currently, Rocks is already capable of defeating Admiral-level adversaries single-handedly, even to the extent of vanquishing them. However, when faced with 2 Admiral-level opponents simultaneously, he would undoubtedly find it somewhat challenging. Yet, if I could harness this talent to negate the side effects of his devil fruit, it is entirely conceivable that Rocks might one day confront 2 Admiral-level foes alone. Without the hindrance of the devil fruit's drawbacks, his power could potentially surpass even that depicted in the original narrative. After all, in the original story, Rocks faced defeat against the legendary figures of Garp and Roger. But now, oh ho, this truly exemplifies a talent of the SSS rank, undeniably extraordinary. Moreover, it is not merely limited to oneself. Possessing this singular talent ensures that one's offspring will inherit it upon birth. Thus, there are a total of 2 opportunities to wield this gift. However, while Lorne has yet to decide to whom he will bestow the second chance, he is resolute that the first must go to his elder brother. Brother, come with me. I have a secret to share, Lorne thought, brimming with anticipation as he sought out Locks. What is going on, little brother? You're being all mysterious. I was just about to celebrate with Newgate and the others over Linglin's pregnancy, Locks replied, somewhat perplexed by his brother's clandestine demeanor. It was a first for him to witness Lorne acting so secretively. Nevertheless, Locks followed Lorne to a secluded spot meant for just the 2 of them. To ensure their privacy, Lorne activated his observation hockey, scanning the vicinity for any onlookers. Once he confirmed that only he and his brother were present within a radius of several hundred meters, he felt a sense of relief. Brother, I need to tell you something, and you mustn't breathe a word of it to anyone, Lorne said, taking a deep breath, his tone grave. After all, this was his first time revealing his abilities, and he had to ensure absolute secrecy. Only his elder brother, his soul kin, warranted such trust. Speak freely, little brother. I promise not to disclose a single word to outsiders. Locks replied earnestly. Not even to Newgate, or my wife, or anyone else, including Belle, Gree, or the rest. You must guarantee it. Lorne reiterated, emphasizing the importance of discretion. Absolutely. I swear on my honor as your brother that this matter will remain between us. Only the heavens. The earth you, and I shall know. Locks vowed solemnly, recognizing the gravity of Lorne's seriousness. Now, here it is, but brace yourself. I have discovered an ancient method that can eliminate the weaknesses of devil fruits. This includes every vulnerability of your dark fruit. Lorne stated, fully aware that Locks might disregard other matters, but would never renege on a promise made to him. Nanny, are you serious, Lorne? Locks exclaimed, nearly leaping in astonishment. You mean to say, the ability to eradicate the weaknesses of devil fruit powers? This is nothing short of a fantastical tale. How could such a method possibly exist? If such a solution were indeed available, the world government, having governed for 8 centuries, would have surely accomplished it by now. Yet, they still rely on sea prism stone to restrain those with abilities, and even some admirals and members of the Divine Knight Brigade harbor fears of this substance. From this alone, one can discern that the world government has yet to master this aspect, indicating that a means to eliminate the weaknesses of the devil fruits is virtually non-existent. Were this statement uttered by another, Rocks might dismiss it as a jest, or perhaps become incensed, perceiving it as an affront to his intelligence. Yet, when it emerges from the lips of his own brother, he cannot help but entertain a modicum of belief, not for any other reason than the bond they share. Rocks is convinced that Lorne would never jest about such matters. Indeed, it is true, brother. This method is exceedingly intricate. I conducted secret experiments several times. And to my astonishment, I succeeded. Lorne declared earnestly, his demeanor betraying no hint of levity. Successful experiments? Rocks exclaimed, incredulity etched across his face. Indeed, if you doubt me. Allow me to demonstrate, Lorne replied, nodding before transforming into a bolt of lightning and vanishing, only to reappear moments later. What was remarkable, however, was that in Lorne's hands now rested several pairs of sea prism stone handcuffs. While Wano country is abundant in sea prism stone, a rarity elsewhere, it is but a commonplace sight here. Those handcuffs cannot possibly be genuine. Can they, brother? Rocks inquired, eyeing Lorne as he confidently brandished the sea prism stone cuffs. His skepticism palpable. After all, Lorne too possessed abilities that would wane in the presence of the ocean's might. Observe closely, brother. Lorne began, proceeding to bind Rock's hands and feet with the cuffs. This truly is sea prism stone, Rocks murmured, a sense of weakness washing over him as he spoke, his voice feeble. Watch me, Lorne exclaimed, freeing Rocks from the restraints before securing his own hands and feet within the cuffs. Instantly, crackling sounds erupted as Lorne maintained his elemental form, wielding his powers with effortless grace. He even managed to perform a spinning leap, defying the very constraints that bound him. What, brother? How are you unaffected by the sea prism stone? Rocks gasped, his eyes nearly bulging with astonishment. It was unmistakably genuine sea prism stone, yet his brother seemed entirely unperturbed, even dancing while restrained. What on earth is happening? Has my brother truly developed a method to eliminate the drawbacks of devil fruits? Could I possibly deceive you? My dear brother, I have indeed discovered a way to neutralize the weaknesses associated with devil fruits, Lorne declared confidently to Rocks. Moreover, this method not only allows users to be unafraid of the ocean's might, but possesses even more formidable capabilities. As he spoke, Lorne's tone grew mysteriously intriguing, and Rocks listened intently. The method I have mastered not only alleviates the fear of seawater for devil fruit users, but also eradicates their other vulnerabilities. What? Other weaknesses can be eliminated as well? Rocks immediately connected this revelation to the shortcomings of his own dark fruit. The greatest strength of the dark fruit lies in its ability to restrain all other abilities. However, the dark fruit is quite unique, as it cannot elementalize like other Logia-type fruits, is vulnerable to physical attacks, and even endures double the pain. If this weakness could be eradicated, Rocks would be exceedingly confident in elevating his power to new heights. Indeed, my brother, your dark fruit will soon be on par with other Logia fruits. Lorne nodded affirmatively. You are truly remarkable to possess such terrifying technology. Our Rocks pirates have numerous ability users. If this method were to be widely adopted, our strength would undoubtedly surge. Rocks was exhilarated, already envisioning a prosperous future. Currently, the Rocks pirates reign supreme upon the seas. But if Lorne's technology were to proliferate and all users could have their weaknesses eliminated, Even rocks could scarcely fathom the terrifying growth of their crew. It is known that the power of devil fruits is immensely potent. However, the drawback of becoming a dry duck after consuming one deters many top-tier powerhouses from partaking. Imagine if consuming a devil fruit merely enhanced one's abilities without the peril of becoming a dry duck. What reason would those elite fighters have to shy away from augmenting their strength? Recall that the Rocks pirates boast several martial arts experts, such as Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, and John, who are all without devil fruit abilities. If these three were to consume fruits, their powers would undoubtedly amplify. Furthermore, with talents like Bell's, ascending to the level of an admiral is merely a matter of time. Yet, if he were also to consume a devil fruit, his strength would reach even greater heights. My brother, have you forgotten what I just told you? Upon hearing Rock's enthusiasm, Lorne's tone turned slightly displeased. Let us not forget that we are a pirate crew reliant on sea stone production. If this technology were to achieve widespread adoption, who would still purchase the seafloor stone? Would we not starve? Moreover, this technology is exceedingly terrifying. Once revealed, countless individuals around the globe would covet it. Presently, Bell and the others have yet to mature. And should this technology be disclosed, the world government would undoubtedly launch an all-out assault on the Rocks pirates. I am not convinced that our current strength can withstand a desperate world government. We cannot take such a risk. Additionally, my technology remains immature. It has only eliminated my weaknesses and can at most eradicate one more person's weaknesses. Therefore, it must not be disclosed to anyone. This matter is known solely to heaven. Earth, you and me understand? Lorne felt compelled to emphasize the stakes involved to Rocks. I understand, brother. Rest assured, I will not breathe a word to anyone. This matter is known only to the two of us, and there cannot be a third. Upon hearing this, Rocks nodded, comprehending the gravity of the situation, and assured him. Observing Rock's expression, Lorne felt a sense of relief. Very well, I am prepared to commence the experiment. Are you ready, brother? With this, Lorne began to prepare to eliminate Rock's weaknesses. Bring it on, brother. Rocks felt a surge of tension, his breathing quickening. All right, close your eyes, Lorne instructed. Although the process to rid Rocks of the side effects of the devil fruit was rather straightforward, he still insisted on having him close his eyes. Otherwise, the simplicity of the task might provoke his brother's suspicion. I have closed them. Rocks tightly shut his eyes. Seeing this, Lorne placed a hand on Rock's shoulder while internally communicating with the system. Utilize the talent to eliminate the negative effects of the devil fruit. Congratulations to the host for successfully using the SSS level talent to eliminate the negative status of the devil fruit. Ding detecting whether the user is a devil fruit user. Ding detection successful. The user has consumed the dark fruit. Usage successful, eliminating the side effects of the devil fruit. Ding elimination successful. The user's devil fruit side effects have been completely eradicated. After receiving a series of notifications, Lorne nodded in satisfaction. The effect is rather swift, my friend. I sense a remarkable warmth flowing into my body. At this moment, the words of Rocks resonate. His expression is remarkably relaxed, as if he is destined to ascend, seemingly comforted by this warm current. Approximately 10 minutes later, Rocks slowly opens his eyes. What shall we do next, my friend? He inquires. It's done, brother. Let us confirm your abilities, Lorne replies with a beaming smile directed at Rocks. Is that all? So simple? I anticipated a more arduous process. Rocks appears somewhat bewildered. Having merely closed his eyes while a warm current was infused into his being, and now it is complete. He had expected at least several months of laborious experimentation and considerable suffering to achieve success. To think it was this effortless. Indeed, this is my enhanced version. Results manifest so swiftly. Hurry, give it a try. Lorne deftly shifts the subject, casually fastening the sea stone shackles onto Rocks. Ha ha ha, I feel nothing at all. Rocks, adorned with the sea stone shackles, experiences no abnormalities. His body exhibits no inability to exert force, nor does he feel any discomfort. Suddenly, with a mere thought, a dark mist materializes behind him. I can still utilize my abilities. It truly has been nullified. Rocks exclaims with exhilaration. He no longer has to fear the might of the sea. Brother, try that one. Double pain. Lorne continues to urge Rocks to conduct the experiment. In truth, for a being of Rocks' caliber, the crucial aspect is not whether he can swim, but rather the elimination of double pain. Allowing the dark fruit to function like other elemental fruits, capable of elementalization and evading physical attacks. In fact, elementalization is not paramount. The mere removal of double pain suffices. Boom. Lorne, without further ado, throws a punch towards his brother Rocks. This punch was devoid of any overwhelming aura, merely a simple fist. With a resounding thud, it was as if Lorne's strike had struck upon cotton, effortlessly passing through the very form of Rocks. This is the manifestation of elementalization. Ha ha ha, it has truly vanished. I, too, can achieve elementalization. Ha ha. Upon witnessing this, Rocks burst into laughter, filled with exhilarating joy. He never even dreamed that the weakness of the dark fruit could be eradicated. Wait a moment, my friend, let us try again. Saying this, Lorne drew his blade, the supreme greatsword, and thrust it towards Rocks. This sword, too, was devoid of any overwhelming aura or special techniques. Whoosh. As expected, the Demon Slayer was equally unable to strike at Locke's form. Ha. Truly remarkable. Lorne. Locke burst into yet another fit of exuberant laughter. This is utterly outrageous. The fact that the dark fruit can now be elemental signifies that its weaknesses have indeed vanished. And the debilitating side effect of enduring double pain should have dissipated as well. Lorne nodded, realizing that there was no longer a necessity to continue the experiments. It has become abundantly clear that any adverse effects of the devil fruit have been eradicated, since it can now take on an elemental form. The double pain has undoubtedly been eliminated alongside it. Ha. Lorne, I feel invincible at this moment. Locke exclaimed, arms wide open, bursting into exuberant laughter. Indeed. Locke now possesses a profound sense of invincibility. Any admiral or fleet admiral of the Navy would be no match for him. To confront him, they would need to dispatch at least 2 admirals of equal caliber. In a one-on-one scenario, Locke is confident he could defeat any opponent. Ha. Brother, given this, shouldn't we set sail for action? It's been far too long since we've ventured out to sea. My body is starting to feel rusty. Witnessing his brother's excitement, Lorne felt invigorated as well. With Locke feeling invincible, how could Lorne feel otherwise? Over the past 3 years, he too has grown considerably and received numerous rewards. Even Lorne was uncertain just how formidable he has become. Since the Locke's pirates had not set sail in 3 years, they had not encountered any formidable foes. Now that both have strengthened, it is only natural to venture out to hone their skills. Ha, little brother. That is precisely my intention. This vast ocean has been too quiet for far too long. It is time for the world government to once again witness the terror of the Locke's pirates. A menacing grin spread across Locke's face. Despite the Locke's pirates' inactivity over the past 3 years, the hatred for the world government and the celestial dragons has only intensified. With newfound power, it is time to make the world government feel the fear of the Locke's pirates once more. Immediately notify everyone. All crew members assemble. The Locke's pirates are preparing for a grand endeavor. Without hesitation, Locke retrieved a transponder snail from his pocket and called out loudly. At that moment, the entire Wano country and the numerous islands within its waters echoed with Locke's voice. The next instant, are we finally ready to make our move? It's the first time in 3 years. I have awaited this day for quite some time. All of you, head to Wano country to Captain Locke's. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, Golden Lion, John, and others eagerly prepared to make their way to Wano. Within half an hour, all the officers of the Locke's pirates, both great and small, had gathered in Wano country, specifically in the bustling district of Flower Capital, within an exquisitely opulent edifice. Reminiscent of a palace, the entire Rocks pirates crew is gathered. The transference of Lorne has precipitated a profound alteration in the timeline, leading to significant deviations from the original narrative. Consequently, the overall structure of the Rocks pirates, including the personnel and their respective ranks, has undergone momentous changes. However, one aspect remains unchanged: the core leadership team, spearheaded by Captain Rocks. In this team, unlike in the original narrative, there is no absolute deference to Rocks. Overall, the core leadership comprises 3 individuals: Captain Rocks, his second-in-command, Law, and the third-in-command, Whitebeard. Law, being the younger brother of Rocks, occasionally commands his brother's obedience. Whitebeard, now married to Law's sister, is, in a certain sense, also considered family. To assign him the role of a division commander would seem rather distant. Given Law's understanding of Whitebeard's character, there is no question of his reliability. He is entirely trustworthy. Thus, Whitebeard stands as one of the pivotal leaders of the Rocks pirates. As for characters such as Shaki, Gorlami, and Charlotte Linlin, their statuses have also transformed. As Law's wife, they cannot remain aboard as mere officers, as that would be disheartening for them. Their standing is significantly elevated, ranking just below the 3 core leaders of the Rocks pirates. Regarding Belle, Gree, and Loli, They are still youthful and not yet ready for leadership roles. When they mature, their status will likely rank just below the core trio of Rocks, Law, and Whitebeard. Next in line are the officers of the Rocks Pirates, including the captains of the 1st to 5th Divisions, the Lion of the Sea, Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, John, and Neptune. Except for Neptune, all the other captains are legendary figures from the original tale. Moreover, unlike in the original, their crews have been annihilated by the Knights of God, forging a profound enmity with the celestial dragons. Had it not been for the intervention of the Rocks Pirates, they would likely have met their demise. Consequently, these division leaders currently share a united front with the Rocks Pirates. Following them are other mid-level officers, including those with extraordinary abilities. Lastly, there are the warriors from Fishman Island and the warriors from the Daughter's Kingdom. The total military strength that the Rocks Pirates can mobilize stands at approximately 300,000, an extraordinarily formidable force. This figure only accounts for the members of the Rocks Pirates themselves. Other factions associated with the Rocks Pirates include the Loan Shark King, the News King, the Entertainment King, and the Transportation King from the Dark Underworld. In summary, the Rocks Pirates have now established themselves as an independent pirate kingdom. Their overall strength surpasses that of the so-called strongest nation in the world, Elbath, in the hearts of the global populace. Even the Navy headquarters finds itself at a disadvantage when facing the Rocks Pirates. As a result, the Rocks Pirates have garnered the esteemed title of the Overlords of the Sea. In the span of these 3 years, the maritime overlord has remained steadfast, refraining from any significant actions, leaving the world in a state of unfamiliarity. Now, summoned by Rocks, the Rocks Pirates are poised to once again astonish the globe. At this very moment, in the flower capital of Wano, within the grandest of palaces, all the officers of the Rocks Pirates have gathered. Haha. Finally, we are about to take action. Who shall be our target this time? I can hardly contain my excitement. My blade has grown rusty. Let us depart swiftly. The expressions of Gold Lion, Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, John, and the others brim with anticipation. After all, each of them has honed their skills over these 3 years. The lack of action has nearly stifled this band of formidable beings. Not only them, but even Lorne, Rocks, and Whitebeard have experienced significant growth during this period. Particularly Lorne and Rocks. 2 individuals have acquired newfound abilities, while the adverse effects of a certain devil fruit have been entirely eradicated. They are eager to test the extent of their growth and strength. Haha. It appears that everyone is filled with anticipation. Rocks surveyed the room and noted the eager expressions on the faces of the assembled officers, nodding in satisfaction. After 3 years of inactivity, we, the Rocks Pirates, are poised to embark on a long-awaited operation. Our target is none other than the world's largest luxury cruise ship, the Bliss. Rocks declared slowly. What? Is it merely a cruise ship? Are we, a pirate crew of such magnitude, truly going to assault just a single vessel? Could this be an overreaction? Upon hearing Rock's objective, the crowd displayed expressions of disappointment. After 3 years of dormancy, gathering all the officers only to target a cruise ship? This inevitably left the frustrated Golden Lion and Wang Zhi somewhat disheartened. Yet, this was merely a prelude, a mere appetizer. Lorne spoke slowly, stating that although the Beasley was a cruise ship, its immense size and unparalleled luxury were astounding, featuring an entire town that the world referred to as the City of Entertainment. Within that town, casinos, amusement parks, and pleasure districts were all present, encompassing every imaginable form of entertainment and more. Significantly, it was also regarded as a sacred realm of amusement for the celestial dragons. Numerous celestial dragons chose to vacation there. And according to the latest news from Wang, there were currently over 30 celestial dragons aboard the Beasley. Thus, our true plan revolves around the celestial dragons. Lorne spoke in a grave tone. Celestial dragons, you say? That makes it all the more intriguing. So many celestial dragons. One must assume there are also considerable guards. Perhaps even powerful figures at the level of marine admirals or members of the God Knight stationed there. That indeed adds an element of excitement. Upon hearing about the celestial dragons, Golden Lion, Wang Zhi, and others finally understood. It was evident that assembling the Rocks Pirates to assault a mere cruise ship was an exaggeration. However, the presence of so many celestial dragons made it comprehensible. Seeing the smiles on Golden Lion and others, a faint smile appeared on Lorne's lips. They were too naive. His true objective was not merely to attack the celestial dragons. Lorne intended to capture all the celestial dragons and broadcast the event live to the world, showcasing their public execution. One could only wonder how the Marine headquarters and the world government would react. The very thought was amusing. 2 days had passed since the Rocks Pirates had convened their officers. In the New World, in a certain maritime area, the world's largest cruise ship, the Beasley, housed the largest entertainment city. The entire city appeared as if it were crafted from gold, evoking a dreamlike quality, filled with revelry and extravagance, bustling with life. Numerous nobles, affluent individuals, and even celestial dragons sought pleasure here. Joyful laughter echoed throughout the city. At that moment, the people were blissfully unaware that the world's most notorious pirate was about to descend upon them. Simultaneously, in the sky, a massive island floated, clearly the creation of Shiki, the captain of the Rocks pirates. Upon this island, the core leadership comprises Rocks, Lorne, and Nugite, accompanied by the esteemed officers, Silver Lion, Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, and John. Together with a multitude of members from the Rocks pirates, this constitutes the entirety of the forces mobilized for this venture. As for Charlotte Linlin, Neptune, Shaki, and Gourmand, they remain stationed in Wano country. Particularly Charlotte Linlin, who is currently in the early stages of pregnancy, finds it prudent to focus on nurturing her unborn child. Haha. Below lies the world's largest entertainment metropolis. When shall we strike, Captain Rocks? In response to the commotion detected beneath, Silver Lion inquired with palpable impatience. The past 3 years had truly stifled him. What is the hurry? Lorne remarked nonchalantly, then retrieved a communication device from his hand to dial. Lord Lorne, how may I assist you? The voice of the News King was filled with utmost reverence, not daring to overstep. Are you prepared? Of course. I am ready at any moment, he responded eagerly. Very well, let us commence. A faint smile graced Lorne's lips. Everyone, it is time to get to work. Hurry. We must not dawdle. This is a direct order from Lord Lorne. Without delay, the News King hung up the phone and beckoned his staff to work fervently. Unlike Morgan from the original tale, who possessed the albatross fruit, the News King currently lacked any fruit abilities. However, a man who reigns in the underworld undoubtedly possesses considerable skills. Even without fruit powers, he could leverage his formidable connections and subordinates to initiate a global broadcast. In the next moment, as the broadcast commenced, screens worldwide flickered to life. From the Shambodi archipelago to Alabasta, Dressrosa, the Drum Kingdom, and the islands of Gaia. Every location with a screen displayed the live footage simultaneously. Town squares, bar screens, and casino communication devices all showcased the broadcast. What is happening? Why are the screens moving on their own? Who is orchestrating this? Is it haunted? The global populace was utterly bewildered by this sudden turn of events. What is going on? Someone must get CP to clarify this. Even in Mariewa and Marine headquarters at Marine Ford, this phenomenon was witnessed, leaving the Marine Admiral and even the 5 elders in a state of confusion. But in the next instant, several familiar figures appeared on the live stream, plunging the world into a state of panic. Is that the maritime overlord Rocks, along with Lorne and Whitebeard? These were the 3 core leaders of the Rocks pirates. What does this mean? Is Rocks behind this? Are they planning to act again? After 3 years of uneasy calm, who will be their target this time? The Navy, the Impel Down prison, or perhaps Mariewa? At this moment, upon seeing the figures of Rocks, Lorne, and Whitebeard, the global populace trembled as if confronted by malevolent spirits. The maritime sovereign, Rocks, has slain admirals, vanquished celestial dragons, obliterated the knights of God, plundered the treasures of the heavens, triumphed over the Navy, and liberated countless prisoners from the depths of the underwater prison. Each of these masterpieces has indelibly etched the notorious reputation of the Rocks pirates into the hearts and minds of the populace. Indeed, many citizens resort to invoking the names of Rocks, Law, and Newgate to silence wailing infants. The mere mention of these 3 names has an immediate and calming effect, bringing a hush over the previously distressed children. This serves as ample evidence of the formidable nature of the Rocks pirates. What are these scoundrels scheming now? Upon catching sight of the Rocks pirates, the 5 elders and the fleet admiral instinctively clenched their fists, after managing to maintain a fragile peace for 3 years. Are the Rocks pirates finally making their move? Good afternoon, everyone. Next, the Rocks pirates will present an extraordinary performance. So please keep your eyes glued to the screen and do not miss a single moment. I assure you that what you are about to witness will be etched in your memory forever. In the next instant, a captivating voice resonated through the live broadcast. It was none other than the second-in-command of the Rocks pirates, Lorne Jibek. The perspective of the live feed abruptly shifted to reveal a vast panorama. In this expansive view, a colossal island floated majestically in the air. Let us get started, Shiki, he proclaimed. Ha 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 ha. Understood. The golden lion, Shiki, grinned menacingly. The prospect of live broadcasting the slaughter of the celestial dragons was simply too enticing. With a thunderous roar, Shiki activated his powers, manipulating the massive island suspended in the sky. After 3 years of rigorous training, commanding such a landmass was second nature to him. The island began to descend rapidly, akin to a vessel, swiftly plunging through the clouds to an altitude of over 100 meters. The live broadcast adeptly adjusted its angle to follow the island's descent. Soon, the global audience beheld a grand cruise ship beneath the island. This cruise ship was adorned with a luxurious cityscape. Some immediately recognized it as the so-called largest entertainment metropolis in the world. Is this the target of the Rocks pirates? How infuriating. Those rascals aim for the celestial dragons. Unlike ordinary citizens, upon seeing the beastly, the 5 elders and the fleet admiral instantly grasped the situation. The objective of the Rocks pirates is the celestial dragons. As they observed the beastly in the live feed, both the 5 elders and the fleet admiral shared the same realization, their hearts momentarily halting. A mere cruise ship would not warrant such an extravagant mobilization of notorious pirates. The presence of Rocks, Linlin, and Whitebeard themselves underscored that their intent was far beyond the beastly. The only logical conclusion is that their target is the celestial dragons. It is essential to note that there are at least 20 celestial dragons aboard the beastly. After all, the beastly is equipped with a myriad of entertainment options, far surpassing the allure of the Holy Land. The Rocks pirates, do they truly wish to massacre the celestial dragons before the eyes of the world? Do they aspire to broadcast this slaughter globally to assert their might? The Rocks pirates. Such a despicable intention, utterly devoid of any prior warning. The ability of the Golden Lion's fruit has proven to be exceedingly troublesome. Had we eliminated him sooner to seize the float fruit, we would not find ourselves in such a predicament. The 5 elders, their faces darkened with anger, appeared as if they might burst with fury. The sudden actions of the Rocks pirates have caught them entirely off guard. The sudden global broadcast by the Rocks pirates serves as a declaration of their might, aimed at eliminating the celestial dragons and showcasing the impotence of the world government to the entire world. Does the world government not regard the celestial dragons as divine beings? If even the gods cannot be safeguarded, the credibility of the world government will plummet further on the global stage. Regardless, the actions of the Rocks pirates must be thwarted at all costs. How infuriating. Immediately summon the admirals of the Navy to take action. This opportunity shall be seized to announce the strength of the new Navy to the world. The 5 elders promptly issued their orders. Crisis often brings both peril and opportunity. Although the celestial dragons find themselves in grave danger, it also presents a splendid chance for the Navy to demonstrate its power. Indeed, the Navy of today is a far cry from what it was 3 years ago. Following their devastating defeat, the Navy resolved to bolster its strength at any cost. The foremost step involved selecting formidable individuals from across the globe, promising them positions as candidates for admirals. In the words of the original text, this is a grand conscription for the world. Initially, the Navy had 3 admirals, Red Dragon, Black Hawk, and White Horse. With the addition of the admiral candidate Golden Serpent, there were 4 formidable figures in total. However, Red Dragon perished in the battle at Fishman Island 3 years prior. Over the years, Golden Serpent successfully ascended from the candidate position to become a true admiral. Yet, the Navy will not rest content with this achievement. It is imperative to recognize that the strength of the Rocks pirates is formidable. Just the trio of Rocks, Law, and Whitebeard alone are ample to engage the 3 admirals of the Navy head-on. Coupled with the other officers of the Rocks pirates, it is evident that relying solely on the power of 3 admirals will be woefully insufficient to confront them. Thus, the Commander-in-Chief of the Navy has initiated a comprehensive conscription campaign directed at the entire world. Strong individuals are summoned from across the globe, and if one possesses sufficient strength, they will be granted the position of admiral candidate. Indeed, there are no arduous assessments or lengthy tenures required. Strength alone will earn one both remuneration and a position within the Navy. This enticing opportunity has stirred the hearts of righteous warriors across the globe. It is well understood that ascending from the ranks of the Navy to the esteemed position of admiral requires not only formidable strength but also commendable military achievements and extensive qualifications. However, the situation has changed. Now, if one is willing to join, they are granted an immediate promotion to admiral candidate. This remarkably advantageous condition has captivated the interest of several powerful individuals. Consequently, the Navy has swiftly recruited 2 candidates for the position of admiral from around the world. The prowess of these individuals is nearly on par with that of the Marine admirals, and this maneuver has significantly augmented the elite combat capabilities of the Navy. While it may seem that only 2 individuals are involved, one must recognize that those of admiral caliber are not easily acquired. Securing even 2 candidates from around the globe is a commendable achievement, deserving of the description richly rewarding. Naturally, aside from these 2, there are other formidable individuals aspiring to join the Navy, yet their demands are equally lofty. They insist on being granted the rank of admiral rather than that of admiral candidates. However, the current roster of the Navy's 3 admirals is already at capacity, and figures such as Black Hawk, White Horse, and Golden Serpent have ascended through the ranks from the grassroots level. It would be inappropriate to displace them in favor of newcomers, for such actions would dishearten the veterans. Consequently, the Fleet Admiral has no choice but to regretfully decline the request of other strong candidates. Moreover, the talent within the Navy is flourishing. After 3 years of diligent training, Rear Admiral Kong has successfully advanced to the rank of Vice Admiral and has also attained the position of Admiral Candidate, earning him the moniker Steelbone Kong. The 4 former recruits from 3 years ago, Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Suru, have also risen to the rank of Rear Admiral. However, their capabilities now closely rival those of the Navy's elite Vice Admirals. In addition, numerous Vice Admirals within the Navy have strengthened its prowess, marking a stark contrast to the Navy's state 3 years prior. At that time, the Navy consisted merely of a Fleet Admiral, 3 Admirals, and 1 Admiral Candidate. Presently, it boasts a Fleet Admiral, 3 Admirals, and 3 Admiral Candidates, with its elite combat strength vastly surpassing that of 3 years ago. The Navy is currently experiencing its most formidable period in history. While the Navy has long sought to showcase the might of the new Marine Corps to the world, it has struggled to find suitable opportunities. After all, the Rocks pirates are entrenched in Wano country, a fortress that is challenging to penetrate. Even mobilizing the full force of the Navy may not suffice to conquer Wano. Thus, the Navy has awaited the actions of the Rocks pirates. Yet, astonishingly, no large-scale movements have occurred from the Rocks pirates in the past 3 years. This has left the Navy in a state of profound discontent, possessing immense power yet lacking a stage to showcase it. However, the moment has finally arrived. The Rocks pirates have taken action at last. The presence of figures such as Rocks, Law, Newgate, alongside the likes of the Golden Lion, Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, and John, has granted the Navy a splendid opportunity to unveil its newfound strength to the world. Furthermore, the Rocks pirates have graciously arranged for a global broadcast, even constructing a stage for the Navy. All that remains is to launch an assault. Immediately inform the 3 admirals, along with the 3 admiral candidates, instructing these 6 individuals to head to the waters where the biscuit is located. For this time, the Navy must undoubtedly demonstrate the power of the new Navy to the world. The ambitious Navy Admiral commanded. Learning from the previous experience, the Navy must retain a formidable presence at the naval headquarters. Thus, the Admiral declared the mobilization of all admirals and admiral candidates, while he himself would remain at the Navy headquarters. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, the current 3 admirals, Black Hawk, White Horse, and Golden Snake, along with the 3 admiral candidates, Steelbone Kong, and 2 powerful figures from the world recruitment, stand ready at the port, preparing for departure. In addition to these 16 elite vice admirals from the naval headquarters and 20 warships are also poised to set sail. Furthermore, Carp, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Crane are also part of the contingent. The 4 individuals currently hold the rank of Rear Admiral within the Navy headquarters, yet their capabilities have already reached the level of Vice Admirals. Both Garp and Sengoku have even attained the prowess of elite Vice Admirals. However, their military achievements have yet to catch up, preventing their promotion to the rank of Vice Admiral. The anticipation is palpable. The Rocks pirates, 3 years of grievances shall be settled in one fell swoop. Garp clenched his fists, brimming with eagerness. With so many formidable admirals mobilized, success is assured. Sengoku shared a confident expression. Yet, Garp, do not act rashly. Let Mr. Blackhawk deal with Rocks, Law, and Newgate, while we focus on the likes of the Golden Lion and John. Crane cautioned Garp, her concern evident. It is worth noting that 3 years ago, Garp nearly met his demise at the hands of Law. In any case, this time the Rocks pirates will undoubtedly face their reckoning, Zephyr asserted with conviction. Finally, the day has arrived. I never anticipated it would come so swiftly. The Rocks pirates shall pay for their transgressions. Indeed, the humiliation from 3 years ago will be reclaimed by the Navy today. At the port, Black Hawk, White Horse, and Golden Serpent exuded an aura of menace. The Navy had endured too much humiliation 3 years prior, even relinquishing the title of maritime overlord to the Rocks pirates. Now is the moment to reclaim the title of maritime dominion from the grasp of the Rocks pirates. This time, the Navy has dispatched no fewer than 6 formidable generals. The numbers have already surpassed the elite combat prowess of the Rocks pirates. It is crucial to understand that the strength of an admiral cannot be compensated for by mere numbers. Even an army of 100,000 or 1,000,000 cannot rival a single admiral-level powerhouse. The Rocks pirates are primarily composed of 3 formidable admirals, Rocks, Linlin, and Newgate. Yet this time, the Navy has mobilized 6, overwhelming you with more than double their numbers. To take a hypothetical step back, even if the Rocks pirates still have the formidable cadres of Shiki, Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, and John, these 4 are still far from the level of an admiral. Even if 2 of them could join forces to confront a single admiral, the Rocks pirates would only possess 5 admiral-level warriors. This is still insufficient compared to the 6 admiral-level powerhouses of the Navy. As for the remaining mid-level officers and lower-ranking members of the Rocks pirates, their total would not even amount to a single hand of an admiral. Below the admiral rank, all are but ants. The original work showcases Akina single-handedly pursuing the top commanders of the Whitebeard pirates, which serves as the best testament to this reality. 6 admiral-level powerhouses are more than capable of crushing the entire Rocks pirates. Furthermore, this battle differs greatly from the conflict in Wano. In the Wano battle, the Navy launched an offensive on the opponent's territory. The Rocks pirates enjoyed the advantage of home ground, coupled with the treacherous terrain of Wano, allowing them to set ambushes, which ultimately led to the Navy's defeat. The Rocks pirates are no longer in Wano. Thus, the advantage of the home ground has vanished. Both sides are now engaged in away battles. The Navy can certainly leverage this opportunity to suppress the arrogance of the Rocks pirates and reclaim the title of maritime supremacy. It is even conceivable that they could eliminate Rocks, Law, and Newgate. With the newly assembled forces of the Navy, they possess the capability to do so. However, wait, plans have shifted. Just as the 6 powerful admirals were preparing to set sail with their fleets, the fleet admiral unexpectedly made his appearance. Admiral. Upon seeing the fleet admiral, the 3 admirals, along with the 3 vice admirals and other rear admirals aboard the ships, felt a sudden jolt of anxiety. A change in plans? Could something unforeseen have occurred? They had long anticipated a confrontation with the Rocks pirates. The current Navy is brimming with confidence in their ability to triumph over them. They fervently hoped that no unforeseen circumstances would arise to hinder their departure. Black Hawk, White Horse, Golden Serpent, along with Steelbone and the 3 of you, proceed ahead to safeguard the celestial dragons. The remaining forces should support at the utmost speed. Otherwise, I fear we may be too late. The fleet admiral articulated his strategy. Even with the fleet's fastest speed, it would take at least half a day to reach the location. Half a day is ample time for the Rocks pirates to eliminate the celestial dragons completely. Oh, shall we utilize Moonwalk to hasten our arrival? It indeed offers a swifter alternative than following the fleet. However, even with our speed, we would still require several hours. Surely, that is enough time for the Rocks pirates to massacre the Bisley. Black Hawk, White Horse, and Golden Serpent exchanged curious glances. Even if they set off first, they would still be too late. Do not worry, the world government has dispatched reinforcements who will ensure your swift arrival at the battlefield. The moment the fleet admiral finished speaking, a tall, masked figure emerged behind him. It was evidently a member of CP0. Rest assured, I am the teleporter. A user of the teleportation fruit. Not only can I teleport myself, but I can also transport others. I will ensure you all reach the battlefield at the fastest possible speed, guaranteeing the safety of the celestial dragons. The CP0 agent introduced himself confidently. Indeed, the world government felt considerable frustration at their inability to seize the float fruit from the Golden Lion. However, this did not mean they lacked alternative strategies. The teleportation fruit serves as their contingency plan. Since they cannot monitor the movements of the Rocks pirates using the float fruit, they will instead acquire the teleportation fruit. Even if the Rocks pirates were to take action, it would ensure that the Navy could promptly arrive at the battlefield to thwart their plans. Given the capabilities and cunning of the world government, acquiring a single fruit would be a trivial matter. Is that so? Then I commend your efforts. Let us hasten. For I am eager to confront the Rocks pirates. Ha ha ha, let us embark. Upon hearing this, the formidable generals, Black Hawk, White Horse, Golden Snake, and Steelbone Kong, displayed expressions of eager anticipation. With my current abilities, I can transport only 6 of you, and even that would deplete my stamina entirely. As for the rest of you in the Navy, make your way here at your own pace. CP0 declared as they began to unleash their powers. Fear not. Perhaps by the time they arrive, the battle will have concluded. Black Hawk grinned widely. Before he could finish his sentence, CP0's abilities were already activated. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, they teleported from one island to another, the scenery shifting like a slideshow. In mere minutes, Black Hawk, White Horse, Golden Snake, and Steelbone Kong, along with 2 other Admiral-level powers, found themselves aboard the Beasley. At this very moment, in the New World, aboard the Beasley, the Rocks pirates were steadily approaching the world's most opulent yacht. What is that? Is it an island? How could an island descend from the sky? Upon witnessing the colossal island in the sky, the crew aboard the Beasley was thrown into a state of panic and chaos. Let the battle commence, my esteemed comrades. Here, we are surrounded by the wealthy and nobility. Their demise is of little consequence, so do not hold back. Let us engage vigorously, my subordinates. Rocks laughed heartily, issuing commands. As pirates, it had been far too long since they had witnessed such a spectacle. It was indeed a welcome sight. Ha ha, since that is the case, I shall not hold back, Captain Rocks. Let these worthless ants perish. Golden Lion Shiki laughed uproariously as he unleashed his powers. In the next moment, an island plummeted from the heavens, its target unmistakably the world's largest entertainment metropolis. After all, more than 20 celestial dragons resided within that city. The island of the Golden Lion was immense. If it were to descend upon the city, it would obliterate the largest entertainment hub in the world in one fell swoop. Naturally, the celestial dragons would be annihilated along with the city. Quickly, protect the celestial dragon. That is a cadre of the Rocks pirates, Golden Lion Shiki. What are they plotting? Do they dare to strike against the celestial dragons? Such audacity. Immediately sink that island. We must not allow even the slightest harm to befall the celestial dragons. A cadre of black-suited guards tasked with safeguarding the celestial dragons, along with the CP agents, swiftly grasped the gravity of the situation. Consequently, a majority seized their firearms and unleashed a barrage of gunfire towards the swiftly descending island. Stormfoot, Wind Cutter, Sixth Form, Mountain Break. Some CP agents, proficient in martial arts, exerted their utmost capabilities, launching their techniques at the island plummeting from the sky. However, their efforts were but a drop in the ocean compared to the size of the island, which loomed like a town. Damn it, there was no way to halt its descent. What should be done? The island was about to crash down. Urgently, they sought to evacuate the celestial dragons. Yet, given the circumstances, time was of the essence, and it seemed impossible. Were the celestial dragons truly to be crushed? Was it happening so swiftly? The Rocks pirates were indeed terrifying. Meanwhile, the global populace was fixated on the live broadcast, with some harboring a morbid anticipation, eagerly wishing for the island to descend and crush the celestial dragons. Although the Rocks pirates were notorious and fearsome, the public perception of the celestial dragons appeared even more brutal. After all, no one had witnessed the Rocks pirates forcibly abducting women or indulging in sadistic amusements such as gouging out eyes. Most of the disdain for the Rocks pirates stemmed from the propaganda of the world government. In contrast, the atrocities of the celestial dragons, despite the world government's efforts to conceal them, could not be wholly obscured. Who had not seen the mentally shattered slaves tormented by the celestial dragons? Thus, the direct assault by the Rocks pirates on the celestial dragons incited not dread among the masses, but rather an eager anticipation, even a desire to cheer them on. However, the crowd was destined for disappointment. Just as the island was about to make contact, a brilliant purple beam illuminated the skies above the world's largest entertainment metropolis. With a crackling sound, the moment the purple beam met the falling island, a miraculous phenomenon unfolded. The island, initially in rapid free fall, suddenly decelerated. Although still descending, its speed became nearly negligible. To the untrained eye, it appeared as if the island had come to a standstill in mid-air. Had reinforcements arrived so swiftly? It was Admiral Whitehorse. Witnessing this spectacle, the CP agents present were filled with elation. Only one individual in the world possessed the capability to achieve such a feat, Admiral Whitehorse, one of the 3 admirals of the Navy. Furthermore, in an instant, 5 dazzling and immensely powerful shockwaves erupted. Each shockwave imparted an overwhelming sense of invincibility, as though they could shatter anything in their path. Only those possessing the prowess of an admiral can unleash such devastating attacks. In the next moment, 5 formidable strikes simultaneously collided with the island where the Golden Lion descended. In the blink of an eye, the island, comparable in size to a town, was utterly shattered. What is happening? This is terrifying. Who could it possibly be? The populace around the globe gazed in awe at this breathtaking spectacle, their eyes widening and mouths agape. tongues hanging in disbelief. In the following instant, the astonishment etched upon their faces deepened even further. Indeed, 3 admirals from the Navy headquarters, White Horse, Golden Serpent, and Black Hawk, along with 3 vice admirals, Steelbone Kong, and 2 newcomers, totaling 6 admiral-level powerhouses, appeared on the live broadcast. It could be said that the Navy's elite combat forces, barring the fleet admiral, had all converged upon the Bisley. Eh? The Navy has arrived so swiftly? That scoundrel Whitehorse has thwarted my plans once again. Observing that the island had not been obliterated as he had anticipated, the Golden Lion cast a disgruntled glance, clearly displeased. He had initially believed he could catch the enemy off guard, but the Navy's reinforcements had arrived much sooner than expected. Logically, we had not received any intelligence indicating that an admiral was stationed here. Could it be that our information was flawed? Newgate stroked his magnificent chin, curiosity piqued. The sudden appearance of 6 admirals was perplexing. Even if our intelligence had been erroneous, it could not have been to such an outrageous extent. Surely, the intelligence was accurate. But it seems the world government has taken significant precautions against our Rocks pirates. I have a theory. There exists a means to instantaneously transfer individuals from one location to another, known as the teleportation fruit. After the world government's failure to seize the Golden Lion's float fruit, they must have acquired the teleportation fruit to counter our abrupt maneuvers. Lorne demonstrated his astuteness, analyzing the situation with remarkable precision. After all, in the pirate world, only the teleportation fruit could facilitate such occurrences, given the capabilities of the world government. Their unsuccessful attempt to obtain the float fruit would not lead them to remain idle. Thus, they opted for the teleportation fruit to confront the Rocks pirates. This turn of events is fortuitous. If we were to eliminate the celestial dragons so effortlessly, our efforts would have been in vain. Rocks broke into a wide grin. After finally shedding the fruit's powers, his intent was to showcase his own strength. Without the presence of the Navy admirals as a backdrop, this operation would indeed be fruitless. Ha ha ha, their arrival is perfectly timed. Without the admirals, something feels amiss. Rather than feeling vexed by the unexpected appearance of the 6 Navy admirals, Rocks erupted into a hearty laugh. This is indeed a global broadcast. Presently, the Holy Land, the Navy headquarters, and pirates from all corners of the world are fixated on this very location. Undoubtedly, this is the opportune moment to announce to the world the formidable might of the Rocks pirates, especially to let those complacently seated in Mariewa, the celestial dragons, truly grasp the formidable adversaries they are about to confront. Gwahaha. The course of action has been resolutely decided. Upon hearing Rocks' laughter, Whitebeard immediately understood the implications. Although Whitebeard, Rocks, and Law are not bound by blood, the bond they share is akin to that of brothers, their synergy palpable. The moment he heard Rocks' mirth, Whitebeard comprehended the forthcoming endeavor. So let it be settled. Let us embark on a grand venture, members of the Rocks pirates. This is the finest opportunity to etch our names into the annals of history. Law, too, chuckled, having significantly strengthened over the years. It is the perfect moment for the world to witness the terrifying prowess of the newly invigorated Rocks pirates. Ha 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 ha. In light of this, I shall not hold back. The Golden Lion, upon hearing this, erupted into raucous laughter, brimming with audacity. In these past 3 years, I have not wasted a moment. I have been relentlessly honing my skills, and I am no longer the same rising star I was 3 years ago. I have not forgotten that I narrowly escaped death in the depths of the oceanic prison. Such experiences have forged the Golden Lion's strength through 3 years of hellish training. Not only the Golden Lion, but also Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, and John have undergone similar trials. The 3 of them narrowly escaped death at the hands of the Knights of God. Moreover, their entire crew perished in that battle. Such indelible memories will not easily fade, especially given their temperaments. They are perpetually consumed by thoughts of vengeance against the world government and the celestial dragons. Such an opportunity must be savored. The thrill of vengeance is simply irresistible. Let us engage. Let the entire world tremble in fear. Charge. In an instant, the formidable quartet of Golden Lion, Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, and John descended eagerly from the floating island above, their sights set squarely on the admirals and the candidates for the admiral position. They're here. The officers of the Rocks pirates, Golden Lion, John, Silver Axe, Wang Zhi, the 4 captains of the Rocks pirates. Surely, they underestimate us. Observing this, the figures present, including Black Hawk, White Horse, Golden Serpent, and Steelbone Kong, displayed expressions of disdain. In their perception, these 4 were merely supernovas. destined to be swiftly annihilated upon encountering the admirals of the Navy. Yet, in the very next moment, lion slash, king strike, silver axe's frenzied cut, boom, 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 boom. The sheer ferocity unleashed by the four was terrifying, fueled by years of pent-up rage and a thirst for retribution. They aimed to eliminate their foes in one decisive blow. The admirals, fully prepared, summoned their hockey to meet the impending onslaught. You need not intervene. We shall handle these for ourselves. In that moment, two candidates for admiral, recruited through the grand military conscription, spoke with unwavering confidence. Since their elevation to the rank of admiral candidates, they had faced considerable skepticism from within the Navy. After all, achieving such a position typically required a steadfast accumulation of military merits and formidable strength. Yet, these two had been exceptionally promoted to candidate status, inevitably stirring discontent within the ranks. In the past 3 years, the two individuals have not been afforded many opportunities to showcase their talents. Now that such an opportunity has finally presented itself, how could they possibly let it slip away? Whoosh! The two transformed into arrows released from their bowstrings. Soaring into the sky, charging towards the descending figures of the Golden Lion, Wang Zhi, John, and Silver Axe. Crack, 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 crack. The four, Golden Lion, Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, and John, managed to hold their ground against the two formidable generals, momentarily suppressing them. In the air, the six engaged in a fierce contest of strength and dominance. After several minutes of intense confrontation, a thunderous sound erupted. An astonishing scene unfolded. The two general-level powerhouses plummeted from the heavens, crashing onto the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. What on earth? What is happening? The generals were sent flying? Aren't those the officers of the Rocks pirates? How could they possibly subdue the Navy admirals? What is going on? Has the Rocks pirates truly reached such heights? This scene was transmitted to the entire world through live broadcasts. In an instant, a wave of astonishment erupted among the global populace. That was a Marine admiral, renowned as the pinnacle of the Navy headquarters, the strongest force of the world government. He represents the zenith of the Navy, even the apex of the seas. How could he be subdued by a subordinate of the Rocks pirates? If even the subordinates possess such formidable strength, to what extent have Rocks, Law, and Newgate ascended? Not only the public, but simultaneously, in Mary Geos and the Navy headquarters, the five elders and the fleet admiral were also wide-eyed in disbelief. The likes of Golden Lion, Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, and John have indeed grown significantly stronger. It is unimaginable that just 3 years ago, they were mere novices who would be effortlessly annihilated by an admiral. In these past 3 years, their rate of growth has surpassed all expectations. How infuriating. What are they up to? This is being broadcasted live to the entire world. To be so effortlessly sent flying will undoubtedly cast a dark shadow in the hearts of the global populace and tarnish the credibility of the government. The five elders are equally incensed. However, in the next moment, it becomes evident that we have underestimated you. It appears we have acted with unwarranted arrogance. The two formidable vice admirals, who were swiftly dispatched by the likes of the Golden Lion and others, have now risen from the ground. Aside from their garments being slightly soiled, they bear no visible injuries. The earlier strike was a result of their complacency, coupled with the fury of the Golden Lion, Wang Zhi, and others, which led to their temporary defeat. Such a scenario shall not recur. Boom, boom, boom. In the following instant, the two vice admirals unleashed their full might, engaging in an epic confrontation with the Golden Lion, Wang Zhi, John, and Silver Axe. Their overwhelming presence and sword energy manifest as fearsome shockwaves that continuously expand outward. It seems they have indeed made significant progress. On the island high above, Lorne gazes upon this development with satisfaction. After 3 years, the Golden Lion and his companions have evolved from mere supernovas to a duo capable of taking on a vice admiral together. Such a pace of growth is already commendable. In a few years, they should be capable of standing on their own, evolving into true formidable generals. However, the stage is not yet theirs. Now, it is our turn to take action, exclaimed Rocks with palpable eagerness. Without waiting for Lorne's response, he leaped forward, charging fiercely towards the seasoned Marine Admiral, White Horse. It is indeed time for us to make our entrance. Rocks wore a look of exhilaration. The long-awaited battlefield had finally arrived. The years of dormancy have rendered his body somewhat rusty. Now, thanks to the fortune bestowed by his younger brother, the side effects of the hidden fruit have vanished. Whether it be the fear of the sea or the agonizing double pain, both have dissipated. This instilled a profound confidence in Rocks. This epic battle would undoubtedly showcase the terrifying might of the Rocks pirates to the entire world. Above all, it would instill a sense of dread in the celestial dragons residing in Mariewa. Crackle, crackle. Rock shook his head, his wrist spinning incessantly, producing a series of crisp sounds akin to popping copper peas. In an instant, before Lorne and Ugate could react, Rocks leaped forth, plummeting from the island like a human cannonball. "Someone is approaching," remarked Admiral Whitehorse of the Navy headquarters at a leisurely pace. His observation hockey had already foreseen that a formidable adversary was charging towards him. However, to my abilities, no stealthy ambush could prove effective. Whitehorse leisurely fired a beam of light. Anyone struck by it would become notably sluggish. Thus, he was entirely confident in countering any surprise attack. "Humph, dark water." Rocks sneered, his right hand transforming into a shroud of darkness, devouring Whitehorse's beam of light in one swift motion. What? Just as Whitehorse began to comprehend the situation, Rocks had already closed the distance between them. Conqueror's punch. He concentrated his Conqueror's hockey into his fist, which was enveloped in a blood-red aura of power. The force behind it felt as though it could shatter a mountain, causing even a formidable admiral like Whitehorse to feel a twinge of trepidation. X-ray. Whitehorse immediately unleashed a beam of light, attempting to slow Rock's advance and buy himself some time. Yet, he soon realized that he could not activate his powers. "I've got you now, Whitehorse." Unbeknownst to him, Rocks had firmly grasped Whitehorse, simultaneously activating the powers of the dark fruit. In an instant, Whitehorse felt as if he were being suppressed by sea prism stone, rendering his abilities utterly useless. Curse it. The usually calm and composed Whitehorse now bore an expression of disarray. If Rocks landed a blow at this distance, the consequences would be unimaginable. Armament hockey. At this juncture, Whitehorse had no choice but to envelop himself in armament hockey. As an admiral, he represented the pinnacle of the Navy's combat prowess. Besides mastering fruit abilities, hockey was an essential discipline. After all, in a clash between top-tier combatants, both sides' hockey would be immensely powerful, rendering fruit abilities secondary. Thus, an admiral's hockey was of the highest caliber. However, with a resounding boom, Rock's fist struck Whitehorse's head. Not one to be underestimated, Whitehorse slightly tilted his head, narrowly avoiding the full force of Rock's punch. Yet, his right shoulder was brutally impacted. Boom, boom. The ground fractured instantly, splitting open to reveal a deep chasm. Admiral Whitehorse was unceremoniously hurled into the depths of the earth by Rocks, leaving his fate uncertain. Is this the true extent of the might possessed by the maritime overlord, Rocks? It is utterly terrifying. This is an admiral of the Navy headquarters, reduced to such a predicament by Rocks. Such formidable power is indeed daunting. This scene was successfully conveyed to the entire world through the live broadcast of the phone worm. In an instant, the global populace widened their eyes in disbelief, fixated on the screen featuring Rocks. The admirals of the Navy represent the pinnacle of its might, instilling fear in countless villains. It is crucial to understand that the celestial dragons maintain their exalted status primarily due to the dread evoked by the Navy's admirals. Yet, even such a formidable presence as an admiral proves to be utterly ineffectual in the face of Rocks. Infuriating. That scoundrel, Rocks, seemingly has grown even stronger. Those like the Golden Snake and Black Hawk, who have previously encountered Rocks, were expressions of sheer astonishment. Clearly, compared to a few years prior, Rocks has become significantly more powerful. Ha ha ha. It seems my strength has increased. After so many years without a fight, I thought I might have grown rusty. Who shall be my next opponent? Rocks cast his gaze towards the nearby Navy admirals, Golden Snake, Black Hawk, and Steelbone Kong, his face radiating pride. How dare they underestimate the Navy? Let us all attack together and eliminate Rocks. Black Hawk and Golden Snake were instantly consumed by rage. The piercing gaze of Rocks deeply wounded their pride. Consequently, both Golden Snake and Black Hawk prepared to strike against Rocks simultaneously. Furthermore, the reserve Admiral Steelbone Kong was also poised to engage Rocks. After all, as the captain of the Rocks pirates, defeating him holds significant implications. Meanwhile, the other two reserve admirals were embroiled in a fierce struggle with the likes of the Golden Lion, Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, and John, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. Do they intend to gang up on us? How shameless of the Navy. Do they believe the Rocks pirates lack support? At that moment, two figures descended from the heavens, landing on either side of Rocks. It was none other than the second-in-command of the Rocks pirates, Lorne Jibbeck, and the third-in-command, Edward Newgate. Upon seeing Lorne and Newgate, Steelbone Kong, Black Hawk, and Golden Snake wore exceptionally grim expressions. After all, 3 years had passed. and both Lorne and Newgate exuded a significantly more formidable aura. They were indeed stronger than they had been in the past. If it were to come to a 3v3 confrontation, they might not even emerge victorious. Alas, if only the White Horse had not been ambushed. Otherwise, in a 4v3 scenario, the Navy would have been utterly assured of victory. What is this? Is the Navy showing cowardice? Haha. Observing the grim expressions of Golden Snake and Black Hawk, Lorne couldn't help but chuckle. How dare they look down upon the Navy? Golden Snake's fury surged. After all, this was a live broadcast to the entire world. The Navy could not afford to appear cowardly. Black Hawk and Steelbone Kong understood this as well. The Navy simply could not allow themselves to be mocked by pirates on such a grand stage. They had to act, even if they were outmatched. Just then, a cacophony erupted. Meanwhile, Admiral Bai Ma emerged once again from the depths. He bore numerous bloodstains upon his form, and his naval cloak was somewhat tattered. "Are you all right, Bai Ma?" Upon seeing his appearance, Hei Ying, Jin Shi, and Gangu Kong were filled with joy and promptly inquired. "I am fine, just a few ribs are fractured. But at least I avoided any critical injuries." Bai Ma's tone grew serious, shedding his usual nonchalance. "Let us commence the operation to eradicate the Rocks pirates." With Bai Ma relatively unscathed, the Navy's confidence surged. For Admiral-level warriors stood against 3 formidable pirates, granting the Navy absolute assurance of victory. After all, no pirate had ever managed to contend with 2 admirals simultaneously. Let us begin the operation against the Rocks pirates. Seeing that Admiral Bai Ma was in good condition, the confidence of Hei Ying, Jin Shi, and the Admiral candidate Gangu Kong was fully restored. Ultimately, the current battle was a 4 against 3. The Navy held a definitive advantage in combat power, boasting an additional Admiral-level warrior. This is an overwhelming advantage, a 4v3 situation, which essentially translates to a 1v1, 1v1, and 2v1. The crux lies in that 2v1. 2 formidable generals confronting a single opponent can be deemed a surefire victory. After all, no individual has ever managed to contend with 2 generals simultaneously. One can confidently assert that this battle shall soon reach its conclusion. The Navy shall emerge victorious. Everyone, unite and strike swiftly. Black Hawk lowered his voice, and in the next instant, the 4 formidable generals sprang into action. The world's greatest swordsman. The current admiral of the Navy headquarters, Black Hawk, was the first to seek out Ron. "Our previous clash remains unfinished. This time, I shall not allow you to escape." In a flash, Black Hawk appeared beside Ron, raising his supreme blade to deliver a devastating strike. He vividly recalled their last encounter in the deep-sea prison, where Ron, along with Rocks and Whitebeard, had liberated all the prisoners from Level 6. That incident had caused considerable distress for Black Hawk, White Horse, and Golden Serpent. Today, it was time to settle all old scores and new grievances. "How bold of you to say that," Ron retorted with a cold snort. Activating the powers of the Thunder Fruit, the current version of himself was a far cry from their last battle. His strength, speed, and stamina had undergone a complete metamorphosis, reaching a true sovereign level. Coupled with his swordsmanship, which had also attained royal prowess, and his mastery of the 3 colors of hockey, all now at an imperial caliber. Presently, Ron possessed the capability to contend with sovereign-level adversaries solely through his physical prowess. With the enhancement from the Thunder Fruit, this day was unlike any other. Lightning instantaneously coiled around the blade of his supreme weapon, transforming it into an elemental sword. The crackling of thunder and the explosive rumble of lightning rendered his presence far more formidable than Black Hawk's renowned blade, Demon Slayer. The metallic clash resonated as their famed blades collided, igniting sparks of flame in the air. In that moment, the divine grip soared above, while Demon Slayer lay beneath. Ron astonishingly managed to overpower the world's foremost swordsman, Admiral Black Hawk. This fellow's strength and swordsmanship had markedly strengthened since their last encounter. Through their initial skirmish, Black Hawk quickly discerned that Ron had undergone a qualitative transformation in power compared to their previous clash. It seemed that in the 3 years since, Ron had made significant strides in his abilities. How vexing it was that the potential of the Rocks pirates had proven so formidable. Failing to eliminate them in their infancy was indeed a grave miscalculation. The Rocks pirates had now evolved into a colossal entity, a super pirate crew. If this opportunity were to slip away, the repercussions would be even more dire. With a resounding clash, Black Hawk and Ron engaged in a fierce battle. The clash between the legendary swordsman and the demon-slaying frenzy is nothing short of spectacular. Each strike unleashes a formidable wave of sword energy, toppling nearby structures and upheaving the ground beneath. The surging sword energy even extends beyond the island, slicing through the sea to create a pristine mirror-like surface. Is this the essence of battle among formidable commanders? The second-in-command of the Rocks pirate crew, Quebec Lorne, stands undaunted before the world as foremost swordsman. Remarkably, he is merely the second-in-command. For the global audience witnessing the live broadcast, this marks their first opportunity to behold the might of the Rocks pirate crew firsthand. Previously, their battles had never been aired live. The public only gleaned fragmented updates through news reports that lagged far behind, offering nothing but dry outcomes. Such distant accounts pale in comparison to the visceral experience of witnessing the clash unfold before one's eyes. After observing Lorne's formidable prowess, the world now comprehends the terrifying strength of the Rocks pirate crew. Even the second-in-command possesses the capability to engage with admirals of the Navy. Surely, only the Rocks pirate crew holds such extraordinary power across the vast seas. After all, a warrior capable of contending with admirals will not be easily subdued. Meanwhile, on the other side, there stands Steelbone Kong, who has already attained admiral-level strength yet holds the rank of merely an admiral candidate. He boldly approaches the third-in-command of the Rocks pirate crew, Edward Newgate. "Newgate, your opponent is me," Steelbone Kong proclaims, his muscles bulging like those of a demonic bodybuilder as he confronts Newgate. "Gururara, just an admiral candidate. I'll entertain you for a while." Whitebeard roars with laughter, feeling the formidable aura radiating from his opponent, igniting his own fighting spirit. This adversary is quite formidable, although his rank is merely that of a candidate for admiral. His prowess rivals that of the 3 seasoned admirals. The reason he is yet to ascend to the rank of admiral may simply be due to his lack of experience. After all, the current Steelbone Kong is just over 30 years old, while the admirals of the Navy are typically in their 40s or even 50s. With a flourish, shaking sky, Whitebeard swung his massive blade, the tip emanating a translucent energy shield, and struck fiercely towards Steelbone Kong. The amalgamation of swordsmanship and fruit abilities rendered Whitebeard's strike potent enough to devastate a mountain. Iron block. As he sensed Edward Newgate's overwhelming onslaught, Steelbone Kong could not falter. He promptly activated the iron block technique from the Navy's 6 styles, bracing himself to withstand Edward Newgate's colossal blade. Boom! The blade descended, cleaving directly onto Steelbone Kong's right shoulder. The forceful impact resonated with a deafening sonic boom that echoed in all directions. It was as if the very fabric of space had shattered, revealing visible, delicate blue fissures in the air. Concurrently, the sound of shattering glass reverberated through the atmosphere. In the next instant, the ground beneath Steelbone Kong fractured entirely, his legs sinking heavily into the earth, and his countenance turned a deep shade of crimson, reminiscent of liver. It was evident that the strike inflicted considerable damage upon him. With a resounding crash, the ground surrounding Steelbone Kong erupted, reducing all structures within a radius of several hundred meters to mere rubble. "How audacious to withstand my blade. You truly possess courage, candidate for Admiral of the Navy Headquarters." Steelbone Kong. Whitebeard chuckled lightly. "Humph, merely the third-in-command of the Rocks pirates." Steelbone Kong spat a mouthful of blood, feigning nonchalance, yet internally, he was taken aback. Is this the power of humanity? If not, then by honing one's physical prowess through relentless training, pushing the body to its utmost limits. That strike just now could have left me either dead or severely incapacitated. This is merely the third-in-command of the Rocks pirates. The third-in-command of the Rocks pirates. Steelbone Kong, after sustaining a blow, is not one to refrain from retaliating. With his left hand gripping Whitebeard's sword, his other hand channels a formidable power. 6 styles. Ultimate, Wheel King. Steelbone Kong roars, launching a ferocious strike towards Newgate. Shockwave. Newgate's left hand manifests a visibly translucent barrier, enveloped in his potent haki. As he engages in combat with Steelbone Kong, Newgate is not solely reliant on his sword. His prowess in hand-to-hand combat is equally formidable, further augmented by the powers of the Tremor fruit. The clash of their fists resonates with thunderous force, unleashing a wave of tremendous impact. The terrifying shockwave radiates outward like a surging tide, ensnaring those unable to evade it in its deadly embrace. In that moment, the battle between Steelbone Kong and Newgate appears evenly matched. Each exchanges blows, a fierce contest of might, as immense energy continues to pour forth. Within a radius of several thousand meters centered around their conflict, no one dares to approach. To be caught in their skirmish is to face certain death or grievous injury. The third-in-command of the Rocks pirates engages fiercely with the Vice Admiral candidate Steelbone Kong. Such is the prowess of the third-in-command, capable of contending with a Vice Admiral candidate. The Rocks pirates are truly fearsome. The eyes of the world are riveted on the clash between Newgate and Steelbone Kong. Upon witnessing their evenly matched struggle, the global populace is once again awestruck by the might of the Rocks pirates. If the third-in-command possesses the ability to battle a vice-admiral candidate, does that not imply that the captain, the first mate, and the third-in-command of the Rocks pirates all wield the strength to confront those of admiral rank? Isn't this merely the pirate version of the three admirals? This configuration has far surpassed that of any single pirate crew, even rivaling the naval forces. No wonder it is hailed as the sovereign of the seas. A mere pirate crew can contend with the elite power of the Navy, which is truly terrifying. It is now our turn. This time, we must decisively crush the Rocks pirates. With Lorne and Newgate already engaged by Black Hawk and Steelbone Kong, the remaining two admirals of the Navy headquarters, White Horse and Golden Serpent, are fixated on the captain of the Rocks pirates, Rocks.Tragically. This young man, not exceeding the age of 26, established the Rocks pirates several years ago alongside his brother, Lorne. Within a mere few years of development, Rocks himself has seen his bounty soar to an astounding $3.5 billion. Even more daunting is the fact that, in addition to him, there are two other men within the Rocks pirates whose bounties exceed $1 billion and $2 billion, respectively. Such a configuration is sufficient for the naval headquarters to regard the Rocks pirates as the most formidable threat upon the seas. Even in the hearts of people around the world, the infamous reputation of the Rocks pirates has become a terrifying presence that even the naval headquarters cannot suppress. Today, the true sovereign of the oceans is likely the Rocks pirates. This is a phrase well known by people of all ages across the globe. Therefore, in the face of this worldwide broadcasted battle, it is imperative to eradicate the Rocks pirates. In particular, it is essential to eliminate their captain, Rocks. This battle is of paramount importance for the Navy, representing a chance to redeem the humiliation suffered previously. The last encounter with the Rocks pirates resulted in a significant blow to the Navy headquarters, causing the title of Maritime Overlord to shift from the Navy to the Rocks pirates. Consequently, in this confrontation, the Navy has mobilized nearly all its admiral-level forces to conduct a comprehensive eradication of the Rocks pirates. As the situation unfolded, a sinister smile crept across Rocks' face, his aura radiating with an unsettling intensity akin to the descent of a celestial being. The escalating pressure he exerted even affected the weather, causing flickers of lightning to dance across the sky above him. This formidable presence momentarily disoriented the Navy admirals, White Horse and Golden Serpent, who had battled countless villains. After years of lurking in the shadows, Rocks had undoubtedly become even more formidable. Attack. Upon exchanging a knowing glance, White Horse and Golden Serpent, both admirals of the Navy, nodded in unison, their forms suddenly springing into action. Slow ray. Golden explosion. In the next instant, both White Horse and Golden Serpent unleashed their powers simultaneously. White Horse, an admiral of the Navy, had consumed the slow fruit, while Golden Serpent, once a candidate for admiral, had ascended to the rank of a true admiral. Having ingested the paramecia-type golden fruit, hence earning the title of Admiral Golden Serpent, they charged towards Rocks, one on the left and the other on the right, activating their abilities. In the face of the dual assault from the admirals, Rocks stood his ground, exuding a terrifying calmness. Then, in a swift motion, he extended his arms forward. Dark water. In that moment, his palms transformed into an endless abyss of darkness. The darkness appeared akin to an unfathomable abyss, instilling a sense that all things would be consumed and annihilated. Do not fear. Rocks possesses the power of the dark fruit, although it can nullify the abilities of others. He remains susceptible to pain and injury. The White Horse bellowed, alerting the Golden Serpent. Prior to this battle, the Navy had meticulously gathered intelligence on the Rocks pirates. Captain Rocks, a wielder of the dark fruit, possesses the formidable ability to nullify all other powers. However, his weakness is glaring. Unlike typical Logia users, the dark fruit does not allow its user to become intangible. Consequently, the user remains vulnerable to physical harm and cannot absorb damage. When struck, the user experiences excruciating pain, doubled in intensity. The first mate, Lorne, harnesses the power of the rumble fruit, which is ineffective against insulators. Additionally, the third-in-command, Edward Newgate, commands the tremor fruit, exhibiting no apparent weaknesses, though his strength is slightly inferior to Lorne's. In preparation to confront these three formidable foes, the Navy had made ample arrangements. Bang, bang. The two combatants disregarded Rock's abilities and launched a fierce assault against one another. In the next moment, thud, thud. Two muffled sounds echoed as Rocks effortlessly intercepted their attacks. Increase your strength. With a fierce shout, White Horse amplified his power, Observing this, Golden Snake likewise infused his arms with gold, augmenting his strength. Boom, boom. The two admiral-level warriors unleashed their full potential, igniting a terrifying energy in their confrontation with Rocks. Humph. A smirk appeared at the corner of Rock's mouth. Indeed, the side effects of the dark fruit had completely dissipated. Now, as he absorbed the powers of his adversaries, he felt no pain or harm whatsoever. Rocks unleashed an endless tide of darkness, unabashedly absorbing the abilities emanating from Admiral Whitehorse and Admiral Golden Snake. The sheer resilience of this man was astonishing. Having absorbed such immense power, he appeared utterly unfazed. Both Whitehorse and Golden Snake were left in awe by the fortitude displayed by Rocks. This is indeed an all-out assault from two admirals of unparalleled strength. Surely, if he were to absorb such an onslaught, the damage inflicted upon him would be considerable. Yet, at this moment, Locks bears an expression of utter tranquility, as if he has not sustained a single injury. This merely serves to demonstrate that Locks has been enduring. After all, the Navy possesses a thorough understanding of the information regarding the dark fruit. This individual will undoubtedly experience double the agony. Continue to endure. Let us see how long you can withstand it. In light of this, let us escalate the intensity. Super X-Dull Laser. With a fierce roar, a beam akin to a laser cannon erupted from his fist. This beam of light not only dulls the senses but also possesses a certain destructive power. Its potency rivals that of the laser employed by the future Admiral Kizaru. After all, as an Admiral of the Navy, Whitehorse has undoubtedly mastered the development of his devil fruit abilities. To elevate the blunt fruit, a purely auxiliary ability, to such a formidable level. It is no wonder he occupies the esteemed position of a Navy Admiral. Absorbing such a laser, Rocks would undoubtedly experience excruciating pain multiplied. The Golden Explosion. Meanwhile, the Navy Admiral Golden Snake has also intensified his strength. His entire right arm is enveloped in gold, forming an immensely visually striking giant fist. This fist is several dozen times larger than that of an ordinary person, resembling a towering mountain. It comes crashing down towards Rocks with tremendous force. What is most terrifying is that this gold can generate explosive effects, wielding immense power, and absorbing it would still result in doubled agony. Underflow. Without fear, Rocks transforms his body into a swirling black mist, directly engulfing the attacks of both adversaries. The exquisite sensation of absorbing all assaults while remaining unscathed filled Rocks with immense delight, particularly the sight of the Whitehorse and the Golden Serpent. Their faces flushed from exertion brought him a profound sense of satisfaction. "Ha, carry on," he declared, gazing at their crimson faces, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. "Waste your energy to your heart's content, you foolish generals. This is indeed my own younger brother, endowed with my abilities." Boom, boom, boom. After a standoff that lasted for several minutes, by Ma and Jean she finally sensed something amiss. How could Locks maintain such an air of calm, appearing utterly unscathed? He had absorbed so much damage, it was inconceivable that he bore no injuries at all. It is essential to remember that this was a combined assault from two formidable generals. How is it that this individual remains unfazed? At this very moment, the entire populace of the world is equally astonished. Is it truly the case that even two formidable admirals are unable to subdue Rocks? What on earth is transpiring? Is there genuinely someone in this world capable of withstanding the might of two admirals? As the sight of Rocks confronting the two admiral-level powerhouses, Jean Shi and Bai Ma, without yielding unfolds, the global audience gasps in disbelief. Is today the day that the unbreakable rule of no one being able to withstand two admirals is shattered? It is not just the world as populace that is taken aback. At this moment, seated in the revered land of the gods, Mary Geos, the five elders cannot help but display expressions of astonishment. How can Rocks endure for so long against the combined might of two admiral-level warriors? What astonishes the five elders even more is that Rocks remains completely unscathed. Observing his relaxed demeanor, having absorbed so many attacks, he appears to be untouched by even the slightest pain. This stands in stark contrast to the function and effects of the dark fruit as depicted in the Fruit Compendium. A sense of ominous foreboding suddenly welled up within the hearts of the five elders. Just as the populace around the globe was left in astonishment, the battlefield of Rocks, Whitehorse, and Golden Serpent erupted once more in chaos. What on earth is going on with you? Even if your physique has become considerably more formidable than it was 3 years ago, it is utterly impossible for you to remain completely unharmed. Whitehorse, realizing that no matter how fiercely he attacked, Rocks withstood it all unscathed, finally recognized the anomaly. Indeed, this fellow's physique could not possibly be so robust. The Golden Serpent General, too, regained his composure. With the full force assault of both generals, coupled with the agony of double pain, there existed no such powerhouse in this world. It has been said that when you eliminate all possibilities, the seemingly most improbable option must be the sole truth. This can only signify one thing. Rocks has elevated the dark fruit to an entirely new echelon. He appears to have completely eradicated the side effect of double pain associated with the fruit, rendering it a fruit devoid of weaknesses. Curse be Rocks. At this moment, the 5 elders in the Holy Land comprehended the reality. Rocks has indeed pushed the dark fruit to unprecedented heights. Ha ha ha. Do you feel despair now, Navy? Observing the horrified expressions of White Horse and Golden Serpent, Rocks grinned maliciously. Only now do you realize, is it too late? Conqueror's wrath. Seizing the brief moment of distraction from the two, Rocks astutely capitalized on the opportunity. The terrifying Conqueror's haki coiled tightly around Rocks' right fist, and with a single punch, he struck directly at the right arm of the Golden Serpent General. Boom, boom. In an instant, the Golden Serpent General was sent hurtling back several hundred meters, demolishing numerous buildings in the process. Such a blow is unlikely to inflict a fatal wound upon a general. However, with the Golden Serpent now incapacitated, the current scenario unfolds as a temporary one-on-one duel between Rocks and the White Horse. In a 2-on-1 situation, Rocks might only be able to hold his ground. Yet, in a one-on-one confrontation, Rocks is assured victory against any general. White Horse, prepare to meet your demise. Rocks bellowed, as a more profound and resounding Conqueror's haki coalesced upon his left fist. If Rocks' previous strike against the Golden Serpent merely compelled him to retreat momentarily, this impending blow against the White Horse is fueled by lethal intent. This was an incredibly rare opportunity to engage in a one-on-one battle with a Navy admiral. How could Rocks possibly allow such an occasion to slip away so easily? With a thunderous roar, he unleashed his left fist with tremendous force. In that instant, it was as if 100 ferocious tigers were roaring simultaneously, the intense sound reverberating to the point where one could almost feel their eardrums threatening to burst. The terrifying wind generated by his punch transformed in midair into a ravenous, ferocious tiger, charging towards Admiral White Horse with unrelenting ferocity. Danger. At that moment, White Horse's pupils constricted. As a Navy admiral, he was acutely aware of the formidable power behind this strike. Yet, despite his awareness of the imminent peril, he found himself utterly unable to evade it. After all, the angle, speed, and force of his opponent's attack were simply too impeccable. This distance is such that even a general of his caliber cannot evade it. Yet, should he choose to confront it head-on, even if his life is not in peril, he would undoubtedly sustain grievous injuries that would render him incapable of fighting. Rocks, that fellow, is truly terrifying to the utmost degree. Ex-beast. As a seasoned general with extensive battle experience, White Horse possesses an unparalleled wealth of combat knowledge. Years of skirmishes with formidable pirates have endowed him with a profound understanding of how to navigate the most extreme and adverse conditions to achieve optimal solutions. Aware that evasion is futile, White Horse resolutely opts for offense over defense. He envelopes his robust aura around his right fist, simultaneously adorning it with a layer of violet laser-like lines. This rendered the right fist of the White Horse general reminiscent of a boxing glove. The laser-like lines undoubtedly augmented the tremendous power of that punch. Boom. Enveloping his entire being with the formidable haki, the White Horse advanced towards Rocks. Haha, come forth. Rocks, having sensed the White Horse's intent, bellowed in fury. With a thunderous roar, their fists collided, unleashing an inexhaustible surge of energy. A terrifying shockwave emanated from the epicenter of their confrontation, spreading wildly in all directions. Everything in the vicinity was reduced to countless ashes the moment it encountered their formidable force, soaring into the sky. Crack. In the next instant, the unmistakable sound of bones fracturing echoed through the air. The right arm of the White Horse bent at an alarming 90 degrees, forming an L shape. White Horse. At that moment, the Golden Serpent emerged from the rubble, gazing at the scene with disbelief. This fellow Rocks had managed to inflict a grievous injury upon the White Horse general by seizing the fleeting moment. This scene, of course, was broadcasted to the entire world through the live transmission. The right arm of the White Horse general was completely severed. My heavens, what manner of beast is Rocks? In the blink of an eye, he was able to inflict grievous injury upon an admiral of the Navy. This fellow is a veritable monstrosity. Upon witnessing the White Horse's arm bent at a grotesque 90-degree angle, forming an L shape, the populace worldwide gasped in shock, their mouths agape in disbelief. A mere single confrontation resulted in such a severe injury to the admiral. The disparity between the two is starkly evident. How infuriating. This fellow, Rocks, has grown considerably stronger. At the Navy headquarters, the current fleet admiral, unable to accompany the main forces, slammed his fist down onto the desk with such force that it shattered into splinters. The fact that the White Horse was injured was something he had never anticipated prior to this operation. After all, the Navy had deployed 3 admirals along with several vice admirals. It could be said that aside from the fleet admiral, all other elite forces were engaged. The intention was to seize this opportunity to decisively capture the Rocks pirates. Yet the Navy could never have foreseen that, after 3 years, the Rocks pirates would have evolved to such an extent. What a disgrace, truly a disgrace. Should this continue, the Navy will not only fail to restore its dignity before the world, but will also further cement the perception of the Rocks pirates as the sovereign rulers of the seas. At this very moment, the 5 elders in the Holy Land were expressions of grave concern. They had never anticipated that the outcome would unfold in such a manner. The battle has spiraled completely out of control. Rocks, you scoundrel. The White Horse, too, exhibits remarkable resilience. Despite having his hand brutally broken, he remains silent, fixated on Rocks with an expression of unwavering determination. The sheer might of Rocks is overwhelmingly formidable. A naval admiral is utterly incapable of contending with him. Even when 2 individuals seize a fleeting opportunity against him, they inevitably pay a grievous price. Perish, White Horse. After shattering the White Horse's right arm, Rocks becomes increasingly emboldened, gathering his conqueror's haki in his other hand, and strikes fiercely at the White Horse's head. The dense conqueror's haki envelopes Rocks' right fist, resembling the scythe of death itself. If this punch were to strike the opponent's head, it would undoubtedly claim the life of the White Horse. No way. Boom. In the next moment, General Golden Snake swiftly appeared before Rocks and the White Horse, raising his hands to firmly thwart Rocks' assault. This time, the 2 dared not be careless any longer. Earlier, they had contemplated leveraging the weaknesses of the dark fruit to vanquish Rocks. Yet, it has become evident that Rocks has developed the dark fruit to unprecedented heights. In light of this, their only recourse is to employ haki. As a Marine Admiral, although his devil fruit abilities are formidable, his mastery of haki is undoubtedly of the highest caliber. Otherwise, he would not have ascended to the rank of Admiral. Only those who are exceptional in haki, devil fruits, and martial prowess can achieve such a status. Boom, boom, boom. The clash between White Horse, Golden Snake, and Rocks rages on. Haki and devil fruit abilities erupt in a dazzling display, mesmerizing onlookers. However, the loss of an arm has undeniably diminished White Horse's strength. This time, Rocks faced the 2 generals without being subdued. Instead, he gained a slight upper hand. What is the matter? Have the lackeys of the celestial dragons begun to feel despair? Rocks laughed heartily at the furrowed brows of the White Horse and the Golden Serpent. The exhilarating sensation of facing 2 adversaries at once filled Rocks with immense satisfaction, particularly when those adversaries were the lackeys of the celestial dragons. Infuriating. Naval forces, I shall lend you my strength. At that moment, a voice resonated sharply, and upon closer inspection, it was a masked member of CP0. The destruction wrought by Rocks was monumental, having directly engulfed a celestial dragon in a whirlwind, resulting in immediate demise. Consequently, this CP0 member was consumed with rage, vowing to exact vengeance upon Rocks. Boom. The most loyal hound, CP0, propelled itself swiftly to the battlefield where Rocks clashed with the White Horse and the Golden Serpent. 6 styles. Well, King. CP0 unleashed its most formidable technique, a terrifying force hurtling towards Rocks. Fool, do not approach. Upon witnessing the direct assault from CP0, both the White Horse and the Golden Serpent shouted vehemently. The battlefield here is not one where mere members of CP0 can engage. Only the leaders of CP0, those of the caliber of admirals or candidates for that rank, are deemed worthy to partake. As anticipated, in the next moment, a member of CP0 was engulfed by the energy fluctuations generated by the fierce clash between the 3 combatants. With his mask shattered and blood spewing forth, he collapsed to the ground like a lifeless dog, having perished on the spot. The fact that a CP0 operative could succumb merely from being caught in the turbulence is utterly terrifying. Witnessing this scene, the populace of the world gasped in astonishment once more. Is this the battle of a formidable general? The leader has fallen so easily. Witnessing the squad leader of CP0 become embroiled in the clash between Rocks, White Horse, and Golden Snake, only to meet an untimely demise, the remaining members of CP0 are left in stunned silence. The strength of this CP0 leader is undoubtedly superior to that of an elite vice admiral, reaching the caliber of the 7 warlords. To be ensnared and ultimately perish by the aftermath of a battle is a testament to the sheer ferocity of the clash between these three formidable beings, capable of instantaneously vanquishing an elite vice admiral. With the cautionary tale of this CP0 leader in mind, no one dared to recklessly intervene in the conflict between Rocks, the White Horse, and the Golden Serpent. After all, they lacked the credentials. Only those of admiral-level prowess were deemed worthy to engage in this battle. The ferocious confrontation among Rocks, the White Horse, and the Golden Serpent was extraordinarily intense, yet the White Horse had already rendered one of his arms nearly useless, while Rocks maintained a slight advantage. One individual was subduing two admiral-level warriors. The terrifying shockwaves emanated from the trio, expanding outward with relentless force. Quickly, safeguard the celestial dragons. The members of CP0 did their utmost to shield the celestial dragons from the impact of the ensuing turbulence, with Rocks single-handedly restraining two admiral-level adversaries. The stakes had never been higher. In this manner, the supremacy of the Navy's advanced combat capabilities has utterly vanished. It is not only on the side of the Rocks that certain advantages have been gained. Even other battlefields have witnessed considerable benefits. The detestable pirates persist in their relentless destruction. With the demon-slaying Black Hawk in hand, Lorne gazed ahead, his eyes ablaze with fervent fire. The individual in question harbors no intention of confronting his adversaries directly. Instead, he relentlessly wreaks havoc upon the city, resulting in significant casualties among the populace below. If you possess such prowess, why not attempt to safeguard them? Lorne remarked with a faint smile. The divine blade traced a flawless arc through the air, unleashing a torrent of sword energy intermingled with terrifying bolts of lightning. Boom, boom, boom. Whether it be Lorne clashing against the Black Hawk or Whitebeard Newgate facing Steelbone Kong, alongside the formidable Gold Lion, Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, and John battling the Vice Admiral candidates, they all gained considerable advantage. After all, the Rocks pirates did not arrive with intentions of adhering to honorable combat. Their ultimate objective remained the annihilation of the celestial dragons. Thus, the collateral destruction incurred during their confrontation with the admirals became an expected outcome. In this world of entertainment, aside from the celestial dragons, the remaining inhabitants are merely a collection of debauched aristocrats. The Rocks pirates, showing no mercy towards these scoundrels, executed a ruthless, indiscriminate assault. Destruction, after all, is invariably easier than protection. The Navy, tasked not only with thwarting the nefarious Rocks pirates but also with mitigating the chaos wrought by them, found itself at a distinct disadvantage. The grand entertainment capital of the world bore witness to horrendous casualties, with numerous nobles perishing beneath the onslaught of these formidable warriors, including several celestial dragons. The detestable Rocks pirates. Who could have anticipated the Navy's decline to such depths? Several celestial dragons have already fallen. Meanwhile, at Mariewa, the five elders, closely monitoring the battle, were expressions of grave concern. Each celestial dragon is implanted with a chip. Upon their demise, Mariewa receives immediate notification. Since the commencement of the battle, reports of several celestial dragon fatalities have reached them. The death of a celestial dragon is an unforgivable transgression, particularly under the scrutiny of a global broadcast. The expectation that the Navy would eradicate the Rocks pirates now seems utterly futile. The Navy is, at present, no match for the Rocks pirates. Do you still not comprehend this, Five Elders? That inept Navy cannot hope to impede the vile actions of the Rocks pirates. It is up to us to intervene. At that moment, a robust voice resonated throughout the conference hall in Mariewa. What brings you here? The five elders required no glance to ascertain the identity of the speaker. After all, the only individuals who would dare address the supreme authority of the world in such a manner within the Holy Land are those of the Knights of God. It was Topman Leetsk, the current leader of the Knights of God from the Topman family. The individual, seemingly in his 40s, possesses a strikingly handsome visage and an imposing stature, towering around 2-3 meters. His aura distinctly sets him apart from the ordinary, unsightly celestial dragons. Particularly noteworthy is the commanding presence he exudes, rivaling that of an admiral-level powerhouse. Following Leitsk, several members of the Knights of God accompany him. Among them is the young Figurand Gallon, who, despite being just in his early 20s, has been selected by the Knights of God due to his formidable talent. Are you still unclear? The five elders. The situation on the battlefield is nearly comprehensible. Topman Leitsk observes the live feed, his tone grave. Just moments ago, another celestial dragon was caught in the aftermath of this fierce conflict and perished on the spot. In every skirmish, the Navy finds itself relentlessly suppressed by the members of the Rocks pirates. If this situation persists, the Navy will not only face utter defeat, but even the celestial dragons present there will perish entirely. It is imperative to recognize that the entertainment metropolis currently harbors a dozen celestial dragons. Despite the deployment of 3 admirals and an additional 3 vice admirals, the Navy remains incapable of posing any threat to the Rocks pirates. In fact, they find themselves at a significant disadvantage. The Navy has proven ineffective. At this juncture, reinforcement is essential, or else the celestial dragons will meet their demise. Latus clenched his teeth, expressing his profound discontent at the thought of his compatriots facing such a fate. It is indeed a disgrace for a world noble to meet their end at the hands of pirates. Such a fate should only befall them through the direct actions of the divine knights. However, I am aware that the Holy Land is still quite a distance away. Even with the swiftest vessel, it would require at least half a day's journey. One of the 5 elders furrowed his brow and remarked, "Is there not a user of the teleportation fruit among CP0? Topman V. Leakes replied indifferently, that individual has just escorted a marine admiral. His strength is likely waning. Another elder, devoid of emotion, stated, "It matters not. They are but a swarm of ants. To die for the celestial dragons is an honor for them." Topman V. Leakes responded nonchalantly. Even if he is fatigued, a power user can still employ their abilities. The cost, of course, is the toll on their life. Yet for the Divine Knights and the 5 elders, the lives of CP0 operatives are no different from those of ordinary people. They are mere insects. Mere pawns to be sacrificed for the celestial dragons. Swiftly, the 5 elders instructed someone to contact the CP0 agent who had consumed the teleportation fruit. The messenger conveyed the situation to him. "I understand. For the celestial dragons, for the gods of this world, what is the sacrifice of my life?" As expected. Upon hearing this, the CP0 operative felt not a trace of being exploited, but rather a sense of honor. After all, most members of CP0 are orphans, sold to the world government and subjected to brutal training from a young age. Only those with exceptional talent and strength can join CP. Alongside their training, indoctrination by the world government is indispensable. Thus, CP0 is utterly loyal to the celestial dragons and the world government, even more so than the Marines. They are true loyal hounds. Consequently, the opportunity to sacrifice their life for the celestial dragons brings them joy. Before long, that CP0 operative, having overexerted himself, activated the teleportation fruit's power and hastened to the Holy Land of Mariehua at the utmost speed. A cough escaped his lips, and a torrent of blood poured forth due to the excessive strain. Simultaneously, the visage beneath his mask began to show signs of aging, with wrinkles forming and hair turning partially white. This is the price of overextending one's life to unleash the fruit of power. Can one still endure? Witnessing this scene, Topman Leitsk, the vice captain of the Knights of God, revealed a warm and gentle smile, feigning concern as he inquired, "For the sake of the deity of this world, I shall persevere even unto death." CP0 gritted their teeth, expressing their unwavering loyalty. Numerous celestial dragons have already perished on the battlefield amidst the conflict between the Rocks pirates and the Navy. This pierced his heart like a dagger. "What is your name?" inquired Topman Leitsk. "Me? I humbly report, my name is Dirk." The CP0 agent responded with unexpected delight at the inquiry. "Dirk, you say? After this battle, I shall remember your name. Now, I entrust this task to you," Topman Leitsk said, patting him on the shoulder before gesturing with his hand. From behind him, several members of the Divine Knights, exuding the characteristic arrogance of the celestial dragons, approached in unison. After all, the celestial dragons were revered as gods by the world. Yet they remained the elite among their ranks, the most distinguished of their kind. At this moment, alongside the vice commander of the Divine Knights, Topman Leitsk, a total of 5 members of the Divine Knights were deployed. The Divine Knights roster comprised 9 individuals in total. One had been slain by the Rocks pirates 3 years prior, yet the celestial dragons continued to replenish their ranks. However, the 9 were not always assembled together, as the remaining 4 were not present at the Holy Land. Nevertheless, 5 were more than sufficient. For those who joined the Divine Knights were meticulously selected geniuses from the 19 families of the Holy Land, with not a single one being worthless. Indeed, several among them were formidable as admirals. Among these 5 individuals, at least the vice captain of the Knights of God, Topman Leitsk, is undoubtedly a formidable general-level powerhouse. The remaining 4 are also nearing that level of strength. Notably, the young Figurant Garen, barely in his early 20s, possesses extraordinary talent. He is regarded by many as the potential next vice captain of the Knights of God, perhaps even a successor to the captain. Is there really so many? The CP0 member was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the gathering. "What is the matter? Is there an issue?" Topman Lettusk inquired with a persistent smile. "Not at all. My life is inconsequential. What concerns me is that even if I sacrifice my life, I may still fail to reach the battlefield," the CP0 member confessed. Burdened with self-reproach, he recognized his dwindling stamina. Even at the cost of his life, he feared he could not transport so many individuals to the world's largest entertainment metropolis. Dirk had a clear understanding of his own capabilities. The Holy Land was still quite distant from the grand entertainment city, particularly as it lay in the New World. Given such a vast distance, coupled with the burden of numerous passengers, he would surely exhaust himself along the way, while his own life was of little concern. Delaying the important affairs of the celestial dragons would be unacceptable. "Oh, is that so? Are you certain?" Lettusk maintained his smile. "Regrettably, even if I burn my life away, it seems impossible." The CP0 member was filled with remorse. Then, upon hearing this, Topman Lettusk's demeanor darkened. The warm smile vanished, replaced by a frigid expression and a gaze brimming with menace. Swish! A sword pierced through the throat. The CP0 member was slain by Topman Lettusk in an instant. Blood gushed forth as if it were of no consequence. The celestial dragons have no need for worthless trash. Lettusk's tone shifted dramatically, now laced with icy disdain. How could this happen? Dirk fell to the ground, his eyes wide as saucers. He could hardly fathom that the amiable Topman Lettusk had changed his demeanor with such alarming swiftness. In Dirk's final moments, he witnessed Lettusk retrieving a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his blade, muttering under his breath, "Killing a commoner truly sullies my sword. This sword has always been wielded against the celestial dragons, but now it bears the blood of the commoners," leaving Lettusk feeling somewhat tainted. Observing this, a member of the Knights of God furrowed his brow slightly. The death of a dog was inconsequential, yet how could they swiftly provide support after a murder? Would they truly need to embark on a warship? By then, the battle would likely have concluded. "Deputy Commander, what shall we do next?" inquired an elite member of the Knights, Marcus Nate. "It's no matter. We shall find another," Lettusk replied nonchalantly. "The world government has long been investigating the nature of devil fruits and has made some progress, although we cannot replicate them, nor do we comprehend the true principles behind their existence. We have at least grasped the laws of their rebirth. Once a devil fruit user perishes, their powers escape from the corpse, seeking refuge in nearby fruits. Consequently, Lettusk constructed a group of men in black suits to procure a fine apple from the West Sea. Upon completing this task, he ordered them to vacate the room entirely. Lettusk placed the apple beside the lifeless body of the CP0 he had slain, and the group waited in silence. Sure enough, merely a few minutes later, the members of the Knights observed that the previously unremarkable apple was now adorned with spiraling patterns, emanating an enigmatic and ethereal aura. It was evident that this apple had transformed into a genuine devil fruit. "Has it succeeded?" asked Figurand Gallon, his pride evident on his face. As a strong candidate for the next deputy commander, or even the commander himself, Figurand was a paragon among the celestial dragons. Throughout his life, he had consistently outshone his peers, excelling in ability, knowledge, talent, and even appearance, making him the most distinguished among the younger generation of celestial dragons. Wherever he went, he incited admiration and adulation from countless female celestial dragons, leaving the second best merely in his shadow. This cultivated an exceedingly proud disposition within Figurand. "It is done. Just contact a CP0 who hasn't consumed the fruit and summon him here." Topman Lettusk smiled, his eyes narrowing into slits. As the vice-captain of the Knights of God, he held a revered status among the celestial dragons. With his handsome features and exceptional strength, he perpetually exuded a warm and gentle demeanor, reminiscent of a spring breeze, making him an idol for many celestial dragons. Indeed, nodded a member of the Knights of God named Tyrona Nart, standing beside Topman, before activating a Den Mushy. Shortly thereafter, a masked member of CP0 arrived before the Knights of God, displaying an expression of utmost reverence. After all, if the celestial dragons were deities, then the Knights of God were undoubtedly the most distinguished among them. Serving the Knights of God was the highest honor for CP0. "You should be aware of the circumstances. Consume it and lead us forth." Topman Lettusk reinstated his cheerful expression, appearing quite approachable, devoid of the arrogance typically exhibited by other celestial dragons. He personally handed the devil fruit to CP0. "Yes, Lord Lettusk." CP0 knelt on one knee, his voice trembling with excitement. The mere fact that such a noble figure would bestow such a smile upon him made CP0 feel that even death would be worthwhile. He quickly consumed the fruit. "Now, I entrust this to you." Topman Ledeski patted his shoulder, and in an instant, the Knights of God vanished from Mariewa. Meanwhile, in the world's largest entertainment metropolis, fierce battles continued to rage. It appeared that the Navy had altered their combat strategy. On the battlefield where Lorne faced Black Hawk, the clash of demonic and divine powers erupted in intense waves of hockey. Lorne distinctly sensed that Black Hawk was no longer as aggressively offensive as before, opting instead for a defensive approach. While he felt more at ease, inflicting damage upon the world nobles, the celestial dragons behind Black Hawk proved to be increasingly challenging. Casting his gaze upon other battlefields, Lorne noticed that both his brother and Edward Newgate were experiencing similar circumstances. Whether it was Rocks or Newgate, they were suppressing their opponents. Yet the rampant destruction of towns had significantly diminished. Lorne could clearly perceive that these Navy admirals were intentionally holding back. After all, based on Lorne's understanding, their true strength should be far greater than what they were currently displaying, even if Newgate and Rocks indeed possessed a slight edge over their foes. However, it is unlikely that a distinct advantage could be established so swiftly. It is important to note that battles involving formidable generals typically endure for at least 3 days and nights. In some instances, it may require as long as 10 days and nights to determine a victor. The rapid onset of decline suggests that the Navy appears to be awaiting something. "What are you hesitating for, Black Hawk? Such a splendid opportunity, yet you refrain from advancing. Are you afraid?" Lorne mocked, gazing at Black Hawk, who maintained a certain distance from him. Just moments ago, he had been distracted, observing other battlefields, yet Black Hawk failed to seize this excellent chance, instead choosing to remain on guard in place. This is not characteristic of Black Hawk in the slightest. There is undoubtedly a reason behind this. Do not speak too soon, Lorne. Today, we shall undoubtedly eradicate your Rocks pirates right here. Facing Lorne's taunts, Black Hawk replied calmly. After all, he had just received news from the Navy headquarters. Reinforcements had already been dispatched from Mariewa. The Knights of God, that formidable organization, had mobilized. Even powerful figures of vice captain caliber were among them. As a Marine Admiral, Black Hawk, though not entirely familiar with the Knights of God, possessed some intelligence. This team is composed of celestial dragons, all of whom are exceptionally powerful individuals. Some possess strengths that rival even that of Marine Admirals. If they were to join the fray, coupled with the might of the Navy headquarters, they would undoubtedly be able to annihilate the Rocks pirates. Thus, the Navy need not launch a large-scale offensive as before. They simply needed to conserve their strength and await the arrival of reinforcements to decisively eliminate the Rocks pirates in one fell swoop. After all, the Navy must acknowledge that the Rocks pirates have become an undeniable behemoth. The title of maritime overlord is not without merit or mere fade. Despite deploying such a formidable array of high-level combatants, the Navy still finds it impossible to obliterate the Rocks pirates in one strike. They can only rely on the strength of the Knights of God. Although this may bring some embarrassment to the Navy, the cost is worth it if it means vanquishing the Rocks pirates. Like Black Hawk, Steelbone Kong, the two admiral candidates, as well as Gold Snake and White Horse, also received similar intelligence on the battlefield. Hence, they altered their combat strategy to focus on defense. This way, they could preserve their strength while awaiting reinforcements. Oh, it seems you are waiting for reinforcements. Lorne quickly surmised the reason behind the Navy's change in strategy. After all, Black Hawk's words clearly indicated an unwavering determination to eliminate the Rocks pirates. Yet, with the current forces deployed on the battlefield, the Navy could hardly inflict damage on the Rocks pirates, let alone suppress them. Black Hawk is certainly not a fool prone to empty boasts. His unwavering confidence suggests that the Navy must have a backup plan. However, based on Lorne's understanding, the Navy's elite forces are nearly all present. The only remaining high-level combatant at the Navy headquarters is the Fleet Admiral. Given past experiences, the Navy would not easily deploy all their forces. The Fleet Admiral is certainly required to remain at headquarters. If the Navy's strength cannot be mobilized, then the reinforcements must surely come from other factions of the world government. The Black Hawk let out a cold chuckle, remaining noncommittal in response to Ron's words. Reinforcements were indeed on their way, and they were approaching with remarkable speed. When the time came, in conjunction with the Divine Knights, they would undoubtedly bring down the Rocks pirates. Given this, a retreat was the only option. Upon hearing this, Ron narrowed his eyes into slits, contemplating for a moment before deciding to withdraw. After all, judging by the assured demeanor of the Black Hawk, it was likely that the reinforcements bore significant reputations. The Navy had exhausted its strength and could no longer support the battlefield here. With 3 admirals and 3 admiral candidates already present, Deploying lesser-ranked warriors to this conflict would be utterly futile. Thus, the only possible reinforcements could be the 5 elders from the Holy Land or the Divine Knights. Whichever faction arrived would greatly impact the currently precarious balance of the battlefield. Remaining here had become meaningless, at the very least. Nearly 10 celestial dragons had perished in this conflict. Considering the current strength of the Rocks pirates, it would be far too ambitious to confront both the Navy headquarters and the forces from the Holy Land single-handedly. Ron believed that, once his children grew stronger, along with the likes of the Golden Lion, Silver Axe, and Wang Zhi, there would come a day when the Rocks pirates could stand united against the colossal entity that is the world government. However, all of this required time. Kill. In an instant, Ron vanished from his original position. The next moment, with a flash of lightning, he reappeared before a celestial dragon. Oh no. The Black Hawk's eyes widened as he reacted. As a master of swordsmanship and martial arts, his speed was not to be underestimated. He swiftly positioned himself to intercept Ron's nearly lightning-fast ambush. Yet, Ron's target was not the celestial dragon. Rather, he aimed to divert the Black Hawk's attention in order to convey the retreat message to his brother. Sure enough, seizing the opportunity while the Black Hawk was preoccupied with protecting the celestial dragon, Ron instantaneously found himself amidst the battlefield of Rocks, Whitehorse, and Golden Snake. Could it be that the Black Hawk had already been defeated? Upon witnessing Ron's sudden appearance, Whitehorse and Golden Snake were taken aback. Quickly disengaging from their battle with Rocks and retreating several hundred meters in the blink of an eye, they instinctively glanced back towards the previous skirmish involving the Black Hawk and Ron. Upon spotting the Black Hawk, they both exhaled in relief. Brother? Has the Black Hawk been dealt with? Rocks exclaimed, his surprise evident at Ron's sudden arrival. Has a formidable general been swiftly dealt with? Not quite, my friend, Lorne replied, shaking his head. His current prowess was comparable to that of the Black Hawk, and despite holding certain advantages, truly overcoming his opponent would require considerable time. If I am not mistaken, the forces of the world government are approaching. This is not our territory, and remaining here would be detrimental to our position. Lorne spoke to Lox. We must retreat. Lox nodded in agreement, acknowledging Lorne's perspective. In truth, he too sensed the impending threat, particularly evident from the combat styles of the Whitehorse and the Golden Serpent. The two individuals were evidently stalling for time, awaiting reinforcements. Let us depart. With these words, Lorne and Rocks prepared to vacate the battlefield. Do you truly believe I would allow your escape? Jinshi and Bai Ma, having discerned the intentions of Rocks and Lorne, let out a mocking laugh. The Divine Knights were en route to provide assistance. How could they permit the Rocks pirates to flee unscathed? Meanwhile, Black Hawk arrived at the scene, where the 3 admirals of the Navy confronted the brothers, Rocks and Lorne. Heh, then you shall find a way to contend with the situation here, Rocks declared, unfazed by the presence of the 3 admirals, his voice laced with disdain. What? Immediately, the 3 admirals' expressions shifted in alarm. Unbeknownst to them, the ground beneath their feet had transformed into a void of impenetrable darkness. A tremendous gravitational force was pulling at them, seeking to draw them into this endless abyss. Not only the ground beneath them, but as far as the eye could see, the entire city had succumbed to an infinite darkness. The awakening of darkness, the dark world. Rocks smiled faintly, unleashing the capabilities of his fruit. This is a technique he has been secretly honing since the moment he arrived on the battlefield. After all, when they prepared to launch an assault here, they had already devised a means of retreat. Lox and Lorne had not yet become so arrogant as to neglect any preparations for withdrawal. The awakening ability of this dark fruit serves as the assurance for the Rocks pirates' retreat. Moreover, the Thunder God, in the realm of thunder. From the sky, a colossal shadow emerges. The 3 admirals gaze upward, only to discover a thunderball, comparable in size to an entire city island, plummeting at an astonishing speed. This is the awakening ability of Lorne. Once this thunderball descends, it is foreseen that the entire city shall be utterly obliterated. The nefarious Rocks pirates. The eyes of the 3 admirals blaze with fury. Such an awakening technique poses no great challenge for them. However, for the celestial dragons residing in this city, becoming entangled in these 2 forms of power would mean instant demise. Consequently, 2 formidable dilemmas presented themselves to the admirals in an instant. Should they disregard everything and expend all their strength to capture the Rocks pirates, or should they act immediately to rescue the celestial dragons? It is essential to understand that allowing the Rocks pirates to escape now, given their potential and strength, would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Next time, the world government and the Navy would face an even more ferocious assault from the Rocks pirates. Presently, this is the opportune moment to eradicate the Rocks pirates. Yet, if they were to do so, it would be tantamount to watching the celestial dragons on the island perish. The Navy lacks the audacity for such a decision. If it were ordinary nobles or commoners, their sacrifice might be deemed acceptable, but no one dares to decide the fate of the celestial dragons. It is worth noting that there is more than one celestial dragon still alive on this island. After merely a fleeting moment of contemplation, the three admirals exchanged knowing glances. In perfect harmony, they resolved to rush forth to save the celestial dragons. Otherwise, the wrath of the world government would be beyond their capacity to endure. Oh, are they preparing to retreat? So soon. And yet we have not determined a victor. How unfortunate. Meanwhile, on other battlefields, upon witnessing the lightning in the sky and the darkness beneath their feet, Edward Newgate, Shiki the Golden Lion, Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, John, and others immediately understood that it was time to withdraw. This is the agreed-upon signal for retreat. Ha ha ha, let us withdraw. The Golden Lion erupted into laughter, waving his hand to activate his powers. Immediately, a vessel of moderate size descended from the heavens, appearing above the city. Go. A simple command, and in the next moment, whoosh whoosh whoosh, the cadres of the Rocks pirates, led by Rocks, Law, and Whitebeard, leapt onto the ship. Was that the capability of that scoundrel, the Golden Lion? How infuriating. The float fruit is indeed too practical. They intended to retreat. Upon witnessing the enormous ship hovering in the sky, the admirals of the Navy, including Black Hawk, Golden Snake, and White Horse, instantly reacted. The Rocks pirates were preparing to make their escape. The reinforcements of the Knights of God were about to arrive. If they allowed the Rocks pirates to retreat at this moment, it would be a squandered opportunity. This was the best chance to eradicate the Rocks pirates. With the high-end combat power of the Navy headquarters joined by the Knights of God, they would surely defeat the Rocks pirates. If they let this opportunity slip away, the next encounter with the Rocks pirates would undoubtedly be far more challenging. Even a fool could see the immense potential of the Rocks pirates. Rocks, Law, and Edward Newgate, the three core crew members, were still only in their 20s. The oldest among them, Rocks, was barely 27 or 28, not yet 30. The other key officers, such as the Golden Lion, Wang Zhi, John, and Silver Axe, were also merely in their 20s. In other words, these individuals were still fledglings, nowhere near their peak. If given time to continue their growth, once they fully realized their potential, what terrifying behemoth would the Navy face? No, they absolutely could not allow them to leave. Black Hawk instantly envisioned the dire consequences of letting the Rocks pirates escape, gritting his teeth in frustration. But what about the celestial dragons if we leave this place? White Horse, standing nearby, understood this predicament, yet they found themselves trapped. As admirals of the Navy, their foremost duty was the protection of the celestial dragons. In the face of safeguarding the celestial dragons, any other mission could be compromised. Damn it! Golden Snake cursed vehemently, wishing fervently for the swift demise of the celestial dragons. If the celestial dragons were to perish sooner, they would not have to stand idly by as the Rocks pirates withdrew, unable to take any action. This feeling is utterly unbearable. Ha ha ha. Today shall conclude here, you lapdogs of the celestial dragons. Next time, fortune shall not favor you so. Indeed, cleanse your necks and await Navy, world government. Meanwhile, the members of the Rocks pirates, floating in the sky, gazed down at the gritting teeth admirals of the Navy, unable to restrain their mocking remarks. Although this time they were unable to annihilate all the celestial dragons, at least a double-digit number of them perished amidst the chaos of the battle. More critically, this globally broadcasted conflict has once again unveiled the terrifying prowess of the Rocks pirates to the world. The infamous reputation of the Rocks pirates is destined to attract even more formidable adversaries. How could they simply allow them to escape unscathed? A man, recently inducted into the Navy and already bestowed with the rank of Admiral Candidate, spoke darkly, his brow furrowed with frustration. His gaze so ominous it seemed capable of drawing moisture from the air. This individual is codenamed Brown Bull. Brown Bull, having joined the Navy amidst the global conscription, possesses an unstable foundation, and many within the ranks harbor resentment towards his elevated position. After all, they have dedicated decades to rigorous training, tirelessly serving the Navy, only to witness an outsider parachute into the role of Admiral Candidate. Who could possibly accept such a change? It is crucial to understand that the position of a general candidate is one that is strictly allocated. Each position corresponds to a single individual, and to fill one means to diminish the count of available positions. The Brown Bull also yearns to utilize this great war to prove his might, silencing those petty naval rats once and for all. Yet, it appears that this hope is now dashed. Allowing the Rocks pirates to escape would be an utter disgrace for the Navy and an even greater humiliation for him. When that time comes, dissenting voices will echo throughout the ranks, and how could he, as a mere candidate for general, lead the Navy? Such a scenario must not be permitted to transpire. If he could intercept the members of the Rocks pirates, it would indeed be a monumental achievement. At that moment, no one within the military would dare to oppose him. With this thought in mind, the candidate known as the Brown Bull suddenly leaped high into the air, racing towards the floating Rocks pirates. "Stay back, Rocks pirates," he shouted with fervor, his aura surging. "Do not act rashly, Brown Bull," cried Black Hawk, White Horse, and Golden Serpent, the three admirals of the Navy, hastily attempting to halt him. Did he truly believe he could single-handedly confront the Rocks pirates? Such confidence was astonishing, but it was too late for any intervention. The Brown Bull had already ascended. "What a fool," Black Hawk muttered under his breath, and in the next moment, "What? Someone is charging up. Is it a reinforcement from the Navy?" His observation hockey revealed only a single individual. Meanwhile, on the deck of the Rocks pirates, Rocks, Lorne, and the others, who were prepared to retreat, were also attuned to their observation hockey. They immediately sensed a powerful presence approaching. The next moment, they all turned to see a lone figure, a candidate for admiral clad in a naval uniform. One person dares to approach? Surely, I'm not mistaken. This is a death wish. The Brown Bull? How fortuitous, for our fates remain undecided. Golden Lion, John, Silver Axe, and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. As if witnessing an apparition, they rubbed their eyes vigorously, and upon focusing again, it was indeed just one person. Is this fellow out of his mind? Could there be a trick involved? Lorne too wore an expression of astonishment. Who would dare pursue the Rocks pirates alone? Could it be a ruse? Yet, his observation hockey clearly indicated that only this one individual was advancing. Before Lorne could gather his thoughts, the next moment arrived. "Let us take him down together," Rocks commanded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Rocks' words fell, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, Golden Lion, Wang Zhi, John, Silver Axe, and others surged forth. Swish, 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 swish. In the sky, led by Rocks, the prominent cadres of the Rocks pirates charged forward with vigor. In but a few exchanges, the general candidate, codenamed Brown Bull, plummeted from the heavens like a fallen angel with clipped wings. Brown Bull. Upon witnessing this, Steelbone Kong erupted with an intense aura, swiftly propelling himself toward Brown Bull's descent, ensuring a safe catch. Yet, the moment he grasped Brown Bull, his body involuntarily trembled. Brown Bull was gone. Gone. In that instant of catching Brown Bull, Steelbone Kong could not help but shudder. The naval admiral candidate, known as the monstrous powerhouse summoned by the world's great conscription, astonishingly perished within just a few fleeting moments. Indeed, the might of the Rocks pirates has far surpassed the Navy's wildest expectations. Simultaneously, Steelbone Kong secretly rejoiced that he had refrained from rashly pursuing them. Otherwise, he might have been the one to meet his demise. Damn it. The admirals, including Whitehorse, Golden Snake, and Black Hawk, distinctly sensed that the presence of Brown Bull had vanished from their observation through hockey. This signified that not only had the Navy failed to vanquish the Rocks pirates, but they had also suffered the loss of an admiral-level powerhouse. This is no longer a blunder that can merely be described as a defeat. It is a complete loss of dignity, especially now, under the scrutiny of a global audience. The Navy is utterly powerless against the Rocks pirates, and has even suffered the loss of a formidable admiral. This battle has unequivocally declared that the Navy has lost its image as the sovereign of the seas in the hearts of the populace. And instead rises the Rocks pirate crew. Just as the admirals of the Navy had surmised, this spectacle, transmitted live through the Din Din Mushi, has instigated a tremendous uproar across the globe. My goodness, an admiral of the Navy has been utterly vanquished in an instant. Is that not the so-called monstrous Navy's Brown Bull? How terrifying is the Rocks pirate crew? This time they have assaulted the celestial dragons, even with the protection of the Navy's admirals. But what if they strike at us, the common folk? Next, who will safeguard us? Furthermore, even with the Navy's protection, the celestial dragons still suffered grievously. Who can thwart the Rocks pirate crew? This world is doomed. The common people are in disarray. Some clutch their heads in despair. Others are dazed. Some have collapsed to their knees, rendered powerless by hopelessness, while others tremble uncontrollably, ensnared by the terror of an uncertain future. At this moment, the Rocks pirates have delivered an immense shock to the entire world populace. This is a diabolical pirate crew. What an utter disgrace. The world government has been thoroughly humiliated. Where are those members of the Knights of God? Have they not yet arrived? Witnessing this scene, a low growl of fury resonated within the highest authority hall of Mariehua. The five elders, with faces ashen, beheld the unfolding events. This battle not only tarnished the Navy's reputation, but also that of the world government. How infuriating. That fool, Brown Bull, has acted with reckless abandon. Far away at the Navy headquarters in Marineford, the fleet admiral, upon witnessing this spectacle, smashed his desk into splinters in a fit of rage. In this battle, the Navy not only failed to regain its former glory or reclaim the title of maritime supremacy, but instead found its reputation utterly overshadowed by the Rocks pirates. Ha ha ha, how foolish to pursue a single individual. Such an act is tantamount to courting death. In addition to the demise of a celestial dragon, a candidate for admiral has also perished. Gahaha, these foolish Navy officers. This is the consequence of desperately protecting the celestial dragons. Ah, how exhilarating. Our Rocks pirates shall undoubtedly ascend as the true masters of the seas. Meanwhile, the retreating members of the Rocks pirates became aware of the death of Brown Bull. One by one, they erupted into laughter, reveling in their triumph. Although they did not annihilate all the celestial dragons, successfully eliminating an admiral candidate is still a tremendous victory. The purpose of this globally broadcasted event has been achieved. Navy and world government, tremble in fear. Sooner or later, you shall be pulled down from your pedestal. At this very moment. Just as everyone believed that this battle would conclude with the triumphant victory of the Rocks pirates and the devastating defeat of the Navy, a series of ghostly figures suddenly emerged in the sky. The Rocks pirates appear to be quite pleased with themselves. Their arrogant expressions are truly aggravating. Lieutenant SK, do you think it would be an easy task to eliminate them all? Heh. I am famished. I can almost smell some delectable food wafting through the air. Roding Cole, step away from me. You are utterly revolting, and your drool is about to land on me. Is that truly the Rocks pirates? How intriguing. As unfamiliar voices echoed, those ethereal figures distinctly materialized before the Rocks pirates. The five individuals donned immaculate white combat uniforms, adorned with golden embroidery on the chest depicting the emblem of the celestial dragons, the celestial dragon mark. The sole distinction among them lay in the unique patterns on their shoulders, signifying their respective ranks within the organization. The Knights of God, Deputy Commander, Topman Lightsk. The Knights of God, Official Member, Team 1 Member, Izambel and Chius. The Knights of God, Official Member, Team 2 Member, Shepard Lindell. The Knights of God, Official Member, Team 3 Member, Jay Garushia Rodankal. The Knights of God, Official Member, Special Role, Fegaland Gallon. Totaling 5 in number. In addition, the masked CP0 agent tragically perished en route, leaving only these 5 to appear. The emergence of the Knights of God instantly stirred a tempest across the globe. Who are these individuals? They do not seem to belong to the Navy. Are they here to confront the Rocks pirates? They appear remarkably formidable. Many ordinary citizens remain oblivious to the existence of the Knights of God. Fortunately, some well-informed individuals, or those who have served as slaves in the Holy Land, provided clarification. Is that the legendary Knights of God? A mysterious organization composed entirely of celestial dragons, specifically tasked with managing internal affairs of their kind. All members are pure-blooded celestial dragons, and those selected for the Knights of God possess strength at least equivalent to that of a vice admiral. Rumor has it that the leader and deputy commander of the Knights of God may surpass even the admirals of the Navy. My heavens, they have actually taken action themselves? Upon receiving this revelation, the ordinary populace was left utterly astonished. Some rejoiced at the prospect of the nefarious Rocks pirates potentially meeting their demise here today, ridding the world of yet another perilous pirate crew. Others, however, harbored deeper concerns. They had not anticipated such formidable power existing beyond the Navy headquarters, indicating the world government's ironclad grip on authority, with the celestial dragons continuing to oppress the common folk, viewing them as mere animals. The advent of the Knights of God profoundly shook the global populace. After all, this organization is shrouded in mystery. Aside from the slaves who have resided in the Holy Land and the nobility of the world government's allied nations, most know little of the Knights of God. Some have never even heard of the name. Even among the Navy, there exists considerable ignorance regarding the Knights of God. Yet, those who are aware of this organization understand its terrifying implications. This is a superpower that possesses the authority to issue executions, carry out decapitations, and render judgments upon the celestial dragons. Each member boasts formidable strength, with some surpassing even the highest combatants of the Navy headquarters, the admirals. Thus, The moment the Knights of God made their appearance, the admirals present could not help but lift their gazes towards the figures soaring through the sky. Could this be the Knights of God comprised of celestial dragons? It is my first time witnessing such a multitude of members from the Knights of God. Upon the initial sighting of the Knights of God, a remarkable gleam sparkled in the eyes of figures such as Black Hawk, White Horse, Golden Serpent, and Steelbone Kong. As high-ranking officials of the Navy, they were certainly aware of the prestigious reputation of the Knights of God. However, they were only cognizant of the fact that it is an elite team composed entirely of purebred celestial dragons. This team consists of 9 individuals, each possessing immense power, representing a superpower within the ranks of the world government. This formidable force seldom graces the center stage of the world, belonging to an exceedingly discreet organization. The Order of the Divine Knights emerges only during matters concerning the celestial dragons, such as rendering judgments, executing sentences, or carrying out beheadings. Furthermore, when the Navy finds itself understaffed, the Divine Knights are called upon to confiscate the celestial gold from the nations allied with the world government. During all other times, the Divine Knights remain shrouded in secrecy. Thus, it was the first occasion for these admirals to witness so many members of the Divine Knights gathered at once. Upon their initial sighting, the admirals' observation hockey began to fervently probe the aura emanating from their counterparts. After all, they had long heard of the illustrious reputation of the Divine Knights, yet had never encountered them in the flesh. Given the resounding renown of the Divine Knights, the admirals were naturally eager to discern whether the tales of their terror were indeed substantiated. Consequently, their observation hockey surged, sweeping over the members of the Divine Knights one by one. At that moment, the 3 admirals, Black Hawk, White Horse, and Golden Serpent, along with Steelbone Kong and another admiral candidate, exchanged knowing glances, each reflecting a shared sense of astonishment. Indeed, their observation hockey unmistakably sensed that the strength of the Divine Knights far surpassed their expectations. The strength of these members is, at the very least, at the level of quasi-admirals. Some may be slightly weaker than the admirals, yet not by a significant margin. In a true confrontation, it would take 3 days and nights to determine a victor. Moreover, there are those whose power rivals that of the admirals themselves. Particularly noteworthy is the vice commander adorned with medals upon his shoulder, whose aura seemingly surpasses that of the admirals. At this very moment, in Holy Mary Geos, the Knights of God have finally caught up with those rascals. They nearly allowed the Rocks pirates to evade capture. Indeed, the deployment of 5 formidable individuals ought to suffice. This marks the first occasion in which such a number of members have been assembled for a single mission. This time, it is imperative to annihilate the Rocks pirates and demonstrate the might of the world government. Let the operation commence. Within the Hall of Authority, the instant the Knights of God made their appearance, the previously taut expressions of the 5 elders relaxed considerably. Their grim visages softened significantly. With 5 members of the Knights of God, in addition to 5 formidable admirals, it is inconceivable that the Rocks pirates could possibly evade capture. This time, we must redeem our previous disgrace and restore the dignity lost by the world government. Meanwhile, in the skies above, the floating islands reveal the emergence of the Knights of God. Is that truly the Knights of God? How intriguing. It seems the celestial dragons are not entirely devoid of merit. I never anticipated such a formidable response. Ha ha ha. This is indeed fascinating. Has the time finally come for this group of so-called knights to make their appearance? The celestial dragons are destined for demise. Upon witnessing the Knights of God, members of the Rocks pirates, Rocks, Law, Edward Newgate, along with the likes of Shiki, John, Wang Zhi, and Silver Axe, displayed not fear, but rather expressions of amusement. Both Rocks and Law had once been enslaved in the Holy Land, and were therefore aware of the Knights' existence. Although they had never witnessed the full extent of the Knights' power, they understood that this organization was comparable to the Navy headquarters. Their overwhelming strength was the most apparent attribute of the Knights of God. Yet, these individuals are composed of celestial dragons. As such, they become the targets for Rocks and Law. Whitebeard Edward Newgate, influenced by Rocks and Law, harbored deep-seated hatred for the celestial dragons. After all, the tragedies endured by Newgate's homeland and family stemmed from the celestial dragons' oppressive policies. As for Shiki, Wang Zhi, and Silver Axe, all their comrades were slain by a formidable member of the Knights during the Golden Policy heist years prior. They themselves narrowly escaped death, thanks to the timely intervention of Rocks and Law. Otherwise, they would have perished in that endeavor. Consequently, their animosity towards the Knights of God runs profoundly deep. When enemies meet, tensions rise. Although the aura emanating from these foes is immensely powerful, Shiki, Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, and John are undeterred. If they were to succumb to fear, they would never have ventured out to become pirates and legends. Let the hunt commence. 1 slain is no loss. 2 is a bountiful gain. Thus, upon the immediate sighting of the Knights of God, Rocks, Law, and Whitebeard, along with the 4 esteemed commanders, Shiki, John, Wang Zhi, and Silver Axe, exchanged knowing glances and nodded in unison. There is no escaping this scene. The odds are stacked against them. With 5 Knights of God paired with 5 formidable admirals presenting an overwhelming force. Given this reality, let us engage, regardless of the outcome. Only through confrontation can we seize an opportunity. Swiftly, to everyone's astonishment, the once retreating Rocks pirates, upon witnessing the oncoming Knights of God, found their resolve ignited. Not only did they not hastily flee, but instead, the members of the Rocks pirates boldly advanced against the members of the Divine Knight Brigade. A shocking scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. Faced with the relentless pursuit of 5 members of the Divine Knight Brigade, the heroes of the Rocks pirates showed no intention of retreating. Rather, they charged forward to engage in battle. With a thunderous roar, the core trio of Rocks, Law, and Edward Newgate, alongside the high-ranking officers Shiki, Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, and John, 7 in total, launched a full-scale assault on the 5 from the Divine Knight Brigade. These individuals were not fleeing? It seemed even lowly pirates possessed a measure of courage. How intriguing. Executing them without hesitation should pose no problem, right, Deputy Captain Topman? Regardless, the priority was to subdue them first. Let us go. As the Rocks pirates took the initiative, the members of the Divine Knight Brigade braced themselves for combat. We shall stand against you, Deputy Captain of the Divine Knight Brigade. Interestingly, it was not the core members Rocks, Law, or Edward Newgate who struck first, but rather Shiki and Silver Axe, both of whom had only joined the Rocks pirates 3 years prior. How utterly vexing. I have indeed underestimated these pirates. Observing this, Topman Letesque wore a faint sneer. As the deputy captain of the Divine Knight Brigade, how could he allow himself to be targeted by mere subordinates? Where would he place his pride henceforth? With a furious roar, Topman Letesque unsheathed his sword and charged forward. Ha ha ha, this fellow exudes a formidable aura. We must hold our ground, you wretched Silver Axe. Shiki drew his dual blades, revealing his signature boisterous laughter, his thick golden mane billowing in the gust of energy, radiating the presence of a mighty lion. At this moment, he resembled the legendary figure who would, decades later, contest against Roger and Whitebeard for supremacy. You foul lion. Take care of yourself. I will handle my side without issue. Silver Axe retorted, equally disgruntled, as he brandished his iconic weapon, a massive silver axe. Together, they faced the deputy captain of the Divine Knight Brigade. Divine judgment. Topman Letesque bellowed, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming silver conqueror's haki that surged forth like a flood. The immense wave enveloped him, transforming him into a beast of silvery ferocity. Boom. The colossal sword energy, entwined with Conqueror's haki, surged toward Shiki and Silver Axe. The silver blade aura streaked through the air like a comet's tail. Lion's thousand cuts. Silver Axe's frenzy. Confronting the beast that was Topman Letesque, Shiki and Silver Axe unleashed their most powerful techniques. Boom, boom, boom. At the moment of collision among the 3 formidable techniques, the strikes of the Golden Lion and the Silver Axe were instantly shattered into oblivion by the onslaught of Topman Letesque. With a resounding crash, the residual sword energy surged forth, propelling both the Golden Lion and the Silver Axe several meters back, causing them to crash to the ground, spitting out copious amounts of blood. However, they swiftly planted their weapons into the earth and rose, gasping for breath. Did they manage to avoid a fatal blow? Members of the Rocks pirates? Observing this scene, Topman Letesque remarked with a hint of amusement. This battle is rather dull. The disparity is far too great. You are simply no match for me. Perish upon this sacred sword. Immediately, Topman Letesque brandished his gleaming sword, preparing for the final strike. At that moment, astonished voices emerged from the surrounding members of the Divine Knights. How is this possible? That fellow, Charlotte Linlin, has actually perished just like that? What the hell is going on? Is Shepard joking? In an instant, Figureland Gallon, Azambalon Chius, and Jagarushia Rodinkle were all left in shock. Charlotte Linlin had been annihilated in an instant. The one who executed this swift demise was none other than the captain of the Rocks pirates, the maritime overlord who had previously defeated Admiral Red Dragon, Rocks.Tragically. At that moment, Shepard's head was held aloft by Rocks, resembling a mere plaything. Gulalalala. Surely, you have no time to concern yourself with that matter, you wretched Divine Knights. Shatter. Meanwhile, engaged in fierce combat with Figureland Gallen, Edward Newgate erupted in laughter, wielding his naginata to strike at his opponent. Damn it. In a moment of distraction, Figureland Gallen found his shoulder pierced by the might of Whitebeard's hockey. Wang Zhi and John also launched their attacks on the distracted Azambalon Chius and Jagarushia Rodankle. However, these two lacked the ferocity of Edward Newgate. And against the two members of the Divine Knights, they could only manage to stall momentarily. Jia ha 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 ha, the tactic has succeeded. It seems our captain is indeed formidable. Ha ha. It appears this rabble has finally recognized the might of the Rocks pirates. The Golden Lion and the Silver Axe joined in hearty laughter. Their strategy to confront the strongest vice-captain of the Divine Knights was akin to employing superior steeds against inferior ones in a race. They achieved their success in an instant. You wretches, I shall make you pay dearly for this. Upon witnessing the scene, Topman Letesque was engulfed in furious wrath. How could a member of the Divine Knights fall so swiftly? These are indeed comrades who fight alongside oneself. Perish, you insignificant insects of the Rocks pirates. Topman v. Leskeck aimed directly at the necks of the Golden Lion and Silver Axe. At this critical moment, your opponent is me. Boom. A spherical object, akin to a ball. Sword forth, striking the blade of Topman v. Leskeck and diverting its original trajectory. Immediately afterward, whoosh, a towering figure swiftly appeared before the Golden Lion and Silver Axe, intercepting Topman v. Leskeck's lethal strike. The newcomer was none other than Rocks. You insufferable wretch. With a flick of his wrist, Topman v. Leskeck unleashed the terrifying intent of his famed sword, the Holy Blade, slashing towards Rocks. Such feeble prowess? Upon witnessing this, Rocks merely smiled with ease. The crimson aura of Conqueror's hockey, reminiscent of hell itself, enveloped Rocks' fists, colliding with Topman v. Leskeck's silver hockey, resulting in a fierce standoff. That was perilously close to death. Truly, Captain Rocks is remarkable. Observing the two formidable presences, the Golden Lion and Silver Axe bore expressions of lingering trepidation. Had they arrived a moment later, their lives would surely have been forfeit. Given their current strengths, confronting the vice-captain of the Knights of God was an impossible feat. Merely being able to withstand for such a short time was already commendable. Meanwhile, in the holy land of Mariehois, within the Hall of Authority, 5 elders gazed upon this scene, their expressions darkened, as if shadows were about to drip from their faces. What an utter disgrace. To be annihilated by pirates in front of the entire world. This is the Knights of God, of which the celestial dragons take such pride. Infuriating. How could this be happening? What cost must the Rocks pirates pay to be rid of this menace? Indeed, the loss of a marine admiral could be mitigated by recruiting from across the globe. Yet, losing a member of the Knights of God would require an unfathomable amount of time to cultivate anew. Would this incident rouse lordom? One can only hope not. The 5 elders wore expressions of distress. As they articulated, the death of a marine admiral was merely the loss of a servant, an outsider, easily replaceable from the ranks of the world. In this vast ocean, there exists no shortage of formidable individuals eager to serve the world government. Yet they lack but a singular opportunity. However, the Knights of God must be meticulously selected from the pure-blooded celestial dragons. The loss of even one is utterly unforgivable. Meanwhile, on this battlefield, your performance of the assigned task has been commendable. Go assist Wang Zhi and John. They are struggling over there. After fending off Topman Letesque's assault, Rocks turned to the injured Golden Lion and Silver Axe, saying, "Haha, understood, Captain Rocks. Leave that to us." Though the Golden Lion and Silver Axe bore injuries, their formidable talents and physiques rendered the impact of such wounds negligible. If the adversary were the sworn enemies, the celestial dragons, the effects of these injuries would be nearly inconsequential. After all, in the face of profound enmity, all else pales in comparison. Rocks, you surely have no time for idle chatter. Seizing the moment, Topman Letesque swung his holy sword, unleashing a fierce attack. The dense Conqueror's hockey enveloped the holy sword, transforming the originally glimmering blade into a pitch-black demonic weapon. With a swift motion, the sword's energy surged forth, morphing into a roaring phoenix that spread its wings in the air, radiating brilliance as it charged directly at Rocks. I have all the time in the world. You wretched celestial dragon. Rocks waved his hand, imbuing his fist with Conqueror's hockey, slightly bending his knees to gather strength, and then boom. Rocks met Topman Letesque's sword energy with his bare hands. The clash reverberated, the sword energy dissipated, and Rocks stood firm, cracking his neck as his body emitted explosive sounds. You dare to withstand my full-force strike? Topman Letesque's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated that his lethal blow would be met with such resilience. To what extent had this fellow's hockey and physical fortitude reached? Hey, it seems not all celestial dragons are worthless. Following their brief skirmish, Rocks had gained insight into this adversary, who was reputed to be the vice-captain of the Knights of God, possessing strength superior to that of the previous general, the Thunder Dragon. If the vice-captain was thus formidable, the true captain of the Knights of God would likely surpass even this. Yet, this is precisely as it should be. If they were to rely solely on that corpulent assembly of celestial dragons, true dominion over the world would remain unattainable. Recognizing that his enemies were such individuals, it became imperative to vanquish them here. With this thought, Rocks felt the fervor of his blood surging within him. Then let it begin. The fierce battle commenced between Rocks and Topman Lightsk, unleashing terrifying shockwaves that even those of admiral caliber could scarcely rival. A mere pirate, yet capable of standing toe-to-toe with the esteemed vice-captain. It seems that Gorosei's regard for the Rocks pirates is not unfounded. At this moment, the newcomer, Fishman Island, was utterly astounded. It was his first encounter witnessing someone engage in such a fierce battle with Vice-Captain Topman Lightsk, holding their ground admirably. It is worth noting that Rocks is merely a young man in his 20s, having set sail for less than 5 years. If he were to reach his zenith, one could only wonder how formidable he might become. It is best to extinguish such a pirate in his infancy. Navy, you wretched lot, why do you not hasten to our aid? Indeed, due to your negligence, our Knights of God have already suffered the loss of a member. Fools! You should have swiftly subdued the Rocks pirates. At that moment, the Knights of God members, Jagarisia Rodancourt and Izambaron Chius, who were engaged in a desperate struggle against 2 officers of the Rocks pirates, found themselves overwhelmed. In desperation, they turned to the watching admirals below. Unleashing their ire, one of our knights has already perished, and you worthless Navy scoundrels are still merely spectators? In the midst of the battlefield. Had it been an ordinary day, the haughty members of the Knights of God would have certainly delivered a resounding slap to these naval admirals. Indeed, let us proceed swiftly. Absolutely. Upon hearing the furious roars of the 2, the naval admirals, Black Hawk, Golden Snake, White Horse, and Steelbone Kong, awoke from their stupor. After all, their duty to protect the celestial dragons was ingrained in their very blood. Even with the emergence of the Knights of God, this group of admirals resolutely shielded the few remaining celestial dragons, determined to prevent any untoward incidents. However, upon hearing the Knights of God's exclamations, the admirals finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. The tide had irrevocably turned, with the Knights of God alongside them. The admirals were now sufficiently empowered to eradicate the Rocks pirates entirely. We are here. At that moment, the admirals leapt into the air, arriving at the central floating island of the battlefield. Edward Newgate, our battle is far from over. Steelbone Kong was the first to engage in combat against Edward Newgate and Fishman Island. Even the extraordinarily gifted Edward Newgate began to show signs of decline in the face of the 2 adversaries. Gulalala, you fools, do not underestimate me. I am Edward Newgate of the Rocks pirates. Despite exhibiting signs of weariness, Whitebeard remained undaunted, letting out a hearty laugh before joining the fray with the 2. On another front, Black Hawk, Golden Snake, and White Horse intervened in the battle between the Knights of God and the Rocks pirates. The involvement of several admirals quickly turned the tide against the Rocks pirates. After all, in the presence of such a numerically superior force of admirals, even the formidable members of the Rocks pirates could not withstand for long. In a matter of mere minutes, the battlefield's dynamics became abundantly clear. The cadre of the Rocks pirates was left battered and bloodied, appearing quite beleaguered. Damn it, is this where it ends? Indeed. The world government has reigned for 8 centuries for a reason. In the confrontation between Golden Lion and Wang Zhi, facing both a member of the Knights of God and a naval admiral was overwhelming, leaving him with a countenance of frustration. If it were merely the naval headquarters, the Rocks pirates might have managed a safe retreat. However, with the Knights of God providing assistance, the Rocks pirates found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. Ha! Are you filled with despair now, vile rogues of the Rocks pirates? Today, this shall be your grave. Naval Admiral Golden Snake wore a triumphant expression, as the Navy had long been stifled by the Rocks pirates. At long last, they were poised to eliminate this thorn in their side. Kill them immediately and avenge my comrade Shepard Lindell. Beside him, the member of the Knights of God, Izambaron Chius, bore a fierce expression as he charged directly at the Golden Lion. Meanwhile, the battlefield between John and the Silver Axe was equally dire. Confronted by Admiral Black Hawk and the Knights of God member Jagarisia Rodancourt, these two officers of the Rocks pirates, still not at their peak, could only manage a fleeting resistance. It was evident that, given more time, their defeat was virtually inevitable. On Edward Newgate's battlefield, he struggled against Steelbone Kong and Fegolin Garen, already bearing numerous wounds upon his body. Rocks, too, faced a formidable challenge, battling the vice-captain of the Knights of God and Admiral Whitehorse. Even with Rocks' superhuman strength, he found himself somewhat out of breath, his body marked with various scrapes. Meanwhile, in the Holy Land of Mariehua, the elders within the Power Hall beheld the live broadcast of various battlefields, where significant advantages had emerged. A faint smile finally graced the tense faces of the five elders. It seemed that the Rocks pirates were destined to vanish from history today. Indeed, although the Navy had suffered losses earlier, they would ultimately eradicate the Rocks pirates. The renown of the Knights of God would be broadcasted to the entire world. Any future villains contemplating a challenge against the world government would, after witnessing this battle, grasp the true terror of such an organization. The seas would likely remain tranquil for a considerable time thereafter. Although the intervention of the Knights of God was compelled by necessity, this war would serve to enlighten the world about why the celestial dragons were deemed divine. Thus, there was no need to disturb Lord M. The five elders, each striking a pose, wore expressions noticeably softened. Although the battle was far from over, the situation had become abundantly clear. In every battlefield, the Rocks pirates had begun to falter. Defeat was merely a matter of time. With the overwhelming number of admiral-level strongholds, the Rocks pirates could hardly create significant waves. On the other side, at Navy headquarters, the atmosphere was one of elation. Led by the fleet admiral and flanked by several elite vice-admirals, smiles adorned their faces as they envisioned the impending demise of the entire Rocks pirates crew. The shadow that had previously loomed over them, cast by the Rocks pirates, would inevitably dissipate. Simultaneously, across the globe, numerous formidable pirates and novice buccaneers were captivated by this live broadcast. The Rocks pirates, it seemed, had met a regrettable end. In an obscure sea, a tall man with slicked back hair, adorned in a striking red cloak and wielding an umbrella-like weapon, muttered to himself. He was a newcomer among pirates, rising to fame alongside legends such as Edward Newgate, Gold, Roger, and the Golden Lion. This man, known by the moniker Red Count, was Bartholomew Leadfield, with a bounty of 375 million berries. In another unknown expanse of ocean, a robust man with a black beard, clad in a steel helmet, gazed intently at a screen. His expression remained serene, leaving one to ponder what thoughts lay concealed within his mind. Here stands the man infamously dubbed the World Destroyer, Bondi Wald, with a staggering bounty of 137 million berries. In a particular sea, a grand sailing vessel crafted entirely from atom would present itself. The sails are adorned with striking crimson stripes, and the prow features a straight red beam, known as the illustrious ship of the legendary pirate king, Gold. Roger, the Oro Jackson. However, at this moment, Roger is merely a novice who has been at sea for just a few years. Although he has accomplished several significant feats, his reputation remains overshadowed by the notorious Rocks pirates. After all, in comparison to the monumental events orchestrated by the Rocks pirates, the endeavors of Roger's crew are but trivial skirmishes. All members of the Roger pirates are currently transfixed by the live broadcast. To their astonishment, the depth of the world government's influence is revealed, and the Knights of God are mentioned for the very first time. Sparking Jabba, the third in command of the Roger pirates, wearing sunglasses and wielding dual axes, remarks on this revelation. Indeed, the Navy, the world government, the five elders, along with the Knights of God, form a truly colossal entity. The young first mate, Rayleigh, who is yet to earn the title of Dark King, concurs. Your focus is rather peculiar, Rayleigh and Jabba. Do you truly believe those scoundrels of the Rocks pirates would meet their demise so easily? If that were the case, this world would be utterly mundane. At this moment, Roger, too, has subdued his mirth, his expression now one of tension. Unlike the original narrative, due to Lorne's time travel, the operational style of the Rocks pirates diverges significantly from the merciless villainy depicted in the original story. This also resulted in the Roger pirates harboring no significant animosity towards the Rocks pirates. Instead, in Roger's heart, he regarded the Rocks pirates as a formidable rival. Although they set sail at the same time, the Roger pirates consistently found themselves overshadowed by the dominance of the Rocks pirates. This ignited within Roger a fervent determination to carve out his own legacy, surpassing the notorious Rocks pirates. However, despite regarding them as a formidable adversary in his heart, Witnessing the Rocks pirates being relentlessly suppressed by the world government and the Marines, teetering on the brink of annihilation, instilled in Roger a subtle sense of apprehension. If these fellows were to perish here, would not the future seas become dreadfully mundane? Rayleigh Jabba. What do you think would happen if all the members of the Rocks pirates were to meet their demise? Roger stood at the bow of the Oro Jackson, a signature smile gracing his face. The sea breeze tousled his crimson cape and dark hair, billowing around him like a spirited protagonist from a youthful manga, brimming with vitality. Should the Rocks pirates cease to exist, the oceans of the future would undoubtedly descend into lifelessness. This is not what Roger wished to witness. Although these adversaries are formidable, there is a certain thrill in conquering such powerful foes to reach the pinnacle. If he were to ascend in a world devoid of the Rocks pirates, Roger would feel that a significant portion of the enjoyment was missing. Roger, you wouldn't dare to entertain such thoughts, would you? Wait, did I hear you correctly, Roger? Rayleigh and Jabba, the two companions who had fought alongside Roger, instantly discerned the hidden implication behind his words. Their expressions simultaneously morphed into ones of astonishment. Has that fellow once again embarked on an utterly reckless decision? Aside from Rayleigh and Jabba, the other crew members, including the recently joined supernova known as Douglas Barrett, who boasts a bounty exceeding 100 million berries and is nicknamed Devil's Heir, quickly grasped the underlying meaning of their captain's dubious remarks. After all, anyone who spends a few days with Roger quickly realizes that his approach is characterized by a whimsical audacity that is unparalleled. Judging by Roger's words, could it be that he intends to rescue the Rocks pirates? Then let us set sail, everyone. Before the crew could respond, Roger unceremoniously issued his captain's command. Wait. Roger, hold on. Do you even comprehend the current situation on that battlefield? Observing this, the usually composed Rayleigh seized Roger's collar and shouted in exasperation. What are you talking about, Rayleigh? Isn't it crystal clear from the live broadcast? The Rocks pirates are on the verge of being annihilated by the Navy and the Knights of God. Roger replied with a grin, utterly unfazed. Precisely because of this, we must not act impulsively. The Knights of God are making their strength known to the world for the first time. Even their vice-captain possesses power that surpasses that of a Navy admiral. What about their commander? How strong could he possibly be? No one knows. If we recklessly join the fray and the world government decides to send reinforcements, we might end up dooming the entire pirate crew. Moreover, it would take us several hours at best to reach the battlefield. Can the Rocks pirates hold out until then? These matters must be thoroughly considered, Roger. We cannot allow impulsive decisions to place everyone in jeopardy. Rayleigh calmly laid out the pros and cons before them. Ha ha ha, Rayleigh, you are entirely correct. So let us set sail. In response to Rayleigh's rational analysis, Roger merely laughed heartily, acknowledging the truth in his words while resolutely insisting on departing. Oh, what a vexing captain. Jabba, why don't you join in and try to reason with him? Seeing Roger's unwavering stance, Rayleigh finally released his grip on Roger's collar, exasperatedly rubbing his forehead. Ha ha ha, Rayleigh, you know full well the nature of our captain. Who has placed us under such a captain? Jabba smiled wryly. As Roger's most trusted companion, Jabba was well aware of Roger's temperament. The decisions made by this individual are impervious to persuasion. Even the first mate Rayleigh is unable to sway Roger's resolve. As crew members, they are bound to comply with the captain's commands. Thus, the Oro Jackson commenced its voyage at unparalleled speed. Meanwhile, the battlefield in the world's largest entertainment metropolis has taken a dire turn. Within a mere half hour, the Rocks pirates have sustained injuries across their ranks. Except for Captain Rocks, every member bears at least a dozen wounds. The Rocks pirates appear to be on the brink of annihilation. I did not anticipate their resilience, the Rocks pirates. To withstand our combined efforts for half an hour is no small feat, Whitebeard. Observing the injured members of the Rocks pirates, Edward Newgate's expression is one of contemplation. The youngest member of the God Knights, Figureland Garling, wears a provocative demeanor. Yet, he alone is insufficient to contend with Edward Newgate. To his left, the Vice Admiral candidate, Steel Bone Kong, gazes gravely at Edward Newgate. Under the relentless assault from both of them, Newgate is battered and bloodied. Nevertheless, his momentum shows no signs of waning. His movements remain agile, and his strikes are as fierce as ever, reminiscent of his prime. What a terrifying man this is. Even in such dire circumstances, he refuses to surrender. Edward Newgate, no matter how monstrous you may be, your escape is impossible today. Steel Bone Kong bellowed. Gulalala, what nonsense are you spouting, Navy? You dare to demand my surrender? Dream on. Newgate seized his naginata and fiercely swung it towards Steel Bone Kong. The sword aura, combined with the power of the tremor fruit, unleashed a formidable attack that exceeded expectations. Yet, such an assault was effortlessly countered by both Figurland Garling and Steelbone Kong. As formidable admirals, taking on two opponents simultaneously proved to be an insurmountable challenge, an almost impossible feat since he was prepared to resist to the bitter end. Death awaited him. Figurland Garling and Steelbone Kong launched another simultaneous attack against Newgate. Boom, boom, boom. Newgate wielded his Naginata to deflect Figurland Garling's strikes, but he was caught off guard and was struck hard by Steelbone Kong, sending him staggering back several meters. A mouthful of blood was expelled. Humph. You truly are tough and resilient, Edward Newgate. Figurland Garling was likewise astonished by Edward Newgate's physical prowess. To withstand consecutive blows from a powerful admiral like Steelbone Kong and still rise unscathed was nothing short of remarkable. Is this individual truly merely a formidable general? As he rose, Newgate once again charged towards Garin and Steelbone Kong. As anticipated, he was repelled once more, spitting blood in the process. What an oblivious fool. Time and again, he launches his assaults. Does he truly believe he can conquer us? Figurland Garin taunted once more. To him, Newgate's aggressive maneuvers were nothing short of an accelerated path to his demise. Given his own strength, it was utterly impossible for Newgate to inflict any harm upon either himself or Steelbone Kong. It would have been far wiser to conserve his energy and adopt a defensive stance, thereby prolonging his survival. Indeed, pirates are a breed of lowly creatures, devoid of intellect. How foolish he is, wasting energy at such a juncture. Figurland Garin positioned his sword horizontally across his chest. Despite having engaged in battle for some time, he remained unscathed, bearing no traces of conflict. After all, the pressure was minimal when two faced a single opponent. Of course, this was also due to Steelbone Kong willingly absorbing the brunt of Newgate's attacks. Seizing this moment, Figurland Garin cast a glance at other battlefields, pondering whether the other pirates had been dealt with. To his astonishment, he discovered that the pirates in those skirmishes were employing the same tactics as Edward Newgate, relentlessly attacking while disregarding any notion of defense. It seemed this group of pirates was bereft of any semblance of intellect. Figurland Garin chuckled. Very well, today they shall all meet their end here. Their reckless offensives would merely hasten their demise. Steelbone Kong, swiftly dispatch the foe before you and lend aid to the other battlefields. He commanded with the authority of a superior. Despite Steelbone Kong's renowned status as a vice-admiral within the Navy, regarded as a god of war, to Figurland Garin, he was but a servant to the celestial dragons. The fact that he did not address him with the tone reserved for slaves was already a display of courtesy. Yes, I understand, Steelbone Kong replied, nodding, his demeanor that of a subordinate. To be selected for the Knights of God at such a tender age speaks volumes about the potential of the man before him. It is imperative that he makes a commendable impression in the presence of his counterpart. With this thought in mind, Steelbone Kong commenced his actions. Now, the moment for the final blow has arrived. Steelbone Kong elevated his aura to its zenith, his well-defined muscles erupting with a cacophony reminiscent of crackling beans. Figurland Garin, too, readied his sword to launch a decisive strike against Newgate. Come on, he roared exuberantly. Newgate, well aware of their intentions, laughed heartily. It must be acknowledged that his ability to endure against these two formidable opponents to this extent is nothing short of extraordinary. After all, he has yet to reach the pinnacle of his strength. This strike, I fear, may indeed be the final blow. Steelbone, annihilate. Boom. Steelbone transformed into a humanoid projectile, charging fiercely towards Newgate. With a resounding clash, Newgate unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, successfully blocking Steelbone's dual fists. Perish. At that moment, Figurland Garin made his move. A slashing attack imbued with Conqueror's Haki surged towards Newgate's heart. Newgate attempted to evade, only to discover that Steelbone had ensnared him in an embrace. Accursed scoundrel! Newgate bellowed in fury, delivering a powerful punch to Steelbone's back. Remarkably, Steelbone remained silent, enduring the blow, though blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Well executed, Steelbone. Observing this scene, Figurland Garin grinned, thrusting his sword straight towards Newgate's heart. Once the strike connects, the notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding $1 billion will meet his demise instantly. Halt, useless navy and knights of God, or else the lives of these feeble celestial dragons shall be in jeopardy. At this critical moment, a steady voice reverberated across the battlefield. Upon closer inspection, the sound seemed to echo as if carried by thunder. amidst the clamor at the heart of the battlefield. It resonated clearly in the ears of all present. The sudden sounds caused Fegaland Gallon to halt his movements. Along with him, all others on the battlefield ceased their actions, turning their attention to the origin of the noise. In the next moment, the Knights of God and the admirals finally pinpointed the source of the sound. However, upon witnessing it, their pupils dilated in shock. Before them stood a familiar figure, one hand gripping a rope to which were tied 7 or 8 celestial dragons clad in spacesuits. In the other hand, a sharp blade was poised menacingly against the neck of one of the celestial dragons. Behold, the second-in-command of the Rocks pirates, the younger brother of Rocks himself. The notorious pirate known as Lorne D. Gibek, whose bounty surpasses 2 billion berries. Turning our gaze towards the entertainment metropolis, we find that all members of CP0 and the celestial dragon guards present have just been swiftly dispatched by Lorne. The swiftness of his actions was such that neither the Divine Knights nor the admirals of the Navy were able to perceive what had transpired. This is disastrous. Oh, save me, Knights of the Divine. I do not wish to perish just yet. Please, do not take action, for our lives hang in the balance. The celestial dragons lament and wail, utterly devoid of their former lofty dignity. This scene left the global populace momentarily stunned. The celestial dragons have been taken hostage. Remarkable, indeed. The Rocks pirates. Who would have thought such a solution could be conceived in this situation? The sentiments of the world as citizens are undeniably complex. On one hand, the notorious reputation of the Rocks pirates incites disdain among the populace. Yet, their ruthless actions against the celestial dragons evoke a certain sense of exhilaration from many. Consequently, upon witnessing Lorne's subduction of the celestial dragons, a surprising sense of relief washed over the hearts of the people regarding the Rocks pirates. After all, despite their infamous stature, the Rocks pirates pose little threat to the majority, particularly those not residing in the New World. Conversely, the celestial dragons genuinely harbor the potential to appear at one's doorstep, abducting one's wife or daughter and dragging them back to Mariehua to be enslaved. Meanwhile, in Mariehua, the Holy Land, how infuriating. When did this happen? The celestial dragons have been kidnapped. That scoundrel Lorne. How could the Knights of God allow such a significant figure to slip through their fingers? What shall be done now? With so many celestial dragons in their grasp, should they rescue them, or should they not? At this moment, the 5 elders in the Hall of Authority wore expressions of sheer rage. The eradication of the Rocks pirates was supposed to occur today. Yet now that Lorne has taken the celestial dragons, the Knights of God and the Marine Admirals find themselves in a precarious position. Could it be that the fate of the Rocks pirates is not yet sealed? Simultaneously, on the battlefield, the sight of the celestial dragons held captive by Lorne tightened the hearts of the Knights of God and the Marine Admirals. How infuriating. They had been so focused on vanquishing the Rocks pirates that they overlooked the celestial dragons. It must be noted that this battle has already cost many celestial dragons their lives. Should any more perish, none would dare shoulder that responsibility. No one would risk taking action knowing the celestial dragons might be killed. At this very moment, the Navy, who had previously held an undeniable advantage on the battlefield, along with the formidable members of the Knights of God, have all ceased their movements, fixated intently on the group of celestial dragons in Lorne's grasp. In this moment, the celestial beings are bound together like mere beasts, in a state of utter disarray. This scene, of course, was broadcast to the entire world through the live stream. Truly worthy of Vice Captain Lorne. Meanwhile, the Golden Lion, his face marred with bruises and his body bearing numerous bloodstains, revealed a triumphant smile. He had thought he would meet his demise today, but unexpectedly, Vice Captain Lorne performed a miraculous revival. Bravo, brother-in-law, splendid work. Newgate laughed heartily as if he had not just sustained injuries. Truly, he is a remarkable brother-in-law. Even in such dire circumstances, he managed to devise a solution. After all, Newgate understood well that, when facing formidable adversaries like Steelbone Kong and Figureland Garling, even he could not hope to escape unscathed. Had it not been for his brother-in-law's timely intervention, he likely would not have lasted a few more minutes. Beside them, Rocks wore a contented smile as well. In this most perilous moment, it is indeed one's own brother who can be relied upon. As for the other members of the Rocks pirates, such as Silveraxe, Wang Zhi, and John, smiles of relief after the calamity are etched upon their faces. At long last, there is hope. Those despicable pirates believe that such tactics will deter us? How foolishly naive. Just then, the supreme commander of the battlefield, Deputy Commander Topman Lightsk of the Knights of God, bellowed at Lorne. This moment indeed embodies a sense of impotent fury. After all, if Lester truly did not care, he would not have ceased his actions. His cessation and subsequent rage only serve to confirm that Lorne has struck a chord with him. These celestial dragons are, after all, Lester's true compatriots. Regardless of their foolishness or malevolence, these celestial dragons stand atop the world as deities, just like him. Ha ha ha. Then why not try your hand at it? You foolish celestial dragon. Seizing the opportunity while Lester was distracted, Rocks suddenly launched an attack. A powerful punch infused with Conqueror's hockey struck directly at Lester's heart. With a resounding impact, it landed. Damn it. However, Lester proved himself worthy of his position as the vice-captain of the Divine Knights. Though he was struck by Rocks, a formidable adversary, he reacted with astonishing speed, slightly shifting his body to evade a fatal blow. Rocks' punch wounded Lester's left shoulder, accompanied by a distinct sound of bones cracking. Thunderous echoes resounded. Lester was immediately sent sprawling back several dozen meters, crashing through numerous buildings before finally coming to a halt. Yet, he quickly regained his footing. His previously immaculate white uniform of the Divine Knights was now marred with dust. His left shoulder was stained with blood, creating a stark contrast against the white fabric. Resembling a blood-red rose, strikingly conspicuous. The vice-captain of Lester. Witnessing this scene, the other members of the Divine Knights were equally astonished. It was the first time they had seen their vice-captain injured. It must be noted that he had previously endured countless battles, deftly handling numerous ambushes from formidable foes. His unblemished body to this day attests to that. Yet now, the vice-captain Lester had been wounded on his left shoulder by a single punch from a mere pirate. It can only be said that this pirate, Rocks, not yet 30, possesses an alarming potential. If given more time, one can only wonder to what terrifying heights he might ascend. Damn it! Lester grimaced, clutching his left shoulder, his face dark with frustration. His invulnerable form had been shattered by a lowly pirate. After all, for the Divine Knights, they are seen as heroes in the eyes of the celestial dragons. Beyond their formidable strength, they must uphold their flawless image in the hearts of the celestial dragons. For he is the foremost candidate to become the captain of the Divine Knights. To achieve that, he must remain without a single blemish. Only in this way can one firmly secure the position of the leader of the Knights of the Divine. This situation bears a striking resemblance to the character of Katakuri, the second-in-command of Charlotte Linlin's pirate crew, who must uphold his impeccable image in the eyes of his numerous siblings. The shattering of such a flawless reputation inevitably transforms into a significant blemish upon his character. It could even jeopardize his future ascension to the assured position of captain. As the Knight of God-S Order boasts more than one vice-captain. Seeking death, Lester exclaimed, brandishing his holy sword, poised for retaliation. Did I not instruct you to cease? Before Lester could make a move, a taunting voice echoed from above. In an instant, he twisted his wrist, and the black blade in his grasp swiftly carved a crimson line across the face of a celestial dragon. Ah, save me, Lester. I am but the cousin of your father's brother's friend. If I perish, how will you explain this to your father? The celestial dragon cried out in a frenzy, addressing Lester. Observing this, Topman Lester cast a cold, indifferent gaze upon the celestial dragon, signaling him to silence his incessant chatter. Though the excuse was utterly flimsy, he could not disregard the life of a fellow celestial dragon. Yet, the incessant noise was intolerable. Despicable pirate, what will it take for you to release them? Lester directed his gaze at the sky, where Lorne hovered, his voice laced with frustration. They were so close to annihilating the Rocks pirates. How infuriating. At that moment, Lorne remained silent, merely conveying a glance. Soon, Newgate, Rocks, and Shiki grasped his intent. Shiki unleashed his powers, causing the ground to fracture, and soon the very earth carrying Rocks, Newgate, and Shiki began to ascend. Do not even think of escaping, Lester shouted, attempting to thwart their departure. With a command, the Navy admirals and members of the Knight of God-S Order encircled the Rocks pirates. Lester's thoughts were straightforward. Weighing the pros and cons, 7 or 8 celestial dragons were held captive by Lorne. To rescue them would necessitate the release of the Rocks pirates. However, should they allow the crew to depart, the next opportunity to eradicate the Rocks pirates might be elusive. Perhaps in the future, they would evolve into a formidable pirate faction capable of destabilizing the world government's reign. Yet, sacrificing 7 or 8 celestial dragons might prove too steep a price. If their families united to demand retribution, even as the vice-captain of the Knight of God-S Order, he would not escape unscathed. To save or not to save, this was indeed a dilemma. At this very moment, the supreme commander on the battlefield, Topman Lester, found himself engulfed in hesitation. Undoubtedly, this was the opportune moment to eradicate the Rocks pirates. The Knights of God, in conjunction with several admirals of the Navy, would soon ensnare the core members of the Rocks pirates in one fell swoop. It is worth noting that this pirate crew had only set sail a few years prior, yet they had already supplanted the Navy to become the new sovereign of the seas. Should they be afforded further time to develop, they might one day evolve into a formidable threat capable of challenging the very foundations of the world government's dominion. There is no doubt about it. After all, how many years has the Rocks pirates been at sea? They have already managed to suppress the Navy. Given another decade, who knows how formidable a pirate crew they might become. Thus, eliminating them here presents an unparalleled opportunity to eradicate the threat entirely. Yet, at this moment, the second-in-command, Lorne, has audaciously taken 7 or 8 celestial dragons hostage. This is quite dire. Although I hold the esteemed position of vice captain of the Knights of God, endowed with the supreme authority to execute, judge, and condemn the celestial dragons, that power is confined to internal matters. In other words, executing these celestial dragons poses no issue when it concerns our own, even if a member of our household commits the gravest of offenses. Familial disgrace must remain within the confines of our walls, and it can be managed without any complications. However, should one be slain by a pirate in the presence of the entire world, that would present a significant dilemma. This will lead the entire world to perceive that the divine is not as formidable as believed, causing centuries of subtle influence exerted by world governments over the populace to crumble instantaneously. After all, as a celestial dragon, to remain indifferent to the demise of one's compatriots will inevitably result in these celestial dragon families uniting to exert pressure upon oneself, making my position as deputy captain quite untenable. This matter is not one that can be resolved unilaterally. Meanwhile, in Mariewa, the 5 elders within the Chamber of Authority wore expressions of grave concern. Despite their exalted status as the 5 elders, they too had risen through the ranks. Having endured numerous trials and tribulations, their ascent from ordinary celestial dragons to their current positions was marked by significant battles and commendable achievements. Thus, they were acutely aware of the gravity of this situation. How infuriating it is that rascal Lorne had the audacity to devise such a scheme. At that moment, the attention of all was drawn towards Rocks and Whitebeard, leaving the members of the God Knights and the admirals utterly preoccupied and neglecting the second-in-command of the Rocks pirates. A grievous oversight, indeed. The previous operation had also faltered due to Lorne's reckless ambush on the Marine headquarters, leading to a catastrophic failure for the Navy. The elders now fixed their steely gazes upon Lorne. If looks could kill, he would have been subjected to countless executions by their eyes alone. After all, the previous conflict in Wano was significantly impacted by this unpredictable X-factor, who had audaciously infiltrated the Navy's vulnerable interior, causing extensive destruction to their resources and humiliating them on a global scale, stripping them of their title as the sovereign of the seas. Now is not the time for such reflections. Lester appeared ensnared in hesitation, uncertain of the course to take. Just then, the financial warrior elder, Izambaron V. Nazashiro, clad in a kimono and wielding the cursed blade Shodai Katetsu, spoke. Truth be told, this predicament was indeed intricate, caught between the celestial dragons and the formidable Rocks pirates. A dilemma of considerable complexity. Beside him, the agricultural warrior elder, Shepherd X, Peter, with his golden short hair and clad in a burgundy suit, held his head in his hands. Could they truly allow the Rocks pirates to escape unscathed? Nearby, the irascible judicial warrior elder, Topman V. Walshuli, with a map scar etched upon his forehead, exclaimed passionately. The Rocks pirates had already brought shame upon the Navy and the world government on multiple occasions. If they failed to seize this opportunity and allowed them to flee, who could predict the chaos they might unleash upon the world government next? Yet, sacrificing these celestial dragons would undoubtedly incite their families to demand accountability. The environmental warrior elder, Marcus M. Maz, with his long white beard and hair, remarked that aside from the treacherous Nefertari family of Alabasta, there were 19 families residing in Mariewa. These families undoubtedly possess considerable influence. Should they unite to voice their discontent, even the elders would find it challenging to disregard their sentiments. After all, a significant number of celestial dragons have already perished in this conflict. Now is not the time to dwell on such matters. The battlefield is ever-changing, and we must swiftly issue our commands. The scientific defense god, J. Gore Lucius Satan, with his judge's wig and a prominent scar adorning the right side of his face, stated, A mere exchange of glances among the elders sufficed for them to comprehend each other's thoughts, having partnered for a considerable duration. At that moment, they realized that neutralizing the Rocks pirates was undoubtedly of paramount importance. For if they were to spare the Rocks pirates today for the sake of these 7 or 8 celestial dragons, the crew would assuredly continue their assaults on the world government. By showing leniency today, they risked not just the lives of 7 or 8 celestial dragons in the next great conflict, but potentially 70 or 80. At that juncture, it would not merely be the heads of various families who would be alarmed, but even Lord M would be stirred. This is certainly not what the 5 elders wish to witness. Although they, too, are celestial dragons and do not desire the demise of their kin, this is an unavoidable course of action. The Rocks pirates, a crew that has emerged in but a few fleeting years, shines too brightly to be allowed any respite. Thus, it has been resolved, indeed, the annihilation of the Rocks pirates is of utmost importance. It has been decided that if the old guard stirs trouble post-battle, we must present a united front. There is no doubt, to maintain the equilibrium of the world, such sacrifices are deemed necessary. A plan for appeasement must also be conceived swiftly, for with the loss of so many celestial dragons, it is imperative to offer solace to the various noble families. Each of the 5 elders, in a moment of levity, has determined the fates of many individuals. In the pursuit of eradicating the Rocks pirates, even the celestial dragons must be prepared to make sacrifices. Even if it invites a coalition of pressure from the celestial dragon families thereafter, this course of action is essential. To accomplish great deeds, one must be willing to embrace certain necessary sacrifices. This is the resolve of the elite. The 5 of them have distinguished themselves among the many celestial dragons to become the preeminent authority known as the 5 elders, a resolve they must possess. Excellent. Then let this news be conveyed to Lesterk with haste. The 5 elders nodded in unison, promptly beginning to relay the message to Lesterk. Soon, amidst the tense battlefield, the distinct sound of a snail phone resonated unexpectedly. However, the sound was quite faint, and Topman Lesterk hesitated for a moment before realizing that it was indeed his own snail phone ringing. He swiftly retrieved a white anti-eavesdropping snail phone from the inner pocket of his combat suit. Is this a call from the Hall of Authority? And has it indeed been made personally by the 5 elders? It cannot be mistaken. In this state of wartime anxiety, the 5 elder stars actually took the initiative to call me personally. This indicates that the matter is exceedingly grave. The 5 elders have no choice but to intervene. After all, it is rare for them to involve themselves when the Knights of God embark on their missions. Such instances of direct involvement during wartime are indeed few and far between. This suffices to illustrate the gravity of the situation at hand. Could it be related to the celestial dragons? Topman Lester immediately grasped the implications. The only matter of such paramount importance to the Gorasii must surely pertain to the celestial dragons. Now, a multitude of celestial dragons is being held hostage by pirates in live broadcasts across the globe. The impact of this matter has reached a critical severity. Hence, the 5 elders have taken the initiative to make a personal call. That is, the exclusive Din Din Mushi of the 5 elders. It seems they too have been greatly alarmed. Upon witnessing the white Din Din Mushi produced by Topman Lesterk, the admirals displayed expressions of astonishment. They were utterly taken aback that the 5 elders had personally sent a message. The situation has escalated alarmingly. After a moment's hesitation, Topman Lester promptly answered the phone. Lester, the supreme command, at all costs, eliminate the Rocks pirates. If they are allowed to escape from here, the consequences would be unimaginable. The voice of the 5 elders was steady and resolute. It was evident that this decision was made with considerable resolve. After all, these were the celestial dragons, a lineage of divine beings. Typically, should anyone offend a celestial dragon, entire nations might face annihilation. Yet now, so many celestial dragons have been taken hostage. The outcome remains, at all costs, annihilate the Rocks pirates. This sufficiently demonstrates the magnitude of the threat posed by this pirate crew, which has only been established for a few years, in the eyes of the 5 elders. So significant that they are willing to sacrifice the celestial dragons to eradicate them resolutely. Could it be sacrificing the celestial dragons? Did I hear that correctly? Upon receiving the command through the transponder snail, the other members of the Divine Knights surrounding Topman Lester, as well as the Marine Admirals Black Hawk, White Horse, Golden Snake, and Steelbone Kong, were all left in utter shock. They had never anticipated that this mission would take such a turn. They initially believed that the call from the 5 elders was to instruct them to cease their actions and spare no effort to rescue the celestial dragons. To their astonishment, It was an entirely opposite command. When did these 5 old men become so resolute? I understand now. Topman Lester appears to have grown considerably more subdued, nodding in comprehension of the underlying meaning within the words of the 5 elders. After all, as the vice commander of the Knights of God, he occupies a position of authority, a high-ranking leader. As a leader, he certainly grasps some fundamental truths. To resolve troubles, one must be prepared to pay a certain price. The price this time is merely a transition from the common populace to the celestial dragons. However, there remains a modicum of caution on his part, particularly concerning the celestial dragon families. The 19 celestial dragon families of the Holy Land each boast a lineage that has endured for centuries, wielding considerable influence. In the eyes of the world, it is a profound disregard for the precious lives of their kin, all in the pursuit of eliminating a handful of despicable pirates. If one were to pursue this matter, it would be exceedingly difficult to extricate oneself. After all, within the celestial families of the Tenryubito, there exist individuals of considerable stature and influence. Fear not, for we shall resolve this issue. All you need to do is decisively eradicate the Rocks pirates. The 5 elders, seemingly aware of Topman Lester's apprehensions, spoke swiftly. Understood. Topman Lester nodded. With the assurance of the 5 elders, he felt emboldened to take the plunge. The annihilation of the Rocks pirates would undoubtedly entail necessary sacrifices. However, this time, the sacrifices would be the Tenryubito. Snap. Soon after, Topman Lester terminated the call, his expression shifting from uncertainty to unwavering determination. Thus, it has been decided. Ha ha ha. This mission is indeed a first for me. Given this, it is imperative to eliminate every last one of these pirates. Not a single soul shall be spared. Having just overheard the conversation between the 5 elders and the vice-captain, the remaining members of the Divine Knights displayed no signs of panic. Their gazes turned steely, resolute, and filled with the essence of slaughter. Once a mission has been decided, it must be executed to the very end. This is the code of conduct for every member of the Divine Knights. Oh, it appears that those fellows have undergone a change in demeanor. Meanwhile, within the ranks of the Rocks pirates, upon the floating island, Rocks, Lorne, the Golden Lion, Whitebeard, and others have also sensed the shift in the atmosphere of the Divine Knights in the Navy. From a state of disarray, they have grown resolute. It seems they have made up their minds. Divine Knights, Navy, listen up. Eliminate them. Annihilate the Rocks pirates. Leave no one behind. Topman Lester raises the holy sword high. With a swift motion of his wrist, he aims the sacred blade towards the direction of the Rocks pirates. He commands, attack. We must eradicate the Rocks pirates. They must perish here. In an instant, the Divine Knights and the Navy charge forward like human projectiles. It appears they are determined to see this through to the end. If a fight is to be had, what is there to fear? Our relationship with the world government has always been one of mutual annihilation. Let us engage in this decisive battle and settle the score. The members of the Rocks pirates are equally indomitable, even in the face of overwhelming strength from the enemy. They show no signs of trepidation. Each one is prepared to embrace death, ready to lay down their lives in this place. Yet, even in death, they will fight fiercely to take a piece of the world government with them. If they are to perish, they will strive to take as many of the Divine Knights and Navy admirals with them as possible. However, just as both sides are poised for a desperate clash, a youthful voice suddenly calls out from Lorne's embrace, "Brother, save me." The tender voice immediately captured the attention of many present, particularly that of Topman Lester, the vice-captain of the Knights of God. He astutely recognized that this voice was strikingly familiar. Was that not his own younger sister? No wonder the Sea Kings were so exhilarated today. They had sensed Rono's return, which explained their excitement. It was also understandable why the contracts binding the 3 of them had vanished. After all, with the principal returning, the dissolution of the contracts was only natural. Now that Vice-Captain Rono had returned, it was time to celebrate. The Golden Lion promptly conjured a floating island, allowing everyone present to embark on this ethereal vessel and arrive at the Holy Land. Lord Rono, he had indeed returned. My goodness, it's true. How splendid. The suddenness of it all was astonishing. In the Holy Land, upon hearing Rono's voice, the Empress Boa Hancock and the senior officers of the former Yonko pirate crew, Marco, Jin, Queen, Katakuri, and others, were left wide-eyed, their tongues nearly lolling in disbelief. The news was so unexpected that they felt as though they were caught in a dream. Ha ha. My little ones, let us commence the feast in celebration of Vice-Captain Rono's return. Indeed, let the festivities begin. In no time, the crowd in the Holy Land became bustling with activity. The grand table originally set for the World Conference was swiftly transformed into a banquet table for all to revel in. The dining table can accommodate dozens of guests. Surrounding it are hundreds of banquet round tables. It is said that Rono has returned to host a feast celebrating the near-complete assembly of almost everyone in the Holy Land. Members from the former 7 warlords, the 4 emperors' pirate crews, and even the former Revolutionary Army officials have all arrived. "Rono, it has been far too long," exclaimed Monkey D. Dragon, the former leader of the Revolutionary Army and now one of the highest authorities in the New World government. As he approached Rono with a swift gait, his laughter resonating warmly. One cannot deny that since Rono dismantled the old world order, this new world has flourished remarkably. With the oppression of the celestial dragons lifted, numerous nations have begun to restore their normalcy. The absence of excessive taxes has naturally diminished the plight of those who would otherwise turn to piracy out of hunger. Of course, all these reforms owe their success to Dragon, the tireless revolutionary. "Ha ha ha, Dragon, you have worked hard during this time," Rono greeted him with heartfelt enthusiasm. At this moment, Dragon had shed his iconic green cloak, which had once concealed his entire form. Now, having realized his ideals and free from the pursuit of the world government, he basked in the sunlight. This liberation had transformed his demeanor, making him appear much sunnier than in his previous days of hiding, reminiscent of a youthful carp. Not at all. If it weren't for Rono's might in toppling the world government, the entire world would likely still be under the oppressive thumb of the celestial dragons. Dragon replied sincerely, waving his hand dismissively. His words were genuine. Without Rono's formidable strength, the world would remain shackled. Where in this world can one find such beauty? Apart from Long, the cadre of former Revolutionary Army members stood behind him, including Bello Betty, the Crow, Crow, and even Sabo, all gazing at Rono with faces full of admiration. The rest of the assembly, including King Neptune of Fishman Island and Princess Shirahoshi, were equally captivated. "Brother, save me." Just as Topman Lester issued his command, a multitude of members from the Knights of God and Admirals surged towards the Rocks pirates. At that moment, a frail voice emerged from Lawrence's embrace, so faint, yet crystal clear, it was unmistakably captured by Lester. He stood there, momentarily frozen in astonishment. The familiar voice abruptly rendered Topman Lester momentarily speechless, his gaze reflecting a rare moment of bewilderment. What was happening? Could it be that he was experiencing auditory hallucinations? Is that voice not the one belonging to my cherished younger sister? How could her voice so unexpectedly resonate on the battlefield? At the very moment when Topman Lester was taken aback, Lorne also detected this anomaly, for he, too, heard a faint voice emanating from his embrace, as if it were intermittently uttering something. Words like "brother" and "save me" drifted through the air. The presence of a celestial dragon in his arms seemed to hold a peculiar significance in Topman Lester's heart. Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, the voice continued, "Brother, it hurts. It hurts unbearably. Please take me home. I promise I will never sneak out to play again. I was wrong. I shouldn't have deceived Mom and Dad." Soon, the intermittent sounds of sobbing once more emerged from Lawrence's embrace. Though faint, they were still captured by Topman Lester. There was no mistaking it. This sound is undoubtedly unmistakable. This is the voice of my own sister. My dear sister's voice. Hold on. Everyone, refrain from making any rash movements. Soon, Topman Lester raised his hand high, almost exhausting all his strength as he bellowed. Swish, swish, swish. The Divine Knights and the Navy, who were poised to execute the Rocks pirates, abruptly halted in their tracks. They turned to gaze at Topman Lester with bewilderment. "Deputy Commander, what is happening? Why the sudden stop? What could be the reason? Could it be that the plan of the 5 elders has changed?" The admirals of the Navy looked at Topman Lester, their expressions filled with confusion. They had all heard the call from the 5 elders moments ago. A decree of annihilation had been issued. Even at the cost of sacrificing the celestial dragons, the intention was to eradicate the Rocks pirates right here. Why the sudden cessation? No, something feels amiss. Why does the deputy commander seem to harbor a different emotion? Is it a mix of anger and fear? Only those members of the Divine Knights who frequently interacted with Topman Lester noticed something was off. Fear? How could that be? He is our esteemed deputy commander. The young member, Thegaland Gallon, curiously inquired. "No, deputy commander, this is very strange." An older member immediately discerned that the deputy commander seemed to be influenced by something that affected his emotions. What is happening? Why has Topman Lester suddenly called for a halt? What could have transpired? This man, what is he hesitating over? He was never one to waver. Meanwhile, in the Holy Land, within the Hall of Authority, The five elders watched the live broadcast, initially intending to witness the slaughter of the Rocks pirates firsthand. Little did they expect that Topman Lester would abruptly call for a stop. The brows of the five elders furrowed simultaneously. After all, separated by a screen, they could hardly hear the faint sounds emanating from the center of the battlefield. Not only the five elders, but even the members of the Divine Knights and the admirals present on the battlefield could not discern it, for the sound was too feeble. Only Topman Lestek, being the most doting brother, was able to catch it. At that moment, the members of the Rocks pirates were also taken aback. What was happening? Weren't they supposed to advance? Why had they suddenly halted? What madness were the world government and the navy embroiled in? At this juncture, only Lorne comprehended the situation. It turned out that among the celestial dragons he had taken hostage, there was one of significant importance to Topman Lestek. Soon, Lorne traced the source of the sound, a girl who appeared to be merely 14 or 15 years of age. Her aura was faint, yet she muttered words such as brother and I won't dare again repeatedly. Topman Lestek, could it be that you were searching for her? Lorne chuckled as he revealed the girl. Indeed, the moment Lorne unveiled her, Topman Lestek felt as if his heart had momentarily ceased to beat. His pupils dilated in shock. His sister had, without a doubt, been taken as a hostage. How could this be? Hadn't their parents always forbidden her from leaving the house? How could she possibly be in such a place? Damn it. The turmoil within Topman Lestek's heart surged like a cataclysmic tsunami. Upon seeing the girl, the other members of the Divine Knights quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. The vice-captain's cherished younger sister, Marilia, had been taken hostage. No wonder he had suddenly called for a halt. How infuriating. Why was Marilia in the clutches of the Rocks pirates? This was dire. After all, she was the vice-captain's most beloved sister. The expressions of the Divine Knights darkened as they realized the gravity of the predicament. Astonished that among the celestial dragons taken hostage by the Rocks pirates was indeed the vice-captain's most cherished sibling. This is quite a predicament. The vice-commander is expected to sacrifice his beloved sister to eradicate the Rocks pirates? Given their understanding of the vice-commander's haughty disposition, such a notion is utterly implausible. Damn it, how could Marilia possibly end up in Lorne's grasp? Cursed pirates! Meanwhile, the five elders in Mariehua have finally grasped the reason behind Topman Lestek's abrupt halt. After all, the five elders and the Knights of God are no strangers to one another. They are well aware that Vice-Commander Topman Lestek has a dearly cherished sister, Marilia. It dawned upon them that the celestial dragon maiden in Lorne's possession is indeed Marilia of the Topman family, the most beloved sister of Topman Lestek. Clearly, Lestek must have just realized that his sister was in the hands of pirates, prompting his sudden cessation. The faces of the five elders flushed crimson, resembling that of overcooked liver, an utterly ghastly sight. This has become quite troublesome. After all, the relationship between the five elders and the Knights of God is exceedingly close. One symbolizes the celestial dragons in their external affairs, representing the pinnacle of worldly power, while the other embodies the internal enforcement of justice against the celestial dragons, dealing with crimes and even executions. Since there is no conflict of interest between the two parties, collaboration is sometimes required. Consequently, the camaraderie among the members of these two factions remains profoundly intimate. Thus, the five elders are undoubtedly aware of the feelings that Topman Lestek, the vice-captain of the Knights of God, harbors for his sister. They even have families of their own. It is easy for them to comprehend the acute anxiety that Lestek must be experiencing. If one's own sister were to be abducted by pirates, it is certain that they would feel an overwhelming sense of urgency. Hence, the grim expressions on the faces of the five elders. Given their understanding of Topman Lestek, it is clear that he is utterly devoted to his sister. He treats her with the utmost indulgence, holding her delicately as if she might break, cherishing her as if she might melt away. On one occasion, when someone inadvertently failed to kneel before Mary Louisa, upon returning, he was met with her scornful remarks. Lestek, in a fit of fury, led two members of the Knights of God to annihilate the country of that individual. There was also an incident where a slave accidentally spilled a drop of milk intended for Mary Louisa. Upon learning of this, Lestek immediately severed the offender's hands and imposed a brutal punishment. Even some celestial dragons, who made light-hearted jokes at Mary Louise's expense, faced Lestek's wrath. He fabricated a charge against them, capturing them and imprisoning them for several months, during which they endured physical abuse. Once released, the first action of the imprisoned celestial dragon was to seek out Mary Louisa to offer an apology. All of this serves to demonstrate the excessive pampering that Lestek bestows upon his sister. Indeed, under Lester's indulgence, Marilia can be considered among the most privileged of the celestial dragons. Even some of the celestial dragons feel a sense of trepidation in her presence, compelled to wear smiles in her company. It is precisely for this reason that Lester, the vice-captain, abruptly halted the actions of the Knights of God and the Marine Admirals. Although the opposing force is the Rocks Pirates, a band of unscrupulous villains responsible for significant losses to the world government, in Lester's heart, the fate of a rabble of pirates pales in comparison to the safety of his sister. Even if this group of pirates is notorious as the Rocks Pirates, he disregarded the orders of the 5 elders and decisively called a halt. What a quandary we find ourselves in now. Should we continue to issue orders to Lester? The farming warlord and the scientific defense warlord among the 5 elders exchanged glances with the other 3. The current situation has left the 5 elders somewhat flustered. After all, who could have anticipated that among the celestial dragons so casually abducted by Lorne, there would be Lester's own sister? One cannot help but acknowledge the remarkable fortune of the Rocks Pirates. In response to the inquiries from the farming warlord and the scientific defense warlord, a brief silence enveloped the authority hall. Despite having presided over the world government for decades and having navigated numerous urgent crises, occurrences such as today are indeed rare for the 5 elders. After a few seconds of silence, the bald elder with the sword, the financial warlord, finally spoke. It would be best not to issue further orders. I know Lester well. He would never prioritize the demise of a few pirates over his sister's safety. If we force him to make a decision, it may lead him to act irrationally in a moment of impulse. Upon hearing this, the bald elder with the mustache, the legal warlord, nodded in agreement. You are correct. Our optimal solution now is to allow him to make his own decision. The environmental warlord also nodded in concurrence. If that is the case, let us proceed thus. Soon, the 5 elders dialed the phone snail for Topman Lester once again. Upon seeing the call was from the 5 elders, Lester's heart immediately sank. These old fellows cannot possibly be pressuring me to hasten the eradication of the Rocks Pirates. Can they? But my sister remains in their clutches. If that is indeed the case, I shall never permit it. Lester, we have all witnessed the situation at hand. Regrettably, your sister, Marilia, has fallen into the hands of those pirates. Consequently, our plans have altered, and the priority of this battle is to ensure your sister's safety. As for the annihilation of the Rocks Pirates, that may be pursued at a more opportune moment. If such a pursuit jeopardizes Marilia, then you must exercise your own judgment. The words of the 5 elders are not absolute. Rather, they have granted Lester the autonomy to make his own decisions. The 5 elders understand that issuing relentless commands to coerce Lester would be unwise, perhaps even the most foolish course of action. After all, when one is on the battlefield, military orders may not always be adhered to. Although we may issue commands, Lester, as the supreme commander on the battlefield, need not necessarily comply. After all, Lester is not a mere Navy officer. Were I in their position, the 5 elders would undoubtedly issue unwavering commands to exert pressure. The Navy, regardless of their circumstances, must bow their heads to execute orders. But Lester is a celestial dragon, and an esteemed one at that, one of our own. Should he defy an order, it would irrevocably sever ties between the 5 elders and the Knights of God. Such a scene is far from pleasing. Hence, the 5 elders chose to extend a courtesy to the other party. Topman Lester visibly exhaled in relief. Unexpectedly, this was the nature of the command. It is evident, given Lester's understanding of the 5 elders. These 5 venerable elders typically resort to any means necessary to achieve their objectives. Just moments ago, they were even prepared to sacrifice those celestial beings solely to eradicate the Rocks Pirates. However, by issuing such orders, they have sufficiently catered to their own sentiments, affording a semblance of dignity to the vice-captain of this divine knight order. After all, this is the Rocks Pirates. Should they fail to eliminate them here, the opportunity may not present itself again. Yet, despite this, the 5 elders still relinquished the decision-making authority to themselves. This elicited a flicker of gratitude upon Lester's countenance. Fear not, everyone. Even if we allow this band of pirates to escape today, I, Topman Lester, hereby vow in the name of the vice-captain of the Divine Knights, I shall personally ensure the demise of the Rocks Pirates, particularly that scoundrel who has abducted my sister. Lester articulated each word with precision, his gaze fixated fiercely upon Lorne, imbued with a piercing, lethal intensity. If mere glances could extinguish life, Lorne would have surely faced 1,000 deaths by Lester's wrath. Lester's stare was so intense it seemed capable of devouring Lorne whole. With your assurance, we are at ease. At this moment, the elders offered no further words. but instead nodded in quiet affirmation, confident in Lester's unwavering resolve. This individual, whatever he utters, is destined to accomplish. If he proclaims the annihilation of your entire family, he will indeed bring it to pass. If he declares the destruction of a nation, it shall be so, without the slightest hesitation. Thus, once this matter concludes, even if the Rocks pirates are not eradicated today, Lester will undoubtedly take action against them. Should the Rocks pirates manage to escape this time, Lester will personally lead a siege in the future. Thus, you must make your decision without considering anything else. Click. The 5 elders swiftly terminated the call. After hanging up, Lester fixed his gaze intently on Lorne. Pirate, release my sister, and I may grant you a chance at survival, Lester proclaimed, raising his holy sword and pointing it at Lorne, his murderous intent palpable. Ha ha ha, so it is. Is this young lady your sister? Upon hearing this, a radiant smile finally graced Lorne's face. Simultaneously, his hand instinctively rested upon Mariluya's neck. It appears that the fate of the Rocks pirates is not yet sealed. In a reckless act, he had abducted several celestial dragons, and among them was none other than Lester's sister. Given Lester's demeanor, it is evident that he cares deeply for her well-being. Haha, what a twist. Is this the crossroads of fate? Upon hearing these words, the slightly disheveled Rocks pirates wore expressions of gleeful malice. Haha, it seems fortune favors us today. The golden lion wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, wielding 2 famed blades, Sakura and Shikamoku, as he laughed heartily to the heavens. Truly amusing, dear brother-in-law. Such a scene is indeed rare. Whitebeard also plunged his massive nodachi into the ground, joining in the laughter. Nearby, Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, and John erupted into wild mirth. Initially, it was thought that the Rocks pirates would meet their demise here, but unexpectedly, the tide turned. Lorne had actually abducted the sister of their leader. This truly feels like a brush with death. Ha ha ha, Linlin, splendid work. Farewell, Knights of the Divine. Brothers, retreat. The very essence of Rocks himself erupted in laughter, his blood-soaked crimson cloak billowing dramatically in the fierce wind. With that, the Golden Lion began to manipulate the floating island, initiating their withdrawal. How dare you pirates attempt to leave without surrendering my sister? Top and Lester shouted furiously towards the heavens. Meanwhile, the members of the Knights of the Divine and the admirals of the Navy were poised to act. Who dares to move? Linlin declared, brandishing the famed sword, Demon Slayer, and placing it directly against the delicate, alabaster neck of Marilua. Lester, remember this. You have no choice now. Either your sister accompanies you to the grave, or... With a firm grip, blood began to cascade from Marilua's pristine neck. Brother, it hurts. Please, rescue me from these vile pirates. I just want to go home. Marilua wept, pleading in desperation. As a celestial dragon born into unparalleled nobility, she had never endured such torment. Don't move. You may leave, but you must ensure my sister's safety. Topman Lester's heart was torn at the sight, struggling to suppress his overwhelming rage. He longed to see the Rocks pirates suffer 1,000 deaths, yet for the sake of his sister's life, he had to stifle such emotions. Hearing this, the pursuing admirals and members of the Knights of the Divine halted in their tracks. Haha, Lester, this scene is rather familiar. Observing Lester's frantic and nearly pleading demeanor, Rocks and Linlin felt a stir within them. How many years ago had their own parents begged the celestial dragons in a similar fashion? The image of their parents' supplication was far more abject than Lester's current plight. Yet, all they received in return was a brutal beating and inhumane torment. To think, even the exalted beings would plead to the common folk? How amusing. Remember, you have no choice now. We're leaving. Rocks deemed it unnecessary to engage in further conversation, issuing the command to retreat. The Golden Lion manipulated the floating island to continue their withdrawal. Vile pirates, if my sister truly perishes, no matter where you Rocks pirates flee, I will wield every resource and ounce of strength I possess to obliterate you. Remember this. Lester could only seethe in impotent fury, howling defiantly at the sky. Ha ha ha. Then why don't you give it a try, you foolish celestial dragon? However, what awaited Lester was the scornful laughter echoing from the floating island. Deputy Commander, are we truly going to let them escape like this? These individuals are pirates. Upon witnessing this, several members of the Knights of God turned to Deputy Commander Lester, seeking his counsel. After all, the Rocks pirates are notoriously infamous. Given their methods, it is highly probable that Mariluya will. The admirals of the Navy hastened to inquire as well. This was a rare opportunity to eliminate the Rocks pirates. If we let them slip away, who knows how many innocents will suffer at their hands? Is Deputy Commander Lester really going to allow them to depart? The Rocks pirates are infamous. They are not the kind to honor agreements. Indeed, given their modus operandi, it is highly likely that Wawil, the admiral, the world's greatest swordsman, Black Hawk, also stepped forward to voice his concern. Suddenly, to everyone's astonishment, Lester showed no courtesy to the esteemed swordsman. Before Black Hawk could finish his thought, a resounding slap echoed as it struck his face. Enough of your noise. Lester glared furiously at Black Hawk, demanding, "Are you implying that my sister is already dead?" The sudden slap took many present by surprise. After all, this was a Navy admiral, the world's foremost swordsman. Moreover, this was occurring live, before the eyes of countless spectators. To deliver such a slap directly in front of so many witnesses? This is utterly disrespectful to the Navy. Upon witnessing this, the other high-ranking admirals, as well as the prospective ones, clenched their fists in indignation. Everyone was taken aback by Lester's sudden slap. It is important to note that this was broadcasted live to the entire world. No matter how one may view the Black Hawk, he is undeniably one of the three great admirals of the Navy and is renowned as the world's foremost swordsman, a man who has rendered tremendous service to the Navy and is a formidable candidate for the next fleet admiral. Even though the Navy is often labeled as the greatest lackey of the celestial dragons and their most obedient servant, this is only whispered behind closed doors. In the public eye, the global populace continues to regard the Navy as the bastion of justice, the nemesis of pirates. To ordinary citizens, the Navy is undoubtedly the savior of this world. Wherever there is malevolence, there too shall the Navy be found. Even if the Navy acts to annihilate nations for the celestial dragons, it does not tarnish their illustrious image in the eyes of the world. Many aspiring youths choose to join the Navy, believing in their pursuit of justice. Yet, this slap has served as a wake-up call for many. To dare strike the Admiral Black Hawk. He is the world's greatest swordsman. What is this? Such utter disregard for the Navy. The members of the so-called Knights of God are incredibly arrogant. It is simply unbelievable. Many ordinary citizens widen their eyes in disbelief at the unfolding events. Haha. Can you not see it yet? The Navy is indeed the lackey of the celestial dragons. If it were not for the Navy's complicity, the celestial dragons would not dare to act so brazenly. My eyes were blinded by the celestial dragons, and the Navy was present at that moment. They stood by, watching as the celestial dragons blinded me, feigning ignorance. I was even captured by the Navy and brought to the Holy Land, becoming a slave to the celestial dragons. The Navy's hypocritical sense of justice is merely a fade for their wickedness. Many citizens have awakened to this reality. Indeed, if not for the fear of inciting the celestial dragon's wrath, would the Navy deploy their admirals? What audacity do these worthless celestial dragons possess to behave so arrogantly? With their meager strength, even the villagers with a bit of brute force could easily vanquish them. Everything is due to the Navy supporting the celestial dragons from the shadows. Some young talents, who originally planned to join the Navy, have even had their faith in its justice shattered by this slap. Perhaps the true Navy is not as noble and righteous as they had imagined. In fact, they may be backing the greatest evil in this world. Impossible. The Navy is certainly not a lackey. Indeed, the Navy represents justice. Just recently, the Navy rescued our village from the clutches of pirates. Some obstinate individuals continue to place their faith in the Navy. Meanwhile, the epicenter of the conflict looms large. You, the Black Hawk, struck by a slap from Lester, now finds himself engulfed in a whirlwind of astonishment, humiliation, and fury. His fists unconsciously clench tightly, and the tension ripples through his muscles. As the formidable aura of the world's foremost swordsman is on full display, the black blade in his hand begins to tremble involuntarily, as if protesting on behalf of its master. Although the Knights of God are indeed composed of celestial dragons, he, as an admiral of the Navy, is no mere pawn to be slapped about. Moreover, this confrontation is being broadcast live across the globe. All eyes are fixated on this battle that will determine the fate of the world. Such imagery, once disseminated, would undoubtedly inflict a significant blow to the majesty of the Navy. As a general, the Black Hawk is acutely aware of the terrifying ramifications. Cursed be this. The Knights of God. It is not only the Black Hawk, the other generals, such as the White Horse, the Golden Serpent, and the prospective general, Steelbone Kong, also clench their fists tightly. In triumph, they share glory. In misfortune, they share loss. This slap, delivered without a hint of restraint upon the face of the Black Hawk, signifies that one day it could be dealt with equal impunity to their faces. To brazenly strike an admiral of the Navy before the eyes of the entire world. What remains of the Navy's dignity? The admirals, with the exception of the staunch loyalists of the celestial dragons, were filled with unparalleled fury. The aura emanating from the crowd was indeed formidable. What do you intend to do, Navy? Do not misjudge your own standing. Restrain that imposing presence. You are merely the FAAD of the world government. Did you dare to oppose the world government? As the Navy's aura expanded, the expressions of the members of the Divine Knights grew grave. One by one, they unleashed their own formidable presence, rebuking the admirals with an authoritative tone, as if the Navy were merely their trained lapdogs. Ha! Is the Navy about to clash with the world government? Splendid. Dogs biting dogs, a mouthful of fur. I revel in this. Ha ha ha. I too find great amusement in such spectacles. The Navy scoundrels have been slapped in the face, and of course, they must retaliate, fools. Meanwhile, the members of the Rocks Pirates wore expressions of eager spectatorship, astonished that events had escalated to this degree. The Navy and the Divine Knights stood in stark confrontation. This is truly an unimaginable path. It is exceedingly fascinating. The rogues of the Rocks Pirates, of course, revel in such lively spectacles. Let the fighting commence. The more intense, the better. That is what truly makes it interesting. What do you intend to do, Navy? To put it bluntly, you are but mere hounds of the world government. We dictate who you shall bite, and you must comply. Dare you to turn and bite your master? At this moment, Lester has completely lost his mind. Faced with the Navy's aggressive demeanor, he, as the esteemed deputy commander of the Knights of God, candidly expressed the truth. After all, his beloved sister remains in the clutches of the pirates. These naval forces, instead of coming to the rescue, are merely displaying disdain. It is utterly outrageous. Were it not for the urgent need to save his sister, Lester firmly believes that the holy sword in his grasp would have already struck one of the naval admirals. The only reason he refrains from doing so is that his sister remains in the clutches of that scoundrel, Lorne. Lester's declaration has once again ignited a global uproar. Could it be that I have heard correctly? Is it truly permissible to utter such words? To openly proclaim this in front of the entire world is simply unfathomable. I can hardly believe my ears. It appears that, in the eyes of the celestial dragons, the Navy is merely a lapdog. Oh my heavens! At this moment, the populace worldwide feels as though their faith has crumbled. The naval forces, once thought to be the vanguards of justice, are revealed to be nothing more than sycophants in the eyes of others. This world truly resembles a colossal farce. The admiral, who epitomizes the pinnacle of naval strength, is publicly berated by the Knights of God, merely a dog of the celestial dragons. This scene left the entire populace of the world in a state of astonishment. Is such a statement permissible to utter casually? Do these individuals truly disregard the consequences of their words? It is no wonder they are known as the Knights of the Divine. It is inconceivable that one could utter such statements without recognizing the Navy as anything but a mere dog. This world indeed resembles a vast and chaotic stage. Meanwhile, the individual from the Holy Land, Lester, ought to refrain from speaking indiscriminately. Even if he speaks the truth, it is inappropriate to voice such sentiments before the entire world. To declare that the Navy is the face of the world government is quite an indiscretion. It seems that the Navy will certainly harbor some resentment afterward, which would adversely affect their reputation. Such matters are trivial for the Navy. I do not believe they would dare to confront the world government on this account. Within the Hall of Authority, the 5 elders pondered deeply. Although what was spoken is indeed the truth, expressing it so candidly serves no beneficial purpose for either the Navy or the world government. However, considering that the speaker is the vice captain of the Knights of God, the elders find it difficult to cast blame. After all, these individuals are celestial dragons, and among them, the elite. Ultimately, they will have to clean up the mess. Simultaneously, at Navy headquarters. What? How can the Knights of God speak in such a manner? The Navy is not your lapdog. Those scoundrels from the world government are exceedingly arrogant. How infuriating. If I were present, I would certainly make them pay. The Navy personnel at headquarters, with the exception of those at the rank of Rear Admiral and above, were filled with righteous indignation. After all, these individuals had yet to ascend to the upper echelons of the Navy and thus had not been dulled by time. They still possessed fervor. Among them, several powerful newcomers, including Sengoku, Garp, Suru, and Zephyr, were particularly agitated. Especially Garp, whose clenched fists cracked with tension. Based on Sengoku's understanding of Garp, if he were present, he might indeed throw a punch at the Knights of God. Everyone, silence. I assure you, this matter will not be left to rest. In due time, I shall demand an explanation from the world government. The Navy stands as the embodiment of justice, not a mere pawn for anyone. Yet, this operation's primary objective remains the annihilation of the Rocks Pirates. Failure to achieve this would signify a complete disaster. The current fleet admiral, observing the widespread unrest within the Navy, raised his voice sharply. As the admiral, he is well aware of the true circumstances surrounding the Navy. This notion encapsulates the true sentiments of the five elders, the Knights of God, and the celestial dragons. However, if one were to disregard the commands of the latter, how could one possibly maintain the esteemed position of admiral in the Navy? Thus, the current admiral must first feign the suppression of the Navy's grievances. Indeed, upon the admiral's commanding voice, the emotions of the majority were swiftly stabilized. Truly, he is a figure of authority. Indeed, the admiral is correct. We, the Navy, are certainly not mere pawns. We embody justice. How dare the Knights of God regard the Navy in such a manner? Some of the lower-ranking sailors were momentarily calmed. Humph. Such matters demand an explanation. Garp clenched his iron fist in a display of bravado, the muscles in his entire arm taut, presenting a rather intimidating sight. Meanwhile, Sengoku and Tsuru were deep in thought. These two strategists are far from simplistic thinkers like Garp. Can the admiral truly demand an explanation from the world government? The Navy is sustained by the world government. The logistics of sustenance, maintenance, and equipment supply for so many personnel represent an astronomical sum of wealth. The Navy could never dare to defy any decree from the world government. In such circumstances, the Navy holds no bargaining power with the world government. It appears that the Navy is not the pure force of righteousness it once envisioned itself to be. To uphold justice in this realm, a certain cost must be paid. In any case, the Navy seems to be increasingly entangled in complexity. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Lester glared fiercely at the Navy personnel, his eyes ablaze with fury, and declared, "I have no time to deal with you now." He then fixed his gaze intently on Lorne. "This time, I shall spare you lowly pirates. Next time, I will personally lead the charge to annihilate the Rocks pirates. Especially you, Lorne." After uttering these words, Lester did not hesitate to make a gesture across his throat. The threat unmistakable. Apart from Lester, the other members of the Knights of God also directed their piercing stares at Lorne, their eyes brimming with murderous intent. Had it not been for the fact that these wretched pirates had abducted the sister of the vice captain, the Rocks pirates would have been erased from history today. The Navy, too, harbored an intense hatred for Lorne. Why could he not simply meet his demise? The Rocks pirates. Instead, they dared to kidnap the celestial dragon's sister, exposing the Navy's true standing before the populace. If it were not for Lorne, the Navy would not have suffered such a significant loss of face today. Indeed, the naval forces have swiftly redirected their animosity from Lester to Lorne. Feeling the piercing glares of numerous formidable adversaries, a charming smile graced Lorne's lips. Ha. The days ahead are plentiful, celestial dragons and their sycophants. Farewell for now. Lorne laughed heartily, and soon, under the command of the Golden Lion Shiki, a floating island ascended rapidly into the heavens. Damn it. Lorne's words struck deeply at the hearts of the naval admirals present. The Black Hawk, in a fit of rage, unleashed a blade of energy into the sky. Whoosh. The sword energy of the world's greatest swordsman surged aggressively towards the floating island, only to be countered in midair by another oncoming blade of energy. Moments later, atop the floating island, it seemed they were momentarily safe. Wang Zhi, possessing exceptional observation haki, sensed no pursuers trailing them and let out a great sigh of relief. Indeed, he nearly feared he would not see the sun rise again. Silver Axe shared a similar sentiment, shaken by the thought that he might meet his end that day. Unexpectedly, fate had turned, and he had successfully reclaimed his life. One cannot help but acknowledge the profound depth of the world government's resources. Beyond the Navy, there exists the formidable organization known as the Knights of God. Moreover, the world's highest authority, the five elders, should not be underestimated. Witnessing the naval forces and the Knights of God in such a fierce confrontation was truly exhilarating. Newgate reminisced about the tense standoff between the Navy and the Knights of God, unable to suppress his laughter. "Lord Newgate, please refrain from laughing so heartily. You might split your wound." A beautiful nurse in uniform gently admonished, her hand resting on Newgate's muscular shoulder, displaying remarkable patience. I cannot help it. That scene was utterly delightful. Newgate, wielding his naginata, continued to laugh boisterously. Indeed, however, it is unfortunate that they did not engage in battle. Silver Axe, his head bandaged with only his eyes visible, chuckled. Nearby, a nurse diligently tended to his leg wound. The Navy truly lacks ambition. They have been openly insulted yet remain passive. Such worthless beings. Wang Zhi lamented. If someone dared to insult him in front of the world, regardless of the Knights of God or the world government, he would certainly charge forward with a blade in hand. Meanwhile, The Golden Lion and others were also attending to their wounds. In this fierce battle, the members of the Rocks pirates bore varying degrees of injury. After all, their adversaries had deployed nearly the entirety of the Navy's formidable admirals, along with half of the Knights of God. The Navy, in their characteristic manner, harbored no resentment towards the Knights of God. Instead, they directed their animosity towards us. Rocks, undeterred, seized a staff smeared with herbs and plunged it directly into the penetrating wound on his left shoulder, carelessly stirring it around to ensure the herbal mixture coated every corner of the injury. Having completed this grim task, he nonchalantly discarded the staff, appearing utterly unfazed. The onlookers winced at the sight, for it was undoubtedly excruciating. Truly, Rocks was remarkable. Among the entire Rocks pirates, most bore wounds, while only Lorne sustained minor abrasions. This is not merely Lorne idling away his time. After all, none could have anticipated the sudden emergence of the Knights of God. While everyone fought valiantly in resistance, Lorne, with his keen judgment, managed to capture a celestial dragon, leading everyone to a successful escape. He has truly emerged as the greatest benefactor. Brother, this victory is thanks to you, remarked Rocks, his gaze filled with profound emotion after tending to his wounds. It is astonishing to see how the once little follower trailing behind him has grown into someone capable of standing on his own. With a brother like this, what more could one desire? Not quite, had it not been for everyone holding off the Navy and the Knights of God. I would not have been able to seize the celestial dragon, Lorne replied, waving his hand dismissively. He had never anticipated such fortune among the celestial dragons he seized. There was even the sister of Lesterk. Without her, the outcome of today could have been drastically different. How shall I put it? Perhaps this is merely fate favoring the Rocks pirate crew. In this battle, we also dispatched a considerable number of celestial dragons. However, this is still far from sufficient. As you have all witnessed, following this conflict, the Knights of God, the Navy headquarters, and the world government will undoubtedly intensify their pursuit of us. After a brief treatment for everyone, Rocks rose and addressed the entire assembly. In this battle, the Rocks pirates have slain numerous celestial dragons before the eyes of the world. However, they have also paid a considerable price. Had it not been for the cleverness and good fortune of my younger brother today, who fortuitously captured an important celestial dragon, it would have been far from simple for the Rocks pirates to extricate themselves so easily. Now, we must diligently tend to our wounds and engage in rigorous training, ever ready for the next fierce battle. The upcoming conflict will undoubtedly be more severe than this one, yet we shall not succumb. Rocks raised his fists high, rallying the spirits of his crew. Aha! Come forth, Navy and Knights of God. Ha ha ha, since I have survived today, the next encounter will not be so effortless. Navy. Ha ha. The sensation of being alive is truly exhilarating. Next time, I must eradicate those wretched Knights of God. I cannot wait to commence. Observing the unwavering determination of his comrades, Rocks nodded in satisfaction. It seems this grand battle has not diminished the confidence and morale of the crew. In this manner, Rocks felt entirely confident in confronting the impending retaliation from the world government and the Navy. Meanwhile, Ron observed with a concealed smile. It seemed his elder brother still failed to grasp the true caliber of this crew. These are destined to become the most illustrious legends upon the seas in the future. How could a mere defeat undermine their confidence? However, upon reflection, I realized that my arrival has altered the original timeline. In the previous timeline, Rocks actively sought to recruit these legendary pirates only after they had established their renown. By then, these promising pirates had already showcased much of their potential, each brimming with pride and confidence, perhaps unwilling to submit to Rocks as their captain. Yet, the circumstances are markedly different now. Figures such as Whitebeard, Shiki, Silver Axe, Wang Zhi, John, and Charlotte Linlin joined the Rocks pirates while they were still in their nascent stages, before attaining fame. Furthermore, each of them narrowly escaped the clutches of the God Knights, and the Rocks pirates granted them a new lease on life. Their sense of belonging to the Rocks pirates undoubtedly surpasses that depicted in the original narrative. Growing under such conditions fosters a cohesion far more potent than the recruitment model of the original story. At the very least, during this monumental battle, not a single crew member contemplated fleeing amidst the seemingly hopeless situation, confronted by the encirclement of the God Knights and the Navy. Everyone was prepared to fight valiantly for their lives. There were no betrayals, no cowardice, only the courage and determination to battle to the death. This alone is a testament to the formidable unity within the Rocks pirates. Moreover, following this harrowing battle, The camaraderie and cohesion among them will only strengthen. One can only surmise that barring unforeseen events, once all members of the Rocks Pirates have matured, they will become a force exponentially more fearsome than that depicted in the original tale. Not to mention, the current roster of the Rocks Pirates is not complete. Several formidable individuals, such as Charlotte Linlin and the King of the Amazon Lily, have yet to join the fray, along with many mid-level officers who have not yet participated. If all were to unite, the Rocks Pirates might stand a chance to contend with the God Knights and the Navy. The future is indeed promising, especially with Lorne, whose extraordinary talents are poised to shine, along with his daughters. In a word, the future holds great promise. By the way, brother, have you decided how to deal with that fellow? After tending to his wounds, Rock seemed to recall something and turned his gaze towards his brother Lorne. Upon hearing this, Newgate, Shiki, Silveraxe, and others also fixed their intense gazes upon him. How should we address this female celestial dragon? Everyone turned their gaze towards Ron, their eyes ablaze with fervent anticipation. How should one deal with this female celestial dragon? This is indeed the most intriguing matter. Haha. Let us rid the world of this foolish celestial dragon, a scourge upon humanity. In comparison to such filth, we are all virtuous beings. Kekaki. Allow me to personally extinguish this wretched creature. She must experience the depths of despair. The crowd turned their gaze towards the female celestial dragon, sharpening their blades with palpable bloodlust. The prevailing sentiment among the majority was to eliminate her without hesitation. There could be no more satisfying resolution. After all, most aboard this vessel harbored grievances against the celestial dragons. The brothers Rocks and Lorne need no further elaboration. Newgate's homeland had also been transformed into a lawless territory due to the celestial dragon's heavenly gold. Many of Newgate's cherished kin had fallen victim to lawless marauders. The crews of figures like Gold Lion, Silveraxe, Wang Zhi, and John had all been annihilated by the Knights of God, that is, the celestial dragons. It is safe to say that the people here are all sworn enemies of the celestial dragons. Upon sighting a celestial dragon, it is only natural to seek immediate retribution. Please, please save me. I do not wish to die yet. At this moment, the female celestial dragon, Merciless, was utterly panicked, clinging desperately to Lorne's leg like a lost dog. Although Lorne had taken her captive, he had refrained from inflicting harm upon her. Yet, the others present, save for Lorne, sought her demise. Thus, Merciless clung tightly to Lorne, the very pirate who had abducted her, pleading for mercy. She believed that if she could survive, her brother Lester would come to her rescue. After all, her brother cared for her the most. Ha! Now you know fear, do you? Are you not the self-proclaimed gods of this world? Do even gods fear death? How amusing. Ha! This is delightful. Who would have thought that one day we would witness a celestial dragon begging for mercy? Observing Merciless's face, contorted in sheer terror, juxtaposed with her usual haughty demeanor, brought immense satisfaction to the onlookers. To see a deity plead for forgiveness is truly exhilarating. Fear not, for I shall not take your life. At this moment, Lorne lowered his gaze upon the trembling Merciless, who was clutching his leg in desperation, his eyes filled with derision. He reminisced about his childhood in the Holy Land, where he had been enslaved alongside his parents and brother. Back then, his parents had similarly begged the celestial dragons, even more abjectly than she was now. The roles have now reversed, and I must say, this feeling is extraordinarily gratifying. This is far more exhilarating than directly slaying a celestial dragon. Upon hearing that Ron would not take her life, Mary Luo's taut nerves finally relaxed. Good. Excellent. As long as she remained alive. She merely needed to endure until her brother arrived. He would undoubtedly rescue her from the clutches of these despicable pirates. At that moment, these wretches would meet their demise without a grave. She would reclaim every ounce of humiliation endured today. When the time came, she would ensure that these contemptible pirates were captured and brought back to the Holy Land, to be enslaved. She would fasten explosive collars around their necks and subject them to the most brutal tortures until they succumbed to despair. Though her thoughts were steeped in vengeance, Mary Luo's visage continued to feign a pitiful innocence. Then, she discreetly tugged at Ron's garment and whispered, "Rest assured, if I truly return alive, I will surely repay you. I see it now. You must have kidnapped me to survive, correct? I can understand your plight. So please, trust me if my brother indeed comes. As long as you release me, he will not harm you. Believe me, I will ensure your safety." Mary Luo endeavored to widen her eyes, striving to appear innocent and harmless. Yet within her heart, she had already envisioned Ron, this base pirate, being torn to shreds. After all, had it not been for this lowly pirate's abduction, she would never have found herself in such a predicament. When her brother arrived, the first to perish would be Ron. Observing Mary Luo's feigned simplicity, Ron regarded her with the expression of one looking at a fool. What peculiar thought processes must this individual possess? How is it that his head appears so pointed? Ha ha ha. Indeed, those celestial dragons are nothing but a herd of swine. Do you think my mercy towards you stems from fear of those sanctimonious celestial dragons? Upon hearing Mary Joa's words, Lorne erupted into laughter, as though he had encountered the grandest of jokes. It is astonishing how the mindset of these celestial dragons diverges from the norm. Alongside Lorne, figures such as Newgate and the Golden Lion joined in the raucous laughter. Does this imbecile truly harbor misconceptions about the Rocks pirates? Could he genuinely believe that the Rocks pirates tremble before the world government? To spare your life is merely to ensure you comprehend the meaning of suffering worse than death, the very essence of hell. Among our pirate crew, who bears the deepest enmity towards the celestial dragons? Lorne, with a wicked sense of humor, surveyed the group and inquired. In the original narrative, Lorne had witnessed firsthand the fate that befalls the celestial dragons when they descend to the mortal realm. The Don Quixote family serves as a prime example. At this, the Golden Lion, Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, and others grasped Lorne's intent. Hee. What if those who once endured enslavement were to witness the downfall of the celestial dragons? This is far more intriguing than simply slaying the celestial dragons. Among the entire Rocks pirates, who harbors the deepest hatred for the celestial dragons? Undoubtedly, it is the former slaves. Which race within the Rocks pirates has suffered the most at the hands of the celestial dragons? It is, without a doubt, the Fishmen. At this moment, Rocks wears a devilish grin. My dear brother never fails to devise such elaborate schemes. Ha 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 ha. I can hardly contain my excitement. Let us hasten back to Wano. The grand spectacle is about to unfold. Indeed, this is exceedingly fascinating. Accelerate, O islands. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Golden Lion, despite his injuries, urges his powers to propel the islands at double speed towards Wano. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Vice Captain, what shall we do now? A member of the Divine Knights looks anxiously at Vice Captain Lester. This is truly unfortunate. We have lost a member of the Knights of God, and so many celestial dragons have perished. Not only have we failed to eradicate the Rocks pirates, but even the Vice Captain's sister has fallen into their clutches. This deployment resulted in a complete debacle. Not only did the Navy suffer humiliation, but the world government and the celestial dragons also lost face entirely. Deputy Commander, those remaining on the battlefield cast inquiring glances toward Lester. In this battle, the world government and the Navy suffered a resounding defeat. So many celestial dragons perished. Yet it was broadcast live to the entire world. This is a devastating blow to the reputation of the world government. If such a colossal price has been paid, eradicating the Rocks pirates would at least serve as some form of justification. Yet, unexpectedly, the Vice Captain Lester's own sister has been taken hostage by the pirates. This enabled the Rocks pirates to retreat unscathed, with not a single key officer lost. This is nothing short of a profound disgrace. However, the members of the Knights of the Divine Order find themselves at a loss for words. After all, she is the beloved younger sister of their Vice Captain. How could one possibly barter the life of his dear sister for the lives of a few contemptible pirate scum? Were the roles reversed, he would likely make the same choice as the Vice Captain. Meanwhile, the Navy harbors its share of murmurs, lamenting the loss of so many lives, questioning the significance of one more. Even if that life belongs to a celestial dragon, if they were willing to make sacrifices, they could have assuredly erased the Rocks pirates from history today. It is imperative to understand that if the Rocks pirates are not completely eradicated today, countless more lives could be lost in the future. Furthermore, many celestial dragons might fall victim to the nefarious hands of the Rocks pirates. Yet, after that recent slap, the admirals of the Navy are filled with trepidation, reluctant to provoke further misfortune. After all, to be publicly humiliated in front of the entire world by such a slap is an indignity too great to bear. This has also evoked a profound sense of sympathy among other naval admirals for Black Hawk, the world's foremost swordsman. He has dedicated himself tirelessly to the Navy and the world government. Yet in the end, he is treated with the utmost disdain, akin to that of a mere dog, and subjected to casual reprimands. This has created a notable rift between the Navy and the world government. Are you all quite dissatisfied? Lester is currently in a most dismal state. As a celestial dragon and the Vice Captain of the Knights of God, one of such esteemed status has been so brazenly manipulated by pirates. This ignited a profound yearning for destruction within him. Lester now resembled a powder keg on the brink of explosion, poised to erupt at any moment. He was determined to seize the opportunity to exploit the weakest link present, undoubtedly targeting the Admiral of the Navy. Sensing the discontent emanating from the Navy regarding his actions, Lester fixed his fiery gaze upon the admirals. Should even one of them dare to meet his stare, he would surely unleash his wrath upon them. Yet, as he surveyed the scene, not a single admiral dared to make eye contact with him. Having witnessed the fate of Black Hawk, none were willing to take the risk, even though their dissatisfaction simmered beneath the surface. How astute of them. Observing the Navy's reluctance to engage, Lester, despite his foul mood, refrained from lashing out. One should not strike at those who wear a friendly countenance. The Navy had been thoroughly subdued by him, and venting his frustrations on them would indeed be excessive. After all, their cooperation would be indispensable in the forthcoming campaign against the Rocks pirates. When the time came, he would ensure that the wretched members of the Rocks pirates would be utterly annihilated. Let us depart. With that command, Lester ordered, and promptly, several members of the Knights of God departed. The insufferable Knights of God. Once they had left, Black Hawk, Golden Serpent, White Horse, and Steelbone exchanged glances, each reflecting their shared indignation. The Knights of God were utterly arrogant, treating the Navy with utter disdain and persistently provoking the admirals. This is utterly treating the Navy as a pet to be scolded and mistreated. The discontent among the Navy is gradually mounting. Save me. Why have my parents been murdered? Run, child. If you do not flee now, it will be too late. My limbs have been severed. My fiancé, he has been taken away. My home has been destroyed. Accursed celestial dragons. Just having suffered a defeat at the hands of the Rocks pirates, do they now unleash their frustrations upon us? Indeed, the celestial dragons are far more terrifying demons than pirates. I shall not rest until I have my vengeance upon you. In the New World, on an unnamed island, lies an obscure nation. A mere 10 minutes ago, this nation was reduced to a desolate wasteland. The remnants of humanity, clinging to life, cast their wrathful gazes upon those who have wrought destruction upon their land. The instigators of this calamity are none other than the members of the Divine Knights, who had recently engaged in battle with the Rocks pirates. In a fit of unbridled fury, the Divine Knights unleashed their blades upon the innocent inhabitants of this island. After all, it is not a member of the world government. This nation is merely a destitute and feeble little state. Why, oh why, must such atrocities transpire? We have done you no wrong. Why must you obliterate our home? A blood-soaked adolescent lies sprawled on the ground, his eyes, marred by crimson, fixated intently on the members of the Divine Knights before him. The faces of these individuals are marked by excitement, mockery, resentment, and cruelty. Astonishingly, one among them appears to be of a similar age as myself. Why, oh why, do they wield such unrelenting malice? These are all innocent souls. Curiosity, confusion, anger, and hatred. The adolescent, devoid of tears or curses, gazed at the Knights of God with an expressionless countenance. Just moments ago, his sister, brother, parents, grandparents, and neighbors had all been mercilessly slain. He had reached a point of anguish so profound that he felt numb. All he yearned to comprehend was what transgressions this nation had committed to invoke such a cataclysmic fate. Do you desire to know the reason? Lester sneered, drawing forth the holy sword. Your annihilation bears no consequence to me. With a flash of the blade, the sword struck down the youth. To perish beneath this sword is a stroke of fortune for you, wretched commoner. Witnessing this scene, a faint smile curled upon his lips. A sense of comfort washed over him. Since his sister had been abducted, it was only fitting that others endure the same torment he had faced. Their families too must be extinguished. Thus, these wretched souls could truly comprehend the depths of their despair. With such sentiments, Lester unleashed his fury upon this unfortunate nation. After laying waste to all that it possessed, the Order of the Divine Knights departed, satisfied. Meanwhile, a modest sailing vessel lay anchored quietly in the surrounding waters of the island, adorned with a pirate flag that fluttered gracefully in the sea breeze. On the deck, several men stood erect, their gazes fixed upon the tragic scene before them, enveloped in a profound silence. Had there been a navy present, they would have recognized it instantly. The flag fluttering atop the ship belongs to the recently emerged newcomers, second only to the notorious Rocks pirates, the Roger Pirates. In the New World, within the Kingdom of Creeks, calamity struck a mere 10 minutes ago. The nation has suffered unspeakable devastation, with 90% of its populace brutally exterminated. The remaining 10% have only narrowly escaped the clutches of death by virtue of their swiftness. Moreover, what were once proud structures and bustling streets have now been reduced to mere ruins. Everywhere lies shattered walls, charred remnants, desiccated vegetation. and an overwhelming stench of blood pervades the air. The instigator of all this chaos is none other than a member of the Divine Knights, who has just emerged from a fierce battle. Under the leadership of Vice Captain Lesterk, several members ruthlessly slaughtered the populace of this nation and set the entire land ablaze. At this moment, the Divine Knights have already departed the scene of their heinous acts and are en route to Mariahua. For Vice Captain Lesterk has more pressing matters at hand, to swiftly assemble a crew and head towards the Rocks Pirates to rescue his sister. Meanwhile, the actions of the Divine Knights have not gone unnoticed. A passing pirate crew has witnessed the entire ordeal. This crew is none other than the renowned Roger Pirates, who have made a name for themselves over the past 3 years. Aboard an unassuming sailboat, several young individuals stand with their arms crossed, gazing silently at the unfolding tragedy. No one knows what thoughts occupy their minds. After a prolonged silence, one voice finally pierces the stillness. Compared to us, these members of the Divine Knights resemble pirates, or even bandits. The speaker, a young man in his early 20s, possesses a composure that belies his youth. A prominent nose supports a pair of glasses, adding an air of scholarly distinction to him. This is Silvers Rayleigh, the vice captain of the Roger Pirates. At this time, Rayleigh has yet to earn the title of the Dark King, but his bounty has already soared to a staggering 495 million berries. Indeed, in comparison to the actions of these celestial dragons, we appear as paragons of virtue, remarks a man adorned with black sunglasses and twin axes strapped to his waist, equally affected by the grim scene. This individual is none other than Spac Jabba, the third in command of the Roger Pirates, with a bounty of 427 million berries. At this moment, the captain of the Roger Pirates, the ever-jovial and carefree Gold, Roger, fixated his gaze intently upon the nation ravaged by flames, remaining silent. This moment is truly rare for Roger. It is well known that he is the most boisterous and irksome member of the entire pirate crew. Despite holding the title of captain, opportunities that can keep him silent for such an extended duration are indeed few and far between. Rayleigh, who knows Roger better than anyone, cast a profound glance at him. It appears that the typically carefree Roger is taken aback by the actions of the celestial dragons before him. Indeed, who could have anticipated such a fate? Without provocation or grievance, an entire nation has been obliterated merely to vent frustration. Innocent citizens have been ruthlessly slaughtered, homes set ablaze, and loved ones annihilated. Such a tragic spectacle unfolds before them, drenched in blood. One can only lament that the malevolence of the celestial dragons has far surpassed the imagination of the pirates. The New World, Wano. It should now be referred to as the Pirate Kingdom. They have returned. They are all back. Lord Rocks, Lord Lorne, Lord Newgate have returned. How splendid. I nearly feared I would never see you esteemed lords again. Oh, it is indeed perilous. That band of Navy scoundrels even called for reinforcements. If that is the case, we shall confront the Navy and the world government head-on. Above the capital of Wano, the flower capital, as the floating island descended, it was met with a grand reception from the members of the Rocks Pirates. After all, during the live broadcast, they witnessed the entire ordeal. When the Divine Knights descended, the hearts of the Rocks Pirates members raced with trepidation, seeing Lord Rocks, Lord Newgate, and the likes of the Golden Lion and Wang Zhi battling against many foes and even sustaining injuries, filled them with despair. Fortunately, the astute and valiant Lord Lorne swiftly abducted a celestial dragon, thus rescuing the Rocks Pirates. Husband, brother, big brother, Edward Newgate's sister, Edward Molly, and Sherry hurried to greet them, their faces etched with concern. Daddy, uncle, promise me you will never engage in such perilous endeavors again, all right? Daddy, uncle. Nini thought she would never see you again. Simultaneously, Lorne's 3 children, Belle, Laurie, and Gree, approached, seeking comfort and affection. Oh, dear children, do not cry. Uncle is just fine. The once fierce and menacing Rocks transformed instantly upon seeing his nieces and nephew, donning a gentle and amiable smile. He enveloped the 3 little ones in his arms with warmth. All right, Uncle will take you to play. And with that, Rocks, cradling the 3 children, departed, leaving Lorne speechless beside him. Is this still the same elder brother who would vanquish gods and Buddhas alike? With such demeanor, how does he resemble their true father more than himself? Moreover, having returned from a great battle, should a captain not offer words of encouragement to uplift the morale, instead of solely indulging his nieces and nephews? Well then, everyone, you have all worked hard. Take a moment to rest and quickly regroup. I firmly believe that the Order of Divine Knights will not simply retreat. Ahead lies another fierce battle awaiting us. As Rocks departed, Lorne had no choice but to rally the members of the Rocks Pirates, addressing them with urgency. It is evident that the Order of Divine Knights will not relent. The next confrontation is likely imminent, and the enemy's forces will probably be even more formidable than those we just faced. We must remain vigilant and not let our guard down. Ha ha ha, splendid. At last, we can exact our revenge. Indeed. They think they can bully the Rocks Pirates with sheer numbers? Should the Order of Divine Knights or the Navy dare to approach, we shall ensure they return empty-handed. Yes. Finally, we can showcase our true abilities. Lorne's words ignited excitement among many who had remained in the land of Wayno. In this grand battle, their absence is indeed a matter of considerable regret. However, it appears that they will soon have the opportunity to showcase their prowess. At this very moment, the members of the Rocks Pirates in Wayno country are filled with unparalleled enthusiasm. After enduring a fierce confrontation against several Marine admirals and the Knights of God, not a single high-ranking officer of the Rocks Pirates has perished. Conversely, the opposing side has suffered the loss of a member from the Knights of God and has seen several celestial dragons slain. Such a remarkable triumph, regardless of perspective, signifies an overwhelming victory for the Rocks Pirates. However, it is foreseeable that the world government, the Navy, and the Knights of God will not simply let this matter rest. The Rocks Pirates may soon confront an even more formidable coalition. Ha ha ha, my dear comrades, there is one more thing. At this moment, Lorne spoke once more, drawing the attention of all eyes upon him. Bring her forth. He gestured, and in the next instant, 2 members of the Rocks Pirates emerged, carrying a bloodied celestial dragon. Tightly bound, I will kill you filthy peasants. I shall make you my slaves and torture you ruthlessly. Despite her grievous wounds, the celestial dragon murmured incoherently, seemingly in a delirious state. What is this? Could it be a celestial dragon? Alive? And a woman, no less. Intriguing. I recall her identity being of considerable nobility. Indeed, during the live broadcast, the vice captain of the Knights of God appeared to share an exceptionally close bond with this woman. The moment the celestial dragon was revealed, the members of the Rocks Pirates stirred with excitement. After all, those who joined the Rocks Pirates bear a deep-seated grudge against the celestial dragons, especially the Fishmen, whose animosity towards the celestial dragons could fill countless nights. It is worth noting that the current membership of the Rocks Pirates exceeds 100,000, with at least 80,000 being warriors of the Fishman race. Thus, the entire Rocks Pirates are enmeshed in a profound vendetta against the celestial dragons. Haha. Is the moment finally upon us? How exceedingly fascinating. Hee hee. How will Vice Captain Lorne deal with this celestial dragon? I await in eager anticipation. Simultaneously, the already bandaged officers of the Rocks Pirates, Gold Lion, Silver Axe, Wang Zhi, John, and others, observed this scene with wicked smiles. Their crew had been mercilessly slaughtered by the Knights of God, inciting a deep-seated hatred for the celestial dragons. They were all very intrigued by how this female celestial dragon would be handled, as capturing a celestial dragon alive is an unprecedented occurrence. You guessed correctly. This individual is the sister of the vice captain of the Knights of God, Lesterk. Her status among the celestial dragons is exceptionally high. Once again, Lorne's voice rang out. Aha. Splendid. To have taken such an important figure. All hail Lord Lorne. In the next moment, the entire Rocks Pirates crew erupted in excitement, the atmosphere charged with anticipation. Neptune, this task is entrusted to you and your fishmen. Having spoken, Lorne cast the female celestial dragon aside as if she were refused, directing her towards Neptune. Remember, however you choose to dispose of them, return the methods employed against your kind back to those celestial dragons. Understood. A hint of color appeared on Neptune's visage. In the original narrative, this character was mild-mannered, submissively enduring the discrimination of the world government. His attitude towards the celestial dragons was influenced by his wife, Princess Odoheim, who advocated for reconciliation and was averse to the use of force. However, the circumstances had changed. After enduring so much and remaining unmarried, Neptune's animosity towards the celestial dragons had intensified. Had it not been for the Rocks Pirates, the entire Fishman race might have faced annihilation at the hands of Admiral Ryu. Your Highness Neptune, please entrust the celestial dragons to me. Grant me this. I harbor a blood feud against them. My sister was cruelly taken from me by the celestial dragons. My brother, too, was captured and enslaved by them. I have experienced the life of a slave, and I know how the celestial dragons treat their captives. Please, hand them over to me. In an instant, many from the Fishman tribe eagerly volunteered. The opportunity for vengeance had arrived. Not only the Fishmen, but also others harboring grievances against the celestial dragons sought to join in this revelry. Don't hand me over to them. I will perish. For reasons unknown, the female celestial dragon suddenly regained consciousness. Upon seeing so many eager to torment her, she desperately clutched Lorne's garment, pleading for mercy. Indeed, her strength was formidable, distorting Lorne's attire in her frantic grasp. Her desire to survive was evidently profound. Should she fall into the hands of these brutes, even if she survived, she would surely lose half her life. Yet, the more desperate her pleas became, the more exhilarated Lorne felt. In his youth, he had witnessed his parents beg the celestial dragons in a similar fashion, only to be met with even more severe torment and cruelty. Why would he heed the celestial dragons' cries for mercy? Thus, a group of burly men hoisted the bound female celestial dragon away to a secluded corner. Soon, the air was filled with horrific screams intermingled with excited laughter. Meanwhile, within the halls of power in Mary Geos, the world government convened. Elder Stars, I request an immediate assembly of the Knights of God and a joint military strike to obliterate the Rocks pirates. Upon returning to the halls of power, Lester could not afford a moment's respite. He urgently sought an audience with the Elder Stars. He must rescue his sister at the swiftest pace possible, otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Lester, I understand your sentiments, but do you not think this is a hasty move? Indeed, the battle has only just concluded, and the hearts of the people are unsettled. One must recognize that the Rocks pirates hold the advantage in Wano, a place known for its treacherous terrain. To launch an attack, one must be thoroughly prepared. If one cannot prepare adequately, the potential losses may be even more devastating than before. The five elders are indeed growing apprehensive. The mere Rocks pirates have caused such a tremendous uproar. Each incident becomes increasingly sensational. In the presence of the entire world, a staggering number of celestial dragons were slain, and yet they managed to escape unscathed. The reputation of the world government has once again sustained a grievous blow, dragging the esteemed Navy's credibility into disrepute. Conversely, the title of maritime supremacy belonging to the Rocks pirates has been further exalted following this fierce confrontation. Should they recklessly attempt another strike, the world government may find itself unable to bear the dire consequences of failure. Infuriatingly, the officers of the Rocks pirates have been severely weakened. This presents an opportune moment for a sudden assault. Lester's eyes blazed with fury. If this delay continues, will he still be able to save his sister's life? Lester's face was contorted with rage. Such delays could cost his sister her life. Lester was acutely aware of the nature of the Rocks pirates. Should his sister fall into their clutches, she would undoubtedly endure unimaginable torment and suffering. With each passing day, her chances of survival grew increasingly slim. Thus, Lester was nearly beside himself with anxiety. Lester, temper your demeanor. If it were not for your sister, the Rocks pirates would have likely been extinguished long ago. The Justice God, one of the five elders, Izane Baranvi, Narsuro, showed no leniency towards Lester. After all, this time the world government had mobilized nearly all of the Navy's elite forces, along with members of the Knight of God, to eradicate the Rocks pirates once and for all. Initially, the battlefield's dynamics had tilted heavily in their favor. The Rocks pirates were utterly incapable of contending with such a formidable array of admirals. Despite the loss of numerous celestial dragons, the world government had shown restraint. Yet, because Lester's sister was being held hostage by the pirates, they chose to spare them. This is utterly incomprehensible. Indeed, Lester, one could assert that the continued existence of the Rocks pirates rests squarely on your shoulders. Jagarsha Saturn tapped his cane, his tone decidedly unfriendly. Do you comprehend the gravity of allowing a global menace to escape, Lester? Marcus Maz, rising from the sofa, cast a piercing gaze upon Lester. The entire world is abuzz, and the notoriety of the Rocks pirates is escalating. Another of the elders, Shepard, intensified his tone. Presently, the Rocks pirates have once again evaded annihilation, and their reputation has reached unprecedented heights. Of course, I am acutely aware. Therefore, I must exert every effort to eradicate the Rocks pirates. I shall personally bear the consequences of my actions, Lester declared with unwavering resolve. At this moment, his sole focus was on rescuing his sister. Very well. Since you have accepted responsibility, you shall orchestrate this operation. You may select all members at your discretion. Our desired outcome is unequivocal, the complete obliteration of the Rocks pirates. The elders softened their tone as they spoke. In truth, they harbored concerns regarding this matter. After all, that monumental battle was broadcast to the entire world, bringing shame upon the world government. Should another defeat occur, one can only imagine the repercussions on a global scale. Thus, The Elder's treatment of Lester is intended to empower him to seek vengeance against the Rocks pirates in his own name. Should a defeat occur, it would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of the world government to its nadir. At that juncture, the world government could readily proclaim to the globe that this was an act solely of Lester, entirely dissociated from the world government. Given this, the decision stands firm. Lester comprehends the sudden shift in the Elder's demeanor. However, at this moment, he cannot afford to dwell on such matters. Rescuing his sister is paramount, and he is willing to go to any lengths. With heavy footsteps echoing, his armor clanking resoundingly, Lester emerged from the Hall of Authority with a grim expression. It has been merely a week since the last great battle. In the New World, at the stronghold of the Rocks pirates in Wano country. Within the span of this week, the crew of the Rocks pirates has largely recuperated from their injuries. For these formidable beings, as long as they remain alive, even the loss of limbs does little to diminish their combat prowess. At this moment, the officers have gathered together. Ha! Why haven't those celestial dragons arrived yet? This is utterly tedious. The golden lion Shiki, now fully healed, flaunts his thick, striking golden hair cascading down to his waist, with two renowned swords at his side appearing even sharper. Following their previous near-fatal battle, Shiki's strength has notably increased. Nearby, Wang Zhi, John's silver axe, and others have also experienced slight enhancements in their abilities from that encounter. They are all eagerly anticipating another confrontation with the world government, which could very well ignite soon, especially since the Rocks pirates hold a significant hostage. Indeed, if that fellow doesn't arrive soon, his sister may very well perish at the hands of the Fishmen. Wang Zhi remarked with a sinister grin. Laughter and banter filled the air among the officers, all anticipating an imminent, grand battle. Meanwhile, within the confines of the cell holding the celestial dragon, a voice trembles. I'm sorry, please, no more torment. The tormented Marillua, barely clinging to life, finally softened her resolve. Yet, the surrounding fishmen continued to unleash various tortures upon her. Brother, when will you come to rescue me? I can't hold on much longer. Marillua's heart fervently prayed for the moment her brother would appear before her, vanquishing these wretched beings and saving her. Just as she made her plea, an eerie voice echoed suddenly within the cell. Swish, 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 swish finger gun. The sharp, precise sounds of finger guns rang out, and several fishmen tormentors collapsed to the ground, agony etched upon their faces. Is that you, brother? Witnessing this scene, the once feeble Marillua's eyes widened in astonishment. In the next moment, a man donned in an animal mask and a suit materialized before her. Lady Marillua, I have arrived late. Quickly, we must leave this place. As he spoke, the man began to unlock her handcuffs. How dull. Did the celestial dragons only resort to such petty tricks? In that instant, a familiar voice resonated, followed by a towering figure emerging before the masked man, accompanied by a faint crackle of electricity. The newcomer was none other than Lorne. Within this week, a considerable number of mice have emerged in the domestic sphere. The mice, without a moment's hesitation, instinctively recognized the hand of Lester behind their plight. Their purpose was clear, to rescue his sister. However, the majority of them had been thoroughly eradicated by Lorne. With the formidable power of the Thunder Fruit combined with unparalleled observation hockey, Lorne's perceptive abilities extended effortlessly across the entirety of Wano. Any unfamiliar presence would be detected by him in an instant. Yet today marked a rare occasion where someone managed to infiltrate the cell housing the celestial dragons. It appeared that this intruder was a cut above the average mouse. How swift! The masked man's astonishment was palpable beneath his disguise, yet he quickly turned to assault Lorne. Synopsis: transcending into the world of pirates, he became the younger brother of Rocks, only to face the tragic loss of his parents at the hands of the celestial dragons when he was merely 2 years old. Fueled by a desire for vengeance, the brothers resolutely set sail, embracing the life of piracy in their quest for retribution against the celestial dragons. Years later, tales of their exploits echoed across the seas. As the sole brother of Rocks, he was regarded as a forbidden topic by him. He wed the sister of Whitebeard, earning the esteem of the legendary pirate as his most beloved brother-in-law. He was the one and only husband of Charlotte Linlin, and the savior to notorious figures like the Golden Lion, Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, and John.